Long ago, there lived a master blacksmith whose name was known far and wide. His shop overflowed with finely crafted weapons and armor, each piece fetching an extraordinary price. Fortune smiled upon him when the Cairo kingdom sought his skill during a time of war. The alliance was his golden opportunity, and when the battles ended, his service earned him the title of Baron. This man, the blacksmith turned noble, was the father of Roman, the current heir to this land. In the present, a young Roman sat across from an older man, listening to this tale with unexpected focus. Behind him, a mustached servant looked on, puzzled. Why was Roman so engrossed in a story everyone already knew by heart? The scene rewinds to earlier that day. Roman was questioning something odd, whether he was truly older than the son of the Dmitri family, whether the kingdom of Cairo was real, and if this so-called world of Murim even existed. The mustached man blinked in surprise. Of course it was true. What was wrong with him? Roman wasn't known for his brilliance, but this was unusual. Was he drugged? Among the wealthy, such indulgences were said to be in fashion, and Roman, unlike his capable brothers, had spent the last 25 years holed up in his room, earning the title the Fool of the Dmitri family. Breaking the moment, the servant mentioned that Roman's fiancée, a young lady from the Lawrence family, would be visiting today. She valued refinement and proper manners, so he should. But Roman cut him off. There's something more important, he said firmly. Take me to the elder of this land. Meeting Lady Lawrence can wait. I need to know how to survive in this world. The servant stared at him. Why would someone born and raised here say such a thing? Still, a servant's role wasn't to question, only to obey. And so, in the present moment, the elder finished speaking. That's all I know. Roman nodded. You've been helpful. I'll see to it you're rewarded. The elder replied that speaking with Roman had been an honor. Roman's thoughts drifted inward, to a name that wasn't his here, Baek Jong-hook. In his true life, he had walked the path of a Murim martial artist, carving his way through a turbulent world. He had achieved every goal he sought and had accepted death with a calm heart. Yet, for reasons beyond his understanding, he awoke in the body of Roman Dmitri. Was this heaven's will, or punishment from the gods for refusing ascension? His thoughts were cut short by a loud voice behind him. You freak! A crowd gasped and parted as a young boy collapsed to the ground, blood running down his face. 3 men towered over him, kicking and shouting for him to die. The boy struggled to breathe, his body shaking under the blows. The largest of the 3 sneered, calling the boy a rotten brat, and the beating continued. Through the scattering onlookers, Roman's servant pushed his way forward. His eyes caught on a mark, red fangs inked onto the bulky man's shoulder. That was when he noticed something else. Roman was already standing there. Blood fangs, the servant muttered. Roman glanced at him. And who are they? They're a lone shark gang, the servant explained quickly, operating not just here in Dmitri territory, but in the lands around it. If they've gone this far, that boy must owe them a lot of money. He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Master, we should pretend we didn't see this. But before he could finish, Roman was gone. His voice rang out. Enough. The 3 men paused, blinking in confusion as Roman strode toward them. One of them tilted his head, squinting. Roman Dmitri? He spat on the ground. You think being a noble means you can throw your weight around? Idiot. Another, his eyes glassy and unfocused, barked a laugh. Get lost, Roman. Don't embarrass yourself. Leave before you get hurt. Hans, the servant, hurried after him, bowing quickly to the men. Master, please, let's go. The Bloodfangs aren't people to mess with. But Roman interrupted him. Hans, I still don't know much about the laws of this world. Explain them to me. His gaze stayed fixed on the gang members. Who's in the wrong here, and what punishment should they face? Hans froze. Well, since the boy failed to pay his debt on time legally, it's his fault. But the Bloodfangs had no right to hand out judgment themselves. More than that, they had insulted Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan. By the law of this land, such disrespect toward a noble was a crime punishable by death. Execution would not be unusual in this case. The gang members looked at him without a hint of fear. Roman's voice cut through the air. You've broken the laws of this land. He bent down, picked up a sturdy stick, and continued. I am Roman Dmitri, eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, and I will see justice done. One of the men smirked. I get it. You're noble, but you clearly don't understand how things work out here. You're putting us in a bad spot, and you don't even know the situation you're in. Their hands went to their weapons. Roman's lips curved slightly. That confirms it. The leader frowned. Confirms what? That you're trash, daring to speak to the lord of this land like that. Roman burst forward. I don't care what business you have here. The sudden aggression stunned the bandits. One of them shouted for the others to attack. The largest swung his blade, but Roman slipped past with ease. In the same motion, he drove the stick into the man's neck. The thug froze, eyes wide, before blood burst forth. He clutched his throat, gasping for air. The others hesitated only a heartbeat before rushing him with knives. Master! Hans cried out, panic lacing his voice. Another blade came slashing, but Roman twisted aside, knocking the attacker off balance. A swift movement followed. Roman drove the stick hard into the man's chest. Hans could only stare. Was this truly his master Roman dismantling seasoned thugs, as if they were nothing? In that moment, far away in memory, Baek Jung-hyuk recalled the first sight he had upon waking in this body. A note, left behind by the original Roman, and a scattering of pills on the floor. In the Cairo kingdom, constantly embroiled in war, every noble family was required to send a representative to the army. Roman had been chosen to serve, but out of fear, he took his own life. A pitiful end to a pitiful existence. But that man was gone. Now, in his place, lived Baek Jung-hyuk, Sky Demon Sect leader. And since he now possessed this body, he would live as Baek Jung-hyuk. Roman stood over the fallen bloodfangs, brushing his stick clean. It was slick with blood. A sudden shift in the air made him pause. His instincts whispered, monster? Behind him, the young man who'd been watching tried to bolt. Roman caught him by the hair, forcing him down to his knees. For order to exist, Roman said evenly, the law must be upheld. I won't take your life, but you'll still pay. The boy cried out, a sharp scream cutting through the murmurs of the onlookers. Blood trickled down to the dirt, pooling at his knees. I am Roman Dmitri, he declared. Gasps rippled through the crowd. If anyone here has a problem with the punishment I've given, they're welcome to speak to me directly, anytime. In his past life, Baek Jung-hyuk had ruled Murim through unmatched power. Hundreds, no, thousands, of masters had come for his head, only to be cut down. Rivers of blood marked his path, until the world itself acknowledged the Sky Demon Sect as the unchallenged ruler of Murim. Now, looking at the blood on his own hand, Roman frowned. Why did it take me this long to deal with a mere gang? Hans, he barked. Call the guards. Report what happened here. Have them investigate. Hans, still dazed, nodded. Understood, he said quickly before running off. Roman clenched his hand. This body is worthless, barely any vital energy, and the flow is a mess. I need information, and I need to rebuild my strength fast. A faint voice called from behind. It was the battered youth, swaying on unsteady legs. Thank you for helping me, he managed. Roman looked at him sharply. You've misunderstood. I didn't do this for you. The Bloodfangs broke the law, so I punished them. And you're no exception. Tell me the truth, without lies. Otherwise, his eyes flicked to the unconscious gang members. You'll share their fate. The boy swallowed hard. I understand. My parents, they borrowed money from the Bloodfangs to buy farmland. We could have paid them back easily, once we sold the harvest. Kevin's voice broke into a yell. They destroyed all our crops. We couldn't pay them back, and then I found out why. Those monsters did it because they wanted my little sister. His knees hit the ground, fists clenched. It's not fair. We've never harmed anyone. Please, please, at least save her. Roman studied him. There was something in Kevin's eyes, a wild, dangerous glint. It reminded him of a mad demon, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Come to think of it, he'd once met such a man in a similarly broken, forgotten place. What's your name? Roman asked. Kevin. All right, Roman said. I'll look into what you've told me, and I'll deal with what happened here today. As Roman turned to leave, Kevin's voice followed him. Thank you so much. Roman didn't respond. Just a feeling, he thought, but this might be the last time we ever meet. The scene shifted to a carriage rolling down the road. Lady Flora, someone inside said, we'll be on Dmitri land soon. All right, Flora replied calmly. I'll be meeting Roman Dmitri soon. A month earlier, in the royal palace, a voice rang out, announcing a marriage of convenience between the Lawrence family and House Dmitri. Flora's father turned to her. You have to understand, our land is in a dangerous position. We have no choice. Her breath caught. It can't be marriage, and not just to anyone, to one of the Dmitri family, whose members were mostly minor nobility. It's too much, she said sharply. Her father didn't waver. I'm sorry. I hate that your pathetic father had to make this decision, but it's necessary. Back in the present, the carriage came to a stop. We've arrived, someone said. Flora stepped down, her thoughts bitter. I should have been promised to the second son. He has a bright future ahead of him. But no. Instead, the eldest, Roman Dmitri, the man who lives only for his own amusement, demanded this marriage. Even knowing the sorry state of Dmitri territory, she couldn't go through with it. She had to speak up now. Facing Roman, she said, "Please forget about this marriage." Roman exhaled heavily. "Fine." The answer caught her off guard. "What? I've heard plenty about this arrangement," he said. "Frankly, I don't understand how an idiot like me would dare to marry someone like you. I'd like to cancel it myself." Flora stared at him. He sounded serious, but something about it felt strange. "Then I'll inform my father," Roman said simply, turning to leave. "Wait, hold on a second," Flora blurted, her voice tight with surprise. Roman paused mid-step and turned. "What is it?" She hurried to close the distance between them. "I heard you were the one who insisted on marrying me. And now you're suddenly canceling it without a single good reason? Forgive me if I'm a little taken aback." Roman's brow lifted slightly. "Do you want to marry me?" Flora hesitated, then admitted, "Not really." "Wonderful," Roman said at once. "Then we're in agreement. The marriage is off. That settles it." He waved a hand lightly. "I'll take full responsibility, so there's nothing for you to worry about. People already call me the idiot of the Dmitri family. Adding divorce to the list won't make much difference." Flora watched him go, baffled. They call him an idiot? Roman headed straight to his father's chamber. Inside, Lord Romero Dimitri's slurred voice rang out, followed by a roar. "An affair? Cancel the marriage?" His anger filled the room like fire. "Yes," Roman replied evenly. "I've already spoken to Lady Flora. We've agreed to end it." Romero's gaze hardened into a glare. "You fool." His voice dropped, heavy with disdain. "People may call you the idiot of this family, but I'm your father. I've been trying to prove them wrong. A marriage to the Lawrence family is the perfect step toward solidifying our noble standing. All you had to do was marry a noble woman, and you couldn't even manage that." Roman bowed slightly. "I apologize." "Apologize?" Romero's hand tightened around a glass. "You think that fixes anything?" The glass shattered against the wall above Roman's head. "If this had gone smoothly," Romero went on, "I could have salvaged some dignity for you. But now, in 6 months, you'll be sent to the battlefield." Roman said nothing. "One more thing," Romero added coldly. "I heard you had trouble with the Bloodfangs. Witnesses claim you punished them." He let out a sharp, bitter laugh. "And who would believe that? I can't even deal with them. Someone must have helped you. But since you failed in your duty, you'll face every consequence yourself. From now on, every problem you've caused, you'll fix it." He expected his son to crumble, to beg for leniency. Instead, Roman met his eyes. "I'll handle it myself." Romero stared, caught off guard. "What's come over you?" "It was my fault," Roman said. "I should be held responsible." "I'll be back once everything's settled," Roman said, turning away. His father stared after him, uncertain what to say. "Wait." But Roman was already gone. Outside the office, he pulled a napkin from his pocket and wiped the thin trail of blood running from his head. Flora's voice caught him off guard. "Are you crazy?" Roman looked at her. "Why are you still here?" She hesitated, then blurted, "It's the Bloodfangs. They're not afraid to terrorize nobles. If you've angered them, they won't just let it go. Without your family's help, you can't possibly handle them. You should just apologize to your father." Roman's eyes narrowed slightly. "Why are you telling me this?" She began to repeat herself, but he cut her off. "Lady Flora, you don't know your place." Her breath hitched, but before she could reply, the scene shifted to earlier that day. In the Dmitri estate, Roman scowled. "What's that smell?" Hans, busy spraying perfume on him, answered calmly. "Nothing to be done about it. Eureka blood." Roman tugged at his jacket. "And this suit, why is it so tight?" "You're meeting Lady Flora for the first time," Hans explained. "You should show her some respect." "A wedding?" Roman thought. "I'm still adapting to this world. Marriage will only make things more troublesome." Hans suggested they wait for her arrival together in the hall. Roman considered it. There was no reason to treat poorly a woman who hadn't wronged him. If he could cancel the engagement without hurting her pride, so much the better. But when Flora appeared, it became clear she had no intention of showing him any courtesy. That left him with little reason to extend himself. "You're rather arrogant, aren't you?" Roman said, his gaze steady. "You came here to break off our engagement without even considering my circumstances. Yet when I told you I'd take full responsibility, suddenly you're concerned." Flora tried to speak, but he pressed on. "From a moment this engagement was questioned, You lost the right to interfere in my decisions. She stood frozen, unsure how to answer. Roman nodded slightly. That settles it. Roman turned away from Flora, his voice steady. Since our paths have split, let's stay out of each other's personal affairs. The only reason I said I'd take responsibility was to avoid any lingering talk of marriage after the engagement was broken, and because I have no interest in any relationship with you. He walked off without looking back, wondering if this would be both their first and last meeting. The scene shifted to the Dmitri mansion. Maybe that's enough drinking for tonight, someone suggested. Lord Romero Dmitri sat with his wife, staring into his glass. I've raised my hand against my son again, he admitted. Back when we were commoners, I favored Roman above all. But when we became nobles, I promised myself I wouldn't do that anymore. Rihanna, seated beside him, wrapped her arms around his shoulders. Because of that promise, our other children grew up to be fine people. That's true, Romero agreed. But Roman, he's the only one who went through those hard times with me. I don't know how to treat him. Rihanna kissed him softly. Don't blame yourself. Maybe you weren't the perfect father, but we're the only ones who can guide our children. And the Romero Dmitri, I know wouldn't let his son go astray. You still have a chance to make things right. Romero's brow furrowed. Roman is proud. He probably spoke in anger. But if we leave things as they are, who knows what'll become of him? Then why not ask Captain Jonathan to help? Rihanna suggested. Romero's eyes sharpened. You're right. He raised his voice. Come in. A servant rushed into the room. You call, my lord? Summon Captain Jonathan immediately, Romero ordered. The scene shifted again. Hans trailed after Roman through the streets. Master, it's too dangerous to be outside. The Bloodfangs could strike at any time. Let's just go back. This is exhausting. Roman stopped and turned toward him. Hans, do you know when the Bloodfangs gained the power they have now? Hans shook his head. No, they became infamous because they were ignored, Roman said. When they committed crimes, no one stepped in to stop them. That infamy bred fear, and fear forces people to obey. Hans blinked, unsure if he understood. So, you're saying they're not dangerous? Roman smiled faintly. For now, yes, they can still make me wary. The scene shifted to a lively restaurant, filled with chatter and clinking dishes. A server placed plates down on the table. Here's the food you ordered. Hans's face lit up at the sight, but Roman was already rising from his seat. You can stay and eat, Roman said. I'm going. Hans jolted. What? This is exactly what I mean, Roman replied calmly. From here on, I'll continue the investigation alone. It's too dangerous. You should stay here. Hans shot up from his chair. No, even if I might be in danger, I could never let you go alone. Roman's gaze settled on him. Hans, are you one of my people? The question froze Hans for a moment before he answered. Of course I am. Then stay, Roman said firmly. Don't throw yourself into danger needlessly. You've already done more than enough just by accompanying me this far. I'll be back soon. Hans watched him leave, stunned. To think he'd say something like that to me. I didn't expect it from him. He turned toward the door, but it wouldn't budge. It was jammed shut. If this weren't the time, Hans thought grimly, I'd tell them everything. The scene shifted to Roman, striding down a dimly lit street. One thing I've learned about the Bloodfangs in the last few days, they're strong. But because they operate in small groups, finding them is difficult. Maybe they've been lying low, afraid of the consequences if they fail to kill me. Which means there's a leader hiding in the shadows. If he couldn't track them down, then he'd make them come to him. That was why he'd walk the streets openly with Hans. They likely already knew where he was. And tonight, of all nights, was perfect. It was the time for regular night training, which meant far fewer guards patrolling the streets. If they planned to strike back, this was their best chance. And then, 3 figures in dark robes appeared behind him, knives flashing. This is Bloodfang's revenge, one of them roared, lunging forward. Roman didn't move. Far away, Hans was already running toward the captain, shouting for help. Captain Jonathan spun around and hurried over to Hans, demanding to know what had happened. Hans was breathing hard, struggling to speak. The captain told him to slow down and explain, and between gasps, Hans blurted out that the young master had sent for him at once. Roman was in danger. Meanwhile, Roman caught the attacker's knife hand, drove his elbow hard into the man's gut, and wrenched his arm until the blade slipped from his grasp. Snatching the weapon, Roman thrust it straight into the thug's chest. The bandit staggered back, leaving a trail of bloody footprints before collapsing to the ground. 2 other bandits froze in shock. What the? One stammered. This isn't what we heard all, the other muttered, eyes locked on Roman. Roman smirked. asking why they'd stopped moving. With a flick of his hand, he beckoned them forward, taunting them to come closer. Back with the captain, Hans was urgently explaining. Young Master Roman went into the city alone to face Bloodfang. The captain stared at him. What? No, you're joking. Hans shook his head, his voice sharp. It's the truth. We're wasting time. We have to move now. The captain recalled hearing about Roman's supposed fight with Bloodfang, even Romero asking him to intervene. Still, he muttered in disbelief, scratching his head. Why would he go there if he can't even handle a gun properly? He snapped out of it and barked orders to his men. Weapons ready. Hans, lead us to where he might be. Hans nodded, and the captain added, as long as we're there, Bloodfang won't dare lay a finger on him. But in the back of his mind, he couldn't help thinking. If Hans was telling the truth, Roman was a fool. Back in the city, the remaining bandits stared at their fallen ally. Roman called out again, asking why they'd frozen. Still smiling, he motioned for them to come. The bandits ground their teeth, shouting that he was throwing himself to his death, and charged forward with blades raised. One bandit lunged, but Roman sidestepped and drove his blade straight into the man's stomach. Another bandit, seeing this, cursed at Roman and charged, blade swinging. Roman leapt back, then delivered a sharp kick to the man's midsection, sending him flying several meters away. Roman strode toward the bandits sprawled on the ground and asked what all of this was about. The man spat out a warning that if Roman killed him, he'd never be safe again. Roman's tone hardened. I've already killed two, haven't I? You bandits only know how to talk. He raised the blade. Better answer my question properly. Then he drove the knife into the man's leg, drawing a scream. Who's your leader? Roman demanded. The scene shifted to a busy street. People milled about, chatting and laughing. Inside a lively bar, a man raised his mug mid-conversation, only to freeze when he spotted someone outside. Roman walked past the window, clothes dirted, hands stained with blood. The bartender turned, ready to greet the newcomer, but stopped short when he recognized him. Hello, young master. Roman nodded in reply. A murmur rippled through the bar. Roman Dmitri. Why is he here? Is he looking for someone? The bartender asked what he'd like to order. Tear of Dawn, Roman said. Sorry, we don't have that. Maybe something else, the bartender offered. Roman sighed. Fine, give him something stronger. He's got work in the morning. The room fell silent. Eyes turned toward Roman. He added, almost casually, or maybe the dew of dawn. The injured bandit's earlier words connected. That was the code. The bartender froze, realizing Roman had just spoken it perfectly. Tear of dawn, something stronger in the morning to work. The air in the pub grew tense. Without Roman noticing, the bartender's hand slipped behind the counter, pulling out a hidden knife. In one swift motion, he swung it and shouted for everyone to attack. But his cry was cut short when a fist smashed into his face, dropping him instantly. Chaos erupted. Knives and swords flashed as patrons surged forward. He's a beast. Kill him, someone roared. Another voice shouted for the guards, and a man bolted for the door, smashing it open on his way out. Roman tore through the bandits with nothing but his bare hands, dropping one after another with brutal efficiency. Two men hesitated in front of him, and one stammered, What happened? Before they could move, Roman floored three more in quick succession. Whispers rippled through the crowd. This was Roman. They had heard something entirely different about him. Roman's thoughts flickered briefly. The greatest technique in the Mirror's sect, the one that boosts strength by controlling breath in short bursts. The heavenly demon's martial arts had reshaped his body. He was no longer the man he used to be. Smirking, he dismissed them in his mind as nothing but pests. A groan caught his attention. The bartender had regained consciousness. Roman stepped toward him. Perfect timing. I was just about to wrap this up. The bartender, nose swollen and bruised, asked in a shaky voice what Roman was doing there. Roman reminded him that he had been the first to attack, and now they were alone. I'm curious about something, Roman said, pulling up a chair. Let's have a chat. Not long after, Captain Jonathan entered the scene. His eyes swept over the room, full of unconscious bodies. Was this your doing, young master? Before Roman could answer, a soldier called out from upstairs. They'd found a survivor. The man had said Roman was heading toward Lawrence. Lawrence? Why there? The captain asked. The soldier replied that Bloodfang's main base was located there. An hour later, the sun bathed the rooftops in warm light. Inside an inn, a tense conversation unfolded. The innkeeper was being pressed for information. I think it's in everyone's best interest if I talk, the man said, clearly nervous. A dark bruise marred his nose. Lifting his hand, he revealed 2 missing fingers. Cut them off myself. The innkeeper sneered. Go to hell. I'm not telling you a thing. He was tied to a table, staring up at the man who'd taken his fingers. A man grinning through bloodstains, holding a pair of scissors. Kill me. The innkeeper spat. Bloodfang will make you pay. The man's smile only widened. I should have done it right away. You know, I even like people like you. The man's smile didn't fade as he leaned in. People who stay silent even after the worst tortures, they're not afraid of death. That usually means they hold the most valuable secrets. The innkeeper's reply was cold. Stop wasting time. Just kill me. Something in the man's expression shifted, serious now. He glanced at a framed photo of the innkeeper with a child. So you really won't speak until the very end? What if, he said, picking up the picture, I tracked down and killed your son? The innkeeper's eyes widened in fury and shock. That's not my son, he growled, turning his face away. You think you can fool me? We're the same kind of man. You can't lie to me, the interrogator said, stepping closer. The innkeeper gritted his teeth and cursed him, spitting out his disgust at an aristocrat threatening his family. The man ignored the insult. I learned something interesting about Bloodfang. For revenge, their people are willing to throw away their lives. And here's the curious part. The innkeeper began to tremble. They're not all monsters, the man continued. Most of them just owe Bloodfang money. And Bloodfang doesn't just stop at making them debtors. They turn them into slaves. Families are held hostage. People pushed to the edge, threatened with the deaths of their loved ones. Sounds reasonable enough, doesn't it? The innkeeper sneered. Knowing the truth changes nothing. Gamefang always gets what he wants. The man leaned in, his voice low. I wouldn't be so sure. He dropped the photo at the innkeeper's feet, grinding his boot down on it slowly. I meant every word. I'll let my men find her boy. Then I'll kill him. Slowly. Painfully. And I swear it on my name. Then he stepped back slightly. But I'll give you one last chance. Keep your mouth shut for Bloodfang's sake and watch your son die. Or tell me what I want to know so I can destroy them. The scene shifted to a dimly lit building. What happened? One man demanded. Another answered. A witness says Roman Dmitri single-handedly wiped out an entire squad of our men. If a knight from the Dmitri family isn't good for business, then our business is in trouble. A broad-shouldered man with a beard and graying hair slammed his fist down on the arm of his cracked stone throne. Damn them. I refuse to believe it. Roman Dmitri isn't capable of that. But his thoughts told a different story. We were supposed to make our name by crushing the Dmitris. Yet entire squads have been taken down by someone who avoided even the Royal Swordsman Academy. Where is he now? He demanded. Just left Dmitri territory, the other man replied. I got the information from a morning source. They took care of this alone? Yes, sir. The man rose to his feet, his voice sharp. Then he could attack our bases without warning. Gather the forces immediately. Yes, sir. The subordinate answered with a bow before leaving. The bearded man's eyes narrowed. Roman Dmitri dares challenge Bloodfang. Today, I'll kill him without mercy and hang his core in the town square. Bloodfang will reclaim its honor. The setting changed to an opulent mansion. This is the Barco family, someone said as a man unfolded a letter. They think they've made their choice. Inside the hall, a feast was underway. Influential figures sat around a long table, quills scratching across parchment as they discussed strategy. There's a rumor, a red-haired man announced, that the family's taken a massive loan from the gold bank. Only one reason for that: preparing for war. All eyes turned toward the white-haired man seated at the center, his expression tight with anger. Beside him, a black-haired man spoke evenly. The start of this war is only a matter of time. First, we must gather our strength. The white-haired man steepled his fingers, closing his eyes. If things stay as they are, I believe the unrest can be contained. But in his thoughts, a grim realization stirred. I never imagined this could happen when I first received my family's documents. The black-haired man spoke first. I never imagined the central government would side against us. At this pace, our lands will be handed over. Another white-haired man slammed his hand on the table. We must hold the land at all costs. Our family survives only because of its fertile fields. The room erupted into shouts and arguments. Our ancestors were born to this land. It's ours by right, one man argued. That's impossible, another countered. Even the central government was accusing them of secret dealings. Count Barco finally raised his voice. Enough. Leave things as they are. No matter what happens, we will not surrender our land. If we falter, Other families will swarm like hyenas to claim it. His eyes swept the room. We will fight back with everything we have. That's why we allied with the Dmitri family. Murmurs of agreement spread. Dmitri is one of the richest houses in the Northeast, someone said. They may have been commoners once, but their wealth dwarfs ours, the black-haired man added. Count Barco nodded. Exactly. That's why I gave my only daughter to that fool from the Dmitri family, for the sake of our family survival. The head of the family assured him, you did the right thing. There's no reason to blame yourself. The others echoed their agreement. At that moment, the doors opened. A young woman stood hesitating in the doorway, her face pale. What do I even say to him? She thought. Her heart pounded. No, I broke off the engagement. I can't even meet his eyes now. But what's done is done. This is my life. I won't sell it to an idiot like him. Still, her father's plan and the family's future weighed on her. How do I tell him I can't marry someone I feel nothing for? Before she could act, a soldier came running down the hall toward the meeting room. She turned to look as he stopped in front of her, bowing deeply. Miss Flora, he greeted. Yes, she replied, startled. Urgent message, he shouted. The scene cut sharply. Somewhere else, a voice rang out over the din. We've already beaten the hell out of them. From atop the wall, a man barked an order. Hand over the weapon and follow procedure. Then he demanded, what are you planning? The man below shot back, warning that young Master Roman was in danger. If anything happened to him, they'd never forgive it. The wall guard found the claim ridiculous, until a soldier ran up in a panic. Captain's in serious trouble, the soldier blurted. Is that true? The wall guard asked in disbelief. Yes, the soldier said. Riots are breaking out in the square right now. A grim thought flashed through the wall guard's mind. Don't tell me. They're about to break open the gates to hell. In the streets, frightened townsfolk whispered, unsure of what was happening. Their eyes fell on a bloody trail, ending at a corpse. Fear rippled through the crowd. From the other side of the square, Roman appeared, dragging the battered leader of the Blood Fangs behind him. The gang boss, moments ago arrogant, had once thought defeating a single noble brat would be child's play. One man from the gang should have been enough. They had numbers. They had weapons. Losing hadn't even crossed his mind. Until now. Until he'd seen every last one of his men lying dead. That's when he knew. He was next. Shaking, stumbling over his words, he pleaded for his life. Clutching Roman's leg, he promised anything. Servitude, loyalty, even becoming a dog. Just not death. Roman didn't even slow down. He hauled him into the city's center and tossed him to the ground for all to see. You should have thought about being a dog before you showed your fangs, Roman said coldly. He turned to the onlookers. This man is the leader of the Blood Fangs. You all know who he is. They threatened the Dmitri family. They lied. They manipulated. They bled this city dry. Every last crime is known. And today, I'll destroy their entire organization, along with the filth they spread. The crowd stood frozen. Jonathan, arriving at the square, stopped in his tracks. The scene spoke for itself. No explanation needed. The story then cut to an earlier meeting. Someone asked if the news was true. A soldier explained he'd allowed Roman Dmitri in because he was Miss Flora's future husband. But 30 minutes later, the soldier continued. He was dragging a man through the streets, saying he was the Blood Fangs leader, then killed him in public. The father was stunned into silence. Others questioned whether any of it made sense. Finally, a man with spectacles spoke. Taking justice into your own hands without the Lord's approval isn't something we can just overlook. The Lord wasn't overly rattled by the recent chaos. What caught his attention far more was that his soon-to-be son-in-law had single-handedly erased the Blood Fangs from existence. He ordered that Roman Dmitri be summoned. He wanted to speak with the young man directly. Before long, Roman arrived, escorted by Jonathan, the very knight who had led him into the city. The moment Flora's father saw Jonathan, a renowned figure, he assumed Roman must have relied on his help to win. Roman introduced himself as the Dmitri family's eldest son. The Lord skipped over the pleasantries and went straight to the point. Why did you commit such violence? Roman didn't hesitate. A few days earlier, he said the Blood Fangs had brutalized an innocent citizen. That was when he decided to end them, right there on the spot. Outside the chamber, Flora tried to overhear. She called a knight over. Did you let Roman Dmitri in? She asked. Yes, he replied. Then why is he in my father's room? The knight hinted she might be one of the last to know what was happening, a comment that left her uneasy. Back inside, Roman finished his account. He had stormed the Blood Fangs base and executed their leader. That, he said, was the whole story. But the Lord reminded him, Roman had no authority to carry out executions on Lawrence's land. Roman admitted as much, but questioned whether they were truly capable of handling men like that. The Bloodfangs had terrorized the region for years, while Lawrence's family looked the other way. That was why he had acted, because he didn't trust them to. The servants flanking the Lord exchanged startled glances. Roman looked at them, disappointed. "I thought I was called here to be praised," he said, "for doing what you refused to do. Was I wrong?" The Viscount turned to his aide. "Do you know about Ben Miles?" The man nodded. "We knew he wasn't an upstanding citizen, but never imagined he was the Bloodfang's leader." The Lord leaned back, his decision made. The argument was pointless. None of this would have happened if his own family had dealt with the problem first. "Enough," he said. "The boy will be rewarded. Let him go." Roman left without another word. Silence settled over the room, until the Lord began to laugh. The man beside him stared, half wondering if his lord had lost his mind. But the Viscount's amusement wasn't madness. It was admiration. He had never imagined this was the real Roman Dmitri. The advisor stepped forward, insisting they couldn't just let such an offense slide. But the Lord waved him off. "It's fine," he said. "He's going to be Flora's husband. Only a man with that kind of nerve can accomplish great things." The advisor tried again, but the Lord cut him short. "Enough. I've decided he's perfect for my daughter." He then ordered Flora to be brought in so they could speak. Meanwhile, on the road back to Dmitri territory, Jonathan glanced at Roman. "You shouldn't have told them everything," he said. "Even if you wiped out the Bloodfangs, the Lord looked like he was holding back anger." Roman's reply was calm. "All I did was make it clear their negligence caused the situation. And since he doesn't know the marriage has been called off, he won't punish his future son-in-law." Jonathan blinked, realizing Roman had anticipated this from the start. It left him wondering, was this even the same Roman Dmitri they used to know? In Roman's mind, another voice stirred. It called him by his real name, Baek Jung-hyuk, and reminded him of his birthright, son of the celestial demon. "If you want to succeed me," the voice said, "you must prove your worth. Survive hunger, cold, and the unyielding earth. If you die, I'll simply have another son. The only proof I'll accept is ruling over all others." Beck remembered those days vividly. A heavy-set boy sneered, disappointed. "So this is the son of the celestial demon? I thought you'd be stronger. Turns out you're just a loudmouth brat." Blow after blow landed. Beck staggered, unable to fight back. The other children didn't interfere. They simply thought he was a fool. While most had the shelter of family during childhood, Beck had grown up in a place where only strength kept you alive. Back in Dmitri territory, Roman now lay in a steaming bath, sinking into the quiet. Even after everything, he was surprised at how drained his body felt from what should have been a simple task. Since waking in this world, Roman had faced countless trials. To crush the Bloodfangs, he'd cut down every obstacle in his path and felt no remorse for it. It only confirmed what he already knew. He hadn't changed. If someone crossed him, he'd break them. If someone tried to take his life, he'd erase them. That had always been his way, and becoming Roman Dmitri hadn't altered that truth. The real challenge now was different. Moving openly was growing more dangerous. This world's inner workings were still unfamiliar, and his strength had diminished far from its peak. Every move from here on would have to be calculated. A voice called from the door. "Young master, the Lord wishes to see you." In the room ahead, Romero Dmitri was speaking with Jonathan. "Did he truly do all that?" Romero asked. Jonathan nodded. "Yes, my lord. Roman has changed." Romero's curiosity deepened, but the night went on. "This is not the same young master we once knew." The Lord leaned back, reflecting. Roman had always been his greatest challenge, his only son without any remarkable traits. Yet he was also the only child who endured their harshest days in poverty without complaint. A memory surfaced. Years ago, Roman had handed him a small piece of candy. "What's this?" Romero had asked. "It's sweet," the boy had replied simply. Romero had been deep in mines that day when his son came wandering in. He'd scolded him for entering such a dangerous place, warning it wasn't safe. But Roman only smiled. "You work too much, father. I brought you something sweet so you can finish faster and come home sooner." All Romero had ever wanted was his son's happiness. That was why he favored him, why he gave him extra money to avoid the sting of being called poor. He had never imagined that kindness might lead Roman astray. In truth, a part of him had given up hope. But hearing that his son had destroyed the Bloodfangs had lit a spark inside him again. At the door, Roman's voice rang out, asking to enter. Romero thought, no matter how he did it, He wiped out the blood fangs. If that's true, I'll do anything for him. This will be my way of making up for the times I failed as a father. When Roman stepped inside, Romero looked him over. I hear you defeated the blood fangs on your own, he said. Baek Jung-hyuk, inside Roman's body, studied the man before him. He could sense Romero's anxious hope, waiting for words that might change everything. And he knew that if he spoke the truth, his father would see him in an entirely different light. The trouble with achieving more than anyone expected was that it always came at a cost. If Roman played things carefully now, he could buy himself the time he needed to grow stronger. As his father's voice called to him, Baek weighed the choice, tell the truth or lie. The safer answer was clear, keep the truth hidden. His mind flashed back to his childhood, back to a time when he'd been knocked to the ground, a bully sneering above him. That's all you've got? The boy taunted. Baek's hand closed around a rock. Without hesitation, he smashed it into the bully's face. The boy collapsed, bloodied and groaning. Baek stood, picked up another stone, and moved to finish the job. From that day on, no one dared to cross him. He had learned a brutal law. In a lonely world, only the strongest rule. He'd declare that the boy he'd beaten was their group's former leader. Now, Baek was in charge. Victory meant nothing unless it was absolute. That same instinct guided him now. Yes, he told Romero. I'm the one who took down the blood fangs. Neither Baek nor the celestial demon bloodline had ever been good at hiding their superiority. Later, in the city's training grounds, young swordsmen were drilling under their instructor's eye. Stop, the man barked. Show respect to the Lord. The trainees bowed in unison. Among them, a blonde-haired boy blinked in surprise. Why is Roman Dmitri here? The instructor stepped forward. Today, you'll be testing your sword skills against Mr. Roman. Step forward if you wish to challenge him. No one moved. Sweat beaded on foreheads. The blonde boy frowned, baffled. Why are they acting so afraid? Who would even want to fight that fool? An hour earlier, when Roman had confessed to his father that he was indeed responsible for the Bloodfang's downfall, Romero had asked the obvious question. How? Roman explained he had been secretly training in swordsmanship. Why keep it a secret? Romero asked. If you'd told me, I would have given you every resource you needed. I was tired of wasting my life, Roman answered. I wanted to prove that even the fool of the Dmitri family could accomplish something alone. Romero still doubted him. No one can master the sword to that level without help. Not enough to kill trained men. Roman countered that the blood fangs thrived through intimidation. That was why he'd set a trap, forcing their leader to come to him. Romero pressed further. How exactly did you do it? Roman explained that the blood fangs had a habit of striking back at weaker nobles, so he had made himself the bait. That's dangerous, Romero warned. If they came for revenge, it would have been easy for them. Roman shook his head. Most of their men were held in check through fear. If I killed the leader, no one would risk saving the man who had been threatening them. Romero found himself impressed. The plan was sharp, calculated, and it had taken real courage to see it through. To think Roman could come up with something like that. He leaned forward. Then, may I ask a favor? Roman agreed. I want to see this swordsmanship you've been practicing, Romero said. With my own eyes. I want to understand how much you've changed. Now, back at the training grounds, Romero stood watching, surprised that no one was stepping forward to challenge Roman. The blonde trainee thought he understood why. If you fought Roman and won, you'd probably be expelled for striking the Lord's son. If you lost, you'd be expelled for being pathetic. Either way, no volunteers. Jonathan frowned. They needed someone skilled enough to beat Roman without much effort, both to prove the knight's ability and to test Roman's claim. If no one steps forward, Jonathan called out, I'll choose for you. As a master of the Dmitri Knights, he couldn't take part himself. That left only one clear choice. Chris, he said, step forward. The name made Chris stiffen. Vice captain of the Dmitri Knights. He knew this wasn't going to be a normal spar. He remembered the first time he had met Roman, about a year ago. They'd gone to a bar after hearing complaints about a drunk causing trouble. Inside, a man was shouting, demanding to know if people were trying to make a fool of him. Are you trying to shut down this place? The drunk barked. The attendants apologized, unsure of how to calm him. Then Roman, reeking of alcohol, spoke up. Trash like you shouldn't even talk, he sneered. Get over here. The man hesitated, but Roman hurled his bottle at the wall, shattering it. Chris stepped in. That's enough. Roman turned, glaring. And who are you? Chris reached for his wrist, intent on dragging him out. You're embarrassing yourself. Roman slapped him across the face. How dare a lowly knight lay a hand on me? That single blow told Chris everything. Roman had never trained a day in his life. His strength was below that of an average man. Chris had pitied the Lord for having a son like this, certain that the boy was nothing but worthless. So why now? Was he being told to duel with him? Chris tried to speak up, telling the captain he didn't think this was a good idea. Surely, there had to be others better suited for the task. But Jonathan cut in, insisting the boy had brought down the blood fawn, so it had to be him. Chris opened his mouth to argue, but Jonathan silenced him before he could get a word out. All he could do was nod and say he understood. The crowd buzzed with anticipation for the duel as the two stood quietly, sizing each other up. Jonathan told them to hold off, but Chris suddenly raised his hand with a condition. He made it clear, once a duel began, he held nothing back, no matter who his opponent was. If they could accept that, he'd take part. In his mind, there was no way this fool was the one who'd beaten the Bloodfangs. Jonathan and Romero seemed fine with the terms, and Roman's smug grin only fueled Chris's irritation. Jonathan took that smirk as agreement and told both sides to prepare. When the signal came, Chris lunged without hesitation, while the boy stood rooted in place, waiting. Chris read his opponent's stance and struck with full force, only for the blow to be blocked with ease. Those who trained with Chris could see he was fighting seriously, and Jonathan was already impressed. That block had been flawless, and the boy's footing didn't even shift. Chris stepped back, gauging his opponent's strength from that single exchange. This wasn't how he thought things would go, but it didn't matter. He wouldn't be satisfied until this boy was on the ground. He swung again, only for Roman to slip out of the way. Chris caught the movement and spun, aiming for his side, but Roman blocked that too, still calm, still watching. Finally spotting what looked like an opening at Roman's back, Chris knew this was his chance. One clean strike, and it would be over. But before he could land it, Roman ducked, and Chris felt the rush of an attack pass, so close it clipped his hair. His blood ran cold. He jumped back, realizing just how close he'd been to taking a hit he couldn't shrug off. The captain and Lord stared in disbelief, and Chris's training partners couldn't understand how he was falling behind. Was this really the same Roman Dmitri they knew? Defense, evasion, offense, nothing was missing from his skill set. Maybe he really had beaten the blood prisoners. But no, Chris shook off the thought. This was still the same idiot as before. That's when Roman straightened and said, almost casually, "All right, warm-up's over." Roman announced that this time, he would make the first move. Before Chris could even register the words, it was already happening, too late to react. By sheer instinct, he managed to block at the last possible moment. He couldn't believe the boy was that fast. Instinct told him to pull back, but Roman stayed right on him, pressing forward without pause. Chris was forced into pure defense, blocking strike after strike while the crowd watched in uneasy silence. Every blow came faster, harder, leaving him no space to breathe. He knew he had to find an opening soon, some chance to turn the tide, but then a sharp strike to his arm sent him stumbling to the side. He thought about retreating, but before he could move, Roman was already raising his blade overhead. The motion looked slow, almost lazy, and Chris saw what seemed like a perfect gap, right at the center of Roman's chest. He committed fully, swinging with all his strength. But it was a bait. Roman slipped away effortlessly, and the small smile he gave made Chris's stomach drop. He had walked right into it. At this pace, there was no winning. And the worst part? Losing to him. Chris tightened his grip on his sword, and a faint aura began to form around it. Jonathan's voice rang out, ordering him to stop, but it was too late. The one-star aura had already flared to life. Even Bake looked stunned, and the arena erupted in chaos. Dust and energy clouded the field, and for a moment, no one could see a thing. Romero's heart pounded until he finally caught sight of Roman, safe, having just avoided a direct hit from the aura-infused strike. Before Chris could recover from the disorienting surge of power, Roman's blade snapped upward, catching him on the chin. The fight was over. Chris was on the ground, and neither Jonathan nor Romero had expected Roman to take the win. Whispers spread immediately. Everyone wanted to know more about this young man who'd caught the captain's eye. Those who knew spoke of him as one of the most talented they had ever seen. Despite his age, he was already a 2-star knight. Rumor claimed he had begun sensing mana just 6 months into training, reached 1 star in under 3 years, and wielded a sword with unmatched skill. The women in the crowd leaned closer, eager to hear his name. Jonathan remembered their training sessions. When he called a day, Chris would always ask for one more round. That hunger, paired with his natural gift, had convinced Jonathan long ago. Chris wasn't just talented. He was a true genius. And now, the so-called genius lay flat on the ground, completely outmatched by Roman, who casually stood over him. While Chris remained unconscious, Romero turned to Jonathan, demanding to know what had just happened. He'd heard Chris was a 2-star knight. How could he lose like this? But even Jonathan couldn't fully explain it. Roman's performance had been the work of someone with years of dedicated training. Yet only a month ago, the boy had been doing nothing but grumbling and shirking work. The change didn't make sense. So Jonathan gave the only answer that fit. Roman was a natural-born swordsmanship genius. Roman, meanwhile, glanced at Chris and laughed quietly to himself. The fight had shown him just how relentless and determined Chris could be. With that kind of drive, he could easily have taken down the Bloodfangs himself. No wonder Jonathan was proud to have him as a disciple. But to the celestial demon within Roman, Chris was still weak, far weaker than even the lowest-ranked warriors of the celestial demon sect. Still, that strange power Chris unleashed at the end that was worth noting. Romero suddenly broke into manic laughter, startling those nearby. No one understood, but he quickly made it clear. This was the pride of a father seeing his son's brilliance. He asked Jonathan if he was absolutely certain about his claim. Jonathan didn't hesitate. No one could improve that quickly without being a genius. That answer only widened Romero's smile. Calling Roman over, Romero said it had been a long time since he'd felt this happy. He wanted to applaud his son and promised him anything he desired. Roman grinned and brought up the war set to take place in 6 months. Romero immediately assumed his son would ask to avoid it, but instead, Roman's request was the right to choose who would accompany him. The reply caught Romero off guard. He even suggested Roman could return to Flora and forget the whole thing, but Roman calmly insisted. He wanted to go. That left Romero momentarily stunned before nodding. If that was his decision, then he would have the right to bring whoever he wished and handle anything related to the war. Roman then said he had one more request. His father told him that as long as he carried himself properly, there would be no limits to what he could ask for. Roman's second request came with his gaze fixed on Chris, who was still lying unconscious. When Chris finally came to, his first question was why he had to teach Roman about aura. Jonathan's answer was simple. It was the master's order. Chris immediately protested. He barely knew Roman, and after waking from such a long coma, the situation was humiliating enough. Now, when he was being told to teach him, he scoffed that he'd rather lose his head. Jonathan cut him off with an offer. If Chris used this teaching opportunity to figure out why Roman had changed so drastically, Jonathan would allow him to learn any technique he'd been keeping secret from him. Chris shot upright, instantly interested. "Is that true?" he asked. Jonathan confirmed it. That was all he needed. He was certain this would be easy, and once he was done, he'd finally gain the secret to reaching 3-star knight status. He tried to play it cool, but still made Jonathan promise to keep his word. Meanwhile, in the castle, someone called out to Roman. It was Hans, who said he'd heard about the incredible duel earlier. Defeating a 2-star knight was no small feat. Roman asked if Hans knew anything about this 2-star aura talk. Hans admitted he didn't know much, only that it had to do with a knight's ability to use mana. Roman considered this. So here, they called it mana. Back in the Murum world, the power Chris had shown would have been called a key explosion, but the way it was applied here was entirely different. They called it aura, and to Roman, it looked like a complete waste of potential. Still, he needed to understand it, how it worked here, how people wielded it, and he was confident tomorrow's training would give him the answers he wanted. The next morning, Roman stood opposite Chris, who was clearly not thrilled to be there. Roman wasn't exactly excited either, at least until a quiet chuckle slipped from him. That was enough to make Chris bristle. Forcing himself to calm down, Chris began the lesson. Aura, he explained, was simply mana from the perspective of a knight. Chris went on to explain that mages also used mana, but in a different way, through spells and magic circles, while knights channeled it around their bodies. The very first to explore mana's potential was Emperor Alexandero, who discovered it could be used to strengthen the body. Aura, he explained, was simply mana released in an instant, allowing a person to unleash far more power than they normally could. Still, Chris brushed off the history lesson, saying it wasn't the important part. Only a handful of people could even use mana. About 1 in 1,000 could become knights, and only 1 in 10,000 could become mages. That's why the first and most crucial step was determining whether someone had the affinity at all. Without at least the ability to sense mana, becoming a knight with aura was impossible. Chris added that it had taken him half a year to sense it himself, and even doing so within a year was considered above average. Roman simply nodded and asked him to explain how to sense mana. Chris agreed, though in his head he scoffed. Roman might have won their duel, but sword talent and mana talent were entirely different things. This training would be his reality check. But there was one problem. Roman had already sensed this world's mana. Using the celestial demon techniques he'd mastered, he was already storing a portion of it at the center of his body. The only reason he was here was to learn why this world used it the way they did. Even if it wasn't efficient, he wanted to understand it. Chris began pacing and told Roman to focus on every sensation, on anything touching his body. Once he grew accustomed to feeling mana, he could start thinking about manifesting it. Success would mark the step to becoming a one-star knight. There are different ways to manifest. Channeling aura into a sword, or spreading it to cover the body, for example. But before Chris could go on, he noticed something that stopped him cold. Roman was already standing beside him. Mana activated, manifesting aura. Chris had no words. Roman, however, had plenty of thoughts. He knew exactly what he was seeing and exactly how flawed it was. In his world, energy was purified and concentrated deep within the body. Here, they let mana drift in naturally, hoping it would stay. In a Miram world, mana was scarce and dense, hard to gather, but also stable once inside. In this place, mana was abundant but feather-light, slipping away as easily as it entered. The two methods couldn't even be compared. In a Miram world, you strengthen both the inside and outside of your body. Here, the exterior wasn't strengthened at all, and mana wasn't stored properly. Worse still, spreading energy thinly across the body was a complete waste. If Roman had relied on such a method, he wouldn't break into the top 10 even in 100 years. Shaken, Chris demanded to know how Roman had done it. Roman replied that Chris probably already knew the answer. Chris pushed harder, saying that was exactly why he was asking, because it had taken him half a year just to sense mana. He accused Roman of pretending not to know how to use it, just so he could show off. Now, it was starting to make sense to him why he'd lost. Roman dismissed the idea. Chris was only assuming what he wanted to believe. But Chris couldn't wrap his head around it. He'd spent 10 years climbing to the rank of 2-star knight, and here Roman was doing this effortlessly. Suddenly, Roman laughed. Chris narrowed his eyes and asked what was so funny. "You," Roman said. That only annoyed Chris more. "Are you saying my effort is a joke?" Roman tilted his head and asked, "In all those 10 years, did you ever once question the methods you were taught?" Chris opened his mouth to answer, but Roman cut him off. "Ordinary people never questioned it," he said. They simply trusted what had been passed down for generations, believing it must be right. When he had learned aura, he'd asked himself why everyone followed a method riddled with flaws. Was it ignorance? Blind faith in Captain Jonathan? Or simply because it was the easiest path? He wouldn't deny Chris had worked hard, but it was still amusing that he had never once asked why. Roman stepped past him, continuing. Nothing in this world was perfect, not even the things he once thought were absolute truths. Over time, everything changed. Questioning your own path was painful, especially when failure followed every attempt. But it was in those moments, facing criticism, enduring despair, that change became necessary. That was why he had abandoned his father's teachings and forged his own art. Turning back, Roman said the training was over. But before he could walk away, Chris called out, asking, "Then what should I do from now on?" The scene shifted to a memory. A man stood before a boy, asking if he would keep suffering or finally admit defeat. From now on, the Blood Demon sect would follow Beck, he said. But there was one thing he needed to know. How could he become as strong as Beck? He was ready to devote his body and soul, as long as they could both grow stronger. All he wanted was to know what to do from that point on. Roman recognized the look instantly. This was someone who had let go of their pride. He found it interesting. The Blood Demon had once been so powerful that he united all the sections. As ruler of the Murum world, it was inevitable he would one day clash with Beck. After a long, grueling battle, he lost. Roman remembered it well. How he himself had once swallowed his pride and sought guidance. The desire to grow stronger, even at the cost of pride, reminded him of that same Blood Demon. Returning to the present, Roman told Chris that he was asking how to get stronger, but unfortunately, he didn't have an answer for that. Chris frowned, confused. "Then what should I do?" "I already answered," Roman replied. "The one thing you can't do is follow what you've been taught without question. If I told you how to do it, you'd just be blindly following me instead. Find the answer yourself. He gave Chris one hint: stay close to him. In 6 months, he would be on the battlefield, and there Chris would see him cut down countless enemies and grow stronger. If, 10 years from now, Chris was still at his side, Roman was certain he would have found his own answer by then. That night, Chris lay alone in his bed. Memories ran through his mind. People telling him that the only way forward was to train until he was no longer human. Jonathan's teachings. The moment he was told he had become a 2-star knight. But Roman's laughter, mocking him for never questioning his path, burned hotter than any memory. Someone interrupted his thoughts, asking what was going on. Jonathan stood there, asking if Chris was certain. He had just declared that he would go to the battlefield with Roman in 6 months. Did something happen? The captain asked. Chris admitted something had. They locked eyes, and Jonathan seemed to understand. If Chris had a reason, then so be it. From that moment, Chris would no longer be part of the Dmitri Knights. Whatever happened, Jonathan hoped he could protect Roman on the battlefield. Chris simply thanked him. At that moment, Jonathan realized something. Chris was no longer the helpless child he'd once found on the battlefield, clutching a lifeless woman in desperation. Jonathan remarked that if Chris had chosen to follow Roman, then perhaps Roman wasn't the fool people claimed he was. He told Chris to stay close, because from now on, he'd be ready to guide him. If Chris wanted to survive out there, he'd need a weapon, something unique that belonged to him alone. The night's excitement was evident. The scene shifted to the city, where gossip was running wild. People whispered about a shocking rumor. The so-called idiot of the Dmitri family had completely wiped out the Bloodfangs. Among those listening was Kevin, the man we'd met earlier in the story. He overheard people saying Roman had kept his word. Kevin found it believable. He had once seen Roman take down 3 armed men using nothing but a stick. Still, he doubted Roman had done this just for him. No, Roman wouldn't go to such lengths for someone like him. Before he could dwell on it further, his boss barked at him, snapping him out of his thoughts and ordering him back to work. Kevin sighed inwardly. All he wanted was enough strength to protect his family. He knew there were still plenty of groups like the Bloodfangs roaming the world, but as a simple peasant, what could he do? Training was out of reach. People like him didn't get opportunities like that. Just then, someone called his name. The shock made him drop the crate he was carrying. When he turned, it was Roman. "It's been a while," Roman said. Kevin started to ask why he was there, but quickly corrected himself, dropping to the ground in gratitude. He thanked Roman for saving his family. Roman asked how things were going. Kevin told him life was better now. The Bloodfangs had stopped hunting them, and he'd even found work. What he didn't know was how to truly repay Roman. Roman told him not to think about it, because an opportunity was coming. If Kevin accepted, his family would never have to worry about money again. They'd have a home, good food, and freedom from backbreaking labor. Their lives could change completely. The cost? Kevin would need to swear his loyalty and live for Roman. Kevin stayed silent for a moment, then lowered his head to the ground. He vowed to serve Roman, to kill if ordered, and to die if commanded. If Roman promised to care for his family, that was all he needed. Roman recognized this kind of loyalty, the kind that ran deep in a man's blood. In his past life, as the Mad Demon, he had the power to erase entire clans with a single command. Perhaps that was why, the moment he thought of summoning someone, Kevin came to mind. Seeing him again was worth it. Roman told Kevin plainly. From this moment on, he belonged to him. Back at Dmitri Castle, Roman handed Kevin over to Hans, asking him to help the boy settle in. Roman said he'd return later. Kevin, still overwhelmed, thanked him once again before leaving with Hans. Roman, meanwhile, made his way to the library. There, he began studying the path of the Aura Knights. The first milestone was the manifestation, the point at which one officially became a 1-star knight. To reach 2 stars, a knight had to be able to slice through steel using their aura. At 3 stars, their abilities defied ordinary understanding. Such knights were regarded as exceptional in any kingdom. On the Salamander continent, a handful of 6-star knights existed, but no one had ever reached the mythical 7th rank. Even among the 10 most powerful figures in the world, not all were 6-star knights. Roman judged that, given Chris's abilities, Jonathan was likely a 3-star knight. 6 stars, however, were on an entirely different scale. The aura of such a warrior could tower 12 meters high and shake the entire world. Only 12 such knights lived in the entire world. Their power was undeniable, though Roman noted they reached such heights with methods that were far from perfect. Then there were the archmages, sorcerers who had achieved the 7th circle. In this world, they were seen as beings who stood between humanity and godhood, capable of bringing ruin wherever they appeared. A single spell from one could cleave the sky in two. Magic like that didn't exist in Urim, but now Roman had some understanding of it. Even if the chance of facing one was slim, he knew he could not afford to make such a figure his enemy. Not yet. Their unpredictability made them even more dangerous. Still, Roman was not the kind of man to hide away from the world. He thrived on experiencing it, learning its truths firsthand. And this, he thought, was going to be interesting. The scene shifted. Hans was opening a door. Roman asked what the room was for. A servant explained it was the old forge, abandoned and sealed off for years. Roman smiled. It was exactly what he needed. He told Hans he'd be staying there for the next week and ordered that no one was to enter or bring him food. He made Hans swear that unless his people faced mortal danger, he wouldn't let anyone disturb him. Hans agreed. Once Roman was alone, he noticed the floor was covered with straw. Hans must have put it there to make the place more comfortable. Roman appreciated the thought, but he preferred the bare floor. 4 days now, he had been storing energy at his core. It was time to use it, to revive the techniques from his previous life. He began with the first stage of the Celestial Demon Arkansas. Step 1 was to circulate all his energy and purge the impurities from his body. The process was brutal. Blood spilled across the floor. Roman had expected it. That was why he had gathered the precise amount of energy beforehand. There was no time to waste. He needed to reclaim his former power as fast as possible. This first stage was called the human stage, the initial step on his long path forward. A week later, the scene shifted. A bald servant offered tea and refreshments to Count Lawrence and Miss Flora. Lawrence entered and immediately asked where Roman was. The servant replied that Roman was occupied with other matters, then closed the door behind them. Lawrence took a look around and muttered that it was obvious they weren't welcome here. He told his daughter they would have to wait, gesturing for her to sit. Then, addressing her by name, he explained the reason for this meeting. He wanted to undo the mistake she had made. Flora calmly replied that she understood. She recalled the moment her father had shouted at her upon learning she had broken off the engagement. She had already spoken to Roman about her situation and had even tried to follow her father's advice. Yet before she could continue, Lawrence cut her off. Calling her by name again, he reminded her that he had always seen her as an intelligent child, which made her decision all the more disappointing. She needed to realize that the Barco family had borrowed a massive sum from the bank, proof that war was inevitable. Their marriage to the Dmitri family hadn't been just a matter of preference. It was the only way to stand against the Barcos in this region. Flora countered, saying the Lawrence family was not weak, and asked why they believed they couldn't win without Dmitri support. Lawrence explained that the government had approved all the necessary documents without a second glance. If the bank was willing to loan such an enormous sum, it meant the matter had already moved beyond personal disputes. This wasn't a fight they could win, it was a trap. Once defeated, they would lose everything: their land, their honor, and even her, known to all as the flower of the Lawrence family. In the present, Flora reflected on everything her father had said. She understood his reasoning, and she knew why he had made those choices. But she had ignored it all for selfish reasons. She couldn't keep living as a fragile flower. It was time to face reality. Elsewhere, Hans wandered the halls, debating what to do. He was supposed to tell Roman that Flora had been waiting for him since morning. The problem was, it was already late afternoon, and Roman had made it clear that he wasn't to be disturbed. At last, the door opened. Hans lit up, calling out for the young master, only to freeze in shock. The scene shifted back to Count Lawrence. He had already expected this kind of treatment after Flora's misstep. He understood the political necessity of this marriage, but that didn't make it any easier to swallow. Suddenly, he rose to his feet. Flora called after him, but he announced he would sort this out himself. He would find Baron Dmitri and speak to him directly. Moments later, Lawrence flung open a door. Without preamble, he demanded to know why they had been made to wait so long. If Dmitri was dissatisfied with their presence, he could have just said so. There was no need for such pettiness. The Baron calmly asked if today's meeting had even been arranged beforehand. Lawrence admitted it hadn't, but argued that he had been asking for an audience with Roman for a week. If they had intended to refuse, they should have done so from the start. Romero, unmoved, asked why he would ever refuse a visit from the Lawrences. Then, without softening his tone, he pressed Lawrence. Was that really all he had come to say? That he was tired of waiting until noon for a meeting that hadn't even been scheduled? He reminded Lawrence that on the day Flora had visited, Roman himself had declared he wanted to end the engagement. They had argued with him, but it was clear Flora didn't want the marriage either. Even though it was an insult to the Dmitri name, he had held his tongue like a fool, because she had come there solely to say it wouldn't work out. And now, after the Lawrence family had been the ones pushing for the match in the first place, here he was, barging into a room to complain over a minor weight. Finally, Romero revealed something else. He had recently received a message from the Barco family. They had proposed a political marriage that would tie them to the central government and give them a piece of Lawrence's land. Even so, Romero said he had refused the Barcos' proposal and asked Lawrence if he knew why. Lawrence admitted he didn't understand. From his perspective, allying with the Barcos seemed far more advantageous. Roman's answer was simple. Dmitri had the power to choose any path they wanted. And since his eldest son favored the young lady from the Lawrence family, that was reason enough to stand against the Barcos. It was in that moment that Lawrence realized the truth. His own foolish pride had ruined everything. He acknowledged that his son's reputation as a fool didn't match well with the Lawrence name, but reminded himself to consider the kind of family the Dmitris were. Roman's standing would completely change the moment his name was tied to theirs. That was why it wasn't Dmitri who should be desperate for this marriage. It was the Lawrences. Unless, of course, he had misunderstood entirely. Flora's thoughts drifted back to her younger days at the academy, a place where children of noble families gathered to sharpen their minds. There had been one boy from the far north, the only representative of the Joel family. He was so quiet, it was easy to forget he was there. In a school where most children saw themselves as treasures of the world, he remained distant. One day, he made a small mistake, something insignificant for others, even if they had committed far greater errors. But for him, it resulted in the disciplinary committee's attention. When the teacher scolded him, his father came forward to apologize. He bowed, begged for his son's forgiveness, and promised to teach him better. Watching from afar, young Flora had felt sorry for him. Now, she found the memory almost laughable. The Viscount spoke again, saying he had nothing more to add. Flora, meanwhile, realized she had been wrong to pity that boy. The Viscount explained that her mistake had been one of immaturity, and at that time, Joel had been weak. Today, the Lawrences stood in the same position. Once again, he apologized, admitting his entrance had been disrespectful, and Flora finally understood. The weak have no choice but to bow before the strong. She leaned forward, ready to offer her apology to Romero. Just then, the door opened. A voice announced that Master Roman had arrived, and Flora realized she had learned her lesson far too late. Roman stepped inside, his hair now dyed white, his presence darker and heavier than before. He greeted his father formally as Roman Dmitri. Everyone in the room was caught off guard. His father asked if he had completed his training. Roman confirmed, adding that they could talk about it later. Right now, he was here to address the marriage with the Lawrence family. He admitted that the whole situation had started because of a decision he'd made, and so he would respect whatever choice his father came to. Roman immediately understood what was at stake. He knew the importance of an alliance between the two families. In the Lawrence family's current state, the wealth and power of the Dmitri name could serve as a shield. His father asked if he had requested this marriage even knowing all that. Roman said that at the time, it had seemed reason enough. But everything changed when he met her for the first time, and she had immediately spoken of canceling the engagement. She had clearly listened to the rumors and decided she wouldn't marry him based solely on what she had heard. To him, that meant all her choices were built on the words of others. And Roman wanted to be with someone who trusted only in what they had personally seen and experienced, not gossip. For that reason, he voted to end the engagement. The room fell silent. Count Lawrence realized that this was the end. This marriage had been their last card to play. No other family would agree to such a political match in their current position. That meant they would have to face their problems alone. If Dmitri and the Barcos ever combined forces, the Lawrences would have no chance. Lawrence had to do something, anything to at least prevent that. Bowing his head, he said the Lawrence family would take full responsibility. As an apology, they would exempt all Dmitri merchants from paying taxes when passing through their territory. He admitted this wasn't much for a family as wealthy as theirs, but it was a gesture of sincerity. Romero refused, saying Dmitri would not profit from his son's future. Instead, they would simply announce that Flora had canceled the engagement, and they would not ally with the Barcos. Relieved, Lawrence thanked him. This had been his greatest fear. They left the room, but before departing completely, Lawrence looked back one last time. seeing Roman Dmitri standing there. If only he had recognized the young man's potential sooner, he might have spoken to Flora with far more conviction. In the end, Lawrence realized he too had made a grave mistake. After they left, Romero turned to his son and asked what had happened to him over the past week. Roman explained simply his training had been focused on purging impure energy to advance to the human stage. In the Miram world, this was nothing remarkable. It was the basic foundation of his techniques. But here, things were different. This land was rich in mana, and when it built up in his body, purifying it triggered an extraordinary change, even altering his skeletal structure. It was clear he had become someone entirely different. He told his father that he had awakened on his own, and that the transformation came from feeling mana flow through his body for the first time. Romero was shocked. This was the kind of phenomenon that could take years, and even then, only a rare few ever experienced it naturally. But Roman had already pulled off one impossible feat after another, starting with defeating the Blood Fangs. None of it made sense, yet Romero couldn't forget. This boy was still his son. He told Roman that no matter the challenges ahead, he would never face them alone, and he should never forget his name, Roman Dmitri, because his father would always stand behind him. At that moment, Roman recalled a memory from his training days in his past life. His father back then had seen him as a pathetic fool, but the man in front of him now wasn't cold or ruthless. He didn't push him to the brink of death. And though Roman didn't thank Romero out loud, he thought to himself, it wasn't so bad after all. Leaving the room, he heard someone call his name. It was Flora. She hesitated, unsure of what to say, before apologizing for judging him unfairly and bringing trouble to both families. Roman brushed it off, saying there was no need to apologize. He had never planned to accept the arrangement in the first place. Flora continued, saying she understood he didn't like the engagement, even though it was meant for the good of both families. She was the one who chose to break that promise, but before she left, there was something she wanted him to know. The reason she had called it off went back to a social gathering in the north, where nobles from across the region had assembled. When word spread that she was engaged to Roman Dmitri, the whispers began. Terrible rumors spread like wildfire. The worst was hearing that he, and Roman Dmitri himself, used drugs. That rumor came from Dare. She knew such things could destroy a person's reason and intelligence. She wasn't saying the claims were true, but she couldn't ignore them. Roman cut her off, saying that none of it mattered. Whatever had happened didn't change their relationship, and she no longer needed to worry about him. Flora was left standing there, abandoned. Later that night, Roman found it odd that she had mentioned drugs. He felt nothing like that in his body. Any impurities had already been burned away through his metamorphosis. Still, the comment stuck with him. Calling for Hans, he asked if he had ever heard rumors of him using drugs or doing anything of the sort. Hans looked confused, unsure if he should answer. Roman assured him he wouldn't be punished. He simply wanted to understand more about the choices his former self had made. Relieved, Hans admitted he had never seen it with his own eyes. Still, there had been times when the young master's behavior seemed strange. Roman asked when. Hans explained that about 15 days ago, he had returned from a social gathering acting oddly. Nothing noteworthy had happened at the event itself, but afterward, he seemed different, listless. He stayed shut in his room for days and, every night, requested absurd amounts of alcohol. That was one of the reasons Hans had suspected drug use. But now, looking back, it felt like a foolish assumption. Roman remembered Flora's mention of noble gatherings and asked who had hosted that particular event. Hans answered, it was Anthony, eldest son of the Barco family. Roman's suspicion sharpened. It was too coincidental. Right after word spread that Flora would be his fiancée, he suddenly took his own life. He had always found aspects of his past self's death troubling. The letter left behind claimed he had taken his life out of fear of going to war. But at that time, the marriage to Flora had already been arranged, a union that would have made avoiding the battlefield almost effortless. Yet, despite that, he had supposedly chosen death. It didn't add up. Roman then asked if he and Anthony Barco had been close. Hans said they had been friends for years, but lately, things had soured. The tension began when the Lawrence marriage proposal surfaced, since it posed a major obstacle to the Barcos' ambition of seizing Lawrence land. The fastest way to do that was to ensure the marriage never happened. That was enough for Roman. Now he was sure. The Barcos had been behind that letter. Hans mentioned that a few days back, another letter had arrived, this time, an invitation to a party hosted by Barco. It caught his attention, but he explained he hadn't passed it on since Roman had been in seclusion for training. Now, I wanted to know what should be done with it. Roman chuckled, finding it amusing. Clearly, these people were looking down on him, something the celestial demon despised above all else. He asked when the party would be. Hans replied, 2 weeks from now. Without hesitation, Roman ordered him to send a reply. He would be attending without fail. The scene moved to the following day. Kevin was being led to meet Roman. Hans had already warned him. Roman's appearance had changed, so he shouldn't be startled. Kevin stepped inside and asked if Roman had called for him. Roman turned and confirmed, but Kevin froze for a moment, blurting out, "What happened to you, young master?" Roman brushed past the question and asked instead how he was settling in. Kevin replied that everything was fine. The place suited him, and he had no issues. However, there was one thing he still didn't understand: his role here. He was willing to dedicate his life to Roman, but as a commoner, he wasn't sure how he could truly be of use. Roman told him plainly he would serve as one of his swords. Kevin hesitated, asking what that meant. Roman didn't answer directly. Instead, he explained that no one could decide another person's path, so he would give him 3 choices. If Kevin feared killing, he wouldn't be a sword at all. He'd be hands and feet, learning every skill necessary to serve as a loyal aide. That was the first path. The second was to truly become a sword, standing at Roman's side as his protector. Kevin quickly objected. He had never wielded a sword, so that was impossible. Roman said he had expected that answer. If Kevin chose this path, he would undergo skeletal contortion, a process of agony so intense it would feel as though his bones and muscles were being shattered. It would be a test of determination, measured not by words, but by how much pain he could endure. Finally, Roman drew his blade and offered the third option: take the sword and cut off his own hand. If Kevin could face pain from his own hand and endure it to the very end, he would gain the strength to surpass anyone. After all, even the mad demon, who had no knowledge of martial arts, had risen to be a king. Everything depended on his willpower. Roman told him to decide. No matter which path he chose, it would be worth it. The only thing he was choosing was how Roman would use him. Far from Dmitri Castle, in a rundown cabin, Kevin had been born. He'd grown up working from a young age, doing anything and everything to survive. There wasn't a task he didn't know how to do. But no matter how hard he worked, someone stronger always took what was his. That was the life of the week. And that's why he could never forget the day he witnessed Roman's overwhelming strength. He still didn't fully grasp what cutting off his own hand had to do with this destroying one's body business. But if that was what it took to become as strong as Roman, he was willing. Roman said nothing, simply watching as Kevin took a deep breath and raised the sword. Outside, Chris was chatting about how he'd decided to follow the young master, only for Roman to vanish into isolated training soon after. Spotting Hans, he asked where Roman was. Hans replied that he was training with Kevin, but warned no one could enter. Chris frowned. He'd never heard of Kevin before. Back inside, Kevin shouted and brought the blade down. Roman didn't stop him, just stood there, watching. Later that night, Hans noticed the sword was stained in blood. When he asked, Kevin simply said there was nothing to worry about. The blood wasn't his. In truth, Roman had planned to trap him in an illusion. That was the beauty of the celestial demon's illusions. They could break a person without a single wound. But Kevin had moved faster than expected. If Roman hadn't intervened, the boy would have severed his arm completely. There were still 2 weeks until the party and 6 months until the war, but Roman's schedule was already full. Too many people to train, too little time. He told Kevin the mana cultivation method he would be teaching was dangerous. Kevin's eyes lit up. Was he truly going to learn mana? Roman confirmed with a simple yes. What he didn't mention was that it was a technique passed down from the mad demon himself, a spiritual art that devoured the user's mind in exchange for power. Only someone capable of enduring unbearable pain could survive it. It was the same process Roman had once forced the mad demon through, turning him into something useful. Kevin hadn't hesitated even when it came to cutting his own arm. Roman was certain this boy could learn it, and he promised that this technique would make him stronger than ever. The pain this time would far surpass what Kevin had endured yesterday. But Roman had only one reason for teaching this technique. Despite its dangers, it was the fastest way for an untrained youth to grow. And once mastered, it would grant the strength to protect anyone he wished. Kevin's eyes lit up. He called out to Roman, saying he couldn't put his gratitude into words. But one thing still puzzled him. Why did Roman trust him so much? Loyalty could be sworn, but nothing would stop someone from running away once they'd gained power. So why place faith in him? Roman's answer was simple. Because I do. That left Kevin even more confused. But Roman didn't elaborate. Instead, he told him to rest. The real training would begin tomorrow. Still, in the back of his mind, Roman recalled the mad demon asking that very same question. Unconditional trust, he thought, only works when you truly believe in someone. And he was certain Kevin would never betray him. After all, once the boy grew stronger, he would understand exactly how dangerous it was to cross the celestial demon. Who in their right mind would dare? The next day, training began. Roman guided Kevin through swordsmanship step by step, how to hold the blade, how to control each motion, and how to maintain focus from start to finish. Off to the side, Chris watched in silence. His boredom was unbearable. He couldn't understand why Roman was pouring time into someone who looked completely talentless. Or worse, why he himself wasn't being taught anything. Wasn't following Roman supposed to make him stronger? Instead, he was treated as if he didn't exist. For a moment, he considered returning to his old master to ask for another chance. But in the end, he decided to wait a little longer. Days went by. Then, tossing his gloves to the ground, Chris walked straight up to Roman. It had been 2 weeks since he'd chosen to follow him. 1 week spent in isolation, and the second watching Roman focus solely on Kevin. He apologized for his attitude at the start, but made it clear he wanted to learn something. Roman met his gaze and reminded him he had already given instructions. Learn by watching. Chris had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Roman explained that everyone has their own way of learning. Kevin knew nothing, so he needed structured training until he reached a base level. Chris, on the other hand, had already been defeated. That defeat would make him accept any lesson without question. Chris asked if that meant he was going to keep standing around, just observing. Roman shook his head, then tossed him a sword. Roman made it clear. He wanted proof before accepting anything Chris claimed. And that proof would come in the form of a duel against Kevin. Kevin, thin and underfed, would have to take the blows if he wanted his technique to improve. Roman explained the rules. He would teach Kevin how to defeat Chris, while Chris's goal was to beat Kevin. If Chris still believed he was right after the fight, Roman would train him personally. Kevin's eyes widened. Facing a real knight? That was insanity. Chris, on the other hand, was insulted. Why should he spar with a total beginner? But frustration quickly replaced doubt. If Roman thought so little of him, he'd just have to prove otherwise. The two took their positions. Kevin protested. It made no sense for someone like him to fight a 2-star knight. Roman didn't deny it. Yes, Kevin was at a disadvantage, but he had nothing to lose in defeat. Out in the world, countless people would be stronger than him, just as his own family had been oppressed by the Bloodfangs, and just as Chris was trying to overpower him now. Would he always back down when facing someone stronger? That struck a chord. Kevin nodded. He'd try. Chris's irritation only grew. This novice really thought he had a chance? Roman gave the signal, and in an instant, Chris closed the distance. There was no way he could lose to someone with only a week of training. His first strike landed cleanly. Kevin spotted an opening and moved to counter with his sword, but Chris batted his arm aside and drove a blow into his stomach. Kevin was sent tumbling, hitting the ground hard and awkward. Chris frowned. The boy was even weaker than expected. He assumed Roman had some hidden lesson planned, but the man was just standing there, watching silently. Fine. If that was how it would be, he'd finish this quickly. Minutes passed. Roman stayed still, faintly smiling, while Kevin took hit after hit. Once more, Kevin was knocked to the dirt. Chris admitted grudgingly that the kid was better than he'd thought, especially for someone with no mana. Still, it was pointless to continue. In the blows Kevin had blocked, Chris hadn't even used full strength. If he had, he could have cleaved the boy's head in two. But this was a duel, so he'd held back. But Kevin showed no sign of surrender. Chris warned him one last time. If the kid insisted on continuing, he wouldn't be responsible for any broken bones. Kevin only laughed. Roman smiled, which left Chris even more puzzled. Kevin's response was simple. He wanted to see how this would end. Roman told them both to get ready. Then Kevin suddenly heard a voice in his ear telling him to focus. An unexpected attack was coming. The signal came, and Chris lunged forward. This time, Kevin managed to block the first strike. The voice urged him to sidestep and aim for Chris's chest, but his movements were clumsy, and he stumbled. Chris easily knocked his arm aside and slammed another blow into his stomach, sending him down again. Get up, the voice commanded. Kevin froze for a moment. He knew that voice. It was Roman's. Roman explained mid-fight. It was a mana fluctuation technique, a way to transmit sound directly using fine particles near the ear, so only the intended person could hear. Kevin was stunned such a thing was even possible. Dive right, Roman ordered. Kevin obeyed, and Chris's strike cut through empty air. Turn, left side of his chest. Kevin swung, but Chris dodged and countered with a clean hit to his ribs. Kevin realized what he truly lacked: speed. Block overhead. Wake up. Kevin barely caught the next strike in time, avoiding another shot to the stomach. Right now, but Kevin was too slow. Chris's fist connected with his face. Even with Roman's guidance, Kevin was taking a beating. Chris couldn't help but be impressed. This boy refused to quit. Roman, however, was watching with curiosity. Kevin had no chance of winning. His reactions weren't fast enough to follow the commands. But despite that, he was smiling. To Kevin, Roman felt untouchable. Against a 2-star knight, his guidance seemed flawless. If Kevin's body could just keep up, he'd be winning. That's when he realized something. The real one being manipulated in this fight wasn't him. It was Chris. Another command came. Kevin dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. Roman's voice came again: advance. Counterattack. Kevin surged forward, forcing Chris to narrowly evade. But the knight quickly retaliated, landing a punch squarely to Kevin's face. Yet, as the exchanges went on, Chris began to notice something troubling. He could no longer knock Kevin down with a single blow. Each strike he landed felt weaker, less decisive. Kevin, on the other hand, had reached his own realization. The so-called genius knight, praised by everyone, was nothing compared to Roman. This was the kind of man Kevin wanted to follow for life. If Roman gave an order, no matter how irrational, he would obey without question. If he was to become a true sword, there was only one way forward: through sheer willpower. Time dragged on. Chris warned him for the 10th time. This would be his final warning. If Kevin kept going, he would be responsible for whatever injuries came next. Kevin just smiled, repeating the same words. He wanted to see this through. That was the last straw for Chris. He snapped, calling Kevin insignificant. If the boy wanted it, he would get it to him. He'd shatter his arm and make him regret this fight. But before Chris could act, Roman's voice cut in. Step forward. Stop halfway. Put everything into it. Chris lunged, only to realize too late that he had put himself in a bad position. He managed to slip aside at the last second, but the fact that Kevin had dared to step forward in such a dangerous moment caught him off guard. Roman's next order came quickly. Turn. Go forward again. Kevin obeyed instantly. Chris scoffed. The move was slow, full of openings. But then his eyes widened. Kevin had set a trap. He dodged Chris's counter and left him with no room to escape. The strike landed clean. Roman stood on the sidelines with a faint smirk. Chris couldn't believe it. He had nearly been beaten by a boy with only a week of training. Frustrated, Chris rose and struck Kevin's hand, knocking the sword away. Kevin collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Roman stepped forward, noting with some satisfaction that Chris had recognized the second attack for what it was: a feint. Chris muttered that the kid was a crazy fool, but Roman simply told him that he had potential. If Chris wanted, he could start learning directly from him tomorrow. The choice was his. By the end of it, Chris was completely drained. He couldn't figure out why he'd even agreed to that duel. There was nothing to gain, and in the end, he'd almost lost. That final move from Kevin had been eerily similar to the one Roman used against him in their first fight. If he hadn't experienced Roman's technique firsthand, maybe he wouldn't have beaten Kevin at all, at least not without using mana. Somewhere nearby, another figure, an unpredictable presence in this story, burst into laughter, claiming that Chris had grown more in one fight than in all his training so far. The next day, Roman asked what he planned to do now. Chris's answer was simple. He didn't want formal lessons anymore. He believed he could get stronger simply by staying at Roman's side. The duel had taught him plenty, especially since Kevin's choices in battle had always been correct for the situation. Chris had assumed the boy was acting on his own, but he'd been wrong. By trying to understand Kevin's decisions, Chris had unknowingly absorbed countless lessons. And whatever was going on behind the scenes, Roman's level was beyond even Captain Jonathan's. Until the day he could surpass him, Chris would watch and learn, though not without a trace of resentment. He stared at Roman with quiet hatred, but Roman only smiled and said they'd continue training today. Days passed, and soon the date of Barco's grand social gathering drew near. A week before the event, in another corner of the city, a group stood before a painting, speaking in hushed but biting tones. One asked if they'd heard the news, that Roman Dmitri had broken off his engagement to the Lawrence family's daughter. A man claimed it was Flora's fault, though many believed her father had simply pitted her after seeing the pathetic Dmitri heir. A woman scoffed at the idea, pointing out how absurd it was, especially with war against the Barcos looming. The man beside her muttered that it only proved Dmitri's eldest was worse than everyone thought. A maid chimed in, mentioning the rumors of him defeating the Blood Fangs, but another servant dismissed it as a fabricated story to save face after the broken engagement. Meanwhile, in another room, someone laughed with unrestrained amusement. Manipulating that boy was far too easy. He turned to his butler and confirmed Roman Dmitri would attend the party. The butler nodded. Anthony Barco leaned back, pleased. Everything was falling neatly into place. The coming week would be entertaining. The day of the gathering arrived, and Roman eyed the outfit in doubt. "Do I really have to wear this?" he asked. Hans replied firmly, "Of course. This is your first public appearance since the broken engagement. You need to make an impression." He launched into a long spiel about the outfit's quality, cost, and craftsmanship. How it was something most people couldn't get even if they saved for a lifetime. Still, Hans already knew Roman wasn't the type to bother with it. But Roman smiled. "If you went through all that trouble, I'll wear it." Meanwhile, outside by the carriage, Chris tapped his foot. "He's taking forever." Just then, Kevin came running, looking noticeably younger. "Sorry, I didn't know how to put the armor on." Chris stared. "Why are you like that?" Kevin shrugged, saying no armor ever fit him properly. Chris remembered all too well that he'd nearly lost to this kid in a spar, only winning thanks to Roman's help. And yet, here Kevin was fumbling with a helmet like it was his first time seeing one. "Listen up," Chris said sharply. "We're not just Roman's escort. We represent the Dmitri name. Our actions reflect on the whole family." Kevin gave a mock salute. "I'll remember that, Sir Knight." Chris couldn't help grinning. He liked the sound of that title. Good to know you've learned something. The scene shifted to the castle hall, filled with nobles from the most influential families in the region. One man swirled wine in his glass. "So it's true? Roman's actually coming?" After throwing away the engagement he fought for. Another smirked, especially when the Barcos are after the Lawrence. Everyone thinks he's a fool now. The Dmitri family's standing had grown uncertain, all thanks to Roman's decisions. Someone else added, "At least he's showing up, maybe to clean up the mess he made." A blonde woman asked, "What's this Roman Dmitri like?" The man beside her scoffed. "Terrible first impression. No strength, no looks, short and weak. Any woman would run from that marriage." Someone else chimed in. Just then, the butler cleared his throat loudly. "The eldest son of House Dmitri has arrived." All eyes turned as he entered, platinum hair catching the light. No one recognized him. The women exchanged flustered whispers. "That's Roman Dmitri? How is that possible? He was shorter before, and even his hair is different." The blonde woman, momentarily stunned, stepped forward without hesitation. "It's an honor to meet you," she said warmly. "I'm Sophia of the Grizel family. You've probably never heard of us. We're a small house, but my father devoted his life to the kingdom of Cairo." Roman nodded. "Of course I've heard of you." Her eyes widened in surprise. He continued, "It's impossible not to know a family with a legacy stretching back hundreds of generations." She had no idea that, sometime earlier, Hans had handed Roman a thick book detailing every noble house in the Northern Territories. When Hans asked why, Roman's answer was simple. Knowing the people he would meet was basic courtesy. If he wanted to earn the trust and goodwill of others, especially when he had the reputation of being the Dmitri fool, he needed to know their histories and accomplishments. In Sophia's case, he even recalled that Grizel wood was prized throughout the region, and that one of her brothers had recently awakened the ability to sense mana. "Congratulations on both achievements," he said sincerely. Those nearby exchanged puzzled glances, unsure what to make of this version of Roman. A man stepped forward. "I am Magna of House Vol." Roman smiled. "A pleasure to meet the eldest son of a house whose lord has won so many recent victories." Magna gave a small nod. "I'm grateful you think so." Then came a pink-haired woman. "You've changed so much," she remarked. "And you, Lady Heiress," Roman replied smoothly, "are as beautiful as ever." One by one, others approached him, each conversation light and pleasant. Someone admitted, "I misjudged you. I always thought you were drunk." Roman smirked. "I was considering a drink, but if that's the case, perhaps I'll hold off for now." The butler's voice cut through the chatter. "Young Master Roman, the heir requests your presence in the back room." At last, Roman would find out who had been stirring trouble against him. Outside, the courtyard swarmed with knights. Every noble family had brought their own retinue. Kevin eyed the scene. What's with this party, anyway? Don't bother, Chris said. You'll never get invited to one. Now, fix your helmet. Across the yard, a knight with green hair spotted them. That's Dmitri's escort. Kevin was still fussing with the straps when someone nearby burst out laughing. What a joke, they shouted. The mocking voice carried on. I heard the Dmitri heir was a lost cause, but I didn't think he'd show up with a kid who can't even hold a sword. Chris muttered to Kevin, ignore them. But another knight sneered. What did you expect? This is the standard of House Dmitri. The scene faded to a memory. Years earlier, at a glittering social gathering. Roman had been scanning the crowd when his eyes landed on someone. Who's that blonde girl? He asked quietly. Anthony, a friend standing beside him, glanced over. That's Flora, the pride of the Lawrence family. People call her the Flower of Lawrence. From that moment, the young Roman was captivated. Now, back in the present, Roman entered a richly decorated room. Anthony was already there, a grin on his face. Well, you've changed since the last time I saw you, Anthony said. Roman stayed quiet, studying the space. There were faint signs that others had been there earlier, but they were gone now. Clearly, Anthony had sent them away for a private talk. Roman decided to ease the mood. Honestly, I'm not sure how much I've changed either. I spent a ridiculous amount just to improve myself, to the point I've lost track. But it's good to see you again. Anthony gave a slow nod. Change isn't always bad. Still, I never understood what was going through your head back then. Roman tilted his head. Back when... Anthony smirked. When you were caught with your cousin, even though you were promised to the Lawrence girl. That was a bold time. He chuckled. And yet, here you are, ready to embrace that marriage. If you're at this party, I'm guessing you're accepting the offer. Don't worry, I'll keep your little past mistake a secret. Anthony leaned in. Anyway, let's talk about your marriage in a house, Barco. Roman froze. This was news to him. Before he could ask, a strange feeling washed over him, and an old memory surfaced, betraying Anthony Barco, then pleading with his father to arrange a political marriage with the Lawrence family. Still, he didn't want to avoid Anthony now. If anything, this was his chance to mend what had been broken. That day, Anthony had introduced him to Emily Barco. Think she can drink with you today? Anthony had asked with a sly grin. Anthony gestured toward a young woman nearby. Cindy here is family. She'll take care of you. Roman shook his head. I can serve myself. Anthony's expression shifted instantly. What's this? Feeling important just because you're getting married? Roman blinked, unsure if he'd heard right, but Anthony quickly waved it off. Relax, I'm joking. We don't even care about that family anymore. Relieved, Roman nodded. Glad to hear that. Anthony grinned. Then drink as much as you want. And so he did. The next thing Roman remembered was opening his eyes the following morning, lying in an unfamiliar bed. His head pounded, and he had no idea how he got there. The door slammed open, and Anthony stormed in, shouting his name. What did you do? Anthony demanded. Roman sat up, dazed. I don't know. I just blacked out. Anthony's face was hard. I don't care who you've been with before, but this time, it was Miss Barco. That's not something I can ignore. He laid out the terms. Roman could either end the engagement on his own or marry a direct Barco descendant to strengthen ties between their houses. As angry as Anthony was, he claimed he'd forgive Roman because they were friends, but the situation still demanded an answer. Now, back in the present, Roman finally pieced it all together. If that night's events came to light, House Dimitri's honor would be destroyed. He couldn't face his father's wrath. But breaking the marriage wasn't an option either. Not when he truly loved Flora, and when refusing would tarnish her name as well. His younger self had been so trapped, so desperate, that he chose to end his life rather than face it. Roman Dmitri, a man who had achieved nothing by his own hand, whose life was both pitiful and wasted. Anthony's voice cut through his thoughts. Why are you hesitating? The union of our houses would make us unstoppable in the north. No one could stand against us. Roman looked at him steadily. Is that the only reason? Anthony frowned, taken aback. Do I have to accept this just for political gain? Roman pressed. Anthony's tone hardened. This isn't a choice. Refuse, and everyone will hear what happened that night. Roman leaned back, planted his foot on the table, and spoke with deliberate calm. Seems you've forgotten, Anthony. So let me remind you. House Dmitri has no reason to accept a Barco proposal. Outside, the gathering carried on without a hitch until Sophia spotted him. Where have you been? She asked. Had something to take care of, Roman replied. And now, unfortunately, I have to leave. Her expression fell. I wish you could stay a little longer. It's urgent, he said, though the surrounding guests urged him to remain, saying they had much to discuss. Roman offered polite excuses and turned to go, until a sharp voice cut through the crowd. Take that back. He recognized the voice immediately and moved closer. Through the shifting crowd, he caught sight of a helmet clattering to the ground just as a knight struck Kevin across the face. Earlier, Kevin had overheard talk of the Barco Knights and, unable to stomach their arrogance, had been ready to confront them. Chris, level-headed as always, had tried to hold him back, urging him to ignore the bait. But two Barco Knights swaggered over, mocking Kevin for his ill-fitting helmet. Chris, never one to lose a war of words, shot back, asking if the Barco Knights spent more time polishing their insults than their sword skills. One knight boasted his blade was far superior to Kevin's, and then spat an insult at their leader, calling him a fool. Kevin, fiercely loyal to his lord, demanded he take it back. Instead, the knight drove his fist into Kevin's face. Chris's hand went to his sword but stopped halfway. A fight here would spiral quickly, and with tensions between Dmitri and Barco already high, the consequences could be dire. Kevin pushed himself up, blood at the corner of his mouth, and declared, "I'm a knight of my lord. I don't have time for Barco thugs who only pretend to be knights." The Barco knight pulled his arm back for another punch, but froze as the atmosphere shifted. Roman stepped into the scene. Without a word, he struck the knight across the face. Once, twice, again. Each slap cracked through the air, leaving the man stunned and humiliated. Roman's eyes were cold as he ordered, "Lift your head." From nearby, Anthony Barco watched, momentarily speechless. Not long before, he had been accusing Roman of dishonoring a woman from his family and pressing for a marriage alliance. Roman met Anthony's glare with a smirk. "Being insulted doesn't bother me. It's nothing new. And as for that closer bond you wanted between our families, you've already gotten it." His voice sharpened. "Tell me, Anthony, would you drag the Lawrence family into your schemes just to settle a score with me?" Roman went on to explain that he had looked into the Barco family's background. Their strength, he discovered, came almost entirely from ties to the central government. In contrast, when it came to influence and resources in the Northeast, House Dmitri stood on far firmer ground. Anthony was left turning over Roman's words when a servant rushed in, breathless. "Sir, Roman Dmitri and a Barco knight are fighting outside." Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch Roman repeatedly slap the knight who had attacked Kevin. The man pleaded for mercy, but Roman kept going until he decided the punishment matched the offense. Anthony stepped forward. "Roman, even as Dimitri's heir, you can't act like this. Apologize." Roman's eyes narrowed. "Your knight insulted me, then struck my man. Do you still think I'm in the wrong?" Anthony hesitated, recalling Roman's earlier warning about mixing personal grudges with politics. Finally, he conceded, "You acted fairly. I'd have done the same." Roman gave the Barco knight one last stinging blow, then stepped back to wipe his hands. Kevin, Chris, back to the carriage. As they left, it was clear to everyone watching. The fool they once knew as Roman Dmitri was gone. In the carriage, silence lingered until Kevin spoke. "My lord, I'm sorry. I caused the insult." Chris followed. "And I'm sorry I didn't act when Kevin was struck, when our family's name was dragged through the mud." Roman listened without interruption, then said evenly, "You both handled it until I arrived. But remember, don't act on impulse. Rash moves invite disaster. Your restraint kept this from getting worse." His gaze hardened. "Still, this isn't the result I wanted. In the northeast of Cairo, no one should even think about laying a hand on House Dmitri. Even if we're humiliated, we will endure, and we will remember. Keep the faces of those responsible in your mind, and let your anger burn. Never let it fade." His words carried the weight of a man who despised being under anyone's control. "Follow my path," he told them. "Live to rise above them all." The scene then shifted to the Grand Dmitri Palace. At the Grand Dmitri Palace, Hans approached Roman with the utmost respect, holding a set of documents. "This is the latest intelligence on the Barco family," he said. "It's from the Black Moon Information Guild." The Barco's recent activities had drawn attention, and Roman was quick to accept the report. According to the records, the Barcos had settled in the Northeast more than a century ago, and their rise began soon after, sparked when one of their members entered the central government. That single event had shaped their entire future. Roman studied the pages closely. What stood out immediately was that their actual military strength didn't match their public image. Hans also noticed the same odd gap between reputation and reality. Roman thought it over, concluding that the imbalance came from the central government's tight grip on power. On the vast salamander continent, two great empires dominated the map. Within that world, the Kingdom of Cairo was a relatively small and fragile nation. Its weakness lay in geography, surrounded on all sides by other kingdoms, with no natural defenses like mountain ranges. Over time, this left Cairo open to foreign incursions, forcing the kingdom to rely heavily on alliances to survive. The solution had been to align with the central government. This secured protection, but also placed Cairo firmly under their control. The central government dictated conscription laws. Any noble family that refused to send troops was branded as a rebel. Armies would be dispatched to crush them, their lands stripped away and handed to loyal lords who aided in the suppression. The rest of the territory went to newly appointed aristocrats who owed their loyalty to the central government. It was within this system that the Barcos found their hidden strength. Their close relationship with the central authority ensured their survival and influence in the Northeast. Hans was struck by how intricate and far-reaching this political network was, far beyond what he had imagined. Roman explained that it wasn't purely about military might. The Barcos were just as shrewd in economic affairs. For example, they had managed to secure a substantial loan from the Gold Bank, likely without putting up tangible collateral, using only a credit guarantee, which showed their skill in financial maneuvering. With that money, they had established the Barge Mercenary Company, led by a B-rank mercenary named Berga and composed of 100 trained fighters. Their primary income came from participating in skirmishes between territories. Roman noted that the Barcos' combination of strategic finances and a private fighting force was no coincidence. It was part of a larger plan to strengthen their position in the region's ongoing power struggles. Hans then revealed more troubling news. The Barcos had begun a fresh round of conscription, and if the signs were right, within half a month, they would launch an attack on House Lawrence. Roman absorbed the information with the sharp eye of a seasoned strategist. The Barcos were no longer just posturing. They were preparing for war. He calculated quickly. If attacked, Lawrence could endure a siege for no more than a month. In the back of his mind, he recalled the promise he'd made to Anthony Barco to stay clear of Lawrence's affairs. But that promise had been made under different circumstances. Now, the Barcos had crossed a line. By targeting him, they had set events in motion that demanded his involvement. Roman knew full well that Barco's forces were no match for Dmitri's military power. Crushing them outright would be easy. But to him, such a move would be meaningless, except for the lingering ties between their two houses. The nobles of the Northeast still dismissed him as irrelevant. That was what he truly intended to change. Just as he had done before, he would rise higher, this time in a way no one could ignore. Turning to Hans, he said, "I want to see my father. It's time to collect on the promises made to me." The tangled web of politics and power on the Salamander continent required careful steps, and Roman was determined to walk them with precision. The scene shifted to a bustling marketplace, far removed from the solemn halls of power. Merchants called out their wares, coins clinked, and the scent of fresh bread and steel hung in the air. Through the crowd came Lucas, a B-rank mercenary, wearing armor still marked by the stains of recent battles. He looked like an ordinary soldier, yet those who recognized him glanced with quiet respect. Lucas stepped into an armory, his gears showing the scars of close call. The shop owner, quick-eyed and friendly, asked about the fight that had left such marks. Lucas didn't sugarcoat it. He nearly died thanks to the recklessness of his companions. The shopkeeper examined the battered armor and asked where Lucas had bought it. With a sheepish grin, Lucas admitted he'd made the mistake of buying from another smith, a decision that had almost cost him his life. The shopkeeper took the opportunity to share some wisdom, praising the unmatched quality of Dmitri ironwork and advising Lucas never to purchase equipment elsewhere. Lucas nodded. "That's exactly why I came here." The shopkeeper promised to craft him a full set of new armor, though it would take time. "That's fine," Lucas replied. "I'm planning to rest here in Dmitri for a while. I've had enough of constant fighting for now." Leaving the armory, Lucas noticed a knot of people gathered around notice board. Curiosity tugged at him, so he pushed through to see what had caught everyone's attention. A recruitment poster was pinned there, calling for private soldiers. Nothing unusual in a land where allegiances shifted like the wind. The terms were simple: be in good health, seek personal growth, and join a group limited to 30 recruits. The pay was set at 8 silver coins per month. More than enough, considering the average cost of living for a family of 4 was about 5 silvers. It was tempting, but one detail stood out. These soldiers would serve only Roman Dmitri, owing loyalty to him alone, not to the wider Dmitri family. An older man beside Lucas gave a knowing shake of his head. Wouldn't bother if I were you. The spots are probably already filled. Lucas smirked. I may not look it, but I'm a B-rank mercenary. If someone wants my loyalty, it'll cost 50 silver coins a month. Still, he couldn't ignore that a surprising number of people had already submitted applications. That was strange enough for him to ask the old man. What's the real value here? The old man raised a brow. What do you mean? Lucas leaned in. The pay's fair, sure, but is it worth swearing yourself to Roman Dmitri? From what I've heard, he's a fool. The nearby onlookers gave him sharp looks, but the old man only chuckled. You're behind on your news, lad. Lord Roman's not the man he used to be. Beat the blood fong, for one. And more importantly, he looks after his own. That's why people are lining up for this. Lucas frowned. You've got proof of that. Clark, the man replied simply. His boy Kevin serves Lord Roman now. That one decision pulled the whole family out of poverty. Changed their lives. Lucas was still processing the story when, as if on cue, Kevin emerged from a nearby bakery, carrying a small paper bag. The scene shifted to the Dmitri palace, where Roman unexpectedly called Kevin over. Instead of issuing his usual orders, Roman said something that made Kevin pause. Take a break. For a moment, Kevin just stared, wondering if he'd heard right. Roman went on to explain his unusual order. Starting tomorrow, take 3 days off, he said. It wasn't just a break, it was part of Kevin's training. He acknowledged Kevin's hard work and told him the time should be spent with his family. Grateful, Kevin returned to his room, feeling strange about stepping away from his duties. The castle had become like a second home, and it had been far too long since he'd last seen his family. Even so, the bond was still there. Not long after, Hans found him. Ever practical and considerate, Hans asked if Kevin had decided how he would spend his time at home. He pointed out that if Kevin was going to see his family, he should look the part, and informed him that Lord Roman had already arranged clean, well-made clothes for him. Hans also pressed a small pouch into Kevin's hand. For gifts, he said, and then came the surprise. Kevin would now receive a monthly allowance of 30 silver coins, giving him a level of independence he'd never had before. In the bustling marketplace, Kevin chose gifts carefully. The new clothes Roman had provided were soft and comfortable, a luxury after so many days in armor. Stopping at a bakery, Kevin remembered his sister Mary's odd but endearing habit. She'd always wanted whipped cream on freshly baked bread. She'd laugh and complain about eating bread every day, even while eating it. Those warm memories were a sharp contrast to darker times, when members of the Blood Fong would come to their door demanding payment. Back then, Kevin had felt powerless, but under Roman's guidance, he was determined to become stronger to ensure his family would never face such threats again. When he arrived home, arms full of gifts, Kevin froze in surprise. His family, once worn down by hardship, now looked genuinely happy. His sister and parents greeted him with smiles, and his mother pulled him into a tight embrace. The homecoming was filled with warmth, but one revelation stunned Kevin. His parents told him that, following Lord Roman's orders, Sir Hans had given them a house and land. For a family that had once struggled for every meal, it was life-changing. The neighbors, seeing them move in, offered their help to make the transition easier. Kevin couldn't hold back his tears. The weight of Lord Roman's kindness and the transformation he'd brought to their lives was overwhelming. The warmth of Kevin's homecoming shifted when his father noticed the faint bruise on his cheek. What happened here? His father asked, suspicion creeping into his voice. Did Lord Roman? Kevin quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. His mother, unconvinced, pressed him. If something happened, you tell us. We'll leave this place if it means protecting you. But Kevin held his ground. There's nothing to fear. Lord Roman would never harm me. As he began explaining the real story, the scene shifted to a lively restaurant in town. There, Kevin's father, chest puffed with pride, was recounting the news to his friends. Lord Roman gave us a house and land after Kevin became a knight, he declared. Gasps filled the table, but he wasn't done. And when a Barco knight insulted my boy, Lord Roman slapped him in front of everyone. The friends were stunned. The idea of a noble taking such direct action for a subordinate was unheard of. Word spread quickly, and with it came a change in how people saw Roman. The man once dismissed as a fool was now spoken of as a loyal and protective leader. Some began whispering that earning his trust might lead to a better life. Back at the notice board, the old man was explaining to Lucas about the rush of applicants for Roman's private soldier recruitment. Lucas, still processing, found it hard to match this version of Roman with the man he remembered. The same man who'd caused chaos in a casino just 2 years ago. Could this really be the same Roman Dmitri who had defeated the Bloodfang and handled the social party incident with such control? His curiosity deepened. Meanwhile, at the Dmitri Palace, Baron Dmitri received a report from Jonathan about preparations for an upcoming trial. Everything was on schedule, and Roman would oversee the proceedings. The Baron raised an eyebrow. "How much time do we have?" Jonathan hesitated. "This is your last chance to reconsider. Creating private soldiers for one man carries risk." That warning stirred a memory. The Baron recalled hearing that Roman planned to attend the Barcos social gathering. At the time, he feared Roman might side with the Barcos in a ploy to push Dimitri's second son into succession. Instead, Roman had slapped a Barco knight in front of dozens of nobles, defying expectations and making it clear he stood on his own, even when Anthony Barco could have joined forces against him. Roman's recent actions had shattered the old image that had clung to him for years. Once dismissed as a fool, he had begun steering his own fate ever since the Bloodfang incident. Baron Dmitri recognized the change. He wanted to support this new path his son had chosen, but he also understood the delicate politics surrounding it. In the quiet of his study, the Baron turned to Jonathan. "How many have applied for the trial?" Given Roman's unconventional reputation, the Baron was prepared for a modest turnout. 50 applicants would have been considered a success. Jonathan's answer was nothing like what he expected. Over 500. The Baron's eyes widened. Such overwhelming interest meant only one thing. Roman's standing among the people had grown far more than anyone had realized. The trial wasn't just attracting soldiers. It was attracting hope. The next day, the palace courtyard was filled with applicants, the hum of anticipation in the air. Chris approached Roman with a crisp salute. "Everything's ready for the trial." Meanwhile, at a cozy inn on the eve of the event, Lucas nursed a drink. The atmosphere buzzed with energy. The crowd of hopefuls was far larger than he'd imagined. From the noise and chatter, it was clear that every person there saw the trial as a rare chance. In one corner, 3 loud men caught his attention. Copper IDs dangled from their belts. C-rank mercenaries, not amateurs by any stretch. At the bar, another trio stood apart. They had the hardened look of fighters, but no mercenary insignia to show for it. Lucas studied them all, wondering about the stories behind their faces. Dmitri was a place of many endings and new beginnings. Yet he couldn't quite understand why so many skilled people had come to this small town. The mix of hopefuls puzzled him. Some were clearly desperate, others just curious, and some, like himself, didn't really need to be there. Frustration bubbled up, and he set his mug down with a sharp thud, feeling the weight of unanswered questions. He was just about to call it a night when a nearby conversation caught his ear. "Why are you here?" one man asked. His companion, Henderson, replied, "I was planning to join the Lawrence family soldiers. They're the noble house from my hometown." Henderson's tone changed as he explained why he'd come to Dmitri instead of joining the Lawrence forces. "Everything changed," he said, "when I saw Roman Dmitri take down the Bloodfang in Lawrence." The mention of Roman's name shifted the atmosphere in the inn. Henderson spoke with vivid detail. How in the plaza, Roman stood covered in blood, dragging the gang's leader by the hair. It was raw, brutal, and unforgettable. While many in Lawrence had doubted what they were seeing, Henderson had felt the truth in his bones. The strength, the authority, he still remembered the shiver running down his spine. That moment had erased every rumor of Roman's weakness. Fueled by drink and conviction, Henderson declared, "Roman Dmitri isn't just a leader. He's a hero. He fights for his people's well-being. This recruitment isn't just a job. It's a chance to serve him. I'll pass the trial, settle in Dmitri, and give him my loyalty, even if it costs me my life." The boldness of his words rippled through the room. For Lucas, it was a jolt, making him look at the gathering of applicants with fresh eyes. When the day of the trial dawned, the courtyard brimmed with anticipation. Lucas, still mulling over Henderson's speech, felt the air heavy with unease. The applicants shifted and murmured, each wrestling with their own doubts after hearing the rumors about Roman. Lucas figured the truth would come soon enough, once they saw Roman in action. Then, silence rolled across the crowd. Roman Dmitri had arrived. He walked with steady authority, and heads instinctively lowered as he passed. Lucas felt a chill. This was no empty rumor. Roman's presence was undeniable. Roman stepped onto the stage, and the courtyard went still. "Raise your heads," he commanded. Every gaze fixed on him, waiting. "I don't plan to live quietly in some far-off corner," Roman began, surprising those who had expected a safer ambition. "My path is one of power. It will lead us into battles where lives are on the line." His words were weighty, cutting through the crowd's excitement. Some people who had come with casual intentions now hesitated. "If you're unsure," Roman said, scanning the faces before him, "leave now. Following me means constant challenges and demands absolute dedication. Curiosity is not enough." Roman's voice carried across the courtyard, cold and unwavering. He warned them plainly. Those who followed him would face danger, hardship, and the risk of death. If there were casualties, no one was to blame but the path they had chosen. Then he added something that left the crowd stunned. "If you regret anything, it will only be missing the chance to stand beside me when I become the most powerful man on this continent." Gasps rippled through the applicants. The ambition in his words unsettled them, and Lucas felt disbelief knot in his chest. Roman Dmitri, who once seemed unsure of his own place within his family, now spoke as if conquering the entire continent was inevitable. It sounded arrogant, yet there was something in his presence that made the idea feel disturbingly possible. Chris stepped forward, breaking the tension. "First trial," he announced, his tone brisk and urgent. The rules seemed almost absurdly simple. An archer would fire 3 arrows at the applicant standing in a marked position. Pass by remaining perfectly still. Fail if you move. The simple part faded fast when Chris added that the arrows might graze you or strike you directly. Serious injury was a real possibility. A wave of skepticism swept the room. Someone muttered about the madness of aiming live arrows at recruits. Trusting that an archer wouldn't miss fatally seemed insane. Chris ignored the complaints and began calling names. The first applicant stepped forward, jaw tight. The archer drew, loosed. The arrow whistled past, missing the man's neck by a hair before burying itself in the wall behind him. The crowd exhaled. Maybe it was just a psychological game, meant to test their nerves. Then came a second shot. The arrow slammed into the applicant's right leg. He collapsed with a cry, clutching the wound. The atmosphere changed instantly. The trial wasn't symbolic, it was brutal. Chris didn't flinch. "Get him to the medic," he ordered, then turned back to the crowd. "This is what lies ahead if you follow Lord Roman." The room had gone still, the weight of Roman's ambitions suddenly very real. As the injured man was carried away, Chris called the next name. The second applicant approached, but his eyes were locked on the blood dripping from the first man's leg. Seeing the fear, Chris addressed him directly. "If you're afraid of being hit, leave now. But hear this. If you take the arrows without flinching, even if you're struck, you'll pass the first trial." The choice stood plain before them. Face the trials or walk away. Chris's patience thinned. "If you're thinking of leaving," he challenged, his voice cutting through the murmurs, "then go. But if you stay, be ready to take the hit." The air grew heavy with the weight of that decision. A few days before selection day, Roman himself had addressed the recruits. Standing with an archer at his side, he'd introduced the man as an expert, someone who could put an arrow exactly where he intended, every time. Roman assured them the shots would aim for non-fatal areas. The archer, steady and confident, confirmed there would be no stray hits. Then Roman revealed a box filled with gold coins. A murmur ran through the group at the sight of it. Before the excitement could build, Roman reminded them, "You will be hit by an arrow. Medics will be ready, but the pain will be real." He had asked if they still wished to proceed. Every man there had said yes. Later, Chris asked why Roman would go this far. Roman's answer was simple but deliberate. "Threats won't show me the people I'm looking for. I need to see who will face danger head-on. Even if an arrow is unlikely to kill, most will still fear it. The ones who can stand there anyway. Those are the ones with the heart of a beast." To him, this trial wasn't about skill alone. It was about mindset, about finding the rare quality that sets certain people apart. Kevin had it. He followed orders without question. Chris had it too. Even after defeat, he sought strength. Back in the present, the trial had whittled the crowd down to about 100. Many had walked away, unwilling to face the reality of Roman's tests. The ones who stayed stood as potential candidates for the next stage, those who might have that unshakable core. Roman called for the trial to continue. Lucas scanned the field and spotted Henderson stepping forward. The same man who had praised Roman so fiercely the night before now stood frozen as the archer drew his bow. The first arrow whistled past, close enough to ruffle Henderson's hair. The crowd tensed, the air between the next breath and the next shot stretched thin. The second arrow sliced the air past Henderson's right arm, so close that the thought of quitting hit him hard. The fear of the third shot settled in his gut. But before he could decide, the archer loosed again. The third arrow struck the dirt between Henderson's legs. Lucky, too lucky, but it was enough. Henderson had passed. Watching from the sidelines, Lucas exhaled, realizing just how narrow the gap was between pushing through and giving up. As the rest of the applicants faced their turn, the scene shifted to the trial's end. Out of roughly 400 who had started, 120 had succeeded. Many others had walked away or failed outright. Roman studied them. Some were visibly shaken. Others wore indifferent expressions. But they all had one thing in common. They had stood their ground. That alone mattered to him. Still, he knew this wasn't enough. He needed more than bravery. He needed to separate those with true potential from the ones here for the wrong reasons. He wanted followers who respected him, not ones who feared him. Addressing the 120 survivors, Roman's voice carried over the courtyard. Passing the first trial proves your worth as warriors, but I will take only 30 of you as my subordinates. The words cut through the crowd. The challenge had only begun. The second trial, Roman continued, will decide who those 30 are. He made it clear that success meant becoming part of his personal guard, living as predators, not prey. Lucas felt the weight of the moment. Roman's tone left no doubt. The standards would be brutal. Then came the explanation. Wooden swords were laid out before them, each participant free to choose one. The task was simple in theory but daunting in practice. Every applicant would face Roman Dmitri himself in a one-on-one duel. Lucas couldn't believe the audacity of it. Roman was going to fight all 120 back-to-back. Roman's expression didn't waver. Victory is not required, he told them. Roman laid out the rule for the second trial. Anyone who could last even 1 minute against him would pass, and those who did would receive conditions far better than promised in the notice. A bald man stepped forward first. Name? Roman asked. Vulcan, came the answer. Roman glanced at the wooden sword in Vulcan's hands. Is that fine for you? Vulcan smirked. More than fine. His confidence, however, came from underestimating Roman. He'd heard the rumors about Roman defeating the Blood Fong, but he didn't believe someone could take him down in under a minute. Chris signaled to start. Vulcan charged, aiming to impress. But Roman's movement blurred. A single sidestep, a swift pivot, and Vulcan was flat on his back with Roman's sword resting against his neck. The entire courtyard froze. The speed and precision weren't just impressive. They made the gap in ability painfully clear. Next, Roman said evenly, his tone leaving no room for hesitation. Lucas's eyes followed Roman. His strikes weren't only fast. They seemed to bend reality itself. This trial was going to be far more brutal than the first. A faint purple aura radiated from Roman as the next opponent fell, just as quickly. Gasps rippled through the onlookers, shock giving way to disbelief and then reluctant admiration. As the duels continued, some participants began to believe that Roman's endurance would falter with time. If they could face him later, maybe they'd have a chance. They were wrong. An hour passed. 60 opponents had stepped forward. 60 had been defeated, none lasting the full minute. Roman hadn't slowed, hadn't stumbled, hadn't even broken a sweat. Henderson, who had once doubted Roman's strength, felt his earlier assumptions crumble. Roman's words from before, the ones that had sounded arrogant, now rang with a different weight. This wasn't just another fighter. This was a predator. Watching him dominate duel after duel, Henderson could feel it, an undeniable presence that wasn't just about physical skill, but absolute control. The fool of Dmitri had vanished, replaced by a force that could shape the chaos of this world. Henderson's thoughts sharpened. Many still underestimated Roman, but this trial might be the last chance to stand at his side. In a place where survival was never guaranteed, becoming Roman's subordinate could mean much more than safety. It could mean power. The real problem still hung in the air. How could they possibly face a man who seemed more beast than human? No one dared to move. Without a word spoken, every applicant silently agreed. Going up against Roman was asking for trouble. Then Roman's voice cut through the tension. His warning was sharp. If no one stepped forward, they would all fail. Fear nearly won, until one figure broke the stillness. Lucas, the 61st applicant, stepped ahead with steady resolve. His voice rang clear as he introduced himself, shattering the uneasy quiet. Now standing before Roman, Lucas could feel the heavy air between them. This wasn't just an opponent. This was a predator. The pressure Roman gave off went far beyond physical strength. Lucas thought back to the Roman Dmitri he had once known, realizing this man was different. This Roman spoke of more than fighting. He scorned their isolated outpost and openly spoke of conquering the whole continent. And somehow, Lucas believed him. 8 silver coins suddenly felt meaningless. What mattered was uncovering Roman's true ambition. The only way to do that was to fight. The 1-minute timer began. Lucas threw hesitation aside and lunged forward. From the sidelines, Chris watched closely. Other than the first challenger, Lucas was the only one who dared to attack head-on. His opening move was clever. Sword aimed for Roman's head, dagger for the heart, testing for any weakness. But Roman's defense was flawless. He blocked every strike as though reading Lucas's mind. Still, Lucas didn't stop. He kept pressing, driving attack after attack, refusing to give Roman a moment's ease. Yet Roman was like a fortress, turning aside every blow with practiced ease. Frustration swelled in Lucas, but so did a reluctant respect. He was sure that if he kept pushing, he'd find an opening. Roman, however, had already read his intent. Stepping back to avoid the dagger, he parried the sword and stayed firmly on defense. Lucas knew the clock was ticking. Any pause could mean defeat. He had to keep the upper hand. His strikes grew sharper, faster, each one a bid to seize control. Roman's lips curled into a faint smirk. He could see the grit and instinct behind Lucas's attacks. In his eyes, Lucas wasn't a bad opponent at all. But his warning was clear. Bad judgment in battle could not be excused. 1 minute was not a reprieve. It was a trial. And through it, Roman intended to show every applicant exactly what kind of leader they were dealing with. Deciding the match had gone far enough, Roman ended it in one clean move, sending Lucas hard to the ground. Lying there, Lucas faced a bitter truth. The ceiling of a B-rank mercenary was closer than he'd wanted to believe. Hard work and risk could get anyone to B-rank, but stepping into A-rank territory demanded something else entirely, the power to wield mana. And that was something Lucas simply didn't have. The thought stung, but it didn't crush him. He had survived where countless others had fallen. Every battlefield he'd walked away from had taught him one thing. Victory meant using whatever tools you had. That memory pulled him back to the fight, still unfolding. He reached for a last resort, a small bag of sand, and flung it straight at Roman's eyes. Chris, watching from the side, found the tactic fair. Roman's only instruction had been to last 1 minute. Nothing was said about how. The sand hit its mark, blinding Roman for a moment. Lucas sprang to his feet, charging forward to capitalize on the opening. But as he closed in, a chilling sight stopped him in his tracks. Roman's crimson eyes staring through the haze of grit as if nothing had touched them. Lucas couldn't help but grin at the absurdity of it. Dropping his weapons, he conceded on the spot. Far away from this arena, in a heavenly demon god cult, young disciples learned an unusual first lesson before training seriously. Never blink in battle. One blink could cost a life. Just as breath carried the flow of energy, the eyes had to remain unbroken in their focus. Cult members drilled this until it became instinct. Eyes open, always, no matter what. Back in the arena, Lucas stood aside as Chris handed Roman a container of water. Roman tipped it over his face, rinsing away the sand. Behind him, Lucas shifted uncomfortably, replaying the ending in his mind. He had wanted only to survive the minute, to pass the trial, and had chosen his method without shame. Yet now, the result felt hollow. A question lingered. Had Roman looked at him with disappointment? Maybe Roman had never expected anything from it all. The thought lingered in Lucas's mind, and with it came another worry, punishment. He had, after all, thrown sand in the middle of a duel. But Roman didn't raise his voice. He didn't scold. He simply turned and called for the next applicant. Lucas wasn't the only one stunned. Every set of eyes in the arena shifted between the two men, expecting anger. Instead, there was only calm. What they didn't know was that Roman had seen the pouch in Lucas's hand long before the sand left it. He'd allowed it. He wanted to see how far Lucas would go, how much grit and resourcefulness he could muster. Roman couldn't know the exact weight of Lucas's past, but he could sense it. The blood Lucas had seen spilled could have filled an ocean. That kind of life forged a certain kind of fighter, the kind Roman understood well. The trial moved forward. Roman invited the next applicant, and the duels began again. What followed was a string of 1-minute battles. each fighter trying their own tricks to survive. Lucas had unknowingly set the tone, and now everyone was finding creative ways to endure. From his place at the edge of the arena, Lucas saw the unspoken rule forming. Cheating wasn't against the rules, but crossing a certain line still meant Roman would cut you down without hesitation. Lucas couldn't help but think, if he hadn't surrendered earlier, maybe he would have had to pull the same desperate moves he was now seeing others attempt. By the 100th duel, 2 hours had passed. Roman's breathing was steady, perfectly steady. Lucas knew what that meant. In real combat, opponents didn't go easy because they were tired. They made mistakes, lost focus, and died. Breath control was survival itself. Each inhale and exhale tied to every strike, every defense, and every draw of mana from the world around you. Roman's body, hardened from years of war and rebuilt for battle, showed no signs of wear. Lucas had heard the stories of him fighting for 3 days and nights without pause during the Murim conquest. Compared to that, these 1-minute duels were nothing. Lucas watched, a grudging respect growing. This was stamina born not from training alone, but from surviving in places where the air itself was thick with death. When it was finally over, Chris gathered everyone and gave the verdict. No one had passed the second trial. But then he added, almost as an afterthought, that this didn't mean there were no successful applicants. Out of the 120 who came, only 30 names would be chosen. The rest would have to wait for the notice. Chris commended them for their efforts before dismissing everyone for the day. The air was thick with tension as the would-be members of the heavenly demon god cult filed out, each carrying their own thoughts about how they performed. Later, in Roman's office, a new stage began. Roman handed Chris a list, the 30 successful applicants, and entrusted their training to him. Chris accepted with quiet determination, promising to do his best. As his eyes moved down the list, one name stopped him, Vulcan, the same man who had dared to challenge young Master Roman in front of everyone. Chris could see why Roman might respect such boldness. But another name made him pause, Henderson. There was nothing about him that stood out in Chris's mind. If Roman had picked him, it meant there was something Chris wasn't seeing. Then he reached the name that shocked him most, Lucas. Unable to hold back, Chris asked about it. Roman's gaze didn't waver. Is there a problem? Chris admitted Lucas was skilled for a B-rank mercenary, but he couldn't ignore what he'd seen during the duel, the sand, the early surrender. To Chris, Lucas was the kind of man who'd put his own survival ahead of the team. A risk in battle. Roman's answer was the opposite of what Chris expected. That's exactly why I chose him. Roman explained that while Lucas had broken from traditional notions of honor, he'd shown something far more valuable in a real fight, a sharp, pragmatic instinct to survive and adapt. In the chaos of battle, Roman said, it was men like Lucas who found ways to keep going, bending the rules when they had to, solving problems no one else could. He challenged Chris's assumption that this meant Lucas would betray his allies. Surviving didn't have to mean disloyalty. The word struck Chris, pulling his thoughts back to the lessons of his old mentor, Jonathan. Jonathan had taught that survival wasn't only for knights with power, it belonged to anyone who could stay calm under pressure, read the flow of battle, and adjust. Those were the ones who made it to the end. Jonathan's words echoed in Chris's mind. Flexibility and resourcefulness mattered more than clinging to old ideals of honor. Even the most skilled knight could be caught off guard by enemies hiding in the shadows. Thinking about Lucas's decision during the duel, Chris now saw the reasoning behind it. He realized his own perspective had been too narrow. There was still something he didn't understand, though. With 5 months until Roman headed to the battlefield, and knowing nobles rarely fought on the front lines, why was Roman already gathering soldiers? Roman only gave a vague answer. You'll know soon enough. The next day brought the answer to something else entirely. Barco made an official announcement. They had been patient, waiting for the Lorens to repay their debts and hand over the land pledged as collateral. But the Lorens had done neither. Feeling betrayed, Barco declared they would take up arms. Their message to the Kingdom of Cairo was blunt. Either the Lorens settle their debts or surrender the land within a week, or Barco, with the central government's approval, would begin a territorial war. The news hit Chris like a sudden gust of cold wind. The stakes had just risen. Roman then made his intentions clear. He would not sit this out. His army would join the fight between Barco and the Lawrences. Far from the Dmitri estate, in the halls of Lawrence Palace, Flora wrestled with her own turmoil. Night after night, she lay awake, weighed down by guilt. She couldn't shake the feeling that the trouble her family now faced was tied to her broken engagement with Roman Dmitri. Since returning from Dmitri, she had shut herself away in her room. Her maids whispered among themselves, convinced it was because of the rumors. They had heard it said that Lady Flora had made some grave mistake, leading to the engagement being called off. The story didn't match the man they remembered as a fool, and their confusion only grew into resentment toward Dmitri. That resentment deepened with the news of Barco's declaration of war. The Lorne family's future now hung in the balance. In her room, Flora struggled to reconcile the image she had of herself with the stark reality pressing in from all sides. Flora once thought herself clever, proud of excelling in her advanced academy courses. Her father's approving smile had always been proof enough that she was a good daughter. But now, that image felt fragile, like a flower nurtured in a warm greenhouse, suddenly left bare to the cold winds of reality. For the first time, she wondered if others saw her as the fool, no different from the moronic Dmitri she once dismissed. The thought cracked her confidence, making it difficult to even picture meeting her father's eyes. She couldn't ignore the gulf between who she believed she was and the truth, that her actions might carry serious consequences for her family. Her thoughts turned to Roman Dmitri. How would he face this? She remembered his independence, his refusal to rely on others, and the way he'd crushed Bloodfawn for his family's sake. When had he become so formidable? How could he move mountains by himself while she still struggled to stand without support? The comparison was not kind. Measured against his will, she felt small, insignificant. A knock broke her thoughts. Her servants, as they had done each day, brought a meal to her door. But before they could call out, she opened it herself. "I want to go to the library," she said. They froze in surprise, eyes flicking to one another. But she was already walking past them. Among the shelves, Flora thought of her father's efforts, his tireless push to rally other noble families before the Barcos struck. Yet doubt shadowed her thoughts. She suspected no one would come to Lawrence's aid. Like Romans standing alone against Bloodfawn, they would have to endure this with their own strength and wits. Elsewhere, in the Lord's chambers, the situation worsened. Every attempt to secure allies had been met with rejection. The Martel family was the first to refuse. The Vastra family, despite earlier promises, turned their backs next. Then came the whispers, rumors that Barco would punish any house in the Northeast that dared to side with Lawrence. Fear spread quickly, and with it, the collapse of every possible alliance. The Viscount of Lawrence sat in silence, watching support crumble one name at a time. In the quiet of the Lawrence library, Flora felt time pressing in on her. Only a week remained before war would break out, and the thought gnawed at her. She began shaping what she believed was the only real option left for her family. Elsewhere in the palace, the Viscount's office was thick with disbelief. Families they had once counted as allies now turned their backs. Hoping for another avenue, the Viscount asked for news from the Gold Bank. The reply brought no comfort. The bank was still investigating the collateral dispute, but any resolution would come too late. Worse still, there were whispers that the Gold Bank's heavy investments in Barco's territory might push them to side with Barco outright. The Viscount's concern deepened. With allies disappearing and no financial rescue in sight, the Lorens stood cornered. Then came a bitter suggestion from within, a noble proposed surrender. Barco's blockade had cut off help from surrounding regions, and their forces far outmatched Lawrence's. The noble argued it would be wiser to yield, preserve the soldiers' lives, and protect whatever land they could, even if most of it was handed over to Barco. The Viscount sat in grim silence, weighing the cost of resistance against the cold practicality of surrender. The door opened suddenly. Flora stepped in, breaking the heavy mood. She insisted on speaking with her father, her urgency drawing both the Viscount's and the noble's attention. Far from Lawrence, in the halls of Dmitri Palace, another decision was taking shape. Roman stood before his father, declaring his intent to enter the coming war, not as a neutral observer, but under the banner of Roman Dmitri. Baron Dmitri's reaction was sharp. Did Roman truly understand what this meant? The war between Barco and Lawrence had the blessing of the central government. Interfering could damage ties with the nobles of the Northeast and even provoke the government into sending its own soldiers to crush any perceived rebellion. He reminded Roman that the engagement to Lawrence's daughter had already been broken. Helping them now could appear dangerously political. But Roman's reasoning ran deeper. He spoke of Anthony Barco, the eldest Barco's son, who had once seen Roman's marriage as an obstacle and used threats to push him away. Roman admitted there was no proof, but the intent had been clear. And because of that, he felt there was no choice but to act. Roman's words carried more than just his decision. They carried a challenge. The Dmitri family's image in the Northeast was one of quiet strength, but Roman saw the truth. The Barcos looked down on them. That he could no longer tolerate. He turned the conversation on his father, confronting the family's passive stance. Power and wealth they had, but no will to push forward. Roman's ambitions were different. He wanted more than comfort. He wanted dominance. And with Barco's war founded on false pretenses, he saw no reason to stay idle. Life, to him, was an endless and unpredictable ocean. In those waters, he intended to be the one steering the course, not drifting with the current. He made it clear, he wasn't asking for the family's strength. He would act in this war under his own name, Roman Dmitri, and all he wanted was for his father to watch. This path, he said, would define the life he planned to live from this moment on. That declaration pulled Romero Dmitri into his own thoughts. He had always believed a man could never truly escape his origins. Birthplace and blood were fixed points, no matter how high one might climb. It was a truth that had shaped how he viewed ambition. His wife had once challenged that view, recalling the journey they took to the capital. She had noticed the stares from the nobles, sharp, assessing, not the looks exchanged among equals. Romero had felt them too, but to him, they meant little. He was satisfied where he stood. The endless grind for more wealth or influence did not appeal to him. In the same breath, he admitted he wanted better for his sons. If they had the will, they could rise beyond the constraints of their beginnings. That quiet hope had always been there, even if he himself would never chase it. Now, back in the present, Romero looked at Roman. His son's eyes were unwavering, carrying a will that could not be bent. In that moment, Romero Dmitri understood. His long-held hope had come to life. The timid boy he once knew now stood before him as a man, confident and unshakable in his resolve. He offered his son not caution, but encouragement. Roman was free to chase his ambitions, knowing he would not face the road ahead alone. His family would stand behind him. Beyond the walls of Dmitri Palace, the scene shifted to the heart of the family's industry, the blacksmith district. Dmitri's forges were known across the kingdom of Cairo, their reputation built on scale and skill. 30 great workshops lined the street, each alive with the clang of hammers and the roar of the forge. The air was thick with heat and the scent of worked iron. Roman walked through it all, quietly taking in the proof of the claims he'd heard. The blacksmiths of Dmitri truly were unmatched. Wealth was written into the very stones of the road beneath his feet. The source of that wealth lay just beyond the estate, the great iron mine, the largest in all Cairo. From there, ore of exceptional quality was drawn and passed into the hands of master craftsmen, who transformed it into fine weapons and goods sold at the highest prices. It was a power that went beyond gold. The nobles of northeastern Cairo knew well that the kingdom's armies depended on Dmitri iron. To provoke them was to risk the flow of weapons, a danger the kingdom could not afford. For Roman, this thriving trade was personified in one figure, the master blacksmith, the keeper of skill and tradition, the man who embodied the Dmitri legacy. The scene turned back to his father's office, a room heavy with history and decisions that had shaped the family's place in the world. Roman spoke plainly. He wanted control over his future. But to achieve it, he needed arms for the men who would follow him. His father listened, then offered a path. Once, he had led the family's blacksmith operations himself. Now, that responsibility belonged to Master Hendrik, the man who had long worked beside him. If you want the best, he told Roman, you'll speak to Hendrik. After Roman's father rose to a noble title, Crick stepped in without hesitation, taking full control of the ironworks. His task, managing every detail of Dmitri's iron production. Roman thanked his father for his support, but kept in mind the battles still ahead. Before letting him go, his father shared a crucial reminder. The Dmitri legacy isn't just about the family name. The blacksmiths here aren't easily impressed. They take pride in their craft and respect only those who truly understand it. The scene shifts to the bustling streets outside, lined with the finest iron creations from Dmitri's artisans. Roman can feel the weight of the workers' stares, sharp, skeptical, and far from welcoming. He knows winning them over will be an uphill climb, especially after his past mistakes. He makes his way to Hendrik, hard at work in his shop. Without looking up, Hendrik asks why Roman is there. Stepping inside, Roman suspects his father may have already mentioned his visit. Crix, the master blacksmith behind the Dmitri family's iron, meets his eyes with a steady, serious look. Roman wastes no time. He needs gear to arm 30 soldiers. Hendrik hears him out, then tilts the conversation in an unexpected direction, mocking that he half-expected Roman to show up looking for something to pawn after running out of money for his usual amusements. The jab catches Roman off guard, but Hendrik simply gestures toward a corner of the shop where weapons and armor are stacked high. "Take what you need," he says. "That pile alone will equip your 30 men." Roman blinks, surprised at the easy offer, and double-checks if Hendrik is serious. Crix confirms it, but when Roman inspects a sword from a pile, his surprise turns to disappointment. "If this is the best you have for soldiers," he says, "maybe Dmitri's iron isn't as legendary as people claim." The air grows heavy. Hendrik's patience thins, and he warns Roman that if he doesn't like it, he can leave. Roman refuses to back down, pressing the question of quality. This time, Hendrik's tone hardens. "Real skill," he says, "can't be judged by someone who's never endured the heat of a forge." And if it weren't for Baron Romero's personal request, Roman would have walked away empty-handed. Before Roman can respond, Hendrik delivers one last sting, comparing him to his younger brother Rodwell, who is learning the trade and preparing to inherit the craft, while Roman, the eldest son, has spent his years wasting time in the streets. Critch didn't hold back. He told Roman outright that even the discarded tools on the workshop floor were worth more than him. Roman met his gaze again, a strange familiarity settling over him. He acknowledged the tension hanging in the air and told Hendrik he understood why he was angry. Still, there was no avoiding the real issue, the sword in his hand. He pointed out its flaws: uneven force during forging, poor craftsmanship, and a surface that discolored in sunlight. This, Roman said, couldn't possibly come from Dmitri's famed ironworks. Hendrik ignored the criticism, choosing instead to attack Roman's character. But Roman didn't flinch. He told of a recent battle, where one of his men died because his sword failed. The blade, too weak to cut cleanly, left the soldier vulnerable, his life lost in the chaos because of faulty equipment issued under the name Roman Dmitri. Hendrik was taken aback by the bluntness, but Roman pressed on. He gestured to a set of armor, questioning its worth. "Heavy armor should protect," he said, yet the chainmail given to his troops had failed, costing another soldier his life. In another case, a piece made by an unknown blacksmith had shattered under attack, leaving the wearer gravely injured. Hendrik, still processing the accusations, asked for more details. Roman explained that this wasn't just about bad gear, it was about neglect. Hendrik's frustration stemmed from the fact that Roman only appeared when there was a crisis, instead of maintaining regular oversight of the smithy. Looking over the scattered ironwork, Roman saw a clear truth. Hendrik's heart wasn't in the forge anymore. But this time, he couldn't let it slide. With a hard tone, he warned that if Hendrik didn't view those floor pieces as scrap, then soldiers under his command would unknowingly march in a battle with dangerous, substandard weapons. This, Roman said, wasn't a matter of pride or personal grudges. It was about the survival of 30 men. Even if Hendrik refused to admit it, could he honestly call himself a Dmitri craftsman while handing out what Roman called worthless gear? The thought that Hendrik's personal dislike for him might be putting lives at risk hung in the air. Hendrik finally spoke, insisting he had never intended to endanger anyone. Roman stood firm. Intentions didn't matter. Weapons and armor existed for one purpose: to protect lives. He had come with the authority of Baron Romero, his father. Yet instead of proper gear, Hendrik had given him what he considered nothing more than scrap. To Roman, that wasn't just carelessness. It was an insult to his father's name. Their argument had drawn a crowd. Workers gathered, some glancing at the sword in Roman's hand, ready to step in if things turned violent. Before the tension snapped, Hendrik's sharp command froze everyone in place, stopping the conflict before it could escalate. Then came something unexpected. Hendrik apologized. His mind drifted back to his younger days as a blacksmith's apprentice. Back then, his work had been sloppy, and his elder often scolded him. They gave him menial tasks instead of letting him near important projects. One day, while sweeping the floor, he overheard an adventurer begging the shop owner for a sword. He couldn't pay up front, but promised to return the gold later. The owner refused. Hendrik, moved by the man's sincerity, decided to forge a sword himself and give it to the adventurer for free. The man left with gratitude, but tragedy followed. On his mission, the sword broke in battle. The adventurer died. That moment seared itself into Hendrik's memory, and from then on, he swore never to make something that could cost someone their life. Now, standing in front of Roman, Hendrik realized he had broken that vow, letting anger guide his hands, just as recklessness had in his youth. The weight of it hit him hard. He admitted his failure and told Roman he was ready to face the consequences. Roman, hearing the sincerity in his voice, chose a different path. If Hendrik truly regretted what he'd done, Roman said, then he wouldn't push the matter further. He was willing to let it go. Turning to the future, Roman acknowledged Hendrik's skill despite their clash. He offered him a chance to make it right. Forge proper swords and armor for 30 soldiers. They would leave the past behind, and Hendrik could prove himself through his work. The offer caught Hendrik off guard. He'd heard whispers that Roman had changed, but seeing it firsthand was something else entirely. The man before him was not the reckless heir he once knew. Roman stood by his promise. His soldiers' safety came first. Hendrik, fully aware of the weight of his earlier actions, apologized again. This time, he vowed never to repeat the mistake and swore to craft weapons and armor worthy of the Dmitri name. The sincerity in his voice impressed Roman, sealing not only the deal for the equipment, but also forging a mutual understanding between them. With a faint smile, Roman watched as Hendrik ordered his workers back to the forges. The workshop, once tense and heavy, now pulsed with focused energy as hammer strikes rang out, steel heated, and sparks flew. Every movement now driven by the goal of protecting lives. But in the midst of the renewed bustle, one worker spoke quietly to Roman, revealing a detail that cut deep. Hendrik's resentment toward him wasn't only about today. It stretched back 3 years. Back then, after losing his allowance and desperate for money, Roman had slipped into the smithy under the cover of night. He stole Hendrik's prized sword, his masterpiece. 6 months spent on design, 3 months on forging, and Roman had sold it for a mere pittance. The memory hit Roman like a blow. He knew he'd been reckless in his youth, but this was more than a mistake. It was a betrayal. As Roman prepared to leave, Hendrik stepped from the shadows. He acknowledged Roman's current request as a step toward reconciliation, a chance for redemption, but made it clear he hadn't forgiven him for the theft. He admitted his own faults, but reminded Roman of the smithy's place in the heart of Dmitri. If Roman ever crafted a poor sword himself, Hendrik said, then his opinion might change. Roman smirked, confident, and replied that it wouldn't take long for him to prove himself. With a casual farewell, he promised to return once the weapons were finished. Later, Roman arrived at the workshop where he'd been training alone. The space was exactly as he had instructed, orderly, every tool in its place. With quiet determination, he set to work on forging his own sword. His mind drifted to when he was 18, a member of the Murim. Those were turbulent days, filled with uncertainty over who would lead the demon cult. Rivalries flared, and assassination attempts were common. One of the deadliest came from his 11th brother, Beck, who tried to end his life. During that fight, Roman's trusted sword had shattered, and he had barely escaped death. From that day forward, he swore he would craft a weapon that could survive any battle. He traveled beyond Miram, learning from blacksmiths across distant lands. Before every major fight, he forged a blade suited to his growing strength, each one an extension of his resolve. Through countless battles, Roman's swordsmanship and his blades evolved. That journey had led to the creation of his 39th weapon, the heavenly demon sword, a masterpiece beyond price. Now, with war looming, he felt the call to forge a blade that reflected the man he had become. In the stillness of his private workshop, Roman worked with measured precision. Every strike of the hammer was deliberate, every motion flowing in a steady rhythm. The sound of metal rang like a heartbeat, and soon he was lost in the trance of creation. His mind narrowed to the glowing steel before him. As the blade began to take shape, his thoughts drifted. He remembered the life he once lived as Baek Young-hook, a life defined by survival, where only the strong endured. His father, the heavenly demon, cast a shadow so vast it shaped every breath Roman took. Yet those hardships had never been a weight. They were the forge that tempered him, the fire that made him unbreakable. The clang of metal brought him back to the present, and to a question that lingered like a whisper: what am I living for now? The truth was sobering. For all his victories, he wasn't yet strong enough to meet the unknown trials ahead. Accepting this, he resolved to push himself further, to strengthen both body and mind until nothing could break him. Unseen to him, great forces were already stirring in the world. forces whose reach he had yet to grasp. But he would be ready. His hammer rose and fell, each strike fueled by determination. He knew he needed more than raw skill. He needed power. That thought led him to an art from his past life, a dangerous technique known as the godly inferno arts. It was the signature mastery of the flame demon, channeling searing heat to rapidly gather mana. The cost was steep. Overuse could ravage his lungs and tear apart his body from within. But Roman didn't hesitate. For the strength to face anything, he would risk everything. The scene shifts, leaving the heat of the forge behind, and opens to the grandeur of Lawrence Palace, where Flora now stands before the gathered Lawrence nobles and her father. In the grandeur of Lawrence Palace, Flora stood before the nobles and her father with a grim truth. Lawrence was cornered. Support from neighboring territories was limited, and the military gap between them and Barco was undeniable. Some around the table began to whisper of surrender, of giving up just enough to keep a fragment of Lawrence's lands. But Flora rejected the idea outright. To her, surrender was not just a loss of land. It was a betrayal of the very spirit that defined their heritage. The room fell silent until her father, Viscount Lawrence, slammed his hand on the table. His voice was firm. Perhaps surrender, he argued, was the wiser choice. Better to save lives than to throw them away in a war they were bound to lose. His reasoning was backed by troubling news. Barco had secured a massive loan from the prestigious Gold Bank through powerful connections in the central government. Flora listened, but her reply was steady and calculated. If Barco truly had obtained the loan, she reasoned, it was likely unsecured, no collateral. That meant crushing interest rates. And the benefits wouldn't just flow to Barco. The Gold Bank would profit as well. Once Barco took control of Lawrence, she warned, their land and people would bear the full cost of occupation. The table stirred with uneasy surprise. Her father, unsettled by her insight, asked what she believed they should do. But the answer he received was not the bold, miraculous plan he'd expected from his sharp-minded daughter. "Close the castle gates," she said. Her father frowned, thinking it too simple. But Flora's strategy went far beyond walls. She explained that true survival meant endurance and sacrifice. Lawrence must burn the fields and give up the entire year's harvest, denying Barco the resources they sought. It was a plan not just of defense, but of deliberate deprivation, turning the land itself into a weapon. Her words carried the weight of desperation, but also the clarity of someone who understood that survival sometimes meant scorched earth. Viscount Lawrence stared at his daughter, stunned by the audacity of her plan. Holding out until winter was no small feat. It was a challenge unlike anything Lawrence had faced before. Flora pressed on, unwavering. Barco's advantage, she explained, stemmed from their ties to the central government. But such leverage couldn't last forever. The loan they had taken from the Gold Bank would come with punishing interest rates, growing heavier with each passing month. And the Gold Bank, she reminded them, was no ordinary institution. Its influence spanned the entire continent, and its patience was short when profit was at stake. The longer the war dragged on, the more the debt would crush Barco. What's more, the mercenaries bolstering Barco's forces were paid with Gold Bank funds. If the bank's pressure mounted, their strength would wither. And as winter closed in, siege warfare would no longer be in Barco's favor. Time, Flora argued, could be their greatest weapon. Around the table, her words landed like sparks on dry wood, quiet but electrifying. Even Count Lawrence, who had once doubted her judgment after the incident with Dmitri, saw her now in a new light. This was not the same young woman from before. "You're right," he said at last, his voice steady with resolve. From that moment, Lawrence committed itself to Flora's plan, a desperate stand to defend their lineage, no matter the cost, no matter the odds. They would fight until there was nothing left to give. The scene shifted to Roman, deep in his own world. His sword was finished, a creation that carried more than steel in its edge. It was his first true masterpiece, a weapon that embodied exactly who he was now. For its name, he looked to the world around him and chose Salamander, a symbol of fire, endurance, and renewal. Back in Lawrence Palace, the weight of decisions and the forging of destinies continued. The very next day, a knight from House Barco marched forward, halting before the towering gates of Lawrence Castle. Acting as Viscount Barco's envoy, he carried words that would decide the fate of both sides. Barco's message was simple, yet heavy with consequence. 3 choices lay before Lawrence. First, surrender. step outside the castle walls, lay down arms, and in doing so, spare the lives of Lawrence's soldiers. Second, accept open war, a clash of armies on a fair battlefield, overseen by a neutral judge sent from the central government. And third, resolve the matter through single combat, one warrior from each side, any method of battle permitted, with the outcome binding for both houses. Barco pledged to honor whichever path Lawrence chose. But Viscount Lawrence did not bend. He denounced the so-called evidence of his ancestor's death as nothing but a fabrication. To him, Barco's call to arms was unjust, a baseless provocation. Raising his voice for all to hear, Lawrence declared he would not offer up his people to slaughter. Instead, he presented his own option. They would resist, entrenched within their fortress walls. The Barco knight, receiving this defiant answer, announced that his lord would respect the decision. Yet he also warned that Barco's forces were ready, and bloodshed was now unavoidable. And then the unexpected struck. Before Lawrence's men could even settle from the exchange, they saw it. Barco's army was already in formation, weapons gleaming, prepared to march. A charged silence gave way to the thunder of war drums, echoing through the air as the siege began. From atop the battlements, Lawrence's archers loosed a rain of arrows. The sky filled with whistling shafts before they fell in deadly rhythm, striking Barco's advancing troops and sowing chaos in their ranks. Viscount Barco, who had anticipated swift surrender, was shaken. He held 3 times Lawrence's numbers, yet the resistance was fierce, sharper than he had imagined. What he thought would end in an hour dragged on, turning into a grueling fight. Lawrence's defenses had been carefully laid. Beyond the walls stretched a deep moat, dug in preparation to choke enemy advances. The ceaseless storm of arrows revealed not desperation, but foresight. Lawrence had stockpiled supplies and prepared for a drawn-out war. When word of these measures reached Viscount Barco, his face hardened. Frustration gnawed at him. This was no simple conquest. Lawrence had proven far more formidable than expected. A week slipped by after the last clash, yet Viscount Barco still wrestled with disbelief. Lawrence's choice had shattered every expectation. By his calculations, surrender was the obvious path. Yield, preserve their lives, and cling to what little land could be spared. Instead, Lawrence had slammed their gates shut, embracing resistance even at the risk of total destruction. Barco replayed it all in his mind, searching for where his strategy had faltered. His soldiers, restless and uncertain, turned to him for direction. To their surprise, Barco gave a firm order: prepare for the battles ahead. The men were taken aback, but he carried himself with calm certainty. In his eyes, Lawrence was not truly steadfast. He remembered the past, how Viscount Lawrence had nearly buckled once before, almost handing his daughter into the Dmitri family, a move Barco himself had schemed into motion. To Barco, Lawrence was a man who shrank in the face of hardship, a leader more fragile than he appeared. Meanwhile, within the halls of Lawrence Castle, urgency hung in the air. Count Lawrence knew another strike was inevitable and commanded his soldiers to ready themselves for what was to come. Yet Barco's movements were unpredictable, and that uncertainty weighed on him like an approaching storm. He turned to his daughter, Flora, recalling her earlier insights. She had been right. Barco had faltered and pulled back his forces. Intrigued, Lawrence asked how she had seen it so clearly. Flora stepped forward with newfound resolve. No longer timid, she declared that waiting for fate to decide her path was meaningless. If she wished for change, she would have to create it herself. Her words carried conviction, a pledge to grow stronger and take hold of her own life. Her father, hearing this, felt a pang of regret. He confessed his remorse for nearly forcing her into marriage with the Dmitri family. At the time, he had believed it was the only way to protect Lawrence under crushing pressure. Now, faced with Flora's strength, he admitted his mistake. In that moment, he entrusted her with greater responsibility, recognizing her as someone ready to shape the family's future alongside him. But their brief moment of connection was shattered by a sudden blast. The ground trembled as a violent explosion struck the castle walls. Flora rushed to assess the threat, only to find Barco had unleashed a devastating new weapon. A flare, a massive catapult hurling magical explosives against their defenses. Watching the destructive power of it, Flora's chest tightened with frustration. The weapon wasn't just brutal. It revealed the vast resources Barco had poured into this war. Each blast from the flare carried a staggering cost, Yet the weapon's use wasn't just about money. Approval from the central government was required, no matter how wealthy the wielder. That was what left Flora stunned. How had Barco secured both the fortune and the political backing to unleash such destructive power? Lawrence had few options. To counter the flare, they would either need a magical weapon of equal strength or take the dangerous gamble of meeting the assault outside the castle walls. Both choices bordered on impossible. For a moment, the weight of the situation pressed heavily on Flora, but she refused to give in to despair. The crisis demanded answers, and fast. It was then that her maid arrived with startling news. A magical call was waiting. The caller was none other than Roman Dmitri. Flora froze in disbelief. Roman, the man she had once regarded as an enemy, was now reaching out with an offer of help. Driven by both shock and curiosity, she agreed to take the call, eager to hear what he had to say. Roman wasted no time. He admitted plainly that his goal was revenge against the Barco family, born from personal grievances. He made it clear this path was set in stone, and the only question left was when he would act. To Flora, he proposed an alliance. If Lawrence cooperated, he would bring forward his vengeance, striking swiftly to remove the threat Barco posed. Still, Flora sought clarity. What role would Lawrence play in this plan? Roman's answer was unsettling. They had to begin by making a sacrifice. The word carried heavy weight, and though it pained her, Flora could see there was little room to refuse. Roman knew Lawrence's dire situation, knew they had no alternatives, and laid out his terms without hesitation. Torn but resolute, Flora promised she would do whatever it took to protect her family. Yet Roman was not finished. To justify his intervention and shape a legitimate reason for his actions, he gave her an unusual task. She was to claim that Anthony Barco had threatened her into breaking off her marriage with Roman Dmitri. Though there was no truth to it, Roman insisted she present this story, that Anthony's intimidation had forced her to abandon the union with the Dmitris. This false claim, he explained, would create the perfect cause to act, a spark to ignite his strike against Barco, while shielding Lawrence from immediate destruction. Flora stood frozen as Roman's words sank in. His vow for vengeance against the Barco family was absolute. Struggling to steady herself, she pressed him for details on how exactly he intended to save Lawrence. Roman's reply was chilling. If she claimed that Anthony Barco had threatened her, insisting the incident occurred before their broken engagement, then she would be counted as one of his own. The weight of his condition pressed down on her. Beyond the castle walls, the sounds of war rumbled like a reminder of how little time remained. Driven by desperation, anger burst out of her. She shouted at Roman, demanding he wipe out every last member of the Barco family. Back on the battlefield, Viscount Lawrence directed his troops as Barco's soldiers swarmed the walls. In the chaos, one enemy fighter managed to climb up and strike at him. But just as the blade swung, an arrow pierced through the attacker. Flora, standing behind her father, had loosed the shot and saved his life. With no time to lose, she urged her father to open the gates and face Barco's army directly. Lawrence faltered, uncertain. Seeing his hesitation, Flora revealed Roman Dmitri's promise. Roman would destroy Flare, the devastating magical weapon, if Lawrence engaged Barco head-on. Still bewildered, Viscount Lawrence asked why Roman would suddenly involve himself. Flora had no time to unravel the details. All she could do was assure him that Roman was a man of his word, urging him to trust her conviction and move forward with this bold gamble. Far away, deep in the forest, Roman ended his magical call with Flora. His companion Chris stepped forward, pressing him. Lawrence's defenses were faltering, and Flare's destructive power could bring their walls down at any moment. Chris argued they should strike Barco's rear immediately before Lawrence collapsed entirely. Roman, however, did not rush. Instead, he turned the question back to Chris, asking why he should act now. Caught off guard, Chris laid out the urgency, emphasizing that only swift and decisive action could prevent Lawrence's downfall. But Roman remained unmoved. He admitted plainly that the fate of Lawrence meant little to him. What mattered above all was the safety of his own people. Their survival came before anyone else's, even Lawrence's. Roman made his stance clear. He would never force those who had pledged loyalty to him to become pawns in another man's war. If Lawrence fell because of weak leadership, so be it, but his people would not be sacrificed in the process. Chris, though taken aback, accepted Roman's conviction and held his silence. Back at Lawrence Castle, Viscount Lawrence's frustration boiled over. With righteous fury, He ordered the gates flung open and led his men in a direct charge against the Barco army. The clash was fierce, but hope was short-lived. A single fighter from the Berga mercenary company cut through Lawrence's soldiers with ease, felling several in one strike. The sight of such overwhelming strength shook the defenders, and panic drove them back behind the walls. Yet Flora refused to let despair consume them. She commanded the soldiers to stand their ground, urging them to resist the urge to retreat. Still, doubt gnawed at her. If Lawrence could not serve as bait, would Roman ever come to their aid? Her answer came sooner than expected. Out of the chaos, Roman made his move, launching a precise strike deep into Barco's ranks. The timing was sudden, even for him. His soldiers had been thrust into battle earlier than planned, and the air grew heavy with unease. For Roman, the reality was harsh. Every man beside him now faced death. To steel their resolve, he gave his soldiers a promise. They would live not as prey, but as predators. Survival itself would be their proof of worth. Just hours earlier, he had stood before them with a clear command: strike Barco's rear and destroy the siege weapon. Lawrence was merely the bait, though Roman had little faith in their effectiveness. He bore no illusions about what lay ahead. And so, with grim determination, he declared he would lead the vanguard himself. It was not blind confidence, but a sober recognition that only by his hand could this mission succeed. As his troops pressed forward, their presence soon drew Barco's eye. From his vantage point, Viscount Barco spotted the advancing force. A quick glance at their small numbers was enough for him to scoff. Certain they posed no real danger, he dismissed them outright, leaving their defeat to his soldiers while he lingered in arrogance. Roman didn't flinch at being underestimated. He spurred his horse straight into the enemy lines. The beast leapt over Barco's shields, and in one seamless strike, Roman cut them down without hesitation. As the dust rolled back, Roman's thoughts drifted to an old teaching from the Murim's Orthodox sect of the heavenly demon who always led the vanguard. That figure was seen as unstoppable, a storm of destruction that made resistance pointless. But why would such a being take the most dangerous position at the front? The answer was simple: to crush the enemy's spirit before the battle even began. That belief was what drove Roman forward. His presence alone froze the Barco soldiers in place. They had just witnessed one of their own fall instantly, and fear gnawed away at their will to fight. Roman, towering amidst them, let a dark grin spread across his face. He called out to them with chilling confidence: "Come at him or suffer the price." His words weren't just a taunt. They were a weapon meant to break his opponents before blades even clashed. Kevin, his loyal commander, roared back in response, rallying Roman's men. His command was sharp: stay with him and crush everything in their path. Fired up, the soldiers surged forward with renewed energy, their momentum unstoppable. In the chaos, a Barco soldier lunged for Kevin's horse, aiming to topple him and disrupt the charge. But Kevin reacted instantly, his blade cutting down the attacker before the strike could land. The flow of Roman's assault didn't falter for even a heartbeat. At the same time, Chris unleashed his aura, sweeping through several enemies in one devastating blow. The Barco troops tried to tighten their formation, raising defenses to slow Roman's push, but it was futile. Roman tore through their line as though it were nothing. Ahead, the weapon flare he sought loomed into view, a target he was determined to erase. The battlefield was shifting rapidly. The Barco soldiers, overwhelmed and shaken, couldn't grasp the force that bore down on them. And then, from among their ranks, a figure stepped forward: Berga, known across the kingdom as an A-rank mercenary and a 2-star Aura Knight. The captain now stood face-to-face with an opponent he had not anticipated. Berga hadn't expected Roman to appear on the battlefield. The mercenary captain weighed his options carefully. Was siding with Barco worth risking the future of the Berga mercenary group? In the end, he chose to act. The clash began. As an A-rank mercenary and a 2-star Aura Knight, Berga's mastery of aura manipulation made him a dangerous foe. His sword came down with overwhelming force, but Roman didn't budge. With calm precision, Roman's counters dismantled Berga's offense. Blow after blow, Roman broke through, leaving the mercenary stunned. In just a few exchanges, the A-rank fighter was crushed, collapsing in defeat to the disbelief of everyone watching. Cheers erupted from Roman's side. Chris, Kevin, and the soldiers couldn't contain their excitement. Roman had just toppled an A-rank mercenary, and the statement it made was undeniable. From the rear, Viscount Barco seethed at the sight. He barked at his soldiers to rush Roman, but his men stopped him, urging caution. They convinced him to pull back and rethink, the wiser choice now that the tide had clearly shifted. Roman, undeterred, turned his focus on the massive magical flare weapon, the enemy's trump card. This strange device, unlike anything the Murim had known, loomed before him. A dark aura surged around him as he invoked the heavenly demon god art. With the first form of the heavenly demon sword unleashed, Roman delivered a strike that tore the weapon apart in one devastating blow. The flare shattered, and Roman stood tall amidst the wreckage. He lifted his sword high, declaring victory. His voice carried across the battlefield, and both Lawrence's soldiers within the castle and Roman's men at the enemy camp erupted in celebration. The destruction of Barco's siege weapon wasn't just a win, it was the turning point. Flora, watching from within, felt her heart stir. This moment marked a shift no one could ignore. Stripped of their key weapon, Barco's forces had little choice but to retreat. What had been chaos moments ago now rang with the aftermath of Roman strategy and might. Amid the celebrations, Chris revealed his own growth. Taking inspiration from Roman, he began condensing his aura differently, focusing on efficiency over raw output. This method slashed his mana use drastically while keeping his strikes sharp. Others mocked him for copying Roman, but Chris only smirked. He knew the path he followed was working, and perhaps it was the right one all along. Chris took a moment to study the men fighting under Roman's banner. Despite the grueling battle, every single one of the 30 soldiers kept their formation, pushing forward without breaking rank. Their faces showed strain, their breaths came heavy, yet not one of them fell behind. Even more striking, none bore serious wounds. Chris understood then, this wasn't mere chance. Their survival was the result of following a leader who turned the impossible into reality. Roman's presence on the battlefield was monstrous, a force that warped the natural order, and his soldiers' safety was proof of it. For the first time, Chris realized the true reason Roman had chosen them. When Roman finally rejoined his men, his words carried pride. He praised their endurance and declared their duty finished for the day. From the castle, Lawrence's defenders lowered the bridge, opening their gates to welcome Roman and his warriors inside. The people greeted them with overwhelming gratitude. Freed from the looming terror of the flare weapon, they poured out their thanks, vowing never to forget the courage that had saved them. The air itself seemed to hum with relief and reverence. Watching it all, Count Lawrence was torn. Gratitude swelled in him, but alongside it came regret. From the very first meeting, he had sensed something extraordinary about Roman, and now, seeing him shatter the flare weapon and turn the tide alone, the truth was undeniable. Roman was far greater than anyone had imagined. In his mind, Lawrence likened him to a tiger raised under Dmitri's care, unleashed to dominate the battlefield. It pained him to reflect on what might have been. Had fate aligned differently, Roman could have been tied to his family by marriage. That possibility was gone now, a mischance he could only accept. Setting aside the weight of those thoughts, Count Lawrence stepped forward with a smile. He extended his hand in respect and camaraderie, acknowledging Roman not just as Dmitri's son, but as a hero in his own right. Roman answered with a faint smirk, taking the offered hand. For that brief moment, the tension that often lingered between them seemed to fade. The scene shifted from the courtyard to the grand halls of Lawrence's palace. Roman, unreadable as ever, prepared to step into the realm of negotiation. As he made his way toward the council chamber, Flora intercepted him. Her words carried the weight of sincerity. She thanked him deeply for saving Lawrence from ruin, admitting the role her family played as Bate had been riddled with flaws. Regret lingered in her tone, yet admiration shone through. Roman's unwavering support had guided them through the crisis. Roman answered with quiet humility. He reminded her he had only done what he promised, and in his eyes, Lawrence had fulfilled the role expected of them. But Flora wasn't content with gratitude alone. She promised him her unwavering support in the meeting ahead, vowing to ensure his voice would be heard at the table. Roman let a faint grin slip as he replied that if she truly wished to repay him, he would not stop her. Together, they stepped into the council room, where the air was thick with strategy and politics. Around the table, Lawrence's advisors pushed for reconciliation. Their reasoning was clear. Barco's army was larger, and peace offered the safest path. Why continue clinging to conflict when harmony was possible? Let Barco accept peace and bring the fighting to an end. Count Lawrence, though heavy with pride, agreed with the logic. He knew their limits, and Barco's constant pressure had left Lawrence weary and strained. Through it all, Roman remained silent, listening. His gaze cut through every word, weighing each sentiment until the moment came. Finally, he rose. The room stilled, every eye fixed on him as anticipation swept over the assembly. His voice carried power, breaking the quiet with precision. Roman revealed what none of them had spoken aloud. Barco was drowning in debt, bound by the chains of a massive loan. Their aggression toward Lawrence wasn't born from strength, but from desperation. Roman made it clear. The destruction of the flare weapon didn't change Barco's desperate reality. Their debts still chained them, and their hunger for conquest wouldn't be appeased by peace. In a voice heavy with certainty, he warned what would become of any messenger Lawrence dared to send. Their remains would be the only reply. His words sank into the chamber like stone, leaving silence in their wake. Then Roman turned his gaze directly to Count Lawrence and asked the question that could not be avoided. Did he still dream of peace with Barco, even after all the crimes they had committed? To Roman, forgiveness was a farce. What Lawrence needed was resolve, the iron will to show the world they would not suffer injustice without retribution. Count Lawrence, burdened by the frailty of his position, admitted his helplessness. Roman's answer was uncompromising. He told them they could no longer afford the softness of prey. They had to become predators. Survival demanded it, and so did victory. The perspective shifted then to Barco's camp. Viscount Barco boiled with rage, unable to accept Roman Dmitri's meddling. Yet he, too, saw the truth of his situation. There was only one way forward, through a warrior battle. Ironically, it was the very solution Roman had placed before Lawrence. The terms were clear. Both houses could send up to 3 fighters, and the duel would decide the fate of the conflict. The tradition, sanctified by Valhalla itself, bound both sides to honor the result. To seal its legitimacy, the central government would send a judge to oversee the contest. What was once a noble custom had long since become entangled with politics and influence, with outcomes often bought through wealth and alliances. And Barco's reach stretched far, deep into the central government. With their massive loan from the Golden Bank, their choices of champions carried unsettling implications. As the weight of this reality pressed down, Count Lawrence's unease grew. But before his doubts could unravel him, Roman stepped forward, calm and deliberate. He acknowledged the concerns written plainly across the Count's face. Roman met Count Lawrence's troubled gaze with steady eyes, his expression unshaken. He promised that from this moment forward, he would give him what he sought most, certainty. Curiosity flickered in Lawrence's tone as he asked what kind of certainty Roman could possibly offer in such an uncertain time. Roman's reply was firm and absolute, the certainty of victory. His words rang through the chamber like steel striking stone. Turning to the council, Roman laid out what he knew of Barco's preparations. Their first champion would likely be a 3-star knight, a daunting foe by any measure. But Roman did not hesitate. He claimed that role for himself, vowing to take the field as Lawrence's first warrior. Whether his opponent came as a knight of Barco, or even a master ranked beyond, Roman declared that the outcome would not change. Victory would be his. Yet he cautioned the table against overconfidence. One victory was not enough. To secure Lawrence's future, they had to win again and again. Strategy was the key. That was when Roman revealed his plan. He turned their attention to Chris. Though still only a 2-star warrior, Chris carried an unusual brilliance. Roman believed in him, believed that when the time came, Chris could rise above expectations and even overcome a 3-star knight. This, Roman explained, would give Lawrence the edge in the decisive third match. The room grew, still as his strategy took root in their minds. For the first time, they could see a path forward, a chance for Lawrence to rise again and reclaim honor lost. Roman pressed the point. This battle was not a burden, but an opportunity. As his words settled, his gaze shifted to Flora. She felt the unspoken weight of it. Roman would take the battlefield, but Lawrence must also find the strength to handle what lay beyond his reach. She understood, and despite the danger that always followed Roman, she voiced her support for the warrior battle without hesitation. The decision was sealed, the challenge was issued, and within a week the arena stood ready. People from all sides gathered, the air thick with anticipation for what was to come. Count Erdes, the appointed judge, stepped forward to preside. His presence carried the full authority of the central government. Raising his voice, he declared the duels sanctified by Valhalla itself. The rules were simple. Whatever the result, both families were bound to accept it. There would be no turning back. Erdes made it clear that any violation of the rules would be met with severe consequences, invoking the name of Cairo's kingdom as the highest authority. To ensure fairness, he ordered each faction to select 3 warriors and submit the order in which they would fight. The announcement intensified the atmosphere inside the arena. Every faction now weighed down by the seriousness of what was at stake. Amid the tension, Roman noticed something unsettling. Barco's men appeared far too relaxed, almost careless, as if they knew something no one else did. The behavior gnawed at him, prompting him to approach Viscount Lawrence with a bold suggestion: change the battle order. Lawrence, caught off guard, reminded Roman that the order had been fixed a week earlier. But Roman pressed further, pointing out that Barco had intentionally dragged out the decision, buying himself time to craft strategy. That delay was no coincidence. Their calm demeanor only confirmed that something was hidden beneath the surface. Lawrence, now wary, asked what adjustments Roman had in mind. Roman's sharp eyes caught sight of a powerful figure seated casually near Barco, stronger than the rest of his soldiers. Originally, Roman had planned to fight first, followed by Lawrence's knight, with Chris closing. But his instincts told him otherwise. He proposed a new formation. Chris would open the fight, forcing Barco's hand early. Roman would then adapt in the second match, ready to counter the opponent Barco was saving. It was an unexpected shift, one that left Lawrence and Flora stunned. Roman remained firm, explaining that the only way to stay ahead was to throw Barco off balance and keep the advantage in their hands. His calm decisiveness carried a weight that neither could deny. The moment of truth arrived. Chris strode into the arena, his opponent already waiting, Yin-sun, a 3-star Aura Knight. Standing proud, Chris introduced himself as a 2-star Aura Knight, undaunted by the difference in rank. A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd. Recognition sparked. Chris was the disciple of Jonathan, a genius known across the northern lands. The air grew heavy with anticipation as Chris and Yin-sun prepared to clash. The matchup looked one-sided from the start. Chris, a 2-star Aura Knight, was standing against Yin-sun, a far stronger 3-star. Most of the audience had already written Chris off, convinced he didn't stand chance. But Chris never saw risk as a weakness. To him, taking bold chances was the very path to growth. It was that mindset that pushed him to leave his former mentor, Jonathan, and choose a new master to follow. The battle opened with Yin-sun charging in, unleashing his aura at full force. But Chris had trained for moments like this. Memories of his sparring with Roman surfaced, and he quickly recognized the flaw. Yin-sun's aura was only dangerous if it connected. That realization became the foundation of his plan. Chris began weaving around the attacks, refusing to meet power with power. Each dodge was measured, his focus fixed on waiting for the perfect moment to counter. Yin-sun's patience, however, wore thin. His frustration boiled over, and he shouted at Chris, demanding to know how long he intended to keep running. Then, without warning, Yin-sun unleashed a sweeping red aura strike that caught Chris off guard. Cornered, Chris had a split second to decide. That was when Roman's words echoed in his mind. To break away from ordinary logic, to refine aura into absolute precision. Instead of recklessly pouring out his mana, Chris shifted his focus. He compressed his aura, narrowing it from a broad force into a line, then into a single sharp point. The arena grew tense as both knights prepared to deliver their decisive blows. Their attacks collided in a burst of energy that shook the ground. And when the dust cleared, the impossible had happened. Chris stood victorious. The 2-star knight had toppled the 3-star. The arena erupted. Cheers and applause filled the air as the crowd celebrated not just the win, but the brilliance of Chris's unorthodox tactics. He had turned patience and precision into victory, stunning everyone present. On the other side, Viscount Barco's face darkened with disbelief. His carefully laid plan had just crumbled. Yin-sun, the warrior meant to end things swiftly, was defeated. What was supposed to be a decisive second-round victory had now dragged into the final match. But even as the loss stung, Barco clung to his last safeguard. Hidden from everyone else was a weapon he had poured both effort and wealth into. A trump card, waiting to be revealed. Only Barco knew the full truth of his secret weapon. and that knowledge gave him comfort despite the upset. As the murmurs of the crowd swelled, a soldier quietly approached a man dozing on a chair. It was time. Slowly, Omuro of Barco, his hidden ace, rose from his seat and walked toward the arena. All eyes followed him. The audience buzzed with curiosity, unsure what to expect from this seemingly casual warrior Barco had kept in reserve. On the other side, Chris, Viscount Lawrence, and Flora exchanged startled looks, stunned at the sudden reveal. Stepping into the arena with calm confidence, Omuro introduced himself, a 4-star Aura Knight, ranked 49 on the Valhalla Empire's famed ranking system. The name alone sent a ripple through the crowd. The Valhalla Empire, known as the land where fallen heroes found eternal rest, preserved the legacies of warriors by recording their battles and immortalizing their strength through ranks. To appear on that list meant undeniable power. Count Lawrence, though shaken at first, quickly realized the implications. By fielding such a fighter in the final round, Barco was showing just how carefully he had prepared. Homeros, often called the Wandering Swordsman, had earned fame across the kingdom, traveling endlessly and clashing with powerful foes. Stories of his victories circulated like wildfire, tales of him toppling other 4-star knights and vanishing just as mysteriously. The crowd roared with excitement, their whispers merging into a wave of awe and speculation. Meanwhile, Roman leaned forward, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He had investigated Barco's plans through the information guilds, but the details he uncovered were shallow at best. Now, seeing Homeros revealed, he finally understood. This was Barco's true card, kept hidden until the last possible moment. To the crowd, Homeros was a living legend, his reputation wrapped in myth. To Roman, he was the final obstacle, a challenge that made the match even more thrilling. The secret trump card was finally on the stage, and the arena crackled with anticipation for the battle that was about to begin. Roman stood ready, his focus fixed on the opponent before him. Across the field, Homeros seemed unconcerned, unaware of the tension rippling through Lawrence's camp. Flora, however, could not stay silent. Fear for Roman's life weighed on her as she pleaded with him to surrender. Homeros wasn't just strong. Ranked 49, he was considered capable of climbing even higher, perhaps into the 30s. To her, the risk was far too great. She urged Roman to step back, to think carefully, to preserve himself for battles he could actually win. Homeros, on the other hand, looked at Roman with absolute certainty, his confidence radiating with every glance. That silent arrogance stirred something in Roman, a dislike that quickly took root. Still, Flora pressed on. She told him this was the time to let Lawrence take charge, that their knight could handle this overwhelming threat. She insisted there was no reason for Roman to gamble his life against someone of Homeros' caliber. She even reached out a hand to stop him. But Roman brushed past her words without hesitation. He had no intention of explaining himself. His decision was his alone, and no amount of pleading would sway him. With that, he stepped forward, leaving Flora's protest behind. The arena grew silent as he introduced himself clearly. Roman, standing under Lawrence's banner. Excitement surged through the crowd. The clash between the two was about to begin. Homeros studied him carefully. If Roman had truly defeated Flare, then he wasn't ordinary. Yet to Homeros, this match felt beneath him. He had been preparing for battles against giants like Fernando, ranked among the top 30. Facing Roman seemed like a distraction he wanted to end quickly. The match began with Homeros launching himself forward, striking with the full weight of his aura. But instead of being overwhelmed, Roman slipped past the assault with ease, his movements sharp and precise. Homeros' eyes narrowed. His first strike had missed. The veteran swordsman found himself taken aback, not just by Roman's speed, but by the way he moved, controlled, calculated, unshaken. The crowd gasped, whispers rippling as even Chris and Kevin struggled to believe what they were seeing. Homeros' speed was terrifying, yet Roman had avoided it cleanly. For the first time, Homeros reassessed his opponent. No longer dismissive, he grew curious. With a voice edged with respect, he asked Roman about his aura, how he wielded it, how he made it manifest with such control. It was the first sign that the wandering swordsman recognized the challenger before him might not be so minor after all. Roman had long been waiting for a true fight, but as he watched Homeros' movements, disappointment crept in. The swordsman wasn't giving his all. His strikes carried weight, Yet there was restraint, as if he considered Roman unworthy of his full strength. Homeros must have sensed the same thought. With a shift in intent, he finally let his aura surge. A crushing wave of energy poured out, rippling across the arena and shaking the crowd. The sheer force was enough to make the audience gasp. Yet Roman remained unconvinced. For someone ranked 49, this display felt hollow. It lacked the thrill of a warrior pushing beyond his limits. To Roman, Omuro was a dampener, killing the joy of battle by holding back. Tired of waiting, Roman made his move. He stepped forward, his intent sharp, daring Homeros to stop what was coming. His blade ignited with a dark purple glow as he unleashed the heavenly demon sword's black wave technique. Swift, formless, and precise, it was an attack born from mastery, not brute force. In that instant, time seemed to collapse for Homeros. His eyes widened as he witnessed the impossible. The flow of mana, the sheer control. It was beyond what he imagined this opponent capable of. Before he could recover, the strike landed. A single slash, clean and decisive, ended the duel. The scene cut briefly to memory, revealing how Homeros had come to stand here at all. His guild master had known of his hunger for greater battles, especially his fixation on facing Fernando, a ranked 30 powerhouse. But instead of granting that wish, the guild master redirected him toward what seemed trivial, a skirmish between two minor families. To Homeros, it was a distraction, nothing more than a warm-up. He accepted only because refusal wasn't an option. Despite holding an A-rank mercenary plaque, he had been ignoring missions, wandering the kingdom, clashing with strong foes on his own terms. Reluctantly, he had entered this match, unaware it would decide his downfall. Back in the arena, silence hung heavy before the shock set in. The spectators, Flora included, were frozen in disbelief. A man celebrated as a rising star, a 4-star knight on the verge of breaking into the 30s, had been cut down in an instant. Roman lowered his blade, his gaze cold. To him, Homeros' arrogance had been laughable. He had strutted as if he stood among the peaks, yet he had never reached them. One strike had been enough to strip away that illusion. Roman standards aren't bound by the customs of this world. They're rooted in his memories of a past life. He recalls the Murim, a realm as vast as a galaxy, filled with endless ranks of martial masters. In that place, hesitation meant death, and only the relentless survived. Compared to that, the mindset of this world feels sluggish and useless to him, trash unworthy of his time. With firm authority, Roman instructs the judge to declare the verdict. Startled by the shocking turn of events, the judge announces Roman Dmitri of Lawrence as the victor. The Barco Knights, along with the crowd, struggled to comprehend Homeros' sudden defeat. The arena, once buzzing with anticipation, falls into heavy silence. Chris, who had been closely watching, is shaken as well. His thoughts spiral. Was Roman always this strong, even back during their duel? Or had something impossible happened since then? Chris is certain that in their first battle, Roman could never have overwhelmed someone like Homero. The time between then and now simply wasn't enough for such a leap in strength. To him, the logic doesn't add up, leaving Roman's abilities shrouded in mystery. Doubt begins to gnaw at Chris. After defeating Yin's son earlier, surpassing Roman had seemed within his grasp. But after witnessing this battle, the idea now feels hopelessly naive. Lawrence's victory thundered through the arena like a quake. Counters stepped forward, announcing that the result was settled. There was no point wasting further resources. Families were given the right to revise their order lists and select new fighters after discussion. On the opposite side, Viscount Barco stood frozen. Homero, a 4-star knight and one of the kingdom's true elites, had fallen. The Viscount's mind raced. Was the guild selection even real? Could this have been a fraud? The thought sent a cold chill down his spine. As he wrestled with confusion, a soldier rushed forward, reminding him they needed to send their next warrior. The urgency struck him hard. Further losses couldn't be afforded. And then, in a move that shocked even his own men, Viscount Barco called for Benson, a 0-star knight. The soldier's eyes widened, realizing the gamble and the risk behind sending out someone of such low standing. Count Barco, however, viewed this as a chance for redemption. Benson's past blunder at a social gathering had stained the Barco family's name, and now the arena offered him a path to restore that honor. When Benson stepped forward, the crowd strained to recognize the unfamiliar knight. Over in Lawrence's camp, strategies began to shift in response to this unexpected choice. Kevin's gaze locked onto Benson, sharp and cold, his intent clear without words. Roman understood instantly. In their brutal world, strength alone dictated survival, and defeat often meant death. Benson might have been a null-star knight, but Roman knew better than to dismiss him. Every opponent carried their own dangers. Behind his calm smile, Roman recognized the weight of the moment. With a simple nod, he granted Kevin the right to face Benson. As Kevin entered the arena, the air grew heavy with anticipation. Benson, meanwhile, wrestled with his own dread. Once his path had seemed secure, protected by his father's knighthood and elevated into the ranks of the powerful Barco family. But loyalty had a price, and now it demanded he risk his life on the battlefield. Sizing up Kevin, Benson found an odd comfort in a familiar face. A smirk crept onto his lips, his confidence misplaced but unshaken. As the two squared off, Benson taunted, questioning Kevin's reasons. Was this about revenge, or had he volunteered out of pride? Either way, he highlighted the irony of their shared fate, both abandoned by those they served. To Benson, this duel felt like fortune disguised as doom, a chance to turn his standing around. Kevin, unflinching, declared with a sharp glare that he was nothing more than a sword, loyal only to his lord. The words only fueled Benson's resolve. With a roar, he charged. Kevin slipped past the strike, blade ready to counter, but Benson surprised him, twisting at the last second and driving a swift kick into Kevin's stomach. Kevin crashed to the ground from Benson's kick, a shocking reversal that gave Benson the upper hand. From the sidelines, Chris analyzed the scene, unable to ignore the stark difference in their physiques. Roman's choice puzzled him. Why send Kevin against such an opponent? Benson pressed his advantage, unleashing a relentless storm of slashes. Yet Kevin endured, refusing to fall, his eyes carrying a flicker of something darker. With each blow, that shadow inside him stirred, a sinister voice urging him to take revenge, to seize control. Roman, watching closely, recognized the signs. To him, Kevin's earlier sacrifice of his own arm had been the opening of a door, an invitation to a demonic presence lurking within. Roman believed this battle would force that entity to the surface, giving him the chance to confront and harness it. As the clash raged on, Kevin's struggle reached its breaking point. His eyes ignited with a crimson glow, his movements no longer his own. Guided by the demonic spirit, his body flowed with unnatural precision, dodging Benson's strikes and countering with lethal grace. The voice within pushed him harder, demanding he crush his enemy, demanding he prove himself worthy. Inside Kevin's mind churned a storm of doubts and desires. His fear of being overshadowed by Chris, his fierce loyalty to Roman, his desperation to prove he was indispensable. These emotions fused with a dark power, birthing something far beyond mortal strength. A blood-red aura engulfed him, otherworldly and menacing. With chilling composure, Kevin launched himself forward, his blade gleaming with unholy energy. Benson faltered, stunned by the sight. He had fought countless battles, yet never seen anything like this. Before he could recover, Kevin's strike came crashing down, his sword driven by demonic might, piercing past Benson's defenses. Even as Benson tried to evade, Kevin pressed in, his assault unrelenting, his will unshakable. The demonic force surged through Kevin, and with one decisive strike, he brought Benson crashing down. Silence gripped the arena as the crowd, Chris, Flora, Viscount Lawrence, and countless others, stared in shock at what they had just witnessed. Kevin, once thought ordinary, now stood revealed as a vessel of otherworldly power. With his opponent defeated, Kevin advanced toward Roman. Dropping to one knee, he pledged his return to the one who had guided him into this awakening. Roman, satisfied with the outcome, praised Kevin for his victory. In that acknowledgement, Kevin found the validation he had long sought, his purpose crystallizing at last. As the dust of battle settled, Lawrence's triumph was undeniable. 3 matches, 3 victories. Barco had been completely overwhelmed. At the center of it all stood Roman Dmitri, the architect of their success. His unorthodox tactics and bold choices had rewritten the course of the duel, and soon, the legend of his deeds spread far beyond the arena. Stories swept across the continent, embellished with both truth and rumor. Whispers claimed Roman had single-handedly cut down hundreds of Barco soldiers, striking from the rear. Others told of his power erasing Flare with a single blow. Whatever the details, The common thread was clear. Without Roman, Lawrence would have fallen. Roman Dmitri, once dismissed as the dormant dragon of the Dmitri family, was now seen as a force rising into the skies. His name carried on tales that grew with every retelling. Meanwhile, in Barco Castle, the atmosphere was far different. Viscount Barco sat under the crushing weight of failure. Notices from the Golden Bank piled high. Demands for principal and interest he could not hope to repay. The loss of Homero, the void left in manpower, and the looming threat of blame from the mercenary guild pressed down on him like iron chains. The once proud Viscount, who had strutted with confidence, now wore only the face of frustration, lamenting how swiftly his untouchable status had unraveled. Viscount Barco placed the blame for his downfall squarely on Roman Dmitri. Once hailed as the dominant force of the Northeast, the Barco family had enjoyed the eager support of countless nobles. But now those same allies acted as though Barco no longer existed. To the Viscount, it was Roman's interference that had triggered this rapid collapse. As he brooded over the matter, Barco recognized something deeper. Roman had violated an unwritten law of the aristocracy. His actions weren't just bold. They were a transgression against the very order that sustained noble privilege. And so, Barco decided this was the final chance to salvage what remained of his family's power. Days later, he gathered nobles from across the region for a crucial meeting. With forced politeness, he thanked them for attending. The room, however, brimmed with tension. The nobles wasted no time with courtesies. They pressed him to state his purpose. Barco laid out his case carefully. He reminded them that Barco's war against Lawrence had been justified, rooted in a cause acknowledged even by the central government. The very fact that a judge had been dispatched to oversee the conflict was proof of its legitimacy. He framed Barco as the wronged party, acting within noble law and tradition. Then his tone shifted, frustration sharpening his words. Roman Dmitri, he argued, had entered the conflict without justification, orchestrating an ambush that cost Barco the powerful flair. And when the warrior battle was fought, not one Lawrence knight had even stepped into the arena. How, he demanded, could such an outcome be tied to the original cause of the war? To him, Roman's motives were utterly incomprehensible. The engagement between Dmitri and Lawrence had already been annulled. Roman had no ties to their family, no grounds to intervene. Barco insisted Roman's actions had crossed every acceptable boundary of noble conduct. The argument struck a chord. Around the table, heads nodded, murmurs of agreement building. For the first time since his defeat, Barco felt momentum returning to his side. Seizing it, he presented his solution. The Dmitri family should be held accountable. They must provide restitution, enough to cover the financial burden that now threatened Barco through the Golden Bank. It was the resolution he intended to pursue with all the weight of noble consensus behind him. Viscount Barco's plan to rally the nobles was cut short by the sudden creak of the chamber doors. To the shock of all present, Roman Dmitri entered without hesitation, his presence thickening the tension in the room. For a moment, Barco was caught off guard, but then the confrontation he dreaded was standing right before him. Roman's gaze was sharp as he invited Barco to air every complaint directly to his face. The story then shifts back to Lawrence's territory. When Chris heard of Roman's decision to ride into Barco's domain, he was stunned. He urged Roman not to go, warning that the Viscount would never let him leave unscathed. But Roman dismissed Chris's fears. To him, avoiding Barco now would only delay the inevitable. Chris, convinced that Barco saw Roman as a mortal enemy, argued that steering clear of him was the only rational choice. Roman, however, was resolute. If he had chosen not to involve himself from the start, things might have been different. But since he had already stepped into the conflict, retreat was no longer an option. He was certain Barco bore an unshakable grudge against him. With that, he mounted his horse, declaring that this moment, when Barco was most vulnerable, was the time to confront the roots of revenge. Chris could only watch in disbelief as Roman set out alone. Back in the meeting hall, Roman broke the silence, stating his interest in hearing the very cause Barco had just presented. Barco's anger flared. To him, Roman's mere presence was an insult, a blatant disregard for the gap in their ranks. He sneered at Roman, labeling him a commoner without title, and scolded him for ignoring the laws that defined their society. In a lecture laced with arrogance, Barco explained that according to aristocratic law, no one had the right to interfere in a war without a valid cause. He emphasized that Barco had declared war with proper grounds, gained approval from the central government, and even brought in a judge to oversee the matter. Roman's intervention, he declared, spat in the face of those rules. These laws, Barco reminded the room, existed to protect the honor of every noble house. To ignore them was to invite chaos. Ignorance, he warned, was no defense. With a stern, cutting tone, he accused Roman of dragging shame upon the Dmitri family. And in his eyes, the consequences of such reckless defiance would not fall on Roman alone. They would ripple out and strike the entire Dmitri line. After Viscount Barco's biting words against the Dmitri family, the northeastern nobles quickly followed suit, piling blame on Roman. To them, he was nothing more than the clumsy, incompetent son who had dragged his family into disgrace. Roman, unfazed by their sneers, calmly asked Barco if he had finished. Then his tone shifted. A shadow crossed his expression, catching Barco off guard. With deliberate weight in his voice, Roman unveiled a truth none of them expected. He reminded the room that the Dmitri and Lawrence families had once been bound by an engagement. To the nobles gathered, Roman was now nothing but a discarded fool, unworthy of marriage ties. But Roman asked them directly, why did they think the union was broken? Because of his reputation? Because of rumors about his dealings with women? He dismissed those assumptions as baseless. The reality, he revealed, was far darker. The marriage had ended because Anthony Barco, Viscount Barco's own son, had threatened him. Gasps rippled through the chamber. Even Barco himself looked rattled. Roman pressed on, recounting a carefully laid trap at a social gathering within the Barco estate. Invited by Anthony, whom he once considered a friend, Roman had found himself lured into a room with Emily Barco. That moment was twisted into leverage. Anthony's scheme to force Roman into breaking the engagement with Lawrence, tearing apart the alliance before it could ever take shape. The revelation shifted the mood in the chamber. Nobles who had been quick to condemn Roman now hesitated, suspicion stirring that Barco might not be as righteous as he claimed. Seizing the moment, Roman declared with confidence that once a weakness was revealed, it no longer held power over him. Barco, flustered and unwilling to concede, spat back that Roman's story was nonsense, a feeble attempt to mask his own failures. But Roman had anticipated that denial. Without missing a beat, he delivered another blow. Anthony Barco had gone even further, threatening Flora Lawrence herself. It was this outrage, Roman explained, that led Flora to end her engagement with him. Locking eyes with the Viscount, Roman challenged him to deny the truth, and urged him to confirm it with Flora if he dared. The room grew heavier as the nobles exchanged uneasy glances. Finally, Roman made his stance clear. His involvement in the war, he said, was not born from recklessness nor disdain the Dmitri name. It was a choice rooted in strength, a direct response to Barco's deceit. And in that declaration, Roman turned the tide, reframing himself not as a burden, but as the one man bold enough to confront the corruption festering in the Barco family. Roman made it plain that his interference in the war had not been reckless nor aimless. It was the only revenge he could take for Flora's humiliation. Facing the nobles, he asked them outright, did they still believe he lacked cause to act? The weight of his words dismantled Barco's accusations, reframing his actions as personal retribution, not lawlessness. Barco froze. His entire argument that Roman had no cause crumbled in front of everyone. Struggling to recover, he considered his next steps. Buying time seemed the only option, so he muttered about confirming the truth later, hoping to escape the corner Roman had backed him into. But Roman pressed harder. He presented Barco with two choices, both decisive, both inescapable. The first was simple: punish Anthony for his crimes and settle the matter as a personal feud. The second, far darker, was to let the conflict spiral into a full-scale clash between the houses of Barco and Dmitri. Roman left no room for delay. The decision, he warned, had to be made immediately. If not, he would return home and reveal everything to his father. Barco's composure faltered. The thought of war with the Dmitri family at this moment, when his own house was weakened and close to collapse, was unthinkable. Such a battle could spell the end of Barco entirely. Desperate, he suggested a compromise. Anthony could kneel and apologize. Roman rejected the offer outright. The guilty, he declared, did not get to choose their punishment. Anthony's fate would be decided by him, and him alone. The scene shifted. In the dim confines of Barco's office, Anthony knelt, shoulders heavy with dread. He pleaded with his father to defy Roman's demands, terrified of being forced into a judgment duel. He knew Roman's strength, and he was certain it would mean his death. Viscount Barco, attempting to steady his son, reminded him of the brutal truth. His life was no longer his own. It was bound to the survival of their family. If he faltered, the entire Barco line might collapse with him. Count Barco's patience snapped as he forced Anthony to accept the grim fate that awaited him. He told his son to prepare himself, warning that losing at least an arm was inevitable. With that cold truth, Viscount Barco left, leaving Anthony collapsed on the floor, a broken figure weighed down by despair. The scene shifted to the arena, where nobles gathered in anticipation, eager for the duel between Roman and Anthony. The atmosphere was thick with tension as the two stood face to face. Anthony, shaken and terrified, stammered out apologies for his past actions against Roman. But Roman, calm and unshaken, offered no response. Instead, he slowly unsheathed his sword, a clear signal that the fight was about to begin. Desperation overtook Anthony. His pleas shifted from shallow apologies to begging for his life. He swore he would repay Roman forever if only he was spared. The sudden desperation stunned the crowd, and even Viscount Barco was shaken to see his son reduced to such pitiful weakness. Roman stood unwavering, his sword in hand. He turned Anthony's words into a test, questioning if the Barco family had any true means of repaying their massive debt to the Golden Bank. He dismissed the illusion of safety that came from Barco's political ties, making it clear that no power could shield them from collapse. With each step forward, Roman pressed the truth. The Barco family's downfall was close. He reminded Anthony of the humiliation and betrayal he had endured, demanding to know why he should grant mercy to someone who had given him none. The arena fell silent as Roman made his decision. With unwavering resolve, he struck, ending Anthony Barco's life in front of everyone. The shocking finality left Viscount Barco frozen in disbelief. Then, the story drew back to Roman's past. A childhood drowned in blood and survival. Night after night, assassins hunted him, forcing him to strike back, sometimes even killing his own brothers to survive. It was a life of constant struggle where compromise never existed. His eldest brother, Baek Hoi, often rebuked him, calling that merciless nature a fatal flaw. Unlike Roman, Baek Hoi was both powerful and shrewd, able to absorb defeated rivals into his ranks. He warned Roman that a life without compromise would only lead to ruin. But Roman stood firm. To him, sparing enemies only meant creating dangers for tomorrow. Eliminating them completely was the only way he knew to survive. In a world where weakness guaranteed death, Roman had mastered survival through sheer strength and merciless resolve, skills forged in the cruel teachings of the demon cult. With unshakable determination, he made it clear that he would live by those same brutal laws. Back in the arena, silence lingered heavy after Anthony's death. As Viscount Barco rushed to his son's side, the reality of what had happened struck him like a blade. Roman stood firm, unyielding, and asked coldly what the issue was. After all, in their world, criminals falling in duels was nothing unusual. But grief twisted into rage. Viscount Barco ordered his soldiers to strike Roman down. Yet not one of them moved. Fear rooted them to the ground. Roman's fearsome reputation and unmatched strength made them hesitate. Desperate, the Viscount accused Roman of scheming all along, claiming he had come without guards because he intended this outcome. He called Roman's earlier talk of peace nothing but deception. Roman met the accusation with unwavering resolve, stating that the moment Anthony dared to threaten him, he had already chosen to sever ties with the Barco family. The tension in the arena grew sharper. Roman declared he could no longer coexist with the Barcos. Turning to the gathered nobles, he made it clear that every consequence unfolding before them was the fruit of their own choices. A chilling purple aura surrounded him as he warned that anyone who still stood with the Barcos would face his wrath without mercy. Viscount Barco made one last attempt to seize control, asking if Roman really believed he could walk away unharmed after this. Roman dismissed the question without hesitation. He promised to shadow the Barco family's every step, striking relentlessly until their downfall was complete. With those words, he turned his back and left, leaving Viscount Barco to choke on the ruin of his family's legacy. Days later, word spread of the Viscount's fate. In desperation to escape his debts to the Golden Bank, he had tried to run, only to be discovered lifeless on a barren hill. The once dominant Barco family of the Northeast was finished, their name reduced to shame and ruin. The story then shifted to Dmitri's palace. In the quiet of night, Hans encountered Roman. Surprised, he asked why the young master was wandering so late, especially with his clothes soaked in blood. Roman, wearing a faint smile, replied that the moonlight had drawn him out. It had been far too long since he had enjoyed a walk beneath it. As Roman began to change his clothes, Hans hesitated, then voiced his concern. He reminded Roman that everyone worried deeply about him. Hans admitted he was relieved that so many cared for Roman, but his relief was shadowed by worry. Roman's constant habit of throwing himself into danger, especially with war looming, left him uneasy. He urged Roman to be more cautious. Roman only smiled faintly, reminding Hans that he'd said these words before. Then, with quiet certainty, Roman told Hans that he was one of his people, someone he would never abandon. Hans froze for a moment, memories stirring from another lifetime. Back when Roman had lived as Baek Jung-hyuk, he had risen as the heavenly demon by cutting down countless enemies. Yet in that ruthless life, one rule always guided him: to protect those who served him above all else. Roman's voice carried that same conviction now. To him, a single ally he cared for was worth far more than any number of enemies. He ended with a vow: he would protect those under his wing with everything he had. Meanwhile, in the wake of the Barco family's downfall, the Maloke family moved swiftly to adapt to the shifting tides of power. They organized a grand social gathering, orchestrated by Helena Maloke herself. Helena was graceful and calculating, fully aware that Dmitri was destined to rise as the dominant power in the Northeast. This gathering was her chance to cement that allegiance. The night unfolded with elegance, every detail guided by Helena's hand. Behind the warm greetings and laughter, the true purpose of the evening was clear: to signal unwavering loyalty to Dmitri. One by one, guests arrived, their anticipation reflecting the weight of the moment. Helena, radiant in her attire, warmly welcomed Rihanna Dmitri, the formidable matriarch of the Dmitri family. As Baron Dmitri's wife, Rihanna had long been a cornerstone in navigating noble politics. Where her husband Romero lacked political instinct, Rihanna excelled. Through careful networking and deliberate alliances with other noblewomen, she had quietly strengthened Dmitri's position. When the Barco family tried to interfere, it was Rihanna's foresight that shielded Dmitri from collapse. Now, standing before the gathered nobles, she gave her thanks to the ladies who had stood by her. She emphasized that the gathering was not just a pleasant occasion, but a vital moment of unity. Her words carried weight, urging the region's nobles to move forward together as power shifted. As the women gathered around the table, the atmosphere grew purposeful. Helena seized the moment and turned her focus to Rihanna. With a careful, almost probing tone, she asked what Rihanna thought of her daughter, Veronica. Helena's words caught everyone by surprise. She openly suggested that Veronica would make a good match for Roman. At 25, Helena argued, Roman was at the right age to shoulder greater responsibilities. It was time for him to marry and build a family. A move that would not only secure Dmitri's standing, but also strengthen the Maloke family's influence in noble society. She was careful to clarify her intentions. This wasn't just a mother's wish for her daughter. With sincerity, she explained that she truly believed Veronica had the qualities to stand by Roman's side and be a fitting partner for him. But before Helena could finish, murmurs rose around the table. Several noble women interrupted, pointing out that Veronica was already being considered for marriage with another household. The suggestion was dismissed almost immediately, leaving Helena's words hanging in the air. The focus of the room shifted, and with it came a wave of curiosity about who else might be suited for Roman. Seeing the opening, the other noble ladies eagerly turned to Rihanna. One after another, they expressed their interest in pairing their own daughters with Roman. Hopes of securing a tie with Dmitri lit up their eyes as they leaned into the discussion. Rihanna, seasoned in the art of politics, took a moment to reflect before responding. Memories of the past 6 years surfaced. Roman, once seen as a burden in noble circles, had been overlooked and dismissed. His future seemed dim since he wouldn't inherit Dmitri's wealth or position. Yet everything had changed. Roman's rise as a 4-star knight had rewritten his destiny, making him a man of promise and strength. As the noble ladies pressed her, Rihanna acknowledged their respect, but her answer carried a different weight. Roman, she reminded them, had endured countless hardships. For him, marriage should not be reduced to strategy or arrangement. Instead, she declared, he deserved the chance to choose someone he truly loved. Her bold announcement silenced the room for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, she ended all talk of arranged marriages entirely. Whoever captured Roman's heart, she said, would be the one to marry him. The ladies welcomed this change with excitement. It freed them from tangled negotiations and gave them hope for possibilities they had not considered before. The scene shifted to Lawrence's palace. In the quiet library, Flora sat deep in thought. The weight of recent losses pressed on her. Lawrence's defeat at the hands of Barco still stung, and she had clung to the hope of holding out until winter to find a chance at redemption. But those fragile hopes had been crushed by unfolding events. In stark contrast, Roman had read the situation perfectly. He had acted with foresight and strategy, maneuvering through the chaos while others faltered. Thinking of him brought an unexpected warmth to her cheeks. At first, she had disliked him, but now, admiration grew. His strength, his clarity, and his willingness to face challenges directly changed how she saw him. What began as disdain was quietly turning into respect, and perhaps something more. In the circles of high society, Roman carried a reputation as a proud, arrogant man, someone who cared only for his own ambitions. Yet as Flora reflected on him, doubt began to creep in. She couldn't help but wonder where his strength truly came from, and what kind of person he was beneath that image. Closing her book, she stepped outside for some air, her mind restless with curiosity. Though he still seemed distant and mysterious, she reminded herself that their paths had diverged once their engagement had ended. In her heart, she believed there would be no reason to cross paths with Roman Dmitri again. That belief was shattered when she suddenly heard a voice call out, "Sis." Turning in surprise, Flora saw her cousin Sylvia Lawrence standing there, an unexpected visitor. The surprise quickly shifted to questions. Why had Sylvia come? Seeking answers, Flora went straight to her father. She asked about the party in Dmitri that Sylvia had mentioned, shocked that she had not been informed. Viscount Lawrence met her question with honesty. Recent events, he said, had forced him to reevaluate family affairs. He praised Flora, recognizing the sharp judgment she had shown in the past, especially when she brought Roman Dmitri into a decisive battle that led them to victory. He admitted with regret that he had underestimated her before. With sincerity, he promised never to make that mistake again. From now on, he would support her dreams without placing family burdens on her shoulders. Flora was moved by his words, but doubts lingered. Sincerity was rare in noble families, and politics always ran deeper than appearances. Still, she nodded, preparing herself for the party. Her curiosity pressed further, though. Why had Sylvia been invited from the capital? Sensing her suspicion, Viscount Lawrence admitted the truth without hesitation. His reasons were not entirely pure. He wanted to strengthen ties with Dmitri, and bringing Sylvia was part of that plan. Hearing this, Flora quickly understood. Her father intended to rebuild the bond between Lawrence and Dmitri through Sylvia. Acknowledging his motives, she agreed to accompany Sylvia to the gathering, seeing it as a chance for her family to repay the debt they owed Roman Dmitri. Viscount Lawrence assured her she needn't worry. He would ensure she remained uninvolved with Roman. But Flora's resolve was firm. With quiet determination, she told him she would be cautious in her own way, unwilling to leave her fate entirely in someone else's hands. At the Valhalla temple in the Cairo kingdom, Willis, the temple's head and chief ranking evaluator, received startling news. Word had spread of a young nobleman, only 25 years old, who had defeated a 4-star Oronite in a single strike. The report seemed unbelievable, yet intriguing. Suspecting the rise of a new prodigy, Willis decided he would need to see for himself whether the story was true. Meanwhile, preparations for the upcoming party stirred excitement among the noble ladies. They chose to visit the Dmitri family in advance, eager at the thought of meeting the elusive Roman. Yet not all shared the same anticipation. Sylvia, in particular, couldn't ignore the dark rumors surrounding him. As their group traveled deeper into Dmitri's territory, the difference from the capital became impossible to ignore. The landscape was dominated by the grit and labor of mining, the very backbone of the region. For women accustomed to refinement, the scene felt crude and unappealing. Compared to the polished beauty of the capital, Dmitri seemed far too rough. Sylvia made her disdain plain, shielding her face with a handkerchief as though the air itself offended her. Flora noticed, and in that moment she better understood her cousin. Sylvia's father, a merchant who had risen in the capital, came from a different background than the old Lawrence bloodline. To Flora, the capital's bustling sophistication stood worlds apart from both Lawrence and Dmitri, places that now felt like little more than countryside in comparison. The noblewomen's unease grew sharper as miners returned from their day's work. Dust clung to their clothes and skin, a reminder of the harsh labor that fueled Dmitri's prosperity. The women worried that even a passing brush might stain their elaborate gowns. Yet the miners walked with pride, embodying the raw, industrious spirit of the land. Amid this, Flora thought she caught sight of Roman. For a moment, her heart raced, only for her to realize it was a trick of her imagination. But soon after, the real Roman Dmitri appeared. His butler Hans hurried to him, clearly anxious. Seeing his master covered in dust from the mines, Hans quickly tried to clean him, but Roman brushed the effort aside. The scene drew immediate attention. The noble ladies, who had heard countless whispers of Roman but never seen him up close, were suddenly captivated. To their surprise, he was even more striking than the rumors had painted him. Sylvia, in particular, couldn't hide her fascination. As she studied him, her thoughts circled back to the gossip that Roman, as the Dmitri family's second son, might lose his claim to inheritance. She couldn't help but wonder if those whispers carried any truth. To Sylvia, one thing was certain. No family preparing an heir for leadership would send him to labor in the mines. Convinced of this, she urged the noble ladies to approach Roman before the evening gathering. With excitement building, the group made their way to him. Sylvia stepped forward first, introducing herself as a member of the Lawrence family. She expressed her gratitude, thanking Roman for the help he had given her family when they were in dire need. Smiling, she told him he was just as extraordinary as the rumors claimed. Roman accepted her words with quiet humility, offering only a brief acknowledgement before excusing himself. He left alongside Hans, his loyal butler. Sylvia was taken aback by how swiftly he departed, while Flora, watching from the side, couldn't help but laugh softly at the scene. As they walked on, Hans turned to Roman and asked if he intended to attend the party later. He suggested that Roman rest a little first. Roman hesitated, admitting that he didn't enjoy gatherings where people lacked genuine respect. Seeing the noble women ridicule Dmitri's mining had made him question the point of attending. Still concerned, Hans asked how long Roman had been working in the mines and whether the Lord had personally instructed him to do so. Roman explained that Dmitri's true identity lay in blacksmithing and iron mining. The miners toiled day after day to extract ore, and that labor was the foundation of Dmitri's strength. He worked alongside them because words alone couldn't capture their struggle. He wanted to truly understand it. Hans was deeply moved, struck by how much Roman had grown. His sincerity left a strong impression. The story then shifted to Dmitri's training grounds, where soldiers drilled under Chris's command. Roman respected Chris, knowing his battlefield experience against Barco had earned him both loyalty and authority among the men. Beyond the training in aura and magic Roman had introduced, Chris also incorporated Ajura cultivation methods and Azure sword techniques. These practices pushed the soldiers to new levels, and Roman himself had benefited from them, sharpening his power as an aura user. But Roman knew raw training alone would not be enough for the future he sought. With his sharp analytical mind, he understood he needed intelligence networks to expand his reach. For now, though, he lacked both funds and manpower. Calling Chris over, Roman asked about the soldiers' progress. Chris, full of energy, reported that the men were highly motivated and learning quickly. He was confident they would soon display remarkable improvements. At that moment, Roman revealed his plan to pass down a new sword technique to Chris. The offer caught Chris off guard, and he leaned in, eager to hear more. Roman explained that Chris had a way of doing things that was different from everyone else. He pointed out that Chris had already built his own fighting style, which made learning new techniques more challenging. Still, Roman believed the time had come for Chris to take on something new. With a sense of importance, Roman introduced the technique, lightning flash. It was a move once admired across the Murim, connected to a legendary event known as the Great Master of the World. For Chris, mastering lightning flash marked the next step in his growth, a path toward greater strength and mastery. Meanwhile, the Dmitri palace was alive with music, laughter, and celebration. The butler announced Roman's arrival, and the noble ladies lit up with excitement. The moment he stepped in, his presence drew every eye in the room. The young women blushed and quickly gathered around, eager to know why he had disappeared earlier in the day. With an easy smile, Roman explained that he had wrapped up his work and wanted to return properly dressed for the event. His simple answer, paired with his calm charm, only deepened their admiration. Among them, Sylvia couldn't help but express her thoughts. She remarked that Roman lived up to every rumor she had heard, even joking about how unusual it was for someone of his status to mingle so freely. Laughing, she wondered aloud how her life might change if she had someone like him as a husband. Roman, staying modest, brushed off her words, saying she was giving him too much credit. The night carried on, with Roman naturally becoming the center of attention, his approachable manner winning over everyone around him. Later, he slipped away to the balcony, seeking a moment of peace. He didn't notice Flora step up behind him until she spoke. She complimented how well he carried himself among the nobles, surprising Roman, since she had always thought of him as someone indifferent to such things. To her, this side of him was completely unexpected. Roman explained that his behavior at the party was different only because his parents and their guests were present, and he wanted to respect that. As their conversation unfolded, Roman thought back to his very first meeting with Flora, reflecting on how much had changed since then. Flora understood what he meant, brushing her hair back as if to show she accepted his point. She realized that even though she had once treated him disrespectfully, he had never let it affect how he treated her. Curious, Flora asked what kind of experiences had shaped Roman's unshakable mindset. What puzzled her even more was his sudden decision to spend time in the mines earlier that day. For someone destined to lead, such labor seemed out of place. Unable to hold back her curiosity, she asked why Roman had chosen such an unusual path. Instead of giving a direct answer, Roman turned the question back on Flora. He asked her to think about how the Lawrence family had gained their wealth. Caught off guard, Flora replied that most people believed it was thanks to fertile land and bountiful harvests. Roman shook his head and revealed a different truth. The Lawrence family's rise came not just from farming, but from business. They sold and traded their crops, which elevated their status. This perspective opened Flora's eyes, especially when Roman reminded her that Viscount Lawrence's brother had become a merchant in the capital. She was stunned, both by the information and by how much Roman seemed to know about Dmitri's history. Still curious, she pressed him on how any of this connected to his time in the mines. Roman explained plainly, Dmitri's foundation was built on iron. The miners, covered in sweat and dirt each day as they hauled or from the earth, were the backbone of everything the family stood on. For him, stepping into the mines was not just labor. It was a way to understand, to connect, and to carry the weight of those who made Dmitri's name possible. Someone bearing that name, he believed, could not ignore the hardships of the people who supported it. Flora was shaken by the depth of his words. She stood quietly, absorbing the meaning, realizing how little she had thought about such things before. Roman sensed the conversation had reached its end. Without another word, he excused himself and walked away, leaving Flora alone on the balcony. She looked up at the sky, smiling faintly, her thoughts clearer than ever. Meeting Roman had shifted something inside her. For the first time, she felt ready to make her own choice. The story then moved forward a few days. Flora prepared to leave Lawrence for the capital. This moment marked more than just travel. It symbolized her stepping out of the sheltered walls of her home and into the vast world beyond. It was the start of a turning point, one that hinted at change and growth waiting for her ahead. The scene then shifted to the mines, where Jacob, the master of the mines, discussed recent progress with Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Jacob spoke with certainty, assuring him that Lawrence Mountain had barely been tapped. Even if the Dmitri family continued mining for decades, the iron would not run dry. His years of experience made his confidence unshakable. Hendrik, however, brought up something else. He asked why Roman Dmitri had been acting differently, even coming to work in the mines over the last 2 weeks. There was an odd silence in the air that he couldn't explain. The story then flashed back to 2 weeks earlier. Word spread quickly among the miners that Lord Roman Dmitri himself would be joining them underground. Many scoffed, thinking he'd only appear briefly, take a glance around, and then vanish as nobles always did. Among the miners, Morcan, a veteran of the trade, voiced his doubts. To him, Lord Dmitri had long since lost touch with the people who mattered most. If Baron Dmitri truly wanted his son to inherit the family's legacy, He should have started teaching him years ago. Morkan argued that while the Baron always gave his support to blacksmiths, he overlooked the miners, the very backbone of the Dmitri family's success. He reminded everyone that the three Dmitri heirs had learned the art of forging from childhood, yet none of them had ever set foot in the mines to understand where the iron came from. To Morkan, this proved that miners had always been treated unfairly. Others thought his view was a little too harsh, but he stood by it. For him, the wealth and reputation of the family rested squarely on the miners' shoulders, not just the blacksmiths. Convinced that Roman had been dragged into the mines against his will, Morkan saw no reason to show him respect. Instead, he roused his fellow workers, declaring that they would teach Roman just how brutal mining life truly was. When Roman finally appeared at the site, Morkan took charge, introducing the crew and announcing that from that day forward, Roman would be working alongside them. He made it clear that safety came first and reminded everyone to keep that in mind before sending them back to their tasks. Roman quickly noticed how the miners brushed him off, refusing to acknowledge his presence. Yet he didn't mind. Rather than take offense, he remained calm and chose not to react. Behind him, the mining city of Dmitri rose against the landscape, its weight and complexity sinking into his thoughts. He reflected on the lives of the workers, the constant power struggles around them, and how he might one day shape this land for the better. As he watched, the miners fell into their rhythm. Their movements were smooth and precise, each step of the process fitting together with practiced ease. From striking the rock to hauling the ore, every job was done methodically, revealing just how well they had mastered their routine. Roman studied their work carefully. He noticed how evenly the labor was shared, no task left to one man alone. And as he observed, his mind wandered to the reputation of Dmitri's iron. People praised the blacksmiths for their unmatched craftsmanship, but Roman began to see the truth. The secret lay not only in the skill of forging, but in the quality of the iron itself. Dmitri's strength came from possessing the finest ore, an advantage few others could match. Where other regions faltered, losing money in the trade of poor-quality iron, Dmitri thrived. Roman realized that it wasn't luck, it was the family's control over every step of the process that secured their dominance. The estate held on to profits that other regions lost through complicated trade. By handling extraction, forging, and sales entirely within its own borders, Dmitri had created a cycle that was self-sufficient and highly profitable. This system had fueled the estate's prosperity for generations. What set Dmitri apart was its ability to supply and sell without relying on outsiders. With the estate rooted in a city full of blacksmiths, every step of the process strengthened its position and filled its coffers. Roman marveled at the precision of this model. Every detail was planned, every stage connected, ensuring Dmitri remained the undisputed leader in ironwork. The sheer wealth it had built over time was greater than even he had imagined, a true testament to its lasting success. But his quiet reflections were cut short by Morin, the stern overseer of the mines. With a sharp tone, he reminded Roman that the mine was no place for idle thoughts. This was a place for sweat and grit. Either focus on the work or leave. Realizing he had been distracted, Roman gave a respectful apology and assured Morin that he would stay on task. Days passed, soon turning into a week. Roman pushed through the labor, often left to work alone. During breaks, he noticed how little the miners spoke to one another. When he tried to join their conversations, they offered little in return. The silence carried an unspoken rule. Each man guarded his own space. Amid this tense atmosphere, Morin's curiosity finally got the better of him. After watching Roman for days, he approached with a question that had lingered in his mind. Why was Roman, the eldest son of Dmitri, spending his time here? Even Rodwell, the strong second son, had never once stepped into the iron mines. To Morin, it looked as if Roman was playing at being a successor without truly understanding the role. Yet as he watched more closely, Morin saw something he hadn't expected. Roman wasn't slacking, nor was he just going through the motions. He worked with steady determination, showing an energy that even impressed the hardened overseer. Task after task, Roman not only kept pace, but often surpassed expectations, proving himself valuable to the team. The more Morin saw, the greater the puzzle became. Why was the heir of Dmitri here, working like a common miner? The mystery only deepened when a servant from the castle quietly revealed that Lord Dmitri had never ordered Roman to work in the mines at all. This revealed that Roman had stepped into the mines of his own free will. Still puzzled by his intentions, Morin chose to confront him directly. When he asked, Roman countered with a question of his own. Did Morin want the idealistic answer or the realistic one? Morin smirked and told him to give both. Roman began with the idealistic view. He explained that he wanted to truly understand the lives of the people who built Dmitri's strength. The city thrived because of its mines, and Roman felt a deep need to experience the struggles of the workers firsthand. To him, sharing in their daily hardships was the only way to connect with the foundation of Dmitri's wealth and honor. Morin challenged him, asking why such a journey was even necessary for someone of his status. Roman's response was unwavering. As long as he bore the Dmitri name, he believed it was his duty to know the lives of those who toiled beneath it. He felt bound by both responsibility and a sense of kinship. Nearby, Carmen had been listening quietly. To him, Roman's words carried the weight of noble ideals, the kind of answer that people hope to hear from their leaders. It sounded like the very spirit of what nobility should stand for. But then Roman shifted gears. His second answer struck a different chord. Far more practical, far more blunt. Though the Dmitri name was tied to immense wealth, Roman admitted most of that wealth belonged to his father, not to him. He hadn't come to the mines just for noble ideals. He was also here to prove himself, to contribute directly, and to earn a rightful share of the legacy. This caught Morin off guard. After a moment of silence, he let out a laugh. The thought of the heir working in the dirt and sweat to stake his claim was not what he had expected. But in that laugh came a realization. Roman wasn't just playing at being noble. He understood the realities of Dmitri's power as well. With the tension eased, Morin opened the door for Roman to ask whatever he wanted. Roman didn't hesitate. Question after question, he pressed for details, and Morin answered patiently, guiding him through the truths of the mining operation. From their exchange, Roman learned that Dmitri's iron mine wasn't just large. It was the greatest in the kingdom, rivaling even the vast reserves at the edge of the continent, outside Dmitri's borders. Yet Morin tempered the pride with honesty. For all its scale and reputation, the mine's actual output was far below what it should have been. The harsh conditions of the mines constantly slowed progress and kept productivity lower than it should have been. Lord Dmitri had enforced safety measures, but in truth, danger was never far away. The northeastern mountains were known for sudden earthquakes, a reminder that no matter how much humans prepared, nature's strength could shatter everything in an instant. That reminder came without warning. The ground shook violently, and in seconds, chaos swept through the mine. Morin rushed toward the commotion, only to hear the grim report. The eighth shaft had caved in, trapping a worker beneath the rubble. Fear spread like fire. No one dared to move, too afraid that another collapse would bury them as well. Amid the panic, Roman stepped forward. With firm resolve, he declared that he would go down himself to rescue the trapped man. Morin's eyes widened. He warned Roman that even with the strength of an Oronite, a second collapse could mean death. But Roman's voice was steady as he looked him in the eye. Carrying the Dmitri name, he said, meant carrying its responsibility, especially in moments like this. Morin could only stare, struck speechless by Roman's resolve, as the young heir moved into action. Roman slipped into the unstable shaft, his movements sharp and controlled, weaving between rocks that could shift at any moment. Every heartbeat felt stretched into an eternity for those waiting above, caught between dread and hope. Then, finally, Roman emerged from the darkness, carrying the injured miner on his back. Relief exploded into cheers, echoing through the cavern, a mix of gratitude and awe. Without hesitation, Roman set the man down and immediately tended to his wounds. His hands moved with unexpected precision, wrapping the injuries with practiced care. Morin watched in silence, quietly impressed at how natural Roman seemed in the role. Once the first aid was complete, Roman ordered the others to get the injured man to a doctor at once. He promised he would personally cover the cost of any potions or treatments needed. Without delay, the workers lifted their comrade onto a stretcher and hurried him away. With the immediate crisis handled, Roman gathered the miners together. He knew that for most, accidents like this felt inevitable, just another harsh reality of their work. But Roman didn't leave it at that. He spoke with conviction, acknowledging their fear while offering something else: hope. Roman stood before the miners, declaring that as a son of the Dmitri family, he would share their burdens however he could. What shocked Morin most was the quiet confidence in Roman's voice. He believed this effort wouldn't take long. The story then shifted to the Baron's office, where weighty decisions and private concerns often collided. Baron Dmitri, worried as both a leader and a father, confronted Roman directly about the accident. He demanded to know why his son had risked his life so recklessly. Roman tried to ease his father's fear, assuring him that he had walked away unharmed. But the Baron wasn't satisfied. His concern only grew sharper as he pressed for details. He reminded Roman that even as an aura swordsman, his strength didn't make him invincible. Some dangers couldn't be met head-on, no matter how skilled one was. Speaking with the authority of both a father and the head of the estate, Baron Dmitri warned him that this time he had been lucky. Next time, fortune might not be so kind. His words carried no favoritism, only the cold truth of how easily the family could have lost its heir. Roman, however, stood his ground. He answered firmly, saying he acted because it was the only choice he could make. If he could go back, he would do the same again without hesitation. His conviction wasn't born only from family pride, but from a greater sense of duty tied to the Dmitri name itself. That answer only deepened his father's frustration. The Baron's voice rose, demanding why his eldest son insisted on such a dangerous path. Why risk everything when no one had asked him to? Roman's reply was calm but unwavering. To understand Dmitri, he explained, one had to look beyond the forge. Yes, the family was renowned for blacksmithing, but the truth was undeniable. Most of their people lived and worked in the iron mines. If he was to bear the Dmitri name, then he needed to understand not just the fame of the forge, but also the hardships that lay beneath it. Roman's decision to work in the mines wasn't just about experience. It was his way of linking the family's name to the lives of ordinary people. Baron Dmitri, intrigued by this, asked him to share what he had gained from his time underground. Roman described the harsh realities the workers endured, stressing how much his father genuinely cared about their safety and conditions. Though Baron Dmitri was respected by all, even the miners themselves, Roman pointed out that no matter how careful they were, danger was always present. The constant fear of the earth trembling and tunnels collapsing weighed heavily on the workers. Hearing this, Baron Dmitri acknowledged that accidents were inevitable, no matter how prepared they were. Roman, ever sharp and practical, proposed a bold idea, using magical artifacts to minimize risks. These enchanted tools, he explained, could drastically improve safety in the mines. Dmitri admitted the artifacts might work, but doubted whether such an expensive plan was realistic. Roman countered without hesitation. To him, it wasn't just about avoiding danger. It was an investment. He introduced the concept of opportunity cost. While the initial expense would be high, the potential gains in production and the opening of new mines would far outweigh it. With better safety, operations could expand smoothly, making the mines more profitable in the long run. Beyond that, he suggested forming a dedicated safety team to constantly manage risks, while a portion of future profits could go towards supporting the workers, protecting lives, and strengthening loyalty at the same time. At first, Baron Dmitri hesitated, but Roman's well-thought-out plan captured his attention. He began to see the possibility of transforming how the mines were run. Wanting more details, Dmitri pressed Roman for numbers and proof, recognizing that this was more than a casual idea. It was a potential turning point in managing his lands. As this discussion unfolded, the narrative widened its focus, revealing the broader world of Miram, a place divided between the powerful and the powerless. Within this structure, two distinct groups stood out, masters of gathering secrets and controlling the flow of information. Two major forces controlled the flow of information in Miram: the Beggars sect and the Ignoble clan. The Beggars sect spread its network across the world, using beggars as silent gatherers of stories and whispers. The Ignoble clan, on the other hand, relied on ties with the vulnerable and overlooked, drawing intelligence from those society ignored. Instead of following the expected path of becoming a blacksmith, Roman chose to step into the mines. His true aim was to better understand the Northeast and strengthen his influence there. With his father's backing and a skilled team, he set out to make the Ignoble clan the most formidable information network in the region. Yet Roman knew that local dominance wasn't enough. To truly rival the Beggars sect, he would need broader reach, sharper systems, and specialists capable of managing and refining the constant stream of data. Building ties with high-ranking figures in Dmitri was also essential for this vision to take shape. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the training grounds, where Chris summoned the soldiers for a critical announcement. He introduced them to Roman's unique gift, training that combined swordsmanship with the control of mana. At first, the men were taken aback, uncertain about its purpose. Sensing their hesitation, Chris explained the real value behind this method, dismissing any doubts. Among the skeptics was Lucas, who assumed Roman's ideas might be little more than tricks, perhaps leading them on pointless quests. But then Chris revealed the name of the technique, Azura, known in a distant tongue as the ghost of the battlefield. The name alone carried weight. The soldiers quickly realized this was no game. As training began, even Lucas, the doubter, was forced to reconsider. Within days of practicing, he experienced something new, his senses sharpening, the breeze brushing against his skin with a clarity he had never felt before. The Azura sword technique, with its 108 forms of combat, revealed itself to be a complete, formidable art. Lucas was stunned, unable to grasp the depth of Roman Dmitri's abilities, constantly asking himself, who exactly is Roman Dmitri? He reflected on Roman's hidden strength, the Azura method, the Azura sword, and imagined what he would do if he possessed such power. Lucas decided he would keep it secret, even from his own blood. Having lost his fortune once before, he understood how harsh life could be. Yet through this training, he found a renewed sense of purpose. What began as doubt turned into determination, and in the Azura method, Lucas discovered not just a path forward, but himself. The focus shifted to Roman's office, where Lucas finally voiced a decision he had been holding back. Instead of pursuing the Information Guild on his own, he declared that he wanted to remain by Roman's side. Roman immediately understood that rejecting him wasn't an option. Lucas's years among mercenaries, his hard-earned connections, and the lessons carved into him through hardship made him the ideal candidate. Still, Lucas explained that taking over the guild would mean distancing himself from Roman. He reminded Roman of the promise he made during the war with Barco, to dedicate his life to protecting him. With conviction, he begged Roman not to cast him aside. Roman, impressed by his devotion, couldn't ignore one lingering question. Where had Lucas learned the aura technique and the Azura sword? Lucas could only admit he didn't know. Roman reminded him of the gifts already entrusted to him, symbols of loyalty that couldn't be taken lightly. Curious, Roman pressed further, asking how Lucas truly saw him. He made it clear that blind devotion wasn't what he wanted. To follow him meant understanding the cost, the willingness to risk everything, even life itself. Pushing the question deeper, Roman asked what Lucas believed he could offer to someone worthy of more than just Dmitri's soldiers. Startled, Lucas hesitated, questioning if anything could surpass the aura method. But with renewed determination, he pledged absolute obedience to Roman's commands and vowed to create the greatest information guild across the continent. Recognizing his sharp reasoning and clear vision, Roman entrusted Lucas with leadership of the Ignoble Information Guild. The story then returned to the mines, where Roman's presence was met with cheers and respect. The miners, still grateful for the rescue of a fellow worker's son, showed heartfelt appreciation. One miner even swore to give his life if Roman ever called upon him. Roman accepted their gratitude with humility, looking forward to their shared future. From that day forward, public opinion shifted strongly in his favor, so much so that it began to trouble Baron Romero. Time passed quickly. A month after the fall of Barco, the Great Hall of Dmitri's estate was filled with key members gathered for a crucial meeting. The weight of recent triumphs lingered in the air as an elderly councilman spoke with steady authority. House Barco, once a formidable rival, had been wiped out completely. With measured words, the old man declared that in the northeast, no power remained capable of matching Dmitri's strength. Even those who once sided with Barco now sought to align themselves with the house that had risen to the top. The atmosphere in the hall shifted as the old man continued his report. He explained how the situation in the northeast had changed, but the tone grew heavy when he touched on a delicate matter. With Barco's defeat, their former allies now sought reconciliation. The old man asked Baron Dmitri how they should be handled. Dmitri's reply was unwavering. Mercy, he declared, was not an option. To forgive those who had once raised their swords against him was not kindness, it was arrogance. He firmly ordered that no negotiations be made with them and vowed that those who opposed Dmitri would face the full weight of their decision. With that resolved, Baron Dmitri turned the discussion toward strategy. Jonathan stepped forward, analyzing the war's deeper layers. He pointed out that Barco hadn't stood alone. They had called in outside forces, which posed dangerous complications. If it had come to a direct clash, the risk to Dmitri could have been severe. Jonathan warned of unpredictable variables such as flare and Homero, urging Dmitri to expand its military strength. He also advised the acquisition of magical weapons, tools that could serve as a shield against future threats. Baron Dmitri agreed without hesitation. Military power was the backbone of their survival, and adapting to these new challenges was essential. The discussion then turned toward money. Despite the heavy expenses from installing magical artifacts in the mines, Baron Dmitri reassured the council that the estate's finances remained solid. This stability was thanks to Roman's foresight. His initiative had not only protected the miners, but also boosted iron production by 30% in a short time. The old man, drawing on his years of wisdom, predicted even greater prosperity ahead, confidently claiming that production could double if this growth continued. True to form, Baron Dmitri pressed for clarity on the losses tied to these investments. One of his men explained that profits had already outpaced costs, securing their position. Silently, Dmitri acknowledged the wisdom of Roman's judgment. By working in the mines himself, Roman had seen the struggles firsthand and devised practical, effective solutions. That hands-on effort had transformed public opinion, earning him newfound respect. At that point, Jonathan, keen as ever, shifted the conversation to a more sensitive matter, the question of succession. Baron Dmitri acknowledged that succession planning was already underway. Jonathan reminded everyone of the decision made 3 years prior, when Rodwell was chosen as heir. Back then, Roman's reckless behavior made him unfit for such responsibility. But much had changed since. The war with Barco, his bold ideas for the mines, and his growth as a swordsman had shifted the picture entirely. Jonathan argued that Roman's recent actions proved he had the makings of a leader. The council agreed, recognizing that Roman's reputation had been rising swiftly. The old man then proposed a fair contest between Roman and Rodwell to determine the next heir. Though not an official decree, the suggestion sparked unease in what was usually a calm discussion. Dmitri considered it carefully. Roman's rapid rise stood in stark contrast to Rodwell's long-standing status as the chosen successor. Realizing how delicate the decision was, Dmitri resolved to wait and watch events unfold before making his choice. After the meeting, he withdrew to his office, weighing the matter more seriously. Succession, he knew, wasn't a choice he could make alone. The approval of influential figures within his power structure was essential. The loyalty of vassals, the iron mine master who oversaw the backbone of Dmitri's economy, and Hrich, the master blacksmith whose expertise in weapons and strategy was unmatched, all of their voices would carry weight. Without Hendrik's backing especially, the decision would lack foundation. Summoning Hans, Dmitri asked directly if Roman was a suitable candidate to lead House Dmitri. Hans answered without hesitation. Had the question come 3 months earlier, his response would have been no. But what he had witnessed since then had changed his view entirely. Curious, Dmitri pressed him to explain. Hans described how Roman had transformed, showing a dedication he had never displayed before. Instead of keeping his distance, Roman had immersed himself in the lives of his people. By working in the mines alongside the laborers, he proved humility and a willingness to face hardship directly. He wasn't just learning about Dmitri, he was living it. Hans explained that Roman now truly understood what it meant to carry the Dmitri name. Pleased with this insight, Baron Dmitri dismissed him, taking time to reflect on what he had heard. Next, he summoned Jacob, the Iron Master, to address a pressing matter, the recent collapse in the mine. Jacob entered with Morin, a man who had witnessed the event firsthand. As Morin introduced himself nervously, Dmitri immediately recognized his name from past dealings and wasted no time asking for his account. Morin began recounting the incident, which had occurred just a week after Roman started working in the mines. When the shaft caved in, a worker was trapped underground. Panic spread among the miners. Some insisted on waiting for rescue crews and sticking to the safety manual, while others feared another collapse if they tried to intervene. In the midst of their indecision, Roman stepped forward without hesitation. Declaring that he would save the worker himself, he moved straight to the collapsed area despite the risk. With boldness and skill, he managed to pull the man out alive. At first, Morin admitted he hadn't thought much of young Master Roman, but witnessing that moment changed everything. Roman's courage and leadership left a mark on him, and in the silence afterward, Morin realized how foolish his earlier doubts had been. He recalled Roman's words, that as the eldest son of House Dmitri, it was his duty to take responsibility for the people. That promise, spoken and upheld in the face of danger, proved to Morin that Roman was not just helping. He was committed to something greater than himself. If Baron Dmitri were to ask, Morin said he would answer with certainty. Roman was a leader worth trusting, a successor deserving of loyalty. Baron Dmitri listened carefully. Morin's account matched the growing consensus surrounding Roman, yet the burden of choosing an heir still weighed heavily on him. It was not a decision that could be taken lightly. The scene then shifted to the bustling smithy. A worker approached Hendrik, unsure how to handle the large number of items arriving for repair under Roman's name. Seeking guidance, he asked what should be done. Hendrik hesitated, conflicted, but in the end instructed him to accept the items. The choice carried a trace of reluctance. Yet Jacob's story about the mine incident, combined with Hendrik's growing respect for Roman, had quietly swayed him. When the equipment was finally delivered, the workers were stunned by its condition. The gear looked battered, worn down from relentless training. One of them couldn't help but admire the soldiers' commitment, seeing just how much their drills had pushed the equipment to its limits. Amid all the broken and damaged items, Hendrik's eyes locked onto one particular sword. The sight left him speechless. The blade was polished to a flawless edge, perfectly balanced, its grip wrapped with a level of craftsmanship far beyond ordinary work. Even in a land of skilled blacksmiths, this sword stood apart. It was a masterpiece. The more Hendrik studied it, the more intrigued he became. The weapon wasn't just finely made, it reacted to mana. That revelation alone shocked him. For a sword with natural mana sensitivity could completely change the battlefield for Aura swordsmen. What struck Hendrik most was that this weapon didn't need mana to shine. Its quality alone was astonishing. Though he was proud of his title as the continent's greatest blacksmith in ironwork, Hendrik felt a humbling sense of awe before this creation. He realized that crafting such mana-sensitive equipment was an entirely different challenge, one he had never conquered. His curiosity only grew stronger, and he knew he had to speak directly with Roman about this blade. The scene shifted. The repaired equipment was soon handed back to Chris, who was shocked to see the work finished so quickly. What usually took 2 weeks had been completed in record time. A worker explained that Master Hendrik had been unusually driven, rallying all the blacksmiths to focus entirely on this task. With a heavy look, Hendrik approached Chris, his thoughts consumed by Roman. He wasted no time and pressed Roman about the sword. His tone was firm, his expression sharp, demanding answers. Roman, however, remained calm. Everything was unfolding just as he had expected. He explained that the sword wasn't acquired from anyone else. This answer startled Hendrik, and he immediately demanded to know where the blade had come from. Roman didn't hesitate. He claimed that he had forged it himself. Hendrik's frustration boiled over. The claim was outrageous. How could he believe that someone like Roman had crafted something as complex as the salamander, a sword unlike any other he had seen? Yet Roman stood his ground. With steady resolve, Roman declared that the salamander was his own creation, a weapon without equal on the continent. Confident and unshaken, he promised Hendrik proof. Only by witnessing his unusual forging methods firsthand could Hendrik truly accept the truth. The scene transitioned to the roaring blacksmith shop, where the heat of the forge filled the air. There, in the heart of the workshop, Roman began to share the story of the salamander, his techniques, his struggles, and the path that led to its creation. Roman explained that as he prepared for the looming war against Barco, he realized he needed a weapon he could trust completely, a sword he could stake his life on. With that resolve, he stepped into the blazing furnace, hammering steel over and over until the rhythm itself became like meditation. Strangely enough, the forge became his refuge, a place where his focus and determination came alive. Turning to Hendrik, Roman believed the veteran blacksmith could sense the weight of emotion that came with each strike. Roman knew that soon he would shoulder the responsibility of protecting others, and that thought alone fueled his desire to forge a new weapon, one to surpass the old salamander. With determination burning in his eyes, Roman stripped off his shirt and prepared to begin the process. Hendrik frowned, thinking Roman reckless for ignoring basic safety and attempting to forge without proper protection. To him, it looked like Roman didn't even understand the fundamentals of blacksmithing, and that perception lowered his expectations. But the moment Roman struck the steel, everything changed. Hendrik's eyes widened as he witnessed something he had never seen before. The way Roman controlled the iron was unlike the methods of this world. Here, smiths struggled endlessly with channeling mana into their blades, pouring time and effort into their craft. But Roman, his strikes carried the smooth, fluid flow of ki, a discipline born of Miraram. In Miraram, smiths focused on harmony and flow, creating blades that amplified chi itself. Roman, who carried knowledge of both worlds, now displayed a level of skill that shattered every boundary Hendrik had known. His technique was unorthodox, but every strike was flawless. His rhythm was sharp, his speed unmatched, and the steel yielded to his hammer, as if it had been waiting for his touch. Hendrik was stunned. The scene unfolding before him reminded him of the golden age of Baron Romero Dmitri, when the Dmitri name shone with unmatched honor. As the hammer rang out again and again, it echoed in his chest, stirring memories of those glory days. In that moment, Hendrik's doubts dissolved. This was no trick. Bloodline, he thought, never lies. What he was witnessing was real. Finally, with deep respect, Hendrik admitted the truth to himself and to Roman. The young master was indeed the creator of the salamander. Humbled, he apologized sincerely for ever questioning his skill. Roman only smiled, accepting his apology with grace. Then, in a gesture that left Hendrik speechless, Roman offered him the salamander as a gift. The blacksmith froze, stunned by such generosity. Roman explained that he was already preparing a new sword for himself, and as he thought back to the weapons Hendrik had once made for him, he decided the salamander should be given to Hendrik as a token of gratitude. That single gesture marked a turning point between them. What had once been doubt and mistrust was now respect and recognition. The story then shifted to a memory from 3 years earlier. At that time, Hendrik had fiercely opposed the idea of Roman becoming Baron Romero's successor. In a heated exchange, he voiced his concerns directly to the Baron, insisting that people held little faith in Roman. He even went as far as to call Roman a fool, suggesting instead that Rodwell, the Baron's second son, was far more suited to inherit the title. Unlike Roman, Rodwell had proven himself. His blacksmithing skills were respected even in the capital, and he carried himself with the discipline of someone who worked tirelessly at his craft. But 3 years later, things were different. Roman had changed profoundly. His growth wasn't just visible in his blacksmithing, but in the way he carried himself, in the way those who once dismissed him now spoke his name with respect. Baron Dmitri himself could see that change. Still, he worried. Would Hendrik, who had been one of Roman's harshest critics, ever truly accept him as the rightful heir? To the Baron's surprise, Hendrik openly admitted that Roman's abilities now surpassed every other candidate. The revelation left Baron Dmitri stunned, and he pressed Hendrik for confirmation. With absolute conviction, the blacksmith assured him that he would never lie about something so important. He explained that Roman had not simply stumbled into this growth. He had worked relentlessly in silence, pouring his strength and emotions into every stroke of the hammer. At first, Hendrik admitted he had doubted Roman so much that he thought about deliberately giving him subpar weapons, convinced they wouldn't matter in his hands. But when Roman had sharply told him that such weapons were no different than murder, Hendrik had been forced to rethink his actions. Slowly, he began to see the truth. Roman's ideas, his methods, and his sheer determination were bringing real strength to House Dmitri. This wasn't hearsay. Hendrik had seen it with his own eyes in the forge. He had watched Roman endure the sweltering heat, striking the steel with an intensity and rhythm that no one could fake. That shared experience, blacksmith to blacksmith, created a bond between them that words alone could not. To put an end to all doubt, Hendrik brought one of Roman's swords directly to Baron Dmitri. He was certain that just a single glance would be enough to reveal the truth. And he was right. When the Baron examined the blade, his face filled with shock. The weapon was masterful, far beyond what he ever expected from his eldest son. He couldn't help but wonder how Roman had managed to craft such a sword. Seeing the Baron's disbelief, Hendrik stepped forward. For him, this was the perfect moment to suggest what had once seemed impossible. That it was time to reconsider the decision they had made 3 years ago. Roman's remarkable craftsmanship had the power to reshape how House Dmitri saw him, not just as a son, but as a pillar of their future. After Hendrik left, Baron Dmitri sat in his study, holding a letter he had taken from his drawer. It was from his second son, Rodwell. In a letter, Rodwell proudly announced that he had achieved an S rank at the Royal Academy in Cairo. He wrote that instead of sitting through endless theory lectures, he wished to gain real battlefield experience as a commanding officer. He promised his father that he would graduate with the highest honors, and when that time came, he would bring great pride to House Dmitri. Baron Dmitri folded the letter and gazed out at the sky, lost in thought. Both of his sons possessed extraordinary gifts. Rodwell, the bright star of Cairo, and Roman, whose recent growth had been nothing short of astounding. Yet as he compared them in his mind, a realization struck him. Roman's talent might already surpass even Rodwell's. His strength wasn't just suited for the kingdom. It was something that could echo across the entire continent. With that clarity, the Baron began shaping a plan for the future. When Rodwell returned from the academy, Roman would assume command of their military defense. After that transition, he would formally announce the long-awaited battle of succession, the decisive trial that would determine the next heir of House Dmitri. The weight of these coming events hung in the air, filling the estate with quiet anticipation. A few days later, a priest from Valhalla named Willis arrived at House Dmitri. Baron Dmitri welcomed him with open arms, introducing himself with warmth and respect. Willis had traveled here for one reason: to confirm the rumors he'd heard about Roman's victory over Homer. Such an unexpected achievement had stirred whispers, and some even questioned whether Roman's rank should be reevaluated. Baron Dmitri explained with a faint sigh that Roman had spent the last several days in the forge, buried in his blacksmithing. Knowing the importance of Willis's visit, the Baron suggested he take the day to rest and arrange for him to meet Roman the following morning. He also invited Willis to tour the Dmitri estate while he waited. Willis accepted the offer, and Hans, one of the household's most reliable guides, was chosen to accompany him. Hans walked with pride as he spoke about the greatness of the Dmitri family. He boasted about their vast iron mines, the largest in all of Cairo, and their unmatched ability to produce the finest quality iron. He pointed to the castle around them, explaining how their iron was not only the backbone of its strength, but also a part of its elegance. As the tour continued, the sharp rhythm of drills echoed across the grounds. The sound of soldiers in training caught Willis's attention. Curious, he asked if he could observe their exercises for a while. Hans, more than happy to showcase the military power of House Dmitri, agreed without hesitation. Hans led Willis to the training grounds, where two soldiers, Kevin and Pucky, were locked in a fierce sparring match. The priest's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was witnessing. Both men were wielding aura, that rare power that elevated ordinary swordplay into something extraordinary. The clash of blades carried a sharp intensity, and Willis could hardly believe that such skill existed here, in what many considered a remote territory. These weren't the knights of a great empire, nor were they veterans groomed for decades. They were House Dmitri's own soldiers. Willis remembered hearing that none of the 30 men chosen by Roman originally possessed the qualities of aura swordsmen. Yet now, standing before him, he saw proof that something remarkable had changed. The turning point, as Hans explained, had come when Roman casually remarked that Pucky had a natural gift for martial arts. At the time, no one thought much of it, but within a month, Pucky astonished everyone by awakening his aura. That moment reshaped the entire spirit of the unit. Once aura appeared among them, every soldier felt the pressure. Rather than be left behind, they pushed themselves harder, embracing brutal training and risking their lives to reach new heights. Motivation surged through the ranks, and their growth was undeniable. The duel unfolding between Pucky and Kevin was living proof. Their movements, sharp and fluid, mirrored the mastery of seasoned aura swordsmen. Willis stood frozen, struggling to grasp how such progress had been achieved so quickly. Could all of them really be trained like this? He wondered silently, watching as strike after strike filled the air with sparks of aura. The sight left him unsettled. To Willis, it felt as though he was no longer looking at a small group of soldiers from a rural house, but at a force that resembled the elite warriors of Valhalla itself. He found himself questioning when House Dmitri had become so powerful, and how such strength had gone unnoticed by the rest of the kingdom. He wasn't alone in his astonishment. Another judge who had accompanied him whispered his suspicion that these men must belong to the famed Dmitri Knights, once commanded by Baron Romero. But Hans quickly shook his head, a proud smile tugging at his lips. "No," he said firmly. "These aren't the Knights of Baron Romero. They are the personal soldiers of the young Master Roman. The revelation hit Willis like a hammer. Ordinary soldiers, molded into aura swordsmen. Under Roman's command, it was almost unthinkable. Unable to contain his disbelief, Willis pressed Hans further. Did they join because of heavy payments? Or are they training to become knights? Hans laughed lightly at the suggestion, then explained. Kevin had once been nothing more than a commoner, while Pucky was a C-rank mercenary who had only recently stepped onto the path of swordsmen. Both had been shaped not by wealth or promises of knighthood, but by Roman's training. And that truth left Willis more astonished than ever. What Hans revealed made one thing clear. Roman wasn't just a warrior. He was a leader who could see hidden potential in others and bring it to life. To Hans, that ability made Roman invaluable to House Dmitri, not just as an heir, but as someone who could shape its legacy for generations to come. Willis, however, was left deep in thought. Everything he had learned so far clashed with the image he once held of Roman Dmitri. Who exactly was this man? What was he truly capable of? The more Willis heard, the more he looked forward to meeting him face to face. The following day, that moment finally came. Willis sat at a table, his mind racing with questions. To him, Roman was like a hidden dragon, a figure shrouded in mystery, waiting for the right time to reveal his true strength. But doubts lingered. Was Roman's reputation built on genuine talent? Or was he simply a man glorified by a few lucky victories? The sound of the door opening snapped Willis from his thoughts. Roman stepped into the room. The atmosphere shifted instantly, his presence alone altering the mood. Willis studied him closely. Roman's eyes, naturally angled downward, carried a quiet sense of assurance. His face showed no nervousness, only calm composure, as though this kind of moment was nothing unusual for him. Willis quickly realized this was someone who had grown accustomed to being strong. Roman walked closer, introduced himself, and took his seat with an ease that only deepened Willis's curiosity. Wasting no time, Willis asked directly about the rumor that had brought him here. Did you really defeat Homero? Roman answered with a simple, unwavering yes. Willis leaned forward, emphasizing the weight of what that meant. Homero was no ordinary opponent. Ranked 49th, he was a 4-star fighter whose growth showed no signs of stopping. Yet Roman, at only 25 years old, had beaten him in battle. To Willis, that victory was proof of genius, perhaps even the greatest fighter Cairo had seen in its history. And yet, Roman didn't seem to grasp the significance. For Roman, it was just another battle. He dismissed the praise with a calm shake of his head, telling Willis that he was overthinking. His words carried confidence, claiming that the outcome had simply been the result of clear logic and inevitability. Then, with quiet authority, Roman urged Willis to move on. Let's get straight to the point. Willis, caught off guard by Roman's bluntness, nodded and began to explain. In the ranking system, there are 2 types of battles, Willis said. Official and unofficial. An official battle requires a temple observer to be present. Once approval is given, the result is immediately recorded, and the victor receives an ID to confirm his new rank. But in unofficial battles, like the one you fought, if a ranked fighter is defeated, the system only updates after 1 full year. Roman wouldn't be able to claim the rank of the opponent he defeated in an unofficial fight. Still, the idea that he might secure the lowest rank this way made the air heavy with tension. A faint grin spread across his face. If he pulled this off, he could enter the rankings at number 100 by proving himself in such a battle. Guiding him along, Willis reminded Roman of the rules. The Valhalla temple required undeniable proof. They only trusted what they could see with their own eyes before recognizing a victor in unofficial duels. To handle this, Willis produced a device, the aura gauge. He explained that this tool would confirm Roman's eligibility. The process was simple. If Roman met the benchmark Willis set using the gauge, he would officially earn the lowest rank. In formal matches, identification made rank verification quick, but unofficial fights required extra steps. Valhalla took no risks, especially since the rank 100 spot often attracted waves of challengers hungry for recognition. Curious, Roman asked why so many people chased after ranks. Willis, clearly invested in Roman's growth, admitted he wanted Roman's reputation as a swordsman to spread across the world. He asked if chasing glory without guaranteed rewards was really worth the risk. Roman, still smiling, proposed an alternative, defeating a higher-ranked fighter in an official duel. Willis was taken aback, but admitted Roman was right. Nothing surpassed the credibility of an official battle. However, arranging one wasn't easy. The northeastern region of Cairo had no rankers, which meant setting up a sanctioned match was impossible. Realizing this, Roman prepared to face the test before him. Willis walked him through the process. The aura gauge, though plain in design, was a vital tool for determining strength. By channeling mana into it, the device would shift colors to display power levels. Red meant 1 star, orange 2, yellow 3, and green 4 stars or higher. Since Roman had already taken down a formidable 4-star swordsman, expectations for him were high. To qualify, the gauge needed to glow at least yellow, 3 stars. With that in mind, Roman stepped forward confidently, ready to reveal his strength. As he placed his hand on the device, he thought about the stark difference between this world and Miraram. Here, mana dictated everything, and tools like the aura gauge determined a warrior's standing. He couldn't help but wonder about the mages of this land. Were they anything like the sorcerers of Miraram, or had they evolved into beings closer to gods? One thing was certain. The power of magic in this world was not something he could overlook. At Willis's signal, Roman began. He reflected on the stark differences between this world and Miraram, wondering what might happen if he unleashed his mana the way this world demanded. A smile crept across his face. It was the perfect chance to test his boundaries and discover just how formidable this world's magic truly was. He placed his hand on the aura gauge and released his power. Instantly, mana surged outward, wrapping him in a brilliant purple glow that spread through the room. Willis, standing by, could only stare in shock at the overwhelming force. The gauge lit up, its color shifting rapidly from orange to yellow in a matter of seconds. Normally, the process took minutes, even for skilled fighters. The sheer speed of it left Willis struggling to believe what he was seeing. Roman knew the tools of this world had their flaws. Instead of stopping, he pushed further, applying techniques he had mastered back in Miraram. Mana flooded the gauge again, and this time, the device leapt to green, the highest level it could register. But before Roman could savor the result, the impossible happened. The aura gauge shattered. Willis froze, unable to process what had just occurred. The aura gauge was no ordinary device. Crafted with the infused mana of a 6-star swordsman, it was designed to withstand any power poured into it. Its scale only went as far as green, but even if the energy exceeded its boundaries, it was built to endure. Breaking it should have been impossible. Roman, calm as ever, asked if perhaps the gauge was faulty. Willis, stunned, couldn't form an answer. His mind replayed the moment just before it broke. The brilliant green light blazing brighter than ever. That image alone forced him to reconsider everything he thought about Roman. What stood before him wasn't a promising newcomer. This was something else entirely, a monster in human form. A swordsman with the potential to climb into 6-star territory, a level that could overturn everything. If Roman's existence came to light, it wouldn't just shake Cairo. The entire Salamander continent would feel the ripple. A warrior like him could rewrite the rankings and threaten the very balance of power. As Willis absorbed what had happened, the weight of the moment sank in. A broken aura gauge, something he had never witnessed before, forced him to tread carefully. He knew better than to rush to conclusions, but his sense of responsibility pushed him to act. He assured Roman that the results would be handled properly, then stepped out, a pressing urgency settling over him. Encountering Roman Dmitri had shaken him. There was clearly more to this man than anyone realized. Back in his office, Willis sat in silence for a moment, trying to make sense of all before turning to the records. He began piecing together Roman's past. The files painted a picture of a life that seemed ordinary until the age of 25, when everything shifted. The crushing of the Blood Fong, the clash with Barco, these stood out as milestones, marking a transformation that was almost too extreme to believe. What unsettled Willis most wasn't just the events, but the sharp contrast before and after. The man who once blended into obscurity had turned into someone capable of changing the tide of battles. Roman's decisiveness, his willingness to gamble with his own life, revealed a mindset carved from resilience. It wasn't raw power alone. He carried a keen mind and unshakable will. Willis's gaze drifted to the shattered aura gauge resting on his desk. It was built to handle anything, yet it had failed here. There was no flaw in the tool, no hidden defect. The only explanation was that Roman's strength had exceeded what it was ever meant to measure. That realization pushed Willis to his feet. This had to be reported immediately. But before he could move, a magical call reached him. A voice from the Valhalla main branch cut through his thoughts. Sharing the details, Willis explained what had happened with Roman Dmitri. The response he received shifted everything. The higher-ups didn't dismiss it. They made a decision. Roman wasn't just an outlier. He was someone to be brought into Valhalla. It was in that moment Willis understood. Valhalla was far more than a gathering of reckless warriors. Behind their power lay strategy, subtlety, and vision. They wielded tradition, the ranking system itself, as a weapon of influence. Small in number, perhaps, but sharp enough to recognize talent and ambitious enough to claim it. Willis's superior wasted no time in making the decision. Roman Dmitri had to be recruited. The orders were precise. Elevate Roman's evaluation to an A rank and secure him for Valhalla. But secrecy was paramount. Integrating someone from another land required subtlety. If handled carelessly, suspicion would spread, and Valhalla couldn't afford that. Willis listened intently, taking the directive to heart. His role was clear. He would explain the supposed issue with the aura gauge to Roman, then adjust his official standing. Roman Dmitri, once seen as a 4-star, would now be labeled a 3-star swordsman and given an unofficial placement at rank 100. Willis understood the weight of this maneuver. A move like this could send ripples through Cairo's fragile social balance. The following morning, news of the announcement spread like wildfire. The city buzzed with disbelief. The youngest ranker had appeared. Roman's sudden entry into the rankings disrupted long-standing norms and caught everyone off guard. In the heart of the capital, Marquis Benedict, one of Cairo's most powerful aristocrats, sat in his office reviewing the report from his aide. The details were clear. Willis had confirmed Roman Dmitri as a 3-star swordsman, and rumors of his victory atop Homero's Peak were spreading fast. Still, Benedict was skeptical. Whispers claimed Homero had been ambushed, unable to unleash his full 4-star strength. The truth, Benedict suspected, was more complicated. His curiosity deepened when he learned Roman's age, just 25. To achieve such mastery at that age was astonishing. Roman wasn't only a promising warrior. He was a potential force of influence in the outer territories. The thought pushed Benedict to consider the wider chessboard of politics. He asked about the movements of Kronos and Valhalla, two powerful empires that rarely wasted opportunities. The answer only fueled his anger. They were already acting, maneuvering with speed while Cairo's central government hesitated. The idea that foreign empires might seize Roman before the capital secured its stance was intolerable. At this time, Cairo was fractured into 4 major factions. The royalists, loyal to the crown, wielded strong authority. The aristocrats, led by Marquis Benedict himself, held vast sway in political affairs. Alongside them were the pro-Kronos and pro-Valhalla factions, both vying for influence by aligning with outside powers. Each faction in Cairo was swayed by outside powers as well as their own ambitions. Mark Benedict grasped how urgent the matter had become. He immediately ordered an envoy to approach Roman Dmitri. The central government couldn't afford to let him slip into the hands of rival groups. His command was firm. The royal faction must not be the ones to claim Roman. That decision set off a chain of maneuvers that would alter Cairo's political landscape. Far away, on Cairo's western border, the harsh reality of foreign pressure weighed heavily. This frontier faced both the vast Kronos Empire and the Kingdom of Hector. Kronos, the land ruled by Emperor Alexandro, never ceased demanding Cairo's submission. For years, the empire's attacks had worn the soldiers thin, leaving them in constant battle. Inside Cairo itself, Kronos' influence even reached the people. Some openly called for surrender. Amid this turmoil stood Roman's brother, Rodwell Dmitri, serving on the Western Front. Life here allowed no rest. Skirmishes came without end, grinding down morale. One day, a fellow soldier rushed to him with surprising news. Roman had become a ranker. Rodwell scoffed at the idea. To him, the Roman he remembered couldn't possibly achieve such a feat, a 3-star rank. Impossible. He dismissed it as rumor, convinced the truth would eventually surface. Back at Dmitri Palace, Roman faced an unexpected guest. The man carried authority and swore loyalty to the king of Cairo. His purpose was clear, to offer Roman a place as a royal knight, an honor reserved for the most elite. To the royal faction, Roman Dmitri was no longer just a frontier lord's son. He was the hidden dragon, and they intended to secure him. That single move set all 4 factions in motion, each planning how to claim the rising swordsman. Political games and hidden strategies began to swirl, with Roman unknowingly at the heart of it all. In private, the elder spoke openly with Roman. He stressed the significance of becoming a royal knight, Cairo's highest honor for any warrior. Normally, the path required years of grueling trials, but Roman had been chosen for a rare exception, to pledge loyalty directly to the throne. Curious, Roman asked why such a privilege was being offered to him. The man explained, as the eldest son of the Dmitri family, Roman's position was unique. The royal family saw value in him and wanted him at the capital. If he accepted, he could bypass the usual ordeals and rise swiftly into the ranks of the king's most trusted knights. Roman didn't look impressed by the proposal. He calmly asked if a mansion and an elevated family title were truly the best rewards the royal family could offer. The elder blinked in surprise, unsettled by Roman's indifference. Sensing hesitation, he asked directly, was Roman really planning to refuse such a prestigious opportunity? Roman's response was steady. As the eldest son of House Dmitri, he already had what he needed. Why, then, should he abandon his position and travel to the capital simply to wear the title of royal knight? The elder tried again, repeating the benefits, a mansion of his own, and the rise of his family standing. But Roman pressed further, his tone unwavering. Were these really the greatest gifts the royal family could bestow? Then he revealed something the elder hadn't expected. Just 5 days earlier, someone from the renowned Gregory family had come to him with their own offer, one far greater than the king's. Land in the capital, a mansion, wealth in gold and silver, and even a proposal for marriage into the Gregory bloodline. The elder's expression darkened. Shock turned quickly to anger. He warned Roman he was making a dangerous mistake. The emperor's interest, he explained, was not in what Roman was today, but in what he could grow into. The path of a royal knight offered rewards beyond imagination, far greater than the empty promises of noble houses. He cautioned that Kronos was already weaving its schemes, and turning down the king's hand now could prove disastrous. But Roman was not finished. He recounted the string of approaches he had faced in just the past few days. 3 evenings ago, an envoy of the Denver family had arrived, speaking of support and guidance for the road ahead. And only last night, a messenger from the Benedict family had made their case. Their terms were generous, more refined than those of the others, with 3 distinct points of advantage. Then Roman revealed his true intent. By next month, he planned to make Dmitri independent. The elder was stunned. He immediately argued against the idea, calling it reckless. To him, the royal faction was the only path forward. The other families, he warned, were traitors seeking to tear the kingdom apart. The royal knight's commander, Cairo's strongest swordsman, had gained fame for crushing rebellions and restoring order. Yet despite his efforts, the royal family still struggled to govern, unable to secure the crucial intelligence they needed. The old man knew how stubborn Cairo's nobles could be, and winning them over would not be easy. All he could do was offer Roman a place among the royal knights, humbly requesting his support for the crown. But Roman, remembering his own past as the 12th son of the heavenly demon, found little appeal in these offers. He neither accepted nor rejected them, keeping his stance deliberately unclear. That faint glimmer of uncertainty gave the old man hope. Roman hadn't turned him down completely. Still, Roman dismissed him for the day, saying he would wait until the right time came to declare his loyalty. With 4 factions making their approaches and 4 offers left unanswered, Roman had no intention of choosing sides. He expected conflict to break out eventually, so he bided his time, leaving every option open. Outside, while training with full focus, Roman was suddenly approached by a man who greeted him. To his surprise, it was Mackin, an agent of Valhalla's intelligence division. What caught Roman off guard even more was that Mackin wore the uniform of Dmitri's staff. Suspicion rose instantly, and anger followed. Roman demanded to know why Mackin had come, especially since he had already spoken with the Denvar family days ago. Sensing Roman's displeasure, Mackin quickly bowed his head in apology. He explained that pressing circumstances had forced him to step in directly, emphasizing that this visit represented Valhalla's genuine intentions. He acknowledged Roman's delicate situation, his ties to Dmitri, his nationality, and the difficulty of severing those bonds. Then came the unexpected. Mackin laid out Valhalla's offer, a noble title, control of an iron mine, and fertile land. It was a deal that allowed Roman to continue his craft as a blacksmith while securing his family's livelihood. Roman weighed the proposal carefully. It was tempting, yet heavy. Accepting meant more than just land and wealth. It meant aligning himself with Valhalla. The thought pressed on him like a burden. Sensing hesitation, Mackin leaned in with sharper words. For a swordsman, he said, power was everything. To make the deal irresistible, he revealed Valhalla's greatest treasure, access to their first-class treasury. Inside lay ancient records, meticulously preserved, methods to sharpen the mind, forgotten sword arts, and secret techniques passed down through generations. Roman was taken aback by the weight of the offer. The mention of Valhalla's treasury, filled with rare records on mind refinement and sword techniques, drew his attention more than anything else. Knowledge preserved from generations past, secrets most kingdoms could only dream of, was now being placed within his reach. The promise of such wisdom gave Valhalla's proposal an entirely new depth, one that was hard to ignore. Mackin then laid out Valhalla's vision. Their ambition was nothing less than to dominate the continent, uniting it under a single empire. Remaining in Cairo, he explained, would play a crucial role in achieving that destiny. The idea of Roman contributing to the rise of such an empire gave the heir a sense of inevitability, as though fate itself was calling him. With persuasive words, Mackin urged Roman to seize the opportunity, promising him security, wealth, and a future far brighter than Cairo could ever provide. It was an offer designed to leave no room for refusal, yet Roman declined without wavering. The atmosphere immediately tightened, Mackin's surprise visible in the silence that followed. Few men had ever turned down Valhalla's hand. Knowing his refusal might seem strange, Roman chose to explain. It wasn't the reward he rejected, nor loyalty to Cairo that kept him bound. The truth was far more complicated. Recently, countless offers had been laid at his feet, all tempting him with power and position while asking little in return. Each one reflected the unstable balance of Cairo's politics, where factions, be it the Royal Knights, Marquis Benedict, Count Gregory, or Count Denver, were all vying to claim him as their own. On the surface, choosing might look simple, but in reality, the decision was like moving a piece on a chessboard where every step carried heavy consequences. Roman told Mackin that pledging loyalty was no small act. It meant committing his life, his future, and the fate of his family. For him, hesitation wasn't a weakness. It was a strategy. It was survival. He admitted openly that he needed to decide not just who to follow, but what cause was worth staking his life on. Cairo's tangled web of politics demanded patience, and his reluctance to rush an answer was his way of proving seriousness, not just to Mackin, but to every faction watching him. Hearing this, Mackin began to understand the complexity of Roman's position, but urgency pressed upon him. He warned that Valhalla's internal politics were shifting quickly, and time was a luxury Roman did not have. If he waited too long, the door might close forever. His voice softened, though his message remained sharp. Roman must act, and act soon, before the moment slipped away. Roman understood the weight of the situation and assured Mackin that he would give his answer within the set deadline. Just as Mackin was about to leave, he paused, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. With a knowing smile, he promised Roman a parting gift, a gesture meant to symbolize the growing ties between him and Valhalla. Before departing, he left Roman with a cryptic warning about the southern front, likening it to a ticking bomb. The words lingered, leaving Roman on edge and alert. At the Grand Dmitri Palace, Roman bid farewell to his father, taking on the heavy responsibility of protecting his nation. He promised to return alive, carrying both duty and family honor on his shoulders. As he prepared to depart, his mother, calm and unwavering, placed a hand on Romero Dmitri's arm. She told him not to worry, reminding him that Roman wasn't being sent to the dangerous western border with the Kronos Empire, but instead to the southern front, which was believed to be far safer. With quiet certainty, she expressed her faith that her son would come back unharmed. Her words a reflection of a mother's unshakable trust in her child. Outside, Roman stepped into his role as a commander. Addressing his men with firm confidence, he rallied them forward, igniting the spirit of their journey, a march bound by both duty and destiny. Their path led them to a final resting point before reaching the southern front, a place where they would stay until dawn before advancing further. As the camp settled, Roman noticed commotion in the distance. Kevin and Chris were locked in a heated argument with Henry Albert, the second son of the prestigious Albert family. Earlier that day, Roman had read a letter from the central government. Marquis Benedict, concerned for Roman's well-being and impressed by his loyalty to the kingdom, had arranged for him to be stationed in the south rather than the far harsher west. Over the past months, Benedict had shown consistent support for Roman, making it clear that he valued Roman's unusual strength and tactical mind, especially his ability to stand toe-to-toe with the royal knights. Losing him was something Benedict was determined to avoid. Yet, despite this apparent protection, Roman couldn't shake his doubts. Valhalla's intelligence had painted a far different picture, one of instability and danger, calling the southern front a time bomb waiting to explode. Back at the inn, the clash between Henry Albert and Chris escalated. Henry, puffed up with the pride of his noble lineage, sneered at Chris and Kevin. He demanded that the inn be handed over to him and openly mocked them as lowborns unworthy of speaking in his presence. The tension was thick, insults being thrown back and forth, until Roman appeared. Stepping into the scene, he cut through the heated exchange with a single question. What was going on here? Chris quickly explained the situation. Henry Albert had demanded that he and the others clear out of the inn simply because Henry wanted it for himself. Chris had stood his ground, reminding Henry that he had already booked the entire place. But Henry, unconcerned, brushed off his protest as if it meant nothing. From the sidelines, Roman watched carefully. It was clear that the Albert family was still clinging to an outdated sense of superiority, unaware that their influence had diminished. Roman saw the perfect moment to step in. Calmly but firmly, he asked Henry why he thought others should give up the inn for him, directly challenging the entitlement he carried as a noble. Henry, unfazed by Roman's words, turned the question back on him. He wanted to know if Roman was truly the one leading these soldiers. When Roman confirmed it, Henry scoffed and issued a warning. Ignoring him, Henry said, would bring trouble. He reminded Roman that they were both bound for the southern training camp, and then arrogantly gave him 5 minutes to disappear from sight. Roman's thoughts flickered to his family. House Dmitri, small and overlooked, had long endured such treatment from larger, noble houses. Yielding here would only reinforce that old hierarchy, and that Roman could not allow. Instead of backing down, he chose to confront the matter head-on. Without hesitation, Roman drew his sword, his intent sharp and clear. He declared that if Henry managed to defeat him, he and his men would vacate the inn without argument. Henry blinked, caught off guard by the sudden challenge. He reached for his weapon, ready to retaliate, but before he could, his own soldiers rushed forward to restrain him. Panic laced their voices as they quickly explained who Roman truly was. They painted a vivid picture. The youngest ever to earn his rank, the man who had clashed with Barco's forces and cut down Baron Barco's eldest son in direct combat. They spoke of Roman as a force of nature, a warrior who struck without hesitation, leaving no mercy on the battlefield. The truth hit Henry like a blow. His arrogance faltered as he realized the man before him was no ordinary commander, but someone leagues beyond his reach. His soldiers warned him again. Crossing swords with Roman would bring nothing but disaster. Desperate to escape the situation with his pride intact, Henry hastily claimed he had remembered another pressing engagement. He suggested they let the matter drop, but behind his forced composure, he seethed. Roman's defiance was an insult to House Albert, and Henry vowed to find another way to settle the score. As Roman stepped closer, his presence loomed heavy. Henry instinctively retreated, slipping to the far side of the room to avoid the pressure Roman exuded. Watching this unfold, Roman thought to himself that perhaps such scenes were common in the Southern Front, a place where pride and politics clashed just as fiercely as blades. That day, Roman's name alone was enough to silence 3 different men, proof of the fearsome reputation he had already carved out. Later, he sought out the innkeeper, hoping to make sense of the strange atmosphere surrounding the Southern Front. The innkeeper, used to seeing such things, explained plainly. Unlike the brutal Western Front, the southern border had a cordial relationship with Hector. For that reason, it had earned the nickname the Resort. Nobles who couldn't avoid conscription flocked here, where training was light, danger was scarce, and service could be completed in comfort. Roman listened, but his thoughts drifted back to a report from 48 days earlier. Scouts from Hector had crossed the border, only to retreat after observing activity in the southern region. Even though they pulled back, they never stopped watching from distance. Their true intentions remained unclear, whether they were preparing for war or simply observing. Still, Roman trusted his instincts. The peace of the Southern Front was fragile, an illusion waiting to break. The faint smile that tugged at his lips spoke volumes. He could already sense the looming chaos, the familiar scent of blood in the wind. The next day, the noble recruits gathered at the southern training camp. Their commander, Viscount Bale Frank, stepped forward to address them. He introduced the camp as a place where new soldiers would undergo 3 weeks of basic training before joining the Reserve Corps, fulfilling their duty on the Southern Front. His words carried weight. It was the beginning of their true military lives. Bale's expression hardened as he spoke. He ordered them to leave their titles and noble pride at the door. In the camp, they were not lords or heirs. They were soldiers and soldiers alone. Discipline was absolute, and breaking rules carried consequences. The punishment, he declared, was transfer to the Western Front. To most, the threat was chilling. To Roman, it felt almost lenient. Once the introduction was over, Bale continued, explaining that the recruits would be given a detailed training schedule later that evening. For now, they were to settle into their assigned quarters. Not long after, a soldier approached Roman with a message. The commander wished to see him privately. Without hesitation, Roman agreed and made his way to Bale's office. Inside, Bale greeted him warmly. He asked about Roman's trip south, to which Roman replied that the journey had been smooth. Smiling with genuine relief, Bale shared how glad he was to have Roman at the Southern Front. To Viscount Bale, the presence of Cairo's youngest ranker at his camp spoke volumes. It hinted at the hidden potential within House Dmitri, a family often overlooked. Without wasting time, Bale got straight to the point. He asked Roman directly if it was true that Marquis Benedict had arranged for his assignment to the Southern Front. Roman confirmed it. Though he hadn't personally asked for Benedict's help, he had learned afterward that the Marquis had intervened on his behalf. Bale paused, thinking carefully. The Marquis's continued investment in Roman was no small matter. Sensing opportunity, Bale laid his intentions bare. He admitted he wanted to leave a strong impression on Marquis Benedict. Life in the Southern training camp, he said, was far different from the comfort of the central government, but he promised to make Roman's stay as smooth as possible. In return, he asked only one thing. When Roman eventually met with Marquis Benedict, he hoped Roman would speak favorably of him, mentioning how Bale had treated him well. Roman saw the logic behind it. The exchange was simple, practical, and harmless. There was no reason to refuse. After leaving Bale's office, Roman ran into Henry Albert. Henry's glare was sharp, his words venomous. He accused Roman of making a grave mistake, boasting that Viscount Bale, the commander of the camp, was his uncle. With a smug grin, Henry warned that Roman would soon regret crossing House Albert. But Roman remained calm. He asked coldly what exactly he was supposed to do with that information. His composure only fueled Henry's rage. Unable to contain himself, Henry stormed off and barged into his uncle's office. Inside, Henry claimed someone in the camp had threatened him. Hearing this, Bale's protective instincts flared immediately. As Henry's guardian figure, he couldn't ignore such a complaint. Fueled by concern, he marched out, ready to confront the so-called threat. But when he arrived, his eyes widened in disbelief. The dangerous rival Henry spoke of was none other than Roman Dmitri. The situation flipped instantly. Without hesitation, Bale raised his hand and struck Henry across the face, right in front of Roman. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, leaving Henry stunned. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked at his uncle, the man he had trusted more than even his own parents. The sudden rebuke from someone he had always admired shook him to the core, leaving him both hurt and bewildered. Turning to Roman, Bale quickly gathered himself. He apologized sincerely, acknowledging that Henry's actions had been disgraceful and needed correction. Roman, in turn, responded with unexpected grace. He told Bale he would overlook the matter, recognizing that the Viscount had handled it directly and with sincerity. As Viscount Bale led Henry away, his patience began to unravel. Outside, he turned on his nephew with sharp words. He warned Henry never to treat Roman as an enemy. Roman had already earned the notice of Marquis Benedict, and crossing him was a mistake even the Albert family couldn't afford. Henry, still stunned from the slap, asked why his uncle had reacted so harshly. Bale's reply was firm and unyielding. He told Henry to grow up, to stop hiding behind his noble name, and to take responsibility for his actions. The reckless behavior he had displayed back at the Albert estate would not be tolerated here. If Henry carried on like this, Bale would not be able to protect him from the consequences. To prevent further trouble, Bale made a decisive move. He ordered that Henry would now be paired with Roman in every activity, from training drills to the eventual formation of the Reserve Corps. With urgency in his tone, he instructed Henry to put aside his pride and build a good relationship with Roman, no matter how difficult it might be. If Henry resisted, Bale warned, he would personally send him to the dreaded Western Front. The message was clear: adapt or be discarded. Roman, meanwhile, returned to the private quarters Viscount Bale had arranged for him. The room was well prepared, showing the lengths Bale was willing to go to ensure his comfort. Roman reflected quietly. Those who displayed their ambitions openly were often the easiest to handle. Despite knowing the Southern training camp might hold its challenges, he felt steady, ready to see what lay ahead. At the heart of the camp, another figure carried a story of resilience. Bernie, the lead instructor, had earned his place through hardship and sacrifice. Just 3 years earlier, he had stood on the Western Front, a seasoned warrior hardened by 10 long years of battle. He had volunteered for that brutal border, fueled by unwavering loyalty to Cairo, and rose through grit and determination to command 100 men. But in one devastating clash, fate struck. A fierce battle cost him his right arm, the arm that had once carried his blade. The loss was more than physical. It tore away his life as a warrior, the path he had fought for. To honor his sacrifice, the kingdom offered him a new role: trainer at the Southern camp. Though leaving the battlefield was painful, Bernie accepted. In this role, he could still protect Cairo, shaping new soldiers with the lessons he had bled to learn. The transition to life at the Southern camp weighed heavily on Bernie. To him, the place was in complete disarray. Unlike the Western camps, where every soldier, noble or not, trained under the same harsh discipline, the Southern Front allowed nobles to bend the rules. He had carefully designed a 3-week program, simple but effective, yet it fell apart almost immediately. The nobles refused to take part, using their rank to excuse themselves while the common soldiers followed the regimen with full effort. The imbalance frustrated him deeply. He could see the dangerous gap it created. The soldiers grew stronger, while the nobles, spared from the hard work, failed to grasp how vital that training was to true leadership. Walking through the camp, Bernie's eyes burned with disappointment. He thought of how their indifference might one day cost lives on the battlefield, where titles meant nothing and discipline was everything. Then, in the midst of this frustration, Bernie saw something that stopped him in his tracks. Roman Dmitri. Unlike the other nobles, Roman stood shoulder to shoulder with ordinary soldiers, moving in perfect formation. His presence radiated unity, something the camp sorely lacked. Watching him lead from the front, Bernie couldn't help but wonder if Roman was even aware of the Southern customs the other nobles clung to. Curiosity pushed Bernie to approach. He leaned close, offering what he thought was helpful advice. He explained that nobles didn't need to participate in the drills. If Roman wanted, he could rest in the shade, watching from afar like the rest of his peers. Roman tilted his head, intrigued by the suggestion. He asked if Bernie was saying this because of pressure from the nobles. Bernie hesitated, then admitted that Roman was right. Many nobles, and used to the camp's strict discipline, preferred to sit out of the physical training. Roman's response was sharp and clear. He reminded Bernie that on the battlefield, the enemy doesn't care about rank. A commander needs the endurance to lead through mountains, rivers, and swamps alike. For a leader to truly inspire, he must share in the hardships of his men. Bernie felt a spark of respect. Roman's words weren't just noble ideals. They carried weight, the kind of truth forged in experience. Roman pressed further, explaining that the purpose of Southern camp training wasn't simply to build strength. It was a way to pass down vital knowledge, a complete process designed to prepare soldiers for any battlefield. Roman's conviction left Bernie impressed, almost relieved. For the first time, he saw a noble who understood the essence of training, not as privilege, but as duty. Bernie finally understood that Roman wasn't just another noble playing soldier. He genuinely wanted to endure the same hardships as the men under his command. When Roman insisted that he was ready for any kind of training, regardless of his noble birth, it left Bernie stunned. He had never met someone of such high status willing to throw themselves fully into the grind. Up until then, Bernie had thought about easing the training for nobles, but Roman's resolve crushed that idea. If Roman wanted to be treated like everyone else, then so be it. The camp standards would stay just as strict. With renewed determination, Bernie prepared himself for the coming 3 weeks. driven by Roman's rare dedication and the unusual bond forming between a noble and common soldiers. When the troops gathered, McBurney stood before them and announced the start of their first week of physical training. He declared they would begin with the infamous Training Hill, a brutal program designed to prepare soldiers for the harsh and unpredictable nature of war. Every single day, no matter the weather, they would climb the mountain. The announcement shook the soldiers, especially after seeing the strength and endurance Roman and his squad displayed during drills. McBurney reminded them that war wasn't just about muscles. It was a test of the mind, with no clear end in sight. Their drills had no fixed limits. They would swing, march, and train until their body screamed. Quitting halfway wasn't an option. Anyone who faltered would train even longer, even if it cost them sleep. As the days dragged on, exhaustion set in. Some soldiers tried to cool themselves in a nearby river, their bodies aching. One muttered that he might have endured better if he had the same level of training as Roman's men. Henderson overheard and pressed him about his background. The soldier admitted he'd been training for only a year and figured Roman's group had been training for years. But Henderson corrected him. Roman's men had only been training for 3 months. He looked the soldier in the eye and told him plainly. It wasn't a lack of preparation holding him back. It was that he hadn't given everything he had. As Henderson spoke, his thoughts drifted back to his own quiet hometown and the day his life changed forever, when a simple recruitment poster caught his eye. Henderson's life shifted the day he considered that recruitment poster. At first, it seemed like a simple choice, just trading his farming tools for a soldier's weapon. He never imagined that decision would pull him into a world that would strip away everything he thought he knew about strength and readiness. When he joined Roman Dmitri's army as a private, Henderson assumed it wouldn't take much to fit in. But his confidence cracked the moment he saw hardened mercenaries like Lucas and Pucky discussing Roman's terms. Surrounded by warriors who carried themselves with the weight of real battles, he suddenly felt like prey among predators. The confidence he had as a farmer meant nothing now. Day by day, Henderson questioned whether he belonged. The things he once dismissed as unnecessary for an ordinary soldier, swordsmanship, discipline, raw endurance, suddenly loomed like gaping holes in his own skill set. In his uncertainty, he turned to Chris. Henderson admitted he felt unworthy of serving under Roman. He confessed his doubts, calling himself arrogant for thinking a farmer could stand among trained fighters. But Chris didn't scold him. Instead, he told Henderson a story. There had been a boy named Kevin, consumed with anger, who Roman had taken under his wing. At first, Chris had doubted Roman's choice, seeing only a bitter, ordinary kid. But Roman's training reshaped Kevin. That same boy grew into a formidable warrior, surprising everyone, including Chris himself. Chris assured Henderson that he wasn't any different. With Roman's guidance, change was not only possible, it was inevitable. He reminded him that Roman didn't choose carelessly. If Henderson was here, it meant Roman had already seen something worth molding. Encouraged by Chris's words, Henderson began to look at himself differently. He realized that Roman's decision to take him in wasn't chance. It was trust. From that moment, he made a quiet vow to believe in Roman Dmitri, even when he couldn't believe in himself. The months that followed tested him like nothing before. Training was merciless. His body was pushed past its limits until vomiting or collapsing from exhaustion became almost routine. But through the suffering, Henderson refused to give in. He endured, determined to prove Roman's faith in him wasn't misplaced. Henderson kept pushing forward, refusing to surrender to weakness. Every step he took built the foundation of who he had become, proof of what determination, discipline, and the guidance of a true mentor could create. Now, he no longer thought only about his own struggles. He began questioning the very meaning of war itself. Speaking to his fellow soldiers, he forced them to face the truth. On the battlefield, survival often meant taking lives. There was no room for excuses, no space for half-hearted effort. Complaints, he warned, would only drag others down. Instead, weaknesses had to be faced and sharpened into strengths. As Henderson walked away, his words lingered, leaving the men in silence. Looking around at Roman soldiers, it was clear they already carried the mindset of warriors. Their training wasn't just about bodies growing stronger. It was about shaping an unshakable will. Together, they were preparing for a war that had yet to arrive. Meanwhile, at the edge of the training grounds, nobles watched in quiet confusion. They couldn't understand why Roman and his men, all of humble birth, were pouring so much into endless drills. To them, the southern front was far from danger. Such extreme preparation seemed pointless. Among these onlookers was Henry. He couldn't fathom why Roman, unlike other nobles, showed no interest in forming alliances or currying favor. The others dismissed the soldiers' effort as wasted energy. But behind their skepticism lay a truth they couldn't see. Roman's men weren't just training for battle. They were proving their worth, demanding respect through sheer effort. Henry, however, couldn't let go of his unease. To him, ignoring politics and noble connections was reckless. He wondered if this was the flaw of someone born outside aristocratic circles, not understanding how vital relationships were in the world of power. The thought troubled him, and he wondered where it might lead if Roman continued down this path. Far from the training fields, the scene shifted to the towering halls of Hector Palace, where choices were made that determined the fate of nations. There, Jackson, the seasoned captain of the Ranger Corps, stood before the king of Hector, delivering a meticulous report. Over the past year, his men had infiltrated Cairo's southern front 48 times, gathering intelligence. His findings revealed a dangerous truth. Cairo's defenses were heavily concentrated on the western side, locked in conflict with the Kronos Empire. That left the southern front thinly guarded, vulnerable, and ripe for attack. Jackson's report left no room for doubt. Capturing the southern front would be an easy victory. That piece of intelligence was more than just a tactical advantage. It carried weight in the wider political balance of the continent. From there, the story turned to the history of Hector itself. Once a kingdom that rivaled the might of the Kronos Empire, Hector had fallen into decline after a crushing defeat at the hands of Valhalla. Its strength shattered. The nation dwindled until it stood on the same level as Cairo, no longer a dominant power, but reduced to one of the 6 smaller kingdoms barely holding their place. In this time of weakness, Prince Edwin Hector brought grim news before his father, the king. He laid out the harsh reality: 5 years of poor harvests and the crippling burden of debt from the Golden Bank, interest eating away at what little remained. The kingdom stood on the brink of collapse, and Edwin warned that if nothing changed, Hector might soon lose its identity entirely. Speaking plainly, Edwin admitted where things had gone wrong. After their defeat, Hector had deliberately avoided war, hoping to preserve what was left of their strength. But now that avoidance had become a slow poison, he told his father it was time to stop running. War could no longer be delayed. Over the past year, Hector had quietly prepared, anticipating the inevitable. Now, Edwin insisted, the moment had come to act. The king listened, weighed down by the enormity of the word his son spoke so easily. War. Coming from Edwin, a man both determined and unwavering, it demanded to be taken seriously. Still, he asked his son directly, was he truly certain about this path? Edwin stood firm. He would never have suggested war if he had not believed it was the only way forward. His conviction reassured the king, who made a fateful choice. He granted full authority over the coming war to his only son. With that, the responsibility of Hector's future shifted to Prince Edwin, setting the stage for a new chapter in the kingdom's fate. The narrative then returned to the southern camp. 3 weeks of brutal training had finally ended, leaving the soldiers exhausted but proud of their progress. It was Bale who brought the news, his voice full of excitement. He told Roman and the others that those who had endured the grueling program were now officially members of the prestigious 5th Defense Line's Reserve Corps. This assignment was highly coveted, and Bale admitted with a grin that he had even pulled some strings to make sure Roman was placed there. Roman received the news with gratitude, turning to Bale with a sincere thanks. But Bale only brushed it off with a friendly wave, telling Roman there was no need for thanks. He could always count on him for support, even beyond the training camp. Soon after, McBurney stepped forward, his tone filled with quiet sincerity. He thanked Roman as well. The past 3 weeks of training had given him a new sense of direction, something he hadn't felt in years. To show his appreciation, he handed Roman a folded piece of paper containing valuable details about the southern front, information he hoped would aid Roman should war break out. He also wished him safety. Roman accepted the gesture with genuine thanks, recognizing the thoughtfulness behind it. But as McBurney reflected on their time together, a realization struck him. He had grown to respect Roman deeply, enough to want to follow him. Yet that respect carried doubt. A one-armed man, unskilled with a sword. What place did he have among Roman's warriors? He worried his presence would only weigh Roman down. Still, as they parted, one small moment left its mark. Roman studied the map McBurney had painstakingly prepared, noting the depth of detail it carried. Even veterans like Lucas struggled to gather such precise information. Through that single act of selflessness, Roman saw McBurney's true value and found himself holding a quiet respect for the man. From there, the story shifted to the front lines. At the first defense line on the southern front, the silence was broken by a soldier's panicked shout. The enemy was attacking. Chaos erupted as battle swept through the camp. Meanwhile, at the 5th Defense Line's reserve base, Henry sat with Bale's words echoing in his mind. His uncle had deliberately placed him in Roman's unit, insisting that for the next 2 years, Henry needed to build a strong relationship with Roman. Yet Henry had no idea how to approach someone like him. He knew this task demanded both strategy and sincerity, but the uncertainty weighed heavily on him. Then, a blaring emergency siren shattered the camp's stillness. Hector had declared war. Soldiers scrambled into formation, the air thick with urgency. But in the rush, Henry noticed something unsettling. Roman Dmitri, the very man he was meant to stand beside, had vanished from sight. The war erupted with brutal force, and Hector's first strike came crashing down on the southern front. The first defense line, once secure, was overwhelmed as Hector's troops smashed through the gates, threatening to unravel the entire region's defenses. At the 5th defense line, Baron Bruce, its commander, watched with dread. He couldn't ignore the truth. What had once been the proud bulwark of the South had rotted under his own watch. The line had become a sanctuary for nobles who indulged in comfort instead of duty, more concerned with status and wealth than holding the border. Corruption and neglect had hollowed out its strength, leaving it brittle in the face of a real assault. Still, Bruce tried to rally his men. He told them to stand their ground, reminding them that if Hector broke through, countless civilians would be left defenseless. The words sounded strong, but they lacked weight. As the battle raged, Bruce's own resolve faltered. Behind his orders, fear gnawed at him. In the end, he revealed his true intent. He would seek aid from the royal family, and his soldiers were to buy him time. Meanwhile, Roman saw the danger clearly. He immediately ordered the reserves into motion, pushing them toward the collapsing 5th defense line. He understood the stakes. The southern defenses were in shambles, equipment broken, morale at its lowest, and a commander unfit for war. Even worse, the Reserve Corps had been stationed 2 hours away from the front, a fatal miscalculation that left them scrambling to reach the fight in time. Roman's command was clear. They would reach the 5th defense line within an hour, no matter the cost. As they advanced, Roman encountered Baron Bruce. The man wasn't with his soldiers, but instead demanded Roman escort him to the rear, choosing his own safety over reinforcing the crumbling defenses. Roman stopped in his tracks. He didn't move, didn't obey. Instead, he asked why the commander was away from his men in the midst of battle. Bruce's response was sharp, dismissive, laced with authority. He scolded Roman for daring to question him. That was the last straw. Roman had no patience left for empty authority. With a single motion, he seized Bruce by the neck, his voice cutting like steel as he accused him of abandoning his men. He reminded him that desertion, whether by soldier or commander, was punishable by death. Rank offered no protection from such disgrace. And then, in a decision as ruthless as it was final, Roman executed Baron Bruce on the spot. A man who had once commanded a fortress fell in an instant, a stark reminder of war's brutal truths. Honor, survival, and duty often collided on the battlefield, and sometimes the harshest choice was the only one left to make. After dealing with Baron Bruce, Roman pressed forward, determined to reinforce the crumbling 5th defense line. On the battlefield, one soldier fought desperately against Hector's forces, struggling to hold them back alone. His heart sank when he caught sight of a commander fleeing in the middle of the fight. With their line moments away from collapse, hope was fading fast, until Roman appeared, cutting into the fray and halting Hector's advance just in time. When the clash slowed, Roman approached a soldier named Stephen, first confirming his identity. Then he delivered the grim news. Baron Bruce was dead. The burden of command now fell to Stephen. Roman recalled Lucas's words, remembering how much trust he had placed in Stephen to hold the line. With that in mind, Roman asked Stephen directly what he thought was the best way to secure their position. At the same time, he made one thing clear. If the fight became hopeless, he wouldn't hesitate to call for a retreat. Stephen studied the battlefield, weighing the options. Retreat seemed like the safer choice, but it came with a dangerous cost. If Hector took the defense line, they would also seize control of vital supply routes, turning the war into a drawn-out struggle. Roman then proposed a bold alternative. They would block Hector's advance by sealing the gate with railings. He promised to buy the time needed for the defenses to be set up, while Stephen rallied the troops for the maneuver. Stephen was taken aback by the plan's audacity. The risk was enormous, especially with Hector's soldiers surging forward. But Roman stood steady, assuring him this wasn't reckless bravado. To prove it, he slipped past an enemy's strike with effortless precision, felling his opponent with a clean counter. His movements carried the calm of a man who knew his limits. Stephen could only watch, stunned, as Roman struck down another soldier with flawless skill. In that moment, Chris turned to Roman for orders. Roman answered without hesitation. They would cut a path to the gate. With sharp resolve, he commanded his men forward. His soldiers responded instantly, their loyalty and discipline shining in the chaos. The sight left Stephen speechless. For the first time, he truly grasped what made Roman's leadership different. His men didn't just follow him. They trusted him with their lives. Stephen stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp the invisible bond between Roman and his men. It wasn't just duty binding them together. It was trust, respect, and something far deeper. Roman turned to him and said calmly that the real war was only beginning. As Roman soldiers fell into formation with practiced ease, Stephen finally understood. Their loyalty wasn't demanded. It was freely given, earned by a commander who stood with them, not above them. On the battlefield, Roman's authority wasn't forced. It was born from the respect he had cultivated among his people. With that, Roman hurled himself into Hector's forces. Yet even as he fought, a question gnawed at him. Did someone like him, who lacked strong love for his kingdom, truly belong here? War felt less like a noble cause and more like a pit where the weak were crushed for the gain of the powerful. Even though Cairo now held him in high esteem, Roman couldn't ignore the reality. He, too, benefited from the privileges of the strong, while smaller nations suffered. Amid the blood and steel, his mind drifted to the life he once had, simpler yet far removed from this brutal stage. Still, the battlefield gave him something that life never had: purpose. The bond he shared with men like Chris, Kevin, and the rest of his squad grounded him. Fighting together, side by side, they carved through enemy lines. And wherever Roman struck, death followed. The numbers mounted quickly. 10 kills, then 20. Each strike spread fear through Hector's ranks. At first, their soldiers fought on confidently. But after 20 fell by Roman's hand, the truth hit them. This wasn't just a skilled opponent. This was a force they couldn't stop. Whispers spread like fire. Roman Dmitri was no man, but a monster. The fear broke their lines, and soldiers began to retreat. Watching his troops pull back, Baron Bruce, commander of Hector's forces, was thrown into confusion. Victory had seemed within reach when they broke the gate. Yet now, inexplicably, his men were fleeing. Then he saw him. Roman stood amidst the chaos, his eyes meeting Bruce's from across the field. The shock on the Baron's face mirrored the unraveling of the battle. When Roman charged forward alone, Bruce thought he understood. This arrogant fool meant to challenge him directly. Convinced of Roman's recklessness, he ordered his men to encircle and overwhelm him. But Roman was no fool. In the swirl of chaos, he had already found his opening. From countless battles, he had learned a truth most feared to face. The fastest way to end a war was to cut down the enemy's leader. As Hector's lines wavered, Roman seized the moment. He surged forward with lightning speed, unleashing the second form of his heavenly demon's sword technique. The strike tore through the enemy ranks, cutting down swathes of soldiers in an instant. The sheer force of it left the remaining Hector troops frozen in disbelief. Baron Bruce, desperate to steady his men, stepped forward to reveal his authority and confront Roman. But he never got the chance to speak. Roman didn't wait. His blade flashed again, precise and unstoppable. In a single stroke, Bruce fell, silenced before a word left his lips. The battlefield roared with steel and cries of the fallen. But Roman stood victorious amidst the chaos. Raising his voice, he called out to the Cairo soldiers. He announced the death of the enemy commander, his words sharp and commanding. Then his tone hardened. Roman warned them that sparing the remaining Hector forces would only sow greater trouble for Cairo in the future. Even with the enemy already in shambles, he urged his men to press on, to fight until no foe remained standing. From a distance, Henry watched, unsettled. Roman's ruthless decisiveness left him conflicted. The man he was told to ally with now seemed distant, untouchable, someone far harder to approach than he had imagined. Without their commander, Hector's troops broke completely. Demoralized, they scattered, retreating in fear of Roman and his soldiers. The fifth defense line, thought to be on the verge of collapse, now held firm under Roman's command. Chris soon returned to report. Not one of the 30 soldiers in their group, including himself, had been injured. Roman praised them openly, acknowledging both their bravery and their flawless execution in battle. Then, to everyone's surprise, Roman reached into his supplies and began handing out potions. Not ordinary medicine, but rare healing elixirs from the magic tower. Items so valuable they were usually hoarded or rationed. Yet Roman gave them away freely, without hesitation. His men received not just strength for their bodies, but proof of their commander's unwavering commitment to them. McBurney, watching quietly, was struck by it all. Roman's strength, his decisiveness, his generosity. This was how Dmitri and his men had forged unshakable trust. As the battlefield finally quieted, Roman turned to Stephen. He told him to handle the aftermath and prepare for another inevitable clash. The war wasn't over. There was no time to rest. He instructed Stephen to find someone with knowledge of the southern terrain to guide them. Stephen blinked in surprise. "Do you mean to head there immediately?" he asked. Roman confirmed without hesitation. The war was still far from over, and every moment mattered. Stephen then introduced him to Kobe, a local who knew the geography of the southern front well. With a map laid out before them, Roman asked Stephen about the fastest way to reach the rear camp. Kobe suggested a mountain route, familiar from his own experience, and estimated the time it would take. Roman, after a quick assessment, calculated the journey at about 2.5 hours. Then, with sharp precision, he proposed a shortcut that could reduce the time to just 2 hours. Kobe was taken aback. Roman's timing was so exact that it was clear he wasn't guessing. The accuracy raised questions. How could Roman know the terrain so well? Kobe couldn't shake the thought that Roman's knowledge came from more than simple intuition. Sensing Kobe's surprise, Roman explained. He admitted he only had basic information, which was why he sought out someone like Kobe who knew the land intimately. His approach wasn't arrogance. It was careful planning, filling in the gaps with local expertise. Kobe was struck by the difference. Unlike nobles who sought easy lives in the military, Roman's every move was deliberate, informed, and purposeful. His strategies weren't about personal comfort, but about protecting and strengthening the southern front. For the first time in a long while, Kobe felt a spark of hope. Perhaps, with Roman's leadership, this neglected region could finally begin to change. When Roman left the room, the atmosphere shifted. Chris was waiting, reporting that 30 soldiers, including himself, were ready to depart immediately. Their discipline and readiness reflected the cohesion Roman had built within his ranks. But then, an unexpected figure appeared, Henry Albert. Roman's gaze hardened as he demanded to know why Henry was there. His expression left no room for tricks. Henry understood the weight of the moment. If he confessed his true motive to get close to Roman, he risked being cast aside instantly. Taking a deep breath, he instead admitted his earlier mistake and apologized sincerely. He then pledged his loyalty, insisting that, like Roman, he could not stand idly by while history unfolded. Roman listened silently, his face unreadable, but his seriousness never wavered. At last, he permitted Henry to join them. But his warning was clear and sharp. If Henry hindered his plans, there would be consequences. Roman, Henry, and the 30 men advanced along the mountain path with Kobe guiding the way. The march was tense, each step heavy with urgency. Midway through, they stumbled upon a wounded soldier from the southern training camp. Roman immediately knelt down, his voice steady but sharp as he demanded to know what had happened. Trembling, the soldier revealed that the camp had been attacked. From his description, Roman quickly pieced it together. The strike had not come from the front, but from the rear. More fleeing soldiers arrived, confirming the report. The assault had taken place about half an hour earlier, and the attackers were fast-moving units from Hector, striking in coordination with the main offensive on Cairo's defense lines. Roman's expression hardened. He knew what this meant. Without hesitation, he gave the order to change course. The army would head directly to the southern training camp. His tone carried such urgency that no one dared question it. The scene shifted to the camp itself, now drowning in chaos. Among the wreckage, 2 Hector soldiers sneered as they tormented McBurney. Anger burned in his eyes as he demanded they stop mocking him. Though injured and disadvantaged, he did not falter. McBurney stood tall and declared he would face any challenge head-on. Even if it meant death, he vowed he would bring at least 1 Hector soldier down with him. But as he braced himself, his thoughts slipped inward. His missing right arm haunted him, the phantom weight of what once was eating away at him. He longed for the strength he had lost. More than that, he couldn't stop wondering where Roman was. The southern front was collapsing into disorder. Fear and despair weighed heavily on the men. Yet, in McBurney's heart, one name cut through the chaos: Sir Roman. He clung to it as his last hope. And then, just as the tension was about to snap, the wall behind the Hector soldiers exploded outward. Dust and stone rained down as a figure emerged from the wreckage. Roman Dmitri. He stood tall, radiating authority, his very presence shifting the battlefield. Hope ignited instantly among the defenders. Roman's gaze flicked toward McBurney, acknowledging the man still standing against all odds. Chris, reading the moment without hesitation, issued his command. Their mission was clear: eliminate the enemy soldiers and rescue the survivors. In an instant, Roman's troops surged forward, their counterattack crashing against Hector's men like a tidal wave. The battle, once a scene of despair, now burned with renewed determination. Amid the clash, a handful of Hector soldiers still dared to throw themselves at Roman. But before they could even swing their blades, Roman unleashed a technique wrapped in a strange purple glow. In an instant, their bodies locked in place. They were frozen, unable to move. Roman's intent was clear. He wasn't trying to cut them down. He wanted them alive. Every move he made carried strategy. With the soldiers immobilized, he bought himself precious time. But one Hector soldier, fueled by desperation, broke free and tried to flee. McBurney, despite being battered and worn, stepped in. With grit and precision, he intercepted the soldier, trapped him in a headlock, and forced him to the ground. Roman moved over, acknowledging the effort. He thanked McBurney for his help and urged him to rest, knowing how much he had endured. At last, McBurney collapsed, unconscious from exhaustion, leaving Roman to take command of what remained. Chris soon reported the outcome. 12 Hector soldiers lay dead, while 5 survivors had been rescued. From their accounts, Roman learned that Viscount Bale had slipped away into the mountains. Roman's mind immediately turned to strategy. This strike on the southern training camp felt wrong. The attackers numbered only a fraction of what Hector truly commanded. He suspected this wasn't their main force, but merely a diversion masking something larger. Determined to uncover the truth, Roman asked about the captured Hector soldiers. He ordered that only Chris accompany him inside the building where they were being held. Roman entered with steady purpose, knowing these prisoners might hold the answers he needed. He wasted no time addressing them. He gave a single, merciless choice. They had 3 minutes to tell him what he wanted to know, or they would suffer before death claimed them. One soldier, bold and defiant, sneered at him. He dared Roman to kill them where they stood. Unfazed, Roman began his interrogation. His first question was direct. What was Hector's true goal? Silence. The prisoner only smirked. Roman shifted, asking his second question, why had Hector attacked the southern training camp? Again, silence. The 3 minutes ticked away. Roman's voice dropped cold and final. Their time was up. A strange technique, radiating with a purple light, spread from Roman's hand as he pressed it against the soldier's shoulder. The soldier's scream tore through the air. Roman calmly explained that what they were feeling was like their muscles ripping apart and their bones being crushed. Soon, the pain would only lead to death. He admitted the soldiers had likely been trained to endure suffering, but warned them that revealing information wouldn't stop Hector's plan from moving forward. One soldier, resigned, spoke up. Even if they talked, Hector's scheme was already in motion. It was too late to change anything. Roman chuckled darkly. He hadn't been after answers at all. The interrogation was nothing more than bait, a way to test their reactions. As realization hit, the soldier's eyes widened, but it was too late. Roman struck swiftly and subdued him. Roman's thoughts then shifted. Hector's real strategy became clear. The battle at the southern front wasn't the true goal. It was only a diversion. If Hector's move worked, the southern front would be completely destroyed, a loss that would change everything. The scene moved to another chamber where Roman demanded a full report from Bernie regarding the southern training camp. Bernie began his account. Just 2 hours earlier, Hector's forces had launched their assault. While the camp was preparing for rider drills, enemy troops had stormed in without warning. Bernie and his men scrambled to mount a defense, but Hector's soldiers were too strong. The camp turned into a slaughter, and many soldiers were massacred. Amid the chaos, no one knew what had happened to Bale, the commander of the training camp. Roman, intent on learning more about the attackers, asked if anything unusual had been noticed about their gear. Bernie recalled that the soldiers wore lighter armor than expected, and their commander bore a face covered in scars. Roman quickly pieced it together. The men must have been the Rangers, an elite unit from Hector's kingdom. Bernie was stunned. He recognized the scarred commander as a decorated veteran, hardened by countless battles. His presence explained the precision and ferocity of the assault. But one question still lingered for Bernie. Why would Hector waste his elite force on a training camp instead of striking the front lines where the real battle was being fought? Bernie couldn't understand why Hector's soldiers had pulled back after the attack instead of pressing forward. Roman explained the truth. The southern camp stood on the path toward the rear. Hector had to strike it first. Hearing this, Bernie began to piece the puzzle together, but the more he understood, the more questions rose. He asked Roman directly what Hector was really after. Roman revealed the hidden truth. The battle at the front was nothing but a smokescreen. The real objective lay in the rear, where a warp gate was hidden. Bernie's eyes widened as the weight of it hit him. Roman elaborated. The warp gate was no ordinary structure. It was a crystal of immense power, capable of transporting armies instantly across distances. Whoever controlled it could block enemy reinforcements and turn the tide of war. And now, Hector had seized control of it. With the gate's coordinates in his grasp, he could launch devastating counterattacks at will. But there was a catch. The gate was fitted with a self-destruction device, designed to deny enemies the chance to use it. That, however, only made Hector's plan clearer. Roman explained that Hector's entire campaign was built around this move. By locking down the gate, his kingdom could gain overwhelming dominance in the war. Shaken by the implications, Bernie urged them to rush to the rear and support their troops before it was too late. Roman only gave him a sharp look and asked if he had heard any distress calls from the rear. The silence was enough of an answer. He then revealed that Hector's Rangers had already abandoned the southern camp more than an hour earlier. By now, the gate was likely in enemy hands. Reinforcements would never come. Roman's voice grew firm. Survival was all that mattered now. The situation had turned dire. Without the kingdom's support, they were stranded in hostile territory with no margin for error. The story then shifted. At the Hector border, Edwin stood at the edge of the captured warp gate, overseeing Hector's advancing army. A soldier hurried to report. Their forces were pushing closer to Cairo, moving swiftly after crushing the southern training camp. Yet Cairo remained blind to the true danger, their focus fixed on holding their defensive line. Edwin, ever calculating, warned his men not to grow complacent. Victory wasn't just about strength, it was about breaking the enemy's will. He ordered relentless attacks against Cairo's defenses, determined to grind down their morale before the final strike. Edwin laid out the reality. The mission's success rested on one thing: keeping the wall before Hector standing. He recalled how Jackson's Rangers had already infiltrated the southern front in the past, proving their skill and persistence. A direct assault on the southern front might have delivered a faster victory, but Edwin knew better. The true prize was the warp gate, and that was where Hector's future would be decided. His voice was steady as he issued a grim command to his men. If the situation turned against them, they were to be ready to destroy the warp gate. It was a drastic order, but one that could reshape the entire war. Edwin's mind ran through the consequences. If they failed and the warp gate was destroyed, Hector's forces would be forced to initiate the second phase of their strategy. This was no choice he gave lightly, but his resolve was unshakable. Among the soldiers, one man silently reflected on Edwin's ruthless clarity. This was the man they called the Cold of Hector, the embodiment of Hector's might and the figure their people placed their hopes upon in such a desperate time. Meanwhile, further back near Cairo's lines, the commander of the Rangers tightened his grip on the situation. The battle was entering its decisive stage. He declared that the time for war had truly come. Their mission was crystal clear: forge the connection while keeping the warp gate a secret. Their success would decide Hector's future. The story then shifted back 1 year earlier. A pivotal conversation unfolded between Edwin and Jackson, the Rangers' leader. Edwin had seen the kingdom's growing fragility. Poor harvests had drained them. The Golden Bank's pressure mounted, and whispers spread that the gods themselves had cursed Hector. Desperation hung in the air. It was then that Edwin made his move. He proposed a partnership to Jackson, to stand beside him in defending Hector's southern front against Cairo. The timing was urgent, and Edwin, ever the strategist, understood that the era demanded a hero to rise amidst the chaos. His words carried the weight of both necessity and foresight. Action soon followed. Hector's army conducted 48 scouting missions across the southern front, gathering every detail they could. Spies worked tirelessly, digging hidden tunnels beneath enemy lines. And within those shadows, Jackson's Rangers slipped quietly through, their path leading them straight to the Warp Gate, the key that could decide the fate of kingdoms. In the present, Jackson and his men finally established the connection with the Warp Gate. The portal shimmered with swirling energy, and from it stepped Prince Edwin, ready to take command. Always thinking several steps ahead, Edwin immediately began assigning responsibilities. The 1st Battalion was placed under Kellyan's leadership, tasked with holding the rear and strengthening defenses should Cairo attempt to send reinforcements. Yet even in this moment of clear direction, unease tugged at Edwin. Turning to Jackson, he brought up a troubling matter. They had lost contact with Baron Myler, who commanded the 5th line of defense. Edwin asked if Jackson had heard anything. Jackson explained that his soldiers were already looking into it. To calm Edwin's concerns, he brushed it off as a minor issue. After all, it was only the 5th line, a place long known for its weaknesses. Jackson speculated that a handful of enemies could topple it. Edwin nodded in agreement. Even if the 5th line fell, his orders would remain the same. Jackson was to continue the assault. Jackson accepted the command without hesitation, fully aware of its importance. But Edwin's expression hardened as he added one final remark. Once the operation concluded, no matter the outcome with Baron Myler, there would be consequences. What Edwin didn't know was that, despite all his foresight, 2 unexpected variables were about to change everything. The battlefield was shifting faster than anyone had anticipated. The story moved to Cairo's 1st line of defense. A messenger arrived with urgent news for Count Donald, the commander. The southern training camp had sent word. Donald quickly answered the call, and Roman's voice came through. He was stationed at the 5th line of defense. Roman wasted no time. He explained that Hector's kingdom was using a massive smoke screen to conceal their true goal, seizing the Warp Gate at the rear. The danger was clear. If Cairo didn't act, they risked being trapped between Hector's forces from both the front and the back. Roman urged that the castle be abandoned immediately and that all surviving forces retreat into the mountains to regroup. Count Donald hesitated. The southern mountains were treacherous, the terrain unforgiving. The retreat would be brutal. But in the end, he agreed to see the situation for himself and ended the call. Left alone, Roman reflected on what Donald's decision meant. With the retreat, every defense line except the 5th would be abandoned. Wasting no time, he ordered the soldiers to gather their belongings and prepare for the mountain retreat. The scene then returned to Cairo's 1st line of defense, where Count Donald, now troubled, attempted to establish contact with the rear camp. But the connection would not go through. Donald tried again and again to make contact, but every attempt failed. Roman's warning echoed in his mind. Reinforcements from the southern front and nearby garrisons would take nearly a month to arrive. Frustration weighed on him, yet he forced himself to think. If they could just hold the fortress until help came, there was still a chance to endure. Hours later, his hopes crumbled. Hector's forces had completely encircled them. With control over Cairo's Warp Gate, enemy troops poured in from both sides, cutting off every defense line. Even so, Donald kept his composure. He saw how hard his men had worked. The fortress walls had been reinforced, the weapons prepared, and every mistake from their first battle corrected. With these preparations, Donald believed survival was possible. He rallied his soldiers, urging them to brace for a siege. Gathering the 1st line of defense, he announced grim news. Hector had seized the Warp Gate. There would be no reinforcements, no outside help. But Donald reminded them of their first battle. They had fought, endured, and learned. This time, he told them, they would stand until reinforcements broke through. The counterattack began with renewed determination, only for disaster to strike. Hector unveiled a devastating weapon, a flare that shattered the fortress walls in an instant. The breach sent chaos rippling through the ranks. Donald and his men fought valiantly, but the fortress quickly fell into enemy hands. In those final moments, Donald recalled Roman's warning. Everything Roman predicted had come true. Moments later, Edwin himself delivered the decisive blow, crushing Count Donald and seizing full control of the southern front. From Edwin's perspective, the strategy had been flawless. Using the flare at the start secured victory with minimal casualties. Hector now held the advantage, and time worked entirely in their favor. Wasting nothing, Edwin ordered all captured soldiers to be gathered in one place, ensuring no unexpected uprisings. He also commanded that ammunition be collected and stored, resources that could later be used in negotiations with Cairo. Jackson agreed with the plan, and at first, Edwin felt confident. But a nagging unease lingered. Something was off. His instincts proved correct when a soldier rushed forward with troubling news. Baron Myler had fallen. The 5th defense line had collapsed, and communication was completely severed. Edwin's expression darkened. He demanded details and ordered the soldier to bring forth the person who delivered the report. Soon after, Edwin stepped toward the weary messenger, ready to uncover exactly what had unfolded at the 5th line. The soldier's account was grim. At first, the defense lines appeared ready to withstand Hector's assault. But the moment the attack began, their weakness was exposed. Hector's forces smashed through the fortress walls, and Baron Myler, seeing the situation collapse, gave the desperate order to destroy it. The soldier's voice faltered as he went on, his eyes filled with fear. He told Edwin of something beyond comprehension. A monster had appeared on the battlefield. Edwin froze at the words. The soldier described its overwhelming power, how it tore through soldiers like they were nothing. Even Hector's elite Aura Knights, the pride of the kingdom, had been felled with a single strike. The revelation left Edwin shaken. This creature had completely shifted the tide of battle. Though Hector's troops succeeded in breaking through the fortress, the sudden appearance of the monster turned everything in Cairo's favor. Hector's forces were left with a bitter defeat. Edwin could hardly believe it. A year of meticulous preparation undone in an instant. His thoughts turned toward the one name tied to this unexpected twist, Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest ranker. Leaving the soldier behind, Edwin walked through the aftermath of battle, his mind racing. The monster's intervention had changed everything. If Hector's campaign was to survive, careful negotiation and calculated choices would now be more important than brute force. Back at the command center, Edwin summoned Jackson for a report. Jackson confirmed that the 5th line of defense had been abandoned. The Cairo soldiers had vanished into the mountains. He suggested forming a pursuit team to hunt them down. But Edwin shook his head. Hector already controlled the southern front, and with that advantage secured, the wiser move was diplomacy. A pursuit could wait. Negotiations with Cairo could not. Edwin resolved to shift their focus toward reconciliation, aware that the balance of power demanded a different approach now. Far away, in Cairo's royal palace, King Daniel wrestled with his own frustrations. Even as king, he couldn't act alone. Every military decision required approval from the aristocrats who held true influence. The palace grew tense as everyone awaited the arrival of the most powerful figures. Marquis Benedict finally entered, offering a calm smile despite the heavy atmosphere. He excused his lateness, explaining that his carriage had broken down on the way. Close behind him came 2 representatives of rival factions, Count Denver of Valhalla and Count Gregory of Kronos. Both factions carried immense political weight, their presence making the choices ahead even more complicated. The palace chamber grew heavy with tension as King Daniel delivered grim news. Hector's forces had crossed into Cairo's territory and struck their camps without warning. The southern front stood on the edge of collapse. Marquis Benedict was the first to respond, urging that reinforcements be dispatched immediately to counter the ambush. But Daniel, his tone sharp, cut him off. He expected that plans for reinforcements were already in motion. The room fell into uneasy silence until a soldier rushed in, bringing even worse news. Hector had seized control of Cairo's warp gate. Shock rippled through the chamber. Benedict, usually composed, was visibly shaken. With the command structure already fractured into 4 competing factions, the kingdom's safety was in even greater peril. Daniel's patience snapped. His frustration poured out as he demanded to know how the others planned to answer for this disaster. If he had been given the authority to act from the beginning, he declared the Southern Front would not be teetering on the brink. He accused the nobles around the table of causing the crisis with their endless interference. Before the arguments could escalate further, another soldier entered with an urgent announcement, a magical communication from Hector. The nobles gathered quickly, and Edwin's voice echoed through the chamber. Edwin spoke with authority, laying out Hector's terms. The kingdom demanded war reparations, to be paid in gold equal to the value of Cairo's southern front. Benedict and Count Denver erupted in anger, challenging the fairness of the demand. They accused Edwin of waging an unjust war, of being the true instigator of the conflict. The meeting grew heated, voices clashing across factions, but Edwin never wavered. Marquis, with cold certainty, he issued an ultimatum. Cairo had 3 days to comply. If they delayed, Hector would claim the southern front entirely, and the hostages already captured would be executed. When the call ended, the nobles sat in uneasy silence as more details emerged about Hector's own troubles. Their kingdom was strained by poor harvests and overdue debts to the Golden Bank, their economy on the verge of collapse. Though Edwin no longer held a high seat in Hector's command, he thought of the suffering of ordinary people. His resolve hardened. To protect them, he was prepared to become ruthless, whatever it took to shield those under his care. Back in Cairo's war room, Daniel faced the reality he had been resisting. The enemy controlled the warp gate. Their southern front was collapsing, and their choices had dwindled to one. With reluctance, he admitted the truth. Cairo's only option was to yield to Hector's demands. Agreeing to Hector's demands seemed like the only way to minimize losses. But Benedict worried aloud. What if Hector's price was too steep? He asked if there was another path forward. Daniel's patience snapped. He shouted for someone, anyone, to suggest an alternative. Silence answered him. In that silence, Daniel saw the kingdom's weakness laid bare. Internal rivalries aside, when it came to real crisis, Cairo's leadership was powerless. With a heavy heart, he admitted the harsh truth. The safest course was to accept Hector's terms. Count Denver, however, wasn't convinced. He brought up the name everyone knew, Roman Dmitri, the soldier stationed at the southern front. Recent reports confirmed that Roman had successfully held the fifth line of defense. Denver argued that with Roman, Cairo might still have a chance to fight back. Daniel acknowledged Roman's skill, but doubted it would change the war. A talented 3-star swordsman in his 20s was promising, but hardly enough to shift the tide against Hector. Benedict agreed with Daniel. He admired Roman's potential and believed he represented Cairo's future, but insisted the kingdom should focus on survival rather than gamble on a single man. Denver, however, knew more than he was willing to reveal. Rumors from the Valhalla faction claimed Roman's ability exceeded even that of a typical 4-star swordsman. Denver believed Roman could be the key to Cairo's salvation. But instead of revealing the truth, he asked for just 3 days. 3 days to prove what Roman could do. Daniel, feeling the weight of the decision, offered a compromise. If within 3 days the Southern Front showed no signs of a major turnaround, they would accept Hector's conditions. Cairo would balance its negotiations with its war effort carefully, waiting to see if Roman could alter their fate. The scene then shifted to Cairo's first line of defense, where Henry faced disaster. Hector's troops had overrun the position, leaving his forces broken. Stunned by the collapse, Henry ordered an immediate retreat into the mountains. As he led his soldiers away, he thought about how fragile glory was, how quickly reputation faded. Survival, he realized, mattered far more than honor. During their retreat, a figure appeared, Chris. He instructed Henry and his men to remain silent and guided them into the safety of the mountains. Henry, still reeling, turned to Chris with confusion. You want to know where Roman was the one assigned to protect the rear. To Henry's astonishment, Chris led them to a hidden camp tucked deep within the mountains. It was a secret base Roman had prepared in advance, foreseeing that the rear might collapse. The discovery revealed Roman's foresight and careful planning. Henry, still shaken by the loss of the rear, urged that they retreat while they still had a chance. He questioned why Roman had chosen to build the hideout in such a remote and dangerous location. Chris's expression hardened. The war was far from over, he explained. This camp was not for retreat. It was a safeguard against enemy forces pushing into the mountains. Then, With a sharp warning, Chris told Henry that if he ever betrayed Cairo to side with Hector, he would kill him without hesitation. Henry was left unsettled, his mind spinning with thoughts of the mysterious Dmitri family. He asked where Roman was, since it had been so long since they had last seen him. Chris replied that Roman was not hiding. He was at the front, fighting. The scene shifted to the battlefield at Cairo's front line. The soldiers still standing fought desperately against Hector's overwhelming forces. Brant, the officer in charge, knew the truth. Survival was the only goal now, not just for himself, but for his men. Amid the chaos, Brant realized the harsh reality. Their commander, Count Donald, had doomed them with blind confidence. Their losses mounted, and Brant believed the end was inevitable. But just when hope seemed lost, a figure appeared: Roman. He cut through Hector's soldiers with ruthless efficiency, saving the Baguette Knights from annihilation. At one point, Roman found himself encircled by enemy troops. In an instant, he cut them all down, leaving the survivors stunned. Brant, frozen in disbelief, asked himself who this man could be, someone strong enough to defy impossible odds. Roman walked toward him, calm and direct, and introduced himself: Roman Dmitri, a reserve soldier from the 5th line of defense. The name hit Brant hard. He remembered that Donald's retreat had been suggested by Roman. But Roman hadn't come to abandon the battlefield. He had come to fight beside them. Despite his wounds, Brant stood and gave his thanks. Roman had saved them when it mattered most. He quickly explained the situation to him. The 1st line of defense had already fallen, and Hector's army was pressing against the 2nd. Brant, grim-faced, warned that the 2nd line wouldn't last long under Hector's relentless assault. Roman listened to Brant's grim outlook, then asked a sharp question: was he suggesting surrender? Brant hesitated. He admitted Roman was an extraordinary fighter, but insisted that in a war between kingdoms, one man alone could not stand against the might of Hector. Roman did not flinch. Instead, he studied the situation with care. Something about Hector's actions felt wrong. Their traps, their attacks, their movements didn't fit the pattern of a force prepared for a drawn-out campaign. Slowly, the truth became clear to him. Hector wasn't planning for a long war. Their aim was to capture the southern front as quickly as possible, to force Cairo into crisis and end the conflict by sheer pressure. Roman understood it then. Hector's true strategy was not conquest by endurance, but by speed, taking full control of the southern front so that negotiations with Cairo's royal family would tip heavily in their favor. It was a bold and dangerous gamble, one that risked the entire future of their kingdom. The scene shifted to the 2nd defense line. There, Hector's soldiers launched their assault with relentless ferocity. Bright flares streaked across the night sky, signaling the coordinated strikes against the fortress walls. Amid the chaos, ambushes sprang with deadly precision, each move designed to tighten their grip on Cairo's forces. At the same time, Edwin stood deep in thought, analyzing every angle. He considered Baron's role, believing the man's survival might expose the weakness of the 5th defense line. Yet doubt gnawed at him. The name Roman Dmitri weighed heavily on his mind. Could one man really disrupt Hector's advance? Edwin knew Hector's strength. His kingdom was not so easily shaken, even by a swordsman of rare ability. But then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Hector had lost all contact with the 1st Squadron, the very unit assigned to mop up the remnants of Cairo's army. Edwin's unease deepened as the report continued. The 2nd and 3rd Squadrons were also silent. No response. The shock hit him hard. 3 squadrons gone. Jackson stepped forward to explain. After the breach of the 1st defense line, he had dispatched the 3rd Squadron to handle survivors. But an hour ago, communication with them had gone dead. The likely conclusion was grim. Nearly 300 men wiped out. Edwin's suspicions solidified. His earlier doubts were no longer shadows. They had form and certainty. Only one man could be behind this: Roman Dmitri. Instead of fleeing into the mountains like the others, Roman had stayed behind. He was striking at Hector's forces directly, challenging Edwin head-on. The realization was sharp, undeniable. Roman was no longer just a nuisance. He was a serious threat. Turning to Jackson with urgency, Edwin declared that this problem had to be dealt with immediately. Edwin warned that leaving Roman unchecked would only lead to disaster. Jackson, however, dismissed the concern. To him, Roman was nothing more than a distraction. Hector's true objective was the siege itself, and one man couldn't alter the outcome. But Edwin saw things differently. In the storm of war, his priorities began to drift from Hector's grand strategy. The kingdom sought to crush the defense camps and secure their advance. Edwin's focus, however, had narrowed to one point: Roman Dmitri, an unpredictable figure whose actions had already thrown carefully laid plans into chaos. With a cold, decisive tone, Edwin ordered the soldiers at the second defense line to retreat immediately. Jackson's brow furrowed in confusion. Why abandon their advantage just to chase a single warrior? It went against every rule of strategy. But Edwin was resolute. As night fell, Hector's forces gathered at the foot of the southern mountains. Edwin was certain Roman was there, hidden in the rugged terrain. His confidence wasn't just from evidence, but from instinct, sharpened by a year of planning. Facing his men, Edwin addressed their silent doubts. Yes, the defense lines were important, but the true danger lay elsewhere. Roman Dmitri was no ordinary enemy. His ability to unravel Hector's strategy made him a threat they could not afford to ignore. Jackson, though skeptical, knew Edwin too well to argue further. Edwin's choices were always deliberate, and his men trusted him completely. Their loud cheers carried through the night as Edwin gave the order. It was time to hunt the Cairo soldiers. Yet the mountains were vast, filled with shadows and places to vanish. Edwin feared that if his soldiers spread too wide, their prey might slip through. So, he laid out a precise plan. Patrols would advance from the mountain's base upward, tightening the net step by step. No one would escape. Each unit was given strict instructions. If they spotted the enemy, they were to blow a whistle at once. The trap would spring only when every soldier was in position. The goal was clear: corner the enemy while keeping casualties low. With determination, the patrols began their climb. The mountains loomed, silent and ominous, as the soldiers scanned every shadow. But then, something strange happened. One man vanished. At first, his comrades noticed nothing unusual. Then another disappeared, and another. Panic spread as they realized entire squads were gone. In the end, only one soldier remained, trembling in the darkness. Heart racing, he lifted his whistle to sound the alarm. But before he could breathe out, a blade pierced the silence. Roman Dmitri stepped from the shadows, striking the soldier down before the whistle ever touched his lips. Roman paused in the shadows, weighing the situation. His original plan had been simple: use Hector's assault on the defense camp to turn the tide in Cairo's favor. Yet Hector's response had been unexpected. Abandoning the second defense line just to halt Roman's advance was a bold gamble. Roman couldn't help but acknowledge the brilliance behind such a move. Whoever was orchestrating Hector's strategy was no ordinary commander. Meanwhile, Hector's soldiers began to realize something was wrong. Comrades were missing. Orders quickly spread: seal off the mountain paths, block every escape, trap the enemy before he slipped away. But before they could tighten their net, Roman struck. Moving like a shadow, he cut down the commander leading their patrols. The strike sent shockwaves of confusion through the ranks. As he emerged from the darkness, Roman's face carried an unsettling calm. Yet beneath it was the chaos of another life, the life of Baek Jung-hyuk. In that past existence, he had been one of the 12 sons of the heavenly demon, raised in a world of brutal trials and endless hardship. Every mission was a test of survival. On one such mission, he was ordered to hunt a troublesome low-ranked cult follower. The task, meant to break others, he completed in 3 days. But greater challenges soon followed. Against an opponent who seemed impossible to defeat, Baek turned not to brute force, but to knowledge. Searching through the cult's hidden records, he discovered the legacy of the Night King. Once a petty thief, the Night King had mastered the art of shadows and darkness, rising to legendary infamy before greed consumed him. His end was tragic, but his techniques endured, etched in Amira's history. Fascinated, Baek devoted himself to those teachings. Within a single year, he mastered them to terrifying perfection, silencing 38 martial masters with unmatched precision. Whispers spread of his new name, the Shadow Phantom, a being who embodied the darkness itself. Now, in the present, Roman called upon that very legacy. Darkness enveloped the soldiers of Hector, their sight useless, their senses overwhelmed. Fear not at their resolve. Even the Oranites, proud warriors of Hector, recognized the danger and began pulling back. But retreat was not an option Roman would allow. With deadly resolve, he slipped through the chaos, his movements silent and precise. In moments, the leader of Hector's first squadron was struck down. The enemy ranks erupted into confusion, soldiers scrambling, unable to comprehend the force hunting them. One soldier, realizing the battle was lost, decided his only duty now was to report. With trembling hands, he reached for a magical communication device to send word to his commander. But above him, unseen, Roman was already there, perched silently on a tree branch, eyes fixed, blade ready. The shadow phantom had chosen his next target. Edwin felt his world crumble as the grim reality struck. Turning to Soldier Thompson, he urged him to stay calm, warning that their enemies were using the darkness itself as a weapon. Thompson's expression was grave as he delivered the truth. Hector's soldiers were being slaughtered, one after another, by an unseen hand. No matter how sharp their senses, no one could pinpoint where the strikes were coming from. Even Thompson, famed for his heightened perception, was helpless against this invisible predator. Edwin's thoughts raced. Could it be an Oronite? Yet the idea didn't fit. Someone with Thompson's skill should have sensed such an opponent long before now. Still, the soldiers continued to fall, cut down in silence. The possibility of magic crossed Edwin's mind. Perhaps the enemy had cloaked themselves in sorcery. But that too made little sense. Magic had limits. It required energy, pauses to recover. What they faced was relentless, without the slightest opening. Nothing added up. Even as confusion threatened to overwhelm him, Edwin forced himself to stay steady. He told Thompson not to yield to fear. Reinforcements, he promised, were already on their way. Those words gave Thompson a sliver of hope. Thompson then reported that Hector's allies had already formed a defensive perimeter around the camp. It wasn't much, but it gave them a goal: endure until the prince arrived with backup. Rallying what was left of the first squadron, Thompson barked orders, pushing them to take defensive positions and brace for the unseen strikes. Summoning his aura, Thompson tried to pierce the veil of darkness, to sense the enemy hidden within. Then, movement. On the right, he lunged, attacking with all his strength. Relief spread for a heartbeat. They had finally landed a blow. But relief twisted into horror when the truth became clear. The enemy had lured them in, using Hector's own soldiers as bait. And then, out of the blackened silence, Roman appeared. He emerged like a predator born of the night, his presence as sharp and merciless as the blade in his hand. Frustration burned through Thompson as he shouted at him. He called Roman a coward, demanding that he abandon the shadows and face him head-on. Roman stepped from the shadows, his voice steady as he pointed out Hector's fatal flaw. Their greatest weakness, he explained, was arrogance, underestimating enemies they hadn't measured beforehand. That overconfidence was why Hector believed victory was already secured. He shifted his gaze to Thompson. And do you truly think that just finding me makes defeating me any easier? The weight of Roman's words sank in. Thompson clenched his fists, realizing there was no choice but to fight. The atmosphere grew heavy, thick with tension. Thompson resolved to finish the battle quickly. But Roman didn't give him the chance. With blinding speed and surgical precision, he struck. Thompson collapsed, his cry of pain swallowed by silence. Roman had already sealed the area with mana, ensuring no sound could escape. No reinforcements would come. Pinning Thompson to the ground, Roman ripped the magical communication device from him. Without hesitation, he used it, knowing Edwin was on the other end. His voice cut through the line with confidence. Roman exposed the truth Hector had tried to bury. The kingdom was starving. A famine had swept through their lands, leaving their people desperate and their army stretched thin. Hector's campaign against Cairo was not an act of strength, but of survival. It was a gamble to seize resources before their nation collapsed. He detailed their dire condition. The army had no secure food supply, and within 3 months Hector would crumble. Roman vowed to sabotage their plans at every step, making sure the kingdom's struggle grew only worse until the collapse was inevitable. On the other end, Edwin listened in silence. He did not argue, because he couldn't. Roman's words were true. The famine had gutted Hector. Debts to the Golden Bank were suffocating them, and no further aid could be secured. Their kingdom truly was on the edge of ruin. Roman then asked coldly if Edwin was expecting pity. Edwin denied it. He wasn't begging for sympathy. He wanted Roman to understand. Hector had no choice but to fight. To retreat now would mean wasting the lives already lost, dishonoring their sacrifice. Then Edwin's voice grew heavy with warning. He begged Roman to deliver a message to Cairo's royal family. If Hector was denied the resources they needed, they would unleash their most terrifying weapon. The necromancer's creations, beasts of death, would be set loose, and the southern front would be reduced to a wasteland. Prince Edwin swore he would do whatever it took to safeguard his people. With determination, he turned to Roman, demanding clarity. Would Roman stand beside Hector in this desperate hour, or was he leaning toward negotiation? The alliance between Hector and Cairo hung by a thread, fragile and uncertain. Roman weighed the moment carefully. Edwin's words echoed a pattern he had already uncovered during his investigations on the southern front. Unlike the late king, Edwin had proven himself to be competent and well-regarded, both within Hector and beyond its borders. But beneath his offer, Roman sensed a dangerous undertone. His reply came without hesitation. In an instant, he lashed out, striking Thompson, a soldier of Hector, who collapsed in pain. The abrupt violence left Edwin demanding an explanation. Roman, calm and unyielding, answered coldly. He had dealt with the matter. When pressed further, his stance became crystal clear. He had no interest in Hector's internal affairs, nor in their desperation. In his eyes, the war was already underway, and Hector had forfeited any chance of leniency. Roman warned that no soldier would be spared, not even those who surrendered. He would hunt them down without mercy, ensuring every one of them paid the price for their choices. Declaring his name, Roman Dmitri, he left no doubt of his resolve. If Hector chose death and continued to resist, he promised their paths would collide again. Edwin, shaken, began to realize that Roman Dmitri was far more terrifying than he had imagined. As tension lingered, Jackson pressed Edwin to act. Edwin's response was sharp and resolute. He ordered Jackson to rally Hector's forces, surround the area where the communication device lay, and form a tight strategic net. The command carried a heavy weight. It was both a duty to their fallen soldier Thompson and a vow of personal vengeance. Determined, Edwin declared that he himself would confront Roman Dmitri. Jackson, understanding the gravity of the order, relayed it to the soldiers, urging them onward. Despite the loss of comrades, they pressed forward, climbing the mountain with one mission: cut off Roman's escape and trap him where he stood. The atmosphere grew heavy as Hector's troops prepared for battle, each step fueled by resolve and the will to avenge their fallen. At the same time, Roman turned to his own men, pointing out the battlefield's hidden truth. Every stone and branch around them carried unseen traces of mana, waiting to be unleashed. Roman introduced a new concept: the use of hidden mana to manipulate space itself, something he called a trap formation. As he explained, Chris listened in awe. When the formation activated, it was as if his senses had been sealed away. The battlefield shifted like an invisible chessboard, masking Roman's movements entirely. To Chris, it felt like stepping into another reality, one he could barely comprehend. Meanwhile, Hector's advancing troops marched straight into this carefully prepared trap. Empowered by his training under Roman, Chris unleashed a devastating strike that revealed just how effective the formation could be. The Hector soldiers, unable to detect him within the distorted space, were caught completely off guard. Seizing the moment, Chris rallied the Roman soldiers to attack, using the warped battlefield to conceal their approach and throw the enemy into chaos. Chris was no longer the warrior he once was. After countless duels with Roman, his skill had reached a level most would consider impossible. His growth was evident in every move he made. Surrounded by a radiant blue glow, he cut down his opponents one after another, executing his technique, the lightning flash, with blinding speed. Confident they had carried out Roman's strategy, Chris quickly took control of the situation. Knowing reinforcements could be on their way, he ordered a retreat, regrouping the soldiers at their next position to maintain the advantage of surprise. Across the battlefield, other skirmishes raged on. Kevin, his body enveloped in a sinister red aura, tore through Hector's ranks with calculated precision. Each clash only reinforced his belief. Roman's plan was unstoppable. Elsewhere, Pucky led his squad flawlessly, ambushing Hector's men and cutting them down without leaving a trace. The four coordinated attacks struck all at once, shaking Hector's army to its core. Roman's strategy unfolded perfectly, leaving no room for recovery. High on the mountain, the situation grew grim. A wounded Hector soldier stumbled before Edwin with dire news. He insisted that a mage must be hiding among Cairo's forces, manipulating the battle. The soldier described how Roman's troops seemed to appear from nowhere, striking in sudden ambushes, even in places fully illuminated. When Edwin relayed this report to Jackson, Jackson suggested the truth. Hector's army had likely fallen into an elaborate trap. Edwin weighed the soldier's words carefully, considering the unsettling possibility that magic itself was being used to move Cairo's forces across the battlefield. Edwin quickly dismissed the idea that Cairo's forces were using high-circle magic scrolls. Such items were strictly controlled by the Magic Tower, a neutral power that managed all major magical resources. For scrolls of that caliber to appear on the southern front, where resources were scarce, seemed nearly impossible. That left Edwin with a troubling possibility. Could there be a mage operating in the south, independent of the Magic Tower? The thought was hard to accept. True mages were rarer than aura swordsmen, and nearly every gifted mana user was recruited into the tower's ranks. With its immense influence and promise of vast magical knowledge, the tower left little room for mages to exist outside its control. Yet, if what Edwin suspected was true, then a high-circle mage working freely in the south was a reality that shattered everything he thought he knew. Mages rarely defied the tower, and the sudden surge in magic users across the continent only deepened his doubts. Something about it felt unnatural, almost orchestrated. Despite his curiosity, Edwin chose restraint. With Hector's soldiers already locked in fierce combat against Cairo, now was not the time to gamble with his own life. Instead, he resolved to wait, biding his time until the moment Roman Dmitri would stumble into the trap he had carefully laid. Back in the mountains, Roman's clash with Hector's soldiers took an unexpected turn. After cutting down another opponent, his next challenger revealed a peculiar weapon, an artifact that flared with blinding light every time Roman moved. In the darkness, he shone like a firefly, his position impossible to hide. The Hector soldiers wasted no time. They relayed the discovery, and soon, the second and third squadrons converged, eager to avenge their fallen brothers and overwhelm Roman in a combined assault. Their morale surged with the belief that victory was within reach. But Roman had already anticipated them. Drawing upon the second technique of the heavenly demon arts, he unleashed a devastating counterattack. In a blur, he annihilated the advancing soldiers before they could even react. The sheer speed and efficiency of his strike left the survivors stunned, their hopes crushed in an instant. Though victorious, the exchange had taken its toll. Roman paused, allowing himself a moment to recover, when an injured Hector soldier staggered forward. Instead of attacking, the soldier raised a question. How did Roman intend to escape? The wounded soldier warned Roman that the mountain was surrounded. Thousands of Hector troops stood ready, and no matter how strong he was, escape seemed impossible. Roman, however, remained composed. He revealed that Hector's army had already stepped into his trap. Reinforcements were rushing toward the mountain in blind desperation, throwing themselves forward just to delay him. Roman found it almost amusing. Their recklessness only made them easier to deal with. A faint smile crossed his face as he muttered that he would take his time, toying with Hector's soldiers until dawn. But his brief moment of ease was cut short. From the shadows, a voice rang out, declaring that Roman's end had arrived. Roman turned, his eyes landing on a man clad in light armor with a scarred face. Recognition struck. This was Jackson, the captain of Hector's elite ranger unit. Roman immediately gauged his strength. Jackson's power ranked at least 4 stars, and Roman couldn't help but wonder if Hector had deliberately hidden him away for this moment. The air thickened with tension as the two warriors squared off. Their swords collided with a deafening crash, echoing through the mountains as sparks flew. Jackson shouted fiercely that Roman was finally cornered within the dense forest. Though his official rank in Hector's military was unimpressive, outsiders knew him as the de facto leader of the Rangers. His reputation carried weight, his true abilities whispered about but never fully confirmed. Now, in the glow of the forest where blue light illuminated the battlefield, his strength was on full display. Yet, Jackson quickly realized something was wrong. His attacks failed to force Roman back. Blow after blow landed, but Roman remained unshaken, countering with sharp, deliberate strikes. Jackson's confidence wavered. He remembered the reports. Roman Dmitri was said to be no more than a 3-star swordsman. But here, in front of him, Roman's ability told a very different story. Anyone above 4 stars was considered a disaster on the battlefield. And suddenly, Jackson understood why Hector's soldiers had been crushed so easily. Roman, calm and calculating, dismantled Jackson's offensive with precision. And though Jackson had entered this fight expecting to overwhelm his enemy, he now found himself forced to acknowledge the terrifying truth of Roman Dmitri's strength. Channeling his aura, Roman unleashed a strike that sent Jackson staggering backward. In that instant, Jackson was forced to admit Roman Dmitri was no ordinary opponent. Even so, Jackson clung to the belief that he could still claim victory. He stepped back, lifted a whistle to his lips, and blew a sharp signal. At once, Hector's soldiers closed in from all directions, encircling Roman. With renewed confidence, Jackson ordered him to surrender. But Roman only smiled. Calmly, he declared that the soldiers had built their hopes on false assumptions. One by one, he began tearing those illusions apart. First, he addressed the artifact Jackson had relied on, saying no such trinket could ever control him. To prove his point, Roman shattered the artifact before Jackson's eyes. Shock rippled through the ranks as Jackson realized Roman possessed a resistance to magic unlike anything he'd seen. Then came the second blow to their confidence. Roman stated boldly that no matter how many men surrounded him, he could leave whenever he wished. The claim was so outrageous, the soldiers froze in disbelief, unsure if his words were truth or taunt. Their hesitation proved costly. In a flash, Roman vanished and reappeared behind Jackson, catching him completely off guard. With a mocking tone, he pointed out the obvious. At this critical moment, Prince Edwin's promised support was nowhere to be found. Jackson's confidence cracked. He realized Roman had outmaneuvered him entirely. Before he could recover, Roman disappeared once more, leaving the soldiers confused and scattered. Panic rose as Jackson shouted for them to give chase, warning that Prince Edwin was now in grave danger. Meanwhile, Roman raced toward Hector's command post. Strategy consumed his thoughts. Against a larger army, the surest path to victory was clear: eliminate the enemy commander, and their forces would collapse. Guided by the faint mana radiating from Edwin's communication device, Roman moved with lethal precision. At the base of the mountain, the enemy camp stretched before him. Roman cut through the soldiers guarding it, his movements sharp and merciless. None were able to stand against his speed, and his advance was relentless. Step by step, he closed in on Edwin Hector. But just as Roman prepared to strike, his plan faltered. Edwin revealed an unexpected weapon: fire magic. Flames burst forth, twisting and flowing with unnatural grace. Roman was caught off guard, forced to recognize that Edwin's power was far greater than he had anticipated. Mana coursed through Edwin, moving with a rhythm of its own. In the thick of battle, he unleashed a spell, Inferno, hurling a torrent of flames straight at Roman. Roman reacted instantly, raising his defenses to withstand the searing blast. But Edwin pressed forward without pause. With a swift incantation, he cast Entangle. Thick roots erupted from the earth, wrapping tightly around Roman. For a moment, it seemed he was bound, but with one decisive slash, Roman severed the roots and broke free. Just as he steadied himself, another danger emerged. From the shadows stepped a swordsman cloaked in a radiant yellow aura. His strikes came with overwhelming force, and Roman was barely able to block, straining to hold his ground. The man revealed himself: Butler, captain of Hector's second-highest Royal Knight Order, a 5-star swordsman. It struck Roman at once. This was no coincidence. Edwin had orchestrated everything to crush him with sheer strength. Butler's aura burned with raw power, his presence suffocating. Watching from the side, Edwin's confidence swelled. With Butler now in the fray, he believed their combined might would finally put an end to Roman Dmitri. As Butler pressed forward, Edwin cast another spell, Windblade. Razor-sharp gusts cut through the air as Butler charged in with his sword glowing like molten steel. Roman was pinned between the slicing wind and Butler's ferocious assault. Forced to defend both sides, Roman faltered. Butler's blade struck with such force that the impact exploded through the forest, shaking the ground and sending shockwaves outward. The blast tore through the battlefield, and when the dust settled, Roman was left bloodied and kneeling. In the chaos, his mind raced. He had expected obstacles, but not this. A prince wielding such magic, nor Butler, a 5-star knight hidden in plain sight as if he were nothing more than a soldier. Yet instead of despair, Roman felt something else: excitement. The closer he edged toward death, the more alive he felt. His smile returned, his spirit burning even brighter in the face of danger. Butler, watching him, felt a rare unease. How could a man barely in his mid-20s withstand the combined assault of both a prince's magic and a five-star swordsman? Roman's resilience defied reason, leaving Butler to wonder what kind of power this man truly held. Spotting Roman's exhaustion, Edwin seized the moment. He urged Butler to deliver the finishing blow, but Roman refused to fall. Summoning the heavenly demon technique, he unleashed Breakhold twice in rapid succession. In a blur, he surged forward, his sword raised to strike at Edwin Hector himself. Butler reacted instantly, stepping between Edwin and Roman's blade. The strike came down with crushing force, and Butler used every ounce of his skill to parry it, shielding the prince from what could have been a fatal blow. Roman pulled back, surprised at the sheer strength Butler displayed. This was the true might of a five-star swordsman. But the toll of battle was catching up to him. After using the heavenly demon technique twice in succession, Roman's body was nearing its limit. He knew the fight couldn't continue. With one last glance at Edwin, he delivered a chilling warning. The next time they crossed paths, Edwin would not walk away alive. The words left Edwin shaken. As Roman vanished into the shadows, Butler and the soldiers could do nothing but feel the weight of humiliation. Their army, 1,000 strong, had been pushed to the brink by a single man. For Hector, it was a bitter truth that cracked the very foundation of his pride as a leader. Edwin, meanwhile, felt the sting of failure more than anyone. His decisions had led to disaster. What he believed to be the safer path had turned into the worst possible outcome. Regret settled heavily over him. When dawn broke, the soldiers descended the mountain with weary steps. Their morale was shaken, but Edwin stood before them and apologized for the consequences of his misjudgment. Yet the men did not turn against him. They reminded their commander that Roman Dmitri's strength had far exceeded their expectations, and no one could have foreseen such a battle. Jackson, steady and composed, spoke up as well. He urged Edwin not to lose heart, reminding him that his soldiers trusted him fully. Reassured by their words, Edwin managed a faint smile. He realized the true strength of Hector's army lay not only in weapons, but in loyalty. With that in mind, he addressed his men openly. He told them that rank would not silence them. If they believed his choices led toward ruin, they must speak out. The soldiers nodded in solemn agreement, their unity firm despite uncertainty. Determined to adapt, Edwin made a crucial decision. Hector would oversee the defense camp for the next 10 days, the most critical period before Cairo's main army arrived. After that, the rear camp would serve as their final line of resistance. It was a strategy born of both caution and necessity, a step to stabilize the shaken front. Butler, still unsettled by Roman Dmitri's strength, pressed Edwin for more insight. Edwin's expression grew serious as he admitted the truth. Roman was unlike any opponent they had faced before. He was a dangerous enemy, one that demanded far more than conventional measures. Edwin, however, reminded his men that the battlefield had shifted. Fighting in the mountains would be very different from clashing on the open plains. He admitted that while he himself might suffer defeat, Hector's army as a whole was far from broken. Jackson then raised a pressing question. If Hector continued to resist, could they still secure the compensation they sought from Cairo? Edwin, considering the larger picture, revealed a bold plan. He intended to open negotiations with the Kronos Empire. Meanwhile, in Cairo's royal palace, Count Ajur delivered grim news to King Daniel. He explained that the royal family had funneled massive resources into the Eastern Front, straining their finances due to Kronos' constant pressure over the past year. If Cairo were to give in to all of Hector's demands, it would bankrupt the kingdom. King Daniel suggested raising taxes to cover the losses, but Ajur quickly warned against it. Taxes had already been raised just 6 months earlier, and another increase would almost certainly spark rebellion among the people. This left Daniel with a troubling choice: seek support from the kingdom's nobles. But doing so would weaken the royal family's authority. Frustration mounting, Daniel ordered Ajur to urgently summon the central government nobles for a council. Before the meeting could begin, however, a soldier burst in with astonishing news from the southern front. The enemy had been pushed back. Daniel froze, stunned by the unexpected report. He immediately called the nobles together. Confusion swept the chamber. How could the southern front, outnumbered and under-resourced, possibly repel Hector's army of 10,000? The improbable victory left everyone questioning the truth. For Daniel, however, this was more than just relief. It was a spark of hope, a chance to turn the tide. Count Denver stepped forward, suggesting that the victory might be thanks to Roman Dmitri, a name already gaining weight across the continent. The court erupted with disbelief. How could one man achieve what armies could not? Still, the possibility couldn't be ignored. To confirm the truth, messengers were ordered to establish immediate contact with the Southern Front. Amid the tension, a figure appeared on the communication line, Henry. When King Daniel demanded to know who he was, Henry introduced himself formally as the second son of the prestigious House of Albert. The name alone shifted the room's mood. House Albert carried a powerful reputation, known for producing exceptional talent and wielding great influence in the central government. At once, Marquis Benedict's interest was piqued. Marquis Benedict didn't waste time. He demanded to know where Roman was and why Henry was speaking in his place. Henry answered without hesitation. He explained that he was part of Roman's core group, and since Roman had asked for time alone, he, as the only noble present, had taken the responsibility of answering the call. Benedict's irritation was obvious, but he let Henry continue. The Marquis urged him to get straight to the point. Unbothered, Henry began outlining why it was crucial to recognize Roman now, before his name spread across the continent on its own. He then revealed Roman's decisive role in the recent battle. With sharp perception, Roman had discovered that Hector intended to strike the southern training camp and seize the warp gate. Acting swiftly, he had established a hidden base in the mountains, preparing for an attack that others had overlooked. Had the Southern Command listened to him earlier, the outcome might have shifted even sooner. The revelation shocked both the king and the nobles. Henry pressed on, his voice loud and confident. He openly criticized those who had ignored Roman's warnings, making sure his words reached Roman's subordinates nearby. This was more than a report. It was a deliberate narrative, crafted to highlight Roman's foresight and strength. Henry continued, recounting how he had fought alongside Roman until dawn. With only 200 men against an enemy force more than 10 times larger, they had prevailed. His words brimmed with conviction as he declared that he and his soldiers were ready to march against Hector without hesitation. King Daniel listened intently, impressed by Henry's passion. He praised Roman Dmitri, commending his determination to fight on despite overwhelming odds. In contrast, he criticized Cairo's own executives, pointing out how quickly they had been willing to surrender. Marquis Benedict agreed with the king's judgment. He admitted that many within Cairo's leadership had already resigned themselves to defeat the moment Hector seized the warp gate. Yet now, thanks to Roman Dmitri, the perspective was changing from despair to resilience. Count Gregory, unwilling to waste the momentum, spoke up firmly. He urged King Daniel to dispatch reinforcements immediately to the southern front and condemned Hector's audacity for daring to trample upon Cairo's lands. King Daniel, resolute at last, declared that negotiations with Hector were finished. Cairo would fight to reclaim its honor. He entrusted Count Gregory, Count Denver, and Marquis Benedict with rallying their family armies and coordinating with the southern front. At the gathering of central government nobles, the official discussion centered on the safety of the South. But beneath the surface, their true agenda was clear. Each family was intent on securing Roman Dmitri's loyalty. They had all seen the same truth. Roman's strength and brilliance made him a figure too valuable to ignore. The nobles reached a quiet consensus. Roman must be drawn to their side. Afterward, Henry reflected on what lay ahead. He imagined that once the war was over, Roman's reputation would spread like wildfire. The nobles of Cairo would compete fiercely to win him over. To Henry, this was a rare chance. By aligning himself closely with Roman now, he could secure his own future advancement. With that thought in mind, Henry approached Chris, offering him high-quality food in a show of friendliness. But Chris, ever perceptive, saw through his intentions. He bluntly told Henry that winning favor wasn't about gifts. It was about proving one's reliability on the battlefield. The words struck Henry. For the first time, he began to reflect on how trust was earned and how essential it was in building alliances that lasted. Later, in a more casual gesture, Henry shared some of the food with Kevin. Not long after, orders from the royal family arrived at the southern defense line. The command was clear: support Roman Dmitri and hold the line until Cairo's main army could reinforce the south. Meanwhile, at Cairo's third defense line, Commander Baron Vasilii considered the recent reports. Rumors swirled that Hector's army, defeated by fewer than 200 men, might not be as formidable as believed. Speaking with another soldier, Vasilii speculated that famine could have weakened Hector's troops. The soldier agreed, and in that moment Vasilii saw his chance. After 3 long years stationed in this remote post, Vasilii hungered for recognition. He believed this was his opportunity to make a mark. If someone as young as Roman Dmitri could achieve the impossible, then he too could carve out his moment of glory. Determined, Vasilii ordered his men to gather immediately. His plan was bold: strike Hector's army with guerrilla tactics and prove the strength of the third defense line. The odds were daunting, with 3,000 enemy soldiers advancing toward them, but Vasilii was eager to meet them head-on. Fueled by ambition, Vasilii set his men into position for an ambush. He believed the weakened Hector army would crumble before him. But the moment the clash began, his expectations shattered. Hector's soldiers did not resemble the starving, broken force he had imagined. They fought with discipline and sharp strategy, pushing back harder than Vasilii had prepared for. The disarray he thought to exploit was nowhere to be found. His own men, too accustomed to the comfort of their defense post, buckled under the pressure of Hector's renewed strength. In that moment of chaos, Vasilii finally understood. Those victories in the mountains had not been chance. They were the result of Roman Dmitri's cunning tactics, the work of a leader he had underestimated. By then it was too late. Overwhelmed on all sides, Vasilii's forces collapsed. The commander himself fell on the battlefield, cut down by Hector's advancing soldiers. News of his death traveled quickly to Cairo's royal palace. A messenger delivered the grim report to King Daniel. Baron Vasilii, commander of the third defense line, had been killed. Worse still, both the third and fourth defense lines were under simultaneous attack, and their collapse seemed imminent. Then came another desperate call from the second line. They could not hold for another 10 days. Reinforcements were needed immediately. The scale of the disaster sank in. King Daniel realized Cairo's defenses were crumbling, and his kingdom's strength alone was not enough to hold back Hector. Every victory they had claimed so far had rested on the shoulders of one man, Roman Dmitri. The king felt a wave of vulnerability and, almost instinctively, demanded to know Roman's whereabouts. Far from the palace, Roman was in a secluded cave, training relentlessly. His body pushed past exhaustion. His mind wandered through the mysteries of the world. He reflected on the enigma of magic, comparing it to Muram, a harmony of drawing in natural energy like roots spreading through the earth and refining martial arts. Roman acknowledged a hard truth. Had Edwin Hector's magical ability been stronger, his own escape might have been impossible. His resilience as a heavenly demon had carried him far, but he lacked the ability to recover quickly. The memory of his recent battle with Edwin and Butler weighed heavily. Edwin's cunning spells and Butler's 5-star swordsmanship had nearly cost him everything. Roman knew one thing for certain. He needed a new plan. Despite the danger, Roman felt a rush of excitement at the thought of facing such powerful foes. The idea of risking everything against enemies who pushed him to his absolute limits stirred something inside him. He didn't crave comfort. He craved battle. Roman began running through countless strategies in his mind, plotting ways to bring down both Edwin and Butler together. At last, he stood firm in his decision, declaring to himself that he was ready for war. Outside the cave, Henry and Chris waited patiently. Henry, uneasy, admitted that the royal family was urgently searching for Roman. But Chris stood his ground. No one would be allowed inside until Roman chose to emerge. Henry glanced at the cave, wondering what Roman was doing in seclusion. When Roman finally stepped out, looking worn yet composed, Henry asked about his rough state. Roman explained simply that he had been preparing, sharpening himself for the battles ahead. Chris then delivered grim news. The third and fourth defense lines had collapsed in a single day. Even worse, Hector had seized the second line and taken all the war supplies before retreating to their rear camp to ready themselves for a decisive battle. Concerned, Henry suggested leaving the matter to Cairo's main army. But Roman disagreed. He told Chris to open a line to the royal family. Soon, Roman stood face-to-face with King Daniel through the communication device. The king, already aware of the collapse of the defense lines, immediately pressed Roman for answers. What had he been doing while the South was falling? Roman did not hide the truth. He explained that he had spent the week laying out his strategy. King Daniel acknowledged Roman's efforts, but voiced his frustration. The southern lines had fallen too quickly, and the kingdom was in greater peril than ever. Seeking clarity, the king asked why Roman hadn't intervened sooner. Roman's answer was blunt. He had left the outcome of those battles to chance. If Hector had forced them into open field combat, there was little he could have done to change the result. Hector had staked everything on this war, and their greatest weapon, Butler, a 5-star swordsman, was already in play. Then came the revelation that shook the king. Edwin Hector was not just a commander, he was a mage. Roman emphasized the danger this posed. On open fields, a mage's power could dominate entire armies, and Edwin was no ordinary spellcaster. That was why Roman had chosen to hold back until Cairo's main army arrived, because only then could Hector be properly confronted. Marquis Benedict sided with Roman, admitting that the southern front was in no position to continue with its current forces. Count Denver, on the other hand, was stunned by the revelation that Butler had entered the war. That alone proved Hector was fighting with everything they had. Benedict then told King Daniel there was no reason to question Roman any further. The other nobles quickly agreed, and the king, respecting their counsel, promised he would not press Roman again. King Daniel then revealed that Cairo's main army was nearly at the southern front, while Hector had already fortified their rear camp. He urged Roman to join them once his own preparations were complete, so they could launch the attack together. Roman considered Hector's determination, even after all negotiations had failed. Then, to the king's surprise, he apologized. Cairo, he explained, did not have the luxury of time. Pressed for details, Roman made it clear. They had no more than 3 days once Cairo's main army arrived. If Hector's rear camp wasn't destroyed within that window, they would likely reach out for aid, possibly from the Kronos Empire itself. The king, shocked by the prospect, asked Roman what Cairo should do next. Roman's answer came with a smile. There was only one path left, a direct, all-out assault. He declared firmly that Hector must be crushed within those 3 days, or the war would spiral out of their control. Meanwhile, inside Hector's stronghold, Edwin was deep in conversation through magic with Count Hadid of the powerful Kronos Empire. Edwin proposed an alliance, Kronos and Hector together, striking at Cairo's southern gate. The idea intrigued Hadid, but he hesitated. While the prospect of controlling the southern front was tempting, he worried about provoking Cairo too openly. In the end, Count Hadid agreed, but only under one condition. Hector had to hold the rear line for an entire month. The demand frustrated Edwin. He couldn't understand why Kronos sought only to profit from the situation while Hector bled. But with no better options, he accepted. The urgency of the situation left Edwin no choice but to act quickly. He turned to Jackson, one of his most trusted men, and ordered him to use the warp gate to contact the royal family. Jackson was tasked with securing both manpower and supplies to sustain Hector for the long month ahead. He nodded, understanding the weight of the responsibility, and prepared to depart immediately. As Edwin considered the warp gate, he calculated it would take at least 3 days to establish the connection. Still, he was confident Hector could endure until then, and when he returned, he believed he would bring the reinforcements and supplies that would spark new hope for Hector's survival. The scene then shifted outward, the winds of war stirring across the battlefield. Inside a military tent, Count Hadid, commander of the forces, sat with Baron Tal of the pro-Kronos faction and Baron Brahim of the pro-Valhalla faction. They waited in tense silence for Roman Dmitri's arrival. As they waited, Hadid couldn't help but wonder. This war offered little in the way of gain. So why had the central government's high-ranking nobles taken such an interest? His thoughts circled back to one answer: Roman Dmitri. Perhaps winning his support was the true key to success. Their uncertainty deepened until Roman finally entered the tent. Hadid rose at once, greeting him warmly and addressing him as the hero of Cairo. He recalled how Marquis Benedict had once brushed aside the southern front as unimportant, yet later made his true intentions clear. Roman's favor was everything. Benedict had warned Hadid that if Hector won this war, the royal family would take the blame. Worse, if Roman were swayed to join rival aristocrats, the balance of power in Cairo could collapse. Roman's background only made things more complicated. A man born of common blood, yet powerful, respected, and still only in his mid-20s. Hadid recognized the immense potential in securing him. If he could persuade Roman to align with Benedict's faction, the rewards awaiting him would be significant. With these thoughts in mind, Hadid led Roman to a seat and introduced himself. making his allegiance clear. He spoke of his loyalty to Marquis Benedict and reminded Roman that Benedict had a personal connection to him through the Southern training camp, proof that he cared about Roman's well-being. Hadid then delivered an apology on the Marquis's behalf for the difficult circumstances he had faced. Roman, calm and composed, simply replied that there was no need for concern. Encouraged, Hadid pressed further, asking for time to prepare a special gift for Roman, a hint at the rewards that could come if Roman chose to support their cause. But before the discussion could continue, Baron interjected. He announced that Count Gregory was waiting for Roman with important information. Baron Brahim added that Count Denver had already dispatched men from his own family to reinforce Roman on the battlefield. Roman paused, curious, and asked outright what the intentions of the commanders truly were. Baron was taken aback by the directness of the question, but quickly realized Roman's sharp perception. It was clear he already understood the politics at play. Acknowledging their motives, Roman wasted no time. He redirected the discussion, reminding them that the enemy had already planted their flag on Cairo's soil. Future plans could wait. Right now, only the battlefield mattered. While the threat pressed down on them, Roman spoke of his ambitions for after the war, envisioning himself as the strongest swordsman in Cairo, daring to challenge the current rankings. But that dream would have to wait. For now, he urged the commanders to focus only on the danger at hand. He vowed to prove his worth and declare that his blade would serve only the leader truly deserving of it. Those words eased the strain in the room, allowing them to continue with a more formal discussion. The clash between Hector and Cairo promised to be brutal. With the castle itself hanging in the balance, the commanders searched desperately for a strategy, yet no clear plan surfaced. Hadid then turned to Roman, proposing a direct confrontation against Hector's army of 10,000. Cairo had its own vast forces. Surely sheer numbers would overwhelm Hector. But Roman quickly shattered that illusion. Numbers alone meant little when Hector's mages were involved. Their power could turn the tide. Cairo might look stronger on paper, but victory wouldn't come so easily. Roman hinted that there was another path forward, though he kept his thoughts guarded. Soon, Hector's scouts sounded the alarm as Cairo's army advanced. Roman, alongside the viscounts, led the march toward the battlefield. Standing at the front, he raised his sword high and called out, issuing a bold challenge. One kingdom against the other, a duel to decide their fate. The sudden declaration stunned Edwin, who watched from the sidelines, struggling to understand Roman's intent. Roman demanded a ceasefire, determined to prevent needless slaughter. He insisted Edwin shared the same desire to save lives. His proposal was simple. If Hector won, Cairo would yield to his demands. But if Roman triumphed, Hector must withdraw entirely. Edwin's doubts grew. Roman wasn't stronger than Butler. So what was he plotting? Was this some elaborate trap? But before he could untangle Roman's true plan, the young commander issued a chilling warning. If Hector refused, Roman would unleash chaos by burning the rear camp, forcing Hector into a swift decision. He gave Hector only 10 minutes to choose. The air grew heavier as the countdown began, every heartbeat stretching the silence. Then, just when it seemed no answer would come, something entirely unforeseen broke the stalemate. Butler, Hector's strongest warrior, stepped forward and accepted Roman's challenge to a duel. Edwin, uneasy with the decision, couldn't stay silent. He feared the risks and tried to stop him. Butler, however, calmly assured him he would defeat Roman and return with the answer Hector's kingdom needed to survive. Even so, Edwin couldn't shake his concerns. He worried about the 7,100 soldiers already swayed by Roman overnight. Though he trusted Butler's strength, he suspected Roman might be hiding something. Butler dismissed the concern with confidence, promising he could handle whatever schemes Roman had prepared. He had followed Hector's king through countless dangers. Traps didn't scare him. Still, Edwin pleaded with him for one thing. If anything felt wrong, he must retreat. Butler gave his word, but vowed he'd return in victory. As he walked forward, he reflected on Roman's strangeness. He had met unusual opponents before, but Roman was unlike any of them. Whether there was a trap or not, Butler resolved to give his all when the battle began. Roman then spoke, reminding Butler of the strike he had once landed on him in the mountains. Since that moment, he had longed for a true fight to the end. He swore there were no tricks this time, only a duel between warriors. Roman urged Butler to fight with everything he had, declaring that if Butler killed him, his mission would be complete. Butler bristled at Roman's reckless, almost insane resolve, and prepared himself for combat. The two warriors charged, colliding with full force as the duel erupted. As the clash unfolded, the importance of reaching the 5-star realm became clear. Warriors of that level were powerful enough to alter the course of an entire war. With Hector's kingdom on the line, Butler released his overwhelming aura, proving his resolve to end this swiftly. He never intended to prolong the fight. His aim was to strike hard and finish it quickly. With that determination, Butler launched forward, carrying the weight of Hector's future. But to everyone's shock, Roman met the attack head-on, blocking it with extraordinary skill and speed. The impact was so immense that the ground beneath Roman split apart, sending tremors through the battlefield. The spectacle stunned everyone watching, Edwin, Hector's soldiers, and Cairo's commanders alike. Yet Butler refused to falter. Without hesitation, he pressed on, driving his assault with even greater ferocity. Roman narrowly evaded Butler's next strike, his defense sharp and precise. He immediately countered, but Butler's experience showed. He slipped behind Roman and unleashed a swing charged with aura. Roman managed to block, yet the force ripped a deep scar into the ground behind him, drawing gasps from those watching. Count Hadid, who had supported the duel to strengthen Roman's position, now felt a pang of dread. If Roman lost, it could ruin any chance of bringing him into Cairo's fold. Baronals shared the same unease, silently questioning whether Roman could endure Butler's overwhelming strength. On the other side, Hector's soldiers roared with approval, their confidence swelling as Butler pressed harder and harder. For a while, Roman seemed to be barely keeping up under Butler's relentless onslaught, but he refused to break. Instead, he pushed forward, launching strikes of his own. Steel clashed violently, the sound echoing across the battlefield. Hector's men shouted louder, chanting Butler's name, believing the fight was his. But then Butler noticed something unsettling. Roman's movements were shifting. His defenses grew sharper, his timing more precise. It was as if Roman was no longer simply blocking. He was predicting each attack before it landed. Butler's strikes, once unstoppable, were being read. Frustration welled inside him. Was Roman holding back all along, using this duel to gauge his strength? Meanwhile, Roman gained clarity of his own. He remembered his victory over Homaz, a 4-star swordsman, but this was different. Butler, a 5-star, stood on an entirely higher plane. And yet, in this clash, Roman saw the chance to measure himself against that level, to see if he could break through his current limits. Their battle intensified, no longer just about brute power, but about precision and strategy. Roman, resolved to advance beyond his barrier, charged forward with unwavering determination, aiming to prove himself in a fight that could decide Cairo's fate. Butler grew increasingly agitated. His aura-fueled blade slashed with raw force, but Roman studied it carefully. He noticed the flaw hidden within the brilliance of aura itself, its instability. No swordsman could maintain perfect control over mana. The aura along Butler's blade surged unevenly, parts of it flaring too strong, others weakening as a result. Roman quickly pieced it together. If one section of the blade carried 120% of the aura's power, then the rest dropped to only 80%. That imbalance left weaknesses waiting to be struck. With his sharp eyes locked on Butler's mana flow, Roman made his choice. He would attack precisely at the weakest point of Butler's aura, and he would strike not once, but twice in rapid succession. Butler defended with precision, but in the middle of the fierce exchange, Roman spotted an opening. Seizing the moment, he unleashed the third form of the heavenly demon sword technique. The sudden strike slipped past Butler's guard and crashed through his defenses, forcing the veteran 5-star swordsman backward. The entire battlefield froze. Shock spread through both armies, Cairo's commanders, Hector's soldiers, even the onlookers who had doubted Roman's strength. A 3-star swordsman not only surviving, but driving Butler back was something no one could have imagined. From a distance, Edwin's expression darkened. He understood the weight of this battle. If Roman truly defeated Butler, Hector would lose their greatest weapon, and retreat would be inevitable. The ripple effect on the kingdom would be devastating. Yet, even with his concern for Hector's future, Edwin couldn't look away. He silently hoped Butler still had something to counter this unexpected turn. On the field, Butler himself was shaken. At first, he had believed Roman's strange movements were just ploys, clever traps laid to confuse him. But now, He realized Roman's intent was genuine. He was fighting to win. The realization unsettled him. Hector's flawless war strategy was unraveling because of Roman's sheer will and unorthodox style. Butler's thoughts hardened. If Roman wasn't eliminated here and now, he would grow into a threat Hector could never contain. He had no choice but to end this. Gathering his aura, Butler's body blazed with golden light. Above him, a shining yellow sphere began to form, a terrifying concentration of power. This was Sunstroke, one of Butler's deadliest techniques. Only 2 men on the entire continent had ever withstood it. As he launched the devastating strike, the air itself seemed to split apart under its brilliance. Roman, momentarily stunned by the sheer radiance, immediately braced himself. He knew this was Butler's trump card, and he had to meet it head-on. Calling upon everything he had, he summoned the iron shield of the heavenly demon Beck Jonghyuk. Dark energy swirled around him as the shield rose to meet Butler's blazing sun. The two forces collided, light against darkness, aura against demonic energy. The impact detonated with a thunderous explosion, hurling dust and shockwaves across the battlefield. Soldiers from both sides shielded their eyes, unable to see who had prevailed. When the dust began to clear, the sight left Edwin speechless. Against all odds, Roman stood firm, having endured Butler's strongest blow. Butler himself could hardly believe it. His sunstroke, a technique feared across the continent, had been stopped by someone ranked far below him. Drained from pouring all his mana into sunstroke, Butler staggered. Roman saw his chance and struck. Though Butler managed to block, his guard faltered, and Roman's relentless follow-up pushed him back. The battlefield fell silent in disbelief. Butler, Hector's mightiest warrior, was being forced back by someone younger, someone far below him in rank. Butler himself was stunned. The idea of being overpowered by Roman seemed impossible, yet it was happening before his eyes. Still, surrender was not in his nature. Even if it meant his life, he fought on with desperate resolve. But Roman ended the exchange decisively. Seizing control, he pressed his hand against Butler's head and slammed him hard into the ground. The impact left Butler reeling in agony. Summoning the last of his strength, Butler released one final surge of mana in a desperate explosion, hoping to drag Roman down with him. But Roman endured the blast, his body unshaken. He looked down at Butler and spoke, not with arrogance, but with respect, saying he would remember the man's determination. Just as the duel seemed settled, a flare of magic tore through the field. Edwin had entered the fray. Rune flare energy streaked toward Roman, but he slipped away with swift movements, proving both his agility and his sharp awareness. The atmosphere shifted immediately. This was no longer a duel. Edwin barked orders, and Hector's soldiers rushed in to protect their fallen commander, choosing Butler's survival over the honor of single combat. At the same time, the fortress gates of Hector were left wide open, a choice that carried dangerous consequences. The decision could tarnish Hector's reputation and alter the balance of the war itself. Back at Cairo's camp before the battle, Count Hadid had once asked Roman a crucial question. What would Cairo gain if Butler was defeated? Roman's answer had been clear and cutting. He recalled the night Hector's men had paused to honor their dead, even after a savage fight. To him, it revealed Edwin Hector's heart, soft, compassionate, and ill-suited for the battlefield. Roman explained that Butler was the linchpin. If he could bring Butler down without killing him, Cairo would accomplish two things. Butler would be weakened, stripping Hector of its most fearsome warrior, and Edwin's compassion would lead him to save Butler rather than press the attack. That mercy, Roman believed, would mark the beginning of Hector's downfall. Now, on the battlefield, Roman executed that very plan. He turned his attention to the soldiers rushing to Butler's side, stopping them in their tracks. Amid the chaos, he spoke candidly of Edwin Hector. Though he admitted Edwin had talent as a leader, Roman declared the battlefield was no place for someone with a heart too soft to carry the weight of war. A handful of Hector's soldiers managed to slip past Roman's defense and reach Butler. Watching from afar, Count Hadid was struck with awe. Everything was unfolding exactly as Roman had foreseen. The precision of his plan left no doubt. Roman wasn't just a skilled fighter, he was Cairo's sharpest military mind. In that moment, Hadid fully understood the weight of Marquis Benedict's recommendation. Roman wasn't merely valuable for his sword, but for the strategy, insight, and foresight that could reshape Cairo's future. Convinced, Hadid gave the order. Cairo's ambush was to begin, and this time he trusted Roman's plan completely. On the other side, Edwin Hector was crushed by the consequences of his choices. The instant Butler fell, he had lost control, not just of the battlefield, but of his own judgment. Doubt and self-reproach consumed him as the demands of leadership collided with the cold brutality of war. Still, beneath the turmoil, Edwin's resolve did not crumble. He clung to one fragile hope. If Butler could be saved and the fortress gates secured, Hector still had a chance to turn the tide. Determined to reclaim the field, Edwin launched another wave of rune flare magic, joined by Hector's mages who rained down their own spells. The sudden cooperation shifted the momentum, forcing Hadid to react quickly. He barked orders. Cairo's forces had to storm the gates now, while they were still open. If those gates shut, countless Cairo soldiers would be trapped and slaughtered. Inside Hector's ranks, Knight Kellen saw the danger with his own eyes. The gates had to be closed before it was too late. When a soldier rushed to him, reporting that Butler was on his way, Kellen didn't waver. He demanded the gates be shut at once and ordered the mages to activate the fortress's defense spells the moment they sealed. But at that critical moment, Roman struck. His eyes locked on the gate. He surged forward with unstoppable speed. Hector's soldiers scrambled to stop him, but Roman cut through without hesitation. Channeling the second form of the heavenly demon sword, he unleashed a devastating blow that shattered the massive gate itself. The crash thundered across the battlefield. Roman stood tall in the wreckage, his voice carrying with absolute certainty as he roared. The gates of Hector now lay wide open. Count Hadid echoed the order, driving their forces forward with the intent to crush what remained of Hector's soldiers. The battlefield erupted into chaos, steel clashing, spells exploding, and warriors from both sides falling in waves. Amid the bloodshed, Roman allowed himself a flicker of satisfaction. The plan to break open Hector's gates had worked. Now, Cairo's mission was simple: bring down Hector's commander. Roman soon found himself face-to-face with Edwin. Surrounded by the wreckage of his army, Edwin stood alone, weighed down by bitter failure. His brilliant strategies, which had once seemed flawless, striking Cairo's rear bases and setting traps in the mountains, had all been undone by Roman. The deaths of 1,000 Hector soldiers burned in his mind, and despair clawed at him as he wondered why fate had chosen him to lead and why it had sent Roman into Cairo's path. Roman addressed him, marking their reunion. Edwin's reply was grim and resolute. If he died here, Roman would not leave the battlefield alive either. Summoning fire and wind, Edwin unleashed a devastating combination spell. But Roman held his ground, deflecting the assault. Seeing their commander falter, Hector's aura soldiers rushed in, striking at Roman together. Roman answered with the heavenly demon sword, cutting all three down in a single, overwhelming strike. Edwin, undeterred, poured everything into his next attacks. Vines of entangling magic erupted from the ground, while a blazing inferno swept forward. Roman tore through them as if they were nothing. Desperate, Edwin launched bolt after bolt of lightning, striking Roman directly. For a fleeting moment, he thought victory was his. But Roman reappeared behind him in an instant. His cold voice declared the battles, and as he raised his blade for the finishing strike. At that critical moment, Kellen, the knight who had closed Hector's gate, threw himself between them. With no hesitation, he sacrificed his life to shield Edwin. Edwin froze, watching his loyal comrade fall before him. Roman, prepared to strike again, radiated malice. But before he could deliver the fatal blow, Jackson and his unit burst onto the scene. Their sudden arrival forced Roman back just enough. Jackson grabbed Edwin, pulling him out of harm's way. In the middle of the chaos, his voice was sharp and unyielding. He demanded to know, did Edwin truly wish to die here, remembered only as a coward and a failure? Jackson's words cut through the chaos, urgent and unrelenting. He pressed Edwin to live, to understand that survival itself was now the most important task. Still reeling from Kellen's sacrifice, Edwin finally began to grasp the brutal truth of war. Every life lost carried a weight he had to bear. Jackson guided him firmly, almost like a father to a son. He reminded Edwin that the fallen had not given their lives in vain, and that their sacrifice demanded he endure. Pulling him back from despair, Jackson ordered a retreat. The soldiers quickly obeyed, forming a wall of steel around Edwin. their only goal now to keep him alive. But Roman was not so easily stopped. With raw, merciless strength, he tore through the defenders, cutting them down as though they were nothing. Edwin, battered and bleeding, could do nothing but watch as Roman carved a path forward. In that moment, Roman appeared less like a man and more like the embodiment of war itself. Unyielding, merciless, unstoppable. Amid the carnage, a wounded soldier stood before Roman, summoning the last of his courage. He admitted Hector had already lost and begged Roman to spare the survivors. But Roman's response was cold and final. He reminded the man that Hector had been warned of this outcome. There would be no mercy. He declared Hector's forces would be wiped out entirely, then silenced the soldier with one final strike. When the dust settled, Cairo's commander proclaimed victory. Yet the true shock came moments later as the main Cairo army, accompanied by its high-ranking leaders, marched through the gate. There, they found Roman, standing tall among the ruins of Hector's forces. His daring actions had completely reshaped the war's outcome, a single man altering the tide of history. Roman Dmitri's name spread like wildfire. Shrouded in mystery, his presence now carried undeniable weight, and his reputation soared to new heights. With a faint, shadowed smile, Roman looked on as Cairo's army poured into the conquered gate. For Cairo, this was more than victory. It was proof of Roman's unmatched power and cunning. Celebrations erupted in the streets, joy sweeping through the city as the news reached its people. But even before the cheers could echo into the capital, unsettling rumors began to spread. Word came from the south. Merchants carried grim stories. Hector's kingdom had crossed Cairo's borders and launched an attack on the southern front. Fear stirred once again. Whispers spread that Cairo might hesitate to raise taxes despite the looming threat of war. And as unease thickened across the kingdom, the scene shifted to the Royal Academy of Cairo, where a fierce match was underway in the D-class arena. The duel in the Academy arena was between William Castro and Dmitri, Roman's younger brother. William charged in with fiery determination, his strikes fast and heavy. Loren struggled to keep pace, barely managing to defend himself as the pressure mounted. Backed into a corner and panicked, he lashed out blindly. William sidestepped with ease and landed a decisive blow, sending Loren sprawling helplessly to the ground. After the match, a stern instructor confronted Loren. Though he had enrolled to learn swordsmanship, his fear of facing an opponent's blade and the instinct to shut his eyes in combat were glaring weaknesses. The instructor's words were cutting. Loren lacked talent. If he didn't show progress in the next exams, he would be dropped to E-class. The warning left Loren shaken. At 18, being placed among 15-year-olds would be a humiliating fall. Alone on a bench, he sat deep in thought, the weight of his uncertain future pressing down on him. It was then that William approached. Calm and confident, William spoke with casual authority. He said that when he was younger, he believed every member of the Dmitri family was exceptional. But as he grew older, he learned that some people were simply born with limits. He reminded Loren that miracles, like Sir Rodwell's rise to greatness, didn't happen twice in the same bloodline. Loren listened in silence, sadness settling heavily over him. He realized Rodwell's brilliance would forever overshadow his own ambitions. William's friends, watching from nearby, remarked on how dull the exchange was. They soon shifted the topic to the rumor that Roman Dmitri had defeated Homero. Skeptical, they questioned whether it could possibly be true. William dismissed it outright. To him, such rumors were fabrications, stories spread by the Dmitri family to hide the shame of their eldest son's foolish reputation. Looking directly at Loren, William bluntly stated that the third Dmitri son hardly seemed impressive either. Loren's thoughts lingered on Roman. He didn't remember his older brother being cruel or worthless, but William's certainty that Roman could never defeat someone like Homero planted doubt. Torn between his memories and the rumors, Loren's heart wavered. Just then, a sudden commotion stirred near the Academy's entrance. Curious, Loren followed the noise. Whispers filled the air. Cairo's southern front had nearly collapsed under Hector's assault, only to be saved by a miraculous victory that no one had expected. At the heart of Cairo's stunning turnaround stood one name, Roman Dmitri. Whispers of his feats spread like wildfire. People claimed he had crushed Hector's army with only 200 soldiers and even bested Butler, a 5-star swordsman, in a duel. Loren struggled to take it all in. The stories seemed impossible, more like wild exaggerations than truth. Could this legendary figure truly be his older brother, the same Roman Dmitri he had always known? Before he could sort through his thoughts, a commotion rippled through the academy gates. A soldier called for the crowd to part. Roman Dmitri, the hero of the South, was arriving. Riding in on horseback, his presence was commanding, the atmosphere heavy with awe. Loren froze, unable to hide his shock at the sight of his brother's triumphant return. The scene then shifted to the royal palace, where King Daniel personally welcomed Roman. The king expressed genuine joy at finally meeting him and thanked him deeply for saving the southern front. Roman's actions, he said, not only defended Cairo's borders, but also displayed the true strength of its people. Moved by his accomplishments, the king offered Roman any reward within his power. To everyone's surprise, the king revealed his true intention. Count Nicholas, captain of the Royal Knights and the strongest swordsman in Cairo, was preparing to step down. Daniel proposed that Roman take the position of vice captain, with unrestricted access to the royal family's library. On top of that, he relieved Roman of his border duties. Roman immediately recognized this was more than a gift. It was a calculated move. King Daniel, who had risen to the throne young after the sudden death of his predecessor, was often dismissed as weak. But Roman understood the truth. The king was consolidating power, securing strong allies against the influence of the aristocracy. Aligning Roman with the royal faction was a bold step towards strengthening his reign. Not everyone agreed. Marquis Benedict objected strongly, insisting it was unfair to load so much responsibility onto someone with such a bright future ahead. Several nobles sided with him, arguing that the so-called reward felt more like a burden. But King Daniel stood firm. He declared this was the honor he wished to bestow upon Roman, and he would not waver. In an unexpected gesture, King Daniel declared that the choice was entirely Roman's to make. The nobles in the hall were stunned. Such freedom was rare when dealing with the royal family. To Roman, however, this revealed a glimpse of the king's true character. Though honored by the offer, Roman made his stance clear. He didn't feel bound to serve the royal family out of obligation. Instead, he asked for time to decide his path. Then, before the court, he revealed his personal ambition. He intended to enter Cairo's open ranking competition. Starting from rank 99, he would climb all the way to the top, aiming for rank 1 after fully preparing himself. The announcement drew murmurs of disbelief. Even King Daniel was caught off guard. The ranking battles were notorious. Fighters challenged one another until either one yielded or was unable to continue. Victories meant taking an opponent's position, but losses could bring crippling injuries or even death. Concerned, Daniel warned Roman of the risks. Roman answered calmly. He knew the danger, but this was the path he had chosen. Wealth and recognition meant nothing to him. What he sought was a relentless challenge to sharpen himself further. The king, seeing the conviction in Roman's eyes, respected his decision. The nobles, too, voiced admiration, hailing him as Cairo's hero and eagerly anticipating the battles to come. His victory over Butler had already made his name resound throughout the kingdom. Marquis Benedict, however, understood something deeper. He recalled how Roman had declined the king's offer to join the Royal Knights. This wasn't about avoiding responsibility. It was about something greater. Roman wanted to prove himself in his own way, through battle, without relying on titles or favors. Benedict chose not to stand in his way, confident Roman's true potential would shine naturally. Roman, still only in his mid-20s, stood before the king and nobles with certainty. He declared that when the ranking battles were done, he would no longer just be a subordinate. He would emerge as a figure of true importance, with a place earned by his own hand. Later that evening, the story shifted to Marquis Benedict's chambers, where he spoke privately with Roman. With a rare air of honesty, Benedict admitted the twists of fate were beyond what anyone could have expected. He had sent Roman to the southern front, believing it was the best path for him, never imagining Hector would declare war. Yet, against all odds, Roman had been the one to crush Hector's advance and alter the kingdom's destiny. Roman expressed his gratitude to Marquis Benedict, admitting that the war with Hector had been a harsh but valuable experience, one that had strengthened him in ways nothing else could. When he shared his vision for the future, Benedict was taken aback. Roman explained that the battles had shown him just how vast the world beyond Cairo truly was. To measure his own strength, he would first conquer the kingdom's ranking battles. Once he proved himself as Cairo's strongest, His next step would be to leave the kingdom and carve out greatness in the wider world. Benedict listened, then reflected on his own past. In his youth, he too had dreamed of exploring beyond Cairo's borders. But when faced with the endless expanse of the world, he chose instead to find fulfillment in the life he now led. Then, with uncharacteristic openness, Benedict revealed something deeply personal. He spoke of his daughter, whom he had raised alone after her mother's passing. He had devoted his life to her, ensuring she grew up with care and stability. To Roman's surprise, Benedict offered a proposal. He compared Roman to the extraordinary men he had once known in his younger days. Despite Roman's lack of natural gifts, Benedict admired his relentless will and his ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with those born with rare talents. Seeing Roman's potential, Benedict suggested the possibility of marriage between his daughter and Roman. But he made his stance clear. He would never force her hand. Her happiness and choice came first. He proposed only an introduction, with the hope that mutual respect and affection might naturally grow. His sincerity was unmistakable. He had been watching Roman carefully, past and present, and now invited him to walk alongside him, offering his full support to help Roman achieve anything within Cairo. Benedict also understood the weight Roman carried. His very presence threatened to shake the balance of power in the kingdom. The four great factions were already competing to draw him into their ranks. Count Gregory and Count Denver had even made daring offers, yet Roman, known secretly as the heavenly demon Beck Jung-hyuk, stood firm. He would not bow to any of them. Later that night, in the quiet of his chambers, Roman was greeted by Hans, who rushed in unexpectedly. The loyal aide, overwhelmed with relief, hurried to check if Roman bore any wounds. Tears welled as he realized Roman had returned alive. That moment of raw emotion revealed the depth of their bond and showed just how much Roman's survival meant to those who truly cared for him. A few days later, Roman was seen enjoying a rare moment of calm, quietly sipping tea. Hans joined him and brought up something that had been on his mind. He suggested Roman meet with young Master Loren. Hans explained that since Roman had moved to the capital, he had run into Loren and noticed something troubling. Having cared for both Dmitri brothers since childhood, Hans could sense that Loren was carrying a burden he wasn't ready to share. Instead of forcing the issue, Hans chose to wait until Loren opened up on his own. During that meeting, Loren had asked Hans about Roman and the rumors spreading through the capital. He mentioned hearing tales about Roman returning with guards at his side and even defeating a Hector Ranker. Hans confirmed it all. He told Loren about Roman's broken engagement, his battle with the Barco family, his victory over Homeros, and his pivotal role on the Southern Front. Stunned, Loren listened silently, realizing every rumor was true. Hans went on to say that Roman's recent actions had changed so much that even the Baron was finally at ease. He urged Loren to meet his brother, adding that Roman would be back at their quarters later that night. Loren only gave a quiet assurance that he was fine before leaving. Afterward, Hans reflected on the brothers. Each was unique, but Loren, the youngest, stood out as sensitive and fragile. Back in Roman's room, Hans shared a suspicion that Loren might be suffering bullying at the academy. He believed the boy wanted help but couldn't bring himself to ask. Roman listened carefully. While he didn't believe family ties alone were reason enough to protect Loren, he still agreed to meet him in person. Hans's relief was obvious. Roman himself wondered if he had only agreed because Hans had asked so earnestly. The story then shifted to Viscount Hadid, who was quietly brooding over his failed attempts to recruit Roman. Yet, he was far from giving up. Hadid had noticed what others overlooked. Roman's followers were extraordinary in their own right. Among them, Chris stood out the most. His talent was so remarkable that nobles in the capital would compete to win him over. Confident, Hadid decided this would be his path forward. If he couldn't secure Roman, he would instead bring Chris and the others into his circle. With that, he was sure Marquis Benedict would be impressed, and his standing would only grow stronger. Hadid hadn't pieced this together from gossip. His conviction came from first-hand experience. On the Southern Front, he had seen Roman's men with his own eyes. Their discipline, their strength, their potential, especially Chris, left him certain that they were worth recruiting. If he could bring them into the central government, it would secure Marquis Benedict's approval and raise his standing in the political arena. Meanwhile, Chris was lost in his training, his blade cutting through the air with precision born of relentless effort. As he practiced, memories surfaced. He recalled the day he first met Roman. Back then, Roman hadn't seemed untouchable. Chris had truly believed he could surpass him. But that illusion shattered with time. Roman's growth was explosive, his power climbing to heights Chris couldn't even imagine. The duel with Butler had been the breaking point. Watching Roman fight that legendary 5-star swordsman, Chris realized just how vast the gap had become. Roman had stepped into a realm Chris could hardly fathom. Yet, instead of discouragement, the sight lit a fire in him. Determined, Chris remained by Roman's side, watching, learning, and pushing himself harder. 6 months of grueling effort had reshaped him. His progress was so sharp it even surprised himself. What began as a fleeting ambition had hardened into an unshakable vow. One day, he would surpass Roman Dmitri. It was in the middle of this training that Viscount Hadid appeared. Wasting no time, he approached Chris directly, laying out his proposal. He praised Chris's raw talent and urged him to join the central government. He promised him a life of wealth and stability, where money would never again be a concern. He spoke of honor, fame, and the chance to serve Marquis Benedict, the true force behind Cairo's politics. With such backing, Hadid insisted Chris could achieve anything he desired within the kingdom. But Chris didn't even need to think. He rejected the offer outright. His loyalty to Roman was unwavering. Hadid blinked, taken aback by the speed of the refusal. Pressing harder, he asked why Chris would turn down such a golden opportunity. Surely he understood what he was giving up? He reminded him that moving into the central government could transform his life completely. When Chris remained unmoved, Hadid softened his tone. He told him this wasn't betrayal. Roman, he assured, would eventually join Marquis Benedict anyway. By accepting now, Chris would only be taking a smart step ahead of the inevitable. Chris doubted whether Roman would ever serve under Benedict, knowing too well the kind of man Roman was. Hadid, however, believed the opposite. To him, Benedict's overwhelming strength made Roman's eventual submission inevitable. But Chris saw things differently. He knew Roman as someone who would never bow to anyone, a leader who thrived on independence and unshakable resolve. Chris told Hadid plainly that no matter what promises were made, he would never abandon Roman. To him, Roman Dmitri was beyond replacement, and no reward could sever that bond. Hadid accepted Chris's stance, but found it amusing, thinking Chris had turned away from a rare chance. Still determined, he moved on to others within Roman's ranks. Kevin was the first, but Kevin turned him down without hesitation, declaring that his entire life belonged to Roman. Hadid was taken aback by the depth of his loyalty. Hoping for a different outcome, he approached Pucky next. Yet Pucky also refused, echoing Kevin's words. Betraying Roman was something he couldn't even imagine. One by one, Hadid reached out to more of Roman's people, and the result was always the same. Each of them rejected him, not for power, not for glory, but out of genuine loyalty. Then came Henderson, but instead of replying, Henderson covered his ears and walked away, leaving Hadid stunned. That single action hit harder than words. Hadid began to wonder, what was it about Roman that tied these people to him so completely? The story shifted then to Loren, training alone with his sword. Frustration weighed heavy on him as Hans's words replayed in his mind. He couldn't understand it. The Roman he once knew as the fool of Dmitri was now the hero of Cairo, the man who defeated Butler. As Loren slashed at the training post, the thought gnawed at him. Why had Roman risen so high while he remained stuck in place? Driven by that frustration, he unleashed his strength until he collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. That was when Roman appeared behind him, catching him off guard. Roman asked what he was doing and mentioned he'd heard from Hans that Loren had been searching for him. Roman looked at Loren and told him plainly, if something was weighing on him, he should speak. Loren hesitated, brushing it off, but Roman dismissed him as pathetic and started to leave. That stung, and in a burst of courage, Loren shouted for him to wait. He said he wanted to talk, to let it all out. Roman stopped, giving him the chance. Sitting down on a bench, Loren poured out what had been eating at him. He admitted how shaken he'd been when he heard of Roman's transformation. The Roman he once knew showed no interest in swords, even leaving border responsibilities for others to handle. Yet now, that same Roman stood as the hero of Cairo. Loren couldn't understand what had changed him so drastically, and he wanted to know what experiences had shaped that transformation. He spoke of their shared struggles, then confessed what he truly longed for, to become someone his father could be proud of. Not through forced smiles or empty appearances, but through real accomplishments. His voice trembled as he admitted his feelings, and before long, he broke into tears. Roman, seeing Lauren's vulnerability, reminded himself that at 18, Lauren wasn't ready to carry the same weight he had. He thought back to how the people of Dmitri had embraced his new self, setting aside the fool he used to be and giving him another chance. That acceptance had mattered more than anything. And so, Roman resolved to do the same for his family, for Lauren, for Rodwell. He would judge them by who they were now, not by their past. Turning to Lauren, Roman spoke firmly. He said he despised seeing anyone with the Dmitri name treated with contempt. If Lauren suffered such scorn, it would tarnish both the family's name and his own. But he also believed in Lauren's potential. He urged him to prove himself in the upcoming Academy swordsmanship exam. This was a shift for Roman, from a life once spent surviving harsh trials with his brothers, to now offering his own brother a chance, along with his support. The next day, the exam began. The instructor gathered the students, and the matches kicked off with fierce energy. Amid the clashing swords and shouts of competition, Lauren kept Roman's words close. The challenge had been made. It was his moment to prove his worth. Lauren knew that if he wanted answers to the doubts gnawing at him, he had to give his all in the exam. His opponent was none other than William, who stood tall and confident, ready to settle the score from their past encounter. The instructor laid out the rules clearly. Victory wouldn't be measured by winning or losing alone, but by skill and precision. Fatal strikes were forbidden. The exam was about control, technique, and understanding. At the signal, William lunged forward with full force. Lauren braced himself and managed to block the first strike cleanly, his defense steady. But William, fast and relentless, pressed harder, trying to break through and bring Lauren down. In that moment, Roman's words echoed in Lauren's mind. This exam wasn't just a test. It was a chance to silence the whispers, to prove himself worthy of the Dmitri name. Seizing the moment, Lauren struck unexpectedly, landing a hit straight across William's face. The sudden blow caught William off guard, halting the match for a breath. Fueled by the desire to follow Roman's path and carve out his own strength, Lauren launched into a counterattack. The duel intensified, blades clashing as the two exchanged rapid strikes and defenses, each searching for an opening. William grew frustrated by Lauren's persistence and went for a crushing blow. But Lauren, driven by sheer determination, met it head-on with a strike of his own. The fight reached its climax as both fighters exchanged a storm of synchronized attacks, their movements blurring in a fierce display of skill. Then the scene shifted. Lauren came back to himself, catching his breath as the match ended. The teacher, impressed by the fierce contest, acknowledged the strength Lauren had shown. Even though William had been the aggressor, it was Lauren's swift dodges and sharp reactions that stood out. The teacher's praise went beyond the day's exam. They pointed out how fear had often chained Lauren in past matches, holding back his true ability. But today, his performance told a different story. He hadn't just shown skill. He had shown growth, courage, and the strength to rise above his fears. The instructor explained that pitting him against William had been intentional. William was meant to be his trial, a genuine test of character and strength. Shocked, Lauren asked if the teacher truly meant that. Without hesitation, the teacher assured him that they always spoke with honesty to their students and encouraged him to start believing in himself more. The teacher also pointed out how much Lauren and William resembled each other, urging Lauren not to let fear chain him any longer. Taking in those words, Lauren felt a weight lift, quietly grateful for the advice as the scene shifted. Meanwhile, William was boiling with rage over how close the duel had been. His pride refused to accept it. Even as his friends tried to calm him down, William brushed them aside. To him, Lauren had dared to challenge him not just with his sword, but with his very eyes, and that was unforgivable. Driven by spite, he rallied his companions, insisting they help him teach Lauren a lesson. His friends cautioned him against it, warning that such actions could stir trouble between families, even drawing Roman Dmitri into the matter. But William ignored their concerns. He sneered, boasting about his position as the eldest son of the Castro family, reminding them that his father shared close ties with Marquis Benedict. In Cairo, he claimed true power rested in alliances and influence, not in empty names like Lauren's. With arrogance, he declared that he would use that power to crush Lauren, then ordered his followers to drag him over. But before they could act, a voice cut through the shadows. Roman stepped forward, demanding William repeat every word he had just spoken. The air shifted instantly. The hero of Cairo stood before them. Roman's presence shook the group, but William, clinging to his pride, brazenly claimed he would say it again if Roman wanted to hear it. He didn't get the chance. Roman closed the distance in an instant, seizing William by the throat and lifting him effortlessly from the ground. His voice thundered with authority as he told William that his family's power meant nothing in the face of true strength. He rebuked him, not only for trying to harm Loren, but for daring to insult the Dmitri name. Then, without loosening his grip, Roman ordered him to take him straight to the Castro family estate. Stunned and gasping, William could hardly process this sudden reversal. When Roman finally released him, his words carried a weight that none present could ignore. Parents, he said, must answer for the actions of their children. The scene shifted once more, this time to the grand halls of the Castro family palace. There, Viscount Hadid reported to Count Castro. Every attempt to win over Roman's men had failed. Hadid explained that Roman's followers didn't even recognize the opportunity before them, dismissing it as blindness born from their humble origins. Count Castro let out a laugh, amused, and asked Hadid what was so remarkable about Roman. Hadid quickly defended Roman's value, pointing out that Marquis Benedict himself was working tirelessly to bring Roman under his wing, even going so far as to consider him as a potential son-in-law. That revelation piqued Count Castro's interest. With a spark of curiosity, he told Hadid to arrange a meeting with Roman when the time was right. The scene shifted back, this time to Count Castro's office, where William and Roman now stood. William wasted no time accusing Roman, claiming he had made threats against him. Outraged, Count Castro demanded to know how a mere commoner dared to defy the heir of the Castro family. But before William could go further, his father's expression hardened. Count Castro rose from his chair and cut William off sharply. He reminded him that the man he was belittling was Sir Roman, the very hero who had saved Cairo. His disappointment flared into anger, and he struck William across the face, chastising him for his disrespect. Turning to Roman, Count Castro's tone shifted. With sincerity, he apologized for his son's behavior and promised strict punishment to ensure such insolence would never repeat. He asked for Roman's forgiveness, hoping to settle the matter peacefully. To further smooth things over, he even invited Roman to join him for tea, seeing the situation as an unexpected opportunity to forge ties with a man of growing influence. But Roman wasn't so easily swayed. His voice carried weight as he made it clear that forgiveness was his decision alone, not something Count Castro could dictate. He pointed directly to the root of the conflict, William. The situation, he said, had escalated because of William's reckless words and threats. Roman revealed that William had openly boasted about breaking Lauren's arm, and to him, that wasn't just idle talk, it was intent to cause harm. As the air grew heavy, Count Castro cautiously asked Roman what he intended to do. Did he plan to seek revenge? Wanting to ease the tension, the Count suggested they talk things through, hoping to salvage a potential relationship with him. But Roman answered with uncompromising terms. For peace, he demanded William kneel and publicly apologize before a crowd. On top of that, he insisted William leave the academy altogether. To Roman, it was the only way to protect his brother from someone like him. Roman left no room for negotiation. This was the only path forward. Either William yielded or the Castro family would find themselves at war with Dmitri. The choice, he said, rested entirely with Count Castro. But the Count sneered, brushing off Roman's ultimatum. To him, men of low birth were nothing but constant irritations. With a mocking tone, he questioned whether Roman's so-called importance came solely from Marquis Benedict's attention. He argued that Roman didn't even deserve to stand in the same room as a noble of Benedict's stature. Fueled by pride, Count Castro vowed to show Roman the true power of the central nobility. Looking to secure his position, the Count turned to Viscount Hadid, who had seen everything unfold. He asked him to serve as a witness before Marquis Benedict, hoping his testimony would help frame Roman as the one in the wrong. To Castro, Roman had crossed the line and needed to face punishment. But Hadid was no ordinary noble. Known among his peers as the Raccoon of Cairo, he had built his reputation on sharp instincts and an unmatched ability to survive. Plenty had talent, but only those like Hadid, who knew how to make the right alliances and trade favors, were able to thrive at the top. His family lacked great influence, yet his cunning had carved him a place among powerful circles. Count Castro, by contrast, came from an established house and had been close to Marquis Benedict since youth. But now, he found himself standing against Roman Dmitri, a rising force. Normally, Hadid might have backed him. Yet this time, the situation was far from simple. Marquis Benedict wasn't a man ruled by loyalty or sentiment. He was pragmatic, a man who valued victory above all. And with Benedict considering Roman as a potential son-in-law, Hadid knew the winds were shifting. In a calculated turn, Hadid advised Count Castro to stop covering for William and instead address his son's mistakes directly. The suggestion stunned the Count. Hadid was famous for his clever survival tactics, and this was not the support he had expected. But the raccoon had already chosen the more profitable side, seeing Roman's star rising higher with every step. Realizing that opposing Roman without the central government behind him could end in disaster, Count Castro swallowed his pride. He turned to Roman and offered an apology, putting his family's survival above his personal pride. William, however, was left reeling. To see his father, someone he believed untouchable, bow his head before Roman Dmitri was a humiliation he could scarcely comprehend. From Roman's perspective, the entire ordeal exposed the weaknesses of the nobility, their arrogance, their pride, and their constant need to feel superior. And as his influence in the kingdom grew, so too did the hostility of jealous and reckless rivals. Roman understood the danger. To protect himself and those around him, he would need to assert his authority and make an example of someone. Count Castro might have been the perfect target for that lesson, but in the end, Roman accepted his proposal. The Count promised that William would publicly apologize to Loren and withdraw from the academy on his own. The declaration left William stunned, unable to grasp how quickly his world had been overturned. Roman responded with only the faintest smile before turning away, signaling that the matter was closed. Count Castro thanked him for his restraint and accepted the resolution. But William stood there in disbelief, beginning to realize that the man he had provoked was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in Lauren's dormitory, the mood shifted suddenly when one of William's friends burst inside, his face grave. He delivered the news. Roman had clashed with William. The spark? William's anger after taking a hit from Loren during their duel. Loren froze as the weight of the situation hit him. Then came his second blow. William had gone as far as to threaten breaking his arm. Roman had overheard the threat, and it had set everything into motion. A chill ran through Loren. The friend added that Roman had been taken directly to Count Castro afterward. Just hearing that name was enough to make Lauren's chest tighten. He knew how dangerous the Count was, and the thought of Roman facing him stirred panic. Guilt settled heavy on his shoulders. If anything happened to Roman because of him, Loren knew he would carry that burden forever. Overwhelmed, he rushed out of the dorm, his hurried footsteps echoing down the hallway. He needed help. Desperate, he turned to the only person he believed could intervene, their father. With trembling hands, he cast the communication spell, his voice shaking as he explained the crisis. Roman was in danger, entangled in a conflict with the powerful Castro family. On the other end, Romero listened in silence at first. But the tremor in his son's voice carried more than fear. It carried desperation. Shock and fury surged within him as the truth unfolded. This wasn't a minor quarrel. This was a cry for help. Romero's hand slammed against the table, a raw display of how much he cared for his son. It wasn't just anger. It was instinct, a father's need to protect his family no matter the cost. He had overheard Lauren's frantic call, and the unease in his chest only deepened. Loren was never one to panic. For him to react like that, something truly dire had to be unfolding. Turning to his wife, Romero confessed his fears, searching for clarity in the face of uncertainty. The Dmitri family's ties to the Castros weighed heavily on his mind, especially with their deep connections to the central government and Marquis Benedict himself. "Should we step in?" Romero asked, his voice laced with worry. He knew the danger. Any action against the Castros could spiral into something much larger. His wife didn't hesitate. Her answer was sharp, filled with urgency. "Do you still doubt this? Our eldest son's life is at stake. Politics can wait. The Dmitri are strong enough not to cower." Her words steadied him, and with renewed resolve, Romero summoned his trusted vassals to Dmitri Palace. Time was running out, and Roman's safety could not be left to chance. When the vassals arrived, Romero addressed them with urgency, laying out the danger. The conflict with the Castro family was already spiraling, and Roman had fallen into their hands. The Castros were not just any rival. They were allies of the central government. Opposing them would be risky, but Romero was prepared to shoulder that risk. Even knowing his plan might face resistance, Romero stood firm. To his surprise, Jonathan, captain of the Dmitri Knight Order, immediately stepped forward. Aware of the peril, Jonathan nevertheless declared his loyalty. Roman, the heir of Dmitri, could not be abandoned. Jonathan swore that he and his knights would stake their lives to protect him. The rallying cry spread further, reaching Hendrik, the master blacksmith. Without hesitation, Hendrik asked Romero for numbers. How many men needed arms? How much steel would be required? To him, the answer was simple. Roman's life outweighed all other concerns. The Castro's influence meant nothing. What mattered was protecting the future of Dmitri, no matter the cost. Romero believed the support for Roman would extend far beyond his knights and vassals. The miners, the ironworkers, the people of Dmitri's lands, all of them would stand together when it came to protecting the heir. What surprised him was how quickly that belief became reality. The Dmitri family had long been known for their peaceful stance, but now, in this moment of crisis, their people rallied without hesitation. For Romero, the meaning was clear. Dmitri could no longer stand quietly in the background. It was time for the family to take its place as leaders of the Northeast. The news spread swiftly, carried down into the iron mines and through the dark tunnels. When Jacob heard it, he wasted no time. He called the miners to gather, telling them that even if they couldn't fight directly, they had a vital role to play. Supplies, weapons, and preparation would be their battlefield. Their contribution could mean the difference between survival and defeat. Morcan, who oversaw the miners' safety, stepped forward as well. The moment he heard that the nobles of the capital had endangered Roman, he saw no choice but to act. He didn't just agree with Jacob's plan, he pushed it further. Production had to be increased immediately, even if it meant working through the night. And so, the miners labored without rest. Every strike of the hammer, every bead of sweat became a declaration of loyalty. What had once been a peaceful community transformed into a united front, prepared to defend Roman with everything they had. The Dmitri family, once passive, now stood ready to rise as a true regional power. But while urgency surged in Dmitri lands, the capital remained oblivious. Nobles there carried on with their own ambitions, unaware of the storm building far from their sight. Meanwhile, at the academy, Loren left his room after reaching out to his father. A mix of dread and hope churned within him. He trusted his father would come, but until then, he couldn't sit still. Determined to find Roman, he stepped outside. There, a strange sight greeted him. A crowd of students had gathered, speaking in hushed tones. Loren frowned, unsure what was happening, until his eyes fell on the figure at the center. Standing among them was none other than Roman. Roman signaled for Loren to step closer, his expression firm. Then, turning to William, he delivered an unexpected command. William was to apologize to Loren, here and now, in front of everyone. His tone left no doubt. This was not a request, but a warning. Refusal would bring consequences. Loren stood frozen, eyes wide, as the demand echoed through the crowd. Count Castro, stepping forward, reinforced the order. He told William to do it quickly and without hesitation. Cornered, William lowered his head. His voice, stripped of its arrogance, admitted the truth. He had bullied Loren, and it had been wrong. Dropping to his knees, he asked for forgiveness. He went further, declaring he would withdraw from the academy and swore never to trouble Loren again. The sudden shift left Loren stunned. Relief clashed with disbelief, his mind struggling to catch up with what had just unfolded. Count Castro, noticing his hesitation, encouraged him to accept the apology. To Loren's greater surprise, the Count even bowed before him, apologizing on his own behalf and assuring him that such behavior would not happen again. When the tension finally broke, Loren sought Roman out. He needed to understand why. Roman told him plainly, it wasn't just about Loren. This was about the Dmitri family itself. The Castros had treated them unfairly, looked down on them, and today had been the moment to draw the line. Roman's actions were a defense of their family's dignity and honor. The explanation struck Loren deeply. He admired his brother's resolve, the courage it had taken to confront someone like Count Castro. Pride stirred within him, not just in Roman, but in their family. Roman reminded him of who they were. They were Dmitri, and they had to carry that name with pride. The bond between them grew stronger in that moment. For Loren, It was a lesson and a promise. He would no longer allow anyone to demean him. Roman, seeing his brother's resolve, allowed himself a small, relieved smile. At last, the storm seemed to be settling. But then Loren remembered his earlier plea to their father. Panic resurfaced. He urged Roman to contact Romero quickly, terrified of how their father might react once he learned of the fight. Far away in the Castro palace, the consequences of William's actions were already crashing down. A sharp slap echoed through the chamber as Count Castro unleashed his fury on his son. He reminded William of who Roman Dmitri truly was, the savior of Cairo, a man whose name carried weight even among the most powerful. Though William was the eldest son of the Castro family, he had crossed a line when he humiliated Roman's younger brother. Forced to kneel before the academy and give a sincere apology, he dragged the Castro name into disgrace. Whispers spread quickly. People mocked the family, calling them blind nobles who couldn't even manage their own house. The title of foolish count began to follow Castro's name, and the sting of it gnawed at him. Count Castro seethed at the humiliation, but beneath his anger lay deep unease. The family's standing had already been shaken, and now another storm loomed. How would Marquis Benedict, one of the most influential men in the region, view this disaster? As he brooded over his tarnished reputation, a servant rushed in with unexpected news. Romero Dmitri was calling through magic. The count was taken aback. Of all people, why would Romero be reaching out now? The answer came with thunder. Romero's voice carried a weight that left no room for doubt. He told Castro that looking down on Dmitri blood had been a grave mistake. Whatever status the Castros claimed through their ties to the central government, they would find no weakness in Dmitri resolve. This insult to his son would not be ignored. Confused, Count Castro wondered why Roman's father would stir matters further when the incident had already ended. But Romero pressed on. At dawn, he declared, the Dmitri family would formally petition the central government for a wardship over their territory, a move that directly challenged the Castro family's hold on power in the northeast. Then came the second blow. Dmitri merchants would cut all trade with the Castros. Supplies, coin, and resources would dry up overnight. It was both a financial strike and a public declaration of defiance, shaking the Castros' foundation. Romero was not finished. He vowed to collect every debt the Castros owed to the Golden Bank, a pressure point that could grind their finances into ruin. And beyond money, he revealed something more dangerous. Dmitri had already reached out to the enemies of the Castro family, giving them both gold and backing. With enemies now gathering both inside and outside their circle, the Castro family stood on the edge of collapse. Romero made his intention clear. He would see the Castros brought down, no matter the risk or sacrifice. For him, this was no longer just a defense of his son. It was a war to erase the Castros' influence once and for all. Count Castro could hardly believe what he was hearing. Romero's demands sounded so absolute, so heavy with consequence, that he struggled to grasp the weight of them. The idea that the Dmitri family would go this far over the incident was beyond anything he expected. But Romero Dmitri did not back down. His voice carried a final warning. Release Roman at once. Startled, Count Castro quickly protested. There must be a misunderstanding, he insisted. He was not holding any member of the Dmitri family. To calm the storm, he explained that the issue with Loren, the spark of this conflict, had already been resolved. He even pointed to William's public apology as proof that the Castros wanted peace. Hearing this, Romero felt an awkward wave of embarrassment. For all his fury, it seemed he had been mistaken about Roman's situation. Count Castro reassured him again, promising that the matter was over and vowing to prevent such incidents from ever happening again. Somewhat unsettled, Romero ended the call. Back in Dmitri lands, Romero reflected on the exchange. He thought about what it meant to be a true leader. Not someone who ruled by fear or force, but someone who inspired trust and loyalty even in hardship. And everywhere he looked, from the highest officials to the miners in the tunnels, he saw proof that Roman had already become such a figure. His son had grown into someone loved and respected across their entire territory. That realization humbled him. And at the next gathering with the Dmitri people, Romero made a surprising declaration. There would be no war. Instead, they would hold a celebration. He urged everyone to cast off their worries and enjoy themselves without restraint, as if tomorrow might never come. The announcement filled the community with joy. Excitement spread quickly, lifting the heavy air that had hung over them. By the following day, The markets buzzed with gossip. Everyone was talking about what had happened. The sight of William, the eldest son of the Castro family, kneeling to apologize to young Loren. The act had shaken the capital, leaving nobles and commoners alike whispering about whether the balance of power in Cairo was beginning to shift. Merchants who once traded loyally with the Castros began severing ties and turning toward Dmitri. Among them was Lucas, who spoke openly about the meaning behind these changes. The Dmitri family, he said, had won the favor of the elites, reshaping the region's political map. Not long ago, no one would have believed that a border family could stand against the mighty Castros. Yet the incident had flipped expectations. What shocked people most was not just the humiliation of the Castro heir, but the aftermath. Every major financial house in Cairo began to align with Dmitri. Despite the long-standing divide between central power and the borderlands, it was now clear where loyalties were shifting. One by one, voices that once dismissed them now stood in support of Dmitri. The shift in power had lifted the Dmitri family's status higher than ever before, marking their rise as a force to be reckoned with. Elsewhere, Roman sat quietly with a cup of tea in hand. His thoughts lingered on his family. For generations, Dmitri had avoided conflict, choosing peace whenever possible. He struggled to believe that his father, Baron Romero, would be willing to risk everything for war simply because of him. But as he thought deeper, he understood the decision hadn't been Romero's alone. It was made by the entire family together, the core of Dmitri standing united. That realization brought Roman a deeper sense of gratitude. It reminded him of the strength of their bond and the weight of the name they carried. They had been ready to fight, not because he demanded it, but because they chose to protect one of their own. It was a far cry from his former life. Back then, as a celestial being, he had lived in a world where power was everything and cruelty was survival. That past had made him ruthless, far harsher than he ever thought possible. Yet now, in this second life, he found solace in the difference. Here, family mattered. Here, loyalty and trust gave him something worth protecting. Far away, in the Hector kingdom, a different story unfolded. Jackson and Butler could hardly contain their relief when Edwin finally opened his eyes. Blinking in confusion, Edwin asked where he was. But almost immediately, his mind went to one name, Roman Dmitri. The memory of him lingered like a shadow. Edwin imagined a world where he could turn back time, where he might have stopped Roman before his rise. But the thought dissolved quickly. It was nothing more than a hollow dream. His own choices had brought ruin to Hector, leaving the kingdom in its bleakest state. The guilt weighed heavily, especially when he remembered Callion's sacrifice. Callion had died in his place, and that memory tore at him, a constant reminder of the pain his decisions had caused. Hector was broken, and he couldn't escape the truth that much of it was his doing. Yet in the midst of despair, a spark flickered. Edwin couldn't abandon his people to misery. No matter how deep his regret, they still looked to him for leadership. Their eyes held expectation, hope that he would guide them through the darkness. And though the burden was crushing, he knew he couldn't let them down. Edwin's thoughts were cut short by voices nearby. Jackson and Butler stood before him, their faces grim. They brought troubling news. A week had passed, and still there was no word of war. The silence itself weighed on the kingdom, filling the air with unease. But worse followed. Word had come from Cairo of the demon that haunted it. This figure had torn through Hector's soldiers, leaving death in its wake, and had even claimed the life of Butler, captain of the Night Order. The loss hit like a hammer, shaking the very foundation of their ranks. It was a brutal reminder of the dangerous world they lived in, one where unseen forces could strike without warning. Among the people, fear spread like wildfire. Whispers grew louder. Were they nothing more than frogs in a well, blind to the monsters beyond their narrow world? The realization stung, making them feel small, powerless, and afraid. In the midst of this turmoil, Edwin found himself summoned before his father, the king of Hector. Inside the palace, the king's concern was evident. He spoke with quiet resolve, acknowledging the heavy burden resting on his son's shoulders, but assuring him he would not risk Edwin's life recklessly. Edwin bowed his head and apologized for the troubles he had caused. Then he told his father about the omen he had witnessed in one of the villages. The once thriving land now lay shrouded in an unnatural black haze, its vitality fading away. Edwin confessed that he believed it was the work of something sinister, dark magic, perhaps the curse of a necromancer. The king stiffened at the words, but Edwin pressed on. He argued that the repeated famines plaguing Hector could not simply be the cruelty of nature. They were deliberate, orchestrated by someone hiding in the shadows. A hidden enemy was using powerful sorcery to weaken the kingdom itself. The king's expression grew grim. For years, he had quietly wondered if such a hand had guided Hector's past actions, even their disastrous attack on Cairo. Edwin confirmed those fears. The war, he said, had not been Hector's choice alone. It had been provoked, engineered by someone else for their own gain. Both father and son stood in the silence of realization. Hector was not a kingdom in control of its fate. It had been reduced to a pawn in another's scheme. The king admitted that lifting a curse of such magnitude would not be easy. Only an archpriest might stand a chance, and Hector lacked the resources to seek such help. But Edwin's thoughts drifted back to his past. He remembered the day the tower master of the heavenly palace had approached him. The offer had been simple but staggering. Surrender his title as prince, and in exchange, gain a place in the magic tower, with anything he desired placed within his reach. And now, faced with his kingdom's ruin, Edwin knew he had to make a choice. The king was caught off guard, his worry plain to see. Edwin faced him with a steady gaze, explaining that giving up a year was the only way to truly solve Hector's troubles. His choice revealed how far he was willing to go for his people, even if it meant setting aside his own life for their sake. Far away in the southern training camp, Bernie wrestled with his own destiny. He had always wanted to die fighting, but the loss of his arm left him uncertain of his worth. It was then that Roman appeared before him, an unexpected figure stepping into his path. Roman wasted no time, offering him a place under Dmitri. Bernie was touched, but reality weighed heavily. He thanked Roman, yet pointed out the obvious. Without an arm, how could he contribute? He stood before Roman, the doubt pressing down on him. What use could a crippled man be? Wouldn't he only drag Roman down? To his surprise, Roman didn't turn him away. Instead, he gave a knowing smile. What Bernie said didn't sound like rejection at all. It sounded like a hidden desire to fight, a spark waiting to be reignited. Roman then shared a story. It was about Song Beck, once a royal bodyguard. His life changed when he lost his right arm in war. The royal family rewarded him with honor and riches, but he couldn't accept a life of comfort. Song Beck longed to fall as a warrior, not fade away in peace. So, he trained his left hand relentlessly, building an entirely new way of fighting. With his tilted stance and unorthodox moves, he turned weakness into strength. Many who faced him in duels fell to his unpredictable sword. But every warrior's path has an end. In a final clash with the great swordsman Baek Young-hyuk, Song Beck was defeated. Yet in that moment, he achieved what he longed for, an honorable death in battle. Roman's tale carried weight. To Mac Burney, it was more than a story. It was proof that even broken warriors could rise again, and that true strength came from refusing to give up. Moved by the tale of Song Beck, Roman turned to Mac Burney with an offer that could change everything. He promised to teach him the ways of left-handed swordsmanship, guiding him toward a strength that even Burney himself could not imagine. It wasn't just an offer of training. It was a gesture of trust and brotherhood. For the first time since losing his arm, Burney felt purpose stir within him. Hope returned, and with it, the resolve to rise again as a warrior. Bowing low, he pledged his loyalty to Roman, ready to walk the path laid before him. Amid these shifting tides, men like Edwin Hector, Mac Burney, and even Henry Albert found themselves swept along by Roman's growing influence. Henry, in particular, struggled with conflicting feelings. He had endured hardships alongside Roman, yet he couldn't understand why he wasn't chosen to accompany him further. When Henry returned home to the Albert territory, he expected to be hailed as a hero. Instead, the people honored him not as the pride of his house, but as a celebrated figure of Cairo. His role in the war had been minor, but standing beside Roman on the battlefield had elevated his name far beyond what he deserved. The recognition didn't stop there. Soon, the Cairo Royal Academy invited him to give a lecture about his time on the Southern Front. Henry accepted eagerly, seeing it as a chance to build prestige. By praising Roman's greatness before the nobility, he knew he could raise his own standing as well. For Henry, this was more than just a speech. It was the turning point of his once ordinary noble life. Meanwhile, in Cairo's capital, Roman was preparing for his departure to Dmitri. A large crowd gathered to bid him farewell a testament to his growing power and influence. But as he left, Roman's mind was already focused on the future. When he returned, he would face crucial decisions. Until then, he planned to fortify his hold over the northeast, laying the groundwork for the inevitable clash with the central government. On the road to Dmitri, as he passed through a forest, Roman encountered a group of distressed farmers. Their eyes were red, their voices heavy as they spoke of ruined fields. Curious about their plight, Roman turned to Chris for an explanation. Chris guessed the farmers were from Dmitri. Roman asked why they had wandered into Conrad territory, and Chris explained that Dmitri lacked farmland. Some families were forced to rent land from Conrad to survive. Hearing this, Roman insisted on speaking with them directly. The farmers stepped forward and revealed their plight. They had signed a 10-year lease with the Conrad family, but just a week before harvest, they were ordered off the land. When they refused, Conrad's men destroyed their crops. Now, desperate and empty-handed, they begged Roman for justice. Chris quietly reminded Roman that his hands were tied. The land belonged to the Conrad family, and interfering could spark conflict. He then broke down the situation further. Conrad's strength didn't lie in wealth or armies alone, but in their alliances. The northeastern nobles, though weak on their own, had banded together for survival. Like a flock that survives only when it moves as one, these families protected one another, making them dangerous to challenge. Roman listened, but his resolve didn't waver. To ignore this injustice would only embolden Conrad and his allies. If left unchecked, their influence would spread. Even knowing the risks, Roman declared that the matter must be dealt with swiftly. Justice for the farmers would not be delayed. Bound by duty, Chris accepted his decision. When they finally reached Dmitri, the people welcomed Roman with open arms, cheering him as Cairo's hero and the pride of their land. At the manor, his father, Romero Dmitri, embraced him warmly. Roman asked after his health, and Romero reassured him that all was well, even hinting at a grand celebration prepared for his return. But before the festivities could begin, Roman requested a private conversation with his father. There was something urgent he needed to discuss. In Romero's office, Roman wasted no time bringing up the plight of the farmers in Conrad territory. Romero nodded. He already knew of the issue. Calmly, he explained that the Conrad family would eventually reclaim their land, and warned Roman not to meddle. Interference, he said, could bring harsher consequences for the farmers later. But Roman's expression hardened. He asked if things would be different if Dmitri were backed by the powerful Benedict family. With Marquis Benedict's influence, Conrad would never dare to touch their fields. Roman pressed further, pointing out that with the Barco family's downfall, Dmitri now stood as one of the strongest forces in the Northeast. Romero agreed with his son's reasoning, but urged restraint. Strength alone wasn't enough, alliances mattered. Provoking conflict with the Conrad family could upset the delicate balance among the nobles. Roman didn't flinch. He declared that Dmitri's strength was real, yet Conrad and the other nobles refused to see it. Too arrogant and complacent, they dismissed Dmitri as nothing more than another house without central government protection, like Barco once was. That blind arrogance was why they dared to trample Dmitri's farmers. With a frown, Roman pressed his father for his true opinion. Conrad boasted of unmatched power, yet their actions betrayed weakness. Roman believed the time had come to make a statement, to prove who truly ruled the Northeast. He insisted that Dmitri not only had the strength, but also the moral duty to protect its people. Why, he asked, should they stand idle while Conrad trampled over their citizens' rights? With conviction, Roman requested permission to act. He promised he would bear the responsibility himself, even if it required violence. Later, after Roman left, Romero sank into his chair, deep in thought. His son's words lingered. He could see how much Roman had changed. Memories surfaced, days when Roman had worked at his side, quietly, dutifully. Those memories tied them together in a way Romero couldn't shake. Perhaps, he wondered, Roman's fierce determination now was born from the way others had always dismissed him as a lesser noble. Romero reflected long into the night and reached a quiet conclusion. What Dmitri needed was not only power, but also wisdom at its helm. Roman's fiery resolve was proof that a new chapter had begun, one where leadership would be measured not just by might, but by the strength of one's character and decisions. Days later, Dmitri Palace was alive with celebration. A grand banquet had been arranged in Roman's honor, and nobles from across the Northeast poured in, including the prominent Vault and Grizel families. The air was heavy with formality, filled with nobles who valued influence and strength above all else. Yet even as Dmitri's presence loomed larger than ever, many still chose to overlook its rising dominance. Amid the gathering, Roman encountered Lady Sophia of the Grizel family. He recalled their earlier meeting, but this time her gaze was different, measured, assessing, as if she was now considering the prospect of uniting with him through marriage. The hall's mood shifted again when Viscount Conrad arrived. With a polite smile, he greeted Roman as the hero of Cairo. Roman, however, stood firm and answered with deliberate weight, "I am Roman Dmitri." His words carried pride, staking claim to both his name and the authority it bore. Conrad, still smiling, acknowledged Roman's feats, especially his victory over Butler, the famed swordsman. He marveled at how someone so young had accomplished so much, a sentiment shared by many watching. They whispered of Roman's potential, how far he might rise in the years ahead. Yet to Conrad's surprise, Roman didn't linger in polite conversation. His tone sharpened as he took command of the exchange, forcing Conrad to reassess the man before him. This was no ordinary noble's son. This was someone who could not be ignored. Offering courtesy, Conrad invited Roman to ask any question he wished. He did not anticipate the blow that was coming. With unwavering resolve, Roman asked why Conrad had stripped Dmitri's farmers of their land. The hall fell silent. The boldness of the question rippled through the nobles like a shockwave. Conrad's expression stiffened as he scrambled for an answer. He claimed that a merchant had made a lucrative offer, forcing his hand. Roman's response was cold, filled with disappointment. He denounced Conrad for putting greed above the welfare of the farmers, reminding him, and everyone present, of the human cost behind his actions. The tension in the room grew thick, nobles whispering uneasily, as Roman made it clear that this was not a matter to be brushed aside. Struggling to recover, Conrad attempted to steer the conversation back toward lighter topics, trying to return the hall's focus to the celebration of Roman's return. But the moment had already left its mark. Conrad tried to smooth things over, reminding Roman that the banquet was meant to honor him, not humiliate the Conrad name before the entire assembly. But the warmth in his expression had already slipped away, replaced by a tightening scowl. Irritation clouded his face, and with clear discomfort, he prepared to withdraw from the conversation. Roman's voice cut through the hall like steel. He ordered Conrad to stop. If the Viscount walked away now, he warned, the matter would escalate into something far larger, something that would weigh heavily on Conrad's family. Roman declared that he would not let this issue be brushed aside until a just resolution was reached. The hall stirred uneasily, and finally Conrad snapped. His voice rose, filled with frustration, as he admitted outright that he had forced the Dmitri farmers out. Yet he justified it with pride, claiming the land had always belonged to the Conrad family. He argued that he had merely reclaimed what was rightfully theirs. With cold arrogance, he reminded everyone that the Conrad family owed no allegiance to Dmitri, nor were they required to explain their actions to Roman. The nobles murmured in support, siding with Conrad's assertion of property and rank. The tension in the room grew thick, until one voice suggested Baron Romero Dmitri should intervene and convene a formal meeting to resolve the conflict. Others echoed the sentiment, questioning whether it was even appropriate for Roman to involve himself. The gathering, they said, was for celebration, not territorial disputes. Whispers of doubt spread. What right did Roman truly have to demand answers here? A few nobles went further still, chiding Roman for speaking so sharply to a viscount. They reminded him that Conrad was the head of his house, a man of higher standing, and should be treated with respect. Their words made clear what they all thought, that Roman had overstepped. Roman's eyes narrowed as he considered their reactions. If the Barco family had been in Dmitri's position, the nobles would never have spoken this way. Their condescension existed only because they viewed Dmitri as weak, a house they could manipulate without consequence. The thought settled, and Roman made his choice. Stepping forward, he closed the distance between himself and Viscount Conrad. The hall fell silent as he fixed his gaze squarely on the Viscount, his presence heavy, his intentions unmistakable. Roman's voice was calm, but every word struck with weight. He asked the hall how it could be fair for one territory to meddle with the people of another, reminding them of the rules that bound the Cairo kingdom together. The farmers Conrad had expelled were not strangers. They lived within Dmitri's lands, paid taxes to Dmitri, and swore loyalty to Dmitri. The room grew taut with silence as Roman pressed further, questioning whether all the formalities mattered when speaking to someone like Viscount Conrad. The Viscount froze, caught off guard by the boldness of Roman's words. Roman didn't stop there. He revealed that the matter had already been discussed within his own house, and that Baron Romero himself had granted him full authority to act. The nobles shifted uneasily. Realizing this was no reckless provocation, but a deliberate stand. Conrad's expression darkened with shock, but Roman pressed the blade deeper. He pointed out how reluctant Conrad had been to even consider an apology. His words cut through the hall, demanding attention. Then came the warning. Any harm done by outsiders within Dmitri's borders would be met with swift and merciless punishment. With a sly edge to his tone, Roman turned on the nobles who had criticized him earlier, daring them to belittle the matter now. The hall rippled with whispers, nobles stunned by his conviction. Conrad, realizing the trap he had walked into, measured Roman with new eyes. This was no mere swordsman. This was a strategist who cornered his opponents, leaving them no escape. Roman fought with words as fiercely as with steel. Still, Conrad bristled, determined not to back down. He saw this clash as an opportunity to rally the Northeastern Alliance Association to his side. But before he could seize it, the hall shifted again. Viscount Lawrence rose, his voice steady as he cut through the tension. To everyone's surprise, he sided with Roman. He held Conrad accountable, stressing the importance of respecting boundaries and following proper procedures for the sake of Dmitri's people. His words condemned Conrad's failure to even notify Dmitri of his actions, painting them as careless and immoral. Then Lawrence struck harder, reminding everyone of the past. When Lawrence had faced his own troubles with the Barco family, Conrad had offered him no aid. Now, Conrad found himself abandoned in turn. Lawrence's clear support for Dmitri threw the alliance into disarray. The unity Conrad had hoped to rely on fractured before his eyes, leaving the Northeastern Alliance Association in chaos. Lawrence's open support for Dmitri struck the alliance like a hammer. The room went still, nobles shifting uneasily, unwilling to take sides too quickly. But silence couldn't last. Slowly, cautiously, one noble after another began nodding along with Lawrence, their resistance crumbling. Soon the tide turned. Voices once filled with criticism now demanded Viscount Conrad make amends. To Conrad, it was clear this wasn't about justice for farmers. It was a calculated maneuver to cut down his authority. Hemmed in on all sides, Conrad saw the danger of standing firm. Resistance would only isolate him further. Grinding his teeth, he bowed stiffly to Roman, forcing out an apology he didn't mean. He promised to act with more caution in the future. It was bitter to admit defeat, but Conrad understood the price of clinging to pride, losing his place entirely in the aristocracy. Meanwhile, in Romero Dmitri's office, concern lingered. Romero questioned whether Roman's bold display had been wise. Challenging the Northeastern Alliance so openly could provoke retaliation. Roman, however, stood resolute. He explained his vision. A clear hierarchy had to be established. Dmitri's enemies needed to rise with everything they had, so their inevitable defeat would expose their weakness to all. Only when the alliance understood the futility of opposing Dmitri would the foundation for his greater plan take shape. The story then shifted to the alliance's meeting room, where the air was thick with anger. The nobles fumed at Roman's defiance. They called him arrogant, fearful that yielding to him had damaged their image and diminished their authority in the region. Viscount Conrad, stripped of influence, searched for guidance. Yet none of the others had an answer. Frustrated, he spoke bluntly, questioning the very worth of their alliance when set against Dmitri's growing power. Roman's skill, especially his triumph over Hector's famed butler, proved that old methods of rivalry and intimidation would no longer suffice. The silence that followed was heavy until one voice broke through. A member suggested turning to the central government. Conrad seized on the idea immediately. With the Barco family gone, the Northeastern Alliance had already been strengthening ties with the Central Powers. Perhaps now was the time to use that connection, to bring down Dmitri through a force even Roman could not ignore. Viscount Conrad was convinced the moment had come to use his ties with the central government. Determined, he reached out to Viscount Hadid, a man of influence at the heart of power. At first, Hadid responded positively, agreeing to hear him out. Conrad quickly laid out his grievances against Dmitri, hoping to secure central backing. But just as he began to press his case, the connection abruptly cut. Confused and unsettled, Conrad ordered his assistant to restore the line immediately. When the call resumed, he apologized hastily, blaming the interruption on poor borderland communication. Viscount Hadid was not amused. His voice turned sharp, scolding Conrad for wasting his time. He mocked Conrad, asking if life on the outskirts had dulled his sense of what truly mattered. To call upon the central government over a quarrel with Roman Dmitri, he said, was foolish. Conrad tried to salvage the conversation, but Hadid silenced him with firm rejection. Dmitri was not an easy opponent. Roman Dmitri's position was far too strong. What sealed the matter was Hadid's next revelation. Marquis Benedict himself favored Roman and was even considering him as a future son-in-law. The news hit Conrad like a blow. His hopes of gaining leverage crumbled instantly. What was the point of opposing a man protected by such influence? Before ending the call, Hadid gave his final advice: abandon hostility, and instead, seek peace with Dmitri. Shaken and cornered, Conrad had no choice but to reassess. Another noble, who had earlier suggested turning to the central government, now urged him to apologize to Dmitri. Though bitter, Conrad knew it was the only option left. Swallowing his pride once more, he formally apologized to the farmers, promising to respect their contracts and not interfere again. The farmers, relieved and grateful, thanked Roman for standing up for them. One among them even pledged his loyalty, vowing to aid Roman in anything he might need. Roman answered with a calm smile, saying he had only done his duty as a son of the Dmitri house. Yet inwardly his thoughts sharpened. The Northeastern Alliance had no path left but submission. They might have dreamed of central support, but with the truth laid bare, they would be forced to accept Dmitri's rising authority. Roman did not let the noble's submission blind him. In his eyes, the alliance was nothing more than a colony of bats, creatures that clung to whichever side seemed strongest, ready to betray when the chance arose. Even now, though they bowed to him, he knew their loyalty was fragile. Noble politics demanded vigilance. Allies could be just as dangerous as enemies. Leaving the grateful farmers behind, Roman's mind shifted to strategy. Provoking the nobles had been the first step, but now came the harder task, turning tension into opportunity. Soon after, at the Dmitri Palace, Roman made a public announcement that electrified the crowd. Dmitri would host a grand sword-fighting competition. The prize, 100 gold for the victor. To ensure fairness, Roman declared that neither he, nor Captain Jonathan, nor Chris would participate. The excitement grew as Roman revealed more. Competitors would be divided into 6 groups, with one winner chosen from each. Drawing on their experiences from the Southern War against Hector, Dmitri's warriors had grown stronger, and now it was time to showcase that strength. To make it fair and meaningful, Roman explained that each group would be overseen by one of his most trusted subordinates. And the true reward was more than gold. Anyone who defeated a Dmitri subordinate and emerged champion would also earn one wish from Roman himself. The crowd erupted. When asked if outsiders could join, Roman confirmed they could, so long as they were proven swordsmen from the northeastern region. He set the date for 1 month later and urged everyone to train well, promising a gathering filled with worthy challenges and fierce camaraderie. Far away, in the conference room of the Northeastern Alliance Association, the announcement sparked intense debate. The Dmitri family's influence was impossible to ignore, and the competition carried weight. Viscount Conrad, still nursing the sting of recent humiliation, saw an opening. He argued that if one of their swordsmen could win, then the prize, a wish from Roman himself, would belong to the alliance. Instead of asking for mere apologies, Conrad urged his peers to take a more diplomatic approach, rebuild their ties with Dmitri, and mend their battered reputation. The idea intrigued many, but one problem remained. Could they win? The nobles voiced their doubts. Dmitri's subordinates were formidable, and even beyond Dmitri, skilled fighters from across the region were already preparing to take part. The competition, they realized, would not be an easy battlefield to claim. The alliance members grew uneasy as they thought of Dmitri's warriors. Fighters like Chris and Kevin, men who had already proven themselves in duels against the Barco family, loomed as obstacles too great to ignore. Victory seemed distant, but Viscount Conrad refused to let doubt spread. He laid out a strategy. Since the tournament was divided into 6 groups, Chris and Kevin would inevitably be separated. If the alliance concentrated its best swordsmen in the other groups, they stood a real chance of securing at least one victory. The members murmured in agreement, the plan giving them a flicker of hope. Conrad pressed further, his voice sharp with urgency. The tournament was only a month away, he reminded them. This was no ordinary event. It was a chance handed to them by fate itself. If they failed to act, the Dmitri name would shine brighter, while their alliance would sink into irrelevance. To tilt the scales, Conrad proposed something bolder, secretly bringing in an outside expert. This mercenary would pose as one of their members, giving them the edge they needed. Victory, Conrad declared, was non-negotiable. Even if they had to bend the rules, they had to claim at least one group. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Dmitri training grounds buzzed with energy. Roman summoned his soldiers, the air heavy with anticipation. His words carried weight as he addressed them. He announced that in 1 month, they too would face the sword competition. Only 6 would be chosen to represent the Dmitri army, and past achievements meant nothing. Only performance in this trial would decide. The soldiers, caught off guard, listened in silence. Many had returned from bloody campaigns against Hector, but now a new kind of test awaited them. Roman looked over them like a commander sharpening blades. Each man was a sword, and swords dulled if left unused. He demanded that they never stop honing themselves, never stop growing stronger. To drive them, he promised reward. The 6 chosen would carry the honor of Dmitri, and if any of them won the competition, they would earn the right to learn advanced techniques under his personal guidance. Roman swore that he would give them everything, his knowledge, his training, his support, so long as they proved worthy. The soldiers' surprise began to turn into determination. The fire of competition had been lit, and with Roman's words, they understood. This was not only about a tournament. It was about the rise of Dmitri's name and their place in it. Hucky, one of Dmitri's more thoughtful soldiers, felt his heart stir at Roman's words. To him, this competition wasn't just about pride or honor. It was a chance to grow. The thought of training under Roman himself, of mastering techniques that could one day set him apart on the battlefield, burned like fire in his chest. And he wasn't alone. Around him, his comrades were the same look, hopeful, determined, eager. They all recognized Roman's unmatched skill, and this chance felt like something that might never come again. Roman let their excitement build before revealing his deeper intentions. The tournament wasn't only about rewards. First, it was meant to open the eyes of the northeastern nobles, to show them the reality of their position and the limits of their strength. Second, and more important, it was training, harsh but invaluable. He wanted his soldiers to understand not just the edge of their blades, but the weight of the struggles they would face in the future. With that vision set, the training ground transformed. Every sparring match carried ambition. Every swing of the blade echoed with purpose. Roman watched, a sly smile tugging at his lips. In a month ahead, the northeastern region would be a stage, and the performance was only just beginning. As drills thundered on, Roman's mind drifted. Memories of his past life as the heavenly demon, Baek Jung-hyuk, resurfaced. His entire existence had been tempered in life-or-death battles. Danger had shaped him into what he was now. But he also knew that only a fool sought death needlessly. Preparation was the key. At that moment, Lucas, leader of the Howl clan, stepped forward. Roman entrusted him with a quiet but important task. He handed over his sword and gave a single command: sell it. But from this day forward, the blade would bear a new name: Blaze. Roman also stressed secrecy. The sword's true owner must never be revealed. Lucas turned the weapon in his hands, admiration plain in his eyes. The blade was flawless, its craftsmanship beyond anything common. He couldn't understand why Roman would part with such a treasure. Still, he respected his master's will. With Roman's permission to decide the method, Lucas weighed his options. He thought about anonymous sales, auctions, anything that might draw out those sharp enough to see the weapon's worth. Whoever recognized its value would pay dearly. With that, Lucas set off on his mission. The story then shifted to Adelion, a bustling city alive with commerce and trade, its streets crowded with merchants and deals being struck at every corner. In the northeastern region, wealth flowed partly thanks to the Warp Gate station there. Inside the bustling auction house, Lucas slipped in quietly, his cloak concealing his identity. He handed over a sword to one of the staff members, who immediately inspected it with keen interest. A faint blue glow radiated from the blade, an unmistakable sign of its unusual quality. Intrigued, the worker asked how Lucas wanted the auction arranged. Lucas requested that the sale remain anonymous, leaving the bidding open to the crowd. The worker, accustomed to such requests, reminded him of the standard 10% fee for handling. Lucas accepted without hesitation and followed him deeper inside for a full appraisal. In the evaluation chamber, Lucas was introduced to Morris, the esteemed manager of Adelian's auction house. As the sword was tested, the examiner marveled at its flawless craftsmanship, commenting on its unmatched sharpness and strength. He quickly noted that a sword of this caliber was rarely seen, estimating its worth at no less than 30 gold coins. What caught his attention next, however, was the weapon's mana absorption. Measured on a scale from 1 to 10, even a rating of 3 made a sword highly valuable to artisans. Yet when he tested this blade, the results were staggering. A perfect score of 10. Stunned, the worker turned to Morris, explaining that this was no ordinary weapon. Not only could it absorb mana, it could amplify its own strength through it, a property unheard of even among the finest weapons. Morris immediately grasped the weight of what they had uncovered. Soon, the scene shifted to the Grand Hall, where anticipation buzzed through the crowd. The auction host took center stage, his commanding voice urging everyone to prepare for something extraordinary. This was unlike any auction held before, an event destined to make history. Wealthy nobles from distant lands and influential figures from the capital filled the seats, each drawn by the rumors surrounding today's main item. The energy in the room swelled until finally, the host unveiled the centerpiece of the day, the artisan sword known as Blaze. Gasps echoed as the crowd laid eyes on the radiant weapon. The host revealed its secret, stressing its unmatched mana receptivity. To drive the point home, he reminded everyone of a previous sale, when a simple rapier with only a grade 7 mana receptivity fetched an astonishing 300 gold coins. But Blaze shattered every expectation. With a flawless grade 10 mana receptivity and the rare ability to amplify absorbed aura, the revelation ignited the hall like wildfire. The crowd erupted, and the bidding war began in full force. The host, though seasoned with countless auctions, admitted he had never seen a weapon like this. His voice rang out as he opened the bidding at a modest 10 gold coins. Instantly, hands shot into the air. The number rose quickly, 10 becoming 20, then 30, soaring past 50 within moments. The energy in the room swelled as the crowd pushed harder, each determined to claim Blaze. The battle only grew fiercer as the numbers climbed higher, shattering records with every raise. Gasps filled the hall when the bids broke past 600 gold coins, and the tension reached its peak. Just as the host was about to bring down the hammer, silence fell. From the back, bidder number 53 calmly raised his sign. The offer, 1,200 gold coins. The host froze, stunned by such a leap. Whispers rippled through the crowd until the name surfaced. Marquis Valentino. Known throughout the continent as the master of a vast merchant empire, Valentino's wealth and influence stretched farther than most could imagine. Though he avoided politics, his obsession with rare treasures was legendary. The host could barely contain his thrill as he declared Valentino's bid, noting it was the highest ever recorded in Adelian auction house history. The crowd erupted again, astonished not only at the sum, but at the bidder himself. For Valentino, Blaze wasn't just a rare sword. He understood its deeper worth. A blade that could perfectly channel aura could change everything. For most, magical swords were stepping stones, simple tools for beginners. But true masters knew that only pure swords could unleash the full potential of their aura. A weapon like Blaze could lead swordsmen to the unreachable, perhaps even the 10th stage, a realm no one had ever touched. And if this blacksmith could create more? If second and third blades like Blaze appeared, the original would become priceless beyond measure. Valentino's eyes gleamed with foresight, knowing this sword could be the key to rewriting history itself. In the world of artisans, the very first creation always held unmatched prestige, its value elevating not just itself, but the entire line that followed. Everyone in the auction hall knew this truth, and though many hungered for Blaze, none dared to challenge Valentino's overwhelming bid. The host, his voice ringing with finality, declared Marquis Valentino the victor at 1,200 gold coins. Behind closed doors, the deal was sealed swiftly. Valentino placed 1,300 gold coins before Morris, pressing the extra 100 as a gesture of gratitude. Morris, caught off guard by the generosity, accepted with sincere thanks. Then Valentino made his request. He wanted to know about the blacksmith who had forged Blaze insisting he wished to meet him in person. At that, Morris faltered. Unease crept into his tone as he explained that arranging such an encounter would not be simple. He apologized repeatedly, his words stumbling out under the weight of tension. Valentino sighed, the disappointment plain in his voice. "A pity," he said calmly, before adding that it made sense for the auction house to protect its sources. Still, he gave clear instructions. If the blacksmith ever submitted another piece, Morris was to inform him immediately. It was vital, he stressed, to stay ahead. Soon after, Valentino stepped into his carriage, Blaze resting firmly in his grasp. He turned the blade in his hands, unable to tear his gaze away from its flawless edge and its extraordinary ability to resonate with mana. Even with his trove of renowned swords, none compared to this. Blaze was in a league of its own, resolved to uncover the mind behind such brilliance. Valentino leaned toward his subordinate and gave command. Start with Dmitri's master blacksmith. Since the sword had surfaced at Adelian's auction house, there was a good chance Dmitri was the link. The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement, already set to begin the search. As Valentino's carriage rolled into the distance, his determination hardened. He would find the creator, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, at Dmitri's training grounds, the clang of steel echoed as Chris sparred with Henderson. After securing the win, Chris shifted his focus toward the upcoming competition, carefully weighing who to bring. He was certain about himself, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pucky, but the final two spots left him undecided. Just then, a sudden shift rippled through the air. Chris froze mid-thought, glancing upward. The sky itself seemed to stir, a strange turbulence pressing down as if the heavens had been disturbed. He narrowed his eyes, unsettled by the inexplicable phenomenon. Elsewhere, Roman was immersed in his training, his sword slicing through the air with unwavering focus. His thoughts drifted back to his clash with Butler. He wondered what would have happened had he faced Butler immediately, and in that reflection, he understood the truth. Victory demanded preparation. Without it, he would never have been able to withstand the overwhelming force of a Stage 5 aura. This realization weighed heavily on him, pulling him into a deeper struggle. The memories of his past life as Beck Jung-hyuk clung tightly, reminding him of the arrogance he once carried. Back then, he had been an unstoppable warrior, cutting down any enemy who stood in his way. But Roman Dmitri was not him anymore. He was no longer in the same world, and brute strength alone would not be enough here. Against foes like Butler, survival demanded not just skill, but an iron will that never wavered, day after day, night after night. By the furnace, Roman pushed his body to its limits. The heat seared his flesh, blistering his skin, yet he continued hammering the steel without pause. The pain became part of the process. He wasn't just reforging a weapon. He was remaking himself. Through the technique known as flame recreation, he absorbed the fire into his mana, molding both body and spirit as though he too were being reforged in the blaze. Hours later, Roman emerged from the furnace chamber, transformed. The weight of his second transformation coursed through him, filling him with renewed strength and confidence. Closing his eyes, he pictured himself fighting, not against one Butler, but two at once. The mental trial honed his senses, sharpening his swordsmanship in ways mere drills could not. He thought back to the Heavenly Demon sword technique. It held 3 stages, early, middle, and final. Until now, he had only grasped the first. But with this new transformation, he could feel himself nearing the next breakthrough. Roman vowed that once he achieved the 3rd transformation and mastered the final stage, there would be no one left who could bring him down. Yet doubt crept in. Each time he swung his blade, the force he unleashed felt different, raw, explosive, at times even surpassing the polished techniques of Miram itself. It made him question whether following the exact path of Beck was the right choice. And at the same time, he wondered if completely embracing the methods of this world was necessary either. Standing between the two, Roman realized he was forging something entirely his own. Roman chose not to walk in the exact footsteps of his past, nor to be confined by his present. Instead, he carved a new road, one that merged the wisdom of his old self with the possibilities of Roman Dmitri. Channeling the Heavenly Demon Sword style's middle stage, he let loose a surge of violet energy. The air trembled as his blade tore through the phantom image of Butler, scattering it with a single strike. In that instant, Roman recognized the truth. His power no longer belonged to his past or present alone. It was something greater, something uniquely his own. The sword in his hand glowed with an eerie purple radiance, its aura wrapping around the steel like living flame. Roman stared at it, realizing just how strange this second life had become. When he first awoke in this world, he thought it would be ordinary, peaceful, even. Yet fate had pulled him back into a life of battles, forging a destiny more extraordinary than the one he left behind. Standing in the quiet of the training grounds, he let out a faint smile. The irony wasn't lost on him. Reborn into what should have been a simple life, only to find himself once again walking the edge of greatness. Memories from his past surfaced, but instead of weighing him down, they now gave him purpose. The heavenly demon sword style, once so familiar, had begun to change beneath his hands. Its techniques no longer moved in the same rigid patterns. They branched into new, unpredictable paths. The realization thrilled him. What lay ahead wasn't just mastery, but evolution. Roman embraced the thought. Every obstacle he faced would no longer be a wall, but a stepping stone. Each challenge, each battle, would shape him further, pushing him to the peak once more. Even in this second life, he vowed he would rise above all. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed across the grounds. Chris, Kevin, and Pucky burst onto the scene, alarm flashing in their eyes. They thought their lord was under attack. But when they saw him standing calmly in the center of a vast crater, one carved without a trace of magic, their breaths caught. The devastation was beyond anything they had imagined, and Roman's composed stance made it even more surreal. What happened here? They pressed, shaken by the sight. Roman glanced at them, his tone steady. I'm fine. Leave it. Though confusion lingered on their faces, they obeyed, retreating from the grounds. Alone once more, Roman returned to his training, his mind fixed firmly on the path ahead. Chris couldn't shake the awe he felt. Roman's latest breakthrough wasn't just strength. It was proof of a will that refused to break, a relentless pursuit of growth. Once dismissed as weak, Roman had shattered yet another barrier, leaving Chris and the others unable to fully grasp the depth of his transformation. As Chris walked away, a knot of frustration tightened in his chest. The gap between Roman's progress and his own efforts weighed heavily on him. With the competition drawing near, Chris resolved that he didn't just want to win. He wanted to crush every opponent, to make his strength undeniable. The three left the training grounds with renewed determination, each silently vowing to grow stronger. A month passed, and Roman's tireless labor bore fruit. Standing before his comrades, he unveiled a sword forged by his own hands. Unlike his earlier blades, Salamander and Blaze, which marked new beginnings, this one demanded a name that mirrored his present self. After careful thought, he chose to call it Darkness, a weapon meant to strike fear and embody his resolve. Not long after, Chris arrived with a report detailing the soldiers' progress. He had overseen their training, monitored their duels, and tracked their growth. From this, he had compiled a list of the most capable swordsmen. Presenting it to Roman, he named the top contenders: himself, Kevin, Vulcan, Pucky, and unexpectedly, Mac, Bernie, and Henderson. Though surprised by the last two, Roman trusted Chris's judgment and gave his approval. Later, Roman and Chris spoke privately. Roman shared his view on defeat, saying that a single loss meant little in the grand scheme. What truly mattered was the greater purpose. The competition bearing his name wasn't just about victory, but about displaying the might of his soldiers. Chris listened intently, then nodded, fully aligned with his lord's vision. Roman's faint smile revealed his anticipation. Soon, their strength would be revealed to all. As the day of the competition drew closer, the gathered swordsmen buzzed with energy. Among them stood a striking figure, a soldier with vivid purple hair, brimming with confidence, eager to prove the skills honed in battle. At his side, a companion spoke quietly, hoping he would join Kevin's group, acknowledging Kevin's rising reputation. Across the ranks, names like Pucky and Vulcan stirred both excitement and unease. For some, the thought of facing such formidable rivals sparked fear. For others, it ignited determination. And when the competition groups were finally announced, the camp erupted with a mix of cheers, nervous laughter, and the sharp silence of those already bracing for the trials ahead. Each fighter studied the lineup, weighing their chances against the rivals in their group. Baron Liam, a noble from the Northeastern Federation, couldn't ignore the dread gnawing at him. His opponent was Chris, a warrior known for his raw strength and relentless drive. The thought of facing him unsettled Liam deeply. Sensing his unease, his allies from the Northeastern Alliance rallied around him. They reminded him of his family's proud lineage, of the generations of swordsmen who had brought honor to their name. He was not alone in this, and they urged him not to falter. Conrad, one of Liam's closest supporters, stepped forward with a speech that stirred the group. He urged Liam to stand tall and not give in to fear. With confidence burning in his eyes, Conrad declared that victory would belong to the Conrad bloodline. Their morale rose even further when he reminded them that one of their own was set to face Mac Burney, a match they believed would favor them. He stressed how vital this competition was for their alliance's survival, vowing to lead them to triumph. His fiery words ignited the group, who cheered and applauded in unison. When the day of the competition finally arrived, the arena overflowed with anticipation. The crowd buzzed with energy, eager for the duels to begin. Baron Liam stood in the waiting area, the weight of his people's expectations pressing down on him. He turned to his loyal soldier, Max, and urged caution, warning him not to risk his life recklessly. Max, however, answered with firm resolve. Though he acknowledged Chris's strength, he proudly reminded Liam that he was a two-star swordsman. His confidence sparked a flicker of hope in Liam's chest. Fueled by Max's determination, Liam grasped his soldier's shoulders and urged him to fight without hesitation. He promised that if Max's life was ever in danger, he would step in himself. Moved by his lord's trust, Max saw this duel as his moment to prove his worth, not just to Liam, but to the countless eyes that would be watching. As Max stepped into the arena, determination burned in him. But the instant his gaze locked with Chris's, his heart stuttered. The sheer pressure radiating from his opponent was overwhelming, freezing him in place. Forcing himself to steady his breathing, Max pushed down the fear. He gripped his sword tightly, focusing every ounce of his energy. The signal was given. Max charged forward, pouring everything into his attack. But Chris remained calm, his movements sharp and deliberate. With one effortless motion, Chris disarmed him. And with a single precise strike, the match was over. 3 seconds. That was all it took. Chris, carrying the pride of the Dmitri bloodline, stood victorious as the crowd roared. Baron Liam, frozen on the sidelines, stared in disbelief. The gap between Max and Chris was far greater than he had ever imagined. Meanwhile, Kevin, another warrior of the Dmitri line, stepped into the arena and dispatched his opponent with little effort, advancing to the second round. Vulcan and Pucky soon followed, each claiming decisive victories of their own. Their dominance left the spectators wide-eyed, whispers rippling through the stands. Rumors that had once seemed exaggerated now felt like undeniable truth. The might of Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pucky was overwhelming. With the four tearing through their matches, attention shifted toward the remaining Dmitri representatives, Henderson and Mac Burney. Perhaps, some thought, these two would reveal flaws the others had not. But when the group announcements confirmed Henderson's participation under the Dmitri banner, the reaction was immediate. Soldiers exchanged startled glances, some even laughing in disbelief. To them, Henderson was still the clumsy farmer from the Lawrence family, the man who once couldn't even grip a sword properly. How could someone like him stand in a competition of high-level swordsmen? Even within Roman's chosen six, opinions diverged. Chris and Kevin carried their infamous reputations, the Flash and the Devil of Cairo, names whispered with both fear and respect. Few dared to imagine crossing blades with them. Vulcan and Pucky, hardened by mercenary blood and fierce appearances, inspired intimidation of their own. Mac Burney, with his missing arm, and Henderson, with his farming past, however, were dismissed as weaker links. Of the two, Henderson was considered the lowest of the low. The crowd murmured and chuckled, mocking his failures. To many, being paired with Henderson meant good fortune, an easy path to the next round. Jealous glances were thrown at Taylor, Henderson's opponent, who was already expected to win without difficulty. While the audience gossiped, Baron Romero Dmitri approached Roman, his expression skeptical. He questioned whether this competition was truly necessary. To him, it seemed like little more than a spectacle, a way for the Dmitri family to look approachable. He doubted the nobles of the Northeastern Alliance had any real intention of bowing to Dmitri authority. Roman met his father's doubt with calm reasoning. The competition wasn't for show, he explained. The Alliance might believe they could oppose Dmitri power But if today proved otherwise, if they realized resistance was futile, they might lay down their pride and surrender without a fight. The first round for Group 5 soon began, and all eyes turned to the arena. Henderson stood across from Taylor, a respected swordsman with solid skill and reputation. Few gave Henderson even a sliver of hope. Yet, as the two met, Henderson offered Taylor a polite greeting. Taylor, surprised, responded in kind. Recognition flickered across his face, memories from the past surfacing. He remembered Henderson as the farmer he once helped on a quiet day, never imagining that same man would one day stand before him with a sword in hand. Now, seeing Henderson grip his blade with steady confidence, Taylor's disbelief deepened. This was not the helpless farmer he had once known. Taylor's eyes softened with recognition as he studied his opponent. He remembered the farmer he once helped, a man who had seemed so far removed from the life of a swordsman. Now, seeing Henderson standing before him with steel in hand, the contrast was almost surreal. Taylor spoke earnestly, recalling his own journey. Not long ago, he had broken through to the level of a 2-star swordsman after a profound realization, and he wished to share that wisdom. With sincerity in his tone, he told Henderson that this fight might well be their last meeting as friends. He urged him to reconsider before it was too late, warning him that one-sided battles only ended in needless bloodshed. If Henderson withdrew, there was still a way to avoid unnecessary pain. But Henderson's reply carried no hesitation. He told Taylor to forget the man he once knew. The farmer, named Henderson, was gone. Standing here now was a swordsman, loyal to Lord Roman, and he would not be swayed. His voice hardened as he warned Taylor that mercy on the battlefield would only open the door to defeat. Taylor, though troubled, nodded in acknowledgement. He respected Henderson's resolve, even as he quietly hoped his old friend would not come to regret this path. The match began. Henderson exploded forward, each step fueled by raw determination. His sword came down with a ferocity that startled the crowd, and Taylor himself. For the first time, Taylor saw it clearly. Henderson's strikes carried aura. Though shocked at first, Taylor steadied himself. He could feel the weight behind each blow. Henderson's intensity wasn't just for show. It was real. Then Henderson's blade shifted, glowing faintly as he unleashed the Azura sword technique, infusing his strikes with aura that cut sharper and faster. With every swing, Henderson's vow echoed in his heart, to push beyond his limits, to honor Lord Roman, and to surpass the man he once was. He had always been the slowest to grasp aura, trailing far behind his peers who summoned and shaped it with ease. Every step forward for him had been harder, every advance slower. But he refused to stop. Like the slowest runner who still refuses to quit the race, Henderson pushed onward. The spectators, who once mocked him as the weakest link, now watched in stunned silence as he pressed Taylor back, nearly overwhelming him. Even Taylor himself struggled to believe it. This was the same Henderson he had pitted once, now forcing him onto the defensive. Realizing he could no longer hold back, Taylor released his own aura. A golden light flared around him, surging across the arena as he prepared to end the fight. He hadn't wanted to use it against Henderson, but the battle demanded no less. Yellow aura clashed violently with Henderson's violet aura, the two swordsmen colliding with everything they had. And in that blazing moment, Henderson's thoughts drifted, not to his opponent, but back to a conversation he'd had with Chris a month earlier. Chris had witnessed Henderson's journey from the start. The shaky grip on a sword, the constant setbacks, the look of a man ready to give up. But he had also seen the change. Henderson's refusal to bow to defeat, his decision to fight and carve a place for himself beside Lord Roman. That determination had rewritten his path. Chris had told him as much, reassuring him that he was strong, that he belonged among Roman's chosen men. Those words had etched themselves into Henderson's heart, driving him forward to this very moment. Back in the arena, the clash of auras reached its peak. Henderson's violet aura roared against Taylor's golden glow, each strike ringing louder than the last. But then, in an instant, Taylor faltered. Henderson's unpredictable strength broke through his guard, sending him crashing to the ground. With his sword leveled at Taylor's head, Henderson stood tall. The referee declared his victory. The arena erupted. Cheers thundered across the stands, shouts of Henderson's name echoing from every corner. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. The farmer once mocked as useless had just bested a skilled swordsman. Gasps of disbelief turned to cries of admiration. The whispers spread quickly. Had Conrad misjudged him? Was Henderson really the weakest among Roman's six? Conrad, however, urged his allies to remain composed, his voice steady. He insisted that despite this upset, the Northeastern Alliance would ultimately claim victory. Then came Group Two's match. Kevin stepped forward, his expression sharp and intent. Though calm on the surface, he carried a lingering frustration. He was always measured against Chris. Whenever people spoke of the sword of Lord Roman, the answer was unanimous. Chris. To many, Kevin was a step behind, slower by 5 seconds. But today, he would prove himself in his own way. His opponent, Miles of the Northeastern Alliance, faced him with open hostility. To him, Kevin was not just another fighter. He was Dmitri's devil, and defeating him would be a statement. Without hesitation, Miles charged, striking with everything he had. Kevin didn't flinch. He slipped past the attacks, fluid and controlled, and landed a precise blow to Miles's stomach that left him reeling. Miles refused to back down, pressing forward with relentless strikes, but Kevin's composure never wavered. He sidestepped, countered, and cut through every move with precision. His dagger danced, carving small, punishing strikes that drained his opponent's strength with each exchange. Exhaustion and despair finally overtook Miles. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he dropped his weapon and surrendered. The Northeastern Alliance watched in silence, stunned by yet another crushing loss. For Kevin, the victory was more than just advancement. It was proof. Proof that strength wasn't only speed or aggression, but the ability to break an opponent's will. In that moment, he showed the difference between desperation and mastery. Elsewhere, the scene shifted. The soldiers of the Dmitri Knights stood in formation, their discipline sharp as steel. At their head, Jonathan, their captain, addressed them. His voice was firm, carrying the weight of both duty and pride. As you all know, he began, this competition is held under the name of our young master, Roman Dmitri. Jonathan's voice carried firmly across the ranks of his men. He reminded them that among today's competitors was Chris, once the vice captain of the Knight Order, a name that had carried weight even before he swore loyalty to Roman Dmitri. Watch him closely, Jonathan instructed. Study his techniques, his movements, his strategies. This tournament isn't just for victory. It's an opportunity for you to grow as knights of the Dmitri Order. The soldiers' response was immediate, their voices rising in unison. Yes, sir. Out in the arena, Chris prepared for his next battle. Having already won his first round, his composure remained unshaken. Jonathan, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but marvel. The Chris he saw now was a different man from the one he remembered in the Knight Order. His strength had grown immensely, and Jonathan silently credited the influence of young Master Roman for this transformation. For Chris, there was no room for pride or hesitation. Each step he took in the arena carried the weight of his lord's authority. He wasn't just fighting for himself. He was fighting as Roman's sword. His goal was absolute, to crush anyone who dared challenge his master's supremacy. Match after match, his dominance only became clearer. His victories came swiftly, yet he remained unsatisfied, yearning for greater obstacles to test his edge. Jonathan's astonishment deepened as Chris dismantled opponents with speed and precision that bordered on the unreal. The crowd, too, began to feel the weight of his presence. Whispers grew into murmurs of resignation. Many soldiers, realizing they stood no chance, chose to forfeit rather than endure public humiliation. Better to retreat with dignity than be shattered before the crowd. But not everyone bent to despair. One soldier, Frel, clenched his fists and stepped forward. Though he knew victory was out of reach, he refused to run. His goal was modest, to endure a single minute against Chris, to prove that he could stand against overwhelming odds. The signal was given. Before Frel could even brace himself, Chris exploded forward, closing the distance in a blur. With a single, crushing strike, the duel was finished. The arena fell silent. Seconds, that was all it had taken. Jonathan stared, breath caught in his throat, while the spectators sat frozen in awe. Chris's power wasn't just impressive, it was devastating. From there, his momentum only grew. Round after round fell before him. By the time he reached the end of the preliminaries, Chris had cleared 5 matches in a combined total of just 27 seconds. The audience was left in shock. The Northeastern Alliance could only watch in dread as their hopes were dismantled before their eyes. Each victory of Chris's hammering home the gap in strength. And he was not alone. In Group 2, Kevin's relentless determination carried him to victory. In groups 3 and 4, Vulcan and Pucky overwhelmed their opponents with sheer physical might, their battles ending in decisive fashion. One by one, Roman Dmitri's chosen proved their worth, shaking the entire competition to its core. Henderson's shocking triumph in Group 5 had already rattled the Northeaster Alliance, but the tournament wasn't finished yet. All eyes now turned to their final hope, Group 6, where Mac Burney would face off against Conrad's prize knight, Gabriel. Conrad studied his champion carefully. Gabriel's composure never wavered. His confidence radiated with every step. Years of training under the Conrad family's rigorous discipline had shaped him into their hidden weapon, a warrior forged for moments like this. A 3-star swordsman, his skill was unmatched among the Alliance's ranks. Though the use of Oro had been forbidden in this competition, Gabriel's talent alone was enough to place him above nearly every fighter present. As Mac Burney advanced through the earlier rounds, Conrad considered whether Malak's influence had played a role in his survival thus far. But in his mind, this was where the road ended. Roman Dmitri's knight would fall, and Gabriel would be the one to deliver the decisive blow. Before sending him into the arena, Conrad reminded Gabriel of the Alliance's humiliations up to this point. All their fighters had been crushed one after another. He commanded Gabriel to show no mercy, to strike without hesitation. This was no time for pity. Gabriel nodded firmly. The thought of losing to a one-armed opponent seemed laughable to him. However, his pride demanded he approach this with all seriousness. This was his chance to prove himself as the Alliance's savior. Stepping into the arena, Gabriel's gaze locked onto Mac Burney. The knight's unsteady posture made his disability obvious. His missing arm was a stark reminder of the battles he had endured. To Gabriel, it was almost incomprehensible. How could a man who once struggled even to achieve knighthood with both arms now stand as a contender in a tournament meant to showcase pride and strength? The match began. Gabriel surged forward, brimming with confidence. He deliberately withheld his aura, determined to establish superiority through pure technique alone. His strikes came fast and sharp, meant to crush Mac Burney beneath overwhelming pressure. Yet, to his growing surprise, every blow was blocked. Mac Burney movements, though awkward at a glance, carried precision that defied Gabriel's expectations. Reading his opponent, Gabriel predicted the next step, a dodge to the right. And indeed, Mac Burney shifted exactly as expected, leaving his flank exposed. Gabriel lunged to exploit it, but in the blink of an eye, Mac Burney blade intercepted his strike with flawless timing. The crowd gasped. Gabriel froze for a moment, startled. Mac Burney's style was strange, unorthodox, unpredictable, but undeniably effective. What should have been an easy match devolved into a back-and-forth struggle. Mac Burney pressed forward, countering relentlessly, forcing Gabriel to defend in ways he never anticipated. With each clash, Gabriel's frustration mounted. At last, impatience drove him to act. He unleashed his aura, yellow light flaring as he struck with brute force, driving Mac Burney back. And in that instant, a realization struck him. Burney advanced to the third round hadn't been luck. It was the result of grit and ingenuity. Where others saw a missing arm as weakness, he had turned it into a weapon, reshaping his style around it instead of letting it cripple him. The scene shifted to a memory. Roman standing before Burney, speaking with the calm authority of a true leader. He emphasized the essence of balance and swordsmanship and introduced Burney to a unique style, the left-arm sword art, a technique born from the will of a legendary one-armed swordsman. Roman admired the man who had created it, a fighter who refused to surrender despite overwhelming odds. In that reflection, Burney saw his own despair mirrored, the hopelessness he once carried when he thought his path as a swordsman was over. Through flashbacks, Burney's journey unfolded. The sleepless nights spent wrestling with his weakness, the countless times he nearly gave up, and the spark of defiance that stopped him each time. Slowly, a fragile hope grew. He swore to himself and to Lord Roman that he would master the left-arm sword art, that he would rise again, no matter how impossible it seemed. That vow became his lifeline. My life as a swordsman isn't finished yet, he had promised. I will prove it. Back in the arena, Burney's resolve burned brighter than ever. He parried Gabriel's blow, then leapt with precision, channeling all his strength into a single strike. His blade crashed into Gabriel's chest, forcing the proud 3-star swordsman to the ground. Burney stood tall, a triumphant smile breaking across his face. His heart swelled with gratitude. for it was Roman who had pulled him back from the brink, who had given him a renewed sense of purpose when he thought his journey had ended. The arena erupted. The crowd roared, chanting the names of the Dmitri swordsmen as their dominance became undeniable. Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Pucky, Henderson, and now Bernie. Each had won their battles, their victories echoing like thunder across the northeastern region. For the Northeastern Alliance Association, the result was devastating. Their knights had been crushed, one after another, their strength dismantled before the entire region. Conrad, once confident, stood frozen in disbelief. His certainty had shattered alongside their reputation. The weight of the truth pressed down on him. Even with backing from the central government, defeating Dmitri was no longer something they could assume. The balance of power had shifted, and the alliance's pride had been torn apart. The members turned to Conrad, searching for answers, but he could only bow to reality. With heavy resignation, he accepted their defeat. The Northeastern Alliance would now be forced into submission, followers rather than rivals. As they withdrew from the arena, the crowd hummed with excitement and speculation. Whispers spread like wildfire. How had Chris and the others grown so strong, so quickly? And at the center of it all stood Roman Dmitri, the one who had forged them into weapons of unmatched might. Among the buzzing crowd, a brown-haired soldier spoke his mind. He explained that every great swordsman family rose to prominence under the guidance of a single leader, someone whose strength and vision carried the clan forward. For Dmitri, that figure was unmistakable, Roman Dmitri. His swordsmanship and leadership had elevated the family above all others, reshaping the balance of power in the Northeast. The soldier's words spread quickly, echoing what many were beginning to realize. The Northeastern Alliance Association, once dominant, had been utterly eclipsed. Now, anyone who dreamed of reaching the peak of swordsmanship would have to align themselves with the Dmitri family. Their path was no longer their own. It bent toward Roman. In the aftermath of the tournament, Roman stood proudly among his men, congratulating each one on their victories. He recognized the truth of their loyalty. Some had chosen to follow him out of necessity, drawn to his strength, while others stood by him out of respect and admiration. Roman, however, preferred to keep his relationships simple. He disliked webs of obligation and manipulation. To him, companionship was strongest when it was built on balance, each side giving and receiving equally. Feelings could forge bonds, yes, but what endured was mutual exchange, the assurance that both sides carried their weight. Roman viewed his soldiers through this lens. They strove tirelessly to grow stronger, and in return, he offered them guidance and trust. Each one had been chosen personally, a reflection of his confidence in their potential. Just as he had never doubted their ability to win, he expected them to believe in themselves with the same certainty. As a sign of recognition, Roman rewarded the winners of the tournament with 10 gold coins each and 3 days of well-earned rest. His words of gratitude were sincere, his appreciation for their loyalty and effort plain for all to hear. Later, in the quiet of his office, Lucas entered with a report. He informed Roman that the Northeastern Alliance Association had made its decision. As predicted, they had abandoned any thought of resisting Dmitri. Their will to fight had been broken. Lucas remarks that there's little chance they'll cross paths with Dmitri again, unless the perfect moment presents itself. Roman agrees, admitting that no leader can ever hold absolute control. Even under wise rule, opposition will always exist. With uncertainty hanging over Dmitri's potential clashes with the central government, Roman concludes that limiting losses in the Northeast is vital. For him, the Northeastern Alliance is a challenge that cannot be avoided. He feels he has already shaken them enough to force them into facing reality. Now, the next move is clear. Strength must be met with strength, and only with resolve will they prevail. With that, Roman instructs Lucas to push forward with their plan. The scene then shifts far north, outside Cairo. Count Douglas, a man with a reputation to maintain, is seething with anger. His fury is directed at his men, who despite their best efforts, failed to capture a group of bandits or recover a vital stash of money. They explain that while the surrounding bandits were defeated, the treasure itself has remained impossible to find. This fund originally belonged to Count Barco, who foresaw conflicts like the one with the Lawrence family and secretly amassed wealth from sources beyond the Golden Bank. Backed by Douglas and other allies, Barco even enlisted a powerful figure named Homero. Yet despite all that, he was crushed by Roman. In his desperate retreat, Barco lost his life, taking with him the secret of where the money had been hidden. Douglas recalls private conversations he once had with Barco over meals. Those talks reveal the existence of the hidden fund. Determined to reclaim it, Douglas turns to the Black Moon, a shadowy organization, hiring them to track it down. But before they can succeed, disaster strikes. A daring group of bandits ambushes their transport, stealing away the gold bars. The thought of lowly bandits stealing something so important enrages Douglas further. But instead of giving in to despair, he orders his men to scour the entire Northeast until the treasure is found. After relentless searching, a breakthrough finally comes. One of his workers rushes in with urgent news. The Black Moon has located the missing gold. Without delay, Douglas demands to meet them in person. Soon, he stands face to face with Donovan, the leader of the Black Moon, cloaked in mystery. Donovan brings startling news. After closely monitoring the black market, he has uncovered the identity of the thieves. Douglas, consumed with anger and the need for vengeance, demands that Donovan reveal their names at once. Donovan's revelation left Count Douglas stunned. The thieves weren't mere bandits. They were members of the Northeaster Association. What first appeared to be a routine clash with outlaws took an unexpected turn when soldiers from the Alliance Association appeared. The tide quickly shifted, the bandits were subdued, and the stolen carriage filled with gold fell into the soldiers' hands. With certainty, Donovan explained that the soldiers had known exactly whose carriage they were seizing, proving the association's hand in the theft. To strengthen his claim, he produced undeniable evidence: a gold bar retrieved from the black market. Its unique markings were identical to those from Barco's hidden fund. A deeper probe uncovered even more. The servant who sold that bar was directly tied to the Alliance. Reflecting on the moment he delivered this news to Count Douglas, Donovan recognized the weight of his actions. He had exposed what might have been the Alliance Association's perfect scheme. Yet he also understood they had brought this upon themselves by making an enemy out of him. The balance of power in the Northeast was shifting. Once known as a simple intelligence guild, the Black Moon had transformed. Now absorbed into the House sect under Hulkus's leadership, they operated with new strength, serving directly under Roman Dmitri. Douglas's rage ignited like wildfire. Without hesitation, he called for immediate action, demanding contact with the Alliance Association and vowing brutal retribution against those responsible. Meanwhile, within the Alliance Association's council chamber, the air grew heavy with unease. The members knew well the reputation of Count Douglas, feared across the north as a beast who showed no mercy. Fear and doubt rippled through the room as they faced the consequences of being entangled in the theft. It was then that Conrad, calm and composed, rose to address them. He urged everyone to look beyond fear and consider the broader picture. The stolen funds, he reminded them, were not solely Douglas's claim. The money had been loaned to the Barco family, giving the association every right as creditors to demand repayment. Yielding everything to Douglas, Conrad argued, would be unjust. Some wavered, torn between fear of Douglas's fury and the logic of Conrad's reasoning. But Conrad pressed further, reminding them that unity was their strongest shield. If they stood together, Douglas could not crush them so easily. In the end, though unease lingered, the members aligned behind Conrad's words. They understood that a united front was their only chance to withstand Count Douglas, even if it meant defying the beast of the North. Their tense meeting was suddenly interrupted when a worker arrived with urgent news. The Douglas family had requested communication. Conrad, anticipating confrontation, agreed to take the call. On the other end, Count Douglas's fury was unmistakable. He demanded an explanation, accusing the Alliance of outright theft. Conrad, composed as ever, acknowledged Douglas's anger, but countered that the slush fund had always belonged to all the creditors, not just his family. He reminded Douglas that from the very beginning, he had tried to seize everything for himself. But reason did nothing to cool the storm. Douglas's anger only deepened. He declared firmly that the funds were his family's alone and dismissed Conrad's arguments without hesitation. Ignoring every attempt at diplomacy, Douglas announced his decision. He would appeal to the central government and launch a territorial war against the entire Northeastern Alliance Association. He vowed to expose their weakness, highlighting how vulnerable they had become without Barco's protection. Conrad ended the call gravely and turned to the others, warning that they now faced a dangerous crisis. The scene then shifts to Roman's office. Lucas steps in, delivering the update. As expected, Douglas has declared war on the Alliance. Roman, unfazed, responds calmly. Once Douglas makes a decision, he never wavers. And this, Roman explains, is exactly what he had planned for. He explains further. Conrad, despite his rationality, has one fatal flaw. If Douglas continues to escalate, Conrad will eventually abandon his pride and surrender, choosing survival over dignity. To ensure this outcome, Roman orders Lucas to spread rumors immediately. Conrad must be cornered, left with no path of retreat, no chance to avoid the conflict. The story then moves north to the bustling markets of Cairo. Among the noise of daily trade, whispers begin to ripple through the crowd. An old food vendor talks to his customer about growing tensions, shocking those who overhear. Word spreads that the Northeastern Alliance is preparing to attack Count Douglas's lands. Not long after, a beggar with a ragged cap joins in, carrying tales straight from a Conrad family servant. He claims Conrad, enraged after his call with Douglas, smashed furniture in fury and vowed to bring Douglas down no matter the cost. The rumors spread like wildfire, carried by merchants, servants, and common folk, all quietly linked back to the house sect. And soon, the entire territory is buzzing with the belief that the Northeastern Alliance is preparing for war. The story shifts back to Count Douglas, his fury now burning hotter as rumors spread across the land. Summoning his officials, he declared with unwavering resolve that he would never forgive the Alliance Association. On his family's honor, he vowed to crush them completely. Later, during a tense magical call between Douglas and Conrad, the atmosphere bristled with hostility. Conrad, keeping his composure, tried to soothe his friend's anger. He insisted that the Alliance had not taken any aggressive action. On the contrary, they were even considering offering monetary compensation as a gesture of goodwill, hoping to repair the damage caused by the incident. Conrad's tone was firm yet patient. He urged Douglas to see reason, assuring him that the rumors did not reflect the Alliance's true intentions. But Douglas's response was sharp and scornful. His voice carried defiance as he rejected every word. He made it clear that he had not called to discuss peace, but to declare war. With disdain, he branded the Alliance selfish and weak, vowing to erase them entirely. Without room for compromise, the call ended abruptly, leaving only silence in its wake. Conrad looked around the room at the uneasy faces of the other members. Their concerns echoed the same fear. If this conflict escalated, countless civilians would suffer. Unable to handle Douglas's wrath alone, Conrad suggested appealing to the central government. But when he reached out to Count Peru, the reply was disheartening. Peru acknowledged the seriousness of the crisis, but refused to intervene. This was a problem the Alliance had to resolve on its own. With no aid coming from above, the members of the Alliance were forced to face the truth. War was unavoidable. The shadow of conflict loomed heavier than ever. Just when despair began to take root, an unexpected message arrived. It was from Roman Dmitri. Conrad hesitated, wary that Roman might only be calling to mock their predicament. Yet, when he answered, what he heard surprised him. Roman's voice carried no arrogance. Instead, he spoke with sincerity, expressing a desire to uncover the truth behind the turmoil. Caught off guard, Conrad's suspicion slowly gave way to a spark of cautious hope. Against his expectations, he found himself opening up to Roman, revealing the growing tensions with Count Douglas. Grasping the gravity of the situation, Roman voiced his concern over the looming conflict in the Northeast. He asked Conrad directly, what were his plans now that Northeastern force was preparing to cross their borders? Roman insisted that he could not stand idle. He felt a responsibility to step in, to prevent further bloodshed before the fighting consumed the region. Conrad was caught off guard by the offer. He questioned Roman's sudden willingness to lend support. Was this truly out of goodwill, or was there something more beneath the surface? Though wary, Conrad recognized the potential advantages of cooperation and chose to listen. Roman did not shy away from Conrad's doubts. He admitted that while the past had been turbulent between Dmitri and the Alliance, his current concern was larger than personal grievances. If the Northeast collapsed into chaos, all of Cairo would suffer. His goal was simple: preserve peace and stability. Hearing the conviction in Roman's words, Conrad's skepticism began to ease. He found himself agreeing. Their goals were aligned. Both wanted stability, both wanted to avoid needless losses. With the enemy's advance pressing closer, Conrad knew he could no longer afford hesitation. Setting aside old pride, he pledged the alliance's cooperation and assured Roman that they were prepared to honor whatever terms he required in return. Roman weighed the risks carefully. Staying uninvolved could spare him effort in the short term, but the long-term damage to Cairo's fragile balance of power would be disastrous. Stability had to take priority. Thus, Roman made his offer plain. He would support the Alliance Association if they agreed to reconcile with Dmitri and work toward cooperation in the future. Conrad bristled at the request. To align with Dmitri, once scorned for his lowly origins, felt almost insulting. Yet, when he considered the Alliance's precarious position, he knew better than to dismiss the offer outright. Caution tempered his pride, and he resolved to think carefully before giving his answer. Meanwhile, in Count Douglas's camp, the seriousness of the coming war could be seen clearly. His entire army assembled, a display of strength and preparation. During council, one of his officials urged Douglas to set clear terms for what would follow after victory. Douglas agreed without hesitation. He understood that war was not only about the battlefield, it was about shaping the future that came after. His mind drifted briefly to the fall of the Barco family, which had left the Northeast fractured and exposed. To Douglas, that weakness was an opportunity. He knew the value of such territory and intended to seize control. While many believed Douglas was nothing more than a brute who relied on sheer force, he proved them wrong. He refused reckless charges. Every move was calculated, every step designed to maximize his chances of success. And in that cold, strategic patience, the beast of the North revealed his true nature. Count Douglas's careful strategy had kept him alive up to this point. He had never dared to strike Barco while the central government still backed them. But now the situation had changed. With Barco gone and the alliance left weakened, Douglas felt confident. He believed he could rally the northern lords to his banner and seize the fractured northeast for himself. When he marched to face the Alliance Association's forces, Douglas demanded to meet their commanding officer. It was his way of asserting dominance. Yet the alliance refused, insisting it was not the right moment for negotiations, and asked him to wait. Irritated, Douglas pressed further. Why delay when their armies were already gathered? He scorned their hesitation, calling it a relic of an outdated system. But before the argument could escalate further, one of his men cried out. A figure was approaching. Expecting reinforcements for the alliance, Douglas turned to look. Instead, what he saw left him speechless, the banner of Dmitri. And at the front of the troop rode Roman himself. Stunned, Douglas struggled to understand why Roman had come to the battlefield. But Roman wasted no time explaining. Just as Douglas had rallied the northern lords under his cause, Roman too had gathered support. Except he had done so for the alliance. His presence was not a coincidence. It was the result of a calculated strategy. The revelation shook Douglas deeply. He realized too late that Roman had turned his own call for northern unity into justification for joining the war. The lords who had come to support Douglas were equally unsettled. They grumbled among themselves, frustrated that they hadn't known Roman would appear. Some even admitted they might have thought twice about taking Douglas's side had they been informed earlier. As tension mounted, Conrad urged Douglas to act with caution. Charging headlong into battle would only play into Roman's hands. But Douglas, caught between anger and uncertainty, could barely process the shifting tides. Then Roman delivered challenge. The Northerners had a choice: fight in close combat or face the destruction of a full-scale battle. Douglas froze. The idea of clashing with Roman directly filled him with dread. Despite having more troops than the alliance, he knew Roman's reputation as a warrior was legendary. Against him, sheer numbers might mean nothing. For the first time, Douglas found himself at a loss. His confidence shaken, his strategy crumbling before his eyes. Unable to see a clear way forward, Count Douglas wrestled with the weight of the looming conflict. Then, with unshakable confidence, Roman made an audacious proposal. He declared that Douglas could send 3 swordsmen against him at once. And if that wasn't enough, he was even willing to face 5. The sheer boldness of the challenge left Douglas momentarily stunned. Though he respected Dmitri's strength, Roman's suggestion felt unbelievable. Could one man truly think he could stand against 5 seasoned fighters? Yet Roman's tone carried no mockery. He spoke earnestly, expressing a genuine desire to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. This duel, he explained, was his way of reaching a peaceful resolution. All that remained was Douglas's answer. Needing time, Douglas asked for a moment to reflect. The scene then shifts to a quiet forest clearing where Douglas gathered with 5 northern lords. After careful thought, he announced his decision. He would accept Roman's challenge. With 5 skilled warriors, he believed their combined strength could finally overwhelm even Roman's formidable skill. Not everyone agreed. 2 of the lords voiced hesitation. They warned Douglas not to underestimate Roman, recalling his victory over Butler, a renowned swordsman, and reminding everyone of the danger they faced. But Douglas remained firm. No matter what choice they made, a clash with Roman was inevitable. Better to face him now than to allow him to dictate the terms later. Douglas pointed to his trusted twin swordsmen, Vinton and Vintel, who had once defeated a 4-star opponent. Their coordinated skill, combined with the other 3 warriors, gave him confidence they could at least match Roman blow for blow. Rumors painted Roman as an unstoppable force, but Douglas insisted this duel was their chance to prove otherwise. To Douglas and the Northern Lords, Roman's decision looked reckless. If they could defeat him during this display of confidence, the balance of power in the Northeast would be theirs. Victory over Roman Dmitri would mean dominance over the entire region. With renewed determination, the lords agreed to Douglas's plan. Together, they would make Roman regret his arrogance. As preparations were made, the arrival of a representative from the central government added even greater weight to the upcoming duel. Now, Roman faced impossible odds. 5 opponents united against him, with the eyes of the government watching. The soldiers began forming their strategy. The twin brothers, Vinton and Vintel, took the lead. Their plan was simple yet deadly. They would attack from opposite sides, striking where Roman's vision could not reach. While the twins drew his attention, the other 3 would seize the opening and strike with full force. The stage was set. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The battle that would decide the Northeast was about to begin. The twins, full of confidence, assured the others that their coordinated strikes would create the perfect opening to bring Roman down. They promised that victory would bring shared glory and wealth, urging the remaining soldiers to commit fully to the plan. When all were in position, the duel began. Vinton and Vintel surged forward together, their energy focused, their movements perfectly in sync. But their unity meant nothing before Roman's power. With a single devastating strike, he cut through their assault and dropped them instantly. Gasps echoed across the field. Count Douglas and the Northern Lords could only stare, stunned at how easily Roman had broken their strongest fighters. Roman did not press the attack. Instead, he turned to Douglas and the gathered lords, his voice calm but unyielding. He spoke of the past, of how, during the Barco family's reign, negotiation had always been favored. Yet when Dmitri rose to power, no one ever tried speaking with him or the alliance. They had dismissed him, ignoring the weight of his family's growing legacy. That arrogance, Roman warned, was their greatest mistake. His words unsettled the Northern Lords, their certainty shaken. Then Roman offered them one final choice: withdraw completely and avoid the bloodshed, or commit to a traditional battle, knowing full well the cost in lives. Douglas hesitated. The reality was harsh. In open war, countless of his men would die. By honoring the duel, only 5 lives would be lost. Though bitter, he chose to see the decision through, sparing the bulk of his army. Roman nodded in acceptance, but the remaining 3 soldiers wavered. With the twins defeated, they knew the outcome was already sealed. Fear and doubt crept into their hearts, and hesitation slowed their blades. Roman saw their reluctance and dismissed it as cowardice. To strip away any excuse, he dropped his sword, standing unarmed before them. With unshakable confidence, he dared them to continue. Shame drove them forward. Believing they finally had the advantage, they charged. But Roman's power needed no blade. With a single crushing punch, he shattered one soldier's sword and dropped him flat. The other 2 tried to surrender in desperation, but Roman gave them no mercy. In swift, precise motions, he subdued them both, leaving them broken and defeated. When the dust settled, Roman turned his gaze toward Count Douglas and the Northern Lords. His stance was unwavering, his expression firm, his presence impossible to ignore. With a voice that carried authority, Roman asked if anyone still had objections. None came. Count Douglas and the Northern Lords lowered their heads, acknowledging his dominance in silence. When Roman returned to Conrad, he was met with gratitude. Conrad bowed deeply, thanking him for his decisive intervention. Roman assured him that their partnership would continue, a promise of unity in the days ahead. Conrad could not help but reflect. Had the alliance chosen to march into a full-scale war against Dmitri, they would have been crushed. Instead, Roman strategy had secured stability, firmly establishing the Northeast under his influence. A few days later, the scene shifted to the grand conference hall of the Northeastern Alliance Association. Around the table sat Conrad and the other members, with Roman Dmitri now seated at the center. Roman announced that his father had entrusted him with full authority in these matters. He asked if anyone opposed his leadership. Silence filled the chamber. No one dared. A faint smile touched Roman's lips as he prepared to speak. He had news, and it was not something to be taken lightly. His question broke the quiet like a blade. Do you believe the Cairo kingdom is truly on the right path? The weight of his words lingered. It wasn't only Hector's invasion that concerned him, though that danger was real. What troubled him more was the rot within Cairo itself. He spoke of the Southern Front, where commanders treated him with suspicion instead of trust, even as enemy forces pressed hard. He spoke of the central government, where endless power struggles raged like storms, weakening the kingdom from within. Without Roman and his men, the southern line would have collapsed long ago, leaving Cairo wide open to Hector's conquest. His gaze hardened, his voice steady with conviction born of war. If another conflict came, he warned, the central government would not hesitate to draft soldiers from every region, sending them to die as expendable pawns. Families would grieve for their dead, while the government used the chaos to tighten its grip, its influence spreading unchecked across the land. The room grew tense. Concern and unease spread across the faces of those listening. Roman's words cut deep, but they could not deny the truth. Then, with calm authority, Roman offered a path forward. We must look to the root of this conflict, he said. The treatment we endure is unjust. If the nobles of the capital exploit the central government for their own gain, then why shouldn't we, here in the Northeast, unite for our own survival? His words hung in the air like a spark waiting to catch fire. The proposal was bold, a vision of solidarity in the face of chaos. But Roman knew time was not on their side. Once Dmitri moved, the central government would act swiftly, and when that moment came, the Northeast had to be ready. For Roman, uniting the Northeast was more than a political move, it was survival. Only through strength and solidarity could the region resist the suffocating influence of the central government. Breaking the silence, Jonathan raised a question that weighed on everyone's mind. But will our unity truly stand against the central government? His voice carried the doubts shared around the table. He pointed out the glaring vulnerabilities. If regions like Lawrence's were left out, the Northeast would be standing on shaky ground, dangerously close to collapse. Jonathan reminded the council that their survival depended heavily on imports from neighboring territories. Food, supplies, trade, all flowed from outside. If the Northeast defied the central government, those lifelines could be severed overnight. Their businesses, deeply tied to central authority, would crumble. Independence sounded appealing, but in reality, it seemed nearly impossible. Without breaking this dependence, the nobles of the Northeast would always be bound like puppets, dancing to the capital's will. Roman rose to answer. Speaking directly to the counts, he acknowledged their fears but offered a solution. Holding up a sheet of paper, he declared, "This is my plan for developing the Northeast. Our land may be rugged, but its potential is vast." He pointed to the mountains dominating Dmitri's territory, endless ranges, imposing and wild. To most, they were an obstacle. To Roman, they were a fortress. He envisioned a stronghold built in those peaks, a place where the people could find refuge and protection. The mountains would not only shield them from external threats, but also provide fertile land to sustain their own population. Self-sufficiency, he explained, was the key to freedom. Conrad voiced his doubts, skeptical that such ambitious plans could truly be realized. But Roman's response was unwavering. It is possible. He recalled the fortress of the heavenly demon-divine cult, hidden deep within the 10,000 mountains. That bastion had withstood countless assaults from the Orthodox MIM for years, its natural defenses impenetrable. Roman compared that legendary stronghold to Dmitri's land, pointing out that the Northeast already had another advantage: skilled blacksmiths. Was it mere chance, or destiny guiding them toward this path? One by one, Roman laid out his plans before the nobles. Maps marked with reclamation zones, areas of development, blueprints for fortresses, each page a piece of a larger vision. His voice was steady, calm, and assured. He reminded them that this would not be easy. It would take years of effort. But brick by brick, the Northeast would carve out the strength to resist the central government's grip. The counts studied the documents in awe. The detail was staggering. Reclamation, fortress design, agricultural expansion. Every piece accounted for. Jonathan, who had raised the first objection, found himself speechless. His doubt gave way to amazement as he realized the depth of Roman's foresight. Roman's proposals were no mere words. They were a blueprint for the future, a concrete plan of action. One by one, the nobles gave their support. Viscount Lawrence pledged his family's loyalty to Dmitri's cause, soon followed by Conrad. In the end, unanimity prevailed. The lords of the Northeast stood united beneath Roman's vision. With solemn resolve, Roman gave their union a name, the Dmitri Alliance. It would symbolize their newfound unity and their readiness to stand together under his leadership. The scene then shifted to Romero Dmitri's office. Jonathan himself delivered the news of Roman's achievement. Romero listened quietly, a faint trace of sadness crossing his face as he thought of Rodwell, who had once given his all for the family. Yet pride overshadowed regret. Roman was no longer just a son of the house. He was becoming the very foundation of the Dmitri family's rise. Standing by the window, Romero looked out at the moonlit night. "Beautiful," he murmured, gazing silently at the world below, aware that history itself was being reshaped. Meanwhile, far from this scene, Marquis Valentino wrestled with frustration. For weeks he had been haunted by unanswered questions, ever since receiving a letter from Dmitri's master blacksmith, Hendrik. In it, Hendrik had confessed that not a single sword he crafted had ever been placed for sale in an auction house. This revelation only deepened Valentino's obsession with discovering the truth behind the mysterious blade in his possession, Blaze. Driven by curiosity, Valentino sought answers from countless blacksmiths across the land, but all of them came up empty-handed. Then, just as his doubts began to weigh heavier, a worker entered his study with startling news. Someone had reportedly seen a sword remarkably similar to Blaze, and it was said to belong to a master blacksmith from the Dmitri estate. Stunned, Valentino wasted no time. He ordered preparations for an immediate journey to the Dmitri stronghold. Upon his arrival, he was met by Hendrik, the estate's master blacksmith. Hendrik welcomed him with composure and asked what brought him there. Valentino went straight to the point. He revealed that a month ago, he had acquired Blaze from the Adelian auction house. Hendrik nodded, recalling Valentino's earlier letter about the blade. Without hesitation, Valentino presented Blaze. He praised its flawless craftsmanship, marveling at how it channeled mana perfectly, a feat that placed it far beyond ordinary weapons. He was convinced that the creator of such a sword had to be one of the finest artisans in all of Cairo. As he spoke, his anticipation grew, his eyes locked on Hendrik, eager for any sign of recognition. Hendrik studied the blade in silence, his expression unreadable. This only fueled Valentino's confidence. To him, it was proof. Hendrik knew more than he let on. Pressing further, Valentino remarked that rumors suggested Hendrik possessed another blade similar to Blaze. At this, Hendrik fell quiet. After a long pause, he finally replied that he would retrieve the sword. Valentino's excitement surged. He could hardly contain himself as he waited, certain that he was on the verge of uncovering a secret that would shake the very foundations of Cairo's blacksmithing world. Meanwhile, Hendrik himself pondered deeply, fully aware of the weight Valentino's discovery might carry. Surely a collector of Marquis Valentino's stature would grasp the weight of what he was about to see. With deliberate ceremony, Hendrik finally unveiled the blade. Its name was Salamander. The moment Valentino laid eyes on it, a chill coursed through him. His instinct screamed. This was no ordinary weapon. It was unmistakably the work of the same genius who had forged Blaze. Hendrik confirmed his suspicion. Both Blaze and Salamander came from the same hand. But there was more. Salamander had been the first creation, the predecessor to Blaze. Valentino's mind raced. If Blaze was already a marvel, then Salamander represented the artisan's raw beginnings, proof of a rising genius. Driven by desire, he carefully raised the possibility of purchasing it. But Hendrik shut him down immediately. The blade was not for sale. It was a gift, bound by sentiment and loyalty. Valentino froze. The answer revealed something deeper. Hendrik not only knew the creator, but held a personal connection to him. His thoughts spun wildly. Could it be Baron Romero, the retired patriarch of House Dmitri, who had secretly forged these masterpieces. But Hendrik's next words shattered that theory. The truth struck like thunder. The creator was Roman Dmitri himself. The revelation left Valentino reeling. Roman Dmitri, the youngest ranker in Cairo, already feared as a swordsman, was also the kingdom's greatest blacksmith. The weight of that realization was staggering. Valentino understood immediately what this meant. A sword's value could rise on craftsmanship alone, but a blade forged by Roman Dmitri was more than a weapon. It was a legend, infused with the story of a prodigy whose name already shook the kingdom. Such weapons would be priceless treasures, revered far beyond their steel. His decision was clear. He had to meet Roman Dmitri in person. The scene shifted to the Dmitri training grounds. There, Chris clashed against Roman in a sparring match. Blades danced through the air, cutting sharp arcs as soldiers gathered to watch. Chris attacked with relentless drive, pressing forward with strike after strike. But Roman, with calm precision born of countless battles, evaded every blow. His movements were smooth, deliberate, untouchable. Sensing a fleeting chance, Chris unleashed everything. Channeling his aura, he poured his strength into one decisive strike. The ground shook as a fierce explosion of energy tore across the field. Dust and smoke filled the air. When it cleared, Roman stood tall, unscathed, with Chris lying defeated. Murmurs of awe rippled through the watching soldiers. Roman extended a hand to his sparring partner, offering both praise and correction. "A fine strike," he said, "but bursts of power leave gaps. A skilled opponent will always find them. Learn to break your enemy's balance without showing your intent." His tone was calm, yet every word carried the weight of hard-earned wisdom. Roman's sharp grasp of combat shines through in every bit of his guidance. Watching from a distance, Marquis Valentino can't help but be impressed by Roman Dmitri's strength and mastery. Across the kingdom, Roman's name is already on everyone's lips, especially after defeating Hector's second strongest warrior. Marquis begins to wonder what recognition awaits Roman as he continues to rise in Cairo. Having witnessed his power firsthand, he realizes the balance of influence within the kingdom might soon shift. Even Marquis Valentino, seeing Roman in action, finds himself filled with newfound respect. It's now obvious, Roman is far more than just whispers and rumors. The thought that a blacksmith from Cairo could very well be the most gifted man on the continent catches Marquis completely off guard. Just as he's lost in this thought, an attendant announces a guest. Roman turns to see Marquis Valentino, who immediately steps forward and extends his hand. As they shake hands, Marquis can't help but marvel. This was the very hand that forged Blaze, the legendary sword. After introducing themselves, they move into a private chamber. There, Marquis explains why he came Blaze. Roman instantly recognizes the blade as the one he had once entrusted to Lucas. Marquis explains that he had poured his family's immense wealth into uncovering the truth behind the weapon's origin. Known as the wealthiest man in Cairo, Marquis wastes no time and directly asks Roman if he was truly the creator of Blaze. Roman reflects on the irony. Standing before him is Marquis Valentino, a man infamous for hoarding rare treasures, yet also one of Cairo's most influential figures. He commands elite forces called Mong, oversees the kingdom's thriving trade, and through his fortune alone could tip the scales of power. Yet, despite such power, Valentino always manages to keep the four factions in careful balance. To Roman, Valentino is an intriguing man, shrewd, far-sighted, and never simple. Their discussion continues, and Roman finally acknowledges the truth. He was indeed the one who crafted Blaze. Valentino's eyes brighten instantly. His admiration overflows as he thanks Roman for allowing him the honor of meeting the sword's true master. He recalls the moment he first laid eyes on Blaze at an auction, describing it as a strike of lightning, an unforgettable thrill. To him, Dmitri is the pinnacle of blacksmithing. With that, Valentino leans forward, asking about Roman's heritage and the secret behind his unmatched skill. Then, with a tone of reverence, he makes his request to once more lay eyes on the sword that had captured his soul. Roman gave a slight nod before placing the sword into Valentino's hands. The moment he held it, Valentino's eyes widened in awe. His voice carried both curiosity and admiration as he asked the sword's name. With calm pride, Roman answered, "Darkness." The name struck Valentino deeply. Instantly, his thoughts drifted to legends like Salamander and Blaze, blades renowned across the land. But this was different. Darkness radiated a power and craftsmanship beyond anything he had ever seen. A weapon infused with the essence of shadow itself. For the first time, he felt he was witnessing the work of a blacksmith still climbing toward even greater heights. The thought thrilled him. If Roman had already forged masterpieces like Blaze and Darkness, what unimaginable creations would he forge in the future? Eyes alight with excitement, Valentino leaned forward and presented his offer. His terms were clear. First, if Roman ever chose to sell a sword, Valentino demanded the right to purchase it before anyone else. Second, no matter when or where, he must be the first to witness each new weapon born from Roman's forge. His determination was unmistakable, his words filled with urgency. If Roman could agree to these two conditions, Valentino declared, then the full strength of the Valentino family would stand behind Dmitri. Roman paused, surprised by the weight of such a promise. Valentino, the very man known for keeping his family neutral among the factions, was he truly willing to break that long-held stance? Seeing Roman's hesitation, Valentino pressed further. He revealed the truth. The four great factions had been closing in, applying pressure from all sides. Neutrality could no longer last forever. Eventually, he would be forced to choose a side. And now, with Roman's growing influence, his leadership, and his unmatched skill as the creator of Blaze, Valentino had found his answer. Aligning with Dmitri wasn't just a political move. It was a chance to secure greater prosperity and seize opportunities others couldn't imagine. With a sly smile, he admitted he was genuinely captivated by Roman Dmitri's potential. To him, joining forces was the most advantageous path. Roman rose to his feet, his voice steady and firm. He reminded Valentino of the loyalty the nobles of the Dmitri alliance had already pledged to their family. Then, with a serious gaze, he asked directly, was the Valentino family truly prepared to cast aside neutrality and stand with Dmitri? Valentino bowed his head respectfully, a warm smile on his face as he pledged the Valentino family's unwavering loyalty to Roman. He promised to follow wherever Roman led, no matter how difficult the path ahead. Roman was taken aback by such wholehearted devotion, an unexpected alliance forming right before him. Gratefully, he returned the smile and thanked Valentino, recognizing the weight of this newfound partnership. From that moment onward, he resolved to place his trust in Marquis Valentino's steadiness. Then, almost playfully, Valentino leaned in with a request. He asked if he might share the truth, that Roman was the one who had forged Blaze. He laughed lightly, admitting he would be far too restless if he couldn't brag about such a treasure. Roman, charmed by his straightforward nature, agreed and gave him permission. Soon, the scene shifted to the glittering halls of the Valentino family palace. There, Marquis Valentino proudly unveiled the sword before a gathering of nobles. His voice carried as he spoke of its astonishing abilities, claiming that even a beginner could hold their ground against a veteran with Blaze in hand. Intrigued, the nobles pressed him for proof. With a glint in his eye, Valentino assured them he had never once exaggerated the value of his collection. He emphasized the weapon's creator, the very artisan who had toppled Hector's fighter and was now celebrated as Cairo's hero. The nobles quickly pieced it together. This was the same sword Roman Dmitri had wielded to defeat Butler. At once, its legend deepened. Valentino went on, revealing that Blaze was only one among 3 masterpieces Roman had crafted. Excitement rippled through the hall as the nobles coined a name for them, the Roman Dmitri collection. As Roman's fame spread, the forges of House Dmitri could barely keep up. Demand for their work surged overnight, business booming in a way none of them had anticipated. But while success filled the air of Dmitri Palace, shadows stirred. One night, Roman walked its vast corridors, his mind weighed with thought. From the darkness, a figure stepped forth. Makin, an agent of Valhalla, emerged silently, his presence carrying tension. He wasted no words. Valhalla, he said, had been watching. Roman's victories over Hector and Butler, and his bold creation of the independent Dmitri alliance in the northeast, none of it had escaped their notice. Makin admitted openly that Valhalla had underestimated him. To their eyes, Roman had become a serious obstacle, one that could endanger their ambitions. He leveled his gaze at Roman and delivered his demand. Choose. Would Roman follow Valhalla or oppose it? Roman's lips curved into a confident smirk. His reply was sharp and unwavering. And why? He asked. Should I obey Valhalla? The question echoed through the dimly lit hall, heavy and unyielding, as Macken's words hung in the silence between them. Macken's tone was sharp as he cautioned Roman about the hostility he was showing toward Valhalla. But Roman didn't waver. Let's get one thing straight, Roman declared firmly. He reminded Macken that it had been him who first drew the line. Roman wasn't looking to force loyalty out of anyone, nor did he intend to bend others to his will. His convictions were unshaken, even with the threat of conflict hanging over them. As Macken's warning lingered in the air, Roman's mind turned elsewhere. Cairo had been under Kronos' eye for years, and if Valhalla dared to strike, the Empire would not stay silent. That thought weighed heavily, but Roman stayed resolute. Meeting Macken's gaze, he issued a stern warning. If Macken wanted to avoid becoming an enemy, he needed to hold his ground and wait. Roman believed the alliance he was building would rise to dominate Cairo's politics. Dmitri would be the spark that brought about change. Macken hadn't expected such determination. He couldn't help but admire Roman's boldness. Still, he didn't hold back. Don't let pride blind you, Macken cautioned. Arrogance only draws challengers. Butler was nothing compared to what Valhalla holds. This continent is vast, and threats far greater than him are out there. With those words, he slipped into the shadows, leaving Roman with time to reconsider. Macken hoped Roman would tread carefully in shaping the Dmitri alliance. The political currents in Cairo shifted restlessly. Various factions approached Roman, urging him to make his move. The pressure grew heavier with each passing day. Meanwhile, inside the opulent office of Marquis Benedict, unease stirred. A subordinate questioned Marquis Benedict about his stance on Roman. Mark's reply was elusive. If Roman joined him, past grudges would be erased. But if Roman sided elsewhere, Marquis promised he would face the weight of his retribution. Back in his quarters, Roman stood silently at the window, deep in thought. The Dmitri alliance had stabilized the balance of power for now, but he knew their window was narrow. The next year would decide everything. War loomed closer, and with it, inevitable sacrifices. To endure, Roman had to sharpen his strength, especially his command of magic, the very force that could shift the tide. Across the continent stood 13 grand towers, each one a pillar of magical might. Among the 13 towers, none rivaled the prestige of the Heavenly Palace. It was there that the great conclave of mages was held, where each tower presented their progress and breakthroughs. The Phoenix Tower revealed their mastery of fifth circle spells, an impressive feat on its own, but the crowd barely spared them a glance. Their problem ran deeper than spellcraft. The Phoenix Tower was trapped in an identity crisis, burdened by the loss of their ancient burning grimoire, a legacy handed down through generations. Within the tower walls, Felix carried the weight of this decline. 3 years ago, circumstances thrust him into leadership, a role he had never sought. His mentor's sudden disappearance left a void he couldn't fill, and without the grimoire, his inadequacy only grew more apparent. The tower's members lost faith, their despair compounded by the withdrawal of funding from the Frank Empire. Just when the future seemed hopeless, a sealed letter arrived. The mark of Roman Dmitri blazed upon it. Inside lay a proposal unlike any Felix expected. Dmitri would support the Phoenix Tower, and in return, Felix would serve as Roman's sparring partner for 6 months, receiving a stipend of 1,000 gold each month. It wasn't salvation, but it was a chance. With no other path forward, Felix accepted. Now, as his carriage rattled toward Dmitri, his thoughts wandered. The Dmitri lands were famed for their smiths, not for sorcery. Across the continent, the Heavenly Palace stood as the pinnacle of magic, while 7 of the strongest towers were rooted firmly within the Kronos Empire. Cairo, and especially Dmitri, were considered wastelands for mages. Yet Dmitri was anything but weak. In the harsh northeastern lands, they had carved out a reputation for iron discipline and unmatched strength. That alone had drawn Felix here, to stand at the gates of this unlikely power. At the entry point, order reigned. Soldiers moved with precise efficiency, their actions seamless and deliberate. One guard stepped forward, his expression stern as he carried out his duty with unwavering focus. The guard blocked Felix's path, demanding to know his purpose. Felix, calm yet composed, introduced himself and presented Roman Dmitri's letter of invitation. As he was escorted inside, Felix couldn't help but take in his surroundings. The Dmitri estate radiated discipline. Soldiers moved in perfect unison. Magical devices gleamed in carefully chosen positions, and towering fortress walls hinted at defenses built for war. Even in this remote land, Dmitri's strength was undeniable. At last, Felix stood before Roman himself. Roman's presence was commanding, his authority unmistakable. With a firm handshake and steady gaze, he welcomed Felix into Dmitri's domain. Felix felt a wave of respect. There was something about Roman that demanded both trust and admiration. Not wasting time, Felix asked directly about the offer laid out in the letter. Roman confirmed it without hesitation. 6 months as a sparring partner, 1,000 gold coins per month, a total of 6,000 gold. It was no small sum. Still, Felix questioned it. Why him? Surely there were countless others eager for such an opportunity. Roman's answer was precise. The Phoenix Tower's mastery of flame magic was unrivaled, and Felix's skill in that field stood out. Roman also acknowledged the hardships the tower was enduring, making this partnership valuable for both sides. Paying Felix generously wasn't charity, it was an investment. Roman also set the terms clearly. Any harm suffered during their training would be his responsibility to bear, as long as Felix gave his all. But the risks were real, and Roman would not be blamed for the consequences. Felix's thoughts grew heavy. Did Roman truly understand what it meant to challenge a mage's full power, or was he underestimating it? The scene shifted to Dmitri's training grounds. Roman stood ready, giving Felix the courtesy of the first move. Felix didn't hesitate. With determination, he unleashed his flames of the firelands, a fierce blast that detonated with a roar. Roman's swift movement carried him out of harm's way, the explosion erupting just behind him. Felix pressed on, refusing to back down. With a sharp incantation, he summoned an inferno, flames erupting in a blaze that surged straight for Roman. Fire walls rose on either side, trapping him in a blazing corridor. Not stopping there, Felix unleashed his final attack, a rune flare cast with everything he had. The searing spell streaked toward Roman, and for a moment Felix believed victory was his. But when the fire cleared, Roman was already behind him, untouched. A faint smile flickered across Roman's face as he remarked on Felix's hesitation to use fifth circle magic. The words left Felix stunned. Through the flames, Roman walked as though the fire were nothing. The calmness in his stride unsettled Felix, who instantly blinked away, teleporting to safety before Roman's hand could close around him. He barely caught his breath before Roman was on him again, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Desperate, Felix cast a binding spell, locking Roman in place. For a brief moment, it worked. Roman strained against the hold while Felix prepared his strongest flames. Channeling every ounce of strength, he unleashed another blazing inferno, torrents of fire flooding the training ground. But Roman was unshaken. He slipped past each wave with terrifying ease, appearing before Felix once more with a confident smirk. The spar ended there. Roman simply announced they would continue the next day, leaving Felix sprawled on the ground, shaken by what had just happened. He couldn't shake the feeling. Roman had read every spell as if he already knew what was coming. That shouldn't have been possible. No magic existed that could predict another's moves. And yet, Roman had done just that. Frustration gnawed at Felix as he thought about tomorrow's duel. How could he overcome an opponent like that? He needed a different approach, something Roman wouldn't expect. The weight of the Phoenix Tower pressed on him. Since the disappearance of his master, Felix had poured himself into fire magic, clinging to the tower's legacy even as it fell into decline. His perseverance had earned respect from his peers, but here, in Dmitri, that alone wasn't enough. The next morning, Felix stood across from Roman once again. This time, his focus was sharper. He cast his opening spell, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Roman's uncanny ability to anticipate his moves haunted him. If he wanted even a chance at victory, he had to break Roman's rhythm and strike in a way he wouldn't see coming. Felix raised his hands and summoned the Stone Age spell. A towering cliff surged upward, cutting off Roman's path. But Roman only smiled calmly, and in that moment Felix understood. Magic wasn't bound by the rigid rules of a sword fight. It was fluid, unpredictable, and he could use that unpredictability to turn the tide. With renewed focus, Felix cast a sweeping fire wave, trying to catch Roman off guard. Yet Roman dodged with ease, vaulting into the air. Felix didn't let up, launching a barrage of fire cannons that rained down relentlessly. Roman blocked them with flawless precision, forming a barrier through his sword alone. The sheer skill left Felix stunned. For a moment, he wondered if Roman's defense was aided by some enchanted weapon. But no. The truth was far more shocking. Roman had shaped the barrier himself. His strength was real. Before Felix could recover, Roman closed the distance and drove a strike deep into his stomach, sending him crashing to the ground. Pain seared through him, but frustration cut even deeper. His strategies weren't enough. Roman, noticing his struggle, broke the silence with an unexpected offer. Use whatever means you like in our battles. Bring in other mages if you must. If you win, I'll pay you 10,000 gold for every victory. The sum staggered Felix. That much could sustain countless lives for an entire year. But behind the offer was a harsh truth. Roman had never once considered him an equal. Roman pressed the question, "Do you accept?" Felix's pride flared. He accepted without hesitation, swearing that he would make Roman yield and drain him of every coin. For Felix, it stopped being about gold. This was personal now. From that moment, Felix fought with everything he had. Each loss fueled him. Each setback drove him to adapt. By their 8th duel, he had begun weaving in trickier tactics. Slow miss to drag down Roman's speed. Magic traps to restrict his movement. Yet nothing worked. Roman cut through all. 30 matches passed. 30 defeats. Felix's pride, once unshakable, began to crack. He could no longer deny it. Alone, he could never overcome Roman Dmitri. Desperation drove him to Nox, a formidable 5th circle mage. Felix pleaded for his aid in the duels. But Nox hesitated. Their combined firepower could spiral out of control, and he feared the consequences of striking down Dmitri's heir. Even more, Nox questioned why Felix, a representative of the Phoenix Tower, was entangling himself in a matter so far removed from their cause. The risks, he warned, were far greater than Felix seemed to realize. Despite Nox's hesitation, Felix pressed harder. He reminded him of the reward, 10,000 gold for a single victory. If they won, he promised to split it evenly. That much money was worth the risk. Nox paused, then asked, "So we only need to beat him once?" Felix nodded, but cautioned him not to underestimate Roman. "It won't be easy. He has a natural ability to counter mages. We'll need a plan." Nox dismissed his concern with a wave. "Leave it to me. My team will handle it." Days later, Nox and 3 others stood before Roman, ready for battle. Roman, calm as ever, gave them the first move. They unleashed a storm of spells, a relentless barrage meant to overwhelm through sheer force. Watching from the sidelines, Felix's heart sank. He recognized the flaw immediately. They were making the same mistakes he had made. And just as he feared, Roman dismantled their assault with frightening ease. One by one, Nox's team fell until only silence filled the grounds. Roman stood unshaken, untouched. As the dust settled, Roman reflected inwardly. His second body transformation had rendered him immune to extremes of heat and cold, stripping away much of the advantage fire-based mages possessed. Against him, their spells were nothing. Nox and his companions groaned on the ground, stunned by the reality of Roman Dmitri's strength. Felix stepped forward and raised a hand. "Stay back. Let me speak with him." Inside the palace, Roman's presence was as commanding as ever. Felix approached cautiously, but this time there was no bravado in his voice. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to defeat you," he admitted. "But tell me this. How do you always know what spell a mage is about to cast?" Roman's lips curved into a confident smile. "I'll show you." Curiosity piqued, Felix followed him into a study. The shelves were lined with grimoires, each one marked and worn from study. Felix's eyes widened at the sheer number. Roman began to explain. Magic, he said, wasn't just power, it was resonance. Mana echoed with the elements. Fire, water, wind, each tied to the natural world. What astonished Felix most was when Roman revealed that the resonance within a magic circle could be read, like words in a language. The patterns told him what spell was forming before it was even unleashed. That was the secret. Roman broke it down into 3 essential skills. First, the ability to sense and understand the resonance of mana. Second, the knowledge to interpret those signals and identify the magic being cast. And third, the speed to act on that understanding before the spell could land. As Roman spoke, Felix listened intently, astonished by the depth of his understanding. The way Roman unraveled the mysteries of magic with such clarity made it feel effortless, yet profound. Felix realized then, Roman's grasp of the arcane arts was extraordinary, far beyond what he had ever imagined. Leaving the room, Felix's thoughts lingered on Roman Dmitri. To call him a genius seemed far too small. What truly left Felix in awe was Roman's relentless drive for strength, a pursuit so absolute it forced Felix to question his own path. For years, he had used his master's disappearance as a shield, a reason to stagnate. But watching Roman shattered that illusion, Felix admitted to himself that he had been avoiding reality. If he wanted to stand as more than a placeholder for the Phoenix Tower, he had to change. From that day forward, Felix pushed himself harder than ever. Weeks turned into months, and progress came steadily. His spells sharpened, his control deepened, and for the first time in years, he felt growth. Life within Dmitri continued to impress him. Though only a borderland barony, their soldiers carried themselves with unshakable discipline and loyalty. It puzzled Felix. What gave Roman such power, and what made his men so different from the forces of other noble houses? Driven by curiosity, Felix wandered into the blacksmith's quarters. He asked one of the workers if Roman often came to the forge. The man nodded, explaining that Roman usually worked in a private smithy, crafting his own blades. Then came the story. The master blacksmith had witnessed it firsthand, Roman forging while flames swallowed his entire body. The fire was so fierce, it looked as though the god of fire himself stood in the forge. Felix was struck speechless, imagining the scene. The description reminded him of his late master's words. To wield burning magic was not simply to control fire, but to embrace it, to live alongside it until flame became part of the soul. If one could endure fire without pain, his master had once said, he could be reborn as fire itself. Roman's connection with flames suddenly made sense. Generations of Dmitri had worked in fire, shaping steel, living and breathing heat every day. Perhaps they had forged not just swords, but a way to exist with fire itself. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Felix sought Roman out at the training grounds. Standing before him, he finally spoke, unable to hold back the question burning in his mind. "Sir Roman, there's a rumor I've heard," he began. Felix studied Roman carefully, curiosity burning in his eyes. "Sir Roman, are the stories true? That you can stand in the flames of the brier as if they were nothing? Do you have some hidden technique?" Roman didn't deny it. He nodded, confirming that he did indeed possess a special method. The answer struck Felix like lightning. It was the missing piece he had been searching for. With clenched fists, he bowed deeply. "Please share it with me. The Phoenix Tower depends on it. For 3 years, we've endured nothing but decline. I can't let my master's legacy fade away." But Roman's reply was cold and direct. "And why should I give you such a gift? You've already been paid for your work. If you want more, what will you offer me in return?" Felix froze. Roman was right. Knowledge that valuable could not come freely. What would he possibly offer in exchange? The question haunted him as he gathered the Phoenix Tower's members in the conference room. He laid everything out for them, waiting to hear their thoughts. It was Nox who spoke up first. "Roman Dmitri is a threat to mages everywhere. But if we can't defeat him, maybe it's wiser to align with him." The room stirred. The suggestion was bold, even unthinkable. Yet Nox pressed on. "Our position in the Frank Empire is already weak. But if we broke away from the traditional order and attached ourselves to a family instead of a nation, we might survive." Felix was stunned. But as the discussion went on, the others agreed. The tower's future couldn't be secured by clinging to the past. Finally, Felix rose and declared his decision. From this day forward, the Phoenix Tower will entrust its future to the Dmitri family. It was a radical shift, a break from centuries of tradition, but it was also the start of a new path. Later, alone in his office, Felix reflected on what he had just set into motion. His thoughts were interrupted by a worker rushing in, breathless. "Tower Master, news about the budget Dmitri allocated to us." Felix braced himself, expecting a harsh reduction during the transition. Instead, he was handed the figure, 24,000 gold yearly. He froze in disbelief. Why? Everyone knew mages bled money, pouring fortunes into grimoires, crystals, and artifacts. To be granted more, not less, was something he had never imagined. The worker standing beside Felix was just as astonished. "It's hard to believe, isn't it? Not only did Lord Dmitri grant us ample funds, but he even said we could request more if needed." Felix was left speechless. Why would Romans show such generosity to mages when so many others treated them as nothing more than burdens. The worker urged him to step outside. When Felix did, his breath caught. Before him stood a grand palace, newly constructed for the Phoenix Tower's members. Its scale was staggering, large enough to house 1,000 people. Chris, standing nearby, noticed Felix's stunned expression. This palace was built with the future in mind. Lord Roman expects your numbers to grow, so everything has been prepared in advance. Curious, Chris asked, "What do you think?" Felix could only admit the truth. "I don't understand it. This level of support, we never expected such kindness from Sir Roman." Chris smiled faintly. "You'll get used to it. Lord Roman values his people deeply. He'll make sure you're cared for." Felix was left unsettled, but not in a bad way. Roman Dmitri was revealing a side he had never anticipated, a leader who didn't just command respect, but gave it freely in return. Meanwhile, within the Dmitri palace, Hans was busy instructing his replacement, Murphy. He carefully outlined Roman's daily routines, ensuring towels were always ready after training, and warm water was prepared for his baths. Though a little worried about Murphy's inexperience, Hans was reassured knowing the young man had graduated from the prestigious Adele Academy. Hans was preparing to take a rare day off, eager to attend his granddaughter's birthday party. Holding the small doll he had picked as a gift, he wondered anxiously if she would like it. But just as he was leaving, a worker awaited him by the gate. Startled, Hans asked why he was there. The man politely gestured toward a waiting carriage. "Young Lord Roman ordered us to escort you." The scene shifted to Harrison, Hans's son. When he arrived home, his modest house was in chaos. Workers bustled about, decorating and preparing for the celebration. Stunned, Harrison turned to his wife, but she was just as bewildered. The workers explained they had been sent by Roman Dmitri himself. Still overwhelmed, Harrison asked, "Why? Why would Lord Roman do all this?" "My father, he's just a servant." At that, one of the workers stepped forward. "My name is Lucas. Young Lord Roman sent us here as a gesture of gratitude for Hans's years of loyalty and service." Lucas's voice was calm but firm as he clarified, "Young Master Roman holds Sir Hans in the highest regard. To him, your father is more than a servant. He is someone irreplaceable. Tell me, Harrison, has your father ever spoken of Lord Roman?" Harrison froze. Memories surfaced unbidden. He remembered the way Roman Dmitri had once been ridiculed, called useless and unworthy of the family name. Back then, Harrison had shared the doubts of many, unable to see anything promising in the young master. But Hans had been different. His father had always defended Roman, saying he was simply enduring a difficult season, that greatness often came quietly before revealing itself. Now, with Lucas's words echoing in his ears, Harrison's eyes stung with tears. Roman hadn't forgotten. He had seen Hans's loyalty all along, and he was repaying it with respect no noble had ever shown before. As the guests began arriving for his daughter's birthday, Harrison's emotions swelled further. Their modest home had been transformed beyond recognition. Lavish decorations, tables overflowing with food, everything brighter and grander than he had ever dreamed. The guests murmured in disbelief, some whispering if they had stepped into the wrong house. The murmurs silenced when soldiers entered, forming two rows in disciplined unison. Everyone straightened, watching as the soldiers announced the arrival of an important guest. To everyone's astonishment, it was Hans who appeared. Harrison's chest tightened as he rushed forward, embracing his father in front of the entire gathering. The warmth of their reunion filled the room, moving those who witnessed it. For once, there was no trace of servitude in the way people looked at Hans, only respect. The celebration carried on, the mood alive with joy. Harrison's daughter squealed happily as she unwrapped her grandfather's gift, a doll that instantly became her treasure. But the surprises didn't end there. A gift from Count Conrad followed, a gleaming ruby ring that left the guests whispering in shock. Then came a necklace from Viscount Lawrence and a brooch from Count Adelon. One after another, noble gifts piled up, each more extravagant than the last. The meaning was clear. These nobles weren't here for the child's birthday. They were here for Hans. His loyalty to Roman had earned him a place of honor. In standing by the young master when the world mocked him, Hans had become more than a servant. He was now a pillar of Roman's rise. And the nobles, ever cautious of power, sought to tie themselves to him. Harrison stood overwhelmed, his gratitude battling with uncertainty. Then, at last, he opened the final gift, the one marked with Roman's name. His heart pounded as curiosity burned inside him. What had Roman chosen for his granddaughter? Inside the final box, Harrison found not a jewel or trinket, but a letter. As his eyes scanned the seal, his breath caught. It was a recommendation to Glory Academy. The significance struck him instantly. Glory Academy, the most prestigious school on the continent, was a dream beyond reach for commoners. Even the wealthy struggled to gain admission, and yet Roman had secured this chance for his daughter. Harrison's hands trembled. This wasn't a gift of wealth. It was a gift of future, a life-changing opportunity no amount of gold could buy. Tears streamed down his face as gratitude overwhelmed him. The scene shifted to Dmitri Palace. Hans approached Roman quietly, humility in his every step. Bowing, he confessed, "My lord, these gifts, they are too much. Serving you and earning your trust has already been more than enough for me." Roman listened, his thoughts drifting to the memories of another life as the heavenly demon. In those years, he had once turned to his closest follower, the mad demon, with the same question that now surfaced in his heart. Had he ever regretted following him? The answer then, as now, was unwavering. The mad demon had sworn that Roman's trust alone had been worth a lifetime of loyalty. Looking at Hans, Roman felt the same truth. This man, who had served him longer than even his own father, was more than a servant. Roman's voice softened as he said, "Hans, you are not just someone who waits on me. You are my family. Your loyalty and sincerity are things I cherish deeply. These gifts are not charity. They are what you deserve." Hans's chest tightened as emotion welled up inside him. To be acknowledged in such a way by the young master he had always defended, it was more than he had ever hoped for. Roman ended with warmth in his tone, congratulating Hans on his granddaughter's birthday. In that moment, the bond between them became something unshakable. A year later, far from Dmitri Palace, the winds of change swept through Cairo. At the Valhalla Temple's Cairo branch, Willis tended lazily to the flowers, boredom etched across his face. But even in monotony, his mind wandered back to the upheaval of the past year. Ever since Roman Dmitri had returned from the Southern Front, the kingdom had been shaken by a single announcement: the ranking battles. Rankers, who once wasted their strength in petty rivalries, now fixed their gaze on Roman. For an entire year, they prepared themselves to face him. Though officially ranked 100 after defeating Homos, it was his triumph over Butler, the second strongest swordsman in the kingdom, that proved his strength was far greater than the ranking suggested. Roman's rapid rise had turned him into a looming threat. With his strength, he could challenge anyone ranked above him, from 99 all the way up to the first seat. Such a move would shake the kingdom's entire ranking system, sending shockwaves throughout the region. One afternoon, a messenger from the Valhalla temple hurried to Willis. "Roman Dmitri has contacted the temple," he announced. Willis's eyes lit up. That could only mean one thing. The long-awaited public ranking battles were finally about to begin. Elsewhere, inside the central government palace, Marquis Benedict leaned over a report. His expression darkened as he read hints of Roman's plans. Cairo's political climate was already volatile. Tower masters across nations, including the Phoenix Towers in the Frank Kingdom, had mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, the Kronos Empire stirred unrest, accusing neighboring powers and fueling whispers of war. For the smaller nations near Kronos, the future looked grim. Conquest seemed inevitable. Benedict knew Cairo needed strength at its helm. A fragile ruler would spell disaster. And now Roman Dimitri's rise complicated everything further. If he threw his weight behind the aristocracy, it would disrupt the fragile balance of power and provoke the ruling authorities. Benedict leaned back, frustrated. Did Roman plan this all along? To climb the ranks from the bottom, reshaping the kingdom in his own way? Meanwhile, the arena roared with anticipation. Thousands filled the stands, their voices carrying like thunder as the first public ranking battle was set to begin. Roman Dmitri, rank 100, against Jaden, rank 99. The fighters faced off. Jaden couldn't hide his irritation. "Why me?" he muttered. If Roman was as formidable as the rumors claimed, why waste time on someone barely holding the edge of the rankings? It made no sense. Studying his opponent, Jaden expected a grizzled warrior, but what stood before him was a man far younger than he imagined. The arrogance in the rumors, claims that Roman was already preparing for his next opponent, only deepened his irritation. The signal was given. Jaden moved first, pouring all his strength into a decisive strike. But before he could even blink, Roman sidestepped effortlessly. With nothing more than a simple touch, Roman sent Jaden crumpling to the ground. The fight was over before Jaden even understood what had happened. Gasps swept through the crowd as Willis stepped forward, his tone sharp. Was this really necessary? You didn't need to face someone like Jaden. You should have gone straight for the top 30. But Roman's answer came steady, without hesitation. Some hailed him as a rising hero, while others dismissed him as a reckless upstart. Roman paid no attention to either side. His goal was simple: prove his strength by defeating every ranker, one by one, without shortcuts. He would climb from the very bottom and show the world that skill alone was enough. Willis couldn't help but grin at that resolve. Yes, he thought, this is the Roman I wanted to see, the one who will shatter every expectation. The skeptics didn't have to wait long. Within a day of toppling Jaden, Roman faced Delhi, the 98th ranker. The match lasted less than a breath. Roman crushed him effortlessly, and Willis declared him the new 98th without hesitation. Roman didn't pause. He immediately sought out the next challenger. The 97th ranker fell with a single strike, the arena echoing with gasps of disbelief. These were no weaklings. They were all seasoned 3-star rankers who had fought tooth and nail to secure their positions. Yet to Roman, each match ended in under 10 seconds. In just 2 days, he climbed in 91st place. The sheer pace of his ascent left the kingdom in awe. Even those who mocked him before fell silent, unable to deny what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Jaden stirred awake, his body aching and his mind clouded. The last thing he remembered was facing Roman, then nothing. A temple worker came to his side. You were defeated by Roman Dmitri. That's why you feel like this. Jaden blinked, dazed. Defeated? But how long have I been out? The worker's expression was grim. A full day. You're the only one who's woken up so far. The words struck hard. Jaden's thoughts tumbled over each other. How many has he fought since then? How many has he beaten? 5. The worker answered before he could ask aloud. 5 rankers in a single day, including you. Jaden's breath caught. The scale of it was beyond anything he had imagined. But the worker's next words were even harsher. And none of them were ever his true opponents. A cold dread washed over Jaden. The pain in his body suddenly flared, sharp and overwhelming. The worker pressed a hand to his shoulder. You should know, Roman strike damaged your muscles severely. You won't recover for at least a month. The weight of it all crushed Jaden. He wasn't just defeated. He had been erased from the path Roman Dmitri was carving upward. Jaden, still reeling from his defeat, forced himself to speak out. His body ached, his pride was shattered, but he knew he had to warn the others. He described Roman's crushing power, how a single blow had left him broken. Facing Roman wasn't just about risking defeat. It meant risking one's very future. Injuries from him didn't heal easily. But even as Jaden spoke, Roman was already climbing. Within a week, he had torn through every ranker from 91 to 40, cutting them down with frightening efficiency. Each victory silenced another doubter, the rumors of luck or exaggeration fading like mist under the morning sun. Those ranked between 39 and 30 no longer resisted. They accepted their fate, knowing they had no chance of holding their ground. But Fernando, the 30th ranker, chose differently. Ranker 32 tried to dissuade him, warning that Roman was more like a 5-star warrior than a 3-star opponent. Most agreed. Facing him now was suicide. Yet Fernando stood firm. This isn't recklessness, he declared. This is what it means to be a ranker. To him, surrender was worse than defeat. Yielding without a fight would tarnish the dignity of every ranker more than any loss could. Fernando wasn't blind. He knew his own limits, knew Roman was stronger. But courage wasn't about certainty. It was about standing tall even when the odds loomed impossibly large. So he stepped into the arena, becoming a symbol of unyielding determination. The crowd whispered furiously as the match began. How long could the 30th ranker last against Roman Dmitri? Fernando's record was clear. While his fundamentals were excellent, he had always struggled against those at 4 stars and above. Sheer willpower had carried him to rank 30, but this was his peak. Against Roman, he feared he might be nothing more than an obstacle, a stepping stone to be brushed aside. And yet, Fernando hoped. If Roman crushed him, perhaps he would at least gain insight, something to push him forward, something that could turn defeat into growth. The signal rang out. With his aura blazing, Fernando charged, every muscle straining, every strike a declaration of resolve. His attacks came fast and heavy, a storm of raw determination. But Roman was already moving. He slipped past each strike, his steps effortless, his body flowing with grace, as though Fernando's attacks had been read before they even began. Fernando pressed on, swinging his blade with all the grace and power he could muster. His sword swept sideways. Roman leaned back, dodging with ease. He followed with a sharp strike aimed at Roman's head. Again, Roman slipped past, regaining his stance effortlessly. Frustration clawed at Fernando's chest. Was this a joke? Was Roman even taking him seriously? For an instant, his pride burned, but he quickly pushed it down. Pride was something he had long learned to abandon. What mattered was growth. Then, suddenly, Roman's voice resonated directly in his mind. Your aura is strong, but your control is unstable. If you keep fighting like this, you'll never advance. The words stunned Fernando. Telepathic guidance. In the middle of a duel, Roman continued, explaining that while Fernando was acknowledged as a 4-star warrior, his aura output wavered. It wasn't a lack of strength, but a flaw in the path his mana followed. Fernando blinked in confusion. Path? He had always believed there was only one system. The standard mana route drilled into every warrior across Cairo and the Salamander continent. Roman shook his head slightly. That's the limit of conventional thinking. Aura surges when mana flows through its channel. Yes, the principles are universal, but the pathway doesn't have to be. The idea rattled Fernando. Creating something new while staying anchored to tradition, it felt impossible. Roman's voice cut through his doubt. So ask yourself, why not forge a new path? Though uncertainty lingered, Fernando found himself trusting Roman. More than honor or reputation, this felt real, an opportunity. Encouraged, he closed his eyes for a moment and focused inward. His energy swirled chaotically, but with effort and concentration, he began to sense the subtle currents Roman spoke of. Steady. Focus. Let the mana guide you, Roman urged. Bit by bit, Fernando's control sharpened. He followed the flow, searching for something hidden beneath the familiar routes. And then, he felt it. A shift, faint but undeniable. A new pathway opening within him. His body shivered with the realization. His aura steadied, stronger, more defined than before. The weight of accomplishment washed over him. For the first time in years, Fernando felt genuine purpose bloom in his chest. In that instant, Fernando truly grasped the depth of Roman's wisdom and the weight of his guidance. With a faint, knowing smile, Roman closed their session. Then, with a single decisive strike, he sent Fernando crashing to his knees, a clear reminder of the immense gap in their strength. The crowd stood stunned, realizing Fernando's role had been to reveal just how overwhelming Roman's power truly was. Yet Fernando refused to waver. Rising once more, he called out to Roman, eager to continue the conversation. Anticipation hung in the air. Later, in the waiting room, Fernando pressed for answers, desperate to understand the clarity Roman had awakened in him. With measured patience, Roman explained the truth behind his struggle. Fernando's aura was vast, but his unstable Horus path had been his greatest obstacle. Hearing this, Fernando was left shaken. Roman's words lit a fragile spark of hope within him, though his heart still wrestled with doubt. He confessed openly, torn between belief in Roman's encouragement and fear that his own strength might not be enough. Despite that unease, he summoned the courage to make his plea. He wanted Roman to teach him the secret art of opening his aura pathway. Roman's response was calm, but unwavering. He agreed the technique could be taught, but reminded Fernando that he favored exchanges where both sides gained something. Still, Fernando pressed on, determined to know the price. His request was not born of desperation, but of a genuine desire to grow stronger. Then came Roman's unexpected demand. He asked Fernando to follow him, to live for his sake. The word struck a deep chord in Fernando's heart. To him, Roman was more than a master. He was a guiding flame lighting the road ahead. Without hesitation, Fernando dropped to one knee, vowing his loyalty, his oath echoing as if sealing their fates together. The scene then shifts to a grand gathering of the aristocratic faction, where delegates from all four sides convene. Their concern is clear. Roman Dmitri's bold actions have not gone unnoticed. Whispers spread, speculating if his growing influence might soon become a threat to Count Nicholas. Benedict steps forward, urging caution. He reminds them of Roman's decisive victory over Butler and warns of the dangerous gulf in strength. Even so, he points out, Nicholas remains formidable. ranked 80th across the entire continent. Count Nicholas, the royal knight hailed as Cairo's greatest swordsman, stood as a figure both revered and feared. But Roman's meteoric rise had begun to rattle that foundation, hinting at a shift that could upend the balance of power. During the heated council, a bold noble finally voiced what many had silently feared. What if Roman actually defeated Count Nicholas? Benedict wasted no time in responding. His voice cut through hesitation, warning of the catastrophic consequences such an outcome would bring. Count Nicholas was more than a man. He was the pillar of the royal faction's authority. If Roman toppled him, it wouldn't just be a victory, it would herald the birth of a force strong enough to reshape the entire continent. Such a future, Benedict declared, must never be allowed. The decision was swift and unanimous. If Roman refused their offer, then he was no longer a rising warrior. He was a threat. With chilling finality, Benedict commanded that Roman be eliminated, no matter the cost. His orders were clear. Each noble house was to quietly gather its troops within the capital. It was a trap being woven, a net closing in to ensnare Roman before he could rise any higher. Meanwhile, back in the roaring arena, Roman had just crushed Heron, the 10th-ranked warrior of the Kronos faction. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Yet Roman's expression was firm, his voice ringing out with frustration and fire. He reminded them of his challenge a year ago, a public call for Cairo's finest to step forward. But now, after defeating the formidable rank 10, he had come to a realization. Roman declared before all that only Count Nicholas remained a true opponent. He had no interest in empty formalities any longer. With unwavering resolve, he announced that in just 3 days, he would fight every warrior from rank 9 through 2, one after another, until none remained. And when the dust settled, he would stand face to face with Cairo's strongest. His words sent shockwaves through the city, igniting a frenzy of speculation and awe. Among the rankers, Bruno of the Valhalla faction, ranked 9th, chose to step down. He knew his style mirrored Heron's too closely, and Roman would surely crush him with ease. But Oscar, the aristocratic faction's second ranker, immediately opposed the retreat. He reminded everyone of Roman's brazen insults toward Sir Jaren and his daring vow to topple every ranker in a single day. If Bruno quit now, it would hand Roman an easy victory and leave their reputations in ruins. Oscar's stance was firm. Surrender was not an option. Roman's challenge was not to be faced alone. Every ranker in Cairo must rise together to confront the storm he had unleashed. Oscar stepped forward with authority, urging the rankers to unite. Roman's plans, he declared, had to be crushed no matter the cost. With loyalty to Benedict fueling his words, Oscar promised rich rewards for their cooperation and vowed they would meet Roman head-on, defending their honor as one. His confidence was infectious. His smirk a sign that he was ready to lead them into battle. When the arena gates opened, the crowd roared at the sight. Rankers from 9 through 2 stood together, shoulder to shoulder, defying Roman's challenge. Their unity electrified the spectators, a declaration that nobles would not crumble in the face of crisis. For a brief moment, Roman took it in, realizing that Cairo's aristocracy could stand as one when cornered. Yet, he also understood the truth. Cairo was a land where strength ruled. Either he dominated, or he would be dominated. The battle began with Bruno, the 9th rank, stepping forward. He had prepared himself for a grueling clash, yet his expectations shattered in an instant. Roman struck once, clean and decisive, and Bruno collapsed in defeat. Gasps swept through the arena. Then came the others. Each fighter, ranked higher than the last, fell just as swiftly. What they had built as a united front crumbled one by one under Roman's relentless strikes. With every victory, Roman's resolve only sharpened. Watching from the sidelines, Oscar and the others were left in disbelief as hope drained from their faces. Finally, Roman turned, his expression cold and commanding. Fixing his gaze on Oscar, he declared in a chilling tone, "Only one left." Far from the arena, within the royal palace, a soldier stormed into the throne room. Breathless, he delivered the staggering report to the king. Roman had defeated every ranker from 9th to 2nd in a single day. His voice trembled with both awe and unease. The message was clear. The royal faction had no justification left to deny Roman's challenge against the number 1 rank. King Daniel sat in silence, troubled by the weight of the news. The thought gnawed at him. If Nicholas, Cairo's strongest swordsman, faltered now, it could expose him to the machinations of the aristocracy. Turning to Count Nicholas, he sought reassurance. Nicholas, calm and unwavering, urged Daniel to place his trust in him once more. With a steady nod, he promised to prove why he bore the title of Cairo's greatest. Leaving the chamber, Nicholas was met by his longtime companion, Bender, whose concern was evident. Bender asked quietly how Nicholas was faring. Instead of answering directly, Nicholas sought his opinion on Roman. Bender's reply was stark. He described Roman as a natural predator, someone born with an unshakable sense of purpose. Long before the world acknowledged him, Roman had already been walking the path of strength. His warning was clear: Nicholas must be cautious. If he failed, the consequences would be dire. Nicholas stood resolute, vowing to shield the royal family from any danger. With firm conviction, he assured Bender that he would not fail in his duty. The following day, the arena overflowed with anticipation. The crowd erupted as Roman stepped onto the battlefield, his presence radiating unwavering determination. Opposite him stood Count Nicholas, expression unshaken, sword gleaming beneath the sun as if announcing his intent. Raising his voice, Nicholas declared himself Cairo's strongest swordsman, prepared to teach Roman the unforgiving truth of their world. Roman did not flinch. His gaze burned with focus as he accepted the challenge without hesitation. The battle began in a thunderous clash, their swords colliding with raw force, the sound echoing through the arena. Every strike carried lethal weight, captivating the audience, who could barely keep their eyes on the blur of steel. From the sidelines, Willis watched breathlessly, awestruck by the duel unfolding before him. To witness two of Cairo's greatest crossing blades was a spectacle beyond words. Nicholas's aura surged as he unleashed a fierce attack, his blade cutting through the air with devastating precision. Yet Roman parried with ease, his defense flawless. Gasps swept across the crowd as Cairo's strongest swordsman was met without falter. Respect stirred between them, Nicholas acknowledging Roman's unconventional brilliance, Roman recognizing the might that had built Nicholas's reputation. The arena crackled with tension as the duel intensified. Seizing a moment, Roman pressed forward, his sword imbued with overwhelming energy. His strike forced Nicholas back, rattling even the seasoned knight. A flicker of doubt slipped into Nicholas's mind. Roman's strength was beyond expectation, relentless and growing fiercer with each exchange. Roman, fueled by the thrill of combat, only pushed harder, his body and spirit surging with adrenaline. Nicholas knew the stakes. If he faltered here, the royal family's position could collapse. With grim resolve, he unleashed a mighty, aura-enhanced slash, cutting forward with crushing force. Roman's reflexes responded instantly. He vaulted back, landing gracefully, his focus sharpening. Then, with calm precision, he prepared his ultimate technique, demolition. Energy erupted around him, his aura blazing. Nicholas, undeterred, met the rising storm, channeling his own ultimate power into a devastating strike. The two forces collided. Roman's heavenly demon sword, honed through years of mastery, met Nicholas's overwhelming blow. The impact erupted in a blinding explosion of light and sound, shaking the very foundations of the arena. The crowd staggered under the shockwave, eyes locked on the chaos of a battle that could decide Cairo's future. As the dust settled, the truth became clear. Nicholas, once revered as Cairo's strongest swordsman, was on his knees in defeat. Yet even in that state, his spirit did not waver. Refusing to yield, he pushed himself back onto his feet, insisting the fight continue. His determination burned brighter than the pain in his body. Roman, caught off guard by such resilience, questioned silently why Nicholas forced himself to rise again. In answer, Nicholas offered a confident smile. He declared that even if he fell here, he would remain the strongest swordsman of Cairo, because strength was not only measured by victory, but by an unbreakable will. Impressed by such resolve, Roman felt a deep respect for the knight before him. But admiration could not change the outcome. With a swift, decisive strike, Roman brought Nicholas down once more, this time for good. The legend of Cairo's top swordsman had ended. The arena fell silent. The audience, unable to process what they had witnessed, stared in shock at the fall of their champion. It was Willis who finally broke the silence, his voice carrying over the stillness as he proclaimed Roman Dmitri the new #1 swordsman of Cairo. Roman turned and left the arena with steady steps, the weight of his victory settling over the kingdom. Willis, still reflecting, wondered aloud whether the world had simply underestimated Roman, or if he had soared far beyond all expectations. One thing was certain: Roman Dmitri was a force that could no longer be denied. In the streets of Cairo, crowds gathered as Roman marched with his soldiers. Eyes followed him everywhere, filled with awe and respect. His presence commanded attention, his figure unmistakably that of the strongest swordsman their city had ever known. It was then that Benedict appeared, stepping forward to block his path. His soldiers moved in, forming a barrier, signaling that this encounter would not be a simple exchange of words. Benedict praised Roman's extraordinary skill, his voice tinged with genuine admiration for the man who had just toppled Count Nicholas, a feat that had sent tremors through every noble household. But beneath the praise lay something else. His tone shifted, sharper now, carrying both curiosity and warning. He spoke of Roman's year-long preparation, his intense training and precise planning that had puzzled many. Then at last, Benedict revealed his conclusion. It had all been for the Dmitri family. Every step, every effort had been to strengthen their standing and secure their place in Cairo's shifting power struggle. Fixing his eyes on Roman, Benedict posed his question. Would Roman align with the aristocratic faction, gaining their approval and support? Or would he choose another path, one that carried heavier consequences? The choice, Benedict declared, was Roman's to make. Then he stepped aside, leaving his words to linger like a blade at Roman's back. Roman stood in silence, deep in thought. As the weight of Benedict's ultimatum pressed upon him, memories of his past life flickered to the surface, coloring his reflection with shadows of what once was. In his memories, a tense scene resurfaced. Bekhoyal, Roman's elder brother from his past life and the leader of the heavenly demon divine cult, stood before him. Back then, he was not Roman Dmitri, he was young Hook. Their confrontation carried weight that would shape the path of their futures. The choice placed before him was stark. Would young Hook pursue the lure of status and riches, walking alongside his siblings under Hoyal's lead? Or would he step into his rightful role as heir of the heavenly demon divine cult, standing against his brother in defiance? For Roman, the decision had always been agonizing, a battle between duty and desire, between submission and rebellion. But at that crossroads, clarity had pierced through. He sought not what others demanded, but what truly mattered for himself. Climbing the long staircase toward his brother, young Hook carried the burden of choice with every step. At the summit, he offered an apology, his voice heavy with sincerity. Then, raising his sword, he declared his answer. He would not live shackled by the desires of others. His blade was proof of that resolve. Returning to the present, those very words left Roman's lips once again, this time directed at Benedict. His defiance was calm but unwavering. Benedict's eyes narrowed, disbelief flashing into disdain. Standing proudly on the streets of Cairo, he exuded confidence, certain that authority and power were on his side. To him, Roman's decision was reckless, even foolish. He dismissed Roman's strength as meaningless when set against the weight of the central government. With a commanding voice, Benedict leveled his accusation. The Dmitri family, notorious for their repeated clashes, was guilty of stirring internal strife. Under that charge, he ordered his soldiers to arrest Roman Dmitri and bring him in for investigation. The soldiers advanced, but the moment they moved, Roman acted. In a swift, fluid strike, he dropped one of them where he stood. Gasps spread among the ranks as silence followed, broken only by the echo of steel. Benedict's composure faltered as he stared at the defiance before him. His voice rose, accusing Roman of rebellion against royal authority itself. But Roman's reply cut sharp. His opposition was not against the king, but against Benedict alone. He declared it was Benedict who had twisted the order, betraying the balance of power. Frustrated, Benedict lashed out with warnings of ruin. He thundered that Roman's arrogance would bring the Dmitri family's downfall, for the central government carried the king's will, the highest law of the land. But Roman did not waver. His conviction stood firm. The king himself would be the final judge of their actions. The tension spiked as the moment of choice arrived. Roman raised his voice, commanding his trusted allies. Chris, Kevin, clear the path. Without hesitation, the two surged forward. Fierce and unyielding, Chris and Kevin cut through Benedict's soldiers, scattering them and carving open the way for Roman to advance. The air was charged with conflict. A battle ignited on the very streets of Cairo. Benedict stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. Never had he imagined that Roman would dare to clash openly with the central government's troops, let alone in the bustling heart of Cairo. Panic seized him, with fear outweighing pride. He and his officials chose to retreat, slipping away from the chaos. Before fleeing, Benedict barked desperate orders to the soldiers left behind. They were promised lavish rewards if they could capture Roman Dmitri alive. But as the troops closed in, Roman cut through them with unshakable resolve. With effortless precision, he struck down their commander, dismantling the chain of command in an instant. To him, this was not senseless bloodshed. It was a purge, a necessary stand against Benedict's tyranny and the corruption that had gripped the central government. Far away, inside the grand chambers of the imperial castle, urgency rippled through the air. A messenger burst into King Daniel's presence, breathless, his words spilling out in shock. The capital itself had erupted into a battlefield, with Roman at its center, delivering a one-sided massacre against the aristocratic faction. The king's face hardened in disbelief, his thoughts racing. Could it be that rebellion had already taken root within his own kingdom? Before the doubt could consume him, the voice of the royal knight's vice captain rang out, firm and commanding. Orders swept through the hall. Mobilize every royal knight and all imperial security troops. The castle's defenses were to be strengthened at once, ensuring the monarch's protection. The echoes of marching boots filled the corridors, steel and discipline rushing to secure the heart of Cairo. Yet as Daniel sat upon his throne, the bitter truth pressed upon him. Was this the fate of his kingdom? To collapse from within? Perhaps chaos had always been inevitable. Then, another soldier approached, bowing before delivering unexpected news. Roman Dmitri had requested an audience with the king. Daniel, startled by the audacity, gave the order. Moments later, Roman entered with steady steps. He bowed respectfully, offering the king a formal greeting. But Daniel waved it aside, his voice sharp, urging Roman to speak plainly. Roman did not hesitate. With clarity, he recounted the events, how Benedict, flanked by his retinue, had tried to force him into submission, demanding that he align with the aristocratic faction after the ranking battle. But Roman's loyalty, he declared, belonged solely to Cairo's king, and he had rejected Benedict outright. Then came Roman's proposal, bold, direct, and unwavering. If King Daniel would give him full support, naming the Dmitri family as the sword of Cairo, then Roman vowed to crush the aristocratic faction entirely, restoring balance to the kingdom's fractured power. Daniel sat in silence, absorbing the audacity of the offer. And yet, as Roman's words lingered in the air, a spark of hope flickered in the king's heart. Perhaps this man was not a threat, but the answer Cairo had been waiting for. Perhaps, Daniel thought, Roman's actions were not rebellion at all, but a calculated attempt to remove the aristocratic faction for the crown's benefit. His curiosity sharpened, and he asked Roman directly, what were his true motives? Was this really about Cairo, or simply a deal with the throne? Roman answered without hesitation. He spoke of his time at the southern front, where the Hector kingdom had stormed across Cairo's borders. Despite having ample time to prepare, the defenses had collapsed almost instantly. To Roman, the failure had a single root cause: Cairo's internal divisions. For factions fought endlessly for influence, while the kingdom itself weakened. Had the power structure been unified, the occupation of the south might never have happened. Pressing further, Roman challenged the king himself. He asked whether anything in Cairo had changed over the past year. He pointed to the chaos gripping the Salamander continent and questioned how long Daniel would remain passive while his kingdom fractured. Then came Roman's blunt truth. The figure who must unite Cairo was not Benedict, nor any noble schemer pulling strings in the central government. It was the king himself. The weight of those words struck Daniel hard. Was Roman truly pledging loyalty? Could it be that this warrior's ambition was not to overthrow, but to lift the monarch? The thought began to take root. Roman acknowledged the suspicion his actions might cast, but he stressed that the Dmitri family had staked their very lives on this cause. What they had built was not for themselves alone. It was a chance for Cairo to rise anew. He urged the king not to waste the opportunity that lay before him. When Daniel finally asked what Dmitri sought in return, Roman's answer stunned him. Roman revealed his vision for the East, to establish it as an independent duchy, a territory loyal to Cairo yet distinct, forever honoring its roots. The king sat in silence, unsettled by the audacity. Independence for Dmitri? It was bold, too bold. Yet Roman's voice remained firm. Sacrifices, he said, were sometimes the only way to secure stability and prosperity. For Cairo to thrive, change was necessary. Daniel stood at a crossroads, the responsibility weighing heavier with each word. Roman's insight painted a picture of both risk and possibility. Testing him further, the king posed a question. What if Denver and Gregory joined hands against Cairo? Roman answered calmly, his composure unshaken. He explained that Valhalla, the empire looming over them all, was unlikely to respond swiftly. Logistics alone would delay their hand. His reply reflected not just confidence, but a deep, strategic grasp of the greater game being played across the continent. Roman continued his explanation, noting that Kronos, locked in conflicts to the south, had little interest or capacity to interfere with Cairo. His analysis was sharp, layered, and impossible to ignore. King Daniel listened carefully, recognizing the truth in Roman's words and the complexity of the situation they faced. Looking directly at Roman, Daniel raised his concern. Roman's ambitions were bold, too bold, perhaps. Facing multiple enemies in such a short span, the king feared, might invite consequences beyond control. Eliminating adversaries so swiftly could fracture the delicate balance that barely held Cairo together. His words carried a sober warning. The kingdom's stability was fragile, but Roman did not waver. With a firm expression, he declared that risk was inevitable. Cairo's survival, he insisted, depended on decisive action. Stability and prosperity would not come through hesitation. They would only be won by facing danger head-on. Daniel felt a spark of admiration stir within him. Roman's clarity of thought, his courage in the face of uncertainty. It impressed the king, drawing even a rare smile. But the moment of respect did not last long. Simon, the Royal Knight's vice-captain, stepped forward. His tone was sharp, his stance rigid. He rejected Roman's proposal outright, accusing the Dmitri family of using the kingdom's turmoil as an excuse to elevate themselves. To Simon, Roman's talk of duty was nothing more than ambition cloaked in noble words. Roman's reply was calm, yet unyielding. He challenged Simon to name a better path. He reminded everyone of the corruption and greed that had plagued the aristocratic faction, the very group tearing Cairo apart. The Dmitri, he explained, sought no rebellion. What they demanded was fair recognition for their sacrifices, for the battles they had fought on Cairo's behalf. Even with ducal status, Roman argued, Dmitri's fate would remain bound to Cairo. Their roots were too deep to sever. Simon bristled at the response, frustration tightening his voice. But Roman's resolve did not falter. He drew the line clearly. The Dmitri stood for justice, for stability, for Cairo's survival. The chamber grew heavy with silence. Simon's opposition echoed, but beneath it, King Daniel felt the weight of his own weakness. His inability to steer Cairo's course had left him powerless, a king overshadowed by the ambitions of others. As he looked at Roman, Daniel realized a bitter truth. The Dmitri family, and Roman most of all, had grown beyond the reach of the imperial crown. They were no longer a house under royal influence, but a force moving independently, carving their own destiny. This realization pressed Daniel toward decision. He could cling to the current order, fragile and fractured, or embrace change and take bold steps to reshape Cairo's future. In that moment of clarity, the king weighed the factions competing for power. He compared the schemes of manipulators like Benedict to the unflinching honesty of Dmitri. And slowly, the scales within his mind began to shift. Roman's clarity and the Dmitri family's transparent intentions struck a chord with King Daniel. At last, the monarch made his decision. With solemn authority, he declared his support for Dmitri. To honor Cairo's imperial legacy and stabilize the kingdom, he elevated the eastern region into a dukedom. Baron Dmitri would be raised to duke, a proclamation that reshaped the very foundation of power within the realm. With gravity in his tone, Daniel issued his next command. Roman was to bring justice by punishing Benedict, the architect of chaos that had fractured Cairo. It was both a royal order and a recognition of the crisis at hand. Far away, in the domain of the pro-Valhalla faction, Denver brooded over recent events. Roman's bold assault against Benedict in the capital had rattled the noble houses. Denver foresaw the inevitable, a relentless clash between the Dmitri family and the aristocrats, each side prepared to fight to the bitter end. His instincts told him that Roman's next destination would be none other than the imperial palace, seeking the king's backing against their common foes. To Denver, the storm brewing in Cairo was also an opportunity. A war between factions could weaken them all, leaving room for Valhalla to tip the balance of power in its own favor. But his thoughts were cut short when a soldier stormed into the hall, urgency etched across his face. Denver demanded an explanation. The report came grim and sharp. Roman Dmitri had launched a direct assault on the Valhalla mansion. Before Denver could fully process the words, the sound of heavy footsteps filled the chamber. The soldier was suddenly hurled to the floor, and Roman himself entered, his presence commanding the room. His voice rang with authority as he gave Denver no room to breathe. Accept the imperial directives. Denver froze in disbelief. Roman, here, in Valhalla headquarters? With battles raging elsewhere? The shock rattled him, and he struggled to maintain composure. Narrowing his eyes, he questioned Roman's claim of imperial orders, searching for any sign of deceit. But Roman's expression remained unshaken. He accused Denver directly of conspiring with Valhalla, of stealing Cairo's most vital secrets. And with steel in his voice, he declared that King Daniel himself had ordered Denver's capture. Roman's gaze was sharp, his warning merciless. Should Denver attempt to twist the truth or defy him, he would be branded an accomplice to rebellion. And in that case, Roman vowed, he would carry out execution on the spot. Denver's composure broke, his face twisting with fury. He denied the accusations vehemently, his voice echoing with anger and desperation. Do you even understand the consequences of this madness? He demanded. Roman's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on Denver. Knowing full well that Valhalla would not let this humiliation go unanswered, he warned him coldly to choose his words carefully. The room grew heavy as Roman drew his sword, his voice cutting through the silence. He ordered Denver to lower his voice, reminding him of the severity of the situation. You don't even realize the depth of the pit you're in, Roman declared. This fight, he explained, was not merely about crushing the aristocratic faction. It was far greater. His vow was absolute. Every traitor who aligned with Valhalla and Kronos would be eradicated. The weight of his words struck Denver hard. For the first time, he was left speechless before the man he had dismissed as just another upstart. Meanwhile, in a stronghold of the Kronos faction, Gregory engaged in a tense exchange with Simon of the royal faction. Gregory's warning was sharp. Should Cairo continue on this path, Kronos would retaliate. Their empire's hunger for expansion was no secret, and a direct confrontation could shatter Cairo's fragile stability. Simon listened, his expression unreadable, aware of the heavy truth in Gregory's words. Kronos' influence loomed like a shadow over every decision, its presence already solidified by the king's recent decree. But compromise was no longer an option. As their eyes locked, the tension peaked. Suddenly, Simon shoved Gregory to the ground with force. Towering over him, he declared that any threat from Kronos crossing into Cairo would be crushed without hesitation. His words echoed Roman Dmitri's conviction, a reminder that the royal faction, too, had chosen to fight rather than submit. The scene shifted to Benedict's territory, where Benedict raged upon hearing the latest news. Dmitri's loyalty to the king had tilted the balance completely, a turn he hadn't foreseen. While he had expected a struggle for control from the central government, the sudden alignment between Dmitri and the crown was a bitter blow. Still, Benedict believed his strength lay in numbers. If he could unite the majority of the aristocratic forces, seizing Cairo would be inevitable. He acknowledged Roman's power, admitting that his defeat of Count Nicholas had made him the strongest swordsman alive. Yet, Benedict knew well, strength alone did not guarantee survival. Determined, he ordered his men to rally every aristocratic faction member and march toward the capital. But before his plans could fully take shape, a soldier delivered troubling news. Count Fabius had rejected his summons. Furious, Benedict conjured magic, reaching out to Fabius directly. His voice thundered with anger as he questioned the man's sanity. How dare he defy orders? How dare he skip the meeting at such a crucial time? Fabius, however, stood firm, calm and resolute. He refused to blindly follow Benedict any longer. Instead, he placed his confidence in Roman Dmitri. convinced that Roman would triumph in the struggles to come. His decision was clear. His allegiance had shifted. Benedict fumed, warning him that such betrayal would only bring regret. But Fabius did not bend. In a rare moment of honesty, he admitted his past betrayals. But this time, he would not falter. He would stand with Roman, no matter the cost. That confession marked a turning point. Though Fabius knew his days under Benedict's banner were numbered, he had chosen his side. And it was Roman Dmitri he would follow into the storm ahead. With urgency in his voice, Fabius reminded Benedict of the whispers spreading across Cairo, rumors of Roman's kindness toward the common people. He stressed that while Benedict clung to his pride as leader of the aristocratic faction, he remained blind to the truth staring him in the face. Their downfall was inevitable. Benedict bristled, anger rising as the harsh reality pressed down on him. Meanwhile, the tides of politics continued to shift. Marquis Valentino, once firmly neutral, had thrown his support behind Roman Dmitri. The alignment of the Valentino family marked a turning point. The balance of power in Cairo was swinging rapidly in Roman's favor. The Dmitri family acted swiftly, securing alliances and bribing mercenary groups across Cairo. With the neutrals leaning toward Roman's side, mercenaries were no longer reliable tools for the aristocrats. This left Benedict's soldiers in an increasingly difficult position. The scene shifted to a meeting hall where King Daniel, Roman, and key leaders of the royal faction gathered. Together, they planned their next steps. Roman informed them that Count Fabius and the families under his command had chosen to stand with him, further weakening the aristocrats. Daniel, reflecting aloud, admitted that had he rejected Dimitri's proposal, the coup would likely have succeeded. It was clear to him now that Roman and the Dmitri family were the driving force behind this war. Unrolling a map across the table, Roman explained the situation. If the aristocrats had successfully consolidated their forces, they would have advanced on the capital. But with their plans disrupted, they would be forced into defense instead. Roman pointed out the opportunity this created. If all factions mobilized, the royal side could crush the rebellion in one decisive strike. King Daniel pledged his full backing. Roman's commands, he declared, would carry the same weight as his own. The throne's authority was now placed firmly in Roman's hands. With humility, Roman accepted the role of commander-in-chief for the war to come. The perspective shifted to Benedict's castle, where the remnants of the aristocratic faction gathered in uneasy council. Benedict addressed them grimly. Within a week, he warned, royal troops would invade their lands. They must fortify the gates, prepare their defenses, and await the moment to strike back. But doubts stirred among the members. One pointed out the shocking development. That Marquis Valentino, once a strict neutral, had chosen to side with Roman. Their enemies grew stronger, while their own numbers dwindled. Debate erupted. Some questioned whether victory was even possible. Others insisted that they had to take risks, that retreat was not an option. The truth was inescapable. Nearly half their combat power was now unusable. To survive, they would need new allies. One member, distinguished by his yellow hair, suggested seeking support from factions linked to Kronos and Valhalla. He reasoned that with their leaders recently captured, offering favorable terms might draw them into Benedict's camp. Benedict listened carefully before giving his approval. His resolve remained steel-hard, even as desperation grew. Before they moved forward, however, he demanded specifics. How long would it take to secure this vital support? The fate of their rebellion depended on the answer. Benedict shifted his attention to the red-haired strategist, known for his meticulous planning. How feasible is this plan? He asked. After a brief pause, the man replied with measured certainty. It would take at least 2 weeks to gather and secure the support of the needed allies. Benedict nodded, acknowledging the difficulty but also the necessity. Confident in the strategist's capability, he entrusted him with a mission and ordered him to begin immediately. As the meeting continued, Benedict reminded his faction of the years they had spent preparing for conflict with the royal family. Though the war had come sooner than expected, he declared that they were ready. His words carried weight, renewing determination among those gathered. Under his leadership, the aristocrats felt their cause still stood firm. Their rightful claim to seize Cairo's power remained within reach. Elsewhere, within a hidden chamber in royal territory, Count Nicholas stirred from unconsciousness. Slowly, he tested his body, relieved to find that most of his wounds were superficial rather than fatal. Flashes of his recent battle returned. Roman Dmitri, the warrior who had defeated him, but who had also shown restraint and sworn loyalty to Cairo. The memory unsettled him, leaving him questioning Roman's true intentions. Before his thoughts could settle, Simon entered the chamber, relief and concern written in his expression. After a moment of calm, Nicholas asked what had transpired during his absence. Simon explained swiftly. The royal faction had begun mobilizing troops for the front lines, with Roman Dmitri now serving as their appointed commander. Furthermore, a decisive strike against Benedict's forces was already being prepared. Hearing this, Nicholas immediately ordered Simon to take him to where the troops were assembling. He knew his presence was required. The scene shifted to the bustling grounds outside the royal palace. Soldiers filled the area, tension rippling through the air like a storm. At the center, Roman advanced toward the stage with steady, confident steps. There, Count Nicholas awaited. With deliberate solemnity, he extended a sword to Roman. The gesture carried far more than steel. It was the symbolic passing of command, the acknowledgement that Roman now stood as leader of the royal faction's forces. In that moment, an unspoken bond was forged. Nicholas's act was both trust and surrender, a message that he and the king placed their faith in Roman. As Roman accepted the weapon, a deep understanding washed over him. Despite Cairo's fractured government and political turmoil, the sincerity of Nicholas and King Daniel shone through. The sword became more than just a weapon in his hands. It was a symbol of loyalty, resilience, and of values that endured even in chaos. Gripping the hilt tightly, Roman turned to face the gathered soldiers. His voice rose, filled with determination as he began to speak of Cairo's struggles, its trials, and the hardships they had all endured. Roman's voice rang steady and resolute as he declared that the time had come to set things right, to strike down those who had shattered Cairo's peace. The sword in his hand was no longer just steel. It had become the symbol of authority and justice, the instrument that would restore balance to a city drowning in unrest. He spoke of the pain the people had endured, of families torn apart and lives lost. That sorrow could never be erased, but he promised that through their unity, they would carve a path toward a future free of such suffering. His vow of retribution sparked a glimmer of hope in hearts that had long been heavy with despair. Roman looked upon Nicholas and King Daniel, seeing in their eyes a sincerity that mirrored his own determination. Raising the sword high, he turned to the soldiers before him and declared that he would stand at the very front of the battlefield. He called upon them to place their trust in him, to fight as one body, one will, for the future of Cairo. If we stand together with one purpose, he said firmly, then victory will soon be ours. A signal blazed across the sky, marking the beginning of a new chapter. The soldiers erupted in unison, chanting Roman's name with fervor. In that moment, he ceased to be just a warrior. Roman Dmitri became a symbol, a rallying figure of justice and order for all who sought to reclaim their kingdom. The story pressed forward. Now in full command, Roman led his forces toward the aristocrat's palace. Flare weapons lined their flanks, a calculated move that revealed the careful precision behind his strategy. His orders were clear and uncompromising. Speed was their greatest weapon. There would be no time wasted building defenses, no drawn-out stalemates. They would strike swiftly and decisively, denying the enemy any chance to adapt. Every moment we delay, Roman warned, gives the aristocrats another chance to maneuver. End it quickly, and they will have no options left. Across the battlefield, within the aristocratic camp, their commander Cameron prepared his troops for what was to come. Watching closely, he quickly realized the significance of the flares. Yet his attention turned toward their fortress, Marquis Benedict's castle, now shrouded in a shimmering magic shield. This was no ordinary defense. The barrier could withstand even the devastating flare bombs, its strength renewed continuously by mana stones embedded within its walls. For the royal forces, it stood as a formidable obstacle, an impregnable wall guarding the heart of their enemy. Cameron spots a group in red cloaks gathered near the flare weapons, their sudden appearance leaving him unsettled and questioning their purpose. Across the battlefield, the truth is revealed. These cloaked figures are none other than mages from the Phoenix Magic Tower. As Roman readies for the siege, he knows he's gained a tremendous advantage with their support. Securing their cooperation was no small feat, but Roman understood how decisive their strength would be. Felix, the head of the Phoenix Tower, rallies his disciples. He reminds them of Roman's past kindness and declares this battle their chance to repay it. With resolve, Felix promises to prove the might of the Phoenix Tower, ranked 13th among the continent's magic towers. Acting as one, his mages pour their mana into the flare weapons, amplifying them far beyond their normal limits. The royal army unleashes the empowered weapon, and the result is devastating. A thunderous explosion crashes into Benedict's castle, shaking the air. Cameron stares in disbelief as the once sturdy shield begins to splinter under the pressure. Urgency sweeps through his ranks. No one expected the barrier to falter this quickly. A messenger bursts in, reporting that the protective circle is rapidly collapsing. If no reinforcements arrive, the aristocratic camp won't withstand the continuous bombardment. Cameron clenches his frustration. Why would the Phoenix Tower, famed for its neutrality, side with Roman? Pushing those thoughts aside, he orders emergency measures. Mana stones are hurled into the weakening circle, straining to reinforce the barrier. Every last effort is made to buy more time. The unexpected alliance between Roman and the Phoenix Tower threatens to tip the scales completely, but Cameron steels himself. He refuses to back down, no matter the cost. Not far from the chaos, Simon watches, stunned by the sudden appearance of an army of magicians. Chris, standing beside him, explains that the Phoenix Tower has recently established itself on Dmitri lands. Simon can hardly believe it. A tower that had always kept neutral is now taking sides. Their very presence in Dmitri territory suggests a loyalty that cannot be ignored. As Simon tries to make sense of it all, Chris clarifies further. The Phoenix mages have pledged themselves to the Dmitri family. This revelation leaves Simon unsettled, unable to fully grasp the deeper motives behind their allegiance. Chris explains that this loyalty comes from Dmitri's resolve to become Cairo's sword, a stance that drew the Phoenix Tower to his side. Simon watches as the mages methodically prepare the flare weapon once more, their amplification spells weaving into it with precision. The sight unsettles him. The Phoenix Tower, an institution revered across the continent, choosing to bind itself to a single noble house signals a shift that could reshape the balance of power. Questions whirl through Simon's mind. What role does Roman truly play in all this? How deep does Dimitri's influence reach? And who exactly is the figure pulling the strings behind these alliances? The answers remain out of reach, leaving Simon uneasy as the battlefield crackles with mounting tension. The focus then turns to Roman. From his perspective, the strength of the Dmitri family is becoming undeniable. In his eyes, King Daniel's decision to align with them is a masterstroke that guarantees success in the war ahead. With firm resolve, Roman commands his soldiers to advance, insisting that no obstacle can halt their momentum. The flare weapon is readied once again, and his unwavering gaze reflects absolute conviction in the justice of their cause. As the sun sinks behind the horizon, exhaustion sweeps across both camps. Soldiers on either side steal what rest they can, their bodies aching for a moment's peace amid the chaos. Within the stone halls of Benedict Castle, the air is heavy. Benedict gathers with his fellow aristocrats in a dimly lit chamber. His concern is clear as he asks whether they can withstand the royal faction's relentless assault. Silence follows until one grim voice breaks it. If things continue at this pace, their defenses will crumble in just 10 days. Benedict's expression hardens at the grim forecast. Is this all we can muster? Is this truly our limit? He demands, turning to Viscount Owen, the yellow-haired noble seated nearby. He seeks news of Baron Winston, the man upon whom so much now rests. Owen answers with solemnity. Their forces have already pushed into the northeastern frontier. Benedict presses for details, demanding to know if there's any chance to turn Dimitri's strategy against him. Confidently, Owen assures him that Baron Winston, a commander of rare talent, will not fail. He predicts victory within 3 days. Hearing this, Benedict makes his decision. Once Winston evaluates Dimitri's forces, he will relinquish his own authority entirely, entrusting it to Winston's command. In Benedict's mind, their survival and their triumph depends on it. The story shifts to Baron Winston's camp, where the atmosphere is tense, every soldier waiting for his command. A scout steps forward, handing Winston a map marked with vital information. Studying it carefully, Winston spots Count Adelon's estate, a location of critical importance. The soldier adds that intelligence from the main forces places the estate about 10 days' march away. If they aimed directly for Dmitri's stronghold, the time would be dangerously short. Winston falls into thought. A reckless move could spark a wider feudal conflict, something they cannot afford in their fragile state. Instead of charging ahead blindly, he devises a careful strategy, one designed to conserve resources while increasing their odds of victory. As night settles, he maps out a route through 3 territories: Adelion, Rala, and Conrad. Unlike the northeastern lands under Dimitri's strong influence, these areas hold more uncertain loyalties. Adelion, a bustling hub of trade, has always favored neutrality, avoiding entanglement in political disputes. Baron Rala and Viscount Conrad, however, carry grudges against the Dmitri family, a factor Winston hopes to use to his advantage. To secure their cooperation, Winston sends envoys to approach the lords directly, offering support from the aristocratic faction in exchange for their allegiance. Rewards and fairness are promised, should they commit. Before long, reports return with success. Each lord has agreed. Diplomatically, it is a significant victory. Under the cover of dense forests, Winston leads his forces forward. Among the ranks, a red-haired soldier voices suspicion, worrying the lords may be luring them into a trap. Winston, steady and composed, reassures him. Even if it were a trick, Dimitri's strongest warriors are tied down by Benedict's siege. What remains are scattered border outlaws, no match for his elite troops. With open plains surrounding them, Winston argues, they can crush any rebellion swiftly. His confidence settles the troops, and they begin to trust his judgment fully. But the calm doesn't last. Their march is abruptly cut short when Dimitri's forces suddenly emerge from the shadows, surrounding them with precision. A voice breaks through the tension. It's Jonathan, one of Dimitri's men. He calls them out, accusing Benedict and Winston of treason, and warns of the dire punishment awaiting if they resist. Winston steps forward without hesitation. His voice is firm as he denies the charge outright. Benedict, he declares, is no traitor. The standoff hangs by a thread, both sides bracing for the clash. Winston tries one last gambit, offering Jonathan a deal. If Dimitri's forces allow them safe passage, he promises that Marquis Benedict will treat them with goodwill and acceptance. But his warning is sharp. Any aggression will be answered with swift and merciless retaliation. His hand tightens around his aura sword as he prepares for battle. Jonathan doesn't flinch. Instead, he turns to Mr. Knox, a fifth circle mage from the Phoenix Tower, infamous for his destructive magic. Knox answers with a devastating display, unleashing a blazing fire cannon that annihilates a dozen soldiers in an instant. The battlefield erupts as Jonathan gives the order to attack, and Dimitri's troops surge forward with overwhelming force. Winston fights back desperately, but it becomes clear he is facing an enemy unlike any he has met on the Western Front. Jonathan's mastery of the Azura sword technique cuts through Winston's defenses with precision and deadly speed. In a single, crushing strike, Winston is struck down, his army collapsing under the sheer might of Dimitri's forces. Days later, the consequences are felt at Marquis Benedict's castle. Relentless flare weapon strikes have left the fortress in ruins. The protective barrier is shattered, walls crumble, and fear spreads among the defenders. Seeking answers, Benedict demands a report. The news he receives is grim. Their defenses are nearly gone, and the aristocratic faction stands on the brink of annihilation. When he asks about Baron Winston, the soldier delivers the crushing truth. Winston's army was wiped out in their advance, and Winston himself fell in battle. Shock ripples through the chamber. Without Winston's leadership, hope dwindles and despair sets in. In the midst of this hopelessness, a green-haired noble hesitantly suggests surrender. With no reinforcements, no messages from allies, and their walls failing, surrender might be the only way to survive. But a brown-haired member fiercely rejects the idea, insisting they must not yield so easily. After Roman Dimitri's crushing victory and the aristocrats' downfall, the brown-haired noble proposes an even bolder course. He urges Benedict to abandon thoughts of siding with another faction and instead pledge allegiance directly to the empire itself. Benedict, confused, presses for clarification. The noble lays it bare. The war is lost. Their only chance at survival is to submit to the empire, even if it means becoming one of its colonies. Realizing the severity of their situation, Benedict makes his decision. He orders immediate contact with Kronos and resolves to lead the negotiations himself. Soon after, Baron Charlton of the Kronos Empire appears through a magic call. But Charlton's response cuts deep. Kronos now recognizes Gregory, not Benedict. Suspicion lingers in his words as he questions why Benedict suddenly seeks the Empire's support. Benedict, unfazed by Charlton's suspicion, lays out Cairo's grim reality. He speaks of the turmoil caused by the royal family, the imprisonment of Gregory and his allies, and the chaos threatening to tear the kingdom apart. Aligning with Kronos, he argues, would not only stabilize the empire, but also serve their shared interests. Charlton, intrigued by his reasoning, agrees to lend support to the central government. Seizing the moment, Benedict presses further, urging Kronos to strike Cairo's weakened western front. Charlton accepts without hesitation. Within just half a day, 3 defensive lines crumble, 2 already falling into enemy hands. At the same time, Benedict reaches out to King Daniel through a magical call. With a confident tone, he asks if the king is pleased with the gift he has presented. Instead of gratitude, he is met with Daniel's anger and confusion. The king demands to know why Benedict has drawn the empire into their kingdom's conflict, warning of the dangerous consequences. But Benedict remains calm. He insists there was no other option if he wanted to protect his faction. He challenges Daniel to stop hesitating and choose their path forward. 2 options lie before the king: abandon Cairo and cast Benedict aside, or stand and defend the kingdom by sending reinforcements to the western front. With the fate of Cairo hanging in the balance, Benedict urges him to decide wisely. When the call ends, Daniel is left shaken. The man he once affectionately called Uncle has become the very force dragging Cairo toward collapse. Alone in the silent palace halls, Daniel realizes the kingdom is standing on a knife's edge. Drastic choices must be made if there is any hope of survival. After careful thought, he resolves to shift his strategy. Rather than focus on destroying Benedict's stronghold and the aristocratic faction, he will redirect his efforts toward protecting the Western Front. It is a gamble, one that risks empowering the nobles and strengthening their ties with Kronos. But it is also the only path he sees to safeguard Cairo's future. In a private moment, Daniel confides in Simon. He reveals his plan to present himself as weak, to deceive his enemies into underestimating him. But beneath that facade, he vows never to let history remember him as a traitor to his kingdom. Urgency grips his words as he instructs Simon to contact Roman Dmitri immediately. When Daniel finally speaks with Roman through magical communication, the truth comes out. His voice heavy with concern, the king delivers the news that Marquis Benedict has allied himself with a formidable Kronos empire. The Western Front was collapsing. The second defensive line had already fallen, and the third was close to breaking. Daniel knew dismantling the aristocratic faction was vital, yet he hesitated. Granting too much ground to Kronos' forces could cripple Cairo in the long run. Torn between threats inside and outside his kingdom, he sought Roman's counsel. Roman, calm yet firm, warned against indecision. He told Daniel that hesitation would only breed regret. The rebellion had to be crushed swiftly, no matter the cost. But Daniel's thoughts remained fixed on the west, where Kronos' advance threatened to consume the entire kingdom. The weight of leadership pressed heavily on him, every choice demanding sacrifice. Roman reminded him of their shared mission, to cleanse Cairo of corruption, no matter who opposed them. Sparing their enemies, he said, would only lead to greater losses later. He challenged Daniel to face the truth. Ruling in such turbulent times required painful decisions and unwavering resolve. In a rare moment of reflection, Roman questioned whether Daniel, raised in peace, could truly become the king Cairo needed during an age of chaos. He saw Daniel struggling against the harsh realities of rule, reluctant to embrace the cruelty demanded of a leader. Standing together in the shadowed halls of the palace, Roman laid out the state of the battlefield. Unlike the broken earlier defenses, the third company was solid, disciplined, and well-prepared. Kronos, rushing to press the attack, hadn't managed to gather its full strength in time. This, Roman argued, was their opening. He proposed a bold plan. If the Western soldiers could hold the line for just 3 days, he would personally destroy Benedict's faction in that time. With grim certainty, Roman vowed to move against both the nobles and the Kronos Empire, halting their advance before it devoured the kingdom. Daniel, though burdened, agreed. He swore the Western Front would not fall, no matter the cost. For 3 days they would endure. He urged Roman to strike swiftly and crush the rebellion once and for all. With the weight of Cairo's fate heavy on their shoulders, both men braced for what lay ahead. That night, under the cover of darkness, Roman gathered his forces and set them into motion. Roman's forces moved under the cover of night, slipping into position with precision. By the time the enemy stirred, Benedict's castle was surrounded, every escape route sealed. Trapped inside their fortress, the aristocrats remained unaware that a noose was tightening around them. Roman soldiers waited in silence, eyes fixed on the shimmering barrier shielding the castle, knowing it was only a matter of time before it crumbled. As dawn broke, Roman addressed his men. His voice was steady, carrying across the camp. The shield, he told them, was nearing its end, and when it fell, their final strike would begin. Tension thickened in the air. Then something unexpected occurred. Count Fabius appeared, once counted among Benedict's loyalists. His very presence reminded everyone how swiftly war could twist allegiances. In a solemn tone, he confessed that he had once defied Benedict's orders and chosen instead to support Roman. Now, he asked for the chance to lead the vanguard, not for glory, but to prove his loyalty. Roman was taken aback. Fabius's sudden shift stirred memories of someone from long ago, a blood demon who, despite endless trials and the erosion of time, had stood firm in loyalty until the very end, fighting alongside the true victor, Young Hyuk. The memory was sharp, a reminder of resilience and sacrifice carved into the history of war. Turning back to Fabius, Roman urged him to be honest. There was no need for pretense, he said. If Fabius proved himself in the coming battle, all past wrongs would be forgiven. Then, in a dramatic move, Roman raised his hand and pointed him out before the gathered warriors. He declared Fabius the traitor of the aristocrats. But instead of shame, Fabius's resolve burned brighter. With unwavering conviction, he swore to lay down his life for Roman Dmitri. It was a bold declaration, sealing his loyalty in front of all. As the new day dawned, another revelation spread across the battlefield. The mighty Kronos Empire had formally pledged its support to the aristocratic faction. For Benedict's men, the news was like a gust of wind filling their sails. Pride and hope surged through them, giving strength for the storm that lay ahead. Felix stood before the towering walls of Benedict's castle, his mind fixed on the trust Roman had placed in him. That trust was a debt he intended to repay, no matter the cost. Calling upon the Phoenix Tower's hidden weapon, Felix invoked the spell combustion. From the skies above, a blazing dragon took shape, its presence so immense that even the enemy soldiers faltered in shock. With a single command, Felix unleashed its fury. Fire poured down in a relentless storm, hammering Benedict's defenses. The mighty barrier that had long shielded the castle cracked, then shattered beneath the assault. Panic spread through the ranks of the aristocrats as flames engulfed their fortress. Stone walls that had once stood as a symbol of strength now crumbled into ash and ruin. Amid the chaos, Count Fabius seized the moment. Leading his men through the breached walls, he hurled himself into the fight with unmatched speed and precision. Empowered by an acceleration spell, he cut down enemies before they could even raise their blades. Where others sought to flee the inferno, Fabius pressed deeper, taking on the most dangerous tasks with fearless determination. His gamble paid off. In risking everything, he not only proved his loyalty, but carved his worth into the battlefield for all to see. After fulfilling his part, Fabius paused, knowing the time had come for Roman himself to strike. With bold steps, Roman entered the ruined castle. The aristocrats' soldiers raised their weapons, shouting warnings of the demon of Cairo come to claim them. Roman only smirked, as if amused by the name. Then, with precise and devastating efficiency, he tore through them one by one, leaving bodies in his wake. Elsewhere within the fortress, a desperate soldier activated a secret communication device, rushing to report to the faction leaders. But before he could finish, a new voice cut in, Romans. Taking control of the device, he spoke directly to the gathered nobles. His words dripped with disdain as he condemned their betrayal. He promised not only their deaths, but the destruction of their bloodlines, their names erased from history. Mercy, he declared, was no longer an option. Even if they begged for forgiveness, they would meet only the full weight of his wrath. Marquis Benedict sat frozen, Roman's cold warning echoing in his mind. The promise of an inevitable meeting gnawed at him, a shadow of doom hanging over every thought. A decade earlier, another moment had shaped his path. In Cairo, King Daniel's father had pleaded with Benedict, urging him to recognize the sacrifices of those fighting against the empire. The king warned of the growing threat, begging for unity. But Benedict, frustrated and bitter, saw only incompetence. To him, Cairo's failure to act decisively had allowed pro-imperial forces tied to Valhalla and Kronos to slip deeper into the kingdom, taking control piece by piece. The funeral of the queen, Benedict's sister, deepened his doubts. As he stood at her grave, he questioned whether Cairo could survive under such weak leadership. That moment planted a seed of resentment. Quietly, he began voicing his distrust of the royal family, and he soon discovered he wasn't alone. Many nobles felt the same, and together they formed what became the aristocratic faction. At first, the faction was born out of dissatisfaction with the crown, but over time, ambition corrupted its purpose. Benedict began to envision himself on the throne. He crafted secret plans, building his power in the shadows, waiting for the day to strike. Yet everything unraveled the moment Roman Dmitri's voice reached him through magical communication. Roman's chilling words shattered Benedict's schemes, leaving him in a spiral of panic. His carefully woven plans were undone in an instant. Consumed by fear, Benedict gathered what remained of the faction. He ordered them to scatter, to vanish before Roman crushed them completely. In desperation, he also sent pleas to the Kronos Empire, hoping for salvation. What was once a unified front dissolved into chaos, nobles fleeing in all directions. But Roman's forces were already upon them. At the castle gates, Kevin, one of Roman's most skilled warriors, appeared like death itself. Cutting down the guards meant to protect the retreat, he stood in their path, an immovable shadow. Benedict, frantic, shouted for his soldiers to attack. Yet Kevin proved unstoppable, tearing through them with a single, devastating strike. The scene left Benedict and his ally Mark trembling, their last hopes shattered. With resistance futile, Benedict abandoned the fight altogether. He turned and ran, racing through the corridors in a desperate attempt to save his own life. But the walls closed in. Out of the darkness ahead, another figure emerged. Chris, another of Roman's loyal men, stepped into his path, blocking his escape and forcing a confrontation face to face. Chris cut through Benedict's guards with ease, leaving the nobleman exposed and trembling. Panic overtook him, and Benedict bolted, his only thought to survive. Thoughts of vengeance simmered faintly in the back of his mind, but survival came first. As he fled, his eyes caught a hidden cave entrance. Without hesitation, he darted inside, clutching at the hope its shadows might conceal him. Behind him, royal soldiers poured from the castle, hunting him relentlessly. For now, the cave offered a brief reprieve, but Benedict knew it was only a matter of time before they found him. In the dark sanctuary, he sank against the stone, his mind churning. His dream of claiming Cairo's throne had crumbled to dust, swept away by Roman Dmitri. What once felt within reach now seemed impossibly far. All that remained was a burning desire to take revenge, to strike back at the man who had destroyed everything. But his grim reflections were interrupted. A shaken aristocrat stumbled in, delivering devastating news. Their escape routes were sealed, their chances of fleeing gone. Soon after, Viscount Owen approached Benedict cautiously, dread clear in his steps. The tension was suffocating, the air heavy with the weight of despair. Then Roman arrived. His movements were precise, his strike merciless. Owen fell before he could react. The cave fell silent as Roman's shadow stretched across the stone. His voice cut through the darkness, commanding Benedict to step out. Benedict froze, torn between hiding and surrender. But the choice wasn't his to make. With no escape, he emerged from the shadows, fully aware his fate now rested in Roman's hands. The scene shifted. In the streets of Cairo, Benedict stood in shackles, paraded before the people under Roman's watch. Rage and humiliation burned inside him as the crowd's eyes weighed down on his pride. Finally, unable to contain himself, he lashed out. He shouted at Roman, insisting that he had sacrificed more than anyone to protect Cairo from ruin under an incompetent king. He demanded to know why someone who had served the kingdom so loyally was now treated like a criminal. His voice grew harsher as he questioned Roman directly. Could he truly pledge loyalty to a ruler like Daniel? Bitterness poured out as Benedict laid blame on the kingdom's corruption and the traitors within, the very ones he accused of weakening Cairo against Kronos' relentless border attacks. In his desperation, he sought Roman's recognition, clinging to the hope that his efforts and sacrifices would at least be acknowledged. Roman listened to Benedict's outburst without anger, his voice calm when he finally responded. He laid out the harsh truth. Despite all of Benedict's schemes, there had been no real results. The aristocratic faction had achieved nothing lasting. They had neither shifted Cairo's power nor strengthened its defenses. Roman urged him to abandon selfish ambition and consider the greater good, to think beyond his own grasp for power. The words struck deep, leaving Benedict shaken. For the first time, he began to truly reflect on the path he had chosen. Roman acknowledged that protecting the weak was a noble aim, but he reminded Benedict that actions carried consequences, and he had only brought chaos. Crushed by the weight of failure, Benedict pleaded for redemption. He offered to swear allegiance to the royal family, hoping for one last chance to make amends. But Roman's judgment was final. He declared it was too late. With one swift, decisive strike, he ended Benedict's reign, silencing a man who had once towered over Cairo's politics. The scene shifted to the royal palace. A soldier reported the victory, the fall of Benedict, and the collapse of the aristocratic faction. King Daniel accepted the news with relief, even planning a celebration in recognition of Roman success. Yet his mind remained fixed on the looming danger of Kronos, advancing steadily on the Western Front. With urgency, he ordered Roman to march immediately to confront the threat. He promised the highest reward once the kingdom was secure, emphasizing that defending Cairo's borders came above all else. Far from the palace, at the western third defense line, the commander's voice carried through a magical device. By the king's order, they had to hold back the rebellion at all costs. If they could endure for just 3 days, Roman Dmitri would arrive to reinforce them. The urgency in his words made clear how vital their stand would be. The focus then turned to Flora, a rising figure at the Western Front. The commander's message tied directly to a prediction she had made earlier, highlighting her growing influence. Her journey had begun when she first met Roman Dmitri and left Lawrence to continue her studies at the Royal Academy. But her ambition drove her further. She immersed herself in military strategy until she carved her place in history as Cairo's first female staff officer. Her appointment, however, was not met with universal approval. Many questioned the decision, dismissing it as a gamble. But Flora's sharp tactical mind and firm leadership soon silenced the doubts. She earned her place not as a token figure, but as a strategist respected for her skill. At the Western Third Defense Line, the officers gathered for a critical meeting. Baron Noel, the chief of staff, stood before them, ready to speak. Baron Noel, seasoned and pragmatic, laid the situation bare. Crushing the rebellion in just 3 days, he said, was unrealistic. Even if they managed to subdue the enemy quickly, reinforcements brought through the warp gates would still take a day or two to arrive. The timeline was against them, and the officers fell into uneasy silence, their confidence shaken by the grim reality. Then Flora spoke. Her calm voice cut through the doubt, carrying a confidence that caught everyone's attention. She offered a different perspective, one that challenged Baron Noel's cautious outlook. Though the task seemed daunting, she believed it could be achieved. Roman Dmitri had set the 3-day deadline, she guessed, but she was convinced the true battle would take no longer than 5. Count Vandenberg, commander of the Western Front, pressed her to explain. Flora spoke from experience, describing Roman as someone impossible to measure by ordinary standards. He was unpredictable, decisive, and capable of feats others could not imagine. Her conviction steadied the room, offering a flicker of hope. Still, Vandenberg wasn't fully convinced. He questioned whether her reasoning wasn't simply misplaced faith. Flora stood her ground. Roman's urgency, she explained, came from the collapse of Benedict's faction and the mounting threat of Kronos. In such a moment, extraordinary measures were not just possible, they were necessary. Outside their war room, those fears were becoming reality. Kronos' forces had crossed Cairo's western border, their advance leaving destruction in its wake. Amid the chaos, Flora and the other strategists studied the enemy's movements. Unfurling a map across the table, she showed Kronos' attack patterns with precision. Their ruthlessness was undeniable. Close-quarters fighting to overwhelm defenses, paired with war mages strategically placed to break resistance where it mattered most. Vandenberg's expression hardened as he listened. The mage towers troubled him most. Once activated, they could amplify a single mage's strength to devastating levels. Flora acknowledged the danger, but identified the weakness. Mages, she explained, were most vulnerable when casting. To win, Cairo's army had to anticipate their movements and strike them before their spells were unleashed. Her voice sharpened. We must eliminate the mages. The room stirred at her boldness, but Vandenberg raised a pointed question. How could they locate the mages in time? Mages could sense mana and conceal themselves before being detected. Flora didn't hesitate. We make them reveal themselves, she replied firmly. Her plan was daring. Launch a large-scale warrior assault that would force Kronos to reposition their units. In doing so, their mages would be exposed. Risky, yes, but it was the first strategy that gave them a chance to turn the tide. Count Vandenberg studied Flora's plan carefully. It had promise, but one major obstacle lingered. How could they keep the traps hidden from the sharp senses of the enemy mages? Flora's answer was precise. Warriors, she explained, could manipulate the surrounding mana to mask the traps entirely, rendering them invisible even to the most skilled mage. At that moment, Vandenberg felt a glimmer of hope spark in the darkness. Her plan wasn't just bold, it was possible. But there remained one final requirement. To anchor their forces and inspire the troops, they needed someone to take up the mantle of the Grand Warrior, a symbol of strength in their darkest hour. The room grew heavy with silence, tension pressing down. Then a voice broke through. I will do it. It was Rodwell Dmitri. Often overlooked, he now stood tall with resolve burning in his eyes. He stepped forward, asking directly to take part in the Grand Warrior battle. Count Vandenberg saw the determination in him and agreed. Rodwell would play a pivotal role in what was to come. Later, outside the command post, Flora sought him out. His sudden eagerness puzzled her. Why would Rodwell, whose official service had ended, continue to throw himself into the chaos of war? To her, it seemed less like patriotism and more like a man refusing to face his fate. Yet she realized something else. Rodwell was necessary. He carried the potential of a leader, someone the future might depend on. Rodwell then revealed his true motivation. He wanted to surpass the legacy of the Romans. Flora was taken aback. Rodwell, once hesitant to embrace change, now declared his ambition not only to follow the example of Roman Dmitri, but to surpass it. That burning goal kept him tied to Cairo's cause. In turn, Flora shared her own reason for fighting. She wanted to learn from her mistakes, to face them and avoid repeating them again. Their exchange grew solemn. Finally, Flora asked him to fight with everything he had, to win at all costs, for Cairo and for his own survival. The next day, The battlefield was suffused with tension. Rodwell stepped forward, steady and resolute, his gaze locked on the enemy. From across the field, his opponent emerged. Oxford, a formidable 3-star aura swordsman of Kronos, ready for the duel that would decide the tide. Rodwell quickly grasped the grim reality of his duel. In Cairo, his status as a 3-star warrior placed him among the elite. But in Kronos, such strength was nothing. Their lowest-ranked soldiers started at 4 stars. The sheer disparity underscored just how overwhelming the enemy truly was. When the battle began, Oxford charged with brutal force, his aura blazing like a storm. Rodwell fought desperately, his sword barely keeping up against the relentless flurry of strikes. Behind Oxford, Kronos' soldiers roared in support, their cheers echoing across the battlefield and crushing down like a weight. For a moment, Rodwell felt the old wound reopen. The same feeling he had carried back home, where no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass his brother. But he refused to let despair break him now. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, determined to fight until the very end. Then came Oxford's most vicious strike, his aura blade flashing toward Rodwell's face. The moment stretched thin. If he dodged, it would mean conceding defeat. If he didn't, he risked losing his sight. With no time left, Rodwell made his choice. He charged forward. Sword raised, he met Oxford head-on, his swing faster and sharper than anyone expected. The blow landed. Oxford fell hard, defeated before his own men. Though injured from the exchange, Rodwell stood victorious, a triumphant smile breaking through his exhaustion. When he returned to camp, heart pounding, he sought Flora immediately, desperate to know if their gamble had worked. Her steady reassurance eased the storm inside him, lifting the weight of doubt he had carried since the beginning. For the first time in days, he allowed himself to feel hope. Hope for their city, still clinging to survival. Across the field, Kronos tightened its grip. Count Van, their stern and commanding figure, rallied his men. Weapons gleamed under his orders. The dreaded flare weapons and the might of war mages, all ready to unleash devastation. The sight alone stirred unease among Cairo's soldiers, reminding them of the brutal fight still ahead. Sensing the critical moment, Count Vandenberg turned to Flora. Trust heavy in his voice, he asked when the traps should be sprung. Calm and deliberate, Flora explained that the enemy's mages were most exposed when channeling their spells. To strike too early would waste their chance. To strike too late would cost lives. Timing, she stressed, was everything. Vandenberg nodded, his confidence restored. The detonation would happen under Flora's lead. All that remained now was to wait for the perfect moment. As the Kronos mages began their incantations, silence gripped the battlefield, broken only by the hum of gathering power. At Flora's signal, a wave of movement rippled through Cairo's ranks. Count Vandenberg gave the command, and in the next breath, hidden traps erupted. A thunderous blast ripped across the field, unleashing a torrent of magic that engulfed the Kronos spellcasters. Count Fabio, leading Kronos with pride, surveyed the scene, caught off guard by the sudden strike. He raised his voice, ordering his soldiers to crush Cairo without mercy. For daring to stand against the Empire, he declared, Cairo would be shown the true might of Kronos. The Kronos army surged forward with unshaken resolve, their blades and banners cutting through the dust. Yet Cairo's warriors held firm, meeting the charge head-on and pushing their enemies back with unyielding strength. In the midst of battle, Flora stepped forward. Her arrow flew swift and true, dropping a Kronos soldier instantly. Her voice rang out above the chaos, rallying her comrades. She reminded them that without their mages, Kronos was weakened, and Cairo now held the advantage. Her call carried through the battlefield, steadying the hearts of her people. But within the city walls, families cowered together, fearful as Kronos pressed hard against Cairo's defenses. The relentless clash brought the city to the edge of collapse. Day by day, Kronos edged closer to breaking through. By the third day, the tide began to shift. From the west, Lord Roman Dmitri's forces stormed onto the field. At the sight of his banners, Kronos faltered, panic spreading through their ranks before retreat took hold. In Cairo's war room, the commanders gathered. Count Vandenberg marveled at how swiftly Roman's arrival had crushed the rebellion and offered his gratitude. Yet Roman, stern and composed, warned them not to grow complacent. The war, he said, was far from finished. Puzzled, Vandenberg asked why more troops were necessary. Roman leaned over the map, tracing the bold advance Kronos had made into Cairo's lands. Waiting passively, he explained, was no longer an option. With the king's blessing, Roman declared that he would lead the counterattack, driving Kronos back with force. Roman ordered the commanders to ready the troops, declaring that they would not simply defend anymore. They would chase down the invaders and drive them back. The bold shift in strategy caught many off guard. Among them was Rodwell, stunned by the change in his older brother. He remembered a very different Roman, careless, reckless, drowning in bad habits, and often tangled in tavern brawls. The man standing before him now, calm and resolute, felt almost like a stranger. Yet there was no denying it was Roman. Rodwell, who had spent his life guarding the Dmitri name on the Western Front, felt his own efforts dim in comparison. Once seen as the family's hope, he now wrestled with a heavy sense of insignificance. Years of sacrifice suddenly felt like burdens instead of achievements, and doubt crept in. Had all his struggles been meaningless? Breaking the silence, Baron voiced the question weighing on many minds. Was there truly any value in continuing the fight against Kronos? His words struck deeply, echoing the doubts stirring inside Rodwell. Flora stepped in with her usual straightforwardness, reminding everyone of the toll already taken on their soldiers. Days of battle had drained them, and pushing forward recklessly would only bring greater losses. Count Vandenberg, ever the strategist, offered a steady perspective. The Western Front, he reminded them, was more than just a battlefield. It was the shield protecting Cairo's people. Their goal wasn't simply victory, but the lasting safety of their homeland. Then he spoke, grounding the room with a sobering reminder. The wider war between Kronos and the Southern Kingdom's alliance was still unfolding. Their enemies weren't yet fighting at full strength, which meant the situation was far more precarious than it seemed. Roman, unwavering, answered with conviction. He called on them to rise, to fight not just for territory, but against the atrocities the Empire had unleashed. His words carried such weight that the commanders fell silent, struck by his determination. Count Vandenberg then asked for Roman's guidance on the path ahead. As the discussion settled, Flora found herself reflecting quietly on Roman's resolve, the strength in his voice leaving her with much to think about. Though she remembered Roman's reckless past, Flora couldn't deny the resolve he carried now. Her thoughts broke when her eyes caught sight of Roman standing beside Rodwell. Roman, ever attentive, addressed his brother with genuine gratitude. He acknowledged Rodwell's injury from the warrior's duel and praised his vital role in holding off the Kronos mages and defending the Western Front until reinforcements arrived. His words were sincere, and they struck Rodwell deeply, shaking the distance that had long stood between them. For Roman, the bond with Rodwell weighed heavily. He had built new ties in this life, but with his brother, caution was necessary. He knew Rodwell might not yet be ready to accept him fully. Still, Roman left him with a promise. If Rodwell chose to stand with him the next day, together they would wield the strength of the Dmitri name against any who sought to harm them. His voice carried a clear warning. The times were dire. Roman swore that the Kronos Empire would pay dearly in blood for the loss of Rodwell's eye. He urged his brother not to forget their bond, their shared blood, no matter how heavy the days ahead might be. The scene shifted to the Kronos camp, where Baron Charlton delivered grim news to Count Fabio. Benedict's rebellion had collapsed completely. Worse, the royal army was already on the Western Front. Cautiously, Charlton advised a retreat. Fabio's was shaken, unable to believe how swiftly the rebellion had crumbled. Yet even in shock, his pride held firm. He refused to abandon the battlefield, declaring that his honor and duty to his men bound him there, no matter the losses. Charlton countered with cold logic. With the Empire already locked in conflict against the Kingdom Alliance, every soldier counted. Losing even a fraction of their force here could cripple their hold over the southern territories. Though bitter, Fabios conceded. He agreed to pull back at dawn. When morning came, the Kronos army began its retreat. One soldier suggested leaving scouts behind to monitor Cairo's movements, but Fabios dismissed the idea. If Cairo dared to pursue, he said, they would deal with them directly. But as their march continued, something unexpected awaited them. On the retreat, a sharp-eyed soldier spotted an enemy force closing in from behind. Count Fabio, far from alarmed, allowed himself a faint smirk. To him, this was no threat. It was a chance. He swiftly ordered his troops to pivot and face their pursuers, intent on turning the situation into a crushing blow. If they struck hard enough, Cairo's western front could collapse entirely. The night before, in Cairo's strategy camp, their leaders had laid out a daring plan for this very moment. When Kronos retreated, the army would be divided and attacked from two sides. Roman, alongside Rodwell and Chris, would break through the center, while Count Vanderberg, Baron Noel, and Flora pressed against the rear. It was risky, splitting their strength while leaving the rear exposed, but their confidence did not waver. Bullman reassured Baron Noel that once the center gained momentum, reinforcements would quickly shift to aid the rear. Their objective was simple yet decisive: sow chaos within the Kronos ranks and seize victory for Cairo. Roman's unwavering belief in their success lifted the spirits of everyone present, bolstering their resolve. Back on the battlefield, Kronos' vice commander rallied his men. He reminded them of their duty to the Empire and urged them to stand unbroken against Cairo's strike. His words reignited their spirits, and with renewed vigor, the Kronos soldiers pushed back fiercely. Count Vanderberg, watching their resilience, understood the challenge they faced. The Empire, seasoned by countless invasions, was far from easy to topple. Concerned by the shift, he urged his own troops to fight harder, to hold firm, and keep pressing the assault. Yet the field told two different stories. While Vanderberg's forces strained against resistance, the center became a scene of carnage. Roman and Chris, leading their soldiers with ruthless precision, tore through the Kronos lines with unstoppable force. Rodwell, caught in the thick of it, could scarcely believe his eyes. The Dmitri troops, once considered strong, now seemed like an overwhelming storm, far beyond what he'd ever imagined. Watching their relentless advance, his thoughts drifted back to a memory. He recalled the night Roman had asked him to join their cause, vowing to reveal the true power of the Dmitri name. At the time, Rodwell hadn't understood. But here, amid the chaos, the meaning of those words began to take shape. Rodwell's thoughts spun as Roman laid out their next move. Chris was ordered to split off with a unit and strike the rear, while Roman would intercept the approaching Kronos soldiers from the flank. The sudden division caught Rodwell off guard. As Chris led his men away, a knot of unease tightened in Rodwell's chest. Was Roman leaving him behind? At the rear lines, the situation grew dire. Cairo's soldiers were slowly being forced back by the relentless Kronos advance. Seeing the danger, Flora signaled Count Vanderberg. His command spread quickly, and the troops locked shields together, forming a solid wall. Kronos warriors crashed against the defense again and again, but the line held, refusing to break. Then Chris arrived with his unit. His presence reignited Cairo's fading spirit, and hope surged across the rear. Vanderberg seized the moment, ordering the shield wall to break formation and launch a counterattack. Raising his voice, Chris called upon his men to fight with the pride of the Dmitri legacy. Side by side, they cut into Kronos' ranks with flawless coordination, their strikes sharp and devastating. Watching from behind, Flora was taken aback at how effectively Roman's knights turned the tide. Amid the chaos, a formidable enemy stepped forward, a 3-star knight prepared to duel Chris. But before the man's sword could rise, Chris unleashed his flash technique. In an instant, his blade struck, dropping the knight in a single decisive blow. Meanwhile, at the center, Roman stood alone, unwavering as waves of Kronos soldiers bore down on him. Count Fabios watched, stunned, as Roman carved through the troops with unmatched ferocity. In the midst of this struggle, a messenger arrived with urgent news. The rear was in danger. Fabio, his frustration boiling, dismissed the warning. Roman, he declared, must be dealt with first. Once Roman fell, the rear would collapse on its own. What Fabios failed to see was Roman's intent. Amid the chaos, Roman had already begun moving toward him, closing the distance with purpose. But before he could advance further, a new figure stepped onto the field. Gustavo, commander of Kronos' 10th Night Squad. His reputation preceded him, ranked 78th across the continent and 35th within the empire itself. A dangerous opponent, seasoned and feared, now stood in Roman's path. The clash began with Gustavo releasing his aura, forming a barrier meant to halt Roman's advance. Roman didn't flinch. For a brief moment, the two warriors stood still, measuring each other, knowing the fight ahead would be fierce. With the grace of a seasoned knight, Gustavo vaulted into the air, his aura-infused sword crashing down in strike after strike. Each blow carried immense power, yet Roman met them all, dodging, parrying, and blocking with flawless precision. Suddenly, two Kronos soldiers tried to ambush Roman from behind, hoping to overwhelm him. But with lightning speed, Roman spun and cut them down in a single sweeping motion. Their bodies hit the ground before the dust had settled. Gustavo froze for a heartbeat, stunned by Roman's reflexes and efficiency. As leader of the 10th Night Squad, he had faced countless warriors, but none like this. In that instant, he realized Roman Dmitri was far more dangerous than he had imagined. Pressed to his limits, Gustavo considered a desperate measure. His hand moved to his abdomen, drawing upon a hidden force. Roman's eyes narrowed, sensing the strange shift. A yellow aura began radiating from Gustavo's body, the manifestation of life force itself, something no art or training could replicate. Roman, well read in the mysteries of the continent, knew how rare and perilous this power was. A year ago, such an attack might have overwhelmed him. Gustavo charged, his strikes sharper and heavier than before. Yet Roman blocked every one, his calm defense leaving his opponent astonished. Then, in a single motion, Roman unleashed a precise counter. His blade cut through the clash, striking Gustavo down. Smoke and dust erupted across the battlefield as the knight collapsed, defeated. The Kronos soldiers gasped, frozen at the sight of their commander's downfall. At that moment, a man pushed forward, kicking Fabios from his horse. The noble crashed to the ground, his pride shattered. Rage and disbelief twisted his voice as he reminded Roman of his rank in the empire. Hurting an imperial noble, he warned, would unleash assassins to hunt him down. But Roman was unshaken. He accepted the danger, silencing Fabios with swift finality. The noble fell, his warnings meaningless in the wake of Roman strength. From the rear, soldiers stared wide-eyed as thick smoke rose from the heart of the Kronos ranks. The sight made it clear. Roman Dmitri was tearing through the battlefield, unstoppable. Confident and composed, Chris reassured Count Vanderberg, easing the doubts that weighed on him about the battle's outcome. Moments later, a green flare lit the sky, a signal marking Roman's triumph. The scene shifted to Cairo Palace, where a soldier rushed in with urgent news for King Daniel. Roman Dmitri had secured a decisive victory against Kronos in the west. Relief and pride spread across the king's face as he listened. Without delay, he reached out to Count Vanderberg through magical communication, seeking a full report. Vanderberg, his voice steady, shared the details from the Western Front. He explained how he and Roman had defeated Count Fabio, a key commander of Kronos, and captured the soldiers who remained. Curious, King Daniel asked about Cairo's condition. Vanderberg answered that their losses were minimal, crediting Roman's clever strategies and sharp battlefield decisions. The king was impressed. Roman had far surpassed every expectation, proving himself vital to Cairo's survival. With newfound confidence, King Daniel resolved to approach negotiations with the Kronos Empire carefully. He knew power had to be balanced and diplomacy handled with precision. Concerned for the safety of the captured enemy soldiers, he ordered his staff to treat them well. His determination to end the conflict without further bloodshed set the palace into motion, his attendants carrying out his commands with care. Meanwhile, on the western plains, Baron Noel approached Roman humbly. Bowing deeply, he admitted his regret for having opposed Roman's plans earlier. With sincerity, he thanked Roman for his leadership and bravery. Roman accepted Baron's apology, recognizing his words as genuine. Yet he also used the moment to impart a lesson. In the chaos of war, he said, relying on only one perspective could be dangerous. Differing opinions and opposing voices were necessary to reach the right decisions. What had once been a disagreement, Roman explained, had actually brought clarity. Baron Noel, moved by Roman's wisdom, then shared the latest development. Cairo had secured numerous Kronos prisoners, a victory that could serve them well in the coming negotiations. Roman, however, remained cautious. Drawing on his knowledge of the empire's ambitions, he warned that the path ahead would not be simple. The negotiations, he predicted, would be anything but easy. Roman doubted the talks would unfold peacefully. He reminded the commanders that Kronos' history was built on aggression and conquest, and their pride made it certain they would demand retribution. In war, he explained, battles might begin over reasons, but in the end, it was the struggle for power that decided everything. His words carried a chilling truth. The empire now faced an uncomfortable reality. A smaller nation like Cairo had defeated them, and that fact alone would send tremors through Kronos' core. Baron Noel, visibly shaken, turned to Roman, uncertain of Cairo's next step. With calm certainty, Roman answered. Cairo had no choice but to face the consequences head-on. Retreating now would only invite greater disaster. Negotiations were inevitable, and Cairo must be prepared. Meanwhile, inside the royal chambers of Cairo, King Daniel engaged in a magical conference with Baron Charlton of Kronos' foreign ministry. Speaking with the authority of the empire, Charlton outlined their stance. Kronos' invasion, he claimed, was ordered by Duke Benedict. With Benedict defeated, the army had withdrawn, but Cairo's retaliation had gone too far. The deaths of Count Fabios and Captain Gustavo, both honored figures in the empire, were branded as excessive brutality. Though he acknowledged Cairo had been at war, King Daniel pressed the moral question back on Charlton. Kronos had struck first, he argued, and fairness demanded that their aggression be recognized as the root cause. If Kronos refused fair dialogue, Daniel warned, Cairo would not hesitate to bring the matter before the international community. Charlton's response was sharp. He told Daniel to do as he wished, but made clear that the empire had no intent to negotiate. Instead, he delivered an ultimatum. Roman Dmitri, the man responsible, must offer up one of his arms. He was to travel to the empire, kneel, and atone with his blood. Only then, Charlton said coldly, would Kronos consider letting the matter rest. The demand struck King Daniel like a blow. Shock and fury warred within him as he grasped the weight of the empire's insult. Charlton pressed further, warning that refusal would mean full-scale war. The decision, he declared, must be made within 10 days. As the communication ended, silence filled the chamber. King Daniel's frustration burned, humiliated by Cairo's position, yet bound by the risk of war. Then Prime Benner stepped forward with heavier news. Kronos now viewed Roman Dmitri as a long-term threat. But the king would not waver. Fiercely, he defended Roman, calling him a hero of Cairo and a man who had won the people's loyalty beyond question. The threat aimed at Roman forced King Daniel to act decisively. Wasting no time, he ordered Roman to be summoned, knowing he needed to hear directly from the warrior who had carried Cairo through its darkest hour. The kingdom's future was uncertain, and only a frank conversation with Roman could guide the next step. 2 days later, Roman stood before the throne. The weight of the moment was unmistakable. King Daniel laid out everything. Baron Charlton's harsh ultimatum and the peril it carried for Cairo. With worry clear in his tone, he asked Roman for counsel. Roman's reply was firm. To accept Kronos' demand, he said, would strip Cairo of its dignity and reduce it to a subject state. Instead, he proposed something bold. He himself would go to the empire to confront the matter directly. His offer showed not only resolve, but also a willingness to sacrifice for Cairo. The king faltered. Sending Roman into the empire's heart was dangerous. Kronos wanted vengeance, and the risk of losing their strongest champion was too great. The room grew tense, the air heavy with uncertainty. At that moment, Count Fabius stepped forward with a suggestion. Rather than risking Roman's life, another could serve as envoy to defend Cairo's position. His calm words opened a new path. King Daniel, intrigued, asked plainly if Fabius meant himself. The count confirmed it without hesitation, declaring he was ready to stand as Cairo's voice before the empire. The king considered carefully. Fabius was no stranger to politics. His past decisions, even during Benedict's rebellion, had proven his judgment. His support for Roman only strengthened the king's faith in him. Perhaps he truly was the right man for the task. Yet the danger remained undeniable. With a searching look, the king asked if Fabius truly understood the risks. Fabius's answer was resolute. He pledged to do everything within his power to see the mission through. Turning to Roman, King Daniel sought his opinion. The scene shifted. Roman and Fabius walked side by side down a long hallway. Roman broke the silence, his curiosity plain. Why, he asked, had Fabius volunteered for such a dangerous task? Roman pressed Fabius for his true reasons. What drove him to accept such a dangerous responsibility? Fabius did not hesitate. He spoke plainly, knowing Roman might doubt the word of a man once branded a defector. Yet he swore his loyalty, promising to serve Roman for the rest of his life. This mission, he explained, was his chance to prove it. He asked Roman to see his decision not as reckless ambition, but as a step towards strengthening their bond. Fabius was realistic. He did not expect to be treated as a trusted advisor. Instead, he wanted to be used in whatever way best advanced Roman's goals. Then came his ambition, laid bare. Fabius desired a life of power, wealth, and honor at Roman's side, and he was unashamed of saying so. His words were direct, almost daring. Roman, caught off guard by such honesty, found himself impressed. Fabius's understanding of their roles, lord and servant, was clear, and his request to join Roman's inner circle was made without hesitation. A smirk touched Roman's lips. He respected such bold clarity. Without delay, he accepted Fabius into his service, assuring him that those who stood with him would share in the rewards of his rise. Days later, as Fabius journeyed toward Cairo to begin the diplomatic mission, he crossed paths with a family member who questioned him harshly. In the quiet of the forest, the relative accused him of surviving only through betrayal, asking how long such treachery could last. Fabius answered calmly. Betrayal, he said, was often tempting when it meant siding with strength. True loyalty was not blind obedience. It was choosing to stand with those who dared to shape the future. Serving bold leaders was his way of survival and his way of gaining power. The exchange grew more reflective. The family member mused that perhaps keeping defectors close, rather than rejecting them, could be a clever strategy. Fabius agreed with a thin smile, acknowledging the truth of it, but quickly waved the thought aside, ending the discussion. As he continued on his path, Fabius reflected on his life as a defector. He admitted to himself that betrayal had never brought him joy, but it had given him survival. He had never believed anyone truly deserved his full loyalty. Yet, in the back of his mind, an unsettling thought lingered. Perhaps Roman Dmitri might be the one exception. The scene shifted to the grand imperial capital, Alexander. As Fabius approached the empire's towering castle, he could not hide his awe at its vast scale and beauty. A soldier led him inside, and Fabius's eyes caught the emblem etched into the knight's armor. Though only of the 7th order, the man radiated strength greater than even Count Nicholas. When the chamber doors opened, a suffocating weight pressed down on Fabius. Stepping into the Emperor's presence felt like entering a world far beyond his reach. Every instinct told him that one misstep here could cost him everything. The silence was crushing. Then the Emperor's commanding voice broke it. He asked if Fabius was truly Roman Dmitri. The question froze Fabius in place, his breath caught in his throat. Before he could stammer out a reply, the escorting soldier slammed him to the floor, forcing his face against the ground. The Emperor continued coldly. Roman was expected to come himself, to kneel and sacrifice his arm. Anything less would not be accepted. Without hesitation, he ordered Fabius to be taken away and declared war on Cairo. His words rolled through the chamber like thunder, heavy and merciless. Desperation drove Fabius to act. He raised his voice, boldly protesting that Cairo did not seek a full-scale war. He begged for the chance to speak directly. If his words failed, he promised to accept whatever punishment the Emperor chose. Intrigued, the Emperor relented, but warned him sharply. One mistaken speech, and the consequences would be severe. Gathering himself, Fabius began carefully. His tone was deliberate, measured, crafted to show respect while still pressing Cairo's case. He argued that the empire had no valid reason to involve itself in Cairo's civil war. To strengthen his point, he reminded the emperor that 5 kingdoms, not including Valhalla, had voiced support for Cairo's position. The statement was bold, a declaration backed by international recognition. The scene cut briefly to a night when Roman had offered Fabius strategic guidance. Forming an alliance with 6 kingdoms might win a war on the battlefield, Roman had warned, but the true challenge would come afterward, particularly with the looming hostility of Valhalla. Roman had told him, focus on that issue above all. It was the wisest course for Cairo's future. Back in the Emperor's hall, Fabius echoed that counsel. Cairo was still working toward peace, he said. If the empire still wished for war under such conditions, then let the punishment fall on him alone. The chamber fell silent. Then, to Fabius's astonishment, the emperor accepted his reasoning. On the condition that the Kronos prisoners be released, the empire would overlook the matter for now. But Roman Dmitri's case was different. The emperor announced that from this day forward, an assassin would be sent after Roman every night to avenge the fallen soldiers of Kronos. The declaration struck Fabius like a blade. His thoughts reeled. Did the emperor intend for open war with Cairo all along? It became clear that the empire's strategy was calculated. By targeting Roman, they would pressure Cairo to release the prisoners while restoring Kronos' prestige on the international stage. It was a ruthless move, one meant to display strength and reclaim influence. Yet the emperor dismissed the idea that subtle tactics alone would work any longer. His words hinted at something more, a shift toward harsher, more decisive measures. Fabius left the chamber with a heavy heart. He had hoped to prove his worth through this mission, but instead he had only glimpsed how deep and dangerous the emperor's plans truly ran. The scene shifted to Roman's office. With guilt pressing on him, Fabius apologized for failing to bring back better results. To his surprise, Roman commended him. Despite the circumstances, he said, Fabius had done well. Confused, Fabius asked if Roman had expected such an outcome. Roman's reply was calm. Kronos had always kept its eyes fixed on him. Assassination attempts were nothing new. Concerned, Fabius asked if he would truly be all right. Roman answered firmly that he would manage, and told him not to worry. As he turned to the window, Roman's thoughts drifted. Assassination had become a shadow, following him constantly. Quietly, he wondered what kind of agents the emperor would send this time. Meanwhile, in the grand halls of Cairo's palace, another confrontation shook the kingdom. King Daniel stood before Count Gregory, his voice firm and unyielding. He accused Gregory of endangering Cairo's security by colluding with Kronos and demanded an explanation. Gregory did not deny it. Instead, he questioned aloud whether his loyalty to the empire had been a mistake. He claimed that his ties to Kronos were no secret to anyone. Daniel's face hardened. Such words alone, he said, were enough to mark Gregory as a traitor. But Gregory did not waver. With boldness, he turned the accusation back, suggesting perhaps the king was the one at fault. He warned that executing him would not go unnoticed. Kronos' emperor had already sworn revenge, and such an act would only fan the flames. Instead, Gregory proposed an alternative. Send him to the empire, he suggested, rather than condemning him in Cairo. By doing so, the king could avoid drawing greater wrath upon the kingdom. King Daniel paused, unsettled. As much as he despised Gregory's betrayal, there was truth in his words. Daniel had considered executing all who carried ties to Kronos. Yet if Gregory were killed, the empire's vengeance might turn toward Roman Dmitri, the very man who had become Cairo's shield. Roman suddenly spoke up, turning everyone's attention to him. He addressed King Daniel directly, revealing that the emperor of Kronos had already declared Roman would be made to pay in blood. But Roman quickly made it clear, this wasn't the same as Count Gregory's case. He explained that Gregory's standing was insignificant compared to men like Count Fabio's or knight Captain Gustavo, whose influence carried far greater weight. The empire's eyes were already fixed on him, Roman said, and even if Gregory was executed, it wouldn't change the path Cairo was already on. Benedict's death had set everything in motion. The collapse of Cairo had begun. Roman urged the king to think carefully, for the kingdom's future depended on this decision. Hearing Roman's words, King Daniel felt a deep respect for his loyalty. But the gravity of the situation demanded action. The king declared that Gregory's betrayal wasn't just about secret dealings with Kronos. It was a stain on Cairo's honor itself. When Gregory tried to defend himself, King Daniel silenced him, declaring that a traitor who endangered the kingdom deserved only one punishment, death. The scene shifted to Cairo Plaza, where Count Gregory faced his fate. Looking back on his choices, he realized he should have seen Roman not as someone to sway, but as a threat to the empire itself. Still, he made one last attempt. Gregory urged Roman to submit to Kronos, reminding him how small and powerless he was compared to the empire. He brought up Gustavo, the man Roman had fought, pointing out that he ranked only 78th on the continent. That, Gregory said, was proof of just how terrifying Kronos' true strength was. He pressed on, warning about Valhalla, a place filled with warriors far stronger than Roman. Could he really stand against such enemies alone? Even if he severed ties with Kronos, Gregory warned, Valhalla would remain an unstoppable threat. If Gregory was executed, Roman's connection to Valhalla would vanish completely. But Roman's reply was calm and steady. He said he welcomed the challenge. Gregory was stunned, calling him a fool for provoking both Kronos and Valhalla, the two greatest powers on the continent. And with that, the downfall of Cairo's three great factions began. Inside the royal palace, King Daniel turned his attention to Count Vanderburg, commending him for his leadership on the Western Front. It was thanks to Vanderburg's courage and command that the Kronos invasion had been pushed back. In that war, Vanderburg had risen as a hero, earning honor for Cairo with his deeds. As recognition, King Daniel granted him the title of Marquis, along with new lands to rule. But the king's rewards didn't stop there. He honored the many who had fought fiercely against Kronos, Baron Noel, Flora Lawrence, and Roman Dmitri among them, each receiving gold for their service. Yet it was Roman whose name carried the most weight in the hall. King Daniel openly expressed gratitude to Roman and the Dmitri family, declaring that their support had been critical to the royal faction's victory. The nobles voiced their agreement, many even insisting that Roman deserved far more than just gold. Still, not all shared the same enthusiasm. Some hesitated, uneasy about granting Roman greater rewards, worried that his growing influence could disrupt the delicate balance of power among Cairo's factions. Sensing the unease, Count Benner rose and silenced the room with his firm words. He reminded the nobles of Cairo's painful history, marred by betrayal and self-interest. He warned them not to repeat old mistakes. Now was the time to unite for the sake of the kingdom, not bicker over power. King Daniel supported Benner's call for unity. Speaking with a grave tone, He admitted the truth. The Dmitri family's power had surpassed all expectations. The war had proven it. The Dmitris were stronger than Cairo itself. Instead of treating them merely as vassals, the king declared they must be recognized as true allies, almost a nation of their own. To seal this new future, King Daniel made an unprecedented announcement. He granted the Dmitri family the title of duke, elevating their territory in the east into a full dukedom. When the Dmitris officially claimed their new rank, the king himself promised to personally congratulate them. This was a historic moment. The once quiet lands of the Dmitri family were now a recognized dukedom, their place in Cairo's future secured. Word of this spread quickly across the kingdom, sparking awe and debate. Roman Dmitri, the man who had not only ended Cairo's factional strife, but also stood boldly against the might of Kronos, had changed the course of history. Out on the streets, whispers spread from mouth to mouth. People spoke in awe, wondering who could possibly stand against the unstoppable Roman Dmitri. Even the king had witnessed his strength firsthand, leaving the public to speculate just how far Roman's power reached. At an age when most were still nameless, Roman Dmitri was already stepping into greatness. Rumors claimed that Cairo's rising swordsman might soon be ranked among the top 50 fighters in the world. For the first time, his name wasn't just celebrated within Cairo, it was spreading across the continent, inspiring admiration from foreign lands. Bards carried tales of his battles, their songs echoing from city to city, each one adding to the ever-growing legend of the Dmitri family. But these rumors didn't spread naturally. They were carefully nurtured. Inside a certain mansion in Cairo, a butler reported to his master that interest in Sir Roman was growing rapidly across the continent, and before long, his fame would extend far beyond Cairo. The master, Henry, smiled with satisfaction. Their plan was unfolding just as he had hoped. Yet in Henry's mind, this was only the beginning. It had taken him 2 years to elevate a small baron's household into the powerful Dmitri dukedom, but Henry's ambitions soared higher. He dreamed of a day when Roman Dmitri would be hailed not just as a hero of Cairo, but of the entire continent. For that, Henry knew Roman's victories had to be remembered everywhere, his deeds carved into history itself. Reflecting on his own journey, Henry Albert realized how far he had come. What began as gathering a small circle of supporters for Roman had grown into something much larger. Now he stood as a lecturer at the Cairo Royal Academy, teaching the children of the nobility and receiving overwhelming praise. His household, once worried about survival, now held their heads high, proud of Henry's achievements. The true turning point came during one of his lectures. A professor, deeply moved by Henry's words, admitted he had finally grasped something important, that it was the sacrifices of Cairo's heroes on the southern front that had kept the kingdom safe. Henry's lectures had not only spread Roman's legend, but had awakened gratitude in those who had long overlooked the defenders who risked everything for Cairo. One day, Henry was struck by a sudden realization. He finally understood why people were so drawn to him. The answer was simple. They weren't truly fascinated by Henry himself, but by Roman Dmitri as seen through his words. Henry was no hero, yet his role as Roman's voice and his ties to the royal family had made him someone others respected. At first, Henry thought this admiration might be misplaced, but then he realized even scholars and nobles, like the professor from the Royal Academy, valued him highly. It was human nature to admire those who stood beside great figures. History itself was filled with such examples. Heroes remembered through the voices of the ones who told their stories. From that day on, Henry understood his purpose: to spread Roman's deeds far and wide, ensuring his name would echo through history. Later, in the quiet of his mansion, Henry reflected further. He and Roman weren't especially close, yet Henry still felt compelled to share Roman's greatness with the world. Perhaps it was fate, or simply his choice, but Henry knew this was the role he was meant to play. The scene shifted to Dmitri territory. After a long absence, Rodwell finally returned home. Walking through the familiar streets, he noticed how much had changed since he'd left. He stopped at a small restaurant and listened quietly as the townsfolk spoke with reverence about Roman's name. Hearing this, Rodwell felt a pang of displacement. The Dmitri family no longer felt like it was his. For the first time, he wondered about his place in it all. Should he remain and accept his role in the family, or leave once more and return to the Western lands? Soon after, the focus moved to Baron Romero's office, where Roman and Rodwell stood before their father. Baron Romero explained why he had summoned them. Cairo had elevated the Dmitri family into a dukedom, and with this new chapter came the question of succession. The future demanded strength and leadership, but Baron Romero struggled with the choice of who should inherit the family. Before his father could decide, Rodwell broke the silence. He declared that he wished to renounce his claim as heir. In his eyes, Roman was the one best suited to lead the Dmitri family into this new era. Rodwell made his choice for the sake of the family's future. He asked his father to release him from the role of heir. Baron Dmitri was stunned by his words, but Rodwell only requested some time alone before quietly leaving the room. Later, Baron Romero spoke to Roman in private. He recalled how, in the past, he had worried about the weight placed on Rodwell's shoulders. The Dmitri family had risen from humble origins, mocked and doubted by other nobles. Wanting to silence that doubt, Rodwell had thrown himself into training, his dedication a clear sign of his determination to prove their worth. To his father, Rodwell had once stood out as the ideal successor, someone capable of carrying the family's banner forward. But that determination had come with a cost. Instead of enjoying his youth, Rodwell had lived under the constant burden of expectation, devoting his life to the Dmitri name. Today marked the moment when his father realized the truth, that passing the role of heir to him would no longer serve the family's future. Though the decision filled Baron Romero with regret, he knew it was necessary. Turning to Roman, Baron Romero told him that he believed the future of the family rested in his hands. But before handing over that responsibility, he had one final request. Roman, serious and attentive, urged his father to speak. With a heavy heart, Baron Romero asked him to look after Rodwell, who had endured so many hardships and losses. It was his last wish as head of the Dmitri family. Roman gave his word, promising to shoulder that duty with all his strength. The scene shifted to the Dmitri training grounds, where Rodwell practiced alone. His blade struck the air again and again, but his swings kept falling short. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't land his strikes properly. Frustration weighed heavily on him. Roman appeared, watching silently for a moment before stepping closer. Calmly, he told Rodwell that aiming at a target alone would never be enough to overcome real enemies. He explained that years of training had shaped Rodwell's movements into habit, but losing one I had disrupted more than just his vision. Depth, distance, everything felt different now. Speaking with quiet resolve, Roman urged his brother not to fixate on what had been lost. Instead, he told him to embrace the strengths that remained, to adapt and rebuild himself. Only then could Rodwell move forward. Roman promised Rodwell that with the right guidance, he could learn to see beyond what his eyes allowed. Rodwell froze for a moment, unsettled by the words. With hesitation, he asked why he should even listen. Doubt lingered in his voice. Why did Roman care so much about him now, especially after becoming the successor? Roman's reply was firm. He explained that the Dmitri family stood in the middle of a storm. Both Kronos and Valhalla were enemies, unpredictable and dangerous, while the loyalty of the Kingdom Alliance could not be trusted forever. Dmitri had to grow stronger to survive. Roman admitted that up until now he had carried the burden alone, but the day would come when he could not. If war broke out and the Empire's army marched, he would have to fight at the front. Looking Rodwell in the eye, Roman said that if anything happened to him, he wanted his brother to stand as the one to protect Dmitri. Rodwell was stunned by his brother's words. Far away, in the southwestern part of the Salamander continent, the four kingdoms of Umberto, Redford, Odelia, and Frank gathered in council. Surrounded by powerful empires, they had formed the Southern Kingdom Alliance to safeguard their independence. They all understood the importance of Roman Dmitri. Only days before Dmitri was officially raised to a duchy, a crucial meeting took place. Nobles from all four kingdoms sat in a conference chamber, with Count Verde of Umberto speaking first. He recalled Cairo's massive rebellion, the greatest in its history, and praised Roman for suppressing it with skill. He also acknowledged Rodwell's role in uniting the alliance to prepare for any imperial retaliation. Roman, Verde declared, was more than a warrior. He was a leader with foresight. But Verde also voiced concern. The alliance was fragile. To strengthen it, he proposed a bold idea: marriage. Roman was still unmarried, and Verde suggested uniting him with the princess of one of their kingdoms. Some hesitated, worried about the princess's feelings, but Count Verde countered sharply. Personal emotions could not outweigh such an opportunity. In the end, the king placed his trust in Count Verde, granting him full authority to make the marriage happen and secure their bond with Roman Dmitri. As time passed, the news of the Duchy of Dmitri spread across the land, sparking joy and celebrations. Streets filled with festivities, music, and cheers, marking the dawn of a new era. Within the shining halls of Dmitri Palace, Duke Romero and his wife greeted Count Verde with warmth. Verde carried himself with politeness, but behind his words lay a confident determination. Count Verde raised the subject of Roman's future, suggesting it was time to consider marriage. With eagerness in his voice, he proposed the princess of Umberto, the kingdom's treasured jewel. Not only was she renowned for her beauty, but she was also brilliant, having graduated at the top of her class from a prestigious academy. Verde believed that uniting her with Roman Dmitri, the rising star of Cairo, would create a flawless match. But then a question arose. What of Benedict's daughter? Where had she gone? No one seemed to know. The room stirred as Count Ringo of Redford stepped forward. He challenged Verde's suggestion, pointing out rumors that the princess of Umberto may have feelings for a man of lower rank, someone from a minor baron's family. Verde was caught off guard, demanding to know if such whispers were true. Seizing the moment, Ringo formally introduced himself to Duke Romero and his wife, insisting that instead of looking to Umberto, Roman should consider noble women from Redford houses. Soon, Marquis Martin of Odeliot joined in, followed by others. One after another, nobles began putting forth candidates for Roman's hand, their voices rising as the discussion turned into a contest of influence. Then, Duke Romero's voice thundered across the hall, silencing the chatter. He declared firmly that neither he nor his wife had any interest in a political marriage. What mattered was not alliances or status, but love. If Roman found someone he truly cared for, the Dmitri family would welcome her wholeheartedly, regardless of her background. His words echoed through the chamber, leaving the nobles to exchange glances and faint smiles at the Duke's unwavering stance. Meanwhile, on the terrace, Felix found himself approached by Baron Larson of Frank. Larson spoke gravely, revealing that his king was deeply troubled by the disappearance of the Phoenix Tower. He urged Felix to return to Frank, promising full support and swearing that things would be different this time. But Felix's answer was firm. He reminded Larson that Frank had once betrayed the Phoenix Tower's trust. He would not forget, nor forgive. Larson pressed on, insisting that such mistakes would not be repeated, but Felix's resolve did not waver. The Phoenix Tower had already found someone who valued them, Roman Dmitri. Their loyalty was now bound to the Dmitri family. With finality in his voice, Felix told Larson to deliver a message to King Frank. The bond between Frank and the Phoenix Tower was finished, broken beyond repair. Inside the grand halls of Dmitri Palace, Roman stood among the gathered nobles. As his eyes swept across the room, he noticed two glaring absences, the representatives of Kronos and Valhalla. Kronos' absence came as no surprise. They had already declared him an enemy. As for Valhalla, Roman guessed they still harbored resentment over Count Denver's death, especially since their ambition was nothing less than continental domination. With the weight of the moment pressing on him, Roman's thoughts turned to the fragile bonds between the kingdom alliance and its neighbors. These ties were useful for now, but he knew they would not last forever. If Cairo wished to endure, it had to grow strong enough to stand alone against the empire's might. Just then, Hans entered and announced an unexpected visitor waiting in the reception chamber. Roman frowned, asking if any meeting had been scheduled. Hans shook his head before revealing the guest's name, the Prince of Hector himself. In the reception room, Prince Edwin greeted Roman with warmth, offering genuine praise. He congratulated him on the rise of the Duchy of Dmitri, commended his swift suppression of Cairo's rebellion, and acknowledged his victory against Kronos. But Roman, never one for empty courtesies, cut straight to the point and asked why Edwin had come. Acknowledging Roman's bluntness, Edwin admitted he never thought they would meet again outside of the battlefield. Then he dropped his revelation. The war between Hector and Cairo had not been as simple as it appeared. On the surface, it had been driven by years of poor harvests, a believable cause. But after the war, Hector's investigations uncovered something sinister. The famine had been manufactured. Edwin described how their fields had withered unnaturally, the land turning dark, with dead animals scattered across the countryside. These were not the signs of nature's hand, but of a necromancer's curse. Black magic had been at work. And such magic, Edwin warned, was a forbidden force, something humanity should never attempt to control. But there was more. Hector's search revealed a disturbing pattern. A decade earlier, the Kronos Empire had suffered a nearly identical agricultural collapse. At the time, Kronos had hidden the truth, but later evidence confirmed it. Dark magic experiments had been the cause. And now, Kronos had moved far beyond secret experiments. They were openly advancing a campaign to seize the northern regions, pushing for complete control. Edwin looked Roman in the eye and made his warning clear. This was no longer just Hector's problem. If left unchecked, the shadow of Kronos could soon stretch to Dmitri itself. To prevent that future, Edwin proposed an alliance. Hector and Dmitri, standing together against the Empire's growing threat. Edwin approached Roman with Hector's proposal for an alliance. Roman showed no surprise. In fact, he told Edwin that he had already expected this move. Edwin was taken aback. Hector had only just begun discussing the matter, yet Roman had already predicted it. With calm confidence, Roman explained that his sources had hinted at the situation. It wasn't difficult to see the advantages Hector stood to gain after its war with Cairo. But Roman wasn't quick to accept. He pressed Edwin with a sharp question. Why should he even consider Hector's offer? Edwin faltered, asking if Roman was outright rejecting the alliance. Roman clarified that rejection wasn't the issue. The real problem was whether Hector even had the right to propose such a deal in the first place. At present, Hector was exhausted, struggling to restore its barren lands. Even with aid trickling in from the heavenly palace, Edwin had no real solution. Roman leaned forward, his gaze firm, and told Edwin to stop wasting time with needless words. If he wanted Dmitri's support, he needed to provide a convincing reason. Edwin, caught off guard, admitted the truth. Hector was weak, yet he couldn't understand why Roman would want to tie himself to a kingdom that could only play a minor role in Roman's much larger ambitions. Edwin suggested that Hector's struggles were exactly what made them a fitting partner for Dmitri, aligning with Roman's vision of uniting kingdoms against the empire. Roman acknowledged this, but pushed harder. Did Edwin truly believe in the kingdom alliance? Was Hector willing to stand firm until the bitter end? Because, Roman warned, alliances could crumble as easily as sandcastles. His tone shifted, turning reflective. Human relationships, he explained, were always fragile. People distrusted outsiders, but trusted those nearest to them, even when it wasn't deserved. Then Roman laid out the truth about each kingdom. He spoke of Umberto first. Its constant battles with Kronos had left it bleeding, its internal stability shaken. To Roman, this made them ripe for exploitation, vulnerable enough for Dmitri to pull away at the right moment. Then he moved on to Redford. Its king, consumed by gambling, had drained the kingdom's coffers. Though his advisors tried to hold things together, the debts had grown so severe they were forced to borrow from the Golden Bank. Roman pointed out that betrayal might be the only way left for Redford to escape its downward spiral. Finally, he turned to Frank and Odelia. Both kingdoms had long carried grudges against Cairo, but unlike Cairo, where internal conflicts had been crushed, Roman doubted they had the strength to overcome their divisions. In the end, Roman concluded that all four kingdoms in the alliance were fragile, their weaknesses clear. To Kronos, they were nothing but easy prey. Edwin listened carefully, still shaken by Roman's blunt words about Hector. Yet he had to admit Roman was right. The kingdom alliance was fragile, ready to collapse like a sandcastle swept away by waves. Roman continued, pointing out that unlike the others, Hector's intentions were at least genuine. They sought revenge against Kronos. But in its current weakened state, he doubted whether Hector was of any real use. Roman pressed again, demanding a reason why Dmitri should even consider joining forces with them. Edwin answered with a heavy tone, equal parts acceptance and sorrow. He admitted that Hector was crumbling, torn apart from within. Still, he insisted their desire for revenge was real, even if they weren't strong enough to lead the charge. War, he reminded Roman, always demanded sacrifice. Even Dmitri would one day have to pay that price. Edwin promised that when the time came, Hector would stand at the front, sacrificing first if necessary. He contrasted Hector's determination with the hollow unity of the Kingdom Alliance, arguing that an alliance built on Hector's clear goal was far more valuable than one bound by fragile words. Roman smirked, acknowledging Edwin's conviction, but left him with a cryptic reminder to remember the promise he had just made. As Edwin departed, his thoughts drifted back to their first meeting on the battlefield. Roman had struck him then as someone unlike anyone he had ever faced, an unpredictable force that no strategy could fully contain. Despite all his experience within the Heavenly Palace, Edwin found himself admiring Roman's nature. He wanted Hector, too, to become that kind of force, unpredictable, unyielding. In that moment, he believed Hector could rise stronger than before. Roman, on the other hand, could already sense something stirring in Edwin. Though Hector itself had little to offer, Edwin's growth alone was enough to make them valuable in his plans. A week later, the scene shifted to Lawrence Palace. Inside, Flora spoke with an aged mage, recounting the events after Cairo's recent battle. She explained how Roman Dmitri had destroyed Benedict's castle in order to crush the rebellion swiftly. It was a bold gamble. Had the battle dragged on, the Empire faction might have intervened to aid the rebels. The old mage nodded thoughtfully, saying that Roman's boldness may have been influenced by the Phoenix Magic Tower. Ending the rebellion quickly, he agreed, had been the wisest path, as prolonging it would have only strengthened their enemies. Then, turning the conversation back to Flora, he asked what she thought of Roman's choice to open the castle gates. Flora hesitated, questioning whether such a risk was truly necessary. After all, it had endangered the entire Western Front. The old mage agreed with her doubts, admitting that Roman's decision, while effective, was undeniably reckless. The old mage explained that Roman's confidence came from his belief he could defeat Knight Captain Gustavo. That single certainty had been the cornerstone of his bold plan. Then, leaning closer, the old man shared a deeper truth with Flora. War, he said, teaches lessons no book ever could. Even reckless choices, if guided by skill, could alter the outcome of a battle. There was a fine line between foolishness and courage, and Roman Dmitri's ability to walk that line had been key in shaping the war. Flora listened in surprise, her perspective shifting at his words. Outside the castle, Count Lawrence approached his daughter. He admired her determination to study war, but his face revealed his concern. With a heavy heart, he admitted that not a day passed without fearing for her safety. He pleaded with her to reconsider her decision and return home. But Flora stood firm. She explained how her time on the Western Front had changed her. Every time Kronos invaded, the land was left in ashes, lives lost in flames and ruin. She had felt powerless, forced to witness the horrors of war unfold before her eyes. That helplessness had hardened her resolve. War was no longer an abstract idea. It was reality, and she had chosen to face it. With unwavering determination, she declared to her father that she would join Dmitri's army. The scene shifted to Roman's office, where Chris asked what should be done about Flora. Roman acknowledged her potential, but refused to accept her outright. Instead, he instructed Chris to tell her she would undergo 1 week of brutal training. Only if she endured it would she be recognized as part of his army. Chris obeyed, though inwardly he saw the command as a veiled rejection. At dawn, the Dmitri training grounds were alive with activity. Soldiers pounded across the field in their morning drills, their breath sharp, their pace relentless. Among them ran Flora, pushing herself to keep up. The distance was longer than she had expected, the pace exhausting, yet she pressed forward, hoping it would end soon. But the soldiers did not stop. Chris raised his voice, announcing that their ranks would be decided by the order they finished. Every man and woman had to give their all. Hearing this, Flora's determination flared. She tightened her resolve, preparing herself for the grueling test ahead. But as the soldiers surged forward, increasing their speed, her steps faltered. She strained to keep pace, but little by little, she began to fall behind. Panting heavily, Flora slowed for just a moment to catch her breath, but quickly realized the soldiers around her had no choice but to push forward. They ran with grit, their determination carrying them beyond exhaustion. When the run finally ended, Chris gathered them together. His voice was sharp as he told the soldiers to abandon the idea that they would ever go into battle fully prepared. A real warrior, he said, had to push themselves to their absolute limits every single day. Stamina wasn't just training, it was survival. Whether charging across uneven terrain or enduring the chaos of a prolonged fight, endurance was what determined who lived and who died. Though Flora had finished the run, Chris's words seemed to echo directly at her. She reminded herself that she had trained stamina long before coming here. Her own daily routine included an hour-long warm-up run, followed by another through the mountain trails. That thought gave her some comfort. Chris soon announced the next phase of training, sword sparring. As the soldiers paired off, Flora prepared herself for the challenge. Chris continued to instruct, reminding them that in battle, efficiency was everything. When exhaustion took over, it was no different from being shackled. That, he explained, was when a warrior's true ability was tested. Later, Flora sat beneath the cool shade of a tree, watching the others spar. What shocked her most wasn't the harshness of the training. It was how the soldiers responded to it. She had always believed such grueling routines would lead to complaints or resentment. But here in Dmitri, the soldiers trained with energy, enthusiasm, and unwavering discipline. The intensity amazed her, but it didn't weaken her resolve. She knew it would take time to adapt, but she refused to back down. Days passed, and training continued under Roman's watch. Chris reported to him, acknowledging Flora's determination. Though her stamina still needed work, she had never once quit. Her archery skills were above average, but she struggled in close combat. However, Chris emphasized her standout performance during combat strategy drills on the third day. Out of 10 matches, she had won 9, using clever, unpredictable tactics to outmaneuver her opponents. Curious, Roman asked Chris what he truly thought of Flora's worth to Dmitri. Without hesitation, Chris declared she was a valuable asset the faction needed. Hearing his trusted man's confidence, Roman smirked. Perhaps Flora's presence carried more importance than he had first believed. With the rebellion ended, Dmitri had now been officially recognized as its own duchy. 2 weeks passed in relative calm, until one evening, in a narrow alley of Dmitri, Thomas, a local restaurant owner, accidentally collided with a cloaked figure. She brushed past him with only a brief warning before vanishing into the shadows. It was Sierra, the Kronos commander and vice master of Aurcha. From the cover of darkness, she ordered her subordinates to move that very night. Their mission: remain hidden, gather intelligence, and uncover every detail of Dmitri's security. From the shadows, Sierra's subordinates gave silent nods, acknowledging her command. The scene shifted to Dmitri Plaza, where Sierra sat quietly on a bench, eyes scanning the heavy security. She hadn't expected Dmitri's ordinary soldiers to move with such energy, almost resembling trained knights. The thought tightened her focus. This mission would be far more dangerous than anticipated. Surviving here would not be easy. One of her subordinates slipped close and whispered their findings about the iron mine. If anything went wrong, Dmitri's forces could respond within 5 minutes. Skilled fighters filled the area, making even the smallest mistake fatal. Sierra listened, her lips curving slightly as she wondered just how much preparation Dmitri had made against Kronos' assassination plot. Instead of discouraging her, the danger excited her. The challenge of breaking through their defenses to reach Roman Dmitri sent a thrill through her veins. Resolute, she gave the order. The plan would proceed, no changes. As night fell, the guild assembled, cloaked and ready. Sierra addressed them with firm authority. They had 15 minutes to infiltrate the castle. Her voice carried confidence as she reminded them that though Roman Dmitri's strength was legendary, they were the predators of the night. Shrouded in magical cloaks that bent light around them, Sierra and her team moved like shadows toward the castle's outer walls. Spotting 2 patrolling soldiers, Sierra saw her chance. She struck fast from behind, only to be stunned when her blade was blocked with ease. In the same instant, the soldier triggered a magical flare, a blazing signal warning of intruders. The other soldier drew his weapon, both ready to fight. Sierra froze briefly, realizing with disbelief that their infiltration had already been exposed. With no time to hesitate, she barked an order for her team to kill the guards and escape. But before blades could clash, a figure stepped forward from the darkness. It was Lucas, master of the house sect. Sierra's eyes narrowed. She knew the name well. The house sect was Cairo's most renowned intelligence guild. Calm and steady, Lucas addressed her. He revealed that he had known of their movements for weeks. His spies had watched every step of the infiltration. The fruit vendor, the blacksmith, the miner, even the beggars in the alleys. Every single one had been part of Dmitri's network, reporting directly to him. At last, Sierra realized just how grave the situation had become. Remaining in Dmitri territory any longer was suicide. She barked an order for her team to carve out an escape route. But before they could even react, the enemy struck. Their movements were precise, lethal, and merciless. Within moments, Sierra's subordinates were cut down, leaving her frozen in shock. Lucas stood before her, calm and composed, his tone almost casual despite the danger. He gave her 10 seconds to explain herself. Desperate, Sierra revealed that they had dispatched their finest assassin to kill Roman Dmitri, and that the assassin was already closing in on him. She demanded mercy, threatening that sparing her would be the wiser choice. Lucas, unmoved, dismissed her plea. He told her they already knew of the assassin's mission, then asked one final time if she had anything else worth saying. Before Sierra could answer, Lucas moved. His strike was smooth, decisive, and final. Sierra collapsed. Her life ended in an instant. One of the soldiers at Lucas's side asked if they should rush to protect Lord Roman. Lucas shook his head, his voice steady. Don't worry. Lord Roman will be enjoying himself with her. The scene shifted to a hidden chamber within Dmitri Castle. There, the assassin Ilya, the famed sword of the Assassin's Guild, stepped silently into the shadows. Feared across the continent, she had never once failed an assignment, her blade having claimed countless powerful lives. Casting a pathfinding spell, she released a small mouse that scurried ahead, guiding her toward her target. When it stopped before a certain room, Ilya's sharp eyes glinted. This was it. But just before entering, a sudden chill ran down her spine. Still, she pressed on, slipping silently into Roman Dmitri's chamber. The man surrounded by so many rumors lay asleep, his breathing slow and steady. Ilya scoffed, thinking him a fool for leaving himself so defenseless. With flawless precision, she cast a binding spell to paralyze him, ensuring he wouldn't even stir as she delivered the killing blow. But before her strike could land, Roman opened his eyes and asked calmly, "Why are you here?" Ignoring his words, Ilya lunged. To her horror, Roman raised just one finger and effortlessly stopped her attack. A crushing aura erupted around him, freezing her in place, splitting her senses as though her very body was being torn apart. Staggering back, she tried to regain control. Roman stepped forward and threw a devastating punch. But before his strike connected, Ilya triggered an escape spell. A burst of blinding light filled the room, and in that instant, she vanished from his grasp. Outside, Ilya ran with everything she had, her thoughts in chaos. The mission was over. Failure was clear. Even with the full power of the Akorch Guild, survival was now the only thing that mattered. Up ahead, she caught sight of someone standing at the end of the street, Chris. He was cutting down guild members effortlessly, each strike ending a life in an instant. Ilya's chest tightened. Of all people, he was the one they couldn't afford to face. Kairos Flash, a warrior feared by everyone. Her mind spun. Had Dmitri anticipated their move from the start? Was this entire operation nothing but a trap? Panic drove her feet faster as she veered toward another escape route, desperate to reach the path her comrades had secured. But waiting on the other side was Kevin. He was dismantling what was left of the Akorch Guild, taking them out one by one with terrifying precision. Soon, only Ilya remained. With no other choice, she lunged at him in a final attempt to break through. Kevin didn't even flinch. His blade moved once, clean, decisive, and Ilya fell, her last thought cursing the guild's reckless choice to ever take on this mission. A week later, the setting shifted to an interrogation room. Ilya sat under Lucas's piercing gaze, forced to give him everything he wanted. Lucas understood the weight of her words. Instead of ending her there, he released her deliberately. She would be the message. Proof of what happens when the Akorch Guild crosses Dmitri. Lucas then revealed something more. Lord Roman had already departed for the Kronos Empire a week earlier, after Dmitri uncovered the guild's hidden base. The news shook Ilya, her thoughts turning from their failed mission to the survival of the guild itself. Meanwhile, at the Akorch Guild's base, their leader Braha spoke through a magical link with Baron Charlton of the Kronos Empire. The Baron's tone carried doubt. An entire week had passed with no news, suggesting the mission had failed. Braha, however, remained firm. He urged patience, insisting the guild would not disappoint. The Baron reluctantly agreed, but made his warning clear. Failure would not be forgiven. When the link ended, silence filled the room. Braha's mind was heavy. None of the members sent against Dmitri had returned, and the possibility of total failure loomed. If the Kronos Empire withdrew support, the consequences would be catastrophic. With no better option, Braha made his choice. He canceled all other missions and directed every resource of the guild toward Roman Dmitri. Risky, yes, but survival demanded it. As Braha sank deeper into thought, a sudden chill swept through the room. A presence loomed behind him. Turning, he froze. Roman stood there, silent and close, his very existence pressing down like a shadow. Startled, Braha reacted instantly, hurling daggers straight at him. But Roman didn't flinch. A shimmering aura barrier rose, deflecting them with ease. The sight left Braha stunned, his hand trembling above the emergency alarm. Before he could act, Roman closed the distance, his fist lashing out, clamping onto him with a crushing grip. His voice was steady, unyielding. He had found the Akorch Guild's leader. Braha's disbelief was clear. Roman had invaded the heart of their territory just to reach him. But before Braha could summon his assassins, Roman made the move himself. His hand slammed down on the emergency alarm. A piercing siren filled the base. Braha smirked through the tension. He warned Roman that the sound would bring a wave of assassins crashing down upon him. Did Roman truly believe he could handle them all alone? But Roman's calm never wavered. He spoke the truth. There were only 30 fighters left in the base, not counting those on missions elsewhere. Their defenses were hollow. Braha's confidence cracked, his face draining of color. And then came the final strike. Roman revealed he had already eliminated every soldier guarding the compound. The sheer precision of his assault sent dread coursing through Braha. Before he could recover, Roman seized him and hurled him into the wall. Staggered and helpless, Braha watched as Roman swept up the documents detailing the guild's operations. Quickly piecing them together, Roman unraveled the web of the Akorch Guild's assignments. It wasn't just about hunting him down. The Kronos Empire had laid out something far larger. Their targets included Amberto's eldest son, heir to a military powerhouse, and a billionaire in Redford. The implications were clear. This was more than assassination. It was the Empire's scheme for control. Roman's expression hardened, his resolve steeling. Meanwhile, back at the Cairo branch of the Assassin Guild, Ilya returned to her team in haste. She ordered them to establish magical contact with the Akorch Guild. No answer came. Her unease deepened. If they could not reach the guild, there was only one other option, the client. She commanded a subordinate to reach out to Kronos. Soon, Baron Charlton's voice came through. His tone carried disappointment and weight. The plan, he admitted, seemed to have collapsed. Ilya quickly reported the truth. Roman Dmitri had anticipated everything. He had sprung a trap and, worse, crossed borders to strike directly at their headquarters. Baron Charlton cut straight to the point, asking if Ilya was hiding something. The question threw her off balance. Gathering herself, she demanded to know if he had been using her as bait all along. Charlton's response was sharp. He called it disappointing that she would think that way. If she and her guild had carried out the mission flawlessly, he said, she would have been paid without issue. He reminded her that the order to eliminate Roman Dmitri had come from the king himself. Kronos' target was no secret. Then, with a chilling calm, he posed a question. If word spread that the attempt on Dmitri had failed, what would that do to Kronos' reputation? The weight of his words struck Ilya. She realized he wasn't speaking out of malice, but cold calculation. To Charlton, this was strategy. He even went so far as to thank her guild for drawing Roman out of his stronghold. Ilya's frustration boiled over as she tried to argue, but then a wave of nausea hit her. Her body weakened, and the realization hit. Lucas had poisoned her drink, using a slow-acting toxin to ensure she'd reach out to Kronos. Her thoughts swirled. Roman Dmitri was far more dangerous than the Empire had imagined. Yet as her fading vision caught Charlton's smug grin, she chose to remain silent about him. Moments later, her body gave way, collapsing to the ground. The scene shifted back to Roman, who had already wiped out the remnants of Ilya's guild and moved on. Entering the forest, he called for his hidden watchers to reveal themselves. 3 figures emerged from the shadows, bodies wrapped in bandages like mummies. Facing them, Roman asked if they were the so-called shadows, those who thrived by feeding on Kronos' darkness. His suspicions were confirmed. The Emperor had dispatched some of the deadliest operatives to eliminate him. The trio lunged forward, demanding to know when he had first sensed their presence. Roman only smiled, replying that he had known from the very start. His sword slashed out, striking one directly, but the blow did nothing. For a brief moment, Roman considered why. Then it hit him. Speed was the key. He unleashed his lightning flash technique, striking with blinding force. Still, the result was the same. His attacks carried no effect. It was then that Roman understood. This wasn't ordinary magic. Their power was something darker, something he recognized. In his previous life in Murim, there had been those who wielded a forbidden force. Here, they called it black magic. Now, back in the present, he blocked their strikes with ease, his mind clear. The Kronos Empire had chosen to ally itself with corruption and evil. Roman made his resolve. If that was the path they had chosen, then he would rise as the heavenly demon, one who would crush every trace of their darkness. With a smirk, he closed the gap. His fist blurred as he unleashed his heavenly demon technique, hammering one of the bandaged figures with relentless blows, sending the enemy crashing to the ground. The remaining shadows froze, stunned by what they had just witnessed. Roman had done the impossible. He had stopped their regeneration. He knew why. Black magic thrived on black aura, and the only thing capable of harming it was divine power. Slowly, Roman began to release his own aura, his thoughts sharp and methodical. These enemies had weaknesses. He only needed to expose them. The first weakness was clear. When their bodies dissolved into smoke, they couldn't withstand physical strikes while reforming. That fleeting moment of transition left them vulnerable. The second weakness lay deeper. Even as smoke, their mana still flowed faintly, tethered to a central core. Severing that connection would bring them down. When the shadows launched their next assault, Roman moved first. Calling upon the heavenly demon art, blood flow, he struck with overwhelming force, slamming one of them into the earth. A dark purple aura surged around him as he declared that the martial arts of the heavenly demon existed for one purpose: pure destructive strength. That was why they were feared as the arts of demons. One assassin remained. Terrified, he stared at Roman, realizing the truth. Roman had crushed their strongest operatives, even those infused with black magic. Panic set in. The mission had failed. He had to escape, even if it meant abandoning everything. He sprinted into the forest, fear gnawing at his mind. Dmitri, he isn't human. He's a demon. The operation had been built on false assumptions, that Roman was only marginally stronger than past reports suggested. They had thought the precautions were excessive. Now he understood. They had gravely underestimated him. But his thoughts were cut short. Pain erupted in his body, and he collapsed to the ground, staring in disbelief at his severed legs. Roman had struck him down before he could flee. Shaken and trembling, the assassin realized the inevitable. Every shadow had fallen. He was the last. Roman stood over him and issued a command: return to Kronos and deliver the truth of what had happened. Obeying, the assassin sent a message to Baron Charlton. When asked if Dmitri had been eliminated, he confessed the mission had ended in failure. Charlton's voice sharpened, demanding an explanation. The assassin recounted it all. Their entire understanding of Roman was wrong. Even with Kronos' most elite shadows, they couldn't so much as scratch him. Their powers had no effect. Roman had concealed his true strength all along. Hearing this, Charlton finally acknowledged the truth. Roman was far stronger than anticipated. He admitted the plan had failed, but his voice carried no defeat. Instead, he warned Roman directly: Kronos does not give up. If we fail once, we will try again. If we fail twice, we will try a third time. Baron Charlton's voice hardened. Kronos will keep sending assassins until you fall. How long can one man endure the Empire's endless strikes? Roman only smiled. He delivered a final warning before cutting down the last shadow operative. Then, with measured words, he told Charlton that hidden somewhere within his mansion was a gift, a poison left behind for when Roman came for him. He reminded the Baron that assassination wasn't a skill unique to Kronos. Roman ended with a taunt: if you truly want me dead, it would be faster to declare war. Charlton froze in shock. Roman smirked, adding that he looked forward to seeing the Baron's reaction once he discovered the gift. The connection ended. Panic rippled through Charlton's mansion as he immediately ordered his soldiers to search every corner. Hours later, they reported finding no signs of an intruder, but they had uncovered a single bottle stored in the warehouse. The moment Charlton laid eyes on it, he understood. This was the poison Roman had spoken of. Without hesitation, he commanded his men to prepare for a journey to Behemoth. The Behemoth Magic Tower was famed across the continent for handling deadly substances. Their antidote research was unmatched. When Matteo, one of Behemoth's magicians, examined the bottle, his face paled. He told Charlton the item was extremely dangerous. Irritated, Charlton snapped at him to skip the commentary and test whether it could be neutralized. Matteo obeyed, applying Behemoth's strongest antidote formulas. But to his shock, nothing worked. Staring at the bottle, he asked where such a poison had come from, because in its current form, he could not neutralize it. For the first time, Charlton was unsettled. Who exactly was Dmitri? The scene then shifted to the Grand Palace of Kronos. Baron Charlton stood before the Emperor, delivering his full report. After listening, the Emperor posed a question: what did Charlton truly think of Roman? Charlton replied firmly: Roman was not someone who would bend or surrender easily. The Emperor pressed further: then what if he breaks instead? The question caught Charlton off guard. With cold authority, the emperor gave his command. The demons of the abyss were to be summoned. Roman Dmitri would be crushed, not simply killed, but turned into a public example. The hero who defied the empire would be struck down, so that no one would ever dare challenge Kronos again. Charlton bowed, accepting the order. Meanwhile, far away in Dmitri, Roman had returned. His mind weighed on the poison he had used as a warning. Even with the best magic, creating an antidote would be nearly impossible, because that poison came from one of the 4 heavenly temples. Roman believed his warning would force the Kronos Empire to tread carefully. They knew that if Dmitri retaliated, mutual destruction was possible, and Kronos would avoid that for now. But he also understood this was only a temporary measure, a way to buy time. Sooner or later, war was inevitable. Preparation was the only path forward. At that moment, Chris approached with news. He handed Roman an invitation for Valhalla. The letter declared that Valhalla wanted Roman to stand as their representative warrior at the upcoming festival held in honor of the spirits of warriors. If Roman failed to arrive by the day before the festival, just 100 days from now, it would be seen as his refusal. Chris added that Valhalla's chosen representative was Barbossa, one of the famed 12 swords of the continent. Ranked 6th in Valhalla and 11th overall, Barbossa sought vengeance for Earl Denver's death. Roman listened and compared the 2 great powers. Kronos relied on ruthless schemes, while Valhalla prided itself on fairness in combat. Chris then told Roman that he didn't have to accept. Dmitri's name was now known across the continent, and protecting Roman's life was more important than honoring a challenge. Roman calmly replied, Chris was right. Rejecting the invitation wouldn't cause any immediate issue. But Valhalla, bound by the honor of warriors, would treat his refusal as their victory. That stain would harm his reputation. He explained further. He had to be a symbol of strength, someone whose followers could look to with absolute trust. They needed to believe that standing with him always meant victory. To decline would plant doubt, a small crack that could spread. Chris was caught off guard by his reasoning. Roman's decision was final. In 100 days, he would go to Valhalla. It wasn't about pride or recklessness. It was about fulfilling the role that destiny had given him. Word soon spread. The Akorch Guild, who had dared to accept the mission to kill Dmitri, had instead been annihilated. That single event sent ripples through the assassin world. Contracts in the Northeast plummeted, especially those targeting Dmitri. Fear silenced the would-be killers. The downfall of one guild had become a warning to all. The focus then returned to Dmitri's territory. Kevin reflected on his lord. Roman had once again marched into the heart of danger alone, striking down the Akorch Guild at their headquarters. Kevin questioned himself. Was he doomed to only watch Roman shoulder every burden? People had begun noticing. Kevin, along with the other Dmitri soldiers, was growing stronger at an incredible pace. Yet even with that progress, it felt like the gap between them and Roman remained too vast. Could they truly walk the same path toward the future Roman envisioned? To stand against Kronos, the empire that ruled the continent, Kevin and the Dmitri soldiers needed to grow far stronger than they were now. One day, Kevin happened to overhear Felix and Chris in conversation. Felix revealed that he had been working on a magic circle capable of greatly increasing the density of mana within a set area. It wasn't flawless yet, but with time, he was confident he could resolve the remaining issues, perhaps within 6 months. Such a circle wouldn't just enhance magic. In theory, it could even serve as a tool to train Aura Knights. Later, Kevin and his comrades approached Felix directly. Felix warned them immediately that using the circle now would be reckless, stressing that the design was still unstable. But Kevin was resolute. He told Felix that the greatest priority for him and the other knights was to be of real use to their lord. Before long, they would face an empire that had stood unshaken for centuries. To step into that battle unprepared would be unthinkable. Felix studied Kevin's determination. At last, he agreed to help, though he repeated that safety was critical. If anyone were harmed before they could fight at Roman's side, he said, it would be his greatest shame. His words lifted the spirits of the group. giving them new resolve. 15 days later, the scene shifted to the mines. Workers toiled as usual when a panicked shout echoed. One of the tunnels was about to collapse. Just as the walls began to give way, the air shield artifact activated, stopping the cave-in and saving their lives. When the dust cleared, a worker spotted something unusual. He quickly called for Morkan. Morkan stepped forward and stared in disbelief. Before them was a massive underground passage, sealed by a steel gate. Who could have built such a thing? He wasted no time and summoned Felix. Felix arrived and examined the gate closely. His eyes narrowed as he explained that it was saturated with magical energy. Forcing it open would have triggered a devastating explosion. Instead, he cast interpretation magic to decipher it. The spell succeeded. The lock gave way. But the instant the gate opened, a volley of arrows shot outward. Felix leapt back in shock, but Roman was already there. With a single sweep of his aura, he blocked them all. Felix's face was pale. Beyond the gate stretched a dungeon, and judging by its entrance, it was likely riddled with deadly traps. He turned to Roman, urging him to wait so they could study it first. Entering recklessly was too dangerous. Roman, however, was unmoved. He explained that if anyone dwelled within that dungeon, they already knew of their presence. Waiting would only worsen the risk. He ordered Felix to stay behind and stepped inside without hesitation. Inside the dungeon, Roman studied the surroundings. The traps reminded him of those once used by the Jagal clan. Suddenly, more arrows whistled through the air, but his aura shield deflected them with ease. A voice echoed from the darkness, commanding him to halt. This was their territory, the voice warned, and if he dared advance further, they would strike. Roman drew his sword with calm authority. I am Roman Dmitri of the Dmitri family. The endless mountain range belongs to us. It is you who must declare who you are. From within the shadows, someone scoffed, calling his words nonsense. But Roman didn't waver. He stated that he was not here to fight, but to speak. Cairo's laws placed the endless mountain range within its territory, and Dmitri governed that land. If they refused to cooperate, he would consider them enemies. At that moment, a figure stepped forward. The leader revealed himself, and Roman was taken aback to see a dwarf. The dwarf leader declared that human laws held no meaning for them. They had lived underground for generations. Roman's sharp eyes noticed the faint trembling of the dwarf's body. This was no ordinary encounter. There was an entire hidden race beneath the mountains. He weighed his response carefully, then spoke. Even if they claimed the land as their own, he needed assurance they would not disturb Dmitri's territory. As the dwarf prepared to reply, his gaze fell on Roman's sword. His eyes widened. He asked if he could examine the blade. Roman raised an eyebrow, puzzled, but the dwarf pressed politely. Just 3 minutes, he promised. If granted, they would consider striking a deal. Roman handed him the weapon. The moment the dwarves touched it, excitement swept through them. The craftsmanship was extraordinary, balanced, unyielding, flawless in design. To them, it seemed impossible that a human could have forged such a thing. Surely, it had been crafted by dwarves elsewhere, for it looked as though nature itself had shaped it. With eager anticipation, the dwarf leader turned to Roman and asked who had forged the sword. Roman's answer was simple. I did. Shock rippled through the dwarves. Unbelieving, the leader channeled his power into the blade, reading its history. The truth was undeniable. Roman was both its wielder and its creator. Hope lit the dwarf's eyes. If Roman possessed such skill, perhaps he could help them. He lowered himself in a deep bow and pleaded, Please, help us reclaim our land. Roman frowned slightly, confused. Reclaim your land? What do you mean? The dwarf leader raised his head, voice steady. Before anything else, he said Roman needed to understand the reason his people were forced to live hidden away in this dungeon. The dwarf leader began his tale. The name Endless Mountain Range, he said, was one given by humans. In truth, the mountains did have an end. Beyond them lay Arcadia, once a land of peace where many races lived together in harmony. The dwarves had come from Arcadia long ago. Before humans had risen to power, disaster struck. A strange cold wave swept through the land, freezing everything. Even the world tree, the heart of all life, withered and died. That moment marked the beginning of an age of suffering. Countless races perished to cold and famine, and the dwarves' ancestors, desperate to survive, had no choice but to abandon Arcadia. Roman's patience thinned. He urged the dwarf to speak directly. The dwarf nodded and explained further. The dwarves had resettled in the endless mountain range, but decades ago they unearthed something deep underground, a fire demon. It carried power enough to burn the entire world. Yet if controlled, it might be the only force capable of reviving the frozen world tree. The dwarf leader then revealed what he had seen when he peered into Roman's sword, the power to command flame. Their meeting, he suggested, might not be coincidence but fate. He pleaded with Roman, bring the fire demon under control and deliver it to the dwarves. In return, he swore upon the sacred brown rock, the divine guide of the dwarves, that they would grant Roman any wish he desired. Roman's thoughts turned inward. Again and again, he was encountering people and places that echoed his former life. The Dmitri family, famed for their smithing and living at the foot of the endless mountain range, so similar to the 10,000 mountains of the heavenly demon. Though this life was meant to be different, his past continued to shape his path. Was this truly coincidence? Resolute, Roman agreed to the dwarf's request. The dwarf leader's joy was clear as he led Roman to the edge of a vast cliff. There he stopped. Beyond this point lay the fire demon. Its power was too dangerous for the dwarves to approach. He urged Roman to take care. Roman assured him he would. Stepping forward, his thoughts were steady. He lived by his beliefs and had never strayed from them. This trial would be no different. Soon he saw it. The fire demon blazed like a miniature sun, radiating waves of heat so intense that his clothes began to scorch. The air itself seemed to ignite. Roman knew this was no ordinary opponent. If he wished to overcome the flame demon, he couldn't resist it. He had to accept it. Drawing upon his mastery over flame, Roman reached out, gathering the demon's searing power into his own grasp. As Roman reached out toward the fire demon, one thought guided him. If his path and destiny aligned, it was not fate. It was his own choices that had brought him here. The flame demon spoke, its voice echoing like fire itself. It urged Roman to accept it, declaring that he was blessed by fire and that their destinies were bound together. But Roman was unmoved. He cared nothing for its identity or words of fate. He told the demon plainly, if it wanted to remain with him, it would have to obey his will. The flame demon let out a laugh, calling it a worthy answer. When Roman returned from the cliff, he carried the flame demon's power with him. The dwarf leader was stunned beyond words. Roman handed the demon over, entrusting it to the dwarves. For a moment, the leader hesitated. His ancestors had long warned of human greed and the dangers it brought. Yet Roman was different. He had proven he was not like the humans of old. With reverence, the dwarf leader vowed that from this day forward, the dwarves would pledge loyalty to Roman Dmitri. Roman smiled and promised in return that Dmitri would always honor and respect the dwarves. Inwardly, though, he felt something else. Part of the flame demon's fire had fused with his own dantian. He wondered quietly how he might use this newfound power. The story then shifted to the Redford Ministry of Finance. A worker brought grim news to Count Rondon. The Golden Bank had issued its final warning. If their debts were not repaid within 2 weeks, collectors would be sent. At this rate, Redford was on the edge of bankruptcy. Rondon asked if negotiations were possible, but the worker explained the bank had refused any compromise. Frustration weighed heavily on Rondon. He had worked tirelessly to save his country, but crises continued to pile up. When he asked about the king's stance, the worker replied bitterly. The king was not the man he once was. Someone had forced him into this position, and unless that influence was removed, Redford's problems would only deepen. Rondon's thoughts turned inward. The people held him responsible, blaming him for every failing. Unlike his father, who was admired and respected, Rondon bore no such trust. Even so, he pressed on. He instructed his worker to compile a list of any groups capable of helping them, prioritizing the desperate need to pay back the Golden Bank. But his efforts had been fruitless. 10 meetings, 10 refusals. Many of the contacts he once trusted wouldn't even grant him an audience. And so, his thoughts wandered reluctantly to Dmitri, a new territory, newly risen, yet now one of the only places left where he might seek support. Rondon never imagined he would have to turn to them, but his options were running out. At Roman's training grounds, Han approached him with news. A guest had been waiting several days for an audience. Roman stepped out of the training room, saying he had been about to leave anyway. As he watched him, Han noticed something. Roman seemed different than before, sharper, more resolute. Curious, Han asked how his training was progressing. Roman replied that thanks to Han's guidance, he had been able to follow his plan without distraction. Then he asked who exactly was seeking him. The scene shifted to Roman's office. Waiting there was Count Rondon. Roman recognized the name immediately. He had seen it before, on the Akorch Guild's kill list as one of Kronos' major targets. Rondon began without preamble. He apologized for the boldness of his request, but asked Roman to lend him 100,000 gold. If Redford could not repay its debt to the Golden Bank, bankruptcy was inevitable. He emphasized Redford's importance, not just to itself, but to the world at large. Roman smiled faintly, realizing what Rondon was doing, cleverly shifting the focus away from money to the strategic value of his land. Roman respected the tactic. Rondon pressed on. If Redford collapsed, the Kingdom Alliance would lose one of its most vital footholds against Kronos. Without help, Redford's survival was only a matter of time. Roman responded evenly. He said he had heard rumors of Rondon, the wealthy man of Redford accused of amassing riches through unfair dealings, a man many branded a villain, even heartless. But the man before him did not match those whispers. Intrigued, Roman asked Rondon to explain himself, why he worked so tirelessly for Redford. Rondon's expression hardened. He revealed that he lived under constant surveillance, unable to be recognized as a patriot like his father. To protect Redford, he had deliberately stained his own name. The fortune he supposedly squandered had not been his greed. It had been targeted toward dismantling corrupt traitors aligned with Kronos. All of it, he explained, was to ease the suffering of Redford's people. To him, the true source of their hardships was none other than the Kronos Empire. To secure Roman's aid, Rondon pledged not only the Rondon territory, but also his family's treasured heirloom, vowing that Redford would rise again. Both his family and his kingdom, he swore, would never forget the kindness Roman showed them now. Roman agreed to the deal. Rondon froze, startled by how easily the answer came. Roman added calmly that just as Cairo must endure, so too must Redford. If they did, Rondon would find opportunities ahead. Rondon was struck silent, stunned by Roman's response. Rondon's thoughts drifted back to his father's words. Never give up, because the right chance will always come. Snapping back to the present, he bowed his head to Roman and vowed that he would one day repay the kindness shown by the Dmitri family. Outside, rumors swirled among the people. Talk of the upcoming festival honoring Valhalla's warriors was everywhere. It had been announced that Barbossa of the 12 Swords had chosen Roman Dmitri as his opponent. This was monumental. It was the first time someone of such high rank had chosen a warrior outside the empire. But alongside the excitement, darker whispers spread. Word was that Roman had refused the invitation. To many, it seemed obvious he was afraid. After all, even continent-ranked challengers like Butler Nicholas and Gustavo were far below Barbossa. Even if the two of them fought together, no one believed they could make him falter. Back in his office, Roman read over the official letter. A small smile tugged at his lips. Valhalla's intentions were becoming clearer. Dmitri would have to answer in kind. Later, Kevin entered Roman's office with a question heavy on his mind. Why had he not been chosen to join the expedition to Valhalla? Roman explained with calm conviction. The risk of this journey was not his alone. If Roman left Dmitri territory unprotected, it would become dangerously vulnerable. That was why the person he trusted most had to remain behind, and that person was Kevin. Kevin's chest swelled with pride. In his heart, he felt a surge of happiness. Roman trusted him even more than Chris. With excitement, he thanked Roman and swore he would protect Dmitri with everything he had until his lord's return. Roman, seeing his enthusiasm, told him to settle down. Then he turned away, his mind steeled. This challenge could not be avoided. Dmitri had to prove itself by achieving the impossible, to show the world that even the Empire was not untouchable. Roman knew his path led straight to Valhalla. Later, outside, Roman walked with Rondon. He told him that there were many ways to protect a kingdom, but one question lingered. Why had Rondon chosen not to reveal the truth of Redford's situation? Rondon answered without hesitation. Redford's problems weren't just the king's. Removing the king wouldn't fix anything. It would only plunge the kingdom into deeper chaos, a nation without a leader. Until Redford was strong enough to survive on its own, someone had to shoulder the burden. For now, he would bear the people's hatred in silence. The truth had to remain hidden. Roman listened and was reminded of someone from his past life as the heavenly demon, a demon scholar named Yu Yan. Yu Yan had been unlike anyone else. He truly believed in the goodness of people. Though born into a respected family, he sought no power for himself. Perhaps it was because his life had been so different from Baek Jung-hyuk's. Roman recalled how they used to talk for hours. Yu Yan would tell him about his journeys into villages, where he spent his days helping ordinary people. Baek Jung-hyuk once told Yu Yan that while his kindness came from the heart, people would twist it. If he gave once, they would expect him to give again. And if he failed to return, they would turn on him, resenting him for not fulfilling their expectations. Rich or poor, it was human nature to demand more once something had been offered. Yu Yan only smiled. He admitted that perhaps people would come to hate him, just as Roman predicted. But that wasn't the point. He was simply following his heart. And if the world had men like Baek Jung-hyuk, then it also needed people like him to keep the balance. Baek Jung-hyuk couldn't help but smile at that. Though Yu Yan's ways were completely different from his own, he didn't dislike him. A year later, tragedy struck. News reached Roman that Yu Yan had been killed in a village. Rage consumed Baek Jung-hyuk. He stormed into the village, determined to find the one responsible. The killer was no mastermind, just a common man. He stammered an apology, swearing he hadn't meant to kill Yu Yan. He only wanted to find clothes Yu Yan wore. But Jung-hyuk didn't listen. With a single strike, he ended the man's life. Rich or poor, it doesn't matter, he thought. Humans are all the same. Those who sacrifice themselves will eventually be consumed by that choice. Back in the present, Roman looked at Rondon and couldn't help but be reminded of Yu Yan. Rondon, bowing gratefully, thanked Roman for his support and promised to repay every debt. Roman clasped his hand and told him simply, "Return safely." When Rondon's carriage rolled into the center of Redford, his thoughts returned to those words. Roman had warned him, the moment people believe the Redford family and its kingdom are no longer strong, anything could happen. Sacrificing himself wasn't the only path. If he truly wanted to protect his people, he had to endure no matter what. A small smile touched his lips. If only Roman Dmitri had been born a citizen of Redford. With the Golden Bank's debt finally settled, Rondon dreamed of using this turning point to restore his kingdom. But his hopes shattered in an instant. From the shadows, attackers descended upon his carriage. Shouts rang out as steel clashed. The knight captain roared for the knights to defend their lord. He swung his aura-forged blade, forcing the robbers back for a moment. But then, a child appeared before him. The boy flung a handful of dust into his eyes, and the captain stumbled, blinded. Seizing the chance, the robbers swarmed him, forcing him down. Another knight, stunned by the sudden ambush, muttered that these couldn't be ordinary thieves. Their tactics were too organized. Before he could react further, a sharp arrow pierced his shoulder. His vision blurred as poison coursed through him. Just as one of the attackers raised a blade to finish him, Rondon stepped forward, his voice sharp and commanding. "Stop!" Rondon raised his voice, trying to reason with the attackers. The gold in the carriage wasn't his, he explained. It was vital for Redford's survival. Without it, the kingdom would collapse under its debts. If they were truly Redford's people, they should not attack their own. At that moment, a man stepped forward from among the robbers. His name was Jacqueline. His glare was full of contempt as he called Rondon a traitor. Without hesitation, Jacqueline struck him, sending Rondon crashing to the ground. The robbers swarmed the carriage, hauling out chest after chest of gold. The scene shifted to Dmitri territory. Roman was preparing to depart for Valhalla. Crowds had gathered to send him off, voices filled with hope for his victory. Kevin stood by his side and vowed to guard Dimitri's lands with his life until Roman's return. Meanwhile, Lucas was rushing through the streets, desperate to reach Roman before he left. Something urgent had to be said. Elsewhere, inside a dimly lit restaurant, Jacqueline sat listening as one of his men relayed the latest gossip. Rumors claimed that Rondon's family had embezzled the kingdom's wealth and that Rondon planned to flee to Dmitri territory the next morning for protection. Jacqueline's anger flared. He swore he would not let Rondon escape with stolen gold. He rallied his men, determined to intercept him. Back in the present, the robbers stared wide-eyed at the fortune spilling from the carriage. At least 100,000 gold. Jacqueline looked at it in disbelief. With this amount, Redford's people could endure for a year. Convinced the rumors were true, he declared that Rondon had betrayed the kingdom. He vowed to return the treasure, stolen by the so-called traitor, back to the people. To Jacqueline, he was no thief at all, just a man reclaiming what had been taken. The story then shifted to Redford's council chamber. A Golden Bank officer sat across from Redford's representatives, his tone sharp. The bank, he said, had shown great patience in light of the kingdom's troubles. But the reality was grim. Redford had no means to repay the original loan, much less the interest. A Redford official bowed deeply, apologizing. He insisted that Count Rondon was a man of reliability, one who had never failed to attend his meetings. Surely something unforeseen had delayed him on his way back to the city. The officer dismissed the excuse coldly. It made no difference, he said. Rondon had personally pledged Redford's repayment, yet had delivered nothing but delays. Now, he hadn't even bothered to appear. To the officer, the truth was clear. Count Rondon had abandoned Redford to save himself. At that very moment, a knight entered the chamber and announced an unexpected visitor, Roman Dmitri. Both the bank officer and the Redford official turned in shock as Roman stepped inside. Calm and composed, he apologized for the delay, then gestured for them to begin. Let's get straight to business. At the Golden Bank, an officer questions Roman about why he's there. Roman explains that Rondon couldn't make it due to an incident, so he's come in his place. He asks the bank to handle everything directly with him. The officer responds that if Roman truly represents Rondon, then he should already understand the situation. The bank views Redford as a dangerous borrower, and the priority is to recover every coin. Time is money, he adds sharply. Roman smirks, telling him to stop circling around and get straight to business. The officer then lays it out. Since the payment was 5 minutes late, an additional 10% interest has been added. If Roman pays 110,000 gold, the bank will overlook the delay. The Redford worker is stunned, especially since Roman had just mentioned Rondon's absence was due to unforeseen issues. Roman asks plainly if paying 110,000 gold is the only solution. The officer insists the bank only follows its rules. Deadlines are absolute, and late fees must be collected. Roman presses further, asking if the Golden Bank's goal is really just repayment, or if they're stirring trouble under the guise of lending. Both the worker and the officer are taken aback. Roman continues, saying no lender in the world would start a conflict over collecting a loan. Irritated, the officer snaps back that the Golden Bank isn't just any lender. They operate on trust. Borrowers repay because the bank has a reputation for decisive action against those who don't. But Roman shakes his head, saying he still doesn't understand. Redford is drowning in debt. Their king is failing. The entire kingdom is collapsing. Yet the bank still lent them money. If this is about trust, it doesn't add up. The officer, now clearly frustrated, demands if Roman is accusing the bank of lending to Redford just to watch them fall. He cuts off the conversation, saying there's nothing more to discuss, and turns to leave. Before he can exit, Roman calls out, he'll repay the entire Redford debt himself. The officer acknowledges it, but warns that the Dmitri family has just made a grave mistake. With that, he departs, saying he looks forward to meeting Roman again. The Redford worker bows his head to Roman, thanking him deeply for saving their kingdom from disaster. Roman brushes it off, saying there's no need for gratitude. He had his own reasons for stepping in. They soon go to check on Rondon. When he wakes, his first question is about the gold in the carriage. Roman explains that by the time he learned what happened, the attackers had already handed all of it over to the people of Redford. Rondon is stunned, convinced this spells Redford's downfall. But Roman assures him there's no need to worry. The debt with the Golden Bank has already been taken care of. Overcome, Rondon begins to cry, thanking Roman again and again, saying Redford owes the Dmitri family more than it can ever repay. But Roman cuts him off. This isn't the time for thanks. Rondon, startled, listens as Roman lays it out plainly. Redford's incompetence has dragged them into this mess. Rondon reflects on his words and realizes he's right. The fault lies not only with Redford's weakness, but with his own. Roman declares that from now on, they won't be following Rondon's way. They'll be doing things his way. He reminds Rondon of the warning he once gave. When a ruler gives too freely, people stop respecting him and turn unpredictable. But Rondon had chosen blind trust instead, a mistake that led to broken promises and failure. If Roman hadn't intervened with the 100,000 gold, Redford would already be at war. Rondon lowers his head, apologizing, admitting that no words could excuse his failure. Even so, Roman didn't abandon Redford. He paid their debt, which could only mean Roman wanted something in return. Rondon asks directly what it is that Roman expects. Roman tells him the Dmitri family's support still stands. There will be no fixed deadline to repay the 210,000 gold, but one day he will demand double that amount. And beyond the debt, he has one more request. He intends to tell the people of Redford the truth, that Rondon is not a traitor, but a patriot. Then Roman pushes further, urging Rondon to rise up, to start a rebellion, and seize the throne of Redford for himself. The words leave Rondon speechless. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Redford, Jacqueline and his group gather in a restaurant, celebrating their recent victory. One teammate laughs that since they could overwhelm even the Aura Knights when fighting together, maybe those knights aren't as powerful as everyone believes. Their spirits high, they agree that if the Imperial family dares to send soldiers after them, they'll stand together and fight back. The doors suddenly slammed open, and Chris marched in with soldiers at his back, declaring that he had come for Jacqueline. He ordered the men to seize him. Jacqueline froze, wondering if this was an arrest. His comrades rose in defiance, one of them rushing at Chris, only to be flattened with a single strike. The sheer force of the blow stunned everyone in the room. Chris warned coldly that anyone who stood in his way would be cut down just as easily. Kevin stepped forward, asking if the man before him was truly Jacqueline. The moment Jacqueline confirmed, Chris shoved him to the ground without hesitation and dragged him toward the plaza. The sight enraged the people nearby. Voices shouted that they wouldn't allow harm to come to Redford's hero. Grabbing whatever weapons they could find, the citizens rallied together and stormed toward the plaza. There, Roman stood watching the crowd gather. To himself, he thought the stage was set. Stepping forward, he introduced himself as Roman Dmitri of the Dmitri Dukedom and proclaimed that he would punish the criminal Jacqueline. Roman accused him of inciting the people and stealing gold from Rondon, but the crowd shouted back in protest. To them, Rondon was the real traitor, one who betrayed his own nation. They remembered well how he had turned against the Dmitri family. The gold, they said, was never his to begin with. It belonged to Redford. Everyone already knew that Rondon had tried to smuggle it into Dmitri lands to save himself. This wasn't a matter for outsiders, they cried. Roman should release Jacqueline immediately. Roman's response was simple. Where is your proof? Before the crowd could answer, Jacqueline shouted over them. Not only was it 10,000 gold, he said, but a massive 100,000. With that much wealth, what else could Rondon be planning other than an escape? Roman dismissed it as nothing more than wild guesses. Jacqueline pushed back, claiming that everyone in Redford knew Rondon was corrupt. Without another word, Roman tossed the document at him. Jacqueline picked it up, stunned to see the seal of the Golden Bank. It confirmed that Roman Dmitri himself had repaid the 110,000 gold debt owed by Redford. Roman explained the truth. The 100,000 gold wasn't for luxury or escape. It was borrowed from him to cover Redford's debt. When Rondon received the final warning from the Golden Bank, he had no choice but to seek Roman's help. But thanks to Jacqueline's reckless schemes, not only was the gold lost, they had been forced to pay an extra 10,000 on top of it. This, Roman declared, is the truth Redford has been blind to. Jacqueline's face twisted in shock. He shouted back that it was all lies, a forgery. He accused Rondon of turning his back on Redford's suffering, living in wealth while his people starved, deceiving merchants for special privileges, and indulging in luxuries that ordinary citizens could never hope to touch. Roman pressed Jacqueline again, demanding real proof. Words and accusations weren't enough to condemn Rondon as a traitor. Jacqueline fell silent, unable to answer. Roman turned to the people, explaining that everything they thought they knew about Rondon was nothing but rumor, lies spread by the barons, repeated until they became accepted as truth. In reality, the true traitor was Baron Dread. He had been secretly leaking information to the Kronos Empire, and it was for that reason Rondon risked his life to drive him out of Redford. The crowd erupted in shock. Roman's voice carried over them, declaring that if anyone could truly prove Rondon betrayed Redford, he would release Jacqueline on the spot. Then he revealed something more. He had once asked Rondon why he endured the insults, why he stayed silent instead of defending himself. Rondon's answer was simple. If the man being accused was the king of Redford, then unrest would spread into open rebellion. It would tear the kingdom apart. For the sake of Redford, he chose to bear the shame. Roman turned sharply back to Jacqueline, asking if this entire riot was something he had planned. Jacqueline, caught off guard, stammered, demanding to know what Roman meant. Roman didn't let him breathe. He explained that the information about the gold and the carriage, money meant to settle the Golden Bank's claim, was a tightly kept secret. Only an insider could have leaked it. Roman looked Jacqueline dead in the eyes and asked who had told him. Was that person even still around? At that moment, Jacqueline realized he hadn't seen the informant since the day before. A chill ran through him. Roman pressed further. How had Jacqueline's group so easily defeated the swordsman guarding the carriage? Didn't that strike him as odd? Jacqueline had the chance to question it, to uncover the truth, but he chose not to. Roman declared that Jacqueline had been manipulated, used by enemies from the Empire to create chaos. Because of that, Rondon had been slandered, loyal soldiers had died, and Redford itself had been thrown into turmoil. Staring hard at Jacqueline, Roman asked, "Do you really believe you're the hero who saved Redford?" The words struck deep. Jacqueline staggered, his confidence crumbling as he realized how badly he had been deceived. Around him, the very people who had rushed to defend him slowly lowered their weapons, shaken by Roman's words. Jacqueline's mind reeled. He remembered a moment with one of Rondon's workers, how he had mocked the man, saying it must be miserable serving a traitor. He had even accused Rondon of stealing wages. But the worker hadn't gotten angry. Instead, he had quietly told Jacqueline that Rondon wasn't what people believed. He couldn't explain much, only that Jacqueline shouldn't judge too quickly. For the first time, Jacqueline wondered if he had been wrong. Back then, he dismissed it as blind loyalty. But now, with the truth crashing down around him, he wasn't so sure. In that moment, Jacqueline finally realized the weight of what he had done. The truth crushed him. His mistake was unforgivable. Trembling, he dropped to his knees, apologizing to everyone. He turned to Roman, desperate, asking what he should do, admitting he was lost and didn't know where to go from here. But even though he had accepted the truth, it was more than his heart could bear. Roman reminded him coldly. Jacqueline had stolen the gold and handed it to the people, believing he was fighting for justice. But lives have been lost because of that choice. Innocent blood spilled due to his misunderstanding. And no amount of regret or apologies could ever bring those lives back. To ensure something like this never happened again, Roman unsheathed his sword. He declared that Jacqueline would answer for his crimes. Turning to the people of Redford, Roman's voice rang out. He told them to remember this day. Jacqueline was not their hero. Instead, by taking on their sins and dying, he would be remembered as the one who shouldered the burden to save others. Roman warned them that if Redford repeated the same mistake again, there would be no one left to bear that weight. With that, Roman struck down Jacqueline before the eyes of the crowd. The scene shifted. Rondon and his soldiers were marching toward the king's palace. Along the way, he thought about the fury of the people, how dangerously close Redford had come to falling into chaos. If the kingdom's root problems weren't solved, this cycle would repeat. For the sake of Redford's future, the king had to be removed. Rondon never imagined he would be the one to do it. But now he had no choice. He told his knight commander that if the royal knights stood in their way, his men should fight without hesitation. This is a battle for Redford's future, he declared. If he didn't seize the throne, the kingdom would only continue down its path of ruin. His commander gave a firm nod of understanding. As they approached the royal palace, the castle gates opened. The royal knights stood ready, blocking their way. Rondon braced himself. There would be no avoiding battle. But then, the commander of the royal knights stepped forward. He declared that their duty had always been to protect the royal family, and standing against the king was undeniably treason. Yet even so, they could not ignore the state of the nation. For the sake of Redford, for the kingdom itself, they would turn a blind eye. Rondon should do what needed to be done. Rondon was stunned. In that moment, he realized he wasn't the only one who longed for change. Others, too, were ready to see Redford reborn. Rondon stepped into the palace, prepared to face the king, but what he found stopped him cold. The king lay collapsed on the floor, clutching a letter in his hand. With trembling hands, Rondon picked it up and began to read. The letter revealed the truth. When the king first learned of the attack on Rondon, rage consumed him. He admitted he had often ignored Rondon despite knowing his loyalty to Redford, and for that he felt regret. Now he had decided to confess everything. The letter told of a warning the king once received. If he didn't continue his reckless lifestyle, his children's lives would be in danger. At first, he dismissed it as a cruel joke, but soon became horrifyingly real. One by one, his family was targeted. His eldest son was killed. His young daughter also murdered. His second son poisoned, saved only by medicine supplied secretly by the very faction that had threatened him. Racked with guilt and fear, the king abandoned his role as ruler. From then on, he lived only to protect his children, knowing that if he acted selfishly, countless Redford citizens would also be slaughtered. Now, broken by guilt, the king had chosen to end his own life. He would surrender the throne, sparing Rondon from a battle against him. In his final words, he asked Rondon to protect Redford. Rondon's hands shook as he finished reading, tears welling in his eyes. He went to another chamber, where Charlot, the last surviving heir, waited. Rondon told him the king was gone. Then, with a heavy heart, he asked if Charlot had known this day would come. Charlot admitted he did. He believed the recent chaos in Redford was all part of a larger conspiracy. Anger burned through Rondon. If Charlot knew, why hadn't he spoken sooner? Charlot looked away and confessed that telling the truth wouldn't have changed anything. He was afraid. He wanted to live. Rondon then asked if the king had wished for him to take over Redford. Charlot answered that survival demanded more than the king's abdication. Power in Redford had to be completely restructured. If the royal family remained, they would always be a source of unrest. They all had to be removed. Knowing how deeply Rondon cared for Redford, Charlot offered himself as the final justification for Rondon to seize power. Is this truly the only way? Rondon asked quietly. Charlot replied that since his father had made his choice, it was now his turn. Rondon's heart ached. In another life, under different circumstances, Charlot could have been a great king. Charlot smiled faintly, thanking him. Then he added that with this decision, the Valhalla Empire would no longer recognize his claim. Before his final breath, Charlot asked Rondon to rebuild Redford. 10 days later, Rondon stood deep in thought. He swore he would never allow Redford to fall. He would question everything, seek the truth, listen to his people, and forge a nation strong enough to withstand the Kronos Empire. He vowed revenge for the king and for Charlo. Turning to his knights, he announced that his coronation would take place in 5 days. When that day arrived, crowds filled the streets to welcome their new king. As Rondon looked out over them, he realized these were now his people. He remembered Roman's words. The very voices that once branded him a traitor were now the same voices calling him king. Their loyalty, their future, would depend entirely on how he chose to rule. Resolved, Rondon silently promised that Redford would not repeat its past mistakes. If the kingdom found stability, then Dmitri would also gain a trustworthy ally. Meanwhile, Roman prepared to leave. He told Chris it was time to return to the Valhalla Empire. Chris simply nodded. Okay. The scene shifted to Paolo, a border city of Valhalla. At the gates, guards stopped them, saying everyone entering had to be searched. Roman thought it was excessive, especially since Valhalla had been the one to extend the invitation. While Roman was being checked, Chris grew visibly annoyed. The guards warned them not to cause trouble, reminding them that Paolo didn't welcome outsiders. As they entered, Roman reflected on Valhalla's nature. Isolated behind its southern jungles, the empire had grown cut off from the world, and its people were notoriously unfriendly to foreigners. Chris muttered that Valhalla was exactly as the rumors described. Roman explained that those born in Valhalla were considered the strongest warriors on the continent. But for anyone not born within its borders, rejection was normal. Outsiders were not welcome. Chris grumbled, clearly irritated. What made it worse was that Valhalla had invited Roman, yet they hadn't even sent a guide to receive him. To Chris, it was rude. Roman agreed, saying the Empire's silence was deliberate. By inviting him, yet refusing to acknowledge him, Valhalla was making a statement. They didn't recognize his presence. Later, at a small inn, Roman and Chris sat together when a local man approached. Without even knowing where they were from, he warned them that if they were outsiders, they should just head upstairs and stay quiet. The man leaned closer, eyeing Roman. He scoffed that Roman looked soft, like someone who had never worked a day in his life, pointing to his pale skin. Roman stayed silent. The man grew angrier, snapping that Roman should stop looking down on him. Then, he raised his voice, demanding they leave at once. Roman leaned toward Chris and said calmly, "It's time to let Valhalla know I've arrived." The man at their table burst out laughing, mocking Roman's words. But before he could say more, Chris acted. He slammed the man's face down onto the table, the impact shattering it under the weight. Following Roman's order, Chris smashed his head against the wood again until it cracked apart. The man staggered up, furious, shouting that he would show them the true strength of Valhalla. Chris didn't even let him finish. He drove his fist straight into the man's stomach, dropping him with a single blow. While the man writhed, Roman calmly pulled out gold and placed it on the counter. He told the hotel owner it would cover the damage. The innkeeper froze, stunned by the amount, before quickly nodding in agreement. Roman then instructed him to guide them to the busiest part of Paolo. Delighted by the generous payment, the owner led them to Pooh Square, a bustling marketplace where crowds flowed endlessly through the streets. It was the perfect place for word to spread. Still, the owner nervously warned Roman not to stir up trouble, reminding him of what had just happened. Roman, however, was already deep in thought. To him, Valhalla calling itself an empire was laughable. An empire should command respect. Yet this land still clung to barbarism. And compared to Kronos, whose greed had already consumed it, Valhalla was no different. He knew exactly how he would act. Stepping into the square, Roman raised his voice. He declared himself Roman Dmitri, heir of the Duke of Dmitri, and challenged anyone brave enough to face him. The innkeeper, terrified, slipped into hiding to avoid what was about to unfold. The people of Paolo stared, muttering that Roman must be insane to cause trouble here. Then, one man stepped forward, shouting at Roman for daring to disturb Valhalla and accepting the challenge. He swung his weapon fiercely, but Roman's movements were faster. With one effortless dodge, he closed the distance and struck. The man collapsed instantly, defeated with a single blow. The crowd erupted in outrage, jeering at the fallen fighter, calling him a disgrace to Valhalla. On the ground, the man looked at his trembling hands, realizing Roman's strength was beyond human. Fear clawed at him. If he admitted defeat now, the humiliation would be unbearable. So, he lay still, pretending to have lost consciousness. But Roman saw through the act. He told the man to get up, exposing his cowardice before the entire crowd. Meanwhile, in the mansion of Paolo, word of the disturbance reached the Baron. A servant rushed in with a report. Roman Dmitri was in the square, openly challenging people to fight. At the Paolo mansion, the Baron listened to the report. He wasn't surprised. This was exactly why he hadn't sent a guide for Roman in the first place. When the servant added that none of Roman's challengers could stand against him, all had surrendered, the Baron's expression hardened. If the warriors of Valhalla were bowing their heads so easily, then he would personally remind Roman what Valhalla truly was. Back in Paolo Square, the ground was littered with the defeat of countless warriors. Roman stood tall, unshaken, when a Paolo commander approached with soldiers at his back. The commander demanded to know what Roman was doing. He reminded him that he was a guest in Valhalla and asked why he was causing chaos in their streets. Unless Roman had a good reason, he warned, punishment would follow. Roman answered calmly, almost dismissively. He said he didn't understand what the commander meant by a good reason. In Valhalla, strength was the only law. Paolo itself had asked him to prove himself, and that was exactly what he was doing. The commander was caught off guard. He hadn't expected Roman to be this bold, more aggressive than even Valhalla's own people. Still, he couldn't ignore what had happened. In Valhalla, a duel was sacred, but never was it permitted to disrespect a defeated opponent. By those rules, Roman had to be investigated. The commander said once the investigation was complete, he would personally escort Roman to the capital. Roman shook his head and refused. Anger flared in the commander's voice as he reminded Roman that in Valhalla, he didn't have the right to refuse. Roman smiled slightly and replied that he would face this matter by Valhalla's own laws. He declared trial by combat. If the commander wanted to investigate him, then let him and all his soldiers try to capture him by force. The commander wasted no time. He ordered the soldiers to seize him. As the men advanced, Roman noticed something about them. These weren't ordinary soldiers. They were the Wild Ones, a tribe from the northern forests. Known as the fiercest fighters in Valhalla, they lived on animal milk and endured brutal rituals that transformed them, giving them the strength and ferocity of beasts. They were Valhalla's elite warriors. The Wild Ones quickly closed in, surrounding him. "Don't underestimate Valhalla," the commander warned, before ordering them to strike. They charged as one. Roman's fist shot out, sending one flying with ease. He laughed quietly to himself. To him, they weren't warriors at all. They were nothing more than beasts. Roman cut through the Wild Ones with ease. One by one, they fell until none were left standing. Calmly, he told them that if they surrendered, he would spare them. To his surprise, one of the Wild Ones actually spoke. "I surrender." Roman chuckled. "So the Wild Ones can talk after all." The commander looked on in disbelief. He had seen the Wild Ones fight before. Fierce, relentless, stronger than most men. Even the Oronites struggled against them. Yet Roman Dmitri had defeated them without breaking a sweat. For the first time, the commander understood. This man was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Admitting his mistake, the commander bowed his head. He agreed to keep his word and arrange an escort to the capital. Roman smiled faintly. Lucas's report echoed in his mind. Valhalla had always been two-faced. Outwardly, they pretended to be content with the way things were. But secretly, they dreamed of unifying the empire, just like Kronos. In Roman's eyes, Valhalla had already picked a fight with him before he had even acted. Despite their proud claims, they were still just southern barbarians. If he defeated Barbossa, the old guard of Valhalla would have no choice but to acknowledge the outcome. But he also knew that the current rulers of Valhalla were sharp, ambitious, and forward-thinking. No matter what path he chose, danger surrounded him. The next day came. Sanchez, the man sent by Baron Paolo to lead Roman to the capital, rode alongside him on the journey. Roman quickly noticed that Sanchez spoke far more than the others. That evening, as they sat by the fire, Sanchez struck up a conversation. He admitted he had heard much about Roman and was deeply impressed. Even though Roman wasn't born in Valhalla, Sanchez said he carried the spirit of the old Valhalla warriors, the kind sung about in legends. Those warriors were said to split mountains with a single strike. Sanchez laughed softly and said that Roman was proof such warriors still lived. Then, lowering his voice, he asked if it was true that Roman had defeated Captain Gustavo. He admitted he knew rumors had a way of being exaggerated. Chris immediately snapped at him, telling him to watch his words. But Roman raised a hand, stopping him. He said it was fine, that Sanchez clearly had more to say. Roman told him directly, "If you have something on your mind, speak it." Encouraged, Sanchez leaned forward. Since Roman wanted honesty, he would be honest. He asked what made Roman think he was qualified to challenge Sir Barbossa, one of Valhalla's top warriors, ranked 6th. And not just Barbossa, Morales as well, the 12th ranked fighter. Sanchez began to explain the story every Valhalla warrior knew by heart. Barbossa and Morales had grown up in the same region, rivals since childhood. Morales was born with dazzling talent, hailed by everyone as a genius. Yet despite his gifts, he had never once defeated Barbossa, who came from a noble family with generations of warriors behind him. 6 months ago, Morales had been chosen to fight in the Great Festival, a sacred tradition Valhalla looked forward to each year. The belief was simple. If a warrior died in the festival, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. The gods would still welcome him into Valhalla. For Morales, facing Barbossa in the arena was destiny itself. He believed the god of warriors had granted him this chance. Sanchez, who had been Morales' student, told Roman that by stepping into this role, he had taken away the very dream every Valhalla warrior longed for. He admitted he didn't trust the rumors circulating outside their borders, claims about Roman's strength that sounded more like legends and truth. He added that no warrior on the continent had ever reached such power in their mid-20s. Then, staring at Roman, Sanchez asked directly if he truly believed he was worthy of fighting Sir Barbossa in Morales' place. Roman's reply was sharp. "Why do you think I'm not?" Sanchez answered without hesitation. He didn't need a reason. Roman's reputation simply hadn't been proven yet. Roman leaned forward, eyes steady. He told Sanchez he would prove in person. When Sanchez frowned in confusion, Roman clarified. He wanted Sanchez to spread the word across Valhalla. Roman Dmitri would fight anyone who challenged him for the right to enter the festival. He even smirked, adding that Sanchez himself could step up if he dared. Feeling provoked, Sanchez's hand went to his weapon. "Such a challenge is an honor," he growled, "and you shouldn't speak of it so lightly." But then his eyes caught Chris. A sharp aura flared around him, ready to strike. Sanchez froze. Recognition flashed in his mind. This was Chris, the Flash of Cairo. If even Roman's subordinate carried such terrifying strength, then maybe the rumors weren't just rumors after all. Even so, Sanchez reminded himself that the festival was reserved only for recognized Valhalla warriors. He sheathed his weapon, backing down, but not without a warning. "You'll regret those words," he said coldly. The story then shifted to Marin, the capital of Valhalla. Roman was received by Viscount Jonathan. The Viscount told him that Sanchez had already reported his declaration, that Roman would accept challenges from Valhalla's warriors to earn his place against Barbossa. As they sat together, Jonathan studied Roman carefully. "Will you truly be all right?" he asked. Roman answered with calm certainty. "I'll handle it." Satisfied, Jonathan leaned back. "Then I have nothing more to say. Just know this, before the festival, there's a tradition. 30 warriors step onto a grand stage together. None may surrender. The only way forward is to be the last one standing, or to die. In Valhalla, tradition dictated that the survivor of the 30-warrior battle received a special blessing from the emperor himself. Viscount Jonathan suggested Roman send one of his own men into the event to stir excitement before the festival began. The fighters couldn't be officially ranked warriors, but Jonathan had heard of the Flash of Cairo, now known as the Flash of Dmitri. Surely, he guessed, Chris would be the one to participate. Roman agreed without hesitation. Jonathan chuckled, saying Roman was more easygoing than he expected. He advised him to rest until the festival eve, though he hinted that with the words Roman had spoken to Sanchez, it might be difficult to relax. As Jonathan left, he wished Roman well, hoping they would see each other smiling in 2 days. Roman simply smiled back. The following morning, commotion erupted outside Roman's residence. Bartolo, ranked 89th among Valhalla's warriors, stood outside, shouting a challenge. Roman emerged, his sudden appearance startling Bartolo. Instead of addressing him directly, Roman turned to the crowd. "I'll accept any challenge until sunset," he declared. Then, facing Bartolo, he gestured calmly. "You first." Bartolo bristled, furious at being dismissed so easily. Gathering his aura, he thought to himself, "Let's see how long he can act so arrogant." With a roar, he lunged, but Roman ended the fight instantly. One punch, nothing more. Bartolo crumpled. Roman looked down at him and spoke evenly. Disappointing, especially for someone who talks so much. The crowd gasped. In most places, such a display of power might have silenced everyone with fear. But in Valhalla, it had the opposite effect. The more Roman displayed his strength, the more warriors wanted to test themselves against him. One after another, challengers stepped forward. Each was defeated with a single blow. By the end of the day, 12 had tried. None lasted longer than a moment. Roman's expression hardened as he addressed the gathering once more. "The sun is still high. Does anyone else wish to challenge me?" His voice carried through the square. Then he added, "Tomorrow is the eve of the festival. If any of you want to fight, you'll find me at my door." With that, he turned and left. Word spread quickly through the city. Since morning, warriors of Valhalla had been challenging Roman Dmitri, and every single one had been defeated. People whispered in amazement, questioning what their warriors had been doing if Roman could cut through them so easily. Sanchez, hearing the news, was shocked. Bartolo, once considered a capable fighter, had been the first to fall. In the crowd, some worried voices rose. Valhalla couldn't let Roman take over the festival like this. Surely the stronger warriors would step forward soon. Perhaps Sir Morales himself, the man originally meant to face Barbossa. Many believed that no matter how powerful Roman Dmitri was, he could never hope to defeat Morales. Hearing this, Sanchez left the crowd behind and slipped into the forest. There, he found Morales waiting. "Do you know why I want to fight Barbossa?" Morales asked. Sanchez guessed it was because of their rivalry, their long history together. Morales nodded. That was part of it. But then his eyes sharpened, his tone turning heavier. "The real reason is because Barbossa may be strong, but he lacks the pride and honor of a true warrior. And for that, he must be challenged." Morales despised leaders who lacked true strength, and among them, Barbossa was the one he loathed most. That hatred fueled his relentless training, sharpening his swordsmanship with the sole goal of defeating him. But now, someone unexpected had stepped forward to face Morales. Bills immediately ordered Sanchez to summon everyone in Valhalla. Standing before them, he declared his intent to prove himself worthy of standing on the grand festival stage. Soon, the infamous beast of Valhalla, the 12th ranked berserk warrior, stood ready to unleash his full might. The following day, the arena was packed with roaring cheers. The crowd was eager, chanting Morales' name, ready to witness his clash against Roman Dmitri. As the two faced off, Morales spoke first. He demanded to know why Roman had agreed to Valhalla's deal for revenge against Count Denver, despite clearly understanding Valhalla's true intentions. His words stunned the audience, leaving them murmuring in confusion. Roman stood firm, answering with confidence. Valhalla couldn't kill him. Morales smirked at the response, asking if Roman truly believed he had a chance against Barbossa. Roman didn't hesitate. He wouldn't have accepted the challenge if he didn't. Morales burst out laughing, calling him arrogant, yet admitting he liked warriors who carried pride in battle. With excitement, Morales declared it was far too early for Roman to dream of facing Barbosa. Roman revealed his aura, unshaken. He found Morales amusing, telling him that no opponent he'd ever faced believed they would lose. With his sword at the ready, Roman asked if Morales thought he'd be any different. Morales grinned, promising the festival would reveal who truly deserved victory. Then, his aura flared, wild, blazing with power as he lunged forward. In an instant, Morales closed the gap and swung his blade. Roman moved to evade, but the strike came fast, clashing against his sword. Morales was caught off guard. Roman's strength wasn't ordinary. For someone in his 20s, his skill was extraordinary. Pressing harder, Morales stomped the ground, shattering it beneath them. The earth split apart, throwing Roman off balance. Roman leapt upward, realizing Morales was turning the terrain itself into a weapon. His opponent wasn't just powerful, but cunning as well. Seeing his opening, Morales came at him again, declaring that escape was impossible. But Roman used the first form of his midway strike, stepping onto a piece of rubble midair to gain momentum. With explosive speed, he charged down at Morales. Startled, Morales questioned if such a move was even real, yet he managed to block the attack. Roman immediately followed up, slashing from another angle. Morales caught that strike as well, but before he could reset, Roman's kick landed squarely, launching him into a wall. Gasps erupted from the crowd, stunned by what they'd just seen. Yet Morales rose from the rubble, smiling wide. Instead of anger, he was thrilled. He declared the warm-up was over. From this moment on, he would unleash his full strength to crush Roman. Morales' demeanor shifted. His presence turned fierce as raw energy gathered around his fists. Roman narrowed his eyes, watching with interest as Morales unleashed a relentless flurry of punches. Each strike came faster than the last, sharper and more precise. Roman quickly realized Morales wasn't just moving differently. He had grown even faster. Still, Roman remained calm. He believed he could withstand it. Choosing his moment, Roman unleashed his midway strike. The clash was brief but decisive. Morales was struck down. Standing victorious, Roman acknowledged his opponent in silence. Morales wasn't just another fighter. He embodied the very spirit of Valhalla. Roman was grateful to have crossed blades with such a warrior. Lying defeated, Morales accepted his fate. He knew this might be the end, but there was no regret in his heart. With a powerful voice, he called out to the people of Valhalla, demanding they remember this day. Roman Dmitri had answered their challenge, fully aware it was a trap, yet came anyway, proving himself a true warrior. Morales condemned what Valhalla had become, a land where power was seized through deceit and schemes. He urged them to welcome Roman, to honor his coming duel with Barbosa, and above all, to stay out of it. The people fell silent, shaken by his words. Morales believed that soon, someone worthy would rise to challenge Barbosa in his place. Among the crowd, Sanchez broke into tears. His mind returned to the words Morales had once spoken about the possibility of falling to Barbosa. Morales knew death awaited him, yet still chose the fight, hoping his example might remind Valhalla of its lost honor. He had even smiled back then, asking Sanchez if such a cause wasn't noble. Now, in the present, Sanchez's chest tightened. To him, Morales had been reckless. If he died, what would happen to those who had believed in him? As he wrestled with his thoughts, the arena erupted. The crowd began chanting Roman Dmitri's name with thunderous voices. Far away, inside the palace, Marquis Belfer received the news. Morales had been defeated by Roman. The Marquis smiled, intrigued. He admitted he hadn't expected Roman to possess the strength to topple Morales. Just then, Jonathan entered, offering a suggestion. If the Marquis wished, Baron Jonathan could eliminate Roman before his next fight. But Belfer shook his head. Morales had been clever, carefully swaying the hearts of the people before his death. Any interference now would draw suspicion. Roman's duel with Barbosa could not be disrupted. Instead, the Marquis turned the conversation toward Barbosa himself. Jonathan acknowledged Barbossa's status, one of the 12 strongest warriors across the continent, a proud representative of Valhalla. Belfer explained further. Barbossa was not only powerful, but also cunning and merciless, willing to do anything to claim victory. He decided to let Barbossa deal with Roman, just as he had with Morales. With certainty in his voice, the Marquis declared that no matter how fiercely Roman fought, survival was beyond his reach. The scene shifted to Roman's residence, where he sat across from Sanchez. Roman asked why he had come, since the fight with Morales was already finished. Sanchez lowered his head and apologized for his past disrespect. He explained that he was there because of Morales' final wish. Handing Roman a document, Sanchez revealed it to be Morales' will. In it, Morales declared his intent to expose Valhalla's hidden truths. Sanchez explained that this went far beyond a fight with Barbossa. Even if Roman managed to defeat him, there was no guarantee he would leave Valhalla alive. According to the will, certain members of Valhalla were secretly tied to Kronos, and the Kronos Empire itself had influenced Roman's invitation to the festival. The plan was simple. Roman was never meant to survive. Sanchez urged him to leave Valhalla at once, promising his help in escaping. Roman nodded, saying he already understood. He explained the fragile relationship between Kronos and Valhalla. To outsiders, it seemed Valhalla ignored Kronos' atrocities. In truth, the two nations were cooperating, united temporarily by shared interests and mutual restraint. Sanchez was stunned. Roman continued, saying that once you looked closely, the alliance was obvious. Sanchez asked if Roman had known this when he accepted the invitation, and if he truly believed he could endure it. He admitted Roman was strong, but reminded him that everyone had limits. Once the warp gate to Dmitri was shut, escape would be nearly impossible. But Roman's response was resolute. Even if the truth came to light, nothing would change for the smaller nations like Dmitri. They still had to survive by their own strength. Valhalla's trap would not break his determination. Kronos had tried to eliminate him before, and they were trying again now. If he could overcome Valhalla's 12 strongest fighters and return alive, it would become the spark, a turning point in the looming war. His victory would give others the courage to stand against the Empire. Sanchez was struck silent. Morales' words echoed in his mind. He had once told Sanchez that if he ever met a true warrior, he should learn from his life. Even if he couldn't live exactly the same way, he could still carry those lessons forward. The story leapt to the present. Sanchez left Roman's palace, deep in thought, realizing the trials awaiting Roman would be unlike any before. The scene shifted once again, this time to the moments just before the grand festival. The announcer's voice thundered across the arena, declaring that 30 contestants would step onto the stage together, each representing Valhalla's pride and power. The crowd erupted in excitement, buzzing with predictions and debates. The pre-festival stage had always been unpredictable, and today promised to be no different. From the stands, voices rose above the buzz of excitement. Someone shouted that perhaps Dmitri's flash would take the victory. Another mentioned they were eager to see Chris fight, though they doubted whether he could handle the strength of Valhalla's warriors. Yet, others reminded them, Chris served Roman, the same Roman who had defeated Morales. That alone meant he couldn't be ordinary. The announcer's voice boomed as the fighters were called into the arena. First came Gonzalez of House Jonathan, then Neravian of House Isle, Carwin from House Lilat, Clea of House Duer. The names kept coming until, finally, Chris of the Duchy of Dmitri stepped into the light. The story flashed back to a memory. Roman had warned Chris before their journey began. This trip to Valhalla, he said, will be dangerous from beginning to end. The pre-festival fighters wouldn't just be rivals, they might try to kill him outright. Roman told Chris that he was the sword he trusted most. To prove his worth, he was to face all opponents alone and claim victory. Kneeling, Chris swore to follow that command and bring glory to Dmitri's name. Back in the present, Chris, known to all as the Flash of Dmitri, made his move the instant the signal was given. He sprinted forward, blade flashing. One warrior sneered, mocking Chris for choosing him first. But before he could finish his words, Chris's flash strike cut him down in a single blow. Chris knew hesitation was his enemy. To defeat 29 fighters, he had to keep pressing forward, never stopping, never faltering. Strike after strike, his sword tore through opponents, too fast for the eye to follow. The audience erupted, cheering in disbelief at his blistering speed. Soon, only one warrior remained. Releasing his aura, the Valhalla fighter charged, his power shaking the ground. Chris blocked the attack, but the impact drove him back. Smirking, the warrior taunted him, convinced the tide had turned. In the blink of an eye, Chris countered. His blade flashed once more, cutting through the warrior's defense. The final opponent fell, leaving the arena silent for a heartbeat before the cheers exploded again. Roman, watching, was quietly impressed. Chris's technique and speed had surpassed his expectations. The announcer's voice echoed, declaring Chris of the Duchy of Dmitri the victor. Chris dropped to one knee, exhausted and bloodied. Frustration welled within him. His body refused to move. Then, Roman's voice reached him, clear in his mind. He instructed Chris to channel his aura, to push his body to heal just enough to rise again. Focusing his energy, Chris forced his wounds to close. Slowly, he stood, his figure unbroken before the roaring crowd. The announcer declared that the winner must now show respect to his majesty. But inside, Chris thought only one thing. There was only one man in this world he would bow to, and that man was Roman Dmitri. To everyone's astonishment, Chris bent his knee, not to the Emperor of Valhalla, but to Roman. The arena erupted with whispers. Some muttered that a foreigner showing such defiance was an insult to Valhalla itself. Intrigued, the Emperor raised his voice, asking who this fighter was. Chris introduced himself, and the Emperor nodded. Winning in Valhalla as an outsider, he said, was no easy feat. He praised Chris's display, admitting his performance was remarkable. Then, with calm curiosity, he asked why Chris had chosen to bow to Roman instead of to him. He assured Chris there would be no punishment. He simply wanted to understand. Such defiance was rare before the throne. Chris answered with conviction. Valhalla's warriors fought for their emperor, but he entered the arena for one man only, his lord, Roman Dmitri. The emperor studied him, remarking that Chris was not only talented, but fiercely loyal, a quality that made him stand apart. Since Valhalla honored strength and loyalty, the emperor made an offer. If Chris pledged himself to Valhalla, he would be granted riches and rewards far beyond anything he could receive in Dmitri. The offer surprised Chris, but he stood firm. His strength, he said, was born from his lord's guidance. The worth of his blade did not belong to him alone. It belonged to Roman Dmitri. He respectfully declined, thanking the emperor for his generosity, but refusing to betray his master. The emperor accepted his decision without another word. The ceremony concluded, and Chris was still rewarded handsomely for his victory. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Marquis Belfer's temper boiled over. He lashed out at Baron Jonathan, furious that his exaggerated promises had left him humiliated before the emperor. Jonathan begged for another chance, but the Marquis dismissed him coldly. There was no need. Barbossa had already made his move. Belfer placed all his hopes on Barbossa's success, believing it was his last chance to recover his honor. Elsewhere, in Roman's quarters, a servant quietly set food and tea before him. Leaning close, the servant whispered a warning, not to eat, for Barbossa's plot was already in motion. But before the servant could say more, Roman spoke directly into his mind, demanding to know his true identity. Startled, the servant revealed that he belonged to a faction still loyal to Morales. Their only wish was for Roman to see through Barbossa's schemes and triumph. Roman considered this, realizing Morales' influence still lingered strongly within Valhalla. Then, without hesitation, he lifted the cup and drank, leaving the servant stunned. The servant, alarmed, blurted out a question. Why was Roman drinking so recklessly? Did he not realize what might be in the cup? Roman set the cup down calmly. He knew Barbossa was a master of poisons, but poison, he said, had no effect on him. Then his eyes narrowed as he challenged the servant. If he truly wished to help, he should drink the rest of the tea himself to prove it was tainted. The servant agreed, but warned that time was the real enemy. Barbosa had likely chosen this exact moment on purpose. By the time proof surfaced, no one would believe it, especially since the words of the defeated carried little weight. Roman reassured him. If the servant brought the evidence he needed, both of them would achieve their goals. For now, they would start by finding the culprit. The scene shifted to the kitchen. Roman confronted the chef who had prepared his food. Trembling, the man swore he had done nothing wrong. Roman told him plainly, if he was truly innocent, he should bring forth the one who bore responsibility. At that moment, Baron Jonathan appeared, stepping in hurriedly. Roman, keeping his voice steady, told him that his servants had given him poisoned tea, and afterward they had been rewarded with gold, as though congratulated for their deed. Someone clearly wanted him to fall before the festival even began. Baron Jonathan's eyes widened. Had Barbosa's plan already been uncovered? He quickly masked his shock, insisting Roman's claims were baseless. To accuse Valhalla so openly, he said, was to dishonor them at a sacred festival. He promised to investigate if anything improper had occurred, but accused Roman of overreacting. Roman dismissed the argument. The festival would continue as planned, but he warned that today's matter would not be overlooked. If poison was found in his cup, then Baron Jonathan himself would answer for his words. The story then shifted to Barbosa's palace. Marquis Belfer informed him that Roman had discovered the poison. The Marquis asked whether this posed a problem. Barbosa calmly explained that what he used was no ordinary toxin. At first, its effect was subtle, but with time, it would disrupt the flow of mana. Roman's confidence, he said, came only because the poison had not yet taken hold. The Marquis, impressed, acknowledged Barbosa's craft. Barbosa assured him that all was under control. He urged him, as always, to trust in his methods. Outside the palace walls, unrest was spreading. Whispers ran through the streets, carried by servants from the trade house. The news of poison discovered at Roman's quarters caused a storm of speculation. Many began to suspect foul play, and Barbosa's name surfaced repeatedly. Strange incidents, after all, always seemed to surround his matches. But with no evidence, the authorities had no grounds to accuse anyone. The case remained unresolved. Even so, doubts filled the crowd. If Roman truly had been poisoned, how could he possibly stand against Barbosa? Roman silenced those doubts himself. He announced he would still fight, refusing to abandon the field. His determination, even as a foreigner, struck a chord with the people. Many who once dismissed him began to see him with newfound respect. Meanwhile, in the emperor's palace, Count Gomez reported the situation. The rumors, he warned, were dangerous. Many questioned the fairness of the festival, and he suggested uncovering the truth, even if it meant canceling the event altogether. The emperor turned to Marquis Belfer for counsel. Belfer brushed it aside with confidence. The rumors, he said, were nothing but idle talk. Barbosa was far too powerful to need poison. He declared that Barbosa could defeat Dmitri with sheer strength alone. The emperor, reassured by his confidence, said he looked forward to the match. Yet inwardly, Belfer believed the rumors were the work of the conservative faction stirring trouble. To him, Barbosa was blameless. Soon, he thought, Barbosa would prove himself again, one of the 12 swords, the mightiest warriors across the continent. The next day, the arena trembled with anticipation. The announcer's voice thundered as he introduced the main event. First came Barbosa, Valhalla's pride, one of the legendary 12 swords. Then came his challenger, the young warrior from Dmitri, Roman Dmitri. The two faced each other at the center of the stage. Barbosa spoke first, feigning concern. He remarked that the poison Roman had consumed would take time to fully show its effect. Roman raised his blade without hesitation. Since the moment he learned of this world, he said he had wanted to test himself against the 12 swords, said to be the strongest of all. That was why he had accepted Valhalla's invitation. With a smirk, he assured Barbosa that the poison would not work as he intended. Barbosa chuckled, brushing off the words as foolish bravado. But Roman's eyes told another story. To him, this battle wasn't just about survival. It was a trial. Facing Barbossa would prepare him for the battles yet to come, a chance to measure his strength against the strongest and push beyond his limits. Roman steadied his resolve. If he struggled here against Barbossa, then he was not yet prepared for the war to come against the Empire. His expression hardened. He declared aloud that if Barbossa could withstand every strike, then Valhalla's strength was indeed worthy of its name. The announcer's voice rang out, signaling the beginning of the duel. Roman moved first, charging with the opening form of the heavenly demon sword. His blade clashed with Barbossa's, the impact shaking the arena and forcing both men backward. Barbossa quickly regained his footing and swung with devastating force, his sword brimming with energy. Roman answered with the second form of the heavenly demon sword, parrying cleanly. The arena erupted with astonishment as their blows echoed like thunder. Then Roman unleashed a surge of power, his energy wave rushing toward Barbossa. Stunned, Barbossa struggled to comprehend how Roman could fight with such strength when the poison should already have weakened him. But he quickly regained focus, shattered the energy, and prepared his counter. Yet Roman was already ahead. He invoked the supreme art of the heavenly demon, the final and most devastating move, annihilation. His aura erupted, flooding the entire arena. The sheer force swallowed Barbossa whole, overwhelming him beyond resistance. When the light subsided, Barbossa had fallen. Silence gripped the crowd before erupting into chaos. The announcer's voice rose above it, declaring Roman Dmitri the victor, his triumph earning him a place among the 12 swords, the strongest warriors on the continent. As the cheers roared, a servant stepped forward, carrying the poisoned cup. His face was grave. He told Roman he had risked his life to uncover the truth and urged him to speak, so Valhalla might find its path again. He placed the cup in Roman's hands. The audience murmured, curious about who the servant was and why he had approached. Roman raised the cup for all to see. He told them plainly. The night before, he had been served poisoned tea. When he raised the matter, Baron Jonathan accused him of dishonoring Valhalla instead. Roman said he did not care much about the one who prepared the poison. What disappointed him was Valhalla's refusal to confront it. He tilted the cup forward, revealing the liquid inside. The tea had turned black with poison. The crowd gasped, voices rising in shock as rumors spread that Baron Jonathan had attempted to poison Roman before the duel. Roman's voice cut through the noise. If he had fallen today, he said, the truth would have been buried along with him. Looking straight at the emperor, he asked whether this was Valhalla's way, silencing truth while claiming to honor warriors. For a moment, the arena held its breath. Then the emperor finally spoke, his voice heavy. He admitted that Valhalla had fallen into disgrace. The emperor's gaze turned toward Baron Jonathan. His voice cut like steel as he demanded to know if Roman's words were true. Jonathan stammered, his face pale, fumbling for an excuse before finally lowering his head in apology. Without hesitation, the emperor ordered the soldiers to seize him. Jonathan tried to explain himself, but the emperor silenced him with a roar, declaring that Jonathan had disgraced Valhalla. No further trial, no chance to defend himself. His punishment was delivered on the spot. Jonathan's life ended then and there, his death a warning to all. The emperor then turned back to Roman, his expression fierce, almost unhinged. "Is this enough?" he demanded. Roman shook his head. He told him it was not. Punishing Viscount Jonathan was nothing more than personal retribution. If Valhalla truly wished to stop this from happening again, it needed change, systemic change. The words cut deep. The emperor's face twisted with rage, and without another word, he stormed out of the arena, his robes trailing behind him. From the stands, Marquis Belfer watched in dread. The plan had failed. Jonathan was dead, and soon the emperor's wrath might fall on him as well. Later, summoned before the emperor, he was asked what he thought of Roman Dmitri. Belfer spoke carefully. Roman was dangerous, not only because he had defeated Barbossa, one of the 12 swords, but because he had dared to challenge the emperor himself. What made him most dangerous, however, was his audacity to openly criticize Valhalla's system in front of all. The emperor's fury boiled over. He growled that Roman had dared question his authority, an unforgivable insult. He then ordered Belfer to align completely with Kronos' plan. Roman Dmitri, he said, must not return alive. The scene shifted to the warp gate, where Roman and his men prepared to depart. A worker stepped forward, reporting an issue. The gate was out of service, he claimed, and repairs would take 2 weeks. Until then, Roman was advised to stay in Marin. Roman listened silently, but suspicion stirred. This was no accident. Valhalla had blocked the warp gate deliberately. The only remaining path was to travel overland to another trading city, a journey of 1 full month. Exactly the opportunity Valhalla was waiting for. Roman turned to his men, his decision firm. Let's go. Far away, in a palace hall, a messenger bowed before Marquis Belfer, informing him that Roman Dmitri had left Marin and was now en route to the trading city. Marquis Belfer asked when the best time to strike Roman would be. The worker hesitated before replying. Roman's victory at the Valhalla festival had made him a household name. Everywhere he went, crowds followed, treating him like a hero. Any attempt on his life now risked killing civilians, and such a massacre would ignite public outrage. Belfer dismissed the concern with a sneer. Civilian lives, he said, were meaningless. Besides, it would be Kronos carrying out the attack, not Valhalla. No blame would fall on them. He ordered the worker to send word to Kronos. This time, they were to strike without restraint. The scene shifted to a dense forest, where Roman and his group marched forward. Suddenly, dark figures emerged, ambushing them. Gasps spread among the travelers. Who would dare attack the champion of the Valhalla festival? Whispers ran through the group until recognition set in. These weren't ordinary foes. They were shadow warriors from the Kronos Empire. The battle erupted instantly. Chris narrowed his focus, feeling the flow of mana, and unleashed his flash lightning strike. In a blink, one shadow warrior was cut down. Roman gave his command without hesitation. Vulcan and Pookie surged forward, tearing through the enemy with ease, leaving only a handful of warriors still standing. The surviving shadows, cornered and desperate, tried to issue a warning that Dmitri had made a grave mistake. But before they could finish, Roman appeared behind them, his blade cutting one down in a single stroke. "You talk too much," he said coldly. He then turned to one of his men. "Did you record everything?" The subordinate nodded. Roman ordered him to spread the recording throughout Valhalla using the magical video device. His expression hardened. "Let's make this game even bigger." The scene shifted back to Valhalla, where crowds gathered to watch the recording. Outrage swept across the land. People shouted in disbelief. How could anyone dare violate Valhalla's territory with such arrogance? As the image revealed the attackers to be shadow warriors of Kronos, the anger only grew. The people declared that Roman now stood as Valhalla's pride, its honor, and its face to the continent. If they allowed him to be cut down on their soil, they would never again have the right to speak of warrior pride. Their fury rose together, a roar that reached even the court of Valhalla, demanding justice. In Valhalla's royal court, voices thundered with outrage at Kronos. Officials declared that the attack was an insult and promised a full investigation. Yet beyond words, they did nothing. Using the excuse of careful deliberation, they avoided deploying troops. Meanwhile, Roman's private forces endured relentless ambushes from the shadows. In the midst of this struggle, Sanchez arrived with a small band of warriors who had once followed Morales. Roman thanked him, but cautioned that their strength was too little. Staying here would only get them killed. Sanchez answered firmly, "If I wanted to live, I wouldn't have come." Roman smiled faintly, calling him a fool. "It's too late to take that back now." Before Sanchez could ask what he meant, the forest stirred, and an entire army of cloaked figures appeared. The ground trembled with their presence. Sanchez shouted for his men to ready themselves. As Valhalla's warriors, they would stand with Roman Dmitri. Aura flared from their blades as they charged into the mass of shadowy enemies. But Sanchez's confidence shattered when one figure vanished into thin air, reappearing behind him in an instant. Blink. His eyes widened. These weren't ordinary warriors. They were abyssal demons, monsters cloaked in black energy. Above, one demon twisted through the air, its dark aura rippling like smoke. Sanchez swung upward, but the creature slipped away effortlessly. His instincts screamed danger. He ordered his men to regroup into a defensive stance, just as one demon raised its hand, summoning a crackling storm of black lightning. The bolt tore through the air, aimed straight at Sanchez's formation. He froze. There was no time to react. But before it struck, a shield rose. Roman appeared, intercepting the blast. With a single sweep, he redirected the lightning, scattering its force harmlessly away. Turning to Sanchez, his voice was firm. Fall back. Regroup. Leave the demons to me. Still shaken, Sanchez hesitated. How could Roman hope to face so many alone? But before he could protest, two demons moved in, conjuring a wall of dark flame from both sides. Fire roared toward Roman, threatening to swallow him whole. Yet Roman didn't flinch. His blade glowed with aura as he swept it calmly through the fire, dispersing the flames into sparks. In the same instant, he dashed forward, closing the distance before the demons could recover. 2 strikes, clean, precise, unstoppable. The demons collapsed where they stood. The remaining abyssal demons recoiled, their eerie forms wavering as if unsettled. But one stepped forward, raising its clawed hand. Earth itself shuddered, rising into twisted roots and stone tendrils. The demon unleashed Tangle, its spell lashing out to bind Roman where he stood. From beneath the earth, thick roots burst upward, twisting and coiling to trap Roman. But with one clean swing of his aura-infused blade, he cleaved through them as though they were nothing. The demons froze for a moment, their expressions hidden beneath their hoods, but their hesitation revealed what they already knew. The difference in power was vast. Seizing the chance, another demon loosed a dark arrow from behind. It streaked forward, exploding on impact. Dust and flame engulfed the spot. But when the smoke cleared, Roman was gone. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared and cut the archer down with ruthless precision. Now 6 cloaked demons circled him. Still, Roman remained calm. One step forward, weaving a spell. Flames erupted, condensing into a massive flame cannon, a 6-circle attack that scorched the air as it roared toward him. Roman didn't move. His eyes narrowed as he muttered, almost mockingly, "To reveal black magic so brazenly, is this confidence in victory, or just arrogance?" He paused, then added coldly, "The Kronos Empire is truly arrogant." Activating his flame art, Roman met fire with fire, dispersing the raging blast as if it were nothing. The demons recoiled in disbelief. "If you want to live," Roman's voice cut like steel, "then fight until the end." The dark mage leading them trembled, stunned that even a 6-circle spell had no effect. Snarling, he forced his power higher, channeling everything into a 7th-circle firestorm. A vortex of flames howled around Roman, consuming the battlefield. When the inferno died down, Roman stood untouched. Before the mage could recover, Roman surged forward with speed too sharp to follow. His sword struck clean, once final. The mage collapsed without even a chance to resist. Roman turned toward the last surviving demon. His gaze was cold as word to command. "Go tell your emperor this. The road to Dmitri is long, but if Kronos truly wants me dead, now is their best chance." The battle was over. Chris approached, battered and bruised, but steady. He reported that their side had taken only minor injuries. Valhalla's warriors, however, had suffered heavily. Nearly half had fallen. Roman received the news with a grim expression, then ordered Chris to prepare the troops. They would march to the trade city immediately, without pause. Just then, a soldier hurried up to him, breathless, saying he had an urgent report. Roman's eyes narrowed, and for a moment, He recalled a past conversation with Alex, how mastering fire magic was said to require a rare natural talent. The soldier spoke carefully, recalling something his master had once told him. His master had awakened the ability to control fire only after surviving a terrible blaze as a child. Half of his face had been scarred ever since, a constant reminder of that tragedy. He also mentioned an old mystery. Years ago, mages had begun vanishing across the continent. It wasn't just in Phoenix. Similar cases occurred in other regions. Some believed the disappearances were connected, but with no evidence, the matter had eventually been forgotten. Back in the present, Roman listened intently. The soldier suggested that the black mage they had just faced might be linked to those events. Roman frowned. The mage's appearance, so like the former Tower Master, was unsettling. Were those burn scars coincidence? Or was there a darker truth? Even more alarming was the similarity between the mage's fire arts and Phoenix magic itself. Could black magic exist that enslaved its victims, forcing them to obey? Determined to uncover the truth, Roman instructed Chris to use the magical recording device to capture the faces of the shadow demons. Their identities might prove crucial later. Chris agreed, adding that they should formally report the attack to the international community. Not even Kronos could ignore such a charge. Roman nodded. By revealing one of their three most secretive warriors, the Black Mage, Kronos had taken a bold risk. When it comes to a nation like Kronos, he said, only fragments of the truth ever surface. But this battle has already unearthed secrets long buried. He gave his final order. The troops were to be ready to depart for the trade city within the hour. That night, Sanchez approached Roman with respect. He asked if Roman would teach him and his men how to fight the shadows. Roman studied him for a moment, then agreed. He would entrust the technique to Chris, who would train them. Surprised, Sanchez asked if he was serious. Roman reassured him. The warriors of Valhalla had already proven their resolve. They deserved to learn. Sanchez bowed deeply, thanking him with sincerity. The next morning, Chris began their training. He explained that there were two reliable ways to defeat shadow warriors. The first was to strike while their bodies were reforming, exploiting the brief moment when they were defenseless. The second, and more difficult, was to sense the flow of mana within them, then cut the thread that bound their forms together. The Valhalla warriors exchanged uneasy looks. Sanchez admitted that even as a 3-star Aura Knight, sensing another's mana flow was nearly impossible. Is Dmitri truly filled with warriors who can do such things so easily? He muttered. Doubt spread among the group as they wondered if they could master the technique before the next battle came crashing down on them. Chris heard the unease in the Valhalla warriors' voices and didn't deny it. Training them would take time, far more than they had. The scene shifted to a bustling trade city where Roman met Rodriguez, the commander of Valhalla's nighttime division. Ranked 7th in the Empire's hierarchy, Rodriguez carried himself with authority as he approached Roman. He announced that from here on, his men would be responsible for escorting him. Roman, however, refused without hesitation. He told Rodriguez to drop the act. He had no need for their protection. The shadows couldn't move freely within Valhalla without the Emperor's explicit permission. Roman pointed out that these troops had only been sent to maintain appearances, a show meant to preserve Valhalla's image. He advised Rodriguez to make up an excuse and withdraw his men. Rodriguez did not waver. Roman's blunt reputation, he said, was already well known. But if Roman wanted to survive, the only path was to stay quiet within the city and let them pretend to guard him. That way, Valhalla could save face and Roman could leave alive. Roman's eyes hardened. His aura flared, pressing down on everyone around him like a storm. With cold finality, he declared that Valhalla's thinking was entirely wrong. He warned that they could not kill him, and if he returned to Dmitri alive, both Valhalla and Kronos would pay dearly for their schemes. If Valhalla truly wanted his death, he dared them to stop pretending and face him directly. Rodriguez held his composure, though a trace of regret flickered in his tone. Roman had chosen his path, and he would have to fight to the very end. We'll meet again, he he said before departing. Later, at the warp gate, Roman was met with more bad news. A worker reported that traveling to Adeilon was impossible. Kronos' forces had invaded the border, and Valhalla had declared a state of emergency. All cross-border travel was banned. If Roman wanted to return to Dmitri, the only possible route was through Paolo, and the entire journey would have to be made on foot. Not long after, Sanchez approached Roman. His face was shadowed with doubt. He warned that this was a trap. Valhalla had no intention of letting him leave. They were simply waiting for him to cross the border, where both they and Kronos could strike. Roman listened in silence before replying, his voice steady. He admitted the truth. Once he stepped across, both Valhalla and Kronos would try to kill him. Sanchez pauses for a moment, then asks if Roman truly intends to go through with it. Roman's gaze sharpens, his answer firm and unwavering. He explains that Valhalla's rulers have fallen into corruption, and for that reason, he must act. His decision is final. Roman reflects on what Valhalla once was, a land of proud warriors, now reduced to weakness and compromise. To him, the nation has lost its soul, leaving behind only the hollow shell of its former glory. Accepting this decline would mean surrender, and he refuses to yield. That is why he has chosen this dangerous road ahead. Sanchez, stirred by Roman's resolve, pledges his loyalty and insists on joining him, even at the cost of his life. But Roman denies him. He explains that Sanchez's role in Valhalla is too important to abandon. Sanchez protests, determined to fight by his side, but Roman cuts him off. If Sanchez crosses the border, Valhalla will brand him a traitor, stripping him of everything. The royal family would go as far as erasing all witnesses to preserve their reputation. Roman then shifts to what must be done. He tells Sanchez to seek out Duke Vieto, a man of strength who has chosen seclusion on Valhalla's southern border. Others like him, who still hold true to Valhalla's spirit, must be gathered together under one purpose. Roman insists that only by uniting such people can Valhalla's honor be restored and its corrupt rulers overthrown. He entrusts this mission to Sanchez, leaving the rest in Dmitri's hands. The following day, Roman marches forward with his forces, resolve unshaken. Their advance is suddenly blocked by Rodriguez and his soldiers. With a mocking smile, Rodriguez greets him, asking if he slept well. He reminds Roman of his earlier warning that they would cross paths again. Rodriguez sneers that had Roman pledged loyalty to Valhalla, he could have lived a life of honor and wealth. But since he stands in opposition, Rodriguez declares he cannot allow Roman to leave alive. Roman answers calmly, his words sharp and deliberate. He says those who cling to power too long are blinded by arrogance, convinced they command everything, until their overconfidence becomes their downfall. Roman draws his sword, the blade catching the faint light as he declares in a steady voice that he's been waiting for Rodriguez. Without hesitation, Rodriguez seizes the moment and commands his soldiers to strike. Both sides clash, and the battlefield explodes into chaos. Amid the storm of blades, Roman's strength shines. His movements are sharp and precise, cutting down Rodriguez's finest warriors with ease. Rodriguez grits his teeth as he watches. Roman's reputation as one of Valhalla's greatest warriors is well known, and seeing it firsthand stirs both anger and ambition within him. Instead of despairing, Rodriguez views this as a chance. If he can be the one to kill Roman, his own name will rise above the rest. Determined, he draws his weapon and charges forward, eyes locked on his opponent. His strike is swift, calculated to end the battle in one blow. He watches Roman carefully, certain that victory is his. Rodriguez then unleashes his ultimate technique, the evergreen slash. The air ripples as his sword cuts through with deadly precision. But Roman, a seasoned fighter, anticipates the attack. In an instant, his blade meets Rodriguez's, blocking it with effortless control. Before Rodriguez can recover, Roman counters with a crushing strike that brings him down immediately. The scene shifts to the vast halls of Valhalla's palace. The emperor sits upon his throne, mulling over the recent battles. He speaks Roman Dmitri's name aloud, calling him a man of great intrigue. Turning to his advisors, he acknowledges that guerrilla tactics are useless now. Without Valhalla's strongest elites, there is no way to halt Roman's relentless march. He places the blame squarely on the Kronos Empire, declaring them responsible for these failures. After a brief silence, he issues his command. Valhalla's forces are to withdraw. He wants to observe Kronos' next move before acting again. Because of this retreat, Roman's army crosses the border without resistance. Valhalla's attacks cease, but the reprieve is short-lived. Soon after, Kronos launches a full-scale offensive. The Dmitri soldiers, hardened through grueling training, push forward despite their exhaustion. For more than 2 weeks, they have marched and fought without rest. Their bodies ache, but their resolve hardens whenever they see Roman himself battling alongside them at the front. Gritting their teeth, they endure. The army braces as Kronos' forces finally close in. Chris, weary and drained, thinks grimly that Kronos seems intent on never letting them breathe. But just as the pressure mounts, the tide shifts. Edwin Hector arrives with reinforcements. Edwin quickly takes command, ordering his troops to bolster Dmitri's forces and strike back at Kronos. With a wave of his hand, he unleashes his fire field, halting the shadow soldiers in their tracks. The sudden resistance stuns the Kronos army. None of them expected Dmitri to have reinforcements. Amid the confusion, Edwin rushes to Roman's side with urgent news. Dmitri itself is under direct attack. Roman, however, responds with a calm smile, his confidence unwavering. The scene shifts to an earlier moment, when Roman gathered his soldiers and shared his thoughts. He explained that his journey to Valhalla was no secret. Every nation across the continent knew of his movements. Because of that, he reasoned, Kronos would see this as the perfect moment to strike. "Do you think they'd ignore such an opportunity?" he asked. McBurney stepped forward, agreeing that since Kronos had openly declared their intent to kill Roman, they would never simply stand by. Henderson voiced his concern for Roman's safety, but Roman countered firmly. Kronos, he explained, was not bound by diplomacy or appearances. Their approach would be ruthless and simple, a two-pronged attack. First, they would send assassins after him. Second, they would target Dmitri itself. Such a plan was entirely in line with Kronos' methods. Looking solemn, Roman admitted that the castle's mages alone could not hold back such a force. He then commanded his soldiers to remain in Dmitri and strengthen its defenses. His voice rang with authority as he declared that if Kronos dared to strike, they must ensure the enemy pays dearly for their arrogance. His words sparked a fire in the hearts of his men, and together they roared their vow to carry out his orders without question. The story then shifts to the mountains near Dmitri, where a warped gate opens and Kronos' soldiers emerge. At their head stands Mystic, commander of Kronos' army. He fixes his gaze on Dmitri and demands a report. One soldier steps forward, confirming that nothing within the castle has changed. Roman Dmitri is still at Valhalla's border. Even if he left immediately, he would never make it back in 3 days. Satisfied with the news, Mystic rallies his troops and declares that the attack will begin at once. Raising his hand, he summons his power and unleashes a massive lightning spell toward Dmitri's border. But instead of devastation, the blast is stopped in its tracks. The great shield, the powerful defense protecting Dmitri Castle, holds strong. The great shield absorbs Mystic's strike completely, nullifying the attack as if it were nothing. A Dmitri soldier stationed at the border immediately sounds the alarm, sending word across the entire base. Within moments, soldiers rush into position, preparing for battle. Mystic watches calmly, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the sight. He recalls the rumors of Dmitri's powerful defenses and murmurs to himself. So this is the true extent of their strength. The soldier's swift response confirms it, but he quickly reassures himself that it is still within their plans. With confidence, he tells his army, let Dmitri resist as much as they like. Their fate is already decided. The Kronos forces press forward, but each advance collides with the barrier, which repels them again and again. The focus then shifts to Jonathan, captain of Dmitri's knights, as he leads the second unit into the fray. Standing firm, he commands, "Load, then fire." Third unit, "Follow immediately." Archers move in perfect rhythm, unleashing volleys of air arrows that tear through the enemy ranks, dropping countless Chronos soldiers and slowing their advance. In the chaos, Felix steps forward. With a single incantation, he unleashes his spell, Rainy Fire. The sky ignites, and flames rain down across the battlefield, striking with unerring precision. Mystic's eyes widen as he recognizes the power, a six-circle spell. For a moment, his confidence falters. "A six-circle mage in a duchy this small," he mutters. "Dmitri, they have the power to defy the Empire itself." But then his expression hardens. If Dmitri truly possesses this much strength, then destroying it will serve as an even greater warning. So be it, he thinks. Let this battle prove to the entire continent what happens to those who oppose Kronos. Meanwhile, deep within Dmitri territory, shadow soldiers slip into the city under the cover of advanced stealth magic. Their commander whispers sharp orders. Destroy the key facilities, eliminate important targets on sight. Moving silently, they advance, but unease creeps in. The streets are unnaturally quiet, too still. Ignoring the feeling, they continue their mission. Suddenly, the silence shatters. Henderson and his men spring from hiding, ambushing the infiltrators. Steel clashes, and the shadow soldiers fall, their plan unraveling before it can begin. From a distance, McBurney observes the clash with a grim look. Just as Lord Roman foresaw, he mutters, "Kronos has indeed launched a direct strike at Dmitri, but they will pay dearly for underestimating them." Back at the border, Rodwell Dmitri stands in silence, his thoughts heavy. He knows the gravity of the moment. The survival of his homeland rests on their ability to endure what comes next. Rodwell steels himself, reminding his heart that every step from this moment on must be for survival. As he plans his next move, Kronos soldiers climb the city walls and catch sight of him. Recognizing his importance, they strike immediately, their objective clear. Eliminate Rodwell Dmitri and open the gates for the main army. The soldiers descend swiftly, but Rodwell meets them head-on. His blade rises to block their attack, his movements sharp, decisive. One vow echoes in his mind. With Roman away, he must be the shield of Dmitri. Channeling his inner strength, Rodwell releases a powerful aura, cutting down the attackers one after another, his resolve unshakable. Elsewhere in Dmitri, the shadow soldiers advance, moving with cold precision toward their objectives. Suddenly, their path is barred by a wall of Dmitri defenders standing ready. The shadow captain steps forward, his voice icy. "Step aside if you value your lives." But the Dmitri soldiers do not flinch. Among them stands Fernando, captain of the duchy's royal order. A memory flashes before his eyes. Roman's words, "Live for me, Fernando." That command had carved itself into his heart. Now, gripping his sword, Fernando's voice cuts through the night. Kronos has crossed the line. His aura surges, powerful and unwavering. Not a single one of you will pass. He recalls the day he pledged his loyalty to the Dmitri royal family, and with that oath burning inside him, he charges. His sword, alive with energy, slashes through enemy ranks with brutal precision. The shadow captain stares in disbelief at Fernando's overwhelming strength. Regaining focus, he barks an order, "I'll handle him. The rest of you, finish the mission." The shadow knights break off, moving to strike their targets. But Fernando's voice roars over the battlefield. "You're not going anywhere." His knights surge forward at his command, cutting off the enemy's path. Steel clashes, and the battle erupts in full. Amid the chaos, Fernando reflects. The sword only finds meaning when wielded, only then does it have purpose. His life had always been a chase, struggling in the shadows of warriors greater than him. Weak, overlooked, never enough. Until Roman Dmitri gave him the strength to break those limits. And now, for Roman, for the royal family. He would give everything. He would become the sword that shields Dmitri until his last breath. With unshakable resolve, Fernando's strikes overwhelm his opponent. His blade cleaves through the Shadow Knight captain, bringing him down in defeat. Outside Dmitri Castle, Mystic stares in disbelief. Even the elite Shadow Knights have fallen. Before he can process it, a soldier rushes in with urgent news. An emergency signal has gone out from the northeastern front. Reinforcements from the Dmitri Duchy are already on their way, and troops from the Cairo Kingdom are marching toward the border. At this pace, enemy support could arrive in less than 12 hours. Mystic listens, his expression darkening. The more I see, the clearer it becomes. Dmitri is far more dangerous than expected, but his resolve hardens. That's why we cannot fail. Roman is not here. This is our chance. Dmitri must fall. The focus shifts to the royal palace. A masked intruder slips through the halls, moving like a shadow. With effortless precision, he cuts down a guard and finally reveals himself. Sven, arrogant and confident. He sneers. So this is the strength of Dmitri's knights? Pathetic. The sound of distant fighting drifts in from outside. Sven smirks, realizing the other guard have already been dealt with. Among Kronos' ranks were killers fueled by dark energy, shadow warriors, and sorcerers who bent black magic to their will, known as the Abyss Demons. Sven was one of them, the Knight of the Abyss. As he strides deeper into the palace, his eyes fall on Kevin. Sven studies him for a moment, then laughs. A young wolf, dangerous and untamed. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Kevin, one of Roman's dogs. Perfect. I'll cut down both you and the Duke of Dmitri at once. Dark energy floods the corridor as Sven releases his power, the air thick with suffocating force. He raises his voice with arrogance. I'll kill you right here, Kevin. The scene flickers to a memory. Roman, looking at Kevin with steady eyes and a reassuring smile. The one I trust most must remain in Dmitri. I've chosen you. Back in the present, Kevin plants his feet firmly, Roman's words echoing in his mind. But as Sven's crushing aura presses down on him, Kevin realizes the truth. He cannot defeat this opponent. Even so, his duty is clear. Roman had entrusted him with the defense of Dmitri. That means he must protect the Duke, even at the cost of his own life. With resolve, Kevin releases his own aura, ready to fight. But Sven is faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, he slips past Kevin and slashes at his shoulder. The wound is shallow, not enough to cripple him. Sven pauses, intrigued. He sensed it, so the boy has sharp instincts after all. His lips curl into a grin. Good. Struggle. Entertain me. Kevin, rattled by how narrowly he avoided death, steadies his breathing. But Sven doesn't give him even a moment to recover. The true fight has only just begun. Sven lunges again. Kevin lifts his sword just in time to block, but the sheer power behind the strike sends him staggering. His arms tremble, his balance slips, he can feel it in his bones. Sven's strength is overwhelming, far beyond his own. In fact, it rivals, maybe even surpasses, Count Nicholas, Cairo's greatest swordsman. Against such a foe, a fair fight feels impossible. But Kevin refuses to surrender. He pushes forward, charging at Sven head-on. At the last second, he feints left, then cuts right, changing his rhythm again and again. His movements become erratic, desperate, searching for even the smallest gap in Sven's guard. At last, Kevin slips behind him and raises his blade for a decisive strike. But in a blink, Sven is gone, reappearing right in front of him. With one hand, he seizes Kevin's head and slams him brutally into the ground. Mocking laughter escapes Sven's lips. Is that it? That's all you've got? Pain surges through him, but Kevin forces himself up. His chest burns, his breath ragged. I can't lose. He whispers it, then says it louder to himself. I won't lose. Sven lifts his weapon, ready to end it, but Kevin narrowly dodges, stumbling back to gain distance. Gasping for air, he confronts the truth. This is a battle he cannot win. Memories flood him. The boy from the slums, always clawing to survive. The day Roman lifted him from nothing and entrusted him with meaning. From now on, you are my substitute sword. Roman's voice still echoes in his mind. If he dies protecting Roman's will, then his life will not have been wasted. Clenching his fists, fury and resolve burn through him. I will not let Lord Roman down. Kevin steadies himself and shouts with everything he has, I won't run away. Sven raises an eyebrow, smirking. What nonsense are you babbling now? He dashes forward, striking again, but this time, Kevin slips aside at the last possible moment. Something shifts. All his anger, fear, and determination sharpen into one clear edge. His aura flares, glowing brilliantly as his voice cuts through the air. Lord Roman's orders are absolute. You will not pass these gates. Sven's eyes narrow. For the first time, he sees not a struggling boy, but a blade, refined, unwavering, sharp. He smiles. So you found your resolve, but it's still not enough. In an instant, Sven vanishes, reappearing at Kevin's side with impossible speed. His strike collides with Kevin's guard, the impact blasting him off his feet. Kevin flies upward, his body weightless for a split second before Sven appears beside him again, blade poised. Kevin swings wildly, finding a narrow opening. His strike lands just barely. A shallow wound, nothing more. Sven hardly flinches. Instead, he grins. Impressive. You've lasted this long. Then his aura erupts, filling the hall with suffocating force. His voice carries finality. This has been amusing, but it ends now. Sven's aura erupts like a storm as he unleashes a devastating strike, tearing through Kevin's defenses. The impact sends Kevin crashing hard into the ground, his body battered and broken. At that moment, Fernando suddenly charges in from behind, his blade aimed straight at Sven. But with a single effortless motion, Sven blocks the attack. The clash reverberates through the hall, and Fernando is forced to retreat, shaken by Sven's overwhelming strength. His eyes fall on Kevin lying bloodied on the ground, and his heart freezes. It all becomes clear. Duke Dmitri was never inside the palace. From the very start of Kronos' assault, the Duke had been moved to safety. Kevin had stayed behind, standing in his place to deceive the enemy. Fernando realizes the weight of this sacrifice. Had the shadows discovered the truth, Dmitri would already be lost. Still, Fernando feels a bitter sting. Kevin's resolve is admirable, but fighting alone against such an opponent is reckless. Before he can move, Henderson and McBurney arrive at his side, blades ready. Fernando wastes no time explaining. Our enemy is a 6-star swordsman. From here on, we fight with everything we have. With grim determination, the three knights rush Sven together. Sven studies them calmly, curious how much strength these soldiers truly hold. But he has no intention of dragging this out. With firm resolve, he unleashes a spell, Shackles of Darkness. Black chains bind Fernando, locking his body in place. The sight sends dread through Henderson. If Fernando falls here, everything ends. Memories flood his mind, his days as an ordinary man with no noble blood, no natural talent. But he had drawn strength from Roman Dimitri's example, training harder than anyone, chasing an ideal that once felt beyond his reach. He had often wondered, what could someone like him truly offer to Lord Roman and Dmitri? Now he knows. He will give everything. Snapping back to the present, Henderson steps between Sven and his captain, shielding Fernando with his own body. Sven's strike crashes into him, pain tearing through his frame, but Henderson refuses to fall. His grip on his sword remains ironclad. For the first time, Sven's expression falters. This ordinary knight still stands after taking his blow. Fernando realizes what Henderson is doing, buying time. He cannot waste this chance. Gathering his mana, he forces his body to break free from the shackles of darkness. Sven immediately turns his focus back toward him, but McBurney leaps forward, blocking his path. Pinned down on both sides, Sven cannot react in time. Fernando channels everything he has into a single strike, his blade surging with power. With precision and force, he cuts through, delivering a decisive blow. Sven staggers under the impact, then falls. The Knight of the Abyss brought down by the unyielding will of Dmitri's defenders. As the dust settled, Fernando and Mac Burney rushed to Kevin and Henderson's side. They used what healing supplies they had, but the wounds were too deep. Their conditions barely improved. Even so, Henderson, gritting through the pain, told Fernando that the war was far from over. Their duty was not yet finished. Fernando rose to his feet, his expression hard. Looking at the two fallen warriors, he spoke firmly. "Hold on. Don't you dare die." Rage and resolve burned in his chest as he vowed to crush the remaining Kronos forces without hesitation. Outside, the clash between Mystic and Felix raged on. To Mystic's surprise, Felix held his ground, his magic pressing back against Kronos' commander. So this is the new Dmitri's strength? Mystic muttered to himself, shaken. Realizing the tide of battle had turned, Mystic made his decision. He ordered a retreat, warning over his shoulder as he withdrew, "Don't think this is the end. Dmitri will fall." But just as he and his forces began to withdraw, a figure with striking yellow hair appeared, blocking his path. "I warned you not to let me catch you," she said coldly. Mystic froze, caught off guard by her sudden arrival. She continued with confidence, her voice cutting like steel, "You'll tell me where he's hiding." Before Mystic could reply, a massive explosion ripped across the mountainside where Kronos' troops had been stationed. The blast shook the battlefield, marking a turning point in the war. Days later, after Dmitri's defenders successfully repelled the Kronos invasion and Mystic was forced to flee, the duchy began to recover. Amidst the rebuilding, the long-awaited moment arrived. Roman returned. The scene shifts to Dmitri's gates, where Roman marched in with his soldiers. The people erupted in cheers, celebrating his triumph and hailing him as one of the strongest men on the continent. Inside the palace, Roman greeted his father. "I have returned." His father, filled with pride, admitted that he wished he could ask about Roman's well-being, but the urgency of the situation left no room for it. With a serious tone, he asked his son how Dmitri should move forward. Though the duchy had stood firm, Kronos' invasion had left scars. Fear and anger still lingered among the people. Roman met his father's gaze calmly and reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll handle everything." Lucas then stepped forward with reports. He detailed the heavy damage Dmitri had suffered and revealed something troubling. Kronos had somehow moved their army without using a warp gate. The news unsettled Roman. How had they achieved such a thing? Lucas promised to investigate further and uncover the truth. He also gave Roman an update on Kevin and Henderson. Both were gravely wounded in their battle against the Six-Star Swordsman. Their lives hung by a thread, with Henderson's condition being especially dire. Roman listened quietly, then asked one question. "They're still alive, aren't they?" When Lucas confirmed, Roman's eyes sharpened. "Then take me to them." When Roman arrived at their side, the doctor greeted him with grim news. Despite the finest potions and the priest's strongest healing spells, Kevin and Henderson's lives still hung by a thread. Their condition was unstable, and something unnatural lingered inside them, a strange aura that prevented their recovery. Roman stood in silence, his thoughts turning inward. So this is what it has come to. Memories surfaced. The Mad Demon, one of Baekhyun-hyuk's most loyal followers, always charging at the front, always victorious against the 9 great sections, a warrior who carved countless triumphs for the demonic sect. Baekhyun-hyuk had trusted him above all others. Yet even he had died in battle. That loss had enraged Baekhyun-hyuk, but even then, he had accepted it. Sacrifice was inevitable in a life consumed by war. Followers would fall so the leader could rise. Back in the present, Roman thought of Kevin and Henderson. Perhaps their deaths would be the logical outcome, even the best option for Dmitri's future. And yet, something inside him rejected that thought. A fire, sharp and burning, rose within. He refused to let them die. With fierce resolve, Roman commanded, "From this moment on, I will handle their treatment personally. Everyone stand back." He summoned the heavenly demon art, channeling it into the essence of life itself. Examining their bodies, he understood the natural energy within them, The life force they were born with was nearly spent. When it was gone, death would be final. So Roman made his choice. He would give them part of his own life force. It would shorten his years, drain his vitality, but hesitation never entered his mind. To save his loyal soldiers, any price was worth paying. Time passed. 2 days, then a week. During that time, Chris arrived at the Dmitri mansion, his expression heavy. He demanded to see Lord Roman, but the butler stopped him, explaining that Roman was consumed with treatment and had refused all audiences. Chris pressed on. I understand, but this cannot wait. The kingdoms of the Salamander continent have called an international conference. Dmitri must lead the alliance to hold Kronos accountable. The urgency in his voice left no room for denial. The butler reluctantly stepped aside, but urged Chris to remind Roman to care for his own health. Chris entered the room to find Roman still focused, his aura flowing steadily into Kevin and Henderson. Without looking away, Roman asked, "What is the situation?" Chris explained everything. The conference, its importance, and how Dmitri had no choice but to stand at the forefront. He admitted he had no desire to interrupt, but the matter was far too critical to ignore. Roman stayed silent after Chris's words, his expression unreadable. Seeing hesitation, Chris pressed on. I know you're doing everything to save Kevin and Henderson, but Dmitri can't afford to wait. If you don't attend the conference, the other kingdoms might pretend nothing happened. We must push them to act against Kronos. For a moment, Roman thought carefully before replying. Even if we attend, unless they are truly committed, no real revenge will be possible. Chris shook his head, unwilling to agree. To him, Roman's presence alone was essential. Roman finally met his eyes. I understand your worries, but just as Kevin and Henderson gave everything for me, now it is my turn to give everything for them. Trust me, Chris. Wait. Chris stepped back reluctantly, but as he did, he noticed how much weaker Roman looked. His aura dimmed from pouring his life force into his men. The scene shifts to the international conference, where leaders from across the Salamander continent have gathered. The king of Odelia addressed the assembly. The situation is complex. Kronos' sudden assault on Dmitri was unforgivable. It deserves punishment, but if we retaliate, we risk plunging into full-scale war. Such a war could accelerate Kronos' conquest, turning their ambition into reality even sooner. Fear weighed heavily on the room. Many rulers realized that Kronos' actions had revealed something terrifying, a way to move armies without warp gates. With such power, no kingdom was truly safe. The attack itself was not just an invasion, it was a warning. The king of Odelia urged caution. None of us wish for greater conflict. Therefore, we should demand a promise in the name of the allied kingdoms that this will never happen again. Let us press for answers, but leave room for negotiations. His words seemed to calm some of the rulers, until the king of Redford rose to his feet. Forgive me, but I cannot agree. His voice was firm, leaving no room for compromise. The scene shifts back 1 month earlier. Redford's soldiers had reported troubling news. Valhalla and Kronos had formed an alliance. Roman Dmitri, the man who had once saved their kingdom, was now their target. They pleaded with their king to take action. The king of Redford had listened carefully. He remembered well how his nation, once on the brink of collapse, had been saved thanks to Roman. Back in the present, his voice carried determination. If necessary, Redford will go to war for Roman Dmitri. He turned his sharp gaze on the others. You are avoiding the truth. Kronos attacked Dmitri without cause, and yet you would settle for empty promises? The king of Redford's voice cut through the chamber. And let us not forget, Valhalla allowed assassins to move freely within their borders. They did nothing to stop them. Every nation here knows what that means. If any of us dares to oppose Kronos in the future, the Empire will threaten all of you. He glared around the hall. Closing your eyes will not solve anything. This problem will grow until it is far too large to contain. The king of Odelia pressed back, voice strained. But what if it escalates into full-scale war? The king of Redford didn't hesitate. And what if it does? While you cower, the Empire only grows stronger. Some of you will even bow to them when it serves your interests. That's absurd. The king of Odelia snapped, clearly frustrated. But Redford's king slammed back. No, what you're saying is absurd. If the Empire invaded your lands tomorrow, would you still talk of negotiations? The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging heavy. The king of Redford stood tall, his voice unwavering. From this moment, the kingdom of Redford withdraws from the alliance. And when the Empire turns its blade on your kingdoms, I will be there to see if you still speak as you do now. With that, he turned and walked out, leaving the chamber in stunned silence. Moments later, Edwin Hector stepped forward. His tone was calm, but his disappointment was clear. When I came here, I hoped for something better. For once, I thought this conference might be different. He looked around the hall. Does no one remember how this alliance began? It was weak, powerless, too afraid to confront the Empire. All you cared about was preserving peace, no matter how much Kronos trampled over it. And now, nothing has changed. His voice grew sharper. Kronos threw everything at Dmitri. Shadow units, high-circle mages, even a 6-star swordsman. And yet they still failed. Dmitri held firm. And still, with Roman Dmitri among us, the alliance refuses to act. You remain shackled by fear. Edwin straightened, his decision firm. Hector was never truly part of this alliance. From this day on, we walk our own path. And when you regret this moment, when you regret your failure to do what is right, remember this day. He, too, left the assembly, leaving the other rulers in uneasy silence. The scene shifts back to Dmitri. Roman sits quietly, his aura still flowing into Kevin and Henderson. He has done all he can. Now, the rest is in their hands. If they surrender and embrace death, there will be no second chance. His thoughts drift to his past life, where he had been consumed by his own pursuit of power. He never had time to look back, never even mourn the comrades who died at his side. For the first time, he feels the weight of that regret pressing against him. Roman's life had always been a storm, too fast, too harsh to allow room for grief. What lingered in the end was only regret. But this time, he refuses to let regret consume him. This time, he will ensure his people survive. Stepping outside, he finds Chris already waiting. You've carried a heavy burden, Chris says. Roman nods. Summon every lord of Dmitri. It's time. Soon after, all the lords gather in a grand hall. The moment Roman enters and takes his seat, the room rises in unison to greet him. His voice cuts through the air. I hear there are many opinions about what should be done. His tone sharpens. But those who've grown accustomed to the cruelty of Kronos, they've forgotten what it means to be outraged. The lords exchange uneasy glances as Roman declares, I refuse to accept this. Kronos will answer for what they've done to Dmitri. One lord finally speaks, hesitant. My lord, do you truly intend to wage war? Roman doesn't flinch. The moment Kronos sent assassins after me, war had already begun. Our people, those who trusted me, have been killed. This cannot be ignored. With no hesitation, he commands them to prepare. The duchy is to raise its banners, put its forces on alert, and ready itself for battle. His voice is absolute. From this day forth, Dmitri is at war with the Kronos Empire. The scene shifts to Edwin, who reels at the news. Roman had made this monumental decision without even consulting him. Frustration swells, and he orders his men to contact Dmitri at once. Soon, through a magical link, he speaks directly to Count Fabius. What is Lord Roman planning? Hector must understand his intentions. Fabius answers evenly. It is just as you've heard. Lord Roman has chosen to act without Redford or Hector. With Cairo and Dmitri alone, he will strike back at Kronos. He asks that you announce this decision during the international conference without delay. Edwin listens in silence, then sighs. He knows why Roman avoided the meeting. Because the Kingdom Alliance would never approve his path of vengeance. This was Roman's way of forcing their hand. A faint smile crosses Edwin's face. Then I'll attend the international meeting once more, he says. The scene shifts again, this time to the gathering of nations. The king of Odelia was furious. News had reached him that Dmitri's declaration of war excluded both Odelia and Redford. His voice echoed in anger as he demanded, "Why is this different from what we had previously agreed upon?" Edwin answered carefully, "I don't know the details. Dmitri has refused to discuss it with me. That is why I've come here today, to speak on their behalf." But inside, Edwin knew the truth. Roman's purpose was never cooperation. It was to shatter the alliance itself. Turning to the gathered rulers, Edwin pressed on. If Cairo and Dmitri fall, the entire alliance will be endangered. Once Kronos seizes the northern territories, they'll gain an overwhelming advantage. From there, their conquest of the continent will be inevitable. And when that day comes, they will turn their full might against us, the Kingdom Alliance. The king of Odelia, however, was unmoved. His conclusion was simple. We must abandon Dmitri and Cairo. To preserve our strength, the alliance should focus on itself. Immediately, the king of Redford stood in defiance. His voice was steady and unyielding. "I will say it again, as I did before. Redford's fate is tied to Dmitri's. This is the duty of a feudal lord. No matter what you say, Odelia, Redford will prepare for war and answer Dmitri's call." And so, the fracture widened. The Kingdom Alliance began to splinter before their eyes. The king of Odelia turned his back and walked out, leaving the Second International Meeting to end without resolution, without unity, and without hope. The scene shifted to Odelia's palace. The king sat in frustration, convinced the situation had unraveled beyond repair. Roman Dmitri's reckless choice had endangered them all. Even the full power of the alliance could not rival Kronos. So how could Cairo and Dmitri hope to stand alone? His thoughts hardened. A king's duty was not honor. It was survival. Odelia must endure, no matter the shame. With that resolve, he summoned Baron Charlton. "The alliance is finished," he confessed. "Tell me what Odelia must do to survive." Charlton smiled at the words. To him, it was confirmation. Among the three allied nations, aside from Frank, the other two had already bowed to reality. The scene then shifts, days later, to the Kronos Empire's eastern frontier, the Laskal territory. The scene opened with two Kronos soldiers talking quietly among themselves. They doubted Dmitri's chances, wondering how a small duchy could ever stand against the might of the Kronos Empire. "No matter how strong Dmitri is, he can't win against us," one of them muttered. Before he could finish, Chris appeared from the shadows. With a single strike, he dropped the soldier to the ground. The other panicked, trying to call for reinforcements, but Chris moved faster. Another clean blow, and he too collapsed. Chris pulled out a magical device and reported, "Lord Roman, we've secured the target location." Roman calculated quickly. At best, the main Kronos army would arrive within 6 hours. Without hesitation, he gave the order. "Defeat as many as possible before their army gets here." Chris replied firmly, "Understood, Lord Roman." And so, under the cover of night, Dmitri ignited the flames of war. The story shifted to Count Pablo, ruler of Laskal territory. He sat reading a letter sent from the Kronos Empire. Its words dripped with contempt. A small country had dared to oppose the empire, and Laskal was commanded to rally its troops and prepare to crush Cairo, Dmitri, and any who supported them. The letter ended with a promise. Kronos would erase them all. Pablo scoffed. In his mind, once the Kronos main forces arrived, Dmitri's resistance would crumble instantly. No one was going to help them. They had no future. But suddenly, a soldier burst into the room, breathless. "My lord, fires are spreading across Laskal territory." Pablo rushed outside. To his horror, flames blazed across the land. Shouting orders, he commanded his men to extinguish the fire immediately. As he breathed in, he caught the heavy stench of oil. His face darkened. This was no accident. "Move the supplies to the warehouse now," he ordered. But when they reached it, his eyes widened in shock. The warehouse was already engulfed in flames. Panic spread as he barked out new orders. "Secure the magic scrolls. Quickly, follow my command." Then he froze. Inside the burning warehouse, a figure stood calmly. It was Roman Dmitri himself. "Stop him! Kill him at once!" Pablo shouted. His soldiers surged forward, but Roman cut them down with devastating ease. Each strike ended a fight instantly, his strength overwhelming. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pablo sounded a red alert, raising the alarm across Lascaux. Every soldier was ordered to prepare for the worst. Not long after, the earth trembled with the arrival of reinforcements. The main army of Kronos had finally reached Lascaux. The infamous 7th Division feared across the empire as the Kronos' 7th Sword. One of their leaders stepped forward, glancing at the chaos. "Are we too late?" The Kronos reinforcements had arrived in force. The feared 7th Sword, commanded by Vinto, captain of the 7th Knight Order, alongside the Blue Island Mages, renowned for their mastery of water. With such overwhelming power at his side, Count Pablo's confident sword. Glaring at Roman, Pablo sneered, "This is the end for you." But Roman cut through the remaining soldiers without effort. Then, stopping just steps away from Pablo, he spoke calmly. "That's enough for now." Before Pablo could react, Roman disappeared into the flames, vanishing right before his eyes. Stunned, Pablo convinced himself that Roman had fled in fear. "He's walked straight into our trap. Don't waste this chance. Find him at once," he shouted. Squads of soldiers spread out, determined to hunt him down. One group cornered Roman, but in moments he overwhelmed them all. Only a single soldier managed to escape, frantically sending a message to Vinto. "Captain, he's too strong, we can't." The report was cut short as Roman appeared and struck him down instantly. Another team pursued him, only to report that Roman had vanished into the fire again. Moments later, they too were wiped out. Then another squad, and another. Roman carved through the search parties one after the other, leaving chaos in his wake. Watching from a distance, Vinto's eyes narrowed. What in the world has Roman done? He found a wounded soldier, barely clinging to life. Kneeling beside him, Vinto asked, "Where did he go? Tell me." The soldier's voice trembled. I don't know. He defeated everyone and then disappeared into the flames." The reality hit Vinto. Roman had single-handedly crushed the Lascaux forces. But the fires raging through the territory were spreading fast, and the priority was clear. He had to stop them before all of Lascaux was consumed. "Blue Island Mages," Vinto commanded. Burge, one of the senior mages, stepped forward and raised his staff. Chanting powerfully, he unleashed Aqua Field, a mighty spell that summoned torrents of water to drown the flames. But to his shock, the fire refused to yield. Burge's expression twisted with disbelief. Impossible. Even with a spell of this strength, he studied the blaze, then realized the truth. These flames, they're not natural. Something is feeding them. Unless we destroy the source, they will not die out. Vinto clenched his jaw, the answer clear in his mind. It's Roman. He's behind this. At that moment, soldiers rushed up with urgent news. "Captain, the North Gate and West Gate have been blocked." The flames had spread across every path, sealing off both exits. The realization struck Vinto immediately. There was no way out. 10,000 Kronos troops were now trapped inside Lascaux, caged by fire and steel. He rushed to Pablo. "All escape routes are blocked. We've walked into a trap." Pablo's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way out? Are you certain?" Vinto nodded grimly. "The only chance is the North Gate. Its wall is old and weakened. If we focus our efforts, we may be able to break through there." Pablo wasted no time. "Then forget Roman. Lead the soldiers to the North Gate. We must escape first." At his command, Vinto rallied the troops, shouting for everyone to gather at the North Gate. As the vast army moved, Pablo clenched his fists, his mind consumed by one thought: Roman Dmitri. That man was a monster. Unless the Empire crushed him completely, he would become a threat even Kronos couldn't contain. When the soldiers finally reached the North Gate, a chilling sight awaited them. Roman stood alone, blocking their path. Fury consumed Pablo. "You kept running, hiding behind flames like a coward, and now you dare stand before us." Roman's voice was calm, almost mocking. A coward? Tell me, is a fight between one man and 10,000 soldiers fair? You call these flames cowardly. Pablo snarled. Without this fire, you'd already be finished. Roman's lips curved into a faint smile. If that's what you believe, then I'll open the path to the North Gate myself. I promise you this. If you defeat me, your soldiers will live through this fire. His confidence ignited Pablo's rage. Arrogant fool. Soldiers attack. Vento and the Seventh Night Order surged forward, weapons clashing against Roman. In the chaos, Vento managed to land a strike, but Roman remained unfazed. Gripping his blade, he unleashed the second form of his heavenly demon swordsmanship. The world shook. A single devastating slash ripped through the battlefield, the explosion tearing the ground apart. Soldiers were thrown aside like leaves in a storm. Roman's thoughts were clear as steel. There was never a plan. The fire was only meant to trap them. My true goal is to annihilate all 10,000 of Kronos' soldiers with my own hands. When the dust settled, Vento and his elite knights lay defeated. Roman stood unbroken, his strength undeniable. Pablo was struck with shock. His voice cracked as he shouted, "Yale, use your magic. Destroy him now." The Blue Island mage hesitated. "But if I cast here, our own men will be caught in the blast." Pablo's face twisted with rage. "And what of it? If we do nothing, Roman will slaughter them all anyway." Pablo's voice thundered. "Our soldiers should gladly fall for the Empire, rather than die at the enemy's hands." At that, Yale finally bowed to the command. He turned to the Blue Island mages and ordered, "Prepare your spells." Streams of magic filled the air, dozens of aqua balls hurled toward Roman, followed by Yale's own devastating aqua cannon, crashing down in a torrent of power. The attack swallowed friend and foe alike, striking Pablo's own men in the chaos. But Roman moved like lightning. With a single leap, he cut through the flood of magic, rushing straight toward Yale. Desperate, the mage tried to ensnare him with a binding spell, but Roman shattered it instantly. Before Yale could react, a storm of lightning erupted from Roman's blade. The blast tore across the battlefield. Yale and every Blue Island mage collapsed in one strike. Silence fell, broken only by the crackling flames consuming Lascaux. Roman advanced steadily toward Pablo. Shaken but furious, Pablo demanded, "Why go this far? Why throw yourself away? Dmitri will never win. Lascaux soldiers are nothing compared to Kronos' true army. No matter what you do, you cannot win against the Empire." For a moment, Roman's gaze darkened. The scene shifted back to another memory. After the Mad Demon's death, Baek Jung-hyuk had walked alone into Hanam Province. He climbed Sun Mountain, sacred ground of Shaolin, where the leader of the 9 great clans resided. His presence sparked chaos among the righteous warriors gathered there. Only one man stood before him, Baek Jung-hyuk himself. Amidst the destruction, a figure stepped forward and asked why he had come. His reply was cold and unyielding. "My person has died." The words shook them to the core. With unbreakable resolve, he declared that even the leader of the 9 clans had no right to touch his people. The vision faded, returning to the present battlefield. Roman fixed his eyes on Pablo. "Do you know why I chose to strike at Kronos before hearing any answer? Because they dared to set foot in Dmitri and threaten my people." Pablo's eyes widened in disbelief. To him, it was madness. "So this entire war, because of your pride?" His laughter was bitter and mocking. "Foolish man, you've doomed Dmitri. You've dragged your people to ruin, and you don't even see it." Roman's lips curved into a smirk. His voice was cold as steel. "Survive if you can, even if it means being buried alive. Carry word of Lascaux to your empire, and then die. Do whatever you wish." Without hesitation, Roman's blade cut Pablo down. The scene shifted swiftly to the Kronos Palace. A messenger rushed in, bowing low before Marquis Memphis. "My lord, an urgent report has arrived." All of Pablo's forces in Lascaux had been annihilated. When Marquis Memphis received the report, he was stunned. 10,000 men wiped out, He immediately ordered reinforcements to be sent to Laskell, but he knew the situation was far worse than he could control alone. Without delay, he went to the imperial palace. Standing outside the emperor's chambers, he bowed deeply and spoke with grave urgency. Your Majesty, Laskell has fallen. The enemy is preparing to march on Dmitri. I never imagined 10,000 soldiers could be defeated so quickly. The fault is mine, and I accept full responsibility. For a moment, the emperor was silent. Then his voice came, calm yet heavy. Marquis Memphis, Roman Dmitri is sending us a message. He dares to claim that Kronos does not rule this continent. His attack on Laskell was his declaration. Since his rise, our empire's perfect record of victory has been broken. The emperor called for the mystic. When the hooded figure entered, he bowed and began his report. Dmitri's every move has been deliberate. They are watching Kronos closely, and the creature that appeared alongside them, it was a warning. They want us to know they cannot be underestimated. The emperor listened, then slowly smiled. Good. This is our opportunity. As before, Kronos will crush them. This time, we will make certain of it. The mystic bowed his head, a faint smile on his lips. Understand. Without hesitation, the emperor gave his commands. Spread the decree. All subjects of Dmitri will be conscripted into our army, and let it be known across the continent. Every kingdom will bend beneath the rule of Kronos. His voice grew darker as he continued. When a monster of the continent rises, war follows. Long ago, when the first door opened, cold energy spilled into this world. It froze the lands, bringing disaster without end. The prophecy speaks of one chosen by divine will, someone meant to restore balance. But if that moment is missed, the world will sink into eternal despair. He paused, his eyes narrowing. Those who carried the prophecy before failed. None could claim a continent. But this time, it will be different. The second door has opened, and with it, Kronos now holds the power to face all enemies. Their struggle will end soon. The emperor's voice rang with finality. Kronos has always had the strength to claim this continent. Now we will prove it. The emperor vowed that soon the entire world would recognize the strength of Kronos. But word spread quickly of what had happened at Laskell. The empire's stronghold, defended by 10,000 soldiers, had been utterly destroyed. In contrast, Dmitri's army hadn't lost a single man. The humiliation enraged Kronos. To cover their loss, they issued a command for every nation to rally. This led to the Third International Conference of the Allied Kingdoms. But once again, the Kingdom of Redford did not appear. The absence left King Odelia furious. He turned sharply to King Frank and demanded, "Why are they not here?" Frank's reply was calm but firm. "My words must be taken seriously. I would rather cling to even the smallest chance of victory than bow and live in constant fear of Kronos. For that reason, I intend to follow Dmitri." He bowed slightly. "I must first speak with Dmitri before finalizing my decision. Forgive me." With that, King Frank left. Odelia froze in shock. He could hardly believe it. His position was unraveling, and the balance of power was slipping away. The scene shifted to Odelia alone in a chamber, standing before a glowing communication crystal. His mind raced. If Dmitri's alliance failed, Kronos would sweep across the entire continent without resistance. He knew the kingdoms had to choose a side before that moment came. Baron Charlton's voice cut into his thoughts. "Your worries are misplaced, Your Majesty. The truth is, the Emperor of Kronos is already enraged by the defeat at Laskell. Even if every allied kingdom threw its support behind Dmitri, the Empire has already issued its summons. The allied kingdoms will be destroyed regardless. But," Charlton's tone sharpened, "you still have a crucial role to play in what's to come." The scene shifted again several days later. At a defense outpost, Baron Vors greeted a guest of great importance. "It is an honor to welcome you here. Thank you for coming such a long way." The man he addressed was no ordinary commander, a veteran of countless battles, a living symbol of Kronos' military might. He had arrived with 30,000 troops under his banner. This man was Duke Vamford, commander of the Kronos Empire's army. The moment he arrived, Vanford asked curtly, "What is the situation?" Vors reported quickly. "Dmitri has joined with Cairo. Their combined forces are gathering on the Western Front. We don't yet know the full scope of their plans, but it is clear they are preparing for war." Meanwhile, Redford, Hector, and Frank openly declared their rebellion, calling their people to unite. In contrast, Odelia and Umberto appeared to remain loyal to Kronos. Hearing the reports, Duke Vanford reflected grimly. "So many kingdoms have turned against us. The world truly has changed." But his resolve did not waver. His voice rang with conviction. "This war marks the beginning of Kronos' rule over the continent. In 10 days, we will launch a grand assault on Cairo and Dmitri." A thunderous roar echoed from the soldiers, their unified shouts affirming the Duke's command. But suddenly, chaos erupted within the camp. Soldiers began collapsing without warning, stricken with fever, writhing in pain, vomiting as their bodies failed them. Panic spread quickly. Baron Vors rushed to Vanford, his face pale. "My lord, since this morning, more soldiers have been falling ill. 10,000 are already sick, and 300 have died." Vanford's eyes narrowed. "Poison. It must be Roman's doing." Without hesitation, he ordered, "Inspect every well, every source of water. Find the cause, and contact the Behemoth Magic Tower immediately." "Yes, sir." Vors hurried off. The scene shifted to the interior of the camp. Vanford now stood with the master of the Behemoth Magic Tower. His tone was sharp. "Can you save the soldiers?" Vors, clearly distressed, added desperately, "The poisoning isn't only here at the first defense post. It's spread to 7 other outposts as well. If this continues, we'll lose countless troops." "Silence," the tower master snapped. Vanford frowned inwardly. The arrogance of these behemoth mages never changes. The tower master turned to his subordinates. "We will begin neutralizing the poison immediately. First, we must understand its nature." All 32 magicians raised their hands, channeling their mana as they analyzed the corrupted energy within the 6 soldiers. Then, the tower master suddenly froze. His face turned pale with disbelief. "Impossible," he muttered. The others stared at him in confusion. "This poison, it's unlike anything I've ever seen. It would take years of research to create something like this." His voice shook as he quickly rushed to examine an afflicted soldier up close. Then he shouted to his magicians, "Stop what you're doing! Now!" They recoiled, startled. "What's happening, master?" His eyes widened as the truth sank in. He whispered, almost trembling, "There is more than one poison." Vanford stepped closer, his voice low and urgent. "Explain yourself. What exactly is going on?" The tower master inhaled deeply, steadying himself. "Give me more time. I must confirm something first." As the tower master continued his study, the truth became horrifyingly clear. Across all 8 defense posts, he had identified not one, but 32 different poisons. And worse still, not a single one of them was known on the Salamander continent. His voice was heavy with dread. "With so many poisons, there's nothing we can do. We cannot purge them in time. We cannot save the soldiers." Vanford froze in shock. Even the proud master of the Behemoth Magic Tower admits defeat. If he cannot fix this, then forcing them will change nothing. After a brief silence, Vanford gave his orders firmly. "Separate the poisoned soldiers from the others at once. Do it quietly. Panic must be avoided. And Vors, contact Dmitri immediately. By the laws of war, we'll make them pay for their use of poison." The scene shifted to Cairo's Western Command headquarters. Marquis Vandenberg gathered his officers and spoke grimly. "Kronos has requested talks with us. But after everything the Empire has done, the continental laws hardly matter anymore." Chief of Staff Baron Noel replied flatly, "That's simply how Kronos operates." Flora Lawrence stepped forward, her voice calm but firm. "Kronos is moving far faster than we expected. If Cairo wants to buy time, we must accept their request for negotiations." Vandenberg considered this in silence, then nodded. "Very well. Count Fabius will take part in the talks." A few days later, the scene moved to the Cairo border. There, Duke Vanford arrived alone to meet Count Fabius. The two men faced each other, tension heavy in the air. Vanford wasted no time. Dmitri has broken the continental law. The use of poison is forbidden. Fabius only smiled. I understand your concern, but the law is more of a guideline, isn't it? Not something binding. His smile widened into a laugh. Besides, since Kronos so often crosses borders without warning, I assumed poison wouldn't be a problem either. Vanford's jaw tightened in anger. Watch your words carefully, Fabius. Dmitri should not forget that poison is banned on the Salamander continent. Fabius's tone remained calm. And yet, there was a very important event in the past, wasn't there? Vanford's voice grew harsher. Long ago, before Kronos became an empire, when the land was divided among petty kingdoms, they fought endlessly for territory. In those wars, they used poisons that spread like disease. Entire populations were wiped out. 30% of the people in 3 nations died in that disaster. Fabius nodded slightly. Yes, I know that history well. But let's not forget, the 3 nations that perished from those poisons were later absorbed into the Kronos Empire. And didn't Kronos benefit greatly from their ruin? His tone grew sharper. If it were any other country raising this argument, perhaps it would make sense. But from Kronos? A nation that openly employs dark magic? To criticize poison as immoral? If poison is a minor evil, then dark magic is a threat to all of humanity. Vanford's eyes narrowed. Do you have any proof that Kronos uses dark magic? Fabius smirked. Proof? You send shadow assassins. You unleash dark mages against Dmitri, and you still dare to ask for evidence. Vanford's expression hardened, his silence betraying his frustration. Fabius stepped closer. If Dmitri truly wanted to destroy Kronos with poison, we would have scattered it in the heart of your empire itself. But we restrained ourselves. So enough. Neither Kronos nor Dmitri has the right to preach about what is righteous. Vanford let the words sink in, then answered steadily. Do you know why I stepped away from the battlefield, Count Fabius? Because I know the truth of Kronos' strength. Even without me, the Empire will rule this continent. He leaned forward slightly, his voice calm but absolute. Roman Dmitri is remarkable. His achievements so far are impressive, I'll admit that. But in the face of Kronos' power, they are meaningless. Then, with the faintest smile, he added, So resist us. Fight until the very end. Because only in the face of such defiance do I feel truly alive. The scene shifted. Kevin sat in confusion, still struggling to understand why he was fighting at all. In that haze, Roman's figure appeared before him, asking firmly, Will you give up like this? What did I tell you before? The memory hit him, Roman's words ringing in his ears. Live for me. Back in the present, Kevin's eyes snapped open. Gasping, he sat upright. How much time has passed? He asked quickly. His butler, startled to see him awake, rushed to explain what had happened while he lay unconscious. Kevin absorbed the words, then suddenly leapt from the bed. I must go to the Western Front now. Master Kevin, wait. The butler called after him, but Kevin ignored it, striding toward the door. As he stepped outside, a figure blocked his path. It was Fernando. Go back inside and rest. Fernando said firmly. I know what you're feeling, but rushing there now will achieve nothing. Focus on recovering first. Kevin shook his head, determination burning in his voice. I can't. My reason for living is Lord Roman. Kevin didn't stop. As he sprinted past, he called out, If Lord Roman is on the battlefield, then I must be there too. Fernando stood frozen, watching him disappear into the distance. He sighed under his breath. How am I supposed to stop him? The scene shifted to the Cairo border. A soldier rushed forward, waving a signal. The enemy is advancing. Marquis Vandenberg stood with Flora and Baron Noel, gazing across the battlefield. His voice was grim. I thought Dmitri had bought us time with the poison, but Kronos has chosen to attack anyway. His eyes narrowed. And Vanford himself leads them. A commander of his experience must know that striking early denies Dmitri the chance to prepare. Then Vandenberg's gaze caught on a figure at the front of the Kronos army, an old man wrapped in a cloak. He frowned. Who is that? For a moment, he wondered if it was a messenger, but then dismissed the thought. If Kronos wanted peace, they would have carried a white flag, which meant the cloaked figure was likely a mage. At once, Vandenberg barked an order. Ready the great ballista. If he's a magic user, we can disrupt him with a single precise shot. The weapon was aimed, the massive arrow loaded. But before it was released, the cloaked man began weaving magic. Vandenberg shouted, now, fire. The giant arrow whistled through the sky, flying straight for the target. But the entire army gasped as the cloaked figure raised a hand and stopped the arrow midair with nothing but his magic. The weapon shattered uselessly to the ground. The display revealed everything. A warrior with 5 stars of strength equaled a 6th circle mage. A 6-star warrior could stand against 7th circle magic. The strongest warriors alive barely reached 6 stars. But most high magicians of the great towers were already at the 7th circle. And beyond that, there was power only whispered about, unseen for generations. Now, that power stood before them. The cloak fell back, revealing white hair. The man's name was Sephirir, an 8th circle mage. Sephirir lifted his staff, and in an instant, the sky split with lightning. An 8th circle spell surged forth, slamming against Cairo's defenses. The magical wall protecting the border shuddered violently, straining against the blast. Vandenberg's eyes widened in disbelief. Even he, who knew little of magic, understood that barrier had been crafted by the Phoenix Tower's finest mages. And yet, it was already on the verge of collapse. Realizing the danger, Vandenberg shouted, strengthen the wall with everything you have. We must hold them back, no matter what. The mages obeyed, pouring out the last of their strength. The barrier flared with desperate light as they forced their magic to its limits. But it was too much. Their mana drained rapidly, their bodies trembling as they struggled to maintain a shield. Vandenberg's expression hardened. This isn't 7th circle magic. Sephir's power is far beyond it. If Kronos wields strength like this in secret, then just how deep does their power run? The answer came swiftly. With a thunderous crack, Sephir's lightning pierced the wall, shattering it to pieces. The protective barrier collapsed in an instant. Advance! Vamford roared, and the Kronos soldiers surged forward. Hold the line, Vandenberg commanded. His troops rushed to meet the invaders at the breach. At the forefront, Count Nicholas stepped into the fray. With one devastating strike, he smashed through dozens of enemies, scattering them like leaves. The soldiers of Kronos gasped in shock at his raw power. Raising his voice, Nicholas bellowed, stand firm. We will not let the Western Front fall so easily. From the enemy ranks, a soldier cried out, he's only one man. Take him down together. But when they charged, Nicholas cut them down mercilessly, his sword moving without pause. Then, a new threat appeared. Several knights burst into the air, their bodies surrounded by blazing aura. Flying knights, rare, deadly, and nearly unstoppable. They descended on Nicholas, swords flashing from every direction. For a heartbeat, it seemed he would be overwhelmed. Get down! Chris's voice rang out as he shot into the fight, his blade intercepting the knight's strikes. With one powerful swing, he hurled them back, forcing them to retreat in shock. Nicholas glanced at him, astonished. Chris's strength had grown far beyond what he'd imagined. Are you unharmed, Count? Chris asked, steady and composed. Nicholas grinned. Fight with me, Chris. Together, we'll drive them back. Chris nodded firmly. Yes, of course. The scene shifted to Flora Lawrence, standing at the command post. Her mind raced, calculating, weighing every possibility. Roman's plan required at least 3 days of resistance. At first, she had believed they could manage it. But now, with the fortress wall fallen on the very first day, all of her careful predictions had crumbled. She saw the reality clearly. The situation was dire. Flora turned to Vandenberg, her voice steady but grim. We cannot win this battle. You must begin Plan B. Vandenberg's jaw tightened in frustration, but his resolve did not waver. Very well, he said firmly. The command was given. The soldiers were to abandon the fortress, retreat to the rear, and leave their supplies behind. The plan was brutal but necessary. Lure Kronos inside, then ignite the hidden explosives to strike a devastating blow. When Chris heard the order, he turned to Count Nicholas. We need to cover the retreat. Let's make sure our comrades escape safely. But then the battlefield shifted. A suffocating presence spread through the air as a figure stepped forward. It was Hannibal, the demon of Kronos, a rank 2 warrior and the third strongest on the entire continent. He looked directly at Chris, smiling. So, you're the Flash of Cairo. His voice carried, drawing every ear on the battlefield. But the real mystery is your master, Roman Dmitri, stronger than the 6-star level. And in a place like Dmitri, he even raised a swordsman like you. Fascinating. Chris and Nicholas both froze at the revelation. Hannibal himself had come. That could only mean one thing. The Kronos Second Order was marching in this war as well. Chris's chest tightened. If I fight him here, I will die. He raised his eyes to the sky, a bitter thought crossing his mind. I always dreamed of surpassing Lord Roman. But now, it seems I'll never get the chance. Gripping his sword, he prepared himself to face Hannibal. But Count Nicholas stepped forward, voice ringing with resolve. No, I will face him. Roman and Chris are needed for the battles to come. My life ends here, and I accept it. He glanced at Chris and added with a faint smile, after I defeat Hannibal, I'll catch up to you. Chris's eyes widened. Count Nicholas, go. Nicholas barked, his tone brooking no argument. Chris trembled with anger, fists clenching, but he knew the truth. He could not stay. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, I won't forget this day. Then he turned and ran, carrying Cairo's future on his shoulders. Nicholas watched him leave, his heart steady. He entrusted everything to Chris. Hannibal chuckled. Who allowed him to escape? His words dripped with arrogance as he prepared to move. But Nicholas struck first. His aura surged into his blade, and with a roar he unleashed a powerful strike. The impact shook the ground, dust and debris exploding into the air. For a moment, silence. Then the smoke cleared. Hannibal stood untouched. Nicholas smiled faintly, gripping his sword tighter. I've always longed for this, to test myself against someone as strong as you. The battle opened with Hannibal asking Nicholas what rank he held in Cairo. Nicholas proudly declared, I am the greatest swordsman in Cairo. Hannibal let out a laugh. You truly don't know your place. With that, Count Nicholas lunged forward, but Hannibal, wielding his sword infused with energy, slipped past every strike with ease. Nicholas recalled his lifelong struggle to reach the 6-star level. Only after his fight with Roman had he finally surpassed that barrier. Refusing to back down, he unleashed his secret technique, demolition, putting everything he had into the blow. But Hannibal met the attack effortlessly, stopping it with just the tip of his blade. Smiling faintly, he mocked, So this is all Cairo's strongest can offer? In the next instant, Hannibal countered, striking Nicholas over and over. The relentless assault overwhelmed him, and Nicholas collapsed to the ground. Hannibal walked closer and spoke in a cold, threatening tone. Let me share something with you. Officially, I'm rank number 2, but in Kronos, there are many stronger than me. If you can't even stand against me, then Dmitri and Cairo never had a chance. Kronos has known about Dimitri's plan to blow up this fortress from the very beginning. Then Hannibal delivered the final strike. Count Nicholas fell. The scene shifted. Flora gave her orders, detonate the explosives on the opposite side of the fortress. But as the blasts were about to erupt, Saphir cast a powerful spell, conjuring a barrier that instantly wrapped around the charges, smothering the explosion. Flora froze in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Watching from a distance, Vanford thought to himself, weaklings always follow the same pattern. He turned to Saphir and said aloud, Well done. Saphir answered humbly, It was nothing, seeing the tide turn in their favor. Vanford raised his voice to rally the soldiers of Kronos. The enemy is cornered. Press forward and crush Cairo. The army shouted in unison, Understood. and charged with renewed fury. Yet despite the clear advantage, Vamford's unease grew. Something didn't add up. Why would Cairo waste time defending the fortress? And why? Even with the Western Front collapsing, had Roman not appeared? Was this desperate defense only a distraction tied to Roman's absence? The scene shifted again, this time to Gordas in eastern Kronos. On a cliff overlooking the land stood Roman, with Nelson at his side. Nelson reported quietly that security across the region was extremely tight. Roman replied calmly, "From here on, I'll open the path." Without hesitation, he leapt from the cliff and sped toward the western border of Kronos. He dashed along the fortress walls effortlessly, as if the terrain posed no challenge at all. Nelson watched in disbelief, stunned by the speed and ease of Roman's movements. Suddenly, a rope dropped down from above. Nelson seized it and climbed quickly, but when he reached the top, he froze in astonishment. Roman had already wiped out every guard on his own. Roman looked back and gave a short command, "Stay close." "Follow me." Still shaken, Nelson answered quickly, "Why, yes, sir." The two advanced swiftly until they reached a locked chamber. Roman stopped, then turned to Nelson. "From here, it's your turn." Nelson steadied himself and nodded firmly. "Leave it to me." Inside was their target, the warp gate of Kronos, the key to their plan. As Nelson placed his hand on the gate, alarms suddenly blared throughout the fortress. They had been discovered. Roman showed no concern. "Focus on your task. I'll handle the enemy." The story shifted back to several days earlier at the Cairo Dmitri Allied Command meeting. The room was thrown into shock when Roman revealed his plan to seize the warp gate at Gordas. Many considered it reckless, nearly impossible. The prime minister spoke up, explaining that even if they succeeded, the overwhelming gap in strength would still place Cairo and Dmitri in a dangerous position. Roman listened but saw things differently. With a firm gaze, he told them that if Dmitri had any hope of standing against Kronos, then they needed to prove their might, to make Kronos fear them. His words caught the council off guard, leaving the room tense and uneasy. The prime minister then voiced another concern. Cairo trusted Roman, but Kronos' strange warp technique remained a threat. He reminded everyone how Kronos had warped into Dmitri without using a gate. That unpredictable ability, he warned, made both sides vulnerable. Roman disagreed. He reasoned that if Kronos truly had unlimited freedom with their warp ability, they would have bypassed the front lines entirely and struck at Cairo and Dimitri's core directly. The fact that they continued to fight on the Western Front proved there were limits. His logic left the chamber in silence. One by one, they began to consider his point. Roman pressed further. Against an empire that claimed dominion over the continent, Cairo and Dmitri had to show they would not be cowed. At that moment, Marquis Valentino spoke up. "May I say something?" Roman gave a slight nod, granting him the floor. Marquis Valentino suddenly posed an unexpected question. After the war, will Lord Roman forge a new sword? His words left Roman and the council puzzled. Seeing their confusion, Valentino explained with a serious tone, "I've been waiting far too long for your next masterpiece. I cannot wait any longer." Roman stayed silent, weighing the request. But Valentino continued, "If you create a new blade, I will dedicate the full strength of my family to support your plans. Even with the nation facing hardship, I cannot suppress my desire to obtain a weapon of true excellence." The scene shifted back to the present. At Gordas, soldiers of Kronos spotted Roman and charged. He cut through them with ease, one after another. Meanwhile, Nelson was hard at work adjusting the warp gate. Moments later, Nelson called out, "It's ready." Roman thought to himself how quickly it had been done, just as Valentino had promised. He gave the order, "Activate it." The gate roared to life, spreading a brilliant blue light. Through it came Marquis Valentino, leading the army of Cairo. The soldiers greeted Roman with respect, but one figure in particular stood out, Kevin. When Roman's eyes fell on him, he immediately understood. Kevin had overcome his struggles. Bowing deeply, Kevin declared, "I have grown stronger, Thanks to your guidance, Lord Roman. Roman then addressed the assembled forces. He declared that Gordas would now serve as the central base of operations for both Cairo and Dmitri. Their next target, the destruction of Kronos' eastern territories. Without hesitation, he commanded, wipe out every enemy within Gordas. Valentino drew his blade and shouted to the soldiers of Cairo, follow Lord Dimitri's command. And so, in less than a single day, Gordas, the vital eastern fortress of Kronos, fell under their control. Valentino's excitement soared. At last, he could wield the sword forged by Roman, the second great creation of his hand. The story then shifted once more, this time to Vamford. He was stunned when the news reached him, the fall of Gordas. Only then did he realize that everything had been part of Roman's plan from the start. With the fortress taken, the warp gate seized, Kronos' soldiers were stranded and vulnerable. Summoning his officers, Vamford ordered a strategy meeting. We must prepare for a drawn-out war, he said firmly. If we keep advancing directly toward Cairo's capital, our army of 300,000 will run out of food. Reinforcements will arrive within a month. Until then, we must endure and hold the line, or the enemy will crush us. As Vamford considered how to move faster, one soldier stepped forward with a suggestion. Why not stay here? Only the walls were damaged. Thanks to Lord Safir stopping the explosion, the food stores left behind by Cairo remain untouched. We've already inspected them. They're safe to eat. Hearing this, Vamford made his decision. Very well, we'll stay here until reinforcements arrive. Then we'll crush the enemy piece by piece. But in his heart, Vamford vowed silently. No matter what Roman intended, he would never allow things to unfold according to Roman's design. The scene then shifted to Tesla, Kronos' eastern base. Commander Baron Zeekman had just received a letter from Vamford. The message was clear. If Dimitri's forces advanced toward Tesla, they were to fortify their defenses and hold their ground at all costs. Reading it, Zeekman frowned. Why was Vamford telling him to stay, put instead of summoning him to assist? Did the Duke truly believe Tesla could be threatened by just 30,000 soldiers? To him, the thought was absurd. But before he could dwell on it further, movement caught his eye. From the haze in the distance, a lone figure emerged. Not a messenger. There was no white flag. When Zeekman recognized who it was, his eyes narrowed. Roman Dmitri. Quickly, he commanded his men, prepare for battle. Don't let him get near the fortress. To Zeekman, Roman's boldness was laughable. Marching straight to Tesla's gates, alone, as if he feared nothing. Roman had grown arrogant after his victory in Gordas, convinced he could topple the empire itself. Zeekman was determined to put an end to that delusion. He raised his hand, signaling the attack. Arrows rained down, blackening the sky as they flew toward Roman. But just as they closed in, Roman unleashed his technique, iron projectile. A shimmering wall of steel-like energy formed before him, deflecting every arrow with ease. His eyes sharpened. Rage burned in his movements as he drew his sword, his aura flaring violently. Since there's no warp gate here, he said coldly, I can release my full strength. With that, Roman's true power erupted, surging like a storm. The force of it stunned Baron Zeekman, who had never imagined such intensity. And yet, standing atop the fortress walls, Zeekman maintained a calm expression. These walls are fortified with countless layers of magic, he told his men confidently. They will not fall. Roman strikes seemed useless against the fortress walls, until suddenly, the air itself grew heavy and cold. Gripping his blade, he unleashed the heavenly demon sword technique. A surge of purple energy erupted, flooding the battlefield. The earth trembled violently under its power. Baron Zeekman's eyes widened in disbelief. He had braced for battle, but not for this. With a single devastating slash, Roman shattered the layers of magic defense as though they were nothing but thin paper. The walls of Tesla crumbled instantly, collapsing under his might. Silence fell. In an instant, the fortress's impenetrable defenses were gone. Soldiers froze in place or scattered in panic. unable to process what had just happened. Roman strode forward without hesitation, crossing the border as if nothing could stand in his way. Baron Zekeman dropped to his knees before him. "We surrender," he declared. Even as he bowed, his mind raced. "If they capture me alive, I'll be too valuable to kill. Guarding me will tie down their forces. Roman won't execute me. He'll want to use me in negotiations. Surrender is my best chance." But his calculations crumbled the moment Roman stopped in front of him. Without a word, Roman's cold eyes bore into him. Then, suddenly, Roman kicked him down. Zekeman fell, coughing and gasping for air. Looking up in confusion, he stammered, What are you doing?" Roman's gaze remained sharp, like a blade. "Are you the commander of this fortress?" "Yes," Zekeman answered quickly. "Yes, I am. But why are you doing this?" "I've already surrendered. Treating a man who yields like this will only cause problems." Roman's voice was steady, unshaken. "What are you talking about? I don't need anything from you." The word struck Zekeman harder than any blow. His eyes widened as fear gripped him. Roman wasn't going to spare him. "Please," he begged desperately. "Spare me. If I live, the Dmitri prisoners will be safe. You don't have to kill me." But Roman's tone remained cold, merciless. "You're mistaken. On the battlefield, I have no mercy." In one swift motion, Roman raised his sword and cut him down. Baron Zekeman fell where he knelt. The story shifted once more. In a grand hall within the kingdom of Redford, kings and nobles of the allied nations gathered. The mood was tense, the air thick with urgency. At the center of the chamber stood Edwin, calm on the surface, but with thoughts running deep. One of the kings spoke up first. "Roman has already taken Laskell and Gordas, and he continues to win every battle. Should we not send reinforcements to aid him?" Edwin slowly shook his head. "Not yet. Lord Roman wishes to prove that the house of Dmitri can triumph alone, even against the might of Kronos." King Redford leaned forward, his face marked with concern. "But Vamford is no ordinary foe. The Kronos Empire will not remain idle for long." "You're right," Edwin answered gravely. "But when I heard that Roman seized the warp gate at Gordas, I felt something I rarely feel: fear. Because in that moment, I realized he accomplished something I had only dreamed of, yet never achieved." He paused, his eyes clouded with memories. The Southern Front ended in disaster for Hector. Every plan I devised collapsed. For the first time in my life, I tasted the full weight of failure. And the reason for that defeat was Roman. Without him, Hector would have claimed victory with ease. Edwin's voice dropped, sharper now. "But what terrifies me more than Kronos itself is a man who never stops evolving. A man who takes every setback, every lesson, and turns it into power. That man is Roman." He looked around the chamber, his tone final. "So, I say again, trust him. Wait." Far away from politics and gilded halls, Kevin stood alone on the battlefield, training in silence. Eyes shut, he let his aura flow outward, trying to sharpen his focus. He recalled the sting of past defeat, the opponent's face, the ring of clashing blades, the moment his strength failed him. In his mind, he replayed that battle. He charged, aura burning, trying desperately to match his foe's overwhelming power. But just like before, he could not keep pace. With a crushing blow, he was struck down again. The pain of loss dug deep. His eyes snapped open, his fists clenched tight. Again, I couldn't win. If I face someone like Sven once more, what then? Will Lord Roman have to bear everything alone again? Have I ever truly helped him at all? Grinding his teeth, Kevin swore to himself, I won't let it happen again. I won't stay this weak. Just then, a familiar voice called his name. "Kevin." Startled, he turned, and there was Roman walking toward him. Roman spoke plainly. "There's something I need to tell you." Then he continued, "When I studied how aura works, I realized something. The way people in this world use it is far too basic." At first, Roman began, I thought the key was raw power, releasing vast amounts of aura to crush anything in my path. But after facing warriors like Barbossa and others from distant lands, I realized I was wrong. He paused, his eyes drifting toward the horizon. In the central murum Swordsmanship isn't only about brute strength. Even the softest movement can defeat the strongest strike. People there adapt, they evolve, their techniques grow as they face each other. Compared to that, the way aura is used in this world is far too simple, undeveloped. That's when I understood my way of the sword surpasses all others here. Kevin listened closely, his heartbeat quickening. Roman continued. In a battle where death is a breath away, pouring out aura blindly isn't enough. You need to grasp how it truly works, how to shape it into the strength you need to win. If you learn this, Kevin, you'll have the power to overcome even a 6-star warrior, even a master swordsman. Kevin's eyes widened in shock. Roman finished firmly. To begin, I will teach you a technique, one that will change everything. The heavenly demon sword technique. The scene shifted. At the base of the battered western defense line, Chris stepped out of his tent, his face weary from a sleepless night. Not far away, Kevin sat quietly, staring at his sword, lost in thought. He remembered Count Nicholas's words to Chris when the war ahead. We need both Roman and you. I will defeat Hannibal and come to your side soon. But suddenly, a wounded soldier stumbled into camp with grim news. Count Nicholas had fallen. Chris clenched his fists, the truth hitting him harder than he wanted to admit. He had wanted to believe Nicholas's promise, but deep down, he had always known better. Fear had held him back. If only I had been strong enough to stand with him, things might have been different. Looking at Kevin and the other soldiers, Chris's thoughts grew heavier. I wished Roman would guide me directly, but he said I was someone who could find the answer on my own. Doubt gnawed at him. He couldn't even trust himself. Yet, Roman, always unshakable, always certain, had placed his faith in him. Roman believes I can carve my own path, but can I? Encouraged by Roman's faith in him, Chris began to concentrate on his aura, pushing himself through practice. But the more he tried, the more frustration built up. What am I supposed to do? How can I really find the answer on my own? Doubt weighed heavy on him until a memory surfaced. Roman's words echoed in his mind. Don't think of aura as sheer destructive power. Its true strength lies in what it really is. In that moment, understanding struck. Aura wasn't chaotic or wild. It was the energy flowing through all things. It was already within him. Chris let his aura surge, and a radiant light spilled across the camp. He entered a selfless state known as body reformation. His form began to change, his hair lengthening, his presence calm and centered. By morning, as the camp stirred awake, soldiers stepped outside in confusion, staring at the brilliant glow. Their eyes widened as they saw Chris, his hair and face shining with a unique aura. Turning to them, Chris said calmly, "Prepare for morning training." One soldier whispered in awe, "I feel like I've witnessed this before." But within himself, Chris reflected, this power isn't Roman's style, nor is it Commander Jonathan's hidden technique. This is something different, something that belongs to me alone. The scene shifted to the Kronos Empire's camp. A soldier rushed in with urgent news. Roman Dmitri is advancing with his army. One commander scoffed. He's insane. Facing 300,000 soldiers like this? He's walking to his death. Another cut in, cautioning, don't rush to conclusions. It could be a ploy to mislead us. We should hold our position and act carefully. The tent filled with raised voices as the commanders argued. But then Vamford entered, his presence silencing them immediately. Enough, he commanded. It doesn't matter what Roman intends. A small kingdom cannot hope to defeat a great empire. But if we allow him to flaunt his victories, Kronos itself will become a laughingstock. His expression hardened. From this moment on, I will deal with Roman Dmitri myself. Yes, sir, the soldiers responded in unison. The following day, both sides stood prepared for battle. Vamford at the head of the Kronos forces, Roman at the front of his own. With steady steps, Roman walked forward, his voice calm but resolute. I propose a champion's duel against the Kronos Empire. Hannibal stepped forward, eager to face Roman, but Vamford raised a hand and stopped him. I won't allow it, he said coldly. Inside, Vamford's mind turned. Does Roman truly want this fight? No, he must be hiding something. Roman smiled faintly. If you're afraid to fight me, then let's change the terms. I won't participate in the champions duel. Instead, how about a 2-on-2 battle without me? He paused before adding, and if you refuse, then there will be no duel at all. Vanford's temper flared. To him, Roman's demand was nothing but arrogance. Do you know why Kronos is the strongest empire on this continent? It's because we have countless talents. With that, he accepted the challenge. Roman turned to Chris and Kevin. As the two stepped forward, he said evenly, "From this moment, you are Dmitri's champions. If either of you feels unready, step back now." Chris and Kevin bowed deeply. "Thank you for this chance. We won't fail you. We will win." Vanford barked an order. "Diego, crush them." A man stepped out, the sixth strongest in Kronos, and ranked 12th among the continent's greatest swordsmen, one of the legendary 12 swords. Diego smirked. "I've heard tales of Dimitri's loyal warriors. I wonder, how long will Roman Dmitri bother remembering such loyalty?" Chris looked at him steadily. "Are you here to fight or to talk?" The taunt struck a nerve. Diego roared and charged, swinging his blade with brutal force. Chris met the blow cleanly, his sword holding firm. Watching closely, Roman thought to himself, "People often say Chris is Dimitri's best talent, but I see more than that. He is the brightest talent on the entire Salamander continent." On the battlefield, Chris and Diego exchanged fierce strikes, each clash ringing with explosive power. Aura surged as their swords collided again and again. Focusing, Chris gathered his aura tightly into his blade and moved in with precision. Diego barely managed to evade before their weapons smashed together, the impact sending both men skidding back. Chris steadied his stance and pressed forward with another strike, this time his blade wrapped in aura. The attack broke through Diego's guard and left him wounded. Yet, when Diego still stood tall, Chris frowned inwardly. Was the blow not deep enough? Or is this new technique still too unstable? With a furious roar, Diego unleashed his full strength. His aura erupted violently, forming a storm that spiraled around Chris, pressing down like a crushing weight. At that moment, Chris recalled the times when Roman's teachings had seemed distant and difficult to grasp. Words and lessons that once felt confusing now, in the heart of battle, began to shine with clarity. Without hesitation, Chris charged at Diego once more. Their blades collided, but this time Chris shifted back instantly, widening the gap. Diego blinked, caught off guard. Only then did he realize just how fast Chris truly was. The tidal flash of Dmitri suited him perfectly. Now that Chris had grasped the natural flow of aura, he allowed it to move freely from his core into his sword. With this new clarity, he created a technique greater than flash step, something entirely his own. Gathering his aura, Chris shot forward at blinding speed. In a single strike too fast to follow, his blade cut through Diego. Diego staggered eyes wide. He hadn't even seen the attack land. How is this possible? Before he could recover, Chris advanced calmly and delivered the finishing blow, ending the fight decisively. Diego fell. The soldiers of Dmitri erupted in cheers, their voices carrying across the battlefield. Even Hannibal, the second-ranked swordsman of Kronos, lifted an eyebrow, intrigued by what he had just witnessed. Vanford's face twisted with rage. Diego, one of the 12 swords, one of the continent's strongest, defeated by a warrior with only 4 stars. It was unthinkable. Are Dimitri's fighters beyond all logic? If we ever face Roman directly, our top warriors must be protected. Hannibal must be kept alive at all costs. Turning sharply, Vanford called another commander forward. His expression was grim. "Blanco, your opponent is only a 3-star swordsman. But hear me well. If you lose, your entire family will suffer the consequences." Blanco's jaw tightened. Determined, he stepped forward. "Leave it to me." He stood face to face with Kevin. "I am Blanco," he announced. Kevin remained silent, his aura slowly rising around him. Blanco smirked. "No words? Fine." He released his aura as well, the pressure between them intensifying. "For my family's future, Blanco vowed silently, "I'll end this in one strike." He lunged without hesitation, swinging his blade with full force. Kevin met it head-on, steel clashing with a burst of aura that shook the air. The surrounding soldiers gasped at the intensity of the exchange. Blanco's eyes narrowed in shock. A 3-star blocked me? Kevin's stance trembled as he was driven back, but he held firm. Blow after blow rained down, yet he refused to yield. Seeing an opening, Blanco surged in for the finishing strike. But suddenly, Kevin's aura flared violently. He unleashed his special technique, mutual destruction. Kevin's counter came with the exact same power as Blanco's strike, clashing in a brutal impact. Blanco jerked back, barely dodging, retreating quickly to reassess. His mind raced. What is he doing? He put himself on the line just to force his attack through. Does this man think he has more than one life? He's like a demon. Kevin finally spoke, his voice steady. Not someone like you. The one I wanted to face was that 6-star swordsman from earlier. Blanco frowned, confused, but before he could reply, Kevin added, I'm going to strike 3 times. Try to stop them. The remark infuriated Blanco. Such arrogance. But then he froze. A chilling energy poured out from Kevin. Dark, suffocating, unmistakable. It was the forbidden power of the heavenly demon sword. Blanco's eyes widened. Impossible. He's using that? Before he could react, Kevin moved. The first slash tore through the air. The front half. The second slash followed instantly. The front half again. Kevin recalled Roman's words. Because of the ghost-soul demonic technique that had shaped his body, he could only perform half of the heavenly demon sword technique. But Roman had told him clearly, that much is enough. His strikes landed with crushing force. Blanco's defense shattered. In disbelief, the commander collapsed, defeated. Kevin exhaled slowly, a faint smirk on his lips. This is Lord Roman's technique. Looking down at Blanco, he said coldly, I told you, I wanted to fight a 6-star swordsman. Blanco lay motionless. The duel was over. Vanford's eyes blazed with fury. Diego, one of the 12 swords, and now Blanco, both had fallen to Dmitri's warriors. But what shook him most was the ominous aura. What is that darkness? Dark magic, Vanford roared, pointing accusingly at Kevin. Dmitri dares pollute an honorable duel with forbidden powers. We cannot accept the results of this tainted battle. His voice thundered across the field. The Empire will not be mocked. The Empire will always prevail. Raising his hand, he gave the order. The Kronos soldiers surged forward, charging at Dimitri's knights. Kevin clenched his fists as chaos broke out, guilt gnawing at him. Because of me. Then, a steady hand rested on his shoulder. Roman's voice was calm. You've done enough. Leave the rest to me. Kevin hesitated, unsure of what Roman intended. He couldn't imagine what would happen next. The scene shifted. 10 years had passed since the death of the heavenly demon, Baek Jung-hyuk. On a quiet river, 2 men sat together in a small wooden boat. One man turned toward the figure beside him, a cap shadowing his face. Tell me the truth, he said. When I first entered the martial world, the Central Murim, it was already ruled by the demonic cult. Because of that, it's hard to trust the stories about Baek Jung-hyuk. Were they real? The man in the cap nodded slowly. They're real. On the day Shaolin Temple's 108 Arhats were defeated, even they admitted they had no chance against Baek Jung-hyuk. The man in the cap paused before continuing. It was all because of one man, Baek Jung-hyuk. The other leaned closer. There's something else I need to know. I've heard that in the history of the demonic cult, Baek Jung-hyuk was the only one to reach the heaven realm. They say the heavenly demon divine art he mastered is the greatest martial art ever created. Is that true? The man in the cap only shrugged. Maybe, maybe not. The listener frowned. What do you mean by that? The man's voice grew steady as he explained. Later, Baek Jung-hyuk gained enlightenment and ascended to the heaven realm. But when he brought peace to the Murim world, he had only reached the earth stage. He went on. The heavenly demon divine art is divided into 3 stages: man, earth, and heaven. The man stage is the beginning. It heightens the senses, allowing the user to connect with nature. The Earth stage transcends the limits of the human body, merging completely with nature. In the Heaven stage, it goes beyond humanity itself, touching the realm of the divine. The listener's eyes widened. So what does that mean? The man in the cap replied simply, "It means Baek Jung-hyuk was unmatched, beyond compare." Back in the present, Roman stood tall, power swelling within him. At last, I've reached the Earth stage, he thought. It had been years since he had drawn on this strength. Kevin and Chris looked on in awe as Roman stepped forward. With a single motion, Roman unleashed the heavenly demon-dominant step. The first step sent a shock wave through the ground, the earth cracking beneath his feet. These were the very techniques once created by Baek Jung-hyuk, the greatest under heaven: 9 sword forms and 9 corresponding steps. The battlefield quaked as Roman's energy tore through the land where Kronos' soldiers stood. Vanford's eyes widened in disbelief. Roman's second step followed, layered and crushing. The earth groaned as if reality itself were splitting. Hannibal, watching from the side, muttered under his breath, "It's not just the ground, it feels like space itself is breaking apart." Roman wasted no time. Drawing his sword, he unleashed the midsection second form of the heavenly demon sword technique. His blade, wrapped in a storm of spinning dark energy, cleaved through the air. With a single swing, dozens of Kronos soldiers were cut down instantly. Another swing followed, and another wave of destruction surged outward, scattering men like leaves in a gale. Hannibal stood frozen, unable to believe what he was witnessing. For the first time, Hannibal truly grasped the danger Roman posed. "I must stop him now," he thought, rushing forward with his energy-forged sword raised. But Roman was already moving. He unleashed the layered third step of the heavenly demon-dominant step, a torrent of dark energy erupting from his blade. Immediately, he followed with the midsection third form of the heavenly demon sword technique. A blinding flash split the battlefield. Then, an earth-shaking explosion. When the dust cleared, Hannibal lay broken on the ground, unable to rise. His legs were mangled beyond use. Disbelief twisted across his face. He, Hannibal, the second strongest of Kronos, third strongest on the continent, defeated with a single strike. Roman approached him, his tone cold and unyielding. "I've heard the stories about you, Hannibal. You never show mercy to your enemies." He stepped closer, his shadow falling over the fallen warrior. "I don't care how you fight in your battles, but if you harm my people, then I won't show you mercy either. That's who I am. That's how I live." He raised his sword to end it. "Stop!" Duke Vanford's voice cut through the chaos. He stepped forward, shouting, "You've gone too far. What you've done today, in front of everyone, cannot be forgiven." Roman's eyes narrowed, his aura surging violently. Dark purple light consumed him, terrifying in its intensity. His voice rumbled low. "Enough talk. If Kronos chose to fight me, then Kronos should have been ready for the consequences." And in that moment, everyone watching felt it. The heavenly demon had returned. Roman's anger cut through the battlefield as he turned his gaze on Vanford. "You should have known this would happen." Suddenly, a new figure emerged. Saphir, the famed Eighth Circle mage, stepped onto the field. With a wave of his staff, he summoned a roaring bolt of lightning that crashed down upon Roman. The soldiers parted, giving the mage space, their eyes filled with hope. But when the lightning struck, it dispersed harmlessly around Roman, leaving him untouched. Saphir froze, astonished. He finally understood. Roman Dmitri was no ordinary warrior. He was the strongest swordsman on the continent. At first, Saphir had looked down on him, wondering what kind of fool dared to challenge the Empire without knowing his place. But now his doubt was gone. Ordinary soldiers were nothing before Roman strength. Still, Saphir was no ordinary mage. His lips curled into a determined smile as he prepared another spell. "From this moment on," he declared, "I recognize you as a worthy opponent, and I will fight you with everything I have. Let us see how long you can endure." Then, with chilling force, he began casting the forbidden spell known as revival. The battlefield suddenly shifted. The fallen Kronos soldiers began to rise again, their bodies twisted into undead abominations. Roman's eyes narrowed. This was forbidden black magic. Among them was Hannibal, who staggered back to his feet. But Roman struck once, swift and merciless, cutting him down again. His gaze locked on Sefer. "So this is your trick? Amusing." Sefer didn't flinch. Raising his staff, he unleashed another spell, Fury of the Heavens. A storm of lightning roared down upon Roman with destructive force. But Roman lifted his blade. Using the second part of the first form of the heavenly demon sword art, he split the lightning in two. The eighth circle spell shattered before him. Sefer froze. He divided my magic with a sword? Before he could recover, Roman charged, cutting straight through the horde of undead soldiers. "Stop him," Sefer commanded. The undead surged forward, but Roman's stride grew heavier, darker. He unleashed the fourth and fifth steps of the heavenly demon dominant step together. The ground split, the undead were annihilated, and nothing could slow his advance. In desperation, Sefer cast Death Hand, a claw of black energy that lashed out at Roman. The spell struck, but Roman parried it cleanly, his blade infused with aura. With another strike, the second part of his first technique, he dispersed the black magic completely. For the first time in centuries, Sefer felt it, a warning, a chill of danger deep in his mind. His eyes widened. If this continues, I could die here. Anger burned through him. His plan had been to save his greatest spell for the woman with golden hair, Isabel. But Roman had left him no choice. As he began to chant, his voice thundered. "You should feel honored, Roman Dmitri. You are the first to face this power." Roman frowned, uncertain of what was coming. Then a massive black circle expanded beneath their feet, engulfing both him and Sefer. In a single flash, the two vanished from the battlefield. The soldiers of Dmitri and Cairo stared in disbelief. Chris and Kevin froze, unable to process what had happened. Duke Vanford seized the moment. "Sefer has defeated Roman Dmitri," he shouted. "All forces attack. Destroy them." The Kronos army roared and charged with full force. Roman's soldiers faltered. Leaderless, confusion spread among them. Doubt began to crack their morale. Seeing the danger, Chris stepped forward. His voice rang out over the chaos. "I am Chris of Dmitri." Chris told the soldiers to place their trust in him and follow his lead. Without hesitation, he rushed straight toward the advancing Kronos troops, unleashing his power. With a single strike, he cut down a wave of enemies, and that sight reignited the fire in Dmitri's soldiers. Their spirits soared as they rallied behind him, shouting proudly that they were Dmitri's warriors, unyielding and unstoppable. Together, they surged forward, slamming into Kronos' forces with renewed strength. Watching this sudden revival of spirit, Duke Vanford frowned in confusion. To him, it was foolishness, mere bravado against the overwhelming power of Kronos. With disdain, he ordered his mages to unleash everything they had, to crush Dmitri's men completely. But just then, a radiant yellow light shot down from the heavens, striking the earth with force. A commanding voice echoed, demanding the Kronos soldiers halt. Descending from the sky came Isabel, golden-haired and blazing with fury. She reminded Kronos of the warning she had once given them, condemning their greed and the darkness they had chosen. Now, in the name of justice, she declared punishment would fall upon them. Calling forth her holy power, Isabel cast a powerful blessing. In an instant, every wounded Dmitri soldier was healed. Chris looked down at his restored body in disbelief, whispering if this could truly be the power of the divine. With no hesitation, Isabel rallied her forces and charged straight into the Kronos army. Moving with breathtaking speed and precision, she struck down any who dared face her. Duke Vanford, frozen in place, narrowed his eyes as realization dawned. They've come. At that moment, he understood that defeat for Kronos was inevitable. Even so, Vanford refused to yield. He commanded his men to retreat to the castle. to fortify its defenses and prepare for a last stand. But before his plan could be carried out, Flora's arrow pierced through him. Staggering in shock, Vamford turned, only to see his castle, his safe haven, already in enemy hands. He couldn't comprehend how or when it had fallen. Moments later, he collapsed. The battlefield erupted in confusion, and Felix seized the moment. Summoning a powerful fire spell, he hurled it toward the Kronos ranks. Earlier, the Phoenix mages had already seized the castle, and now on the open field, Kronos' forces were trapped, surrounded on both sides by Dmitri's army and Isabel's troops. Slowly but surely, they were being pushed apart and destroyed. Seeing the tide turn completely, Chris roared that Dmitri had claimed victory. He urged his men to strike down the remaining Kronos soldiers and end the battle once and for all. From another side of the battlefield, Flora rallied the soldiers with a loud declaration. The enemy commander had fallen. She urged Dmitri's forces to press their attack, and with that, the war that Kronos had been so certain of winning ended in crushing defeat. The soldiers of Dmitri erupted in thunderous cheers, their voices ringing across the field in triumph. Chris made his way to Isabel and offered her heartfelt thanks for saving them. Still, his curiosity couldn't be held back. He asked who she truly was. Isabel revealed the truth. She had come from beyond the endless mountains, from a land known as Arcadia, the last sanctuary of humankind. She declared her identity as Isabel, the Queen of Luna. Far from the battlefield, in a hidden void steeped in darkness, Sefer had imprisoned Roman. This space pulsed with corrupt power, completely under Sefer's control. Even the shadows of death here surpassed ordinary undead. Yet, despite that, Sefer could not understand why he was losing. Roman had finally unleashed his true strength. With a calm confidence, Roman smiled and said the battle was becoming interesting. Beaten and desperate, Sefer demanded to know what power Roman was wielding and how he could resist such overwhelming odds. Roman's answer was simple. He invoked the heavenly demon-dominant step, 7th layer. Energy coiled and swirled around him as he warned Sefer that this was the end. In the ancient land of Murim, no one had ever stopped this technique. Roman dared him a try. He then unleashed the heavenly demon sword technique, the final section, 2nd form. The very air cracked apart as the devastating strike exploded outward, drowning the area in dust and smoke. When it cleared, Sefer lay defeated, stunned and broken. He could not comprehend how he had fallen to a force that was not holy. To him, it was impossible. Roman stepped closer, his eyes fixed on the fallen foe. There was a question that had long troubled him, and now he demanded an answer. Kronos already possessed the strength to dominate the continent. So why had they hidden their true form until now? To find the truth, Roman turned to forbidden arts. He invoked phantom magic, a spell so feared in Murim that few dared to mention it. This technique allowed one to invade another's mind, but at terrible risk. The merging of souls could shatter both. Even Roman knew it was a double-edged blade. He reminded himself he had only 3 seconds to uncover everything he could. Inside Sefer's mind, visions unfolded. 3 figures appeared before him. One was a man called Sven. The second was a mysterious figure known only as Mystic. But it was the third presence that stopped Roman cold. He stared at the unfamiliar figure in shock, unable to comprehend who this person was. In an instant, Roman was forced out of the subspace. He reappeared at the edge of the endless mountains, puzzled. Was it Sefer's death that shattered the subspace magic? And why had it brought him here, of all places? With no clear answer, he decided to return to Dmitri first. When he arrived, his butler was stunned to see him. The man asked in confusion if Roman hadn't gone to the battlefield. Roman answered calmly that something unexpected had happened, then added that he would depart for Cairo the next day. Through magical communication, he confirmed both Dmitri's victory and Isabel's safety. He promised her they would meet soon in Cairo. But before that, there was something else he needed to uncover. Roman went straight to the Dmitri library. He combed through countless volumes until finally, he found what he sought. The first record spoke of Maximilian, a wandering swordsman who once shook the Salamander continent. His skill had caught the eye of the Kronos Emperor, who granted him the title of Count. Maximilian then served the empire until his quiet, unnoticed death. Next, Roman read about Sven, the shadow who had struck at Dmitri. Then Mystic, an enigmatic figure who mastered the forbidden art of spatial manipulation, spreading chaos across the continent before vanishing without a trace. Finally, he found Ellington, a brilliant mage born into the Ellington noble family. Over the years, Ellington had gone by many names: Sarone, Sapphire, Serapir. Roman now realized the man had concealed far more than anyone had ever known. But among all these names, there was one last revelation from Sapphire's memories, the identity that shook Roman the most. Alexander, the great emperor himself, the one who had created Aura. The scene shifted to the heart of the Kronos Empire. In his chambers, the emperor awoke and called out for his knights. When no answer came, his voice grew sharp and impatient. "Is anyone there?" he shouted. At once, the knights rushed to his side. Elsewhere in the corridors, Marcus Memphis reflected on the crushing news. Duke Vanford's army of 300,000 had been wiped out by Dmitri. The scale of defeat was staggering, and Memphis knew the emperor's fury must be immense. He could not fathom how Vanford, who had been so confident of victory, had fallen in such disgrace. At last, the throne room came into view. The most powerful figures of the empire had assembled, all waiting for the emperor's decree. When the Kronos emperor entered, he ascended his throne with a heavy presence. His words shocked the hall. He admitted regret for starting a war so unjustly and then declared a ceasefire. All fighting was to stop immediately. The chamber erupted in disbelief. One man stood and demanded to know what the emperor truly meant. Memphis then spoke up, pointing out that although Kronos had suffered defeat against Dmitri, many of their forces were still carrying out missions in Umberto and the kingdom of Odelia. Why then was the emperor suddenly halting the war? At once, the emperor's expression hardened. He demanded to know if Memphis was questioning his command. The air grew heavy, and silence swept through the hall. None dared to speak. Memphis quickly bowed his head and replied, "Of course not." He pledged to obey, and with that, the ceasefire, something no one had ever imagined, was officially declared by the Emperor of Kronos. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Cairo, news of Dimitri's triumph on the Western Front spread quickly. The people erupted into celebration, filling the city with joy and hope. The scene shifted once more. Roman formally introduced himself to Isabel, and she did the same. Roman wasted no time. He spoke of the legendary names he had uncovered: Sven, Mystic, Sapphire, and even Alexander. Figures who should have been lost to history, yet were somehow still alive within Kronos. Looking directly at Isabel, he asked the question burning in his mind: what truth is Kronos hiding? Isabel answered solemnly. For him to understand, she said, he must first hear of Luna's prophecy. Long ago, a gate to another world was opened, and from it came a freezing cold that swept across the land. That calamity never faded. It became a permanent scar upon the world. Not long after, the great world tree of Arcadia froze solid. Isabel revealed that this prophecy was not just about ice and death. It foretold the arrival of a single human being, one who fell upon the Salamander continent from beyond the world itself. Roman listened in shock. She continued. The human was consumed by greed and desire. He embraced the powers of darkness and claimed the Kronos Empire as his own. For generations, Isabel's family had stood as guardians, striving to resist this terrible force. But now, even Luna had reached its limits. Roman pressed further. Who is this human? Her answer shook him. Alexander, she said, the first emperor of Kronos, the man who created Aura. Roman's eyes widened at the revelation. Isabel explained that Alexander's arrival was the reason swordsmen came to be and why knights gained their power. Alexander was no ordinary man. He carried the soul of someone from another world. He already understood aura the moment he arrived here. Records revealed that he had once spoken a strange, unfamiliar name, Kim Pansok. Hearing this, Roman thought to himself that Kim Pansok must have been a martial artist from the Central Plains. The story told of the day it happened. While Kim Pansok was gathering herbs in the 10,000 Great Mountains, dark clouds suddenly filled the skies. It was as though the heavens themselves had grown furious, dragging everything upward. Kim Pansok, caught staring at the phenomenon, was also pulled into the sky. By pure chance, an ordinary man named Kim Pansok had been chosen. In a vision, a woman approached him gently, asking if he was all right. The man, now known as Alexander but once Kim Pansok, simply replied, "My name is Kim." Once, he had been nothing more than a poor man, struggling each day just to survive. But now, in this new world, he held the title of prince. A bright future had opened before him, and Kim was filled with happiness. He wished that feeling could last forever. But as time passed, that joy began to fade. Alexander was not the rightful heir to the throne. When the time came to choose the next emperor, he would be cast aside. He was still the same ordinary man from before, with no talents or gifts that set him apart. Fear gnawed at him. How could he possibly endure? There had to be a way to survive. Then a thought struck him. His past life. In this land, the Salamander continent, magic existed, but martial arts did not. If he could wield martial arts here, then he could claim the throne. From that moment, Kim Pansok shut himself away. Day after day, he tried to recall fragments of the world he came from. He remembered a minor martial artist he had once met long ago and the simple words that man had spoken. To others, they might have seemed meaningless, just empty pride from a nameless fighter. But for Kim, they were a lifeline. Through countless failures, he persisted. At last, his mana gathered in his dantian, and a shape began to form. That was the birth of Alexander's legend. With the rise of aura, swordsmen who had always fallen before mages suddenly had hope again. The one who had stood at the back of the line for succession now rose as a figure of great power. But the truth was far darker. The aura Alexander created was only a hollow imitation of true martial arts. The stronger one grew with it, the more obvious its flaws became. Alexander's hunger to hold on to power twisted into obsession, then into madness. And in the end, he failed again. It was then that a devil whispered to him, an offer of power if he was willing to abandon the path of the sword. On that day, Alexander accepted. He laid down his blade and embraced dark mana. This is the hidden truth of aura, the truth buried beneath the myth that the world reveres as perfect. The scene shifted back to the present. Mystic stood before Alexander, explaining the current state of affairs. He reported that the Kronos Emperor had called off the war. He also revealed that with Saphir's death, the dark mana he had been holding collapsed, and control had been lost. Alexander responded coldly. He admitted that he had ruled through the Kronos Emperors for generations, bending each of them to his will. But this emperor, the one now on the throne, was different. He resisted. He refused to surrender his mind completely. Mystic cautiously asked Alexander what should be done about Roman Dmitri. At the mention of the name, Alexander's thoughts grew heavy. Roman was far stronger than he had anticipated, and that power he wielded, it resembled martial arts. If that was true, then Roman might be another dimensional traveler, just like him. But unlike himself, Roman seemed to truly grasp the essence of martial arts. Alexander wondered, if it had been Roman in his place, perhaps he would never have given in to the darkness. Perhaps Roman could have sparked a different kind of great change across the continent. Intrigued, Alexander decided he wanted to see Roman's power with his own eyes. He told Mystic there was no need to act hastily. Yes, Roman was dangerous, but in the end, he was still only an aura swordsman, bound by its limits. Even so, Alexander kept part of his thoughts hidden. Mystic didn't need to know too much. In irritation, Alexander suddenly snapped, asking if Mystic actually believed Roman could stand against him. Terrified, Mystic bowed quickly and stammered, "Of course not." He declared it impossible for Lord Alexander to ever lose. After all, he was already an immortal mage. Satisfied, Alexander explained their course. Overturning an imperial order would not be easy, so things would continue as they were for now. But soon, the war against Isabel would begin again. And when it did, Kronos' thousand-year plan would finally be unstoppable. At this, Mystic allowed himself a small smile. The scene then shifted to Roman and Isabel. Isabel spoke earnestly. She explained that she had revealed the truth to him because he had already proven himself, defeating great foes, enduring countless trials, and saving the Salamander continent without even possessing holy power. She asked Roman to join her, but Roman shook his head. No. Startled, Isabel asked if he truly intended to abandon humanity. Roman replied firmly, "That's a different matter." To him, Kronos was Dmitri's enemy, and for that reason alone, he would see it utterly destroyed. But sacrificing himself for the sake of the continent, that was not who he was. Irritated, Isabel argued that since their goals were the same, there was no reason for him to refuse. But Roman denied it. Their goals were not the same. Frustration filled her thoughts. Was Roman really not the warrior the god had foretold would come? Roman answered calmly. He was acting on his own convictions, and those convictions demanded Kronos' downfall. Then he turned the question on her. Kronos had sacrificed countless lives for its ambitions. If it came to that same choice, could Isabel abandon her people just to bring down Alexander? She fell silent. Roman continued. That was the difference between them. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate for even a moment. Yet, that didn't mean he sought conflict with Luna. Even without an alliance, he declared Kronos would fall. That was the only promise Roman could give to someone who had devoted their life to protecting Salamander. It was the only promise he could offer Isabel. Hearing this, Isabel quietly wondered what Roman was truly thinking. Not long after, the Kronos Emperor's order for a ceasefire sent ripples through the battlefield. Elsewhere, Memphis questioned one of his soldiers about the situation. The soldier reported that their plan was proceeding smoothly. Kronos' forces had already teleported into the main cities of Umberto and Odelia. In Odelia's castle, the royal army's resistance was collapsing. Within days, both kingdoms would be forced to surrender. Memphis muttered that it was too late to stop now. He explained that Duke Vanford's 300,000 troops had been meant to overwhelm Dmitri, while Umberto and Odelia had been manipulated through their alliances to secure a flawless invasion. But even that carefully crafted plan had been spoiled by the Emperor's sudden ceasefire. When a soldier nervously asked what they should do, Memphis made his choice clear. The operation would continue. Kronos would capture Umberto and Odelia first. Then, during negotiations with Dmitri, they would use those conquered lands as leverage. The soldier reminded him of the imperial order. Memphis coldly replied that he would handle the emperor himself. For now, the man was to stay silent and pass along new orders. The commanders must seize complete control of Umberto and Odelia within 3 days. Memphis vowed he would not allow Dmitri to turn the tables. The scene then shifted to Odelia's capital. 2 divisions of the royal army had already been crushed, and the kingdom's special gate had fallen into enemy hands. Odelia was helpless before Kronos' advance. The royal knights had been destroyed by Kronos' Knight Corps, and even the escape routes had been sealed off. There was no way out. Inside the palace, the king of Odelia sat in shock, convinced the end had come. He remembered the day he chose to side with Kronos, believing it was the best path for his kingdom's future, no matter how difficult. Yet the reality before him was far worse than he had ever imagined. Soon, the sound of boots echoed as Kronos soldiers reached the palace's main gates. The king ordered his knights not to open them under any circumstance. At that moment, a soldier rushed in with startling news. Dmitri, fighting alone, had dealt Kronos a crushing defeat. The king froze in disbelief. Where had things gone wrong? Was it his failure to see Dmitri's true strength? Forcing himself to remain calm, he considered his position. Dmitri was Kronos' enemy. If Odelia broke free from their alliance, this disaster could turn into an opportunity. The king straightened and ordered his knight to establish a magical communication with Dmitri at once. As the magical connection opened, the king of Odelia pleaded desperately with Roman. He explained that Kronos was already attacking Odelia's capital and there was no time left. He begged Roman to save them. Roman's reply was cold. Why should Dmitri help the kingdom of Odelia? The king froze in shock at the response. Roman pressed further. If Kronos was able to march directly into your capital, doesn't that mean you gave them permission to enter? The king of Odelia lowered his head, admitting fault. Still, he argued that if Odelia and Umberto both fell to the empire, the balance of the entire kingdom alliance would collapse. Is that what you want? He asked. Roman gave a small smile. The king of Odelia is clearly mistaken. His voice sharpened. You've already crossed the point of no return. For kingdoms now stand under Dimitri's protection. Hector, Redford, Frank, and even Umberto. The king's eyes widened in disbelief. Roman's expression hardened. There is no place for Odelia in the new kingdom alliance. The scene shifted back to a moment earlier, before Roman had declared war against Kronos. In the capital of Umberto, Lucas sat across from one of the kingdom's most influential nobles. This man was a pillar of Umberto's military, Marquis Drake. Speaking plainly, Drake asked why Lucas had chosen to appear at such a crucial time. Since the noble spoke directly, Lucas answered just as directly. There was no need for small talk or empty formality. He revealed that during Lord Roman Dimitri's battle with a band of assassins, an important document had been discovered. On it was a list of names, high-profile targets marked for death, and among them was one of the highest priority targets. Drake's eyes narrowed, suspicion flashing across his face. He leaned forward and demanded to know if Lucas was suggesting that he was on that list. Lucas did not answer. Instead, his gaze shifted to the man seated beside Drake, his eldest son, Darren Drake. Darren, still in his early 30s, had already mastered the sword and awakened a unique power. He was the pride of House Drake, the family's brightest hope, expected to one day stand beside his father and help lead the future of Umberto. At the sound of his son's name, Marquis Drake's expression darkened. Rage burst forth, and he slammed his fist onto the table, the thunderous crack echoing through the chamber. Swearing bitterly, he growled that Kronos had crossed a line, daring to target the future of House Drake. Lucas remained calm and continued. Kronos's plot wasn't simply to kill Darren. The Empire intended to make it look like the work of someone within Umberto itself. Such a scheme would tear the kingdom apart in civil strife, leaving it too broken and divided to resist when Kronos struck from the outside. Lucas explained that this was exactly why he had been sent, to deliver such a serious warning. Drake was still burning with anger, but he forced himself to lean back and compose his expression. Calmly, he asked if that was the only reason Lucas had come. He admitted the information was valuable, but doubted Lucas would travel all this way just to deliver a warning. Lucas gave a knowing smile, leaned forward, and lowered his voice. Now he would reveal the true reason for his visit. He explained that Lord Roman Dmitri had already finished his mission in the Redford Kingdom and would soon travel to Valhalla. After that, it was almost certain a great war with the Kronos Empire would erupt. When that time came, the kingdom of Umberto would face a decisive choice. Lucas warned that if Marquis Drake continued to play it safe, remaining cautious, neutral, and unwilling to fight, they would lose their chance to reshape the continent under a new system. At those words, Drake's expression hardened. He asked bluntly if Lucas meant to say that Roman Dmitri truly intended to wage total war against the Kronos Empire. Lucas looked him straight in the eye and replied, "Yes, he will." Dmitri would never back down. The story returned to the present. Roman had made it clear. Odelia had no place in the new kingdom alliance. King Odelia, stunned and furious, ordered his men to contact Umberto immediately and find out what was happening. But when a magical call connected, it was not Umberto's king who appeared. Instead, Darren stood tall before them. Calmly, he announced that he had killed the king himself. The king of Odelia reeled in shock, unable to comprehend what he was hearing. Darren Drake, leader of House Drake and a symbol of Umberto's military might, had overthrown his own king. With a cold, steady gaze, Darren addressed Odelia's king directly. He said it was clear from his face that he still couldn't accept reality. Then, with sharp words, he explained, Odelia had been completely deceived by Kronos. The truth was this. The late king of Umberto had placed blind trust in the false promises of Kronos. He had even opened the kingdom's warp gate for their troops, never realizing their true intentions. Fortunately, House Drake had received vital intelligence from Dmitri. Knowing betrayal was inevitable, they secretly stationed loyal soldiers at the capital's warp gate. Those men stopped Kronos' forces in their tracks, preventing the fall of Umberto's capital. The king of Odelia erupted in anger, demanding to know when House Drake and Umberto had betrayed him to side with Dmitri. Darren's answer was sharp and cold. House Drake and the true patriots of Umberto had never planned to follow Kronos. From the very day Dmitri declared war, Umberto and House Drake had already sworn their support to Lord Roman. That revelation shattered the king of Odelia. He collapsed back onto his throne, drowning in sorrow and despair. Only now did he grasp the truth. Roman Dmitri's moves had never been reckless. Every step had been carefully planned. Before striking at Kronos, he had already secured the backing of more than half the kingdoms on the continent. The overwhelming proof of Dmitri's strength was undeniable. The heavy palace doors groaned as they slowly swung open. The king buried himself in regret. He cursed his weakness, wondering bitterly why his father had raised him to be such a feeble ruler. His thoughts were cut short by urgent cries. Soldiers shouted that the gates had been breached. Kronos' troops were pouring into the castle. Far away, in Cairo's capital, within the Grand Palace, Charlton, the envoy of Kronos, stood proudly before the king of Cairo. With a thin smile, Charlton spoke smoothly. He said that a war which began from something small had grown far beyond control. He claimed he understood why Dmitri and Cairo had entered the conflict, but urged the king to consider a ceasefire. Charlton added that the Emperor of Kronos no longer wished for needless bloodshed. Out of great kindness, he was offering peace. The king of Cairo's fury rose at the sheer audacity. How could Charlton dare to speak of peace while Kronos waged such a cruel, merciless war? Charlton only smiled colder, his eyes glinting with arrogance. With biting words, he asked if the king of Cairo truly believed that Dmitri and Cairo together could endure to the end against the might of the Kronos Empire. He dismissed what had happened so far as a single battle, nothing more. To assume that one victory meant winning the war was, in his view, a grave mistake. Then Charlton made his offer. If Cairo and Dmitri accepted the ceasefire as a gesture of goodwill, the Kronos Empire would spare the king of Odelia and keep him safe. Leaning forward with pride, he told the king of Cairo to decide immediately. The king's anger boiled over. These were not the words of an empire crumbling in defeat. They were threats dripping with arrogance. It was clear that Kronos, despite their setbacks, still possessed frightening strength. In his frustration, the king of Cairo turned to Roman Dmitri. He asked for his judgment. What did Roman think of Kronos' so-called peace? Roman remained calm and steady as he stepped forward, his eyes locked on Charlton. His words were clear and sharp, making one thing undeniable. What right did Charlton have to even stand there? Charlton flared up, shouting that he was a messenger of the Kronos Empire and demanded the respect owed to one. Roman's reply was quiet but cutting. Yes, the laws of war did protect messengers, but Charlton had ignored every rule of conduct. Roman advanced closer, smiling as he listed Charlton's failures. He had not asked for permission to enter, nor had he raised a white flag. Instead, he had barged in proudly, declaring himself a messenger without observing the proper order. Roman's gaze hardened. By ignoring the rules, Charlton had forfeited the protections he claimed. To still call himself a messenger was a lie. The words struck deep. Charlton faltered, clearly shaken. Then Roman's voice grew cold. He declared that Dmitri and Kronos were still at war. His anger burned through his eyes alone, and Charlton trembled. He realized Roman was crushing him without even drawing his sword. Roman's power spread through the chamber like a storm. His voice cut the air as he declared that if Charlton wished to stand there as a messenger in enemy territory, then he must kneel as one bearing a white flag. Shame and fury twisted Charlton's face. He shouted back that he was here under direct orders from the Kronos Emperor himself to deliver the Emperor's will. Did Roman really intend to sever all diplomacy with Kronos? Bowman, watching from the side, laughed and mocked him. Was Kronos' ceasefire so fragile that it depended on whether Charlton bent his knee? Charlton's face went pale. He had no answer. Roman's power flared again, heavier than before. His voice thundered as he warned that if Kronos truly wanted peace, then Charlton would show respect here and now. Otherwise, Roman would strike him down himself, proving Dmitri's strength with his blade. Charlton froze, terror flooding him. For a moment, he thought Roman had gone mad. But as he stared into that unshakable will, fear consumed him. He had miscalculated badly. Swallowing his pride, Charlton dropped to his knees and begged forgiveness. He admitted his mistake, confessed that he had been careless, reckless in the heat of war, and pleaded for Roman to calm his fury. The king of Cairo sat in stunned silence. Before his eyes, a representative of Kronos had been brought to humiliation. It was a sight he had never imagined possible. Roman stood firm, his expression resolute. His final words cut through the hall. He did not believe in Kronos' so-called peace. Roman's voice was steady, his tone unshakable. He declared that no matter what agreements were written, true power could never be restrained by words alone. If Kronos truly sought peace, then Charlton needed to prove his sincerity. Charlton frowned in confusion and asked what Roman meant by serious. Roman's answer struck like steel. If the Kronos Empire paid 500,000 gold coins as compensation for the war, then, and only then, would he even consider stopping the fighting. Charlton staggered at the demand. "That's outrageous," he cried. But Roman's tone didn't waver. He reminded Charlton that countless innocent lives had already been lost. Their suffering couldn't be dismissed, and their families deserved justice. If Kronos refused, then Roman vowed to resume the war without hesitation. Charlton fell silent. His mouth moved, but no words came. Finally, he asked cautiously whether Odelia was included in this demand. Roman's reply was sharp as a blade. Why was Charlton asking about people who weren't even standing with him? That cold, piercing stare froze Charlton's blood. For the first time, he understood the terrifying weight of the man before him. The scene shifted to the Kronos Empire. Charlton knelt before the Emperor, trembling as he reported what had happened. He said that if the Emperor gave the order, Kronos could abandon negotiations and unleash terror across the world. The Emperor's face twisted in fury. His rage wasn't only over the demand for 500,000 gold. It was Charlton's humiliation that enraged him most. To kneel before Roman Dmitri, to bow in such disgrace, was unforgivable. With an icy voice, the Emperor ordered his knights to seize Charlton. Panic flooded the Baron. He dropped to his knees, begging desperately for forgiveness, admitting his mistake, pleading for mercy. But the Emperor's expression didn't change. He declared that this ceasefire was a tool, a step toward Kronos' plan to one day seize the entire continent. Even if the Empire suffered defeats, its pride could never be tarnished. Charlton had shamed Kronos, and for that, he had to accept the consequences. Charlton's eyes widened in disbelief. He shouted that he had served loyally all his life, obeying every order without question. Was he really going to be killed for kneeling once? For a single moment of weakness? Before he could say another word, the knights struck him down. His body fell lifeless to the ground. The scene shifted once again, this time to Alexander, now fully in control of the Emperor of Kronos. Alexander watched the unfolding events with rising excitement. His anticipation grew. He wanted to see for himself what Roman Dmitri was truly capable of. Standing tall on a cliffside, he announced his intentions. He would show Roman why he had abandoned martial arts and embraced the path of magic instead. Near Odelia's capital, Alexander cast one of the most devastating spells in existence, Meteor. The sky split apart as colossal rocks rained down, crushing the city in an instant. Odelia's capital was erased from the map. Alexander's lips curled into a cruel smile. He wondered mockingly how long it would take Roman to unleash destruction on this scale. Meanwhile, word spread among the people. Kronos had offered a ceasefire to Dmitri. The streets erupted with joy. To them, it seemed like a miracle. Dmitri had begun this war, but now Kronos was the one offering to pay reparations. To ordinary citizens, it looked like the empire itself was admitting defeat across the continent. For a brief moment, the people celebrated, but their happiness did not last a single day. News of Odelia's destruction spread like wildfire, casting a suffocating shadow over the cheers. The scene shifted. Lucas rushed to the ruins of Odelia's capital to assess the devastation. The destruction had been so sudden and absolute that even the kingdom's spies couldn't send word back. The city had been wiped out in an instant. Only magic of the highest order could have done this. As Lucas examined the broken remains, one of his assistants called out in alarm. His face was pale with shock. Lucas hurried over and demanded to know what was wrong. The assistant stammered, struggling for words. What had happened here shouldn't have been possible. Just attempting to detect the lingering traces of magic had caused their tools to shatter. That meant the spell used wasn't simply powerful. It was nearly beyond comprehension. Trembling, the assistant whispered that the magic cast might not have been of the eighth circle at all. It could be something far beyond it. Lucas's eyes widened. Magic beyond the eighth circle. Such a thing shouldn't exist. Yet here it was, undeniable before him. Elsewhere, leaders from 6 nations, Dmitri, Cairo, Hector, Redford, Frank, and Umberto, gathered urgently to discuss the crisis. Odelia was notably absent. The King of Frank spoke first. His voice quivered as he recalled what people had seen. A massive object had fallen from the heavens, erasing Odelia's capital in an instant. He trembled as he admitted the truth. No ordinary human could wield such power. Edwin, always the careful thinker, spoke next with a heavy tone. The destruction of Odelia, he said, proved that Kronos hadn't agreed to the ceasefire out of weakness. By leveling a capital, the empire had delivered a clear warning to every nation. Roman then addressed the gathered leaders. He told them plainly not to be fooled. The ceasefire was nothing more than a temporary illusion. Kronos would resume the war as soon as they were fully prepared. Edwin studied Roman carefully before asking the question everyone was thinking. Did Roman truly believe they could win against Kronos? Roman's reply came without hesitation. Yes, even though the new kingdom alliance had been formed, he said he would never force anyone to sacrifice themselves. But war was inevitable. When it began again, if the alliance chose to stand with Dmitri, then Dmitri would never betray that trust. After the meeting, Roman stepped outside. His mind was heavy with thoughts of ninth circle magic, a power so overwhelming that no ordinary human could survive it. If magic went beyond the ninth circle, the raw force of nature itself would crush the caster. And yet, the whispers of legendary ninth circle spells wouldn't leave his mind. Even with everything he had, Roman admitted it was impossible for him to match such strength as he was now. Gazing up at the vast sky, he wondered if this was the true reason he had been brought into this world. Then, with a small smile, he whispered to himself, "Well, then, I'll give it a try." The next day, deep in a dense forest, Isabel knelt in prayer. Leo, captain of the Luna Kingdom's royal knights and one of her most trusted aides, approached and bowed. Respectfully, he informed her that with Kronos declaring a ceasefire, the royal knights no longer needed to remain stationed there. But Isabel's answer was firm, though spoken quietly. "I cannot leave." Her expression was grave. Alexander's attack on Odelia had shown a power beyond human limits. "Ninth circle magic," she said. "This changes everything. Now he will wage full war across the continent, and the Luna Kingdom will not be spared." She closed her eyes, lost in thought. light and darkness, two opposing forces that existed side by side. As Alexander's strength grew, so too did hers. Yet the true battle wasn't simply against his power. The real danger was preventing the being behind him, the source of that terrible strength, from fully descending into this world. Isabel opened her eyes again. Her voice was quiet, but unyielding. This is the path I was meant to follow. Leo, deeply moved by her resolve, stepped closer in silent respect. As the commander of the Royal Knights, he declared without hesitation, "I will remain by your side until the very end." Isabel gave him a gentle nod, her voice barely above a whisper. "Thank you, Leo." The scene then shifted to Dmitri. Roman had just returned after a victorious battle. Though exhausted, his army marched back with pride. His butler welcomed him with visible relief and joy, until Hans stepped forward with heavy news. Henderson had fallen. The rain poured steadily that day. From there, the story slipped into a memory. Baek Jung-hyuk stood firm, declaring that the conquest of Murim was nearly complete. It had been a long journey, ever since the day the mad demon swore loyalty to Baek Jung-hyuk. With strength in his tone, but sincerity in his heart, Baek asked, "Are you truly content living your life for others?" The mad demon, unwavering, replied, "Don't call it living for others. From the moment you extended your hand, Lord Baek, you became my everything, my life, my purpose, my dream." Baek, his voice softening, told him not to speak such foolish words. But the mad demon, calm and resolute, answered, "Watch me, my lord. I will endure until the end, and I will witness your great dream come true with my own eyes." Yet, when Murim was finally united, the mad demon was no longer there. Back in the present, Roman stood on a rain-soaked balcony, the weight of loss heavy on his shoulders. The silence broke when footsteps approached. Chris entered and spoke carefully. "My lord, perhaps it's time to come inside. We've marched endlessly. You should rest." Roman turned slightly, his tone steady. "While I was gone, I entrusted command to you, Chris. Do you remember?" Chris answered firmly, "Yes, my lord. I remember." Roman's gaze sharpened. "The lives of many rest on a commander's orders. That is a burden we must bear. Show too much compassion, and the enemy will exploit it. But if you see your men only as tools, they will follow you with unshaken trust. Never forget, Chris, this is what it means to lead." Chris remained silent, absorbing his words as the rain fell steadily around them. Roman continued, "Never dismiss the death of a soldier as trivial. Honor them. Support their families with real aid, not empty gestures. That is respect." With that, Roman ordered Chris to summon Dmitri's highest commanders. The meeting would begin at once, to decide how the families of the fallen would be properly compensated. The scene shifted to the Grand Council Hall, where Dmitri's top commanders gathered in silence. As the murmurs faded, one of the noblemen spoke hesitantly. "Does Lord Roman truly mean to go through with this?" Dmitri had considered compensating war deaths before, but the proposed amount, 1,000,000 gold, was overwhelming. Even Redford had nearly collapsed under a debt of only 100,000. After a pause, the nobleman cautiously suggested, "Why not use the 500,000 gold we received from the Kronos Empire for compensation?" Roman straightened, his presence commanding. He spoke with deliberate weight. "If Dmitri only distributes the exact amount from Kronos, what message will reach the people?" The nobleman answered uncertainly, "They would feel grateful, my lord." Roman's eyes narrowed, his reply firm. "Exactly. Gratitude is not enough. The people must know that sacrifices made for Dmitri will always be honored with true recognition. This war was only the beginning. From today, Dmitri will establish a lasting national system that rewards loyalty and sacrifice. Families of fallen soldiers will be remembered with dignity, and those like Henderson, who gave everything for Dmitri, will be honored as national heroes." He continued, unwavering. "The full 500,000 gold will be distributed. Cairo has also pledged to share the burden, covering part of the remaining half. Dmitri has suffered losses in this war, But the greatest loss we bear is not in wealth or supplies. It is in our people. Victory has come, and I will not let grief bury the triumph we earned. From this day forward, our focus will be on the lives and well-being of our people." His words carried through the chamber, and a chorus of voices rose together. "Yes, my lord." The story then turned to a modest home, the place where Henderson and his wife, Chloe, had lived a simple farmer's life. Though he worked the fields, Henderson often confessed his true dream. "I never wanted to remain a farmer. I wished to serve Lord Roman, to fight, to grow stronger for my family and for him." Chloe, though worried for his safety, could never deny the happiness that shone in him whenever he spoke of that dream. Not long after, Chris arrived at her home. He presented Chloe with a beautifully crafted medal, a symbol of honor bestowed upon Henderson after his passing. The medal carried with it the weight of recognition. Henderson had earned the title of National Merit Award recipient. Chloe's voice trembled as she asked softly, "Did my husband truly help Dmitri that much?" Chris answered with firm conviction, "Yes. Without Henderson's courage, many more lives would have been lost. He was a true hero to all of us." He then handed her a small, decorated box. "This is a special honor reserved for our nation's heroes. Please open it." Chloe carefully lifted the lid, but as soon as she looked inside, she gasped. The box was filled with gleaming gold coins, far more than she could ever have imagined. Staring in disbelief, she stammered, This must be wrong. Surely you've given me the wrong box. There are hundreds of gold coins here. A knight like you wouldn't make such a mistake." But Chris only gave a gentle smile and shook his head. "It's no mistake. Lord Roman himself said Henderson earned this honor. Please, Chloe, accept this gift. Live proudly, and never forget how deeply your husband's sacrifice meant to Dmitri." Overwhelmed, Chloe's tears flowed freely. Chris remained at her side in silence, letting her take in the weight of the moment. The story then shifted to a lively tavern in Dmitri, where townsfolk buzzed with excitement over astonishing news. Word had spread that Dmitri was distributing a massive 1 million gold coins to compensate for the war. Many struggled to believe it was real. On top of that, another 500,000 gold coins were being added from the Kronos Empire's payment. Some speculated the funds came from Dmitri's wealthy iron mines, but even that seemed insufficient to explain such generosity. Then one man spoke above the chatter. "Have you heard about Chloe's family?" Henderson wasn't only honored as a national hero. His family was given 300 gold coins. The tavern quieted as he continued. "Dmitri has begun a new system. Families of those who serve the nation will be cared for, not just now, but for their entire lives." He lowered his voice with conviction. Even Kronos doesn't treat its people with such respect. The scene followed him home, where he shared the news with his family. Looking at his father, he declared clearly, "I've made up my mind. I'm going to join Dmitri's army." His father was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? You're just a farmer's son. Don't speak such foolish words." The young man answered with conviction. Henderson was only a farmer too. At first, he could barely handle a sword. But with Lord Roman Dmitri's guidance, he grew into a true warrior. If he could achieve that, so can I. I want to follow in his footsteps. His parents fell silent, unable to respond. Turning to his mother, he added firmly, "I'll return a success. I'll serve proudly as a soldier of Dmitri, no matter what." Then, with a faint smile, he said, "One day, they'll call this the Henderson Syndrome." The story then shifted to the Hector Kingdom. Edwin spoke with urgency to his father, sharing news of Dmitri's war payments. His father nodded, saying he had already heard the reports, that Dmitri not only defeated Kronos, but even forced them into peace. With admiration in his voice, he admitted that Roman Dmitri was truly remarkable. Edwin's expression grew serious. "Father, Hector stands at crossroads. Kronos and Hector cannot coexist any longer. Let us rise alongside Dmitri." Hearing his son's conviction, Edwin's father made his decision. With resolve, he declared, "From this day forward, Hector will prepare for war against Kronos." The scene then turned to Redford. King Redford addressed his court with pride. We owe Roman and Dmitri a great debt. Without them, Redford would have been destroyed. Because of this, we pledge our full support to Dmitri whenever they call." His words brought a roar of cheers from the soldiers gathered in the royal hall. And in other lands, the same spirit began to grow. Cairo, Umberto, and Frank alike. The war had reshaped the continent. For the first time in history, Kronos had been defeated in what came to be remembered as the First Continental War. Yet not all were quick to move. Valhalla remained cautious, keeping itself apart from the growing conflict. The old alliance of kingdoms had crumbled, but a new power had risen in its place. Dmitri, Hector, Redford, Cairo, Umberto, and Frank, united under Roman Dimitri's leadership. Half a month later, the story returned to Dmitri, where a new decree was announced. Recruitment had begun for soldiers to serve directly under Lord Roman. Applicants could come from outside the duchy, while current soldiers of Dmitri were also given a rare chance. If they passed a grueling test, they could transfer into Roman's personal guard. Among those eager to apply was a young farmer-turned-soldier. Already enlisted in Dimitri's army, he now dreamed of joining Lord Roman's own ranks. Competition would be fierce. Even the most skilled warriors of Dmitri were expected to compete. Yet, despite the odds, he vowed with determination, "I will succeed, no matter what." As the news spread, excitement swept not only through Dmitri, but across the entire Salamander continent. The final part of the story brought us to the prestigious Clive family in Valhalla. Logan, ranked 9th among the kingdom's strongest warriors, approached Count Clive with a letter. "What is this?" the Count asked, startled. Logan met his gaze with calm resolve. "My resignation." Count Clive's eyes widened. Logan explained evenly, "I can no longer walk the path I believe in." In disbelief, the Count's anger erupted. He tore the letter in half and shouted, "Absolutely not. Tell me, who is it? Who dares to steal a swordsman of the Clive family? Is it House Halton or Markle?" But Logan shook his head. "No, I am not leaving for another noble house in Valhalla." "Then why?" the Count demanded, his voice sharp. "Why throw all of this away?" Logan's reply was steady, his conviction unshaken. "When I saw Dimitri's strength at the festival, it left an impression I couldn't forget. Valhalla has lost the spirit it once had, the honor, the pride of warriors. No matter what you promise, my decision will not change." The Count fell silent, shocked by his words. Logan turned to leave, his voice firm but respectful. "From this moment on, I will serve as a warrior of Dmitri. Count Clive, I am grateful for all you've done for me, but I must walk my own path now." With that, Logan departed, leaving the Count speechless. The scene shifted to a bustling tavern in Dmitri, crowded with armored soldiers. Voices filled the air, but one man spoke loudly above the rest. "I once served as a knight for a noble house in Umberto, but after hearing how Henderson was honored, everything I achieved there felt meaningless." Another soldier at the table added, "I'm from Cairo. Seems like many of us have come here to take the test." All around, the tavern brimmed with hopeful warriors who had traveled from every corner of the continent, drawn by the chance to serve under Roman Dmitri himself. In a quiet corner, two men sat together. One leaned forward and asked, "You look like someone who's seen real battles. Where are you from?" The gray-haired man answered simply, "Frank." "Frank," the first man echoed with surprise. "That's a long journey. What brought you all the way here?" The man from Frank explained, "When Dimitri's hero called for private soldiers, I dropped everything to come. If I must live my life as a fighter, then I want to serve a leader who truly values the lives of his men." The first man chuckled and nodded in agreement. "Well said. I'm from Hector myself." As the soldiers talked, their attention shifted to a man sitting alone at a nearby table. Curiosity got the better of them. "Where are you from?" one asked. The man, hidden beneath a cloak, answered quickly, "Frank. But I don't wish to join this conversation." The armored soldier narrowed his eyes. "Don't lie. I've met men from Frank. You don't speak with their accent." His gaze sharpened even further. "You're from Kronos, aren't you?" The cloaked man froze. The tavern fell silent, every eye turning toward him. Finally, he stood and spoke. Yes, I am from Kronos. I understand your suspicion. I know what my country has done, but I can no longer live under its cruelty, nor raise my children in a place like that. A heavy silence lingered. Then he went on, his voice steady. I deserted in the night, taking my family with me. I know Charlton is dead. I know it's difficult to trust me, but I seek only a new life for myself and for my children. The tension slowly eased. Someone whispered, "Even men from Kronos are coming here now." The armored soldier who had questioned him nodded grimly. If the news has reached that far, and even Kronos soldiers are abandoning their nation, then this recruitment test, it will be harder than any of us imagined. The story then shifted to Dmitri Palace, where Captain Jonathan stood with his aide. "Captain," the assistant asked, "how many applicants do you expect this time?" Jonathan replied without hesitation. Even back when young Master Roman was not as renowned as he is now, countless men applied. This time, I wouldn't be surprised if 10,000 show up. The aide drew in a sharp breath. 10,000. Jonathan nodded seriously. And that's only the beginning. The gates are already crowded, and thousands more will come before the day ends. As they walked into the staff office, Jonathan suddenly stopped, stunned. Before him, the room was overflowing with towering stacks of application forms. He exchanged a look with his aide, both realizing the truth. On the very first day, over 10,000 men had already applied. Jonathan began scanning through the forms when one name stood out. Favier, a seasoned warrior, 39 years old, with an impressive history. He had once served as a knight of Amberto's royal family and possessed the rare ability to wield a 3-star aura. In his application, Favier wrote with confidence, stating that being entrusted with such a role would prove his worth. He detailed years of combat experience, including his choice to volunteer when Dmitri declared total war on Kronos. As Jonathan read through the application, he couldn't help but think, why would a swordsman of this level choose to apply as a regular soldier instead of seeking a place in the Knight Order? Before he could voice the thought, his assistant, flipping through another pile of forms, spoke up in surprise. "I never imagined warriors of this caliber would line up to be ordinary soldiers. Look at this. Leaders of mercenary bands, seasoned knights, elite swordsmen, even deputy commanders from major groups." Jonathan gave a slow, thoughtful nod. It wasn't just Favier. Dozens, hundreds of highly skilled fighters had come, all for one reason: to train under the young lord of Dmitri. That alone was enough to draw the continent's finest. Then Jonathan's calm expression shattered. His eyes widened as he shot to his feet. "Fred," he muttered in disbelief. Fred, the former knight commander of the Memphis family, from Kronos. The scene shifted to the Kronos Empire, inside the estate of the Memphis family. Marquis Memphis slammed his fist on his desk, his voice thick with rage. One victory, and now they all flock to Dmitri. Turning to his aide, he demanded, "What's the latest?" The report was grim. "Commander Fred hasn't reported for duty in a week. I checked his home. It was empty. Today I confirmed he used the warp gate with his entire family." The Marquis went pale. "Where did he go?" "To Gordas," the aide replied quietly. "Gordas," the Marquis repeated, stunned. That land now belonged to Roman Dmitri. The realization hit him like a blow. The commander of the Memphis Knights had abandoned Kronos for Dmitri. Shortly after, the story carried us to the throne room of Kronos. Marquis Memphis stood before the emperor, delivering the bitter news. "At this rate, your majesty, we cannot stop our strongest from defecting." The emperor's fury exploded. He rose from his throne and roared, "Summon the Imperial Knights. Every traitor, no matter who they are, must be cut down. Kronos has no need for those who would turn their backs on us." That night, Emperor Kronos sat alone in his chamber, his anger giving way to heavy thoughts. Roman Dmitri and his private soldiers. Rumors claimed Roman wielded a sword style unlike any other, one that belonged to him alone. The emperor remembered Alexander, the founder of Aura. Though Alexander abandoned that path to pursue magic, even he had taken an interest in Roman's martial skill. The emperor clenched his hands, his thoughts cold and sharp. If the men I've sent manage to pass the tests, then through them, I'll uncover Roman swordsmanship for myself and make it mine. Meanwhile, in Dmitri's lands, the scale of recruitment had grown beyond imagination. Over 100,000 people had applied to become Roman Dmitri's private soldiers. After the first screening, tens of thousands still remained. The entire ignoble clan was tasked with running aptitude tests and verifying identities. Any discrepancy in the applications meant immediate disqualification. 2 grueling weeks passed. When the results of the second round were announced, only 5,000 remained. From them, just 500 would be chosen as Roman's private soldiers. Those not selected would still earn positions within Dmitri's army, but the title of private soldier under Roman was a prize beyond compare. The final round gathered the chosen applicants in one place. Chris stepped forward, his voice calm, yet commanding as he addressed the crowd. I will now explain the format of the third test. Behind him stood senior veterans of Dmitri's forces, warriors who had earned renown and honor in countless battles. Chris continued, each of you will select one of these men, myself included, as your opponent for a sparring match. Victory is not the only measure of success. Even in defeat, if you display true talent or potential, you may still advance. The first challenger, a man named Favier, strode forward with confidence. As he entered the arena, he thought to himself, the rules are simple. The real challenge lies in choosing the right opponent. Should I face someone less known or a famed warrior? He had already decided. I choose McBurney, Favier declared. McBurney, a graduate of the Southern Training Camp, was infamous for his unconventional style, wielding his sword entirely with his left hand. Favier, also left-handed and experienced against such fighters, believed himself prepared. Chris raised his voice for all to hear. The duel will last 3 minutes. Whether Favier passes or fails will depend entirely on his performance. The match began instantly. Favier charged in, pouring all his strength into a direct assault. And it quickly, he thought. With one arm, McBurney can't have many ways to counter. But to his surprise, McBurney slipped past the strike with ease. Favier pivoted, striking again, faster this time, but McBurney evaded just as smoothly, his movement fluid and controlled. For the first time in years, Favier felt it, being on the losing end of a fight. His long streak of victories was in real danger. Seizing the moment, McBurney countered, launching a flurry of sharp, precise strikes. His unorthodox swordplay, paired with flawless footwork, pressed Favier onto the defensive, leaving him scrambling to endure. Favier managed to block each strike, but he was forced backward again and again. He told himself. McBurney is controlling the space with that strange footwork. But with only one arm, eventually he'll slip up. Then it came, a sudden lunge from McBurney. Favier spotted what he thought was an opening and launched a fierce counterattack. The clash sent dust exploding across the arena floor. When the air cleared, McBurney still stood tall, victorious. Favier, battered but steady, accepted his defeat with humility. The next challenger stepped forward, a young warrior named Temps. As he walked in, his thoughts brimmed with arrogance. With my skill, all I need to do is pick someone weak. That'll be enough to pass. Scanning a line of senior warriors, he searched for a vulnerable target. His eyes stopped on a soldier with a small frame, someone unfamiliar. Smirking with confidence, Temps pointed. I choose him. Chris gave a nod. The small-built soldier stepped forward calmly. Temps grinned to himself. Perfect. If I've never heard his name, he can't be worth much. Among the spectators, a cloaked participant whispered, that fool's going to lose. An armored man nearby raised an eyebrow. Don't be so quick to judge. He might be stronger than he looks. But the cloaked figure shook his head. Those who fought in the southern and western campaigns, the Battle of Valhalla, they're undefeated. The weak ones were cut out long ago. The match began. The small soldier didn't hesitate. With one devastating strike, he sent Temps crashing to the ground, defeated in an instant. Gasps erupted through the arena. The cloaked figure spoke again, this time more serious. They still don't understand. This test isn't about choosing an easy opponent. If you're too focused on who you face instead of showing your own strength, you won't last. Silent spread. Temps, once considered a strong contender, had been felled in a single move, and the victors stood there hardly winded. Murmurs swept through the crowd, their understanding of strength shaken. The small soldier turned, his gaze cold and unflinching. He raised his voice so all could hear. Anyone else foolish enough to think they can take me on? The words cut deep, mocking the pride of the gathered fighters. Several clenched their fists in anger, their pride stung. At last, one man stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "I'll fight you." The second duel began in a flash, and ended just as quickly. From the shadows, a cloaked man observed in silence. Fred's eyes were steady, analyzing. As I thought, he mused. Those who overestimate themselves and belittle Dmitri's warriors are being eliminated one after another. Here, pride without strength has no place. The arena quieted as Chris's voice rang out, calling the next name. Fred exhaled slowly, then stepped forward. This was his moment. If I want to stand in Dmitri's ranks, I have to prove it here and now. Titles, prestige, reputation, they mean nothing. Only performance counts. "I choose you," Fred declared, pointing directly at Chris. Chris gave a faint smile and nodded. "Understood." Fred squared his shoulders, his resolve firm. Once, he had been the knight commander of the Memphis family, ranked 10th among all warriors in the Kronos Empire. But here, none of that mattered. Dmitri was not a place for noble titles. It was a forge where only true warriors remained. The duel began with explosive force. Fred lunged forward, but before his strike could land, Chris closed the gap, moving even faster. His sword lashed out first, and Fred barely blocked, the sheer power driving him backward. Recovering instantly, Fred retaliated with a powerful blow, igniting his aura blade and forcing Chris to retreat. Without hesitation, Fred poured everything into his assault, his full aura blazing as he launched a relentless offensive. Chris did not falter. Meeting him head-on, he released his own aura, their powers colliding violently. The impact echoed with a thunderous shockwave that rattled the entire arena, dust and wind exploding around them. Fred leapt back, his eyes narrowing. This doesn't make sense. His aura, it doesn't feel like it's reached 5-star strength. And yet, he's matching me blow for blow. How? Unease settled in his chest. Dmitri's strength was far greater than he had ever imagined. But he couldn't falter now. Not for his pride. Not for his family. Chris advanced again. Fred braced himself, preparing for another bone-shaking clash. But instead, Chris shifted at the last second, his footwork sharp and deceptive. In a blur, he slipped past Fred's guard, stopping just within reach. "Fred," Chris said evenly, his voice calm but commanding. "You pass." Before Fred could react, Chris struck him in the stomach, not with a blade, but with the hilt of his sword. The blow dropped him instantly. When Fred opened his eyes again, he was lying near the arena's edge. Slowly, he sat up, piecing together what had happened. He had been defeated, but not dismissed. Chris had acknowledged his strength. Even in loss, Fred smiled. "I was right. Dmitri truly is the only force capable of standing against Kronos." The arena roared with cheers. Curious, Fred pushed himself to his feet, turning toward the center. The crowd's attention was fixed on a new duel, Kevin against Logan the Steel, ranked 19th in Valhalla. Fred frowned. If Kevin is facing Logan, then who is Chris fighting now? The answer struck him like a thunderbolt. Chris's next opponent wasn't just another warrior. He was ranked 3rd in Valhalla, 6th across the entire continent, one of the 12 strongest living swordsmen. A man spoken of as a legend. He wielded one of the 12 sacred swords of the continent, commanded a 5-star aura, and was known as the greatest sword prodigy of his age. His name was Ares, the wandering swordsman. Ares yawned, muttering lazily. I almost fell asleep waiting. Born in Valhalla, Ares had shattered every record in swordsmanship, climbing the ranks faster than any in history, becoming the youngest ranked warrior ever. He was born extraordinary, and his technique was even more dangerous than his aura. He had defeated aura users stronger than himself through pure mastery of the blade. Even Valhalla's emperor had spent over a decade trying to claim him, offering titles, lands, command of armies. But Ares refused them all. He bent to no throne. He served no crown. He walked his own path, untethered, a true wandering swordsman. From the sidelines, Jonathan's eyes widened the moment he recognized him. That's Ares, the sword genius of Valhalla. But confusion followed. Why would a man like Ares, someone who has always refused to serve anyone, appear here at Roman's recruitment? If he joins Dmitri, the balance of the continent itself will shift. Before Jonathan could make sense of it, Ares moved. With a sudden burst of speed, he blurred across the arena, charging straight at Chris. Chris met Ares' first strike head-on, steel clashing against steel. But the assault didn't stop there. Ares unleashed a relentless flurry of precise, powerful blows. Chris blocked and defended with everything he had, yet each movement was forced, each step driven backward. His technique was strong, but it couldn't match the fluid, overwhelming mastery of Ares' blade. This pressure, it's nothing like when Diego pushed me with aura alone, Chris thought grimly. This man's swordsmanship rivals even the Azora technique. Their blades crashed again and again, each impact echoing like thunder through the arena. Then, with a violent burst of force, both were thrown apart. In that instant of distance, Chris spotted a fleeting opening. He didn't hesitate. His body blurred as he used his signature move, Flash. One heartbeat, and he was gone. The next, he appeared directly in front of Ares, his sword blazing with aura, striking at lightning speed. A move so fast and lethal that few had ever witnessed it, and none had survived unscathed. But then, clang! Ares brushed the attack aside as if it were nothing. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Chris froze, his eyes wide. He matched the speed of my flash aura. No one has ever done that. Ares gave a calm smile, his eyes glinting with excitement. As expected of Dimitri's flash. Not just an empty title. Good. Don't disappoint me before the end. Chris's mind raced. If even one strike falters, I'll lose. There's no margin for error. Ares isn't someone I can overcome with brute strength or aura alone. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, Kevin's duel with Logan the Steel raged on. Ranked 19th in Valhalla, Logan's crushing strength was beginning to overwhelm him. Kevin staggered, bloodied, and straining to withstand Logan's aura-infused blows. Each strike came heavier than the last, shaking him to the core. The crowd murmured, nodding in grim acknowledgement. Logan was everything his reputation promised. Ruthless, unyielding, steel. Whispers spread. Chris and Kevin, Dimitri's strongest. Could both of them fall today? Logan's eyes burned with victory. With this strike, I'll finish it. He charged, sword cleaving downward with unstoppable force. Kevin managed to block, but Logan's shield slammed into him immediately after, hurling him back. Seizing the moment, Logan let his aura explode, flooding the field with raw power. Kevin gritted his teeth. The sword that represents Lord Roman isn't Chris. It isn't Fernando. It has to be me. Through the haze of pain, he smiled, aura surging brighter than ever. In that instant, Kevin unleashed his full strength, his spirit burning with unshakable resolve. I will defeat Logan and show the world that I am Roman Dimitri's sword. Logan staggered at Kevin's sudden surge of confidence. Scowling, he growled, "Let's see if you're still smiling after this." With a roar, he charged. Their blades collided with thunderous force. But this time, to Logan's shock, Kevin didn't just block. He countered immediately. "Try blocking this," Kevin shouted, slamming down a devastating aura charge strike. Before Logan could recover, Kevin pressed forward with a relentless storm of blows. Logan raised his shield desperately, but the sheer pace and weight of the assault left him rattled. He's fighting like this is a real battlefield, Logan thought, his arms straining. That aura. Is he even human? Could Kevin be a demon? As Logan faltered, Kevin spotted his chance. With one final decisive swing, he struck, and when the dust cleared, Logan was on the ground, defeated. Breathing heavily, Logan let out a strained laugh. I admit it. I've lost. The arena fell silent in shock. Kevin, once considered the underdog, had just defeated Logan, the Steel, Valhalla's 19th ranked warrior. Kevin drew in a sharp breath, then suddenly shouted across the field, "Chris!" Chris turned, startled. "What is it?" With unwavering confidence, Kevin declared, "If you lose, I'll take your place and fight your opponent." Chris's eyes widened. Kevin's boldness cut into his pride like a blade. "Cocky bastard," Chris thought, clenching his fists. "They say Kevin and I are rivals, and now he dares to challenge me like this?" He remembered his own beginnings, carving his path as an aura swordsman. And Kevin, once just a farmer, now stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Chris's aura flared like fire. "I am Dmitri's second strongest. I'll prove it here and now." In a blur, he charged at Ares, closing the distance instantly. Ares' gaze sharpened. He noted Chris's movements, each flash step fueled with bursts of aura, an advanced combination that few could master. Chris's blade came down in a vicious arc. Ares slipped aside effortlessly. Then, before Chris could reset, Ares blurred forward, materializing right in front of him. Chris's breath caught. He matched my speed? Ares' strike followed immediately. Chris barely managed to block, his arms rattling from the impact. Then the duel exploded into a whirlwind. Strike after strike, each exchange faster, sharper, more refined than the last. Other than Lord Roman, I've never faced swordsmanship like this, Chris thought, his chest tightening. Ares' reputation wasn't an exaggeration. It was the truth. Then Ares pulled back, his voice calm and absolute. "I've seen enough of your skill. Let's end it here." Chris blinked, startled. But before he could respond, a commanding voice echoed across the training ground. "Stop. That's enough." Roman stepped into the arena, his presence silencing everyone. His gaze swept across the fighters. "The test ends here." All eyes turned to Ares. His expression, usually calm and indifferent, lit up with unmistakable interest as he looked at Roman Dmitri. Roman studied Ares carefully. So this is the famed Ares, he thought. He doesn't walk the same path as other aura swordsmen. He's created something entirely his own. Ares bowed respectfully. "It's an honor to finally meet you, Roman Dmitri. I know this may sound bold, especially since we've just met, but would you teach me something? I'm already warmed up." His eyes gleamed with excitement. Roman's thoughts drifted. He remembered the sword demon, once one of the 4 heavenly emperors who served Baekhyun UK. That man had lived an extraordinary life, fusing countless martial techniques into his own, carving out a unique sword style from nothing. Ares reminded Roman of him. If Ares continued refining his craft, building it into a path of his own, he might one day surpass even what he was now. Roman's expression hardened. "I don't care for people who don't know their place. But if you want to challenge me, I'll accept. Know this, if you do, you'll be disqualified from the 3rd test. Do you still wish to go through with it?" Ares froze. Even a continent's greatest genius means nothing if he breaks Roman Dimitri's rules. Roman hadn't even drawn his sword, yet the killing intent pouring from him was suffocating. In that instant, Ares understood. The tales about Roman Dmitri weren't inflated rumors. They were real. Lowering his head, Ares spoke firmly. "I won't risk being cast out. Forgive me for overstepping." Roman gave a faint smile at his humility. A few days later, the 3rd test was complete. 600 candidates had made it through. They gathered in anticipation at the sight of the 4th test, whispers buzzing through the crowd. Everyone knew whatever came next would not be easy. Roman stepped forward, his voice carrying across the assembly. "Congratulations. Each of you has proven your strength to reach this point." Then his tone sharpened. "But now, the 4th test begins." The crowd held its breath. "There are spies among you," Roman declared. "Agents sent by other nations. I'll give you 10 minutes. Step forward and admit it, and I will let you leave unharmed. I swear this on the honor of Dmitri." Gasps rippled through the candidates. Murmurs broke out, faces tense. Roman raised his voice, sharper this time. "But if you stay silent, I will deal with you myself, right here." Somewhere in the crowd, one man's chest tightened. Panic churned in his gut. Has he already discovered me? He thought of Roman's infamous title, the devil of the battlefield, a man who spared no enemy. Fear gripped him like iron. Suddenly, one man stepped forward. Is it true you'll spare the spies if they admit it? Yes, Roman replied firmly. The man straightened his back. Then I confess. I entered this test as a representative of the Valhalla Empire. Roman gave a faint nod. Smart choice, Desan. The man froze. He already knew my name? I'll keep my word, Roman assured him. Relief washed over Desan. Thank you, he said before stepping away. Seeing this, several more participants came forward, each admitting their allegiance. From the sidelines, Chris's thoughts raced. So many spies slipped into Dmitri. Roman descended from the platform, his gaze sweeping the silent crowd. This is your last chance. 1 minute remains. In the crowd, one man trembled violently. I can't reveal myself. My family is being held hostage. If I speak, they'll be killed. So this is how I die. The seconds bled away. At last, Roman's voice rang out. Time is up. The fourth test is over. The candidates stiffened in shock. Roman continued, his words steady. Those who confessed are gone. The rest of you remain. I know some spies still stand among you, but I won't punish you, because you've done no harm to Dmitri yet. He paused, then his tone grew sharper. From this moment on, you have a choice. Forget your past and follow me, or betray Dmitri. You are now my people. The scene shifted to Roman's office. Chris stood before him. My lord, why did you let the spies go? I can't understand your decision. Roman looked out the window as he answered. Even with the best intelligence network, I could never root out every spy in the Empire. Chris, could you control all the information across an entire land? Chris shook his head. No, I couldn't. Roman's eyes hardened. That's why I won't waste my time chasing shadows. Instead, I'll show them what it means to follow Roman Dmitri. Tell me, Chris, if you were a Kronos spy and stood face to face with me, would you still betray me? Chris answered without hesitation. Never, my lord. Roman turned back. Good. Then prepare. The next stage is about to begin. Far away, atop a cliff, Alexander stood overlooking a valley. He stretched out his hand, gathering power. With a single incantation, he released a spell. A distant mountain erupted in fire and rubble. A proud smile touched his lips. Let's see if Roman can stand against my magic. In his mind, the plan was clear. His spies within Dmitri would soon uncover Roman's martial secrets. As the creator of Aura, Alexander intended to dissect those techniques and prove they were overrated, mere shadows compared to true magic. I'll show the world the superiority of the magical path. Just then, one of his attendants entered, bowing. My lord, a letter has arrived from Dmitri. Alexander raised an eyebrow, accepting the sealed message. He opened it and read, his eyes narrowing. A swordsmanship exhibition? Roman Dmitri is hosting a demonstration. Alexander's expression darkened. What is he planning now? It was then revealed that the sword demon had once been one of the 4 heavenly emperors who had served under Baek Jung-hyuk, living a truly remarkable and unparalleled life. Each time he mastered a new martial art, he would seamlessly merge it with his own techniques, forging an entirely new path, a sword style created from the ground up. A faint smile appeared on Ares' face, and at that moment, the protagonist thought that Ares bore a striking resemblance to the sword demon. He believed that if Ares had continued to refine his technique and fully developed his own unique style, he could have become far more powerful. The protagonist gazed at Ares with a composed expression, fully aware that Ares intended to challenge him despite the established rules. He calmly reminded him that proceeding further would lead to immediate disqualification from the third test. Ares froze in disbelief, realizing that even the title of the continent's greatest genius held no meaning if he defied the rules. Though Roman had not yet drawn his sword, an overwhelming aura of killing intent emanated from him, pressing heavily against the air. In that instant, Ares understood that every tale told about the protagonist had been true, none of them exaggerated. Bowing his head, he admitted his fault and expressed sincere regret for his arrogance. Roman's lips curved into a faint smile, appreciating the humility and respect reflected in Ares' response. A few days later, the third test concluded, leaving around 600 participants who had successfully advanced. They assembled at the designated site for the fourth test, their voices hushed with anticipation and curiosity about the challenge ahead. It was evident to all that the upcoming trial would not be simple. The main character stepped forward, his presence commanding quiet attention. He commended the participants for their perseverance in completing the previous test, acknowledging that each had demonstrated true ability and determination. After a brief pause, he declared the commencement of the fourth test. The protagonist faced the assembly and revealed that spies from foreign nations were concealed among them, a disclosure that stunned the crowd into silence. He granted 10 minutes for any traitor to step forward and confess. He swore upon the honor of Dmitri that any who admitted the truth within that time would be spared. Shock rippled through the crowd. Then, in a firm and commanding tone, he drew his sword with a firm expression and made it plain that if no one confessed, he would root out the traitors himself on the spot. One of the participants began to panic, convinced that Roman had already uncovered his identity. Terrified by the man known as the devil of the battlefield, he trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, another contestant stepped forward and cautiously asked whether Roman would truly spare those who confessed. The man then admitted that he was a representative of the Valhalla Empire, pleading to be spared just this once. Roman gave a slow nod and addressed him by name, calling him Deshane, which left the man utterly stunned that Roman already knew who he was. Keeping his composure, Roman assured him that he would honor his word. Deshane bowed deeply in gratitude before quietly turning to leave. Seeing this, several others stepped forward one after another, admitting that they too were spies. Chris, observing the scene from the sidelines, was taken aback to realize how many infiltrators had managed to sneak into Dmitri unnoticed. Roman then descended from the stage, his expression firm and composed, reminding everyone that only 1 minute remained for any final confessions. Amidst the tense silence, one man stood frozen in despair. His homeland held his family hostage, leaving him unable to reveal the truth. He accepted, with quiet resignation, that this moment would mark his end. When the 10 minutes finally elapsed, Roman declared the conclusion of the fourth test, leaving the crowd stunned once more. He explained that those who had confessed were now removed from the trials, while the remaining participants had successfully passed. Though he was fully aware that some spies still lurked among them, he chose not to punish them, stating that they had yet to harm Dmitri. Instead, he offered them a choice: to abandon their former loyalties and serve under him, or to betray Dmitri in the future. From that moment onward, he declared them his people. Later, inside the protagonist's office, Chris questioned Roman's decision to let the spies go, unable to grasp the logic behind such leniency. Roman, maintaining his usual composure, explained that even the most sophisticated intelligence network could never expose every hidden spy scattered throughout the empire. When he asked Chris whether he believed it was possible to control every piece of information across the land, Chris silently shook his head in acknowledgement. Rising from his chair, Roman walked toward the window, gazing out thoughtfully. He stated that rather than attempting to control everything, he would demonstrate what it truly meant to follow Roman Dmitri. He then added that if Chris were a spy from Kronos and had personally met him, would he still be able to betray him without hesitation? Chris, now filled with conviction, admitted that if he were in such a position, he would never betray Roman. Resolute, he then suggested that they begin preparing for the next stage ahead. The scene then shifted to a distant cliff where Alexander stood, his robe fluttering fiercely in the cold wind. A radiant flash gleamed in his hands as he began channeling immense magical energy. His eyes glowed a sharp yellow as he calmly began preparations for the next stage. In an instant, he unleashed a devastating surge of power toward a faraway mountain, triggering a colossal explosion that shattered it into rubble. A proud smile curved across his lips as the flames spread rapidly, consuming everything in sight. Watching the destruction unfold, Alexander mused to himself, wondering whether Roman could withstand such magic. Confidence radiated from him, for he firmly believed that his spies planted within Dmitri would soon expose the secrets of Roman's martial arts. As the very creator of Aura, Alexander intended to study and dissect Roman's techniques and expose how pitiful they are, and he would erase Roman's existence, determined to prove that his magic was the superior path. Behind him, a surge of blue light swirled and twisted as a portal opened. One of his subordinates emerged, respectfully presenting him with a sealed letter and informing him that a message from Dmitri had arrived. Breaking the seal, Alexander read the message, which was an invitation from Roman Dmitri, summoning him to attend a swordsmanship exhibition. His eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering in their depths as his expression darkened. Roman Dmitri was hosting a swordsmanship exhibition, and Alexander could not help but wonder what strategy or hidden motive lay behind this unexpected event. Alexander read the invitation from Roman Dmitri regarding the newly proposed aura system, and fury began to surge within him. His hands trembled violently as his grip tightened around the letter, and the heat of his anger manifested through his aura until the paper in his grasp burst into violent flames. The letter stated that Roman had summoned everyone to announce that the aura emission method developed by Emperor Kronos Alexander had been flawed from its very foundation. Roman intended to redefine the entire aura system and establish a new path for swordsmanship, inviting all to witness that historic revelation. After reading it, Alexander clenched his teeth, consumed by burning rage, his fist tightening as flames swirled fiercely around him. Aura had always been Alexander's greatest source of pride, the very essence of his identity. Had he truly delved into the depths of martial mastery instead of remaining bound by ignorance, his fate might have unfolded differently. Rage erupted within him as his mind echoed with fury at Roman's audacity to label his life's work trivial and flawed. His voice rose in a furious scream as he seethed at the thought of someone daring to call his creation imperfect from its very foundation. Inferiority, envy, and wrath churned violently within him, emotions far too overwhelming to suppress. Consumed by his anger, Alexander resolved that he would personally witness Roman's so-called revelation with his own eyes. At the Swordsmanship Association of the Salamander Continent, the news of Roman Dmitri's declaration spread like wildfire. The auditorium buzzed with tension as word circulated that Roman had denied the accomplishments of Emperor Alexander himself, even sending out invitations for a public swordsmanship presentation that seemed to mock every swordsman across the land. Many wondered what madness had driven him to hold such an event. Some believed it to be a direct challenge to all aura swordsmen. Sergei, the head of the Swordsmanship Association, declared that he would personally attend and test this so-called martial art. If such heresy was left unchecked, he warned, there would soon be no place left for their traditions in the world. He insisted that they must attend, find even the slightest flaw in Roman's theory, and destroy his reputation entirely. Across the continent, nearly every nation except Dmitri shared the same outrage. Within Dmitri, Baron Conrad reported that the entire continent was in turmoil over the exhibition. He questioned whether there was even a need to persuade anyone now, since everyone's attention had already turned toward them. A masked man was seen eavesdropping outside the hall. Another vassal agreed, warning that if Roman's new aura system were to redefine aura itself and such knowledge leaked out, the consequences could prove catastrophic. The techniques unique to Dmitri, he said, should never be shared with outsiders. Roman remained silent as he listened to their concerns, his mind drifting back to the memories of his past life. Namgung Jin Shion had once been hailed as the greatest prodigy in the history of the Namgung clan. He had witnessed the fall of the orthodox Murim with his own eyes. The Namgung sword, once believed to be the strongest, was ultimately shattered by Baek Jung-hyuk. That humiliation carved itself deep into Jin Shion's heart. Remembering the old saying, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will never be defeated," he sought to understand the demonic cult completely. He believed that by mastering the martial arts of the heavenly demon, Baek Jung-hyuk, he could one day reach the same level of transcendence. Years passed, 1, 2, then 10, and eventually he came to realize that the martial arts of the demonic cult were not inherently special. It was Baek Jung-hyuk himself who was extraordinary. Frustrated and enraged, Namgung Jin Shion demanded to know why the heavenly demon had revealed his martial arts to others. Even after 10 years of effort, Jinshin could not reach even the edge of the heavenly demon's power. The heavenly demon answered that despair was precisely what he intended for others to experience. Over time, memories of defeat faded, and those who forgot would only grow resentful toward the cult. Therefore, he wanted them to study his techniques, to face their own insignificance, and to truly understand the greatness of the heavenly demon divine cult. He told Jean to remember that despair well. If he lacked the strength to overcome it, then he should kneel, bow his head, and accept that in the skies above Murim, only the heavenly demon and his divine cult reign supreme. After that day, and until the heavenly demon's death, no one in the martial world ever dared to rebel again. Returning to the present, the protagonist declared that the purpose of his upcoming presentation was to reveal only the foundational principle of his research. He would redefine aura itself and claim the glory that Alexander once held. He intended to etch the name Dmitri permanently into history. He assured his vassals not to fear exposure, for this revelation would not weaken them. It would reshape the balance of power across the entire continent. With a firm expression, he declared that we should not fear revealing it. By doing so, we will create an entirely new era. Days later, within the grand hall of Dmitri Castle, the gathered audience waited for the presentation to begin. King Drake of Umberto expressed his confusion, unable to understand why Lord Dmitri would invite even the Kronos Empire to witness such a display. Edwin Hector, standing beside him, replied that Lord Roman was not simply unveiling a technique, but demonstrating knowledge that could reshape the world. He described Roman as being born with the qualities of a conqueror, a true king by nature. If Roman succeeded in seizing the title of first pioneer from Alexander, Dmitri would no longer be dismissed as a remote province, but recognized as the birthplace of a man who had redefined swordsmanship itself. As the audience stirred, a soldier announced Roman's arrival. Roman Dmitri entered with calm authority, his every step radiating confidence. He began by declaring that Alexander's method of aura emission had been fundamentally flawed. Alexander's approach, which focused on releasing mana explosively to manifest aura, was inefficient and chaotic. True power, Roman explained, could not come from disorder. He questioned why no one had ever challenged Alexander's system, suggesting that everyone had blindly followed him simply because he was the first pioneer. Sergei's anger simmered as Roman continued, comparing aura to magic. Just as mages gathered mana into circles to refine and cast spells, Roman proposed storing aura in a similar circular structure, a stable system within the body. Edwin was taken aback and wondered what he meant by handling the aura like a circle. As he spoke, he unleashed his sword and demonstrated his theory. Aura flowed steadily from his body into his sword, rising smoothly along the blade without the violent bursts of traditional emission, but rather through a method that used a storage space like a circle, the dantian. As he tightened his grip around his sword, he stated that, depending on the situation, one could use mana with precision. Sergei's expression turned serious as he wondered how the aura rose so calmly on the sword. Such a quiet aura release. A massive rock was brought forward for the demonstration. With a calm swing, Roman cleaved it cleanly in two and declared that this way of releasing mana from a storage space is called magic. His eyes gleamed, and then once again, the block turned into countless smaller fragments, proving the stability and control of his technique, leaving the audience utterly stunned. He explained that this method utilized what he called the energy core, a space within the body for refined mana storage, similar to a magic circle. This, he declared, was martial arts in its truest form. There was a profound power within martial arts that originated from the dantian. No matter how much people denied it or turned away from reality, the revolution in swordsmanship that would soon shatter the old order had already begun. Roman Dmitri concluded his presentation and calmly announced that he would now take questions. Sergei, the chairman of the Swordsmanship Society, raised his hand and introduced himself respectfully, praising Roman's theory. He remarked that using the dantian as a vessel to store mana, similar to the way mages did, was indeed an excellent idea. However, there remained a practical problem. Mana flowed freely. So how did Roman intend to guide and contain it within the dantian? Sergei further added that even circles located near the heart, those brimming with life energy, required long activation times, making the process far too slow for effective swordsmanship. If such issues could not be resolved, he claimed, the entire theory would remain nothing more than a fantasy. The protagonist, undisturbed by Sergei's provocation, answered with composure that the question would be resolved once one understood why he had specifically chosen the dantian as mana storage center. He explained that as mana flowed through the body, it temporarily settled at specific points. The first, the upper energy core, resided in the brain. The second, the middle energy core, in the heart. And the third, the lower energy core below the navel. While the upper and middle cores were unsuitable for long-term storage, the lower core was fundamentally different. Roman then stated that he would share the results of his experiments, proving the stability of mana storage within the lower dantian. This revelation shocked King Drake, while Edwin appeared visibly pleased. Hearing this, Sergei also appeared flustered. He argued that instead of dismissing the theory outright, perhaps it could be combined with Alexander's aura technique to amplify its explosive force. If both methods work together, there might indeed be a positive outcome. However, Roman firmly rejected the suggestion, declaring Sergei's entire premise to be wrong. When the energy core was formed, he explained, mana obeyed perfect control, eliminating the need for reckless bursts. Even without uncontrolled emissions, one could generate an aura far stronger than before. Unlike mages, who discharged mana outward, swordsmen circulated it through their entire bodies, requiring much larger mana reserves. Roman declared confidently, which was why Alexander's theory was fundamentally flawed. Unable to contain himself any longer, Sergei leapt to his feet and shouted furiously, questioning why Roman had chosen to publicize this theory at all. Why involve the Kronos Empire, which was openly hostile toward the Dmitri? Sergei accused. There had to be some hidden motive behind such an act. The protagonist smiled softly and replied that there was no secret reason. The Kronos Empire had continuously sent spies to steal Dmitri's martial techniques time and time again, so he had merely organized this event to spare them the effort. He hoped that through this presentation, every nation except Dmitri would embrace this new system and use it to strengthen their own capabilities. Hearing Roman's bold words, Chris felt his heart pounding within his chest. What began as a faint tremor soon swelled into an uncontrollable rhythm, the heartbeat of excitement and pride. Chris slipped into his past memories, recalling the time when Roman had questioned him about whether he had ever truly examined his own methods of training. This left Chris deeply stunned. He clenched his fist, thinking about Roman, a man who led with unshakable conviction, unaffected by trends or external influence, someone who always acted upon his own beliefs and principles. That was the kind of master Chris served with absolute respect and unwavering loyalty. Chris thought passionately that if anyone were capable of surpassing Roman, that person would surely become the strongest on the entire continent. Roman then formally concluded his presentation. Meanwhile, within the Kronos Empire, Alexander contemplated the concept of a new aura system that stored inner energy within the energy core. If aura could indeed be utilized like a magic circle, the possibilities were limitless. He recalled that in his past life, a man had once mocked him, saying that martial arts were nothing more than using the energy within one's body. That man had looked shabby and had spoken in a condescending tone, yet he had never once mentioned the concept of an energy core, the dantian. Alexander realized how much time he had wasted researching aura based on that meaningless idea. However, since Roman had explicitly connected the energy core to martial arts, he must have been at least a first-rate martial artist from Urim. Alexander began to wonder which sect he could have originated from, perhaps the 9 great sects, the Unorthodox Alliance, or even the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. Pondering further, Alexander muttered to himself, questioning whether he could truly uncover Roman's origins, given that he had no direct ties to Urim. Yet he soon dismissed the thought, deciding it no longer mattered. Whatever Roman had been in his previous life on the Salamander continent, in this world, he was still a trivial figure. With cold confidence, Alexander declared that he would soon reveal what kind of result could emerge from even a fragment of the knowledge Roman had shown. He then summoned Mystic and ordered him to command the spies currently infiltrating the Dmitri, instructing them to use any means necessary to uncover every detail of Dmitri's martial arts. Thus, the Aura Revolution began. Roman's presentation turned the entire continent upside down. People everywhere questioned what would happen to the existing Aura swordsmen, whether they could adapt to the change or would be left behind. Even the long-standing ranking system began to shift violently. Soon, rumors spread, and countless people began to question Roman's true intentions. Why would he freely reveal something so groundbreaking? At a local tavern, a man shrugged, saying that it didn't matter what Roman's motive was. What truly mattered was that the balance of power was now tilting toward the Dmitri. Anyone who didn't want to fall behind would have no choice but to go there. From that day forward, the once remote Dmitri ceased to be a mere backwater land and instead became the sacred ground of swordsmen. The continent's two dominant powers, once stable and unshakable, began to fracture for the first time in history, forming a fierce three-way struggle. The scene then shifted to a city's back alley, where a man wearing a cloak and holding a communicator, Scott, a spy from the Kronos Empire, speaking through the device, informed that he was stealing Dmitri's martial arts information, and he then wondered whether it was still wise to continue the mission of stealing Dmitri's martial arts under the current circumstances. Roman Dmitri existed beyond all common sense. Scott thought to himself that not only did Roman ignore spies, but he even revealed the very knowledge they tried to steal. For now, Scott decided to remain within the Dmitri and quietly observe the unfolding situation. If Dmitri truly is a country that possesses the power to bring down the Kronos Empire, and if they became convinced of that fact, they might soon have to consider ways to evacuate their families to safety. Chris had congratulated the new soldiers on becoming Lord Roman Dmitri's personal guard. From that moment onward, he explained that they were required to follow a few formal steps to officially register their enlistment as regular members of Dmitri's personal troops. Scott glanced at the paper and saw his number being called. It was his turn now, number 98. One by one, the names were announced, and when Scott's turn came, he stepped into the tent. Inside, the clerk gestured for him to sit and began checking his details aloud. He confirmed that Scott was 38 years old, registered from the Kingdom of Umberto, to which Scott nodded in agreement. The clerk then explained that Lord Roman Dmitri's personal guard was a very special position within the forces. Each soldier would receive a monthly wage of 30 silver coins, along with extra wartime allowances for dangerous missions. He proceeded to ask about Scott's family, confirming that he had one. Scott answered that he indeed did, and, when questioned further, revealed that his wife and son lived in the Kronos Empire. The clerk remarked that the information matched their records, causing Scott to stiffen as the color drained from his face. The clerk calmly added that the inquiry was simply a formality, but Scott had already begun praying internally, hoping to get through the process safely. To ease his worry, the clerk reassured him that if he were to die during a mission, compensation would be provided to his family, and he would be honored as a war hero. Stunned, Scott hesitated before voicing his concern, asking if having family in the Kronos Empire would be a problem. The clerk smiled and told him it was not an issue at all. As Scott left the tent, he silently thought that as long as he did not cause any trouble, no one here would care about his past. The scene then shifted to the Dmitri workshop, where Master Blacksmith Hendrik observed Scott closely. He noted that Scott, having once been a mercenary, appeared to be in good shape, but pointed out small imperfections. His legs were slightly uneven, and his fingers shorter than average, which might make gripping heavy weapons somewhat awkward. Scott was shocked that Hendrik noticed such minor details, realizing the precision with which Dmitri's forces operated. Hendrik explained that since Scott was now one of young Master Roman's private soldiers, his gear had to be custom-made. Surprised, Scott thought about how much such craftsmanship must cost and realized the level of care shown to those in Roman service. Hendrik emphasized that in Dmitri, every private soldier under Roman was exceptional, and because the young master personally led battles from the front lines, it was the duty of his direct forces to support him, and for that, preparation was crucial to survival. Therefore, these small aids they provide can increase the chances of survival. Scott left confused and wondered if they were showing this sincerity just because he was a part of Roman's direct process. Hendrik then promised to forge the best weapons suited for Scott. Training for the newly enlisted private soldiers began soon after. Chris warned them that carrying 40 kilograms of gear was no excuse to move slowly. He explained that stamina was directly linked to survival. It was better to fall after giving everything than to survive without effort. He assured them that Dmitri would take full responsibility for his men and pull them forward. Scott assumed this was standard military training, but was surprised to see Roman himself participating at the front alongside the soldiers, and wondered why he was there. Hunt, another of Roman's private guards, approached Scott and pointed out that while most commanders shouted orders from the rear, Lord Roman was different. He always led from the front, and those unable to keep up with his pace did not deserve to follow him into battle. Scott wondered if Roman was deliberately slowing down for their sake, and Hunt encouraged him to give his all, reminding him that this was just the beginning. Their intense training continued until the afternoon. Exhausted and breathless, Scott began to think the regimen might be too dangerous. As they marched back, one of the guards suddenly collapsed. Horrified, Scott watched as one of Roman's private soldiers immediately lifted the fallen man onto his back while ordering Hunt to carry the man's pack. Witnessing such strength and discipline, Scott wondered if all of Roman's men were monsters. On the 10th day, Chris gathered everyone and announced that all recruits had successfully endured the training without a single dropout. The next phase would now begin, inner energy cultivation. He explained the concept of the energy core and outlined the training process. Scott thought to himself that they were finally about to uncover the secret behind Dmitri's renowned strength. Chris kept the explanation brief and introduced their martial training technique, the Sura technique. Excitement filled the air as every private soldier, including Scott, eagerly sat cross-legged, focusing on sensing what was called resonance. Time passed, yet Scott still felt no trace of mana, and despair began to creep in. Convinced he lacked the talent, he thought of his years as a mercenary and how all his attempts to become an Aura swordsman had failed despite countless efforts. Hours passed. Then, after 3 long hours, a faint stir ran through him. A wave of disbelief and excitement surged as he began to sense the flow of mana, sometimes warm, sometimes cool, gently brushing against his skin. If someone like him could feel mana within mere hours, then Roman truly deserved his reputation as the creator of Aura. Scott briefly considered the idea of taking this cultivation method to the Kronos Empire, which could secure rewards and his family's safety, though he questioned if that would truly be enough. Chris instructed everyone to continue practicing the Sura technique. He added that if any soldier showed rapid progress or remarkable ability, they would be taught a new martial art tailored to their potential. One of the soldiers raised an eyebrow, surprised since the Sura technique was already extraordinary. Chris firmly stated that such a question was misguided. In Dmitri, the Sura technique was considered merely a basic-level martial art, reserved for beginners. Scott found himself torn between 2 choices, uncertain whether to report what he had learned or to remain silent. With the transmitter strapped to his wrist, he wrestled internally with his duty, wondering if he should fulfill his mission as a spy or continue serving as one of Dmitri's private soldiers. Memories of his training surfaced as he recalled how countless Aura swordsmen had once told him they lacked talent. Yet through Dmitri's method, they had managed to feel Aura in less than a single day. He realized that soon, Dmitri would produce thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of Aura swordsmen. It was only a matter of time before they surpassed the Kronos Empire entirely. Scott reflected bitterly that Kronos would discard him the moment he made a mistake, but if he remained loyal to Dmitri, they would never abandon him or his family. His thoughts settled firmly on his decision. He wanted to stay among people like them. He contacted a man named Pike and secretly asked him to help his family escape from Kronos and flee to Dmitri. Scott resolved to risk his life for the future he had seen with his own eyes and encouraged Pike to come as well once his task was done, so that they could start anew together. Suddenly, a voice called his name, startling him. It was Chris, who congratulated him on officially becoming a member of Dmitri. Scott realized that Chris had overheard his conversation. Watching him quietly, Chris thought that from this day onward, everything would change. The spies who had learned the Sura technique would now stand at a crossroads and choose their own fates. A knock on Chris's office door interrupted his thoughts. When he permitted entry, Fred, the former captain of the Memphis Night Order, entered the room. Chris inquired about the reason for his visit, and Fred humbly asked if it was still possible for him to serve Dmitri. Fred's past was complicated. Once, he had been a loyal officer of the Kronos Empire, sworn to serve Marquis Memphis under Imperial command. By the same orders, he had been dispatched to infiltrate Dmitri's private army. Now, Fred confessed that during his time in Dmitri, he had witnessed its true strength firsthand. Seeing how sincerely Dmitri treated his people had stirred something within him, and he no longer wished to live for Kronos. He admitted that this decision might cost him his life, but he would have no regrets. His voice trembled as he revealed that the people accompanying him were not his real family. His real family was still captives in Kronos. If his betrayal were exposed, they would be tortured to death in horrific ways. Begging for mercy, he implored Chris either to take both him and his family under Dmitri's protection or send him back to Kronos, promising that even if he returned, he would never reveal Dmitri's secrets. Chris, maintaining his calm composure, told Fred that if he truly wished to become one of Dmitri's people, he must answer the next questions with complete honesty. Chris asked if it was true that the Emperor of Kronos used mental restraints to control his subjects. Fred appeared confused, and Chris pressed further, asking whether he had ever experienced any memory loss or sensed something foreign within his mind. Fred suddenly remembered a conversation with his wife, who had once asked him if he had been forgetful lately. He had brushed it off at the time, assuming it was due to fatigue. Returning to the present, realization dawned on him, and he admitted that he indeed had experienced such symptoms. Chris immediately told him to follow and led him down a set of stairs to a glowing door. When they entered, Fred's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Chris explained that this place was the house sect Dmitri's intelligence organization. The vast chamber was filled with operatives working meticulously. Concerned, Fred asked if it was safe to bring someone like him there, someone who might still be under mental restraint. Chris reassured him that the place was secure and not easily compromised. He continued that before anything else, they would first address the most pressing matter. If Fred swore loyalty to Dmitri, the house sect would immediately move to rescue his family. Key individuals had already been bribed, and the family's exact location had been identified. Everything was prepared to respond perfectly once Fred made his decision. Chris further explained that those under mental restraint would undergo a month of anti-magic training to sever all connections to the Emperor's control. Fred, still shaken, asked why Dmitri would take such a risk for him. Chris answered with firm conviction that his loyalty would be worth the danger. Once allegiance was sworn, Dmitri would never abandon him. Overwhelmed by emotion, Fred dropped to his knees and pledged his life, declaring that from that moment onward, he would dedicate everything to Dmitri. The scene then shifted to Ares, who was training with his sword, practicing the Sura Symbiote technique. After a while, he stopped and stared at his blade, realizing that the answer he had sought all along lay within Dmitri. He reflected that this technique was a perfect system that solved the long-standing problem of mana control, defining countless channels for storing energy within the core. He marveled at how such a flawless theory could even exist. Many doubted Roman's intentions for revealing the concept of the energy core publicly, but for Dmitri, which already used the technique as its foundation, it posed no risk at all. With admiration, he thought of Roman Dmitri, wondering what kind of being could possess such brilliance. A faint smile appeared as he decided that as long as there was more to learn, he would remain with Dmitri. Meanwhile, in the Kronos Empire, Marquis Memphis knelt before the king and reported that none of the spies sent to Dmitri had responded, suggesting they had all defected. Enraged, the king called them worthless traitors who had chosen Dmitri over their empire and immediately ordered that all agents assigned to Dmitri be terminated. The king reflected quietly to himself that the chains linking the fragments had been severed. Whatever the cause, even he had not foreseen this outcome. Within a year, the Millennium Grand Plan would be complete. As the power of the world tree weakened, the energy of darkness would continue to grow stronger. He muttered inwardly that Roman Dmitri could rage all he wanted, but no matter how fiercely he resisted, the future would remain unchanged. Around that time, 3 distinguished guests arrived in Dmitri. The first was Hoffman, the president of the Golden Bank. Sitting calmly across from Roman Dmitri while sipping tea, Hoffman commented that even Valhalla had chosen to avoid conflict with Kronos. Yet Dmitri had gone so far as to refuse even war reparations, which he found astonishing. He remarked that Dmitri's actions were remarkable and predicted that the territory might soon rise as a new continental power. He suggested that with the Golden Bank's backing, Dmitri's growth would proceed much more smoothly. With a stern and confident demeanor, Hoffman proposed that Dmitri make the Golden Bank its patron and cooperate with them. In exchange, he asked only one thing, that the Golden Bank not be excluded from Dmitri's future dealings. In return for that single condition, he offered a staggering loan of 1 million gold coins, interest-free, a fortune beyond the reach of many small nations. Roman regarded him silently for a few seconds before calmly questioning whether the Golden Bank truly intended to walk a tightrope between Kronos and Dmitri. He reminded Hoffman that the Golden Bank had eagerly supported Kronos during the Redford incident, a plan that Hoffman himself had likely orchestrated. Yet now, that same man stood before him asking for cooperation. Feigning disappointment, Hoffman waved off the past and insisted that dwelling on old scandals was pointless. What mattered, he said, was the future and what they could achieve together. It was, as he put it, the mark of a true banker to look forward. He urged Roman to think ahead, emphasizing that with the Golden Bank as a partner, securing 1 million gold was as simple as promising inclusion in Dmitri's coming prosperity. Roman's expression, however, remained cold and unyielding. He refused the offer outright. Hoffman froze, unable to believe his ears. Enraged, he stood and reminded Roman that the Golden Bank was a neutral force, a kingmaker that could create or destroy nations. With a simple agreement, Dmitri could gain unimaginable benefits. Why throw that away? Roman replied with chilling indifference that a relationship with the Golden Bank was unnecessary. Their kind was never to his taste. Hoffman's anger flared, and as he turned to leave, he warned that the Golden Bank never forgot a grudge and would remember this insult. But before he could take another step, Roman's overwhelming aura filled the room, and he told him to stop. He informed Hoffman that he seemed mistaken if he believed he could display hostility toward him and still walk away alive. Sweat beaded down Hoffman's temples as he stammered, asking if Roman truly intended to kill him. He declared that as the president of the Golden Bank, his death would not go unanswered. Roman's gaze remained cold as he responded that such threats meant nothing to him, and if Hoffman truly understood his reputation across the continent, he would know that already. The trembling banker finally recalled Roman's infamous title, the Devil of the Battlefield. Realizing the danger he was in, Hoffman pleaded for forgiveness, admitting he had misspoken. Roman then took the contract from Hoffman's hand, burned it effortlessly with his power, and stated that it was now his turn to make a proposal. The price of Hoffman's life, he declared, would be 1 million gold. That was the only deal that could exist between them. Fearful and defeated, Hoffman accepted. A few hours later, the second guest arrived, Edwin Hector. He asked Roman to discuss the concept of the upper energy core. Edwin began explaining his understanding. The brain was described as the upper energy core, the heart as the middle energy core, where a mage forms a circle, and the region below the navel as the lower energy core, a vessel for mana. He speculated that if the lower core optimized how aura swordsmen accumulated and used mana, then the upper energy core must serve a greater, unknown purpose. Unlocking that mystery, he believed, could ignite a revolution in magic itself. The protagonist observed Edwin, noting how openly the man stated his intentions. His straightforwardness was refreshing and somewhat admirable. Still, Roman replied that while Dmitri and Hector stood as allies within the Kingdom Alliance, that alone did not justify revealing the secrets of the upper energy core. Edwin acknowledged that his request was bold and that sharing such knowledge without compensation would be an unequal exchange. As payment, he offered tangible results, research outcomes that would merge the upper energy core with modern magical theory. He explained that together with the Heavenly Palace's magic tower, he intended to investigate and decode the secret. The Kingdom Alliance, he argued, needed the power to counter Kronos, whose mages were unmatched. Hector would be that force. Roman questioned whether Edwin believed Dmitri's own Phoenix Mage Tower was incapable of solving the mystery. Edwin quickly clarified that he did not doubt their ability and, in fact, would gladly welcome their participation. His goal was not to monopolize knowledge, but to create results beneficial to all. Impressed by his sincerity, Roman told him to follow and switch location as he had something to show him. He led Edwin to meet Felix, master of the Phoenix Mage Tower. Felix greeted Roman respectfully and then noticed Edwin's presence, expressing admiration for his recent advancement to the fifth circle after his enlightenment at the Heavenly Palace. Edwin replied modestly to the compliment. Roman instructed Felix to summon Nox and prepare the magical arena for demonstration. They stepped into a vast, warded training area where two reinforced targets stood. Edwin wondered why they had come to such a place, but Roman urged him to use his most powerful magic without reservation, assuring him that the layered defensive wards would hold. Edwin, curious but determined, decided to prove his skill. Concentrating, he summoned an enormous sphere of thunder mana and unleashed a fifth circle thunder cannon, obliterating the target in an explosion of light and force. Exhausted but satisfied, Edwin judged the power to be sufficient. Roman then turned to Nox and gave the order for his turn. Nox calmly extended his hand, forming two fire spheres almost instantly. Edwin's eyes widened in disbelief. Casting multiple high-level spells simultaneously at that speed was considered impossible, especially without using memorization techniques. Yet Nox completed the incantation and released 2 fifth circle fire cannons that vaporized the target in a single devastating blast. As the flames subsided, Roman looked toward Edwin and stated calmly that Dmitri had already integrated the theory of the upper energy core into practical magic. It was explained that the upper energy core truly was the key to a magical revolution. When mana passed through the middle core and detonated through the upper core, the resulting spell achieved exponentially greater destructive power. The processing speed also became so fast that it seemed as though the casting step itself had been skipped. By utilizing the upper core, spell casting became 2 to 3 times faster, and even within the same magic circle, the difference in performance was staggering. Stunned by Nox's power, Edwin realized this was the outcome of merging the upper energy core with magic. If this secret became public, mages across the continent would swarm to Dmitri in their hunger for knowledge. Roman calmly told him that, as demonstrated, they had no reason to share the secret with Hector. Disappointed, Edwin knew he had no argument left. Then Roman offered one condition. If the kingdom of Hector swore an oath of fealty under a master-vassal bond, Dmitri would not only share knowledge of the upper energy core, but also take responsibility for Hector's future. Edwin was taken aback by the proposal. Roman reflected that Edwin Hector had always been a fascinating man, bold in judgment, decisive in battle, and a skilled war mage who fought on the front lines. A commander who led by example was a rare treasure on any battlefield. Thinking of his past life, Roman understood that believing one man could control everything was arrogance. True wisdom lay in embracing those who could fill the gaps one lacked. As Edwin contemplated the offer, memories surfaced of the endless burdens he had carried to protect his fragile kingdom. From childhood to the day he earned the title of Hector's Star, he had endured hardships for the sake of his people. In his heart, he wished only for peace for Hector, a wish that had defined his existence. Finally, he declared that if Roman Dmitri promised to secure Hector's future, he would gladly dedicate his life to him, kneeling in solemn pledge. That day, Dmitri did not merely gain the kingdom of Hector, it gained Edwin Hector himself. As dusk fell, the third guest arrived unannounced. It was Marquis Valentino, who entered with his usual dramatic flair, scolding Dmitri for being excessive. He complained that he had tried to remain patient despite waiting for the new sword Roman had promised to forge. The two shared a meal, and Valentino lamented that the stress of waiting had even cost him sleep. Roman found his antics both amusing and exasperating. While having dinner, he calmly explained that he planned to craft the sword once current matters were settled, and there were some parts he wanted to test personally, so he asked for 1 more month. Delighted, Valentino agreed enthusiastically, overjoyed by the promise. Later, in Roman's office, his butler, Hans, reported that the Golden Bank had sent the 1 million gold. Roman acknowledged that they had not kept their word, reasoning that if the bank broke an oath sealed under their authority, their credibility would crumble. With matters now in order, he decided it was time to move forward. In the meantime, Chris continued to train the soldiers, infusing each session with energy and determination as they honed their skills for the challenges ahead. The protagonist informs Hans that he didn't plan to leave the workshop for about a month, and instructed Hans to handle all affairs for the next month, while he focused entirely on his forge. In his workshop, our boy removed his shirt, revealing his hardened physique. Forging swords had long been his identity, a skill honed through countless trials, even to the brink of death. It symbolized the pinnacle of his mastery and the very essence of his life's pursuit. As flames surrounded him, he contemplated the power he had gained in this lifetime and wondered what kind of weapon he could create if he forged a sword using the flames of a fire demon. Meanwhile, Hoffman burned with fury that Roman Dmitri had dared to threaten him. Determined to exact revenge, he vowed to show what it meant to challenge the Devil of Gold. When his subordinate confirmed that the requested information had been gathered, Hoffman listened intently. The subordinate reported that Dmitri was trading large quantities of iron with 4 major groups: Valentino from the Kingdom of Cairo, Zenit from the Kronos Empire, Muriel from Valhalla, and Vincent from the Kingdom Union. Together, they controlled nearly 70% of Dmitri's iron distribution. Zenit of Kronos had already severed ties after the war. With a dark grin, Hoffman decided to turn Dmitri's allies against him one by one, starting with betrayal from his closest partner. He ordered his subordinate to prepare a warp gate to Cairo, declaring that this revenge would not begin with Kronos or Valhalla. It would begin with the collapse of trust. At the Valentino mansion in Cairo, Hoffman was warmly received. He greeted Marquis Valentino and noticed another man nearby, Count Fabius. Valentino introduced him, explaining they were in discussion and offered to have him leave if Hoffman was uncomfortable. Hoffman declined politely. He then revealed the purpose of his visit, explaining that he had suffered a serious conflict with Roman Dmitri. He admitted that business disputes were common, but claimed Roman had gone so far as to threaten his life. With a grave tone, he declared that the relationship between the Golden Bank and Dmitri was over and that he would stop at nothing for revenge. Out of respect for their relationship, he had come to Valentino first, urging him to sever ties with Dmitri. Valentino was taken aback by the demand. Hoffman's aura darkened as he offered a tempting bargain. If Valentino agreed, the Golden Bank would waive all interest on his debts for the next 10 years. But if he refused, the bank would collect every loan immediately. Valentino, angered but resolute, apologized and firmly refused to betray Dmitri, vowing instead to repay the debt as soon as possible. Hoffman angrily warned that refusal would mean the destruction of both Dmitri and Valentino. Outraged, Valentino ordered him to leave at once, declaring that if Lord Dmitri refused to sell him swords because of this, Hoffman would bear the blame. As Valentino's men moved to escort the guests out, Count Fabius calmly sipped his tea, quietly observing the growing storm that was about to unfold. Hoffman was thrown out of Marquis Valentino's house, the heavy door slamming shut behind him. As he walked away, anger simmered in his chest as he wondered how they dared to treat him in such a humiliating way. He questioned whether it had been a mistake to target Marquis Valentino first. Considering the events of the Cairo Rebellion and the Kronos War, their bond with Roman Dmitri must have deepened significantly. He thought bitterly that Marquis Valentino had grown too sentimental to entrust his family's future to such foolish emotions. Shaking his head in disgust, he dismissed the matter. It no longer mattered. Their next destination was the Golden Bank headquarters, and there was no chance of failure there. With firm and determined steps, Hoffman strode toward the carriage, declaring that they would return to the Valhalla Empire. The scene shifted to the Valhalla Empire at the Muriel Grand Estate. As Hoffman arrived, he greeted the familiar surroundings with a sense of pride, only for his expression to change in shock upon seeing Count Fabius. His tone hardened as he demanded to know why that man was there. Count Muriel calmly explained that Fabius had a prior appointment and politely offered to guide Hoffman to another reception room. Hoffman's jaw tightened as he followed, his gaze cold and unyielding. A short while later, in a reception room, Hoffman inquired about Count Muriel's father. The Count replied that his father was healthy enough to return to active duty, finding retirement dull, and spending his days tending the garden. Muriel then expressed his father's gratitude for the gift Hoffman had sent and curiously asked where he had found such rare herbs. Hoffman leaned back confidently, boasting that there was nothing in the world money could not accomplish. He said he had made a special effort for someone important. His demeanor shifted as he grew serious and revealed the true reason for his visit, the matter concerning Roman Dmitri. Hearing this, Count Muriel began to sweat nervously, understanding the gravity of the situation. Hoffman continued, explaining that Dmitri had completely lost his mind, becoming arrogant after defeating Kronos. He recounted how Roman Dmitri had even threatened his life during a business meeting. For that reason, Hoffman stated, the Golden Bank had decided to isolate Dmitri financially. He mentioned that Muriel was currently trading in Dmitri steel and urged him to cease all dealings with them. In exchange, the Golden Bank would supply steel at a lower price and waive the interest on Muriel's loans. Count Muriel took a deep breath before replying that he could not accept the request. Hoffman's eyes widened in disbelief. Muriel explained that while he wished he could side with Hoffman, they were merchants above all else. Dmitri's steel was irreplaceable, the highest quality on the continent, and Valhalla's warriors would not use anything else. Without Dmitri's steel, they could not monopolize the market. He went on, stating that the more important reason was that the Dmitri family had led a swordsmanship revolution and shared their knowledge generously. The Muriel family's strength relied on the might of its warriors, and opposing Dmitri's influence would bring nothing but ruin. Bowing his head respectfully, Muriel pleaded for Hoffman to understand the Muriel family's position for the sake of their ancestral ties. Hoffman let out a heavy sigh, realizing why Roman Dmitri had been so confident. Now, only one person remained, Vincent, the great financier of the Kingdom Alliance. Hoffman described him as a man similar to himself, one who valued profit over loyalty. With renewed determination, he vowed that not everything would go Dmitri's way. He reflected that the first meeting was a coincidence, the second was fate, and the third was inevitability. Yet his steps halted abruptly when he saw Count Fabius again. Shocked, he demanded to know why that man was there once more. Fabius simply grinned, remarking that they met again. Count Vincent soon joined them, explaining that since both Hoffman and Fabius had appointments at the same time, he had arranged a three-way meeting. Since all seemed to have come for the same purpose, he suggested they proceed together. Regaining composure, Hoffman straightened his posture and commended Vincent for his awareness of the situation. He stated firmly that the relationship between Dmitri and the Golden Bank was over, with no intent to restore it. He then turned to Vincent and urged him to stop trading with Dmitri. In return, the Golden Bank would accept the Vincent family into the prestigious Golden Line. Hoffman explained that the Golden Bank was a powerful lending institution where Golden Line members could borrow money solely on their name, a rare and prestigious opportunity. The bank would purchase Vincent goods at low prices and introduce him to other Golden Line companies. Vincent's eyes gleamed with intrigue as he considered the offer, thinking it was an opportunity to strike two birds with one stone, perhaps even more. He admitted it was a good offer, but hesitated, explaining that his family's base lay in the Kingdom Alliance, where political issues could not be ignored. Hoffman pressed further, asking how long Vincent intended to remain confined within the small realm of the Kingdom of Sank. He offered to establish a base for him in either Kronos or Valhalla. Vincent turned to Count Fabius for his opinion. After a thoughtful pause, Fabius replied that it seemed like an excellent deal. Both Hoffman and Vincent exchanged uncertain glances. Vincent felt something was off and cautiously asked if Fabius meant that joining hands with the Golden Bank would be acceptable. Fabius clarified that Dmitri had no intention of offering special favors to the Vincent family, nor could he match the Golden Bank's terms. Vincent acknowledged this, but stopped mid-thought as Fabius' tone sharpened with intensity. Fabius questioned whether all members of the Golden Line were truly equal. Vincent, puzzled, asked what he meant. Fabius's voice dropped into a more serious tone as he urged him to face reality. He asked if Vincent truly believed the Golden Bank would stand by him as an ally until the end. He pointed out that the bank had a nature of devouring what was sweet and discarding what had turned bitter. Hoffman burned with rage as he slammed his fist onto the table, knocking over a wine goblet in fury. His anger echoed through the room. Count Fabius remained composed, stating calmly that the Golden Bank's power rested on credit, while Dmitri's strength lay in loyalty and honor. He assured that Dmitri never betrayed relationships once formed, and that was the only promise he could offer to the Vincent family. Hoffman pointed an accusing finger at Vincent, warning him not to be swayed by empty words. He reminded him of how precious the opportunity to join the Golden Line truly was. Count Vincent closed his eyes, weighing the two offers in silence. The Golden Bank offered power and risk, while Dmitri offered trust and loyalty. After careful thought, he rose from his seat and bowed respectfully, declaring that he would stand with Dmitri and accept Count Fabius's offer. He reasoned that true merchants never acted recklessly and that this decision was one made with clarity, not impulse. Hoffman's expression twisted in fury as he shouted at Vincent for rejecting his offer. He cursed him and promised that both he and Dmitri would be dragged into ruin by his own hand. Fabius's eyes glinted dangerously as he warned him to lower his tone unless he wished to die. Hoffman burned with fury, recalling how just a few years ago, the very man standing before him had once flattered and sought his favor. The thought filled him with indignation. How dare Fabius speak to him in such a way now? He rose abruptly from his chair, his anger palpable, accusing Fabius of having lost his mind. Fabius, however, remained composed as he stood as well, replying that it was Hoffman who failed to grasp the situation. He reminded him that Dmitri had never bowed, not even before the might of the Kronos Empire. His tone grew darker, laced with menace, as he declared that no amount of gold could solve every problem in the world. Dmitri understood the limits of such power with dignity, but if Hoffman continued to oppose them, they would be left with no choice but to make a decision. He questioned what gave Hoffman the confidence to behave so arrogantly. If Dmitri decided upon assassination, would Hoffman's precious gold truly be enough to save him? The word struck Hoffman like a blade. The thought of Dmitri issuing an assassination order had never crossed his mind, and for the first time, a flicker of fear stirred within him. Fabius, maintaining his cold authority, warned that if Hoffman did not wish to start a war with Dmitri, he should lower his gaze and step back. Seething but shaken, Hoffman turned sharply and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The echo of his departure faded, leaving Fabius and Viscount Vincent alone in the room. Fabius exhaled calmly, remarking that now that the nuisance was gone, the real players could have a proper conversation. His radiant expression unsettled Vincent, who looked at him in surprise, asking what he meant. Fabius explained that breaking ties with the Golden Bank would inevitably affect the Vincent family, but they would be properly compensated. Releasing his powerful aura, he assured Vincent that Dmitri was not a cold-hearted nation. Moved by the strength and sincerity in Fabius's presence, Vincent thanked him for his mercy and understanding. Meanwhile, Hoffman enters his chamber, trembling with rage. He muttered that even Kronos, the mightiest power on the continent, had acknowledged his authority, and yet Dmitri had dared to humiliate him in such a manner. His fury erupted as he slammed his hands on the table, roaring in frustration. Standing before the portrait of his ancestor, he recalled the teachings passed down through generations, that when faced with a reality beyond the power of money, one must seek the hidden secret of the Golden Bank. It was a lesson preserved by his forefathers, and the time had come for him to invoke it. Muttering that he never imagined such a situation would arise during his lifetime, Hoffman took a dagger and, with grim resolve, severed his own hand. Blood dripped as he pressed the dismembered hand onto a concealed button beneath his ancestor's portrait. The massive button began to glow with an otherworldly light. Legend spoke of the mysterious origin of the Golden Bank, a secret that even the continent's greatest minds could not uncover. No one knew where the bank had truly come from, or how it had amassed such staggering wealth. As the mechanism was activated, the wall behind the portrait shifted, revealing a hidden doorway. What lay beyond was both magnificent and terrifying. Piles of gold bars lined the chamber, gleaming with divine brilliance, and at the center stood a sculpted bust wearing a golden crown. The air trembled as the bust began to glow, emanating waves of sound and energy that filled the room. Overwhelmed, Hoffman fell to his knees and addressed the figure as Lord Alexander, declaring his reverence and devotion. At last, Hoffman had come face to face with the true essence and origin of the Golden Bank's existence. A month later, in another place, Marquis Valentino inquired whether Lord Dmitri had emerged from the workshop. Hans replied that he would inform him immediately once it happened. Marquis Valentino firmly instructed that he be contacted first without fail and departed, leaving Hans watching him thoughtfully. Time passed, and once again, Marquis Valentino asked the same question, yet Lord Dmitri still had not come out. More days went by, and impatience grew. Marquis Valentino finally decided that he could wait no longer. He told Hans that he would wait in front of the workshop instead of the guest room, and ordered him to show the way. Hans politely declined and apologized, explaining that it was not permitted. Despite the refusal, Hans began to worry. Dmitri had been inside for an unusually long time. Could something have happened? Later, Hans stood before the workshop alongside Lord Felix and requested that he use magic to check inside. Felix nodded in understanding and activated a resonance sensing spell. As the magic took form, his eyes widened in disbelief. What he witnessed left him speechless. Inside the workshop, Roman Dmitri was engulfed in flames, forging a sword surrounded by infernal fire. The heat radiated with divine energy as he concentrated with unwavering focus. The power of the flame demon, obtained beneath the endless mountains, was bound to him, yet still resisted full control. Roman's voice was resolute as he called upon the infernal force, commanding it to submit to his will. He employed the flame fire divine art, Yoma Shingong, a technique that pushed the limits of human capability. In a flashback, the dwarven smith had once warned him that the flame demon was a force no being could truly control. When the gods had bestowed fire upon the world, it granted warmth and life, yet it also brought destruction capable of burning all creation. The smith had urged him not to try to dominate it, but to accept it as it was, for that was the true nature of the flame demon. Roman pondered those words, questioning whether accepting the uncontrollable was truly the natural order. But in the present, His determination flared like the fire around him. He refused to submit. He had attained everything he desired through his own strength, and now this power, too, would become his. The fire surged, wrapping around his entire being like a living inferno. Outside, one of Marquis Valentino's subordinates expressed concern, noting that it had already been 15 days. He suggested returning to Cairo, reminding him that he had neglected his family's affairs for far too long. But Marquis Valentino refused. His expression twisted as he noted that he had waited too long for this moment and could not miss the sacred completion of the legendary sword. His subordinate sighed in defeat, but before he could reply, the door opened, and a voice announced that Lord Roman had finally emerged from the workshop. Marquis Valentino's expression lit up with excitement as he rose to his feet, declaring that they would go to Dmitri Castle at once. Inside the castle, Roman stood silently, gazing at the sword he had forged. The flames had subsided, leaving only the gleam of perfection in the blade. As he held it up, a calm, confident thought crossed his mind. This sword was perfect, and with it he could finally attempt what he had long envisioned. The swords created by Roman Dmitri reached new levels of perfection with each successive work. The difference between them was not merely in technical skill, but in an entirely different realm of mastery. Marquis Valentino, filled with excitement, hurried toward Roman, unable to imagine how extraordinary the next creation would be. Upon arriving, he met Hans, who informed him that young Master Roman had gone straight to the training grounds after leaving the forge. Marquis Valentino sank to his knees in disappointment. At the training grounds, our main character carefully examined his newly forged sword. Even in his previous life, he had never crafted a weapon of such caliber. He recognized that this level of perfection was possible only through the flames of the fire demon. As he gazed at the sword, new martial techniques, ones perfectly suited for the sacred inferno arts, began to form clearly in his mind. He entered meditation, and when his eyes opened, flames flickered within them, while fiery energy radiated from his sword. Roman embraced the burning heat, his movements fluid and precise as he charged his strike. With a single motion, he unleashed the first technique, which was Flame Slash, sending searing waves of fire across the ground. The blazing energy spread outward, engulfing the training area. Without hesitation, he advanced to the second technique, Flame Wave, condensing the power of fire into a single, concentrated point before striking forward. A jet of flame shot from the sword's edge, piercing through the air. He then transitioned to the third technique, Fiery Explosion, driving his sword into the ground to release the ultimate intensity of flame. The earth trembled and cracked beneath him, erupting in a torrent of molten fire. Finally, he invoked the fourth and final technique, Fire Demon, creating an explosion brighter than the sun itself. The ground was left scorched and hollowed into a vast crater. The protagonist observed the aftermath with calm authority. This sword technique, he realized, mirrored the very essence of the flame demon. Born in the barren lands of Dmitri, this martial art perfectly embodied a blacksmith lineage that had lived alongside fire for generations. He named it the Fire Demon's Flame, a martial art worthy of the heavenly demon, one who could create existence from nothing. Later, Marquis Valentino, overjoyed, asked if the sword had been completed. Roman confirmed it and expressed his satisfaction with the result. Delighted, Marquis Valentino praised him, confident in his abilities. Roman promised that, as agreed, the Marquis would have the opportunity to see the sword before the auction. Hans brought the sword forth, and Roman stated that if Marquis Valentino could offer an acceptable price, the weapon could become his. Hans carefully set the sword on the table. Roman revealed that he intended to submit only this one sword for the auction. Marquis Valentino looked at the gleaming blade in awe, thinking how magnificent it was. He politely asked to use a measurement device, and with Roman's permission, placed it over the sword. The device glowed intensely, indicating that the mana resonance easily surpassed level 10, even higher than Blaze. Marquis Valentino broke into a nervous sweat as he tried to calculate its value. Blaze had sold for 1,200 gold, so he estimated this one might reach at least 2,400 gold, but quickly realized even that would not suffice. Curious, he asked Roman for the sword's name. Roman calmly replied that it was called Third No Name. Marquis Valentino was astonished. A sword not inferior to Blaze, yet it bore such a humble name. Roman explained that among the 4 swords he had forged, the third no-name was merely an experimental piece created in preparation for the final sword. The name symbolized the meaning of the process itself, making it special in its own way. The Marquis was left speechless upon learning there were 4 swords in total. He asked if that meant the third no-name was the least refined among them. Roman confirmed this, but clarified that while it had the lowest level of completion, it was far from a low-grade weapon. The no-name series, in fact, surpassed Blaze in both craftsmanship and performance. Stunned, Marquis Valentino requested to see the 4th and final sword. Roman silently observed him before granting permission. The Marquis held the final sword in trembling hands, his expression overcome with awe. The weapon radiated divine brilliance. He finally understood why Roman had called the no-name series experimental. The process of creating such a masterpiece was itself a work of art. He concluded that collectors would fiercely compete to possess a no-name sword, even at exorbitant prices, for its symbolic value alone represented the pursuit of perfection. To him, the third no-name was worth a fortune. Roman then revealed that the name of the final sword was Disaster. After leaving, Marquis Valentino thought deeply about it. Disaster, he realized, was a masterpiece beyond mortal reach. He might never possess it, but he was determined to obtain the third no-name no matter the cost. However, one thought troubled him. Why had the sword Darkness not been submitted for auction? The scene then shifted to Roman presenting the sword Darkness to his brother, Rodwell Dmitri. Rodwell was surprised and questioned why Roman was giving it to him. Roman explained that he believed Rodwell was the only one capable of taking his place in his absence. He wanted his brother to carry the symbol of darkness forward, leaving Rodwell confused by what he meant by his absence. Standing at the edge of a cliff, Roman told him that Rodwell Dmitri stood on a precarious brink. If they retreated even a single step against Kronos, they would face a miserable downfall. Even if he were gone, Roman wanted Rodwell's presence alone to bring comfort to their people. He urged him to become a true pillar of strength that others could rely on. Rodwell, overwhelmed, said it was impossible to replace him completely. Flames rose on Roman's palm as he extended his hand toward his brother. He explained that he would pass the flame of the fire demon to him, for the Sacred Inferno art allowed one of the same bloodline to share its heat. Rodwell's mouth fell open in awe as the protagonist stated that the seed of this flame, if nurtured well, would make Rodwell stronger than ever before. The choice, he said, was his. Rodwell accepted without hesitation, declaring that if it would make him stronger, he would embrace it fully. Roman then began to teach him the martial art he called the blazing flame sword art. Roman stood behind his brother, his palms resting firm between Rodwell's shoulders as he poured mana into him without pause. The moment the energy entered, flames burst to life, twisting and coiling around Rodwell Dmitri's body like living serpents. His muscles locked, his breath hitched, and sweat poured down his face as the heat tore through his veins. Every nerve screamed, yet not a single cry escaped his lips. The fire raged inside him, spiraling through his core as if trying to burn him from the inside out. Roman's gaze hardened. Even this was only a fraction of the power, yet the fire demon's flames were already beyond what a human body should endure. If he had not tempered it through the Sacred Inferno art, Rodwell would have been reduced to ashes before he could even draw a breath. At last, Rodwell exhaled deeply. The storm of pain receded, leaving behind a single glowing ember resting in his dantian. From that tiny spark, something new was born. Swordsmanship carrying the blazing authority of the fire demon itself. The flame fire divine art had found its vessel, and that vessel was Rodwell Dmitri. Not long after, Marquis Valentino returned to his estate and summoned his subordinates at once. Reports flooded in. One spoke of their heavy investment in raw gemstones, expecting the luxury market to surge once the war ended. Others spoke confidently about the profits waiting for them. Yet confusion spread as they questioned why their lord had suddenly ordered a full withdrawal. One uneasy aide warned that even if luxury trade was not their core business, the losses would still be severe, and asked if there was something they were missing. Valentino's voice was low and sharp as he answered. Lord Roman's newly forged sword could never be bought for 3,000 or 4,000 gold. Some doubted him, but his expression twisted with certainty as he declared that gemstones and luxury meant nothing now. What mattered was not missing the single chance. When someone protested that spending such an astronomical sum on one sword was madness, Valentino answered without hesitation that the world would soon revolve around Dmitri. He said they had already taken hold of Roman and would ride his power across the continent. He named Hector Umberto and Redford Frank, calling Lord Roman's creation their masterpiece, the blade that would shatter the old merchant powers and throw open the gates of the Four Kingdoms. Their family would stand as Dmitri's foremost supporters. And even if they claimed the third, unnamed blade and spread their name, his tone turned chilling as he said that the entire continent would one day see Dmitri standing behind their banner. Marquis Valentino made his stance clear. He was no longer satisfied with being only the richest man in Cairo. He ordered his people to rise beyond the limits they had accepted for themselves. In response, they bowed and swore absolute loyalty, vowing to move according to his will without question. Elsewhere, Roman placed the two swords he had forged before Chris and Kevin and declared them gifts. He named them the first no-name sword and the second no-name sword. The first went to Chris, the second to Kevin. Roman explained that as their martial paths grew deeper and their energies matured, the blades would naturally begin to reflect the desires of their wielders. Chris thanked him sincerely, but Kevin remained silent, his displeasure impossible to hide. Roman found the reaction strange. After a brief pause, Kevin finally spoke. He admitted that his request might be improper, but asked if he could take the first sword instead. Roman questioned him. Kevin's face tightened as he said he could not endure seeing anyone else receive the title of first from their lord. Chris only glanced at him, saying nothing. Roman let out a faint smile. Even in the past, the so-called mad demon had always been difficult. In his previous life, Roman had once seen that same man kneeling before him, confessing that he had always wanted to be the one his lord trusted most, the first sword at his side. Back then, Roman had believed that whether blood demon or sword demon, they were all enemies he would one day surpass. Returning to the present, Roman told Kevin that his swords were given by merit alone. If he wanted the first blade, he would have to prove himself worthy. The word struck Kevin like a blow, yet he stepped forward at once, turned toward Chris, and challenged him. His aura twisted wildly as he declared he would prove through skill alone that he deserved that sword. Chris accepted calmly. He said that if their lord had entrusted him with the first unnamed blade, Kevin would soon understand why. He added that this reminded him of the past, when he had already known how Kevin felt about him. An adult, he said, did not need to respond to every provocation. Though Kevin was now called the demon of Dmitri, in his eyes he was still a child and no real threat. As the two prepared to clash, Roman moved aside to watch. Chris told Kevin to show him everything he had, stating that worth would be decided by strength alone. He asked if Kevin truly believed his ambitions were so small that they could be caught so easily. The words snapped what little restraint Kevin had left. He lunged without warning, driving his blade forward at full speed, muttering that he was tired of words. Chris remained composed. Then his eyes widened slightly as he activated his skill. His figure vanished in a flash, leaving only an afterimage as flash lightning ignited. Kevin's strike tore through empty air. In the next instant, Chris appeared behind him and countered. Kevin barely raised his weapon in time, the force rattling his arms. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his blade into the ground. Stones burst upward, filling the air. Chris faltered for a split second, and Kevin rushed through the debris, his expression twisting as he unleashed a storm of attacks. Yet every strike was met, blocked cleanly, as if his effort meant nothing. When their weapons collided again, Chris admitted that Kevin had changed. Lightning surged around his body, his eyes glowing as he said coldly that this was the limit of Kevin's strength. Wrapped in crackling light, he advanced, forcing Kevin back. As blow after blow landed, Kevin felt the gap more clearly than ever. Then, as Chris turned, he saw something that made him pause. Kevin was smiling. In his heart, Kevin realized that he might understand Chris even better than Chris understood himself. His sword paths, his habits, his instincts, nothing was hidden. A crimson aura rose around him as he decided to release everything he had forged to surpass him. From the side, Roman watched in silence. The demonic solar had pushed Kevin's senses to their peak, letting him read even the path of flash lightning. As Chris pressed forward, Kevin claimed he could see everything, his right arm, his shoulder, every subtle movement, as their clash grew fiercer with each exchange. Then, in that final moment, Kevin called upon the first move of the Heaven Demon Sword style. His aura exploded outward, and with burning certainty and terrifying speed, he struck, believing this clash would decide everything. At the instant Kevin's blade was about to reach him, when even the air seemed to freeze under its crushing pressure, Chris's eyes hardened. In the final heartbeat, he released single flash. The two swords collided with a deafening roar. The impact tore through the air like thunder from the heavens. Kevin clenched his teeth as the power overwhelmed him. his body thrown backward as blinding light exploded outward and the ground shook from the force. Smoke swallowed the field. When it finally thinned, Kevin was revealed on one knee, gasping, his body trembling as the last of his strength drained away. The fierce aura that had surrounded him was gone, leaving only the weight of defeat. Then his eyes widened as the faint glimmer of Chris's blade cut through the haze. Chris stood there, victorious yet equally drained, his sword still leveled at Kevin. Confusion flickered across his face as he realized he could no longer see Kevin as just a boy from the slums. He slowly lowered his weapon, his thoughts turning inward. Kevin wanted to be their lord's first sword, but Chris carried a fire that burned even hotter. He wanted to surpass his lord himself and stand as the greatest swordsman on the continent. That dream, forged from pain and ambition, had driven him forward. Yet standing over Kevin, an old question rose in his mind and dragged him back into the past. His thoughts drifted to a battlefield of his youth, where flames devoured the land and blood soaked the earth, where corpses lay as far as the eye could see. He saw himself as a child, barely able to hold a sword, clutching his mother's lifeless body. The world had taken everything, leaving only grief and rage. In that darkness, a shadow had appeared, a soldier extending a gloved hand. It was Captain Jonathan. When Chris had taken that hand through his tears, he made a vow. He would never be powerless again. He would never lose someone because he was weak. He would become strong enough to protect everything he held dear. Returning to the present, Kevin lay wounded and barely conscious, murmuring that he had lost. Chris looked down, only to realize that Kevin had already slipped into unconsciousness. He sheathed his sword, a quiet thought passing through him, that perhaps his dream of surpassing his lord and becoming the greatest swordsman was nothing more than an impossible fantasy. Even a lifetime of training might not be enough to reach such a height. Yet he refused to treat reality as an unbreakable wall. No matter how long the road stretched ahead, he would keep moving forward, one step at a time. From a short distance away, Roman watched in silence, the corner of his lips lifting in a faint, approving smile. Later, as Kevin's wounds were tended, the physician worked with steady hands, cleaning the cuts and applying salve to the bruises. He let out a quiet sigh, remarking on Kevin's habit of pushing himself too far, before turning his praise toward Chris's precision. Despite the ferocity of the duel, none of Kevin's internal organs were harmed. The injuries were intentional, painful, yet controlled, showing a level of mastery he rarely encountered. Kevin said nothing as the physician continued, noting that Chris had been renowned from the start. With dramatic emphasis, he warned Kevin not to be misled by Chris's handsome face, saying there was a frightening drive behind it. Under Captain Jonathan's guidance, Chris had awakened his mana at astonishing speed, and the Dmitri lands had once buzzed with rumors of a swordsmanship prodigy. Meeting Lord Roman had only hastened that growth, shaping raw talent into something unstoppable. Even without that meeting, the physician believed Chris would have reached greatness on his own. Then he added that Kevin himself was exceptional, pointing out that Chris never injured sparring partners unless it was absolutely necessary to win. As the words settled, Kevin lowered his gaze. Bitterness crept in as he compared himself to a genius and thought of his life in the slums. He wondered what chance he truly had, knowing that Lord Roman would soon be surrounded by overwhelming talents. Figures like Fernando, Ares, and Fred, famous rankers who would only grow stronger under Roman's command. For a moment, the fear of being left behind gnawed at him. Kevin clenched his fist, crushing the doubt before it could take root. He forced his breathing to steady. His origins no longer mattered. Whether it took 1 year or 10, he refused to live in a world where defeat felt natural. The physician stared, confused by the sudden shift, as Kevin's tired eyes burned again with fierce resolve. A crimson aura rose around him while he looked at his own hand, realizing that only by conquering the demonic soul arts could he break past the limits of his foundation. Elsewhere, the city roared with life. The Adelian auction house overflowed with noise and anticipation, packed so tightly there was barely space to breathe. People from every corner of the region had gathered, eyes shining with excitement. Word that Lord Roman Dmitri's newly forged sword would be auctioned had thrown the city into chaos. The event, reserved for the elite, opened with a starting price of 100 gold, while commoners were barred from entry. As the murmurs swelled, the auctioneer stepped onto the stage and bowed deeply, announcing the unveiling of Lord Roman Dmitri's latest creation, Third No Name. With rising excitement, he declared the auction open and repeated the starting bid of 100 gold. Then a single voice shattered the air with a staggering offer of 10,000. The auctioneer froze. The nobles gasped. It was Marquis Valentino. He leaned back with a smug grin, daring the entire hall to challenge him. No one moved. The auctioneer stood stunned as bidder number 1 claimed the blade at a price that crushed all resistance. Valentino calmly said that anyone was free to compete. He would simply bury them with money. Silence followed. Moments later, it was declared that third no-name had become the first weapon in the auction house's history to be sold instantly for 10,000 gold. Valentino laughed loudly as he rose and left. Afterward, he ordered his retainer to arrange meetings with nearby noble families at once, splitting them between morning and afternoon. The retainer bowed and accepted, though a trace of unease crossed his face. Valentino brushed it off, saying he had obtained a magnificent treasure, and it would be rude not to boast about it in person. The retainer could only think that this, too, was for the sake of the house. Far away, in a darkened room, a magic stone lay at the center. A desperate voice crackled through it, pleading for help, then cut off, as the stone glowed faintly in the shadows. The scene shifted to a grim prison camp. A soldier of the Kronos Empire ground his boot into a man's hand, crushing it without mercy as the captured Dmitri soldier screamed. He sneered that if the man had only followed orders, he would have been allowed to live. Panic spread through the remaining prisoners, fear rippling across their faces. The captive had been caught trying to smuggle a magic communicator, hoping to reach his homeland. The Kronos soldier mocked him, laughing at the foolish belief that rescue would ever come or that he would survive. He claimed that Roman Dmitri had butchered Kronos soldiers without a second thought for exchanges. Saying this was the true face of their lord. He declared that the ceasefire talks were already dead and that Dmitri would never come for them. When the captive rejected his words, the soldier's rage flared. He struck him down brutally and ordered him dragged to the torture chamber, commanding that everyone watch what happened to those who dared disobey. When the Kronos Empire broke through the Western Front and the fortress fell, countless Dmitri soldiers were taken alive. With the Mechatin Kori desperate for labor, the prisoners seized by Hannibal were secretly moved to the eastern lands of Kronos, to Mechatin, where they vanished as forgotten captives. After the torture ended, the soldiers dragged the boy back into the prison where the others were held. His name was Carol. The captives rushed to him at once, asking if he was still alive, but no words came. His body shook uncontrollably, his lips trembling as if his voice had been torn away. Rage spread through the cell as curses poured from every corner, unable to accept how humans could treat one another with such cruelty. From behind them, one prisoner spoke in a low voice, cutting through the chaos. He said the Kronos Empire had never mentioned them during the ceasefire. The others turned as he continued, explaining that those listed as missing were already considered dead by Dmitri. With the truce finalized, neither side had any reason to acknowledge the captives, and no one would willingly raise the issue. As merciless as it sounded, he said this was now their reality. Elsewhere, a man drenched in sweat read through a report, muttering that the situation was deeply troubling. In his heart, he feared that provoking Kronos over the prisoners could throw the newly stabilized Dmitri back into chaos. Yet he also knew that acting without proof might give the enemy the excuse to kill the captives and erase every trace of them. Roman Dmitri suddenly slammed the documents onto the table and ordered every advisor present to read. One by one, they took the papers and fell into silence. An advisor who already knew about the prisoners met Roman's eyes, hinting that Roman must have been aware all along. Roman then asked why they believed he had rejected the exchange and driven the enemy to the edge. No one answered. He said he had pursued total victory, even if it demanded sacrifice, because only the victor held true rights. They had won the war on those sacrifices, and because of that, they now possessed the authority to reclaim their own. This, he declared, was the right of the victor. He ordered the troops to be assembled and preparations made to retrieve the soldiers beyond the Western Front, stating that he was ready to wage war again if necessary. Though several advisors were shaken, they all obeyed. At the same time, inside the Mechatin council chamber, two men sat across from each other with Jason, the guard who had ordered Carol's beating. The black-haired man asked if there was any chance the enemy had learned about the prisoners. Jason answered without hesitation, saying the connection during the attempted call had been far too brief to deliver any real information. The white-haired Baron Cheaton spoke next, his face hard. He said this situation only existed because Roman Dmitri had slaughtered their prisoners without caring about the aftermath. As long as they continued to hide the captive's existence, Roman would have no way to uncover the truth. Jason agreed, adding that since the ceasefire was already in place, the enemy would find it difficult to change anything. Then the doors burst open. A subordinate rushed in and reported that Roman Dmitri had mobilized his forces and crossed the border. Baron Cheaton froze, his expression stiff with shock. The scene shifted to a Kronos frontline fortress. Count Muniz reported through a magic transmitter that the enemy had crossed into their territory. A voice answered, saying Roman Dmitri must have realized that prisoners of war existed. Count Muniz was told to attempt negotiations for now. If they failed, the order was clear: kill every prisoner and erase all traces. Muniz clenched his fists in fury, admitting that he had known it would come to this. Not long after, Roman Dmitri appeared before the fortress with his army. Watching from the walls, Muniz immediately sent out a messenger carrying a white flag. The man never returned. Roman Dmitri severed his head himself. He declared that there would be no half-hearted negotiations. If they wanted this resolved, every one of his prisoners would be brought before him within 2 hours. In a voice that froze the air, he warned them not to even think about killing the captives or destroying evidence. Muniz staggered under the weight of his words. Roman added that he already possessed all the proof he needed, and if even one prisoner was missing, he would take it as a declaration of war. As Roman released his overwhelming presence, Count Muniz realized he was completely trapped and ground his teeth in helpless rage. Later, Count Muniz reported the crisis through a video call, stating that Roman Dmitri's actions had pushed the ceasefire to the brink. On the other end, Marquis Memphis spoke calmly, noting that Roman had crossed the border without warning. Though he admitted he wished to punish him, he explained that His Majesty had ordered all diplomacy to remain strictly defensive and had entered a year of seclusion, granting him full authority. Personal anger, he said, could not be allowed to ruin their greater design. He warned Muniz that disturbing His Majesty's rest would bring severe consequences. Muniz apologized at once. Memphis waved it aside and said the issue would be resolved quietly. Since the prisoners had been used as labor by Eastern nobles, the blame would fall entirely on them. Muniz went still as he realized the higher powers were cutting off the tail to save themselves. Memphis remarked that this was simply how the world worked and ended the call. Burning with anger and unable to resist, Muniz contacted Baron Cheaton and explained everything. The Baron flew into a rage, smashing the magic communicator and cursing aloud. He shouted that for the sake of the Emperor's peaceful rest, he was now expected to take responsibility for everything, to die at Roman Dmitri's hands as the scapegoat. He turned to Jason and demanded an answer. Jason, pale and shaken, said there were no real options left now that the Empire had abandoned the Eastern nobles. Their only chance was Roman Dmitri's mercy. If they surrendered the prisoners as ordered and calmed his fury, they might survive. Trapped and furious, Baron Cheaton ordered that every prisoner be brought at once, without exception. As the captives were gathered, Jason quietly suggested hiding those who had been tortured. Cheaton refused, saying Count Muniz had already admitted that the tortured prisoners themselves were evidence. Jason argued that the captives' existence had been hidden so well that the enemy could not possibly have a full list. After a moment of hesitation, Cheaton ordered that those in the worst condition, starting with the nearest, be removed from the official records. 2 hours later, Baron Cheaton arrived with Jason and the prisoners, lining them up before Roman Dmitri. He announced that all of Roman soldiers had been brought and formally apologized for concealing their existence. He bowed so deeply his forehead nearly touched the floor, claiming that the sudden ceasefire had thrown everything into chaos. Confusion, panic, broken lines. Those were his excuses for missing the chance. He said he would accept any punishment if it was required, but begged Roman Dmitri to rethink his stance on Kronos, insisting that Kronos truly sought peace. The words are not even finished before Roman moved. The blow snapped across his face, sharp and merciless, blood spraying as the Baron staggered. Roman seized him by the head and dragged him back up, his eyes burning as he demanded to know what he had just said. A terrifying surge of power erupted from him as he reminded the man of the warning he had given. No prisoners were to be spared, not a single one. Jason froze in horror as Roman's fingers tightened, the pressure building as if the Baron's skull might shatter at any second. Then Roman released his aura once more and turned his cold gaze toward Jason, his voice cutting through the air as he asked why he was still standing there, and why he had not brought every one of his people. The black-haired man's face was tight with unease as he swore that every prisoner had already been brought before them. Lucas checked the list again, his eyes moving line by line, before calmly telling Roman Dmitri that the numbers did not match what the Information Guild had provided. Roman asked for confirmation. Lucas answered without hesitation. Several prisoners were still missing. Color drained from the man's face. He shook his head over and over, insisting that no one was left behind. He claimed he did not know how the list had been made and said that if anyone was missing, they must have died during the war. He stressed that most captives had already been half dead when they were taken and that their deaths were not Kronos' responsibility. But inside, terror clawed at him. They could not let the truth surface, that the prisoners had been deliberately killed. Roman watched them with eyes that pierced straight through their lies. From what he could see, he said, the captives had clearly been tortured. He stepped forward and declared that the truth would be revealed at once. Lifting his hand, he cast a restorative spell and poured mana into one of the motionless bodies on the ground. Carol stirred. His eyes slowly opened as awareness returned, confusion clouding his face as he tried to understand where he was and whether the figure before him was truly his lord. Roman called him by name and demanded to know everything that had happened. The black-haired man felt his chest tighten as Carol dropped to his knees, his body shaking as sobs burst from him. Carol spoke of the moment he saw his comrades crushed beneath falling rubble, the image still haunting him. Tears streamed down his face as he described the pain of having his fingernails and toenails torn out, his skin ripped apart. Yet what tormented him most, he said, were the lies they had been fed. Dmitri, he declared, was not a kingdom that abandoned its people. Kronos had hidden the truth and forced the ceasefire only to bury their crimes. Roman's expression darkened. He demanded to know who was responsible. Carol's hands trembled as he slowly raised them and pointed straight at Jason. Jason swore and suddenly bolted, shouting as he tried to force his way through. In an instant, Chris stepped forward and blocked his path. Crushed beneath Chris's overwhelming presence, Jason screamed as terror ripped through him, only to be slammed into the ground without mercy. He tried to rise, but the next thing he saw was Roman Dmitri standing before him once more. His voice broke as he begged for his life. The answer came in steel. 2 brutal sword strikes fell, and Jason's face went deathly pale as he howled, clutching his shattered legs. The black-haired man trembled as he shouted that they had done everything Roman demanded, that all prisoners had been brought, and he demanded to know why this was still happening. Roman replied with cold indifference. The filth before him had tortured his people, he said, and this was simply a return of what had been done. If not for that, he added, he would have delivered something far worse. Dread flooded the man as he realized everything had spiraled out of control. Only higher command could save them now. At that moment, a voice echoed from the communication device. Count Memphis accused Roman Dmitri of crossing the border without notice and executing their personnel. He claimed Roman had gone too far, then proposed a compromise. If Roman stopped, they would acknowledge part of the accusations and end the incident. The main character's voice turned dark as he asked what accusations were being referenced. He said that if they admitted their crimes, he would allow them a chance to prove their sincerity. But for the citizens who had been tortured to death, he vowed to slaughter everyone stationed along their front lines. And if they still desired peace after that, he would end it by burning their headquarters to the ground. Count Memphis called him insane. The transmission cut. A blade flashed sideways, slicing through both the magic communicator and the black-haired man. Silence fell as half of his body crashed to the floor. Roman Dmitri spoke without emotion and ordered that none be spared. The armored forces of Kronos moved at once, weapons ready, while Chris and Kevin set their jaws and advanced. From behind, Ares' voice rang out as he respectfully addressed his senior and declared that a rookie would handle this. Without waiting, he rushed straight into battle. Count Muniz roared in fury and commanded the war mages to stop Dimitri's forces. Kronos' troops began chanting in unison, killing intent burning in their eyes. Inferno, Fire Cannon, Lightning Spear. 3 spells activated at once, their mana twisting together as they were hurled straight at Ares. A massive explosion tore through the field. He slipped past the first blast with ease, while the second crashed into the ground and sent a violent shockwave ripping outward. Ares' eyes blazed as he readied his counter. Blades of mana rained down as the mages attacked from above. An elderly caster sneered, mocking him from the air. Ares only smirked. In the next breath, he vanished like the wind and reappeared cleanly on the battlefield, leaving the old mage staring in disbelief. It was clear then, Ares was a natural. In such a short time under Roman Dimitri's guidance, his growth had become monstrous, and now it was on full display. Dropping from the sky, he murmured coldly, almost playfully, before bringing his sword down. The strike carried enough power to erase a fortress. The explosion roared across the land. Count Muniz broke. Terror seized him as he realized everything was already over. Dmitri could not be stopped, and staying meant certain death. Gasping, he ran for the stables, mounted his horse, and tried to flee, only for his path to be sealed. Flames closed in from every direction. Roman Dmitri stood before him. In that final moment, Count Muniz understood that from the instant he chose to stand against Roman Dmitri, he had never possessed even the slightest chance to survive. Later, inside the conference hall of the Kronos Empire, the doors burst open as a man stormed in, his face twisted with fury. Marquis Croit shouted accusations at Marquis Memphis, roaring that his son-in-law, Count Muniz, had been killed. He demanded to know if Kronos still intended to cling to the ceasefire after being attacked without warning, sneering as he asked when the Empire had grown so cowardly. He declared that this incident had openly exposed Kronos' weakness to the entire continent and insisted that their true enemy had always been Roman Dmitri. Count Memphis looked at him coldly and asked how he planned to take revenge on Roman Dmitri. Croit gritted his teeth, demanding to know what he meant. Memphis's eyes hardened as he warned him to think carefully. Rising in a calm, measured motion, he said that every time Kronos faced Roman Dmitri, they made reckless choices that left dangerous scars behind. Memphis stated that no matter how many forces they believed they had sent, the outcome had always been total defeat. His voice sharpened as he reminded him that Roman Dmitri was not an opponent to be underestimated, and that challenging him with half-hearted resolve was meaningless. His gaze turned lethal as he asked again how Croit intended to punish Roman Dmitri. Croit cannot accept this. He demanded an explanation for why His Excellency had secluded himself and what the true plan for the coming year was. Memphis paused, anger flashing in his eyes. Croit laughed bitterly and said this was the path Memphis had chosen, adding that he would accept it. Disappointed, he turned away, declaring that he would return to his territory, gather those who agreed with him, and expose everything to the public. As he reached the door, Count Memphis called his name. Croit turned back and said he had no intention of continuing the discussion. In that instant, Memphis struck. Croit cried out as blood burst from his mouth, and he crashed to the floor. Shaking, he demanded to know why this was happening. Count Memphis stared down at him and replied coldly that in Kronos, everything began and ended with the will of His Majesty the Emperor, and those who dare to question it did not deserve to live. He raised his voice and called for Castro, the noble placed under his direct command, and without a trace of hesitation ordered him to move at once. Wipe out every last soul tied to the Croit family, leave no bloodlines standing, and re-establish absolute order within the Kronos Empire. The air in the chamber turned heavy. Faces hardened. Castro, the Empire's rank 1 knight, bowed and accepted the decree, swearing he would not fail. Memphis slammed his palm against the table and demanded that everyone trust His Majesty. With a strange, chilling smile, he declared that history itself would always side with Kronos, then warned the remaining nobles never to doubt the Empire's power again, lest they share the fate of the foolish Croit family. The scene shifted to a quiet room where the rescued captives lay, barely clinging to life. Chris explained that treatment had begun the moment they arrived in Dmitri, but their injuries were far too severe. He said Carol's condition was the worst, his body ruined by endless torture, and that even if he recovered, the damage would never truly heal. Roman listened carefully, then said that those who could no longer fight, like Carol, should be transferred in non-combat units, such as the 3rd Division. He added that anyone who wished to live as a civilian would be honorably discharged and compensated. Chris nodded and promised to see it done. Then Carol spoke, his voice shaking. He said he did not want to retire. Forcing himself upright, he declared that he would move to another division if he had to, and even if he could never raise a sword again, he would still give his life for Dmitri. Chris tried to stop him, telling him he did not need to go that far, but Carol only repeated his resolve. One by one, the other prisoners sat up, echoing his words and begging to remain in service. Roman's lips curved into a faint, satisfied smile as he told them to follow their own will. Tears welled in their eyes as they thanked him. And so, Dmitri continued to strengthen its roots, shaping itself into an unbreakable fortress that none could easily challenge. Far away, in the kingdom of Hector, Edwin sank into deep thought, his mind sharpened by mana. Every step Roman Dmitri took exceeded even his boldest expectations. Kronos, once arrogant and domineering, now held its rage in silence, and Edwin knew that this stillness was nothing more than the breath before a coming storm. He opened his eyes slowly, already knowing that a direct clash could no longer be avoided, and that when it finally came, the balance of the entire continent would be rewritten. Edwin accepted that in his current state, he could no longer protect Hector. What the kingdom needed was not Prince Edwin Hector, but a mage strong enough to stand as its shield. After Roman Dmitri tore through Kronos' defensive line, the reactions of the surrounding kingdoms split in different directions. In Frank, The king laughed in open delight, boasting that once again his kingdom was expanding through his own brilliance and schemes. Resting comfortably on his throne, he asked how Frank could lend its strength to Dmitri. The man kneeling before him answered with care, explaining that a special occasion was approaching. Count Samir reported that Loren Dmitri, the third son of the Dmitri family, had been promoted to Class A at Cairo Royal Academy. The ceremony would be held in 5 days, and there was a strong chance Duke Dmitri himself would attend. The king's eyes gleamed. Pleased by the news, he immediately called for a council, eager to decide what gift should be sent. After the recent prisoner incident, the attention of the Salamander continent was steadily turning toward Cairo Royal Academy. Within the academy grounds, Loren dropped his sword to the floor. His clothes clung to him, soaked through with sweat, as he struggled to catch his breath. A classmate walked over, asking why he kept pushing himself this far when he had already passed the promotion exam. With a tired sigh, the blue-haired boy said Loren was incredible. There was no one left in Class B who could challenge him, and even the seniors in Class A were cautious around him. The only reason he had stayed in Class B was because of formal procedures. His strength had long surpassed the academy standards. Gritting his teeth, Loren forced himself back to his feet. Even so, he admitted that he was still nothing compared to his older brothers. A bright smile spread across his face as his resolve hardened, remembering Roman's words that he, too, could reach that height. As the heir of a family whose influence now stretched across the continent, Loren Dmitri continued to grow into someone worthy of that name. At the same time, Count Samir arrived at the castle gates and paused, his thoughts drifting to the rumors of a famed professor said to be closely connected to Loren Dmitri. Count Samir moved ahead with his group, unease quietly creeping into his thoughts. If they wished to gain the professor's guidance, they would first have to win his favor. He tightened his grip around the wine bottle and glanced down at it, silently hoping that the aged Frank wine would be enough. A servant bowed and led them inside. The moment the door opened, a warm voice greeted them. Samir froze. Emotion flickered across his face as he recognized the man standing before him. The mind behind countless legends, the figure tied to that fateful day and place, and a renowned full-time professor of Cairo Royal Academy. The man smiled easily and introduced himself. Henry Albert. At first, Henry Albert had followed Roman Dmitri only for the sake of reputation. But as the years passed, that curiosity turned into fascination, and soon into complete devotion. Using Roman as the foundation of his life's work, Henry watched his own world transform. His books spread across the continent. His name became legendary, and he eventually secured a permanent post at Cairo Royal Academy, standing as a figure admired by all. Count Samir could hardly hide his excitement. He spoke eagerly, saying it was an honor to meet him, confessing that he had read his book over and over. Each time, he felt as though he were standing on the southern battlefield himself, unable to understand how such a masterpiece could ever be written. Henry answered calmly. He said he had only written what he had seen with his own eyes. As everyone knew, Roman Dmitri's light had burned brightest in the Southern War. When Hector's rear collapsed, when the warp gate fell, and when others began to speak of compromise, Roman alone had chosen a different path. Henry had witnessed it himself, a single man bending the course of an entire war. Ever since, he had wondered how someone like that could even exist. His gaze sharpened as he said that Roman stood above all others because of the choices he had made. Count Samir grew uneasy, admitting that such decisions felt abnormal. Henry replied that when everyone said no, Roman answered with results. By rejecting common sense, he had achieved the impossible, and those results were what forged the Roman Dmitri known today. A trace of doubt crossed Samir's face as he wondered if such a road could only be walked by Roman himself. Henry agreed, but said what mattered most was the resolve to walk one's own path without bowing to the voices of others. Roman had turned his back on the current of the world, endured ridicule, and in doing so, opened the door to a new era. Samir's eyes lit up, moved by the words, and he said that hearing such lessons directly was an honor beyond compare. Henry smiled softly and said he was flattered. Then, bringing his hands together, he explained that the true purpose of their visit was to speak about Loren Dmitri. The corner of Henry's lips lifted as he said they were free to ask him anything, because within Cairo Royal Academy, no one understood Loren Dmitri better than he did. His words carried them back into the past, to the day Loren had quietly opened his heart to him. With his head lowered, Loren admitted how suffocating his frustration had become. His eldest brother was hailed as the strongest swordsman on the continent. His second brother had graduated as the academy's top student, and no matter how desperately he trained, he felt he would never reach their shadows. Henry had seen it differently. To him, Loren was a gifted youth, officially recognized by the Academy, who only seemed small when measured against monsters like his brothers. He told Loren that he understood that pain well, having once been cast aside and blamed within his own family. But through the life he had built for himself, he had learned a simple truth. With a steady voice, Henry said that although Loren's brothers were extraordinary, comparing himself to others would only tear him apart. Lifting his thumb, he pointed to himself, reminding Loren that even he had risen to become a professor at Cairo Royal Academy. He urged Loren not to waver, to keep walking the path he believed in, promising that one day he would leave behind something truly meaningful. From that moment on, their bond grew beyond teacher and student, becoming something closer to friendship. Even now, just speaking Loren's name filled Henry's face with pride. He said that any gift should match what Loren valued most at this stage of his life. And right now, that meant anything that would help him grow stronger. Count Samir's eyes lit up as he understood at once. The gift had to support Loren's growth. Rising to his feet, he bowed deeply, thanking Henry and swearing never to forget his kindness. The day before the promotion ceremony passed, and at last the event arrived at Cairo Royal Academy. The campus exploded with excitement as students chanted the name of Dmitri. Roman Dmitri stood with his cloak billowing in the wind, his presence cold and untouchable. The students greeted him with reverence, calling it an honor to stand before him. The Duke pushed open the doors and stepped inside, where the hosts welcomed him. Then Daniel, the king of Cairo, approached, saying he had been waiting. His expression grew grave as he revealed that there was something important he needed to discuss. The Duke froze, staring at Daniel in open disbelief, only to feel his mind go blank when he heard that Cairo intended to become a vassal state. He demanded to know how things had reached such an extreme, reminding him that Dmitri itself had been born within Cairo. Daniel answered calmly, without pressure, saying he was not asking for an immediate decision. Such a step would only come after Dmitri officially claimed the title granted by the emperor. The words only deepened the Duke's unease, yet Daniel continued, asking what kind of city he had seen upon arriving. He spoke of the streets filled with people who already viewed Dmitri as their hero, because they shared the same roots, and because Dmitri had protected this land. The people accepted him without fear or hesitation. Daniel then revealed the true reason behind his resolve. The war with the Kronos Empire had changed everything. The world was no longer the same, and he believed that only Dmitri could shield Cairo from Kronos' expanding ambitions. Rising from his seat, Daniel bowed deeply and said that when the day came for Dmitri to proclaim itself an empire, Cairo would swear loyalty without a moment's doubt. The Duke released a long, weary breath and turned toward Roman, seeking his judgment. Roman agreed. He said that peace would never come until Kronos was completely destroyed, and that if Valhalla simply replaced it, the same cycle of chaos would begin again. His voice sharpened as he declared that whether it was Kronos or Valhalla, the root of the conflict had to be severed, and he would bear that burden himself. He vowed to unite the allied kingdoms, rise beyond Kronos' influence, and bring order to the entire continent. Daniel smiled, satisfied. The scene shifted to the day of the promotion ceremony at Cairo Royal Academy. The hall echoed with restless chatter as the director, Baron Alvin, nervously asked if the script was ready. A maid handed him a thick stack of papers and confirmed it was. Alvin stared in disbelief, wondering if he truly had to read every name. The maid answered awkwardly that tradition demanded all distinguished guests be announced, adding that she had never seen such a list before. Baron Alvin took a breath and began, declaring the opening of the Cairo Royal Academy promotion ceremony. He began by honoring the distinguished guests, his voice echoing as he announced the king of Cairo, Duke Dmitri, and an endless chain of nobles: Baron Grassel, Viscount Conrad, Count Adelian, Viscount Lawrence, Viscount Balk, Marquis Valentino, Count Fabius, Viscount Bale, Viscount Ringo, Count Verdi, Baron Larson, Marquis Jarban, and many more. The students could only stare in disbelief, their minds reeling as they realized just how many high-ranking figures had gathered for a single academy ceremony. Yet even after the promotion ended, not one noble rose from their seat. And in that stillness, an invisible struggle began, a quiet contest of schemes and glances, as each sought to draw the favor of the Dmitri family to their side. A man stepped forward and introduced himself as Count Christine of the Umberto Kingdom. Bowing with perfect courtesy, he offered his sincere congratulations to Duke Dmitri for his son's promotion. The Duke paused, faintly surprised, remarking that the name Christine sounded familiar. Christine laughed lightly, and said he had come only to celebrate after hearing of the third young master's advancement. The Duke returned the smile and acknowledged him. Christine then revealed that he had prepared a special gift for young Master Loren. Loren blinked in surprise at the sudden mention. Christine quickly reassured him that it was only a token of celebration and that he need not feel pressured. With a gesture, he had the attendant behind him step forward and present the item. It was a sword forged by a master artisan of Umberto, its exterior adorned with pure gold and set with gemstones like diamonds. Most striking of all, it bore the Dmitri crest and Loren Dmitri's initials. Lauren's expression grew awkward as Christine asked if it was not beautiful. He hesitated, then quietly thanked him. Seeing this, Christine felt a flicker of unease, wondering if Loren disliked such luxury. At that moment, Count Samir arrived with a booming laugh, praising the sword as truly magnificent. He said that had Loren carried it during the ceremony, he would have looked dazzling. Then he bowed and congratulated Loren, adding that he too had brought a gift, though it was not a flashy artisan blade, and he was unsure if it would be to his taste. Samir presented a finely crafted box and explained that it contained newly made magic artifacts for swordsmen. He demonstrated by fastening them to Loren's wrists and ankles, saying they adjusted automatically and allowed the wearer to set their weight anywhere from 10 to 100 kilograms. Loren's eyes lit up in amazement, unable to believe such an artifact existed. Samir said the true value of the gift lay in that weight control function, which he believed was vital for Loren's growth. Loren accepted the box eagerly and thanked him, while Samir smiled with confidence. The Duke then declared that anyone who prepared such a gift for his son would be repaid generously. At once, the surrounding nobles hurried forward, insisting that they too had brought offerings. News spread that the Hector Kingdom had also prepared a special offering. A representative stepped forward and respectfully asked whether Duke Dmitri remembered the name Turkan. The Duke repeated it with a sharp gaze, recognizing him as Hector's former sword master and strongest warrior. The man nodded and revealed that the gift was Turkan's personal training journal, preserved by the royal family. Though the techniques were from an older era, he said that as Turkan's own record, its value was beyond question. Count Samir was left staring in disbelief. Then a representative from the Redford Kingdom advanced, remarking that the previous gifts were already astonishing before unveiling Redford's own. With a confident smile, he announced 12 types of training artifacts and 30 magic scrolls, adding that even more could be supplied if needed. Both Duke Dmitri and Loren were momentarily stunned by the scale of it. The man quickly added that it was only a small repayment for the favor Dmitri had once shown them, and urged them not to feel pressured. Watching this unfold, Count Samir's heart sank. He realized he was not the only one who had sought guidance, and unease crept into him as he wondered how he would report this when he returned. Half a month later, Dmitri officially proclaimed itself the Dmitri Kingdom, taking its first step toward becoming an empire. The Kronos Empire remained silent, while the alliance of kingdoms, with Dmitri at its core, rapidly strengthened. Yet the true storm brewed within Valhalla. After Morales' death, the Imperial faction and Duke Vieto's faction clashed more fiercely by the day. Rumors spread that the Emperor of Valhalla was gathering troops to crush Duke Vieto's rebels. One guard cursed both Valhalla and Kronos, wishing they would be struck down by lightning. The other suddenly fell silent, sensing something amiss. From the bushes, a ragged man staggered out, whispering Luna's name. Startled, the guards demanded to know who he was, only for the man to collapse and beg for help. Their eyes widened as they realized he was still alive. Inside the palace, Roman sat upon his throne and questioned how someone from the Luna Kingdom could have crossed the endless mountains. Caden, a knight of Luna, spoke carefully, saying he first had to explain what had happened in his homeland. After the war with Kronos, Queen Isabel of Luna, also a saintess, had stayed behind on the Salamander continent to stop a hidden plot, but 3 months ago, all contact with her had been lost. After her disappearance, the divine power that protected the Luna Kingdom slowly began to fade. That power had been the only force warming the frozen land of Arcady, and without it, the cold could no longer be contained. The kingdom was being pushed toward collapse. Caden fell to one knee and begged Roman to help find Queen Isabel. Roman narrowed his eyes, remembering that Isabel had uncovered Alexandro's true identity. If she had tried to stop a hidden plot, then it could not be separate from Dimitri's future. After a brief silence, he said he would investigate her whereabouts. Caden's face filled with relief, but he hesitated, as if holding back something more. Roman noticed and pressed him. Caden explained that once the divine power vanished, chaos spread across Arcady. Hunger followed, and eventually the orc tribe, once known as the Wanderers of the Grey Wasteland, broke the peace treaty and declared war. The nobles stirred in shock at the mention of orcs. One asked how such a war could begin in Arcady, a land once famous for harmony among races. Caden confirmed it. The unrest started when a new orc lord named Graxer rose to power, a savage ruler who sought to turn all races into food. With sorrow, Caden warned that Arcady would fall if this continued. Roman replied coldly that aiding Luna would not be simple, questioning why Dmitri should risk crossing the endless mountains and marching into the frozen wastes. Caden bowed his head, admitting Dimitri's concerns, but said that Graxer would one day threaten them as well. After devouring all other races and resources, that danger would inevitably cross the mountains. If that was still not reason enough, he said, the threat would soon prove itself. Then Caden drew out an item and spoke with quiet resolve. Queen Isabel had instructed them that if Arcady ever collapsed, they were to seek out Roman and swear loyalty to him. Roman paused, stunned by the weight of her words. Caden finished by saying that the Luna Kingdom would guard the lands beyond the endless mountains and devote itself to Dmitri forever. The hall split in two with a single exchange. One noble stood and declared that if Graxer ever took Arcady, Dmitri would be the next blade to fall. Before the words could settle, another marquis pushed back, his voice sharp, saying that marching a massive army across the endless mountains would bleed them dry, and even a victory would come soaked in loss. Our hero said nothing. He remained still, eyes lowered, as his thoughts drifted somewhere far colder than the chamber. The chill in the air awakened a memory that did not belong to this life, a scene etched into him from another time. He saw a land where snow never stopped falling, where the cold itself was forged into a weapon. Deep inside a frozen valley, ringed by towering peaks and screaming winds, stood a place buried in ice and silence, the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Roman drifted back into the echoes of former life. By then, a full year had passed since Baek Jong-hyuk had risen as the Heavenly Demon, a title that was never just a name, but the proof of a path carved through blood and sealed by an unbreakable will. Even after the war between brothers had ended, his half-brother chose exile over submission. He vanished, only to return later at the head of the old regime's remnants. With a twisted smile and iron resolve, Baek Jin-myong declared that as long as he still breathed, Baek Jong-hyuk would never become the true master of the demonic cult. There was a reason he could hide within the Northern Sea Ice Palace. His mother was born of that frozen land. Northern frost ran through his veins, granting him both a political shield and a fortress of ice beneath the endless snows. Inside the Heavenly Demon Court, unrest spread like fire. One of Baek Jong-hyuk's most trusted followers warned him that negotiations with the Northern Sea Ice Palace were now unavoidable. Another added that Baek Jin-myong had deliberately revealed his whereabouts, fully aware that no one would dare touch him under the protection of the Northern Sea. They urged patience, insisting they must never strike first, or they would ignite a needless war. Baek Jong-hyuk answered them with calm authority. His presence alone silenced the room. He said that within his demonic faction, there would be no exceptions. Not even the cruel and merciless Northern Sea would stand in his way. The vision faded, pulling Roman back to the present. He weighed what truly mattered and whether the cost of action was worth bearing. From the moment Caden spoke of the orcs, Roman had known they could no longer be ignored when shaping Dimitri's future. Yet he also understood that Dmitri did not need to rush headlong into danger. After careful thought, he accepted the proposal, but only under strict terms. In return for aiding the Luna Kingdom, Dmitri would take Luna as a vassal, forging a lasting alliance and shared protection. His second condition was final. If there was no reliable way to cross the endless mountains quickly, the deal was over. Caden could only stare, caught off guard. Roman turned to Felix and asked about teleportation scrolls, whether they could be used, and how many people could move at once. Felix answered plainly. With current limits, only 30 could be transported in a single attempt. Roman accepted that constraint without hesitation. His third condition followed immediately. Only 30 would go to Arcady. He would be among them. The words unsettled Caden, a force that small felt like nothing against a war for survival. But Queen Isabel silenced his doubts. Roman was no longer bound by human limits. Even if the mission ended with nothing but Graxer's death, the gamble would still be worth it. Caden bowed and thanked him. Roman told him to deliver exact routes and every strategic detail, warning that even the smallest oversight would be fatal. Caden explained that hidden coordinates had already been prepared along the endless mountains. If everything aligned, Roman could reach Arcady in a week. Then he paused and added a warning. Arcady's cold was beyond reason. It could break even elite warriors. Before crossing, Roman would need a special potion from the Luna Kingdom, and then spend a full week training his body to endure the frozen domain. Roman replied calmly that Dmitri would manage the process on their own. Caden stiffened, insisting that the cold could freeze even one's aura. Survival itself was uncertain. Still, Roman did not flinch. He said Dmitri would leave nothing to chance. Then he declared their departure would be in 1 week. Watching him, Caden felt that his confidence brushed against madness. Yet he nodded, pledging his full support. The scene shifted to the Grand Palace of the Luna Kingdom. A magical transmission faded as its sender muttered that it could not be helped and wished Caden a safe journey. High Priest Sebastian had just received the report. When he learned that only 30 reinforcements were coming, shock rippled through the chamber. Unease followed, but Sebastian reminded them that this decision had been made by Dmitri with full awareness of the danger. He announced that the reinforcements would arrive in 2 weeks. Until then, they were to hold the fortress and preserve their defenses at all costs. At that moment, Hyro stepped forward. Hyro stepped forward with a hard look and said that 30 people could never stand against tens of thousands of orcs. If this continued, the Luna Kingdom would be forced to choose its own path. Their fate could not rest on so few lives. As the only human nation in Arcady, a land protected for generations, he believed it was their duty to defend it with their own hands. Sebastian tried to ground him, saying their current strength alone was not enough to repel such an overwhelming force. But Hyro refused to yield. He said they could not wait in fear. They had to shape the battlefield and prepare a single, decisive strike that could end the war at once. The soldiers answered him with a unified shout, declaring they would charge first and fight. With no other option, Sebastian, though deeply uneasy, told them to present their plan. The scene shifted to the area near the 6th storage facility. Troops checked their gear, reviewed routes, and memorized every step. Hyro believed this was the moment they would finally bring down Graxer. He focused on the orc army's path, which crossed the territory of the snowmen. Towering beings over 3 meters tall, wrapped in thick fur, their strength great enough to overpower even orcs. A single tribe could not defeat tens of thousands, but their presence was the key. They would weaken the enemy and create the opening. On the battlefield, the snowmen collided with the orc horde. As the giants engaged, Hyro stopped his troops, waiting for the exact moment to unleash the avalanche and erase the army in one strike. Then everything broke. An orc leader spotted him. Shouts rang out. Panic spread. They were surrounded. An orc laughed, mocking that humans always hid behind tricks. Hyro realized too late that he had been lured into a trap, and rage burned through him. The vision shifted to Dmitri on the day of departure. All 30 chosen warriors had assembled. Among them stood Chris and Ares, both carrying an overwhelming presence. Caden watched in silence, feeling power radiate from the group, a force rivaling even the 3 legendary swordsmen of the Luna Kingdom. Those legends were Leo, the royal commander knight, Hyro, the swordsman of the snowfields, and the third, the white flying squirrel Caden. He knew that aside from them, he himself also stood among the strongest in the kingdom. Caden's gaze lingered on Dmitri's warriors, and he couldn't stop himself from measuring their strength against his own. Even with only 30 of them, their presence alone felt overwhelming. Each one carried an aura that spoke of countless battles, and it left him shaken. He wondered, with a bitter smile, just how many he could truly face if steel were ever drawn between them. At their head stood Roman Dmitri. The moment Roman stepped forward, the air seemed to tighten around him. Caden felt it instinctively. This was the strongest among them. Without thinking, he lowered his head and bowed, offering to lead them safely through the dangerous terrain ahead. It wasn't fear that moved him, but a deep, unavoidable respect. The scene shifted back to the Luna Kingdom, where chaos ruled the battlefield. Hyro and his troops were being driven back under the crushing force of the orc army. Every line they tried to hold collapsed in moments, and all of their careful planning unraveled before their eyes. The roar of battle drowned out their commands as the orcs pushed deeper into the city. They surged straight toward the storage facilities, trampling everything in their path. Standing tall among them, the orc leader raised his weapon high, his voice filled with triumph. He declared that this day would be remembered as the moment the Luna Kingdom was erased from history, his words echoing over the ruins as the defenders faltered. In the heart of a raging blizzard atop a lifeless mountain, the Dmitri forces pushed forward through the endless white. Snow howled around them as Roman Dmitri and his chosen warriors, Chris among them, followed close behind their guide, Caden. As he led the way, Caden glanced over his shoulder, disbelief spreading across his face. The cold bit into his skin, yet sweat still ran down his temple his mind stalling at what he was witnessing. He couldn't understand how Roman moved so smoothly over the snow, gliding as if the ground offered no resistance. The footwork was unmistakable. It was the Arcady style. Caden had never taught him that. What stunned him even more was how Roman used it to run atop the snow itself, something that should have been impossible without years of specialized training. A quiet question echoed in his thoughts. Had Roman Dmitri mastered it on his own? The moment shattered when a sharp crackle rang in his hand. The communication crystal began to glow, dragging him back to reality. When he demanded to know what had happened, the reply carried nothing but bad news. Hyro had launched a surprise attack, only to be swallowed by a trap prepared in advance. Every soldier under his command had been wiped out, and Hyro's fate was still unknown. Caden's jaw tightened as the report continued. The Orc Lord, Graxer, was now leading his forces straight toward Luna Fortress. At this rate, the walls would be under siege long before Roman's reinforcements could arrive. His grip around the crystal grew rigid as frustration surged through him. What was meant to be a simple 2-week support mission had been destroyed by Hyro's recklessness. He sent a firm promise through the crystal, swearing he would return as fast as possible. When the light faded, Caden turned to Roman, his expression heavy with worry for his homeland. He revealed the urgency. Luna Fortress was only a day away. His eyes hardened as he declared they would move at full speed and waste no more time. He told them he would lead along the shortest path. There was a trace of doubt in his voice as he offered to help if Roman fell behind. But as they pressed on, Caden glanced back again and saw a Roman gliding over the snow once more. His body went still when he realized something chilling. Roman left no footprints at all. The truth hit him all at once. This wasn't just speed anymore. They were tearing through every limit he believed in. A surge of hope rose in his chest as he recalculated the time. If they kept this pace, they could reach Luna before the day was over. But that fragile hope shattered the moment the communication crystal trembled in his hand, its glow spilling an eerie light across his face. The next transmission carried nothing but despair. Enemy forces had already come into view, and the clash had turned into a fight for survival. Caden begged them to endure just a little longer, but the signal wavered. Through the static, the final report broke through. Magical communications were being jammed. The last words urged them to abandon the field and save themselves before the crystal went dark. Caden stood motionless in the storm as the fading light disappeared from his palm, shock and despair weighing him down. Elsewhere, a captured soldier knelt before the towering Orc Lord, Graxer. His body shook as tears filled his eyes, and he confessed that Roman Dmitri had agreed to aid Luna, but that only 30 reinforcements were coming. His voice trembled as he admitted that Hyro had gambled everything on Luna's strength, only for the plan to collapse in ruin. As his strength failed, his gaze drifted to the lifeless bodies of his comrades hanging nearby, and he understood that mercy did not exist here. His broken plea faded into silence as terror consumed him, his only wish being a painless end. Graxer did not flinch. The name Roman Dmitri meant nothing to him, and learning that only 30 soldiers were approaching made him scoff. He turned to his subordinate, Carlet, and asked if Luna Fortress was still standing. Carlet answered that they were on the verge of breaking through the divine barrier. Graxer stepped into the blizzard, ready to finish the siege himself. With a single silent command, he ordered the final assault. A thunderous roar erupted as the orc horde surged toward the fortress walls. High above, the defenders of Luna Fortress watched in terror as the Orc Lord appeared. His presence alone crushed their resolve. Graxer advanced, drawing a massive broadsword as a violent crimson aura burst around him, radiating raw destruction. Sebastian, the Grand Priest, shouted for everyone to hold the line, then commanded the priests to pour their divine power into the barrier. As Graxer drew closer, the priests began chanting in one voice, their bodies glowing with a golden radiance as a powerful blessing spread across the fortress. Lights surged through the barrier, wrapping the walls in divine protection. Graxer showed no reaction. With a ruthless swing, he sent a massive wave of crimson energy crashing into the shield. The golden light fractured under the impact, flickering violently as Sebastian forced himself onward, pouring every ounce of faith into his prayers. Graxer struck again and again, his voice filled with contempt as he mocked them for believing they could stop him without Queen Isabel. With one final blow, the barrier shattered. Sebastian's eyes widened as terror took hold. The explosion that followed swallowed the fortress. Fire roared through the streets, screams echoed in the chaos, and stone walls collapsed under the shockwave. Amid the ruins, a wounded survivor dragged himself across the frozen ground, begging for mercy. Carlet answered with cold disdain, telling him they would keep him alive in storage and daring him to choose death instead. Another orc scanned the wreckage with a sneer and reported that humans had appeared. All eyes turned to the figures emerging from the blizzard. When he recognized their leader as Roman Dmitri, a cruel idea took shape. Carlet summoned a captured soldier and ordered him to deceive the approaching force. The fortress was to appear untouched, and Roman was to be lured as close as possible. In return, the soldier's family would be spared. Faced with an unbearable choice, fear crushed him. When Roman Dmitri and his warriors reached the outskirts, a lone guard stood atop the ramparts. With no escape left, the captive forced himself to shout, telling them to stop, and declaring this was Luna's territory. Roman halted at once, driving his foot into the snow as the trembling voice demanded their identification. Roman Dmitri stepped forward into the cutting wind, the frozen battlefield stretching out beneath the storm. His voice carried with calm authority as he addressed the figures on the walls, announcing himself as Roman Dmitri of the Dmitri estate and declaring that he had come in response to Luna's call for aid. High above, the captive soldier forced himself to speak. He claimed he had heard that Dmitri's reinforcements numbered 30 and demanded to know why only 3 stood there now. He asked where Caden was, his voice echoing across the ramparts. Cloaked figures in ash-colored hoods looked down, acknowledging their arrival, unaware that other eyes were watching. Within the blizzard shadows, the orc forces observed in silence. Weapons were tightened in unseen hands as the tension thickened. Roman spoke again, his words commanding the full attention of the fortress. Standing before the towering gates, he lifted his weapon, the metallic ring cutting sharply through the storm. With unwavering authority, he declared that Luna now stood under the jurisdiction of the Dmitri state. The golden crest hanging from his blade caught the light as he revealed his claim and ordered that all forces obey him from this moment on. He looked up at the stunned defenders and delivered his vow. Those who pledged loyalty would never be abandoned. His voice reached beyond the walls, carrying to the civilians huddled below, to mothers holding their children in fear. In the depths of their despair, his words ignited a fragile spark of hope. He swore to fight to the very end and to save them all. From the darkness, an orc with glowing eyes watched without a sound. Sensing the danger of this sudden presence, the commander gave a silent order for an immediate assault, determined to crush the reinforcements before hope could take root. Roman met the attack with a terrifying surge of power. His aura flared as he channeled his inner energy and invoked the heavenly demon sword art. A vivid violet light burst from his blade, humming with lethal force as it cut through the blizzard. With fluid precision, he released the first form of the first phase, sending a massive, jagged wave of dark purple energy tearing through the air. Then he turned to his subordinates and warned Chris and Kevin that even if they managed to free the prisoners, their own survival was far from assured. Their goal was simple: wipe out every enemy in their path. The wind tore across the empty battlefield as Roman's killing intent settled over his forces like a storm cloud. Chris and Kevin responded at once, their eyes burning, their auras flaring as they prepared to tear through the enemy ranks without mercy. There would be no prisoners, no survivors. Not far away, Caden tightened his grip on his staff. His voice was heavy as he reported that the defenses were already broken and the fortress had all but fallen. To him, this battle was already lost. He told Roman he would not ask the Dmitri soldiers to die on foreign soil for a doomed cause. He bowed deeply, thanking them for coming all the way from Arcady. His voice wavered as he apologized, admitting that he had no way to repay what they had already sacrificed. In his heart, he knew he could not force another nation's people to throw their lives away for a kingdom that was already in ruins. So he made his choice. He would go to the fallen fortress alone and face whatever waited for him there. Roman let the silence stretch before speaking. Then he reminded Caden of the contract they had signed. From that moment on, the Luna Kingdom had become a vassal of the Dmitri family. His voice was cold and absolute. A vassal did not decide its own fate. That was the right of its lord. Caden's attempt to leave was rejected on the spot. Roman ordered him to stay and report everything he knew about the fortress. As the blizzard raged around them, a plan took shape. It was reckless, but it was their only chance. Using Luna's hidden passage, they would launch a pincer attack. Roman would lead a small force straight at the main gate, drawing all enemy attention. While the enemy focused on him, the rest would slip through the secret tunnel, strike from within, and rescue the prisoners. The soldiers moved at once, cloaks snapping in the wind as they vanished into the darkness of the passage. As they ran, unease spread through their ranks. Caden wondered if such a desperate gamble could truly work. The man behind him answered without slowing, his voice firm. He believed in this plan completely. And more than that, he believed in Roman Dmitri, the kind of commander whose iron resolve turned doubt into loyalty and fear into trust. As the stone walls rushed past, Caden felt something inside him finally settle. Luna did not only need to be saved. It needed someone strong enough to carry its future. The bitterness he felt towards surrender slowly dissolved, replaced by a quiet acceptance. Becoming a vassal of the Dmitri state might not be the calamity he once believed it to be. His thoughts were cut short when figures emerged ahead. 2 orc guards stood watch deeper in the tunnel. Before he could even react, the Dmitri soldiers moved. They split their targets without a word, closing the distance in a blink. Steel flashed, bodies fell, and the passage was silent again before any alarm could be raised. Caden stared at the scene, stunned. Was this what the strength of the Dmitri estate truly looked like? When Roman had arrived with only 30 men, he had thought it laughably small. Now, he could no longer grasp the true worth of those 30 warriors. Hope swelled in his chest. He lifted his gaze, the shadow on his face finally lifting. In his heart, he thanked the heavens, believing for the first time that Luna had not been abandoned. At the same time, the diversion took hold of the main gate. A towering orc warrior sneered at the small group waiting in the snow and barked an order to attack. Convinced that 3 enemies were nothing, the gates burst open and hundreds of orcs poured out like a living tide. The ground shook under their charge. Roman did not move. When the horde drew near, he drove his foot into the frozen earth. Dark violet energy exploded outward, warping the air itself. The front ranks were crushed in place, halted by the sheer weight of his killing intent. Crimson power washed over the battlefield, drowning the orc army in suffocating fear. Even as madness pushed them forward, their bodies rebelled against Roman's absolute presence. One massive orc swung its axe down. The blade struck his swirling aura and stopped. Roman stepped onto the flat of the weapon, pinning it to the ground, then pierced the creature's skull in a single, effortless thrust. This was only the beginning. Calling forth the next stage of the heavenly demon sword art, Roman released the second form of the middle phase. The battlefield exploded as a towering pillar of purple energy surged into the sky, hurling shattered stone and dozens of orcs into the air while erasing the entire front line. When the dust finally settled, a vast crater carved into the frozen earth told the story of what had just happened. At its center stood Roman Dmitri, small against the ruin, yet radiating a presence greater than the fortress itself. The rage in the orc ranks drained away, replaced by raw terror as panic spread through their lines. Steel rang out, and there was no mercy left on the field. With every step Roman took forward, the enemy formation crumbled. Then chaos erupted from the rear as the infiltrators revealed themselves, confirming that the fortress forces were being crushed from both sides. From above, Commander Carlet watched in horror. If those infiltrators were on the same level as the 3 monsters at the front, then this battle was already lost. So this was the true power of Dmitri. Were the 10,000 soldiers Lord Graxer had left behind really not enough to stop them? Even as that thought struck him, Chris and Kevin continued to carve through the orc army with merciless precision. Pushed into a corner, Carlet made his choice. He ordered the forbidden ritual to be activated at once. Crimson light swallowed the battlefield and the fortress alike as the Berserker spell took effect. Blood-red madness consumed the orcs, forcing their bodies beyond their limits at the cost of their minds. In an instant, the flow of the battle shifted. One of the enhanced orcs lunged at Kevin. He felt the change immediately as the enemy surged forward with unnatural speed. A massive axe came crashing down, and Kevin reacted on instinct, eyes wide as the Berserker-empowered blow descended toward him. Kevin froze as the axe closed in. Just before it could tear him apart, Chris stepped in and caught the blow, stopping it at the last second. He planted himself between Kevin and the monster and warned him not to drop his guard again. The words stung, but Kevin forced himself to refocus. A violent crimson aura burst from his body as he surged forward and struck back in pure fury. Still not satisfied, he leapt into the air, the red energy swallowing him whole. With both swords clenched in his hands, he brought them down in a crushing arc, ending the creature's life in a single strike. He landed quietly in the snow as the aura faded. Turning to Chris, he brushed off the help, convinced he could have handled it himself. Noticing Kevin's wounded pride, Chris suggested they compete to see who could take down more orcs. The irritation only fueled Kevin's spirit, and he accepted without a second thought. But their rivalry did not last. Both of them soon saw Roman charging ahead, his presence overwhelming, his blade cutting through orcs without pause. Faced with that sight, they abandoned their contest in silence. From the walls, Carlet had believed Roman and his two soldiers would be nearing their limits. Instead, the distance between them only kept closing. Panic set in, and he ordered the orcs to activate their sorcery again. Before the spell could finish, Roman struck down the caster with a single blow, shattering the last line of defense. In that moment, Carlet finally understood. The orc army was being completely crushed. Unable to accept that a human like Roman could exist, he cast aside his pride and fled, driven by nothing but fear. Elsewhere, the rescued prisoners, shaken and emotional, thanked Caden with trembling voices. Watching them, he realized he had truly believed they were already lost. As Roman soldiers gathered the captives, they moved with calm precision. One group searched for any remaining prisoners, while another escorted the rescued toward the gate. Seeing all, Caden felt the weight of the truth. Roman had arrived with only 30 men, yet he was turning an impossible war into a decisive victory. As scattered orcs tried to flee, Caden cut them down and shouted for the people of Luna to follow Dmitri. His voice carried across the ruins, and something ignited in the hearts of the survivors. One by one, the people of Luna began shouting their loyalty, their fear giving way to hope. Sometime later, at the front lines, Roman, Chris, and Kevin stood among the fallen, the orc army completely erased. Chris and Kevin were barely holding themselves upright, gasping for air. Kevin felt it again, that familiar sense of falling behind Chris, but he let it go. In the end, it did not matter. Neither of them could ever stand on the same level as Lord Roman. Just then, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. Roman turned, asking for details, and was told that the orc commander Carlet had seized a building and was holding prisoners hostage. The moment Roman heard the name, he ordered the soldier to lead him there. Inside the building, Carlet clutched a child and shouted that he would kill the hostages if his demands were not met. In his other hand was a magic bomb, its energy pulsing. He claimed that if he was not given away to guarantee his life, he would detonate it and slaughter everyone inside. 10 minutes. That was all he offered. He believed humans were weak, bound by emotion, and easy to control. Using hostages, he was certain, would secure his escape. Roman stepped forward calmly and asked if he wanted to make a deal. Carlet laughed and demanded to know why Roman had not already killed him. His rage twisted his face as the child cried in his grip. Roman's voice cut through him, exposing him for what he was, a commander who abandoned his soldiers and ran when faced with death. A coward. Carlet screamed in fury and moved to act on his threat. In that instant, Roman struck. The magic bomb slipped from Carlet's hand as his arm was shattered. He collapsed with a howl, unable to resist. Roman looked down at him with cold eyes and said that he had no value. Then, with a cruel calm, he added that now he had gained some. The broken commander was dragged before the surviving people of Luna. Roman declared him the only orc commander still alive. Though he could have ended him himself, he chose not to. Instead, he offered the final strike to Luna. He asked who would do it. Carlet spat defiance, swearing to kill them all. The crowd trembled, fear rippling through them. Then, at last, a Luna soldier named Smith stepped forward. Smith's body shook as he stepped forward, tears streaming down his face. His voice cracked as he spoke of the friend he had lost to Carlet in the war. A gentleman, someone who could not even bring himself to harm an ant. Yet Carlet had skinned him alive and eaten him before their eyes. The memory tore through him like a blade, and before anyone could stop him, Smith struck, again and again, until Carlet's life was ended. His scream ripped through the chamber as he demanded to know why his friend had to die. The other prisoners could no longer hold themselves back. Their faces twisted with grief and hatred as Smith shouted that Carlet was the monster who had slaughtered their families and stolen everyone they loved. One after another, the people of Luna stepped forward, their sorrow overflowing, their fury exploding as they struck the orc commander's corpse again and again. When Caden arrived and saw the scene, he froze. The air itself felt heavy with madness. Unease crept into his chest as he told them it was enough, that Carlet was already dead. Roman turned toward him, his eyes cold, and asked if he truly thought what he was seeing was cruel. Caden shook his head and said it was not that. He simply could not bear to watch Smith fall any further. He admitted he was afraid for the people of Luna. Roman answered without softness. Caden was mistaken. The peaceful world they once lived in was gone forever. The wounds carved into these people would never fade, not in this lifetime. If Luna was to survive, its enemies had to be erased. This was war, and it was far from over. What Caden saw here was not an exception. The same blood and despair were spreading across countless lands beyond Luna's walls. Caden stood in silence, unable to speak, as the truth settled over him. The protagonist's voice was cold as he said that true peace could not be born from hollow mercy. To reclaim it, one had to be ruthless toward their enemies. This was the way of Dmitri, and from this moment on, it was the path Caden would have to walk. Caden accepted Roman's judgment and quietly admitted to himself that Arcady could never return to what it once was. If they intended to confront monsters, then they too would have to become monsters. The next day, an executive council gathered. Kevin, Roman, and Caden sat around the table, while Caden studied the map laid out before them, and explained that after capturing Luna's fortress, Graxor had stationed Kalroth there with 10,000 troops before marching east toward the Elves' domain. He continued that Luna's fall already placed Arcady in grave danger, and if the Elves were defeated as well, then no power would remain capable of halting the Orcs' advance. Caden then pointed to the worsening blizzard, stressing that the intensifying storm made traveling across the snow nearly impossible. Yet for the Orcs who commanded the White Wolf, these frozen plains formed the ideal battlefield. With a grim expression, Caden concluded that if they were forced to face the Orcs out on the icy fields, defeat was unavoidable. Roman answered calmly that this war was a race against time. After thinking briefly, he added that Graxor still had no knowledge that Luna had been lost, and that this moment represented their final opportunity to alter the war's outcome. Caden hesitated, arguing that no army could possibly move through such a violent blizzard, but Roman replied with unwavering certainty that Caden had 30 minutes to gather every soldier Luna could still muster, because he would personally demonstrate how Luna could survive. Sometime later, the soldiers stood assembled in rows as the blizzard roared around them. Roman addressed them evenly, acknowledging that they were enduring Arcady's brutal climate and that he did not doubt how difficult it was for them. Yet he then added that their suffering still was not enough. Caden stared in disbelief and asked if Roman meant they were not desperate enough, and Roman answered without hesitation that this was exactly what he meant. Falling into silent reflection, Roman thought about Luna and the Northern Ice Palace, weighing what truly set them apart, and arrived at the conclusion that it was the peace guaranteed by the World Tree, along with the power of Queen Isabel. After pausing briefly, Roman remarked that when the cold had first descended upon them, despair had consumed everyone. Yet once Queen Isabel was born, Luna gradually became complacent. Roman's expression tightened as he declared that this complacency lay at the heart of their problem, because they had grown used to divine protection and constant warmth. They had never prepared themselves for truly harsh conditions, learning only how to survive under protection instead of how to endure by their own strength. Roman examined the situation with cold detachment and concluded that the Luna before him had already lost the ability to stand on its own, reasoning that any kingdom thrown into chaos simply because its queen had vanished could not truly be called a properly functioning nation. With that judgment settled, Roman stated bluntly that Luna now belonged to Dmitri, and he declared that he himself would give its people the strength needed to stand independently once more. He then spoke calmly, explaining that the skill he intended to teach them was known as the Heavenly Snow Martial Art. Roman clarified that the martial arts of the snow heavens were not merely a technique for walking across snowy ground. Instead, they surpassed Luna's methods in every aspect with far greater precision and refinement, allowing a practitioner to hide their presence, leave no tracks behind, and even detect enemy locations inside a raging blizzard where ordinary sight could perceive almost nothing. Among the soldiers, one quietly murmured that perhaps Roman was a messenger sent by the gods. Hearing those words, Caden turned toward him and replied calmly that Roman was not any divine envoy. As Caden's gaze settled on Roman's figure, he reflected silently that for a fleeting moment, even he had nearly believed such a thing. Yet the feeling he sensed from Roman was not holiness or divine authority, but the fierce spirit of a warrior ready for battle. Caden then stated evenly that Roman had simply reached the realm of transcendence through his own strength. 2 days later, the massive city gate creaked open. Roman stepped forward, the head of the group, and announced decisively that it was time for them to depart. Elsewhere, while a fierce snowstorm raged, 2 orcs stood watch. One of them boasted arrogantly that under the command of the great Graxor, Luna had already fallen, and as he glanced down toward the prisoners inside the cell, he declared with smug satisfaction that Arcady itself was now nearly within their grasp. Hearing this, Hyro's face turned blank as he repeated in disbelief that Luna had fallen, blaming himself and believing that he had pushed his homeland to the edge of destruction. Without warning, a severed hand suddenly landed on the ground before them, and the sight froze everyone in horror. The orc sneered with open contempt, addressing the captives as slaves and telling them that if they wished to stay alive, they should eat it, after which he slammed the door shut and walked away. The prisoners erupted into panic, shouting in shock and revulsion as they pointed out that it looked like a human hand and condemned the act as monstrous. when they noticed Hyro staggering forward in a drained and unsteady state. One of them nervously called his name, yet Hyro gave no reply. Instead, he reached down, picked up the severed hand, and quietly lowered himself to sit on the ground. The man leaned in and questioned what Hyro was doing, yet Hyro answered with a cold command for him to stay quiet. Fixing the man with a sharp stare, Hyro declared that even if death awaited him, he would take several of the orcs down with him, and the prisoners around him immediately went pale at the chilling resolve in his voice. Grinding his teeth, Hyro sank into his thoughts and calculated the reality of their situation, realizing that they had brought only 30 reinforcement soldiers. He wondered whether the outcome might have been different if he had waited for Dmitri's arrival. Yet at the same time he acknowledged that a kingdom with no real connection to Luna had no reason to risk its own strength for their sake. In the end, he reached the bitter conclusion that from the very start there had never been any hope at all. Surrounded by despair, Hyro silently questioned the gods, asking himself whether this tragic result had truly been their will, and wondering why, after sacrificing themselves for the Salamander continent, they still had to end up in such misery. With those thoughts lingering in his mind, Hyro let out a long breath and clenched his fist until it tightened, his face growing rigid as he quietly accepted that his life as a knight of the snowfield would come to an end here. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached from outside the door. Hyro moved quietly and pressed his body against the wall beside the entrance, thinking that the last thing left for him to do was meet his end without cursing the gods. Suddenly the door was flung open, and Hyro instantly lunged forward with his dagger, determined to die as a human who preserved his humanity until the final moment. Faced with this sudden attack, Caden became visibly flustered and awkwardly let out a strained laugh the moment he recognized Hyro. Hyro froze as well, staring in disbelief when he saw Caden standing there. Not long after, the group led by Caden quickly helped Hyro and the other prisoners to their feet and guided them through the tunnel, successfully leading them out of captivity. Still struggling to process everything, Hyro wondered what could possibly have happened, because in his mind Luna should have already been destroyed. Caden urged him sharply to pull himself together, reminding him that the war had not ended yet. Hearing those words, Hyro reacted in shock, and Caden calmly explained that Dmitri's army had defeated the orcs and successfully reclaimed Luna. The moment those words sank in, tears filled Hyro's eyes, and his voice choked with emotion as he realized that Luna had not been destroyed after all. Soon afterward, curiosity about Roman surfaced in his mind, and he corrected himself mid-thought as he wondered where Lord Roman was at that very moment. Meanwhile, Roman stood proudly upon a rock beneath the falling snow, his sword held firmly in his hand. As thousands of arrows poured down onto the orc army, the defenders shouted with fierce determination, urging one another to keep attacking and stop the enemy from advancing any farther. Graxer pushed forward without hesitation and swung his blade directly at an opponent, cutting him down instantly, then sneered with open arrogance as he mocked the idea that someone with a body thin as bare bones could possibly stop him, finding the very thought absurd. From atop the fortress wall, a blonde-haired elf clenched his teeth while staring at the battlefield below, silently wondering if the warrior before them truly was Graxer, the greatest orc lord in history. Suddenly, panic erupted among the orcs as one of them shouted a warning about a surprise attack, announcing that humans were striking from behind. Graxer spun around in shock and muttered in disbelief that humans had appeared in the battle. Elsewhere within the raging snowstorm, a figure dashed forward at full speed as Kevin led the charge, and together with Chris, he cut through the orcs with swift sword strikes, eliminating them within moments. Witnessing this, one of the orcs froze in stunned shock and shouted that enemies had appeared. Observing the fierce battle unfolding in the distance, others could only stare in astonishment, realizing that the people living beyond the endless mountains truly possessed such formidable strength. On another front, Fernando launched decisive strikes while fighting beside Lucas, who battled with unwavering resolve, and nearby another knight charged straight toward the orcs while carrying a shield. Watching the assault unfold, the onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief as they realized that this force could only be Dmitri. Meanwhile, Roman frowned slightly as he assessed the battlefield, reasoning that since Luna had already fallen, the orc army had turned its back on Luna and deployed its elite warriors directly to the front lines. Yet that very choice had now exposed a weakness. Raising his hand, Roman issued a loud command for everyone to follow Dmitri and eliminate the brutal orcs, declaring the start of the first operation and explaining that they would attack the rear where enemy troops were sparse, thereby overturning the disadvantage in numbers. Seeing this development, Graxer quickly barked orders to block the rear and kill the humans first. Roman heard those commands and simply curled his lips into a faint smile before calmly instructing his forces to begin the second operation. The moment the order was given, thousands of orcs wielding axes and riding snow wolves charged forward, yet the wolves abruptly stopped at a certain distance, marking the initiation of the second operation. Immediately afterward, several knights suddenly rushed out and launched a surprise assault, striking down multiple orcs at once. The orcs' mouths hung open as they groaned in pain, only then realizing that they had fallen into a trap created through the concealment techniques of the Northern Ice Palace. As the blizzard grew even fiercer, the enraged orcs shouted curses, calling their opponents filthy rats while ordering their forces to pursue them. The knights immediately dispersed and vanished into hiding, and when the orcs turned around again, they saw nothing but empty ground stretching before them. One of the orcs glanced around in growing frustration, swearing angrily as he demanded to know where the enemies had suddenly disappeared to. At that exact moment, two knights abruptly emerged from concealment, and cries of pain erupted as the orcs were struck down one after another. Witnessing the scene, one of the knights felt excitement surge through him as he realized that they were gaining the upper hand, recognizing the overwhelming effectiveness of what he knew to be the martial arts of the snow heavens. Hearing the loud commotion behind him, Graxer finally turned his head and cast a cautious glance at the unfolding chaos, quickly judging in his mind that the commander leading the opposing forces was certainly no ordinary individual. As his energy flared violently, he questioned whether these warriors were foreigners who had come from beyond the endless mountains, and he decided that he would have to intervene personally in order to break the momentum they had built. Without delay, he lifted his blade and issued a command for his subordinates to retreat, warning them not to be lured into the enemy's planned strategy. Graxer then rose lightly onto the tips of his toes before launching himself forward in a relentless sprint, releasing a ferocious roar as he charged ahead. At that moment, movement stirred behind a massive block of ice, and Ares suddenly burst out with his aura swirling around his body, lifting his sword high before bringing it down in a powerful strike. Graxer instantly raised his blade upward to block the attack, yet he was visibly startled when he realized that the man standing before him had endured one of his blows. Meanwhile, Ares quickly judged within his mind that if he did not fight seriously from this point forward, defeat would be inevitable. With fury blazing in his eyes, Graxer loudly challenged the man he assumed to be the leader of the humans, declaring that if he were defeated in battle, the Grey Wasteland would admit its defeat. At that very moment, a voice echoed across the battlefield, calmly expressing interest in the proposal. Graxer froze in surprise as a sudden chill of fear crept through him, and he questioned inwardly who the speaker could possibly be, staring at Ares in front of him before realizing that the man he faced was not actually the leader of the humans. Through the raging snowstorm in the distance, Roman's figure slowly came into view. Wearing a cold expression, he asked Graxer what kind of fate he believed would await those who had followed him if he were to lose. Graxer's aura churned violently around his body as he replied with indifference that such matters would ultimately be decided by the victor. Roman then drew his sword and calmly accepted the challenge, declaring in advance that if he emerged victorious, the orcs who treated humans as food would be wiped out from the continent of Arcady. The killing intent carried within those words caused Graxer to stiffen in shock. Regaining his composure, Graxer tightened his hold on his weapon and made a vow that if he won this battle, he would march forward and crush even the nation that lay beyond the endless mountains. At that very moment, Roman drove his sword forward in a swift swing, and Graxer answered instantly with a slash of his own, the two blades colliding head-on and sending violent tremors rippling through the surrounding air. Roman immediately forced more strength into his strike, pressing down so heavily that Graxer's blade was driven straight into the snow beneath them. Yet Graxer quickly steadied his footing and recovered his posture, and soon the two of them were trading attacks in rapid succession, their weapons flashing again and again as neither side gave up even a single step of ground. The instant Roman noticed a gap in Graxer's defense, he thrust forward without hesitation, forcing Graxer to hurriedly raise his weapon to block, and panic crept into Graxer's mind as he realized that he was being completely overpowered in terms of raw strength. Watching this reaction, Roman remarked coldly that this appeared to be the full extent of Graxer's power. Those words only drove Graxer further into fury, and as he concentrated all his energy, he let out a furious roar, unable to understand how a monster like this could possibly exist among humans. Remaining calm, Roman executed the first strike of the heavenly demon sword art, and in the next instant his blade slipped past Graxer's body in a single clean motion, sending blood spraying into the air. Roman lowered his head slightly, and the movement revealed a sharp, icy expression on his face. Across from him, Graxer clenched his teeth after taking Roman's slash directly across the shoulder, and moments later his strength failed him as he dropped helplessly to his knees. From behind, Roman's sword rested firmly against Graxer's neck. Clutching the shoulder that had been severed, Graxer muttered in a distant voice that everything had turned out exactly as that man had predicted, and that beyond the endless mountains there truly existed a monster. Those words stirred Roman's suspicion, and he asked who this man was. Lowering his eyes with a gloomy expression, Graxer explained that several months earlier someone had come to see him. The memory slowly surfaced in his mind as he calmly recalled how that person had told him that if he offered up everything he possessed, he would be granted power equal to the sacrifice. With bitterness in his voice, Graxer added that he had refused until the very end because he had recognized that the visitor was a demon, and he could not bring himself to sell his very existence. Roman reacted with faint surprise, while Graxer reflected somberly that he had truly rejected the offer. Then suddenly Graxer's eyes widened as a question struck him. How had he known that the man was a demon? Grabbing his chest in shock, he wondered if that encounter had really been the first time he'd seen him. His thoughts drifted toward the nature of orcs and humans, and he reflected that although the two races shared similar forms, they were vastly different. Orcs were born with overwhelming physical strength and dark green skin, and their race carried the natural blessing of great fertility. Yet when Arcady became buried beneath relentless cold, that very blessing twisted into a curse that shackled their entire people. At that moment, Graxer remembered the day he had stood frozen while witnessing two orcs devouring another of their own kind. In the middle of a violent blizzard, he had held his mother's severed head in his arms, choking back his cries as she gently comforted him and told him not to be angry, saying that this was simply their fate. On that day, Graxer felt that something about the world was terribly wrong. Consumed by resentment, he wondered that if a god truly existed, why such a being had created the orcs in such a way. It was then that a man wearing a black cloak approached and calmly remarked that it was tragic for them to survive by eating their own kind, calling the orcs a cursed race. Hearing those words, Graxer immediately turned his head and angrily demanded to know who was speaking. Yet when he saw no one there, he was briefly startled. In the next instant, the man suddenly appeared right beside him and leaned close to Graxer's ear, quietly tempting him with the suggestion that instead of consuming his own kind, he could feed on another race. Startled, Graxer briefly thought of humans and the people of Arcadia. Yet hesitation held him back. The man then stretched out his hand, and from his palm dark energy began to pour forth as he calmly stated that he would grant Graxer a true blessing, one that would connect Graxer's consciousness directly to his own. He added that one day Graxer would come seeking him, and with those words, while Graxer stared ahead in a vacant daze, the man dissolved into the air like drifting smoke. Soon afterward, dark energy began to seep from Graxer's own body, and as he stood there in silence, he reasoned blankly that rather than devouring members of his own race, he could conquer another people and make them his food, and with that realization his power swelled again with renewed resolve. Returning to the present moment, Graxer suddenly understood that he had already encountered that demon long ago. Lifting his voice as though testing whether the demon could hear him, he threw his head back and roared that the demon could take everything from him if it wished, but in return it must grant him the strength necessary to protect his people. Elsewhere, the cloaked man sat comfortably in a chair while calmly gathering energy, and when the signal reached him, he revealed a sharp grin of excitement and accepted the request without hesitation. Back on the battlefield, Graxer's body abruptly erupted with violent dark power, forcing Roman to jump back as he instantly recognized the familiar aura. A slight frown formed on Roman's face as he remembered how Alexander had fallen after the war with Dmitri, and he noted to himself that although Alexander had publicly declared peace and maintained the ceasefire, there had clearly been another motive behind those actions. Tightening his grip on his sword as he steadied his stance, Roman silently concluded that Graxer, who had now accepted that power, was about to reveal just how far his strength could go. Almost immediately, Graxer's body began to change. His eyes burned with savage light, and the arm that had been severed earlier slowly regenerated before Roman's eyes. A faint, thrilled smile spread across Graxer's face as he suddenly leapt forward, drew out a massive sword with one hand, and unleashed a heavy slash aimed straight at Roman. Roman reacted at once, lifting his own blade to block the attack while calmly observing the situation unfolding before him. Filled with fierce resolve, Graxer declared inwardly that only Roman's death could secure the survival of his people, and with that conviction, he raised his weapon again and launched a relentless chain of attacks. Roman answered every strike with composed precision. Watching the ferocious clash, Ares, who stood nearby, became deeply alarmed, while the remaining orcs looked on with anxious expressions. Meanwhile, Graxer clenched his teeth, thinking to himself that in order to obtain this power, he had already sacrificed everything. Graxer slammed his foot against the ground and drove himself forward, pushing his assault with even greater ferocity as he pressed Roman harder than before. Yet when every strike still failed to break through, frustration surged within him, and he began to question why none of his blows could reach Roman. Forcing even more strength into his movements, he pushed himself to the limit, sparks bursting from his blade as the weapon clashed again and again, but Roman endured every attack head-on and calmly intercepted each one without faltering. After allowing the exchange to continue, Roman finally spoke with cold finality, stating that he had deliberately given Graxer time to unleash his attacks. Yet despite abandoning himself for the sake of power, all Graxer had obtained was something so insignificant. Refusing to accept those words, Graxer lunged forward again in an attempt to strike, But at that very moment, Roman asked him in a chilling tone whether he knew what Roman despised most. As Graxer brought his sword down in another heavy swing, Roman simply shifted his body slightly to the side to avoid the blow, then countered with a swift strike of his own that sent Graxer flying through the air. Watching him fall back, Roman calmly finished his thought, declaring that the thing he hated above all else was a life where no opponent worthy of him existed. Roman suddenly released his energy and intercepted Graxer's incoming strike, stopping the attack dead in midair. In a calm voice, he remarked that he had expected Graxer to come far more prepared, hoping that the battle would allow him to unleash the full extent of his own strength. At the same time, Graxer exposed his savage fangs and let out a pained growl. Roman watched that reaction without the slightest disturbance, only a faint frown appearing on his face. Then he slammed his foot against the ground and stepped forward using the 8th step of the heavenly demon-dominating stride, advancing steadily as the ground beneath him cracked and splintered with each step. A killing intent flashed through Roman's eyes as he silently acknowledged that this was the level of power Graxer would now have to confront. Dark energy surged violently as the heavenly demon sword technique was activated, and the moment Roman unleashed the second form in its middle phase, a burst of purple flame erupted and swallowed Graxer whole, trapping him at the center of the blazing inferno. When the flames finally faded, the shattered ground revealed a deep crater, and within that hollow there was no longer any sign of Graxer. Watching the aftermath, one of the orcs muttered in a dazed voice, wondering if their lord had truly been killed. As the cold wind spiraled through the empty pit, his face turned pale, and the horrifying realization struck him that if they did not surrender immediately, every one of them would die. Staring at Roman's back, the orc became absolutely certain of that outcome. Without hesitation, the remaining orcs threw down their weapons and collapsed onto the snowy ground, desperately begging for mercy. They swore that from this moment forward they would devote their lives to serving Dmitri, pleading earnestly for their tribe to be spared. Roman stood there in silence, acknowledging that they seemed to have their own circumstances. One of the orcs hesitantly offered his thanks, but Roman reflected that once the orcs had begun turning humans into their food, the two races had already become beings that could no longer exist together. His grip tightened around the sword as his aura surged outward, and he stated coldly that although he held no personal hatred toward them, he would not create a precedent by granting mercy. The orcs immediately grew tense upon hearing this. Roman then calmly declared their end, and with a single decisive motion of his blade, he cut them all down at once. Later, deep within a forest, a group of elves approached Roman. Among them, a blonde-haired elf stepped forward and introduced herself as Tersha of the elf clan, respectfully greeting Roman as their savior. As Roman observed her appearance, he noted inwardly the pale white skin and pointed ears that confirmed her identity as an elf. Tersha offered a warm smile and expressed sincere gratitude, acknowledging that without Roman's intervention, the elves would have been wiped out. Roman answered calmly that their objectives had merely coincided and that nothing more should be read into it, then added that once the situation in the Kingdom of Luna was settled, he intended to convene a meeting to address the turmoil spreading throughout Arcady. Hearing this plan, Tersha nodded in agreement and assured Roman that they would attend. But then his expression turned serious as he asked whether Roman would accompany them briefly to their territory. Roman's eyebrow lifted with faint suspicion, which prompted Tersha to elaborate, explaining that when the war against the orcs had first erupted, the elves had turned to the World Tree for guidance and had seen a fragment of the future, and it was because of that vision that they had defended the World Tree's territory until the very end. Roman showed mild surprise upon hearing this, and quietly wondered whether the World Tree truly possessed such an ability. Tersha continued in a steady tone, saying they believed that a certain human, one foretold in that vision, would eventually appear and come to their aid. Seeing the doubt on Roman's face, Tersha hesitated before adding that the greater concern lay in what would come afterward. He explained that Graxer's power had been extraordinarily dangerous, strong enough to shake the world's very foundation, and because of that threat, the Mother Elf wished to speak with Roman personally. Silence settled briefly as Roman considered the individual he was about to meet, noting to himself that the existence of a Mother Elf was information he had never encountered before. Roman soon stepped toward the entrance and accepted the request, remarking that the timing was convenient since there was also something he wished to verify. After entering, he recalled that elves were known not to age and were said to maintain the appearance of someone in their early 20s right until the moment of death. At that moment, the figure before him greeted him with quiet respect, and Roman immediately recognized her as the Mother Elf. Seated calmly, she asked whether Roman possessed any knowledge regarding the demon realm. Roman fell silent for a short moment before answering, speaking of the celestial realm, the demon realm, and the mortal realm, explaining that these three dimensions together formed the structure of the world, and that, according to the records he had studied, the demon realm was the place where demons lived. The Mother Elf confirmed this without hesitation and explained that, according to the laws established by the Creator God, Each of those realms had originally been separated to prevent interference between them. However, one day a rift had appeared, and from that opening, an unknown being had fallen onto the Salamander continent, causing the rift to widen further as cold air poured through it and froze the entire Arcady continent. Hearing this explanation, Roman quietly reflected on the idea of dimensional travelers, briefly thinking of Alexander before realizing that he himself was not any different. The Mother Elf continued speaking, explaining that as the centuries passed, the barriers separating the dimensions had gradually weakened, and through that deterioration Graxer had been able to absorb demonic power, transforming into something far beyond the limits of an ordinary being. She then asked Roman if he understood what that truly implied. Roman quickly drew the conclusion that demons from the demon realm were setting their sights on the mortal realm. The Mother Elf confirmed this with a grave expression, explaining that although the process was currently only partial assimilation, the influence would inevitably grow far stronger as time passed. She then urged Roman to confront the existence responsible for disturbing the balance of the world, warning that if that being were allowed to remain, the dimensional barrier would eventually collapse and demons would pour into the mortal realm. She further explained that the Demon King had already reached a level comparable to a god, and although the laws of this world were presently restraining him, once a complete descent became possible, there would be no method left to stop him. Hearing this, Roman quietly realized why Kronos had been willing to abandon his pride and enforce a ceasefire, concluding that they had been waiting patiently for the dimensional barrier to weaken. If Graxer had only been one of the Demon King's subordinates, then the strength of humans alone would never be sufficient to oppose them. As his hand slowly tightened into a fist, Roman seriously considered that his existence in this world as Roman might have been something destined from the very beginning. His thoughts drifted further as he recalled that even warriors of Murim had failed to endure the earth stage of the heavenly demon divine technique, and that he himself had never once been given the chance to release the heaven stage. Covering part of his face while glancing slightly to the side, he anxiously contemplated the consequences if demons from the demon realm were to appear in this world. Noticing that Roman had fallen silent, the Mother Elf gently called out to him. Roman tightened his fist and spoke firmly, stating that he could not promise to fulfill her request, though he admitted that he had already obtained enough information. With quiet resolve, he declared that if anything dared to stand in his path, he would not remain idle. The Mother Elf then asked him to wait and explained that the elves had prepared a gift for the one who had saved them. In a calm voice, she told him that if he were to communicate with the World Tree, he would be granted a chance to glimpse the fate of the past, present, and future that he most needed to see. Roman responded with suspicion, recalling that only the Mother Elf herself was permitted to touch the World Tree, but she simply smiled kindly and explained that as the hero of Arcady who had saved the elves, he was an exception. Hearing this, Roman's interest was immediately stirred, and seeing it as a rare opportunity, he decided that he wished to examine the World Tree with his own eyes. Roman stepped forward and fixed his gaze ahead, thinking that the towering tree before him was unlike anything he had ever seen, not even during his previous life. Its immense branches stretched outward and layered across the pale blue sky, and as he stood beneath it, he quietly realized that its presence alone made him feel insignificant. Yet the World Tree itself was withered and frozen, every branch stripped of life, its barren and lifeless state reflecting the harsh desolation that had overtaken the continent. After observing it carefully, Roman's eyes widened as the realization settled in that this must be the World Tree, the one spoken of in rumors as the very foundation supporting the world. Slowly extending his hand, he reached out and gently placed it against the trunk, and in that instant it felt as though time itself had briefly come to a halt. Without warning, a strange surge of power erupted violently from Roman's body, overwhelming him with sudden shock. Nearby, Tershaw stepped closer and witnessed the World Tree releasing a stream of energy that flowed directly into Roman, leaving him stunned as he murmured in confusion, unable to understand what was occurring. At the same time, the energy pouring from the tree grew increasingly violent, and a brilliant golden glow rapidly spread across the trunk like molten lava, surging through its surface. Tershaw stared in complete disbelief, thinking that the World Tree itself seemed to be burning. Meanwhile, Roman's consciousness was slowly pulled inward, and as he observed the condition he now found himself in, he fell silent, realizing that the sensation was deeply unusual. A voice suddenly issued a command demanding that the situation be reported, prompting Roman to turn toward the source of the sound. In the darkness ahead sat a blonde-haired man firmly seated upon a tall stone throne, while two cloaked figures knelt below him. One of them began reporting that after the incident involving Roman Dmitri, the long-established power holders led by Duke Vieto had begun to rise again. Valhalla, which once celebrated the romance and honor of warriors, had now been tainted by cowardly behavior, and the Duke was currently attempting to assemble troops. If events continued along that path, civil war would soon become unavoidable. Hearing this report, Roman's brows drew together slightly as the figure continued. explaining that if Valhalla's emperor kept ignoring the voices of the people and chose to crush the rebellion by force, the empire would inevitably face a disaster that could not be avoided. At that moment, Alexander let out a scoff and declared with open contempt that their plan was progressing perfectly, and that Dmitri was nothing more than a minor variable. With a dark tone, he added that they should provoke the public further, because once Valhalla inevitably descended into war, their opportunity would arrive. Before Roman could continue observing the scene, his consciousness abruptly scattered once more, and when his eyes opened again, the surroundings had already shifted to an entirely different place. Isabel, her clothes stained with dirt and blood, leaned weakly against a large tree while clutching the wound in her abdomen, bending forward as a soft groan escaped her lips. Leo stepped toward her with determination and insisted that Her Majesty must return to Luna immediately, explaining with deep concern that Kronos had likely already discovered their plan and that if they continued to fight after losing so many troops, the only one truly placed in danger would be her. With urgency in his voice, he pleaded for her to listen to him this time, then humbly dropped to one knee in supplication. Queen Isabel hesitated for a brief moment before answering that such a thing was impossible. Struggling through heavy, strained breaths, she explained that from the moment she was born she had been chosen by the divine oracle, and throughout her life she had faithfully followed the will of the gods. So how could she now betray that very will? She continued firmly, declaring that she could never abandon the people who believed in her and had followed her into what had become a deadly trap, only to escape by herself. Hearing those words, Leo's expression darkened as he fell into silence for a moment. Isabel then pressed her hand against her abdomen and slowly straightened her posture before stepping past him, her voice turning cold as she addressed him as Leo, captain of the Royal Knights, ordering him to return to Luna immediately. She declared that she alone would bear the cruel fate ahead, and that this command came from the Queen of Luna herself. With those words spoken, she walked straight into the forest. Behind her, Leo silently clenched his fists, lowered his head, and quietly muttered a curse beneath his breath. After witnessing the scene, Roman's consciousness slowly faded away from the vision and returned to his present body. Lowering his gaze as he sank into deep thought, he wondered if this was part of the destiny laid before him. Valhalla and the demon realm, Alexander and Isabel. And he concluded that if he were to follow the path Isabel had taken, he might eventually uncover fragments of the truth. Turning his head slightly, he looked back to see Tersha placing her hand over her chest as she solemnly declared that the savior of Arcady should accept the loyalty of the elf clan. Around her, the other elves knelt as well and earnestly pleaded together for their loyalty to be accepted. A few hours earlier, when Roman had first been infused with energy and formed a connection with the world tree, the mother elf had asked Lady Tersha in alarm what exactly was happening, while Tersha, equally shocked, admitted that she did not understand either. As the golden-orange energy slowly slid downward along the trunk of the tree, the mother elf muttered in a dazed voice that it resembled the flames of the fire demon. Tersha, still staring in astonishment, added that she had never imagined there could exist someone capable of controlling a fire demon. On the other side, as the world tree slowly began to sprout new life and regenerate, Tersha's eyes filled with tears as emotion overwhelmed her, and she thought that the world tree was finally reviving. The deepest wish the elves had cherished for generations, and that there could be no doubt that Roman was the savior of Arcady. Quickly regaining her composure, she turned around and urgently called for all the elves to listen. With firm conviction, Tersha declared that their savior, Lord Roman, had proven himself to be someone capable of saving this world, and she strongly urged every elf present to follow Lord Roman. Back in the present, Roman stood silently while observing the elves kneeling before him. Suddenly, Hyro forcefully slammed both hands against the ground and dropped to his knees with a loud thud, loudly proclaiming that his humble self paid respect to the hero of the kingdom of Luna. Watching this, Roman felt a slight surprise and thought that this man must be one of Luna's captives whom Caden had rescued earlier. Hyro then urgently begged Roman to accept them, explaining that although they might be worthless, they were willing to do anything for the hero. Roman calmly turned to Caden and asked what the terms of their agreement had been. At once, Caden dropped to his knees as well and answered in a composed voice that in exchange for assisting Luna, they had promised to swear loyalty to Dmitri. He firmly confirmed that Dmitri had already fulfilled his side of the agreement. Roman then shifted his gaze toward the elves and said indifferently that he had no desire to accept loyalty offered without compensation, asking what exactly the elves wished to receive in return for their allegiance. The mother elf answered immediately and with seriousness, explaining that the world tree had been revived by the flames of the fire demon, and that Arcady had been granted a chance to recover. She gently closed her eyes with quiet satisfaction and said that this alone was already more than enough for the elves. Hearing those words, Roman paused briefly before tightening his fist, then declared firmly that if that was the case, he would make it known that in exchange for their loyalty, From that moment forward, both the elves and Luna would stand under the protection of Dmitri. Roman took the seat at the head of the banquet table while Lady Tersha, the mother elf, sat alongside Caden and Hyro, and with everyone present he calmly declared that Arcady's foremost priority was survival through its own strength, then continued by assigning responsibilities. The elves would focus on cultivating the land inside the territory, while the humans together with the other races would divide the remaining labor among themselves. Beneath the vast roots of the world tree, a radiant sphere of energy glowed steadily, and Roman used that power as the foundation for his next command, instructing them to construct a warp gate connected to Dmitri so that a trade route to the Salamander continent could be established. His tone turned stern as he reminded everyone not to forget the reason for this meeting, warning that if Arcady failed to secure strength with its own hands, its future decline would be inevitable. Once the meeting concluded, Roman returned to Dmitri beyond the endless mountains, moving forward with confident strides while the cheers of countless races echoed around him, their enthusiastic welcome resounding as he passed. Before long he arrived at the Grand Dmitri Castle, where an urgent voice immediately called for a report. Inside the meeting room, Lucas sat at the long table and began briefing everyone with a grave expression, explaining that the situation in Odelia was worsening with each passing day and that, now that the royal family had disappeared, conflicts were erupting throughout every region. Maintaining the same tense demeanor, Lucas continued his analysis of the southern nations and carefully detailed that the three kingdoms of southern Kronos, Umberto, Redford, and Frank, believed the matter required direct discussion. Roman then asked about the investigation he had previously ordered. Lucas turned his head slightly and continued presenting the findings, reporting that after tracking Isabel's movements they had discovered her final confirmed trace inside the kingdom of Umberto. From there she had reorganized her forces and departed for an unknown destination, and after that point they had been unable to determine where she went. Roman nodded once, acknowledging the report, before turning his attention to another person and asking about Captain Jonathan. A stern-faced man responded that two visitors had arrived for Valhalla, then introduced them by name. One was a man called Sanchez, and the other was Count Bragan. Sanchez, he explained, was a disciple of Morales and currently an important figure among the rebel forces, while Count Bragan appeared to be acting as a representative of the Valhalla Emperor. Hearing this, Roman silently concluded that there were many matters waiting to be handled, and with that realization, he firmly announced that the meeting was adjourned. Elsewhere, Count Bragan leaned forward on a sofa and released a dissatisfied sigh, grumbling that out of all the missions available, he had somehow been assigned this particular one. In a brief recollection, Count Bragan remembered the moment the mission had been forced upon him, as Marquis Belfer stood before him with a stern face, pointed directly at him, and ordered that he must persuade Roman Dmitri by whatever means necessary, stressing with clear authority that at the very least Roman had to be prevented from siding with Duke Vieto. Returning to the present, Bragan lowered his head and sank into heavy thought, the tension on his face making it obvious how difficult this assignment would be. Yet he quietly reassured himself that even though the task was daunting, Roman lived in a world governed by strength, and because of that he would not simply reject them outright. His train of thought was abruptly broken when the man standing beside him spoke politely, informing him that he would have to wait because Roman had a prior engagement and could not meet him at the moment. Bragan instantly raised his head in shock, his face stiffening as realization seemed to strike him, and suspicion crept into his mind as he wondered if Roman might be meeting Sanchez before seeing him. Meanwhile, inside another room, Roman stood confidently with a faint smile resting on his lips as he mentioned the rumors spreading everywhere, calmly stating that he had heard Sanchez had joined Duke Vieto's faction and was now leading the rebellion. Standing across from him, Sanchez admitted that the rumors were true and acknowledged that it had all happened because of Roman's earlier advice. His gaze sharpened as he explained that opposing the Valhalla Emperor required the support of Duke Vieto, and that the Duke had willingly accepted his proposal. Roman slightly tilted his head while studying him with a cold, steady gaze, and then asked what purpose had brought him there. Sanchez responded with a faint smile, as though he had expected this reaction from the start, and remarked that Roman Dmitri was someone who always drew a clear line. He then began outlining the situation within Valhalla, explaining that two enormous forces were secretly confronting one another in the shadows of power. The Valhalla Empire, he said, was currently divided between the Emperor's faction and the rebel forces that followed Duke Vieto, and he continued in a serious tone that their goal was to restore the true foundation of Valhalla. However, he added that the greatest obstacle was the fact that Valhalla's top-ranked warriors had always sided with the Emperor, and even the military showed unwavering loyalty toward him. Sanchez then openly admitted that what they desperately needed was Dmitri's help. Roman replied in a calm, yet firm voice that if Sanchez had come to ask him to directly participate in the rebellion, then he could not accept such a proposal. Sanchez's eyes widened immediately in shock, clearly unprepared for such a blunt refusal, and he reacted with visible disbelief. Roman calmly explained that regardless of how strong his reputation in Valhalla might be, If he personally stepped forward to lead their rebellion, the rebels would lose the very justification that gave their cause legitimacy. Slightly turning his head toward Sanchez, he pointed out the fatal flaw in their plan, stating that once the people's support was lost as well, their chances of victory would disappear entirely. Sanchez fell silent at those words, his expression tightening before he finally admitted that Roman was right. Roman then declared with firm conviction that removing the emperor from the throne would only hold meaning if it was achieved through Valhalla's own strength. Sanchez remained standing there, frozen by the weight of that statement. After a brief pause, Roman added that indirect assistance, however, was still possible. Extending his hand forward as if laying out the terms of a negotiation, he explained that the condition he required was simple, a temporary alliance that would remain in place until Kronos was defeated, and during that time all he asked was that Valhalla refrain from becoming an obstacle. As the sun slowly sank below the horizon and golden light spread quietly across the forest, the tense discussion between the two men finally came to its end. Later that evening, Count Bragan requested another audience. Sitting on a sofa inside a luxurious hall with his arms crossed and a stern look on his face, he waited patiently until Hans approached and politely bowed, informing him on Roman's behalf that the young lord was currently occupied with personal matters and asking him to remain in the guest room until further notice. Bragan's hands tightened as frustration crept in, and he wondered if Roman was refusing to meet him altogether, while also suspecting that lingering resentment toward the Valhalla emperor might still exist. To him, allowing a guest to wait under such circumstances, especially in matters involving relations between nations, felt improper, particularly since Roman was still so young. Time dragged on slowly. One day passed, then a second, and eventually the third. After being left waiting inside the guest room for 3 full days, Bragan finally lost his patience, slamming both hands against the table with his face flushed in anger as he demanded to know how long he was expected to continue waiting. Still sitting irritably on the sofa, he suddenly called for Billy, who responded immediately from behind him. With fury written across his face, Bragan ordered Billy to find a way to secure a meeting right away by whatever means were necessary, adding that if any problems occurred, the Empire would take responsibility for handling them. Billy responded with a faint, confident smirk and acknowledged the command. Soon afterward, Billy went to meet Hans. However, the moment they faced each other, Hans refused the request without hesitation, apologizing politely as he stated that Roman could not meet them at that time. Billy reflected on the situation, recognizing that Hans was Roman Dmitri's closest aide and the man who served directly at his side. Keeping his tone outwardly polite while applying subtle pressure, Billy remarked that he understood Lord Roman must be busy, yet in his mind he considered resolving the matter by force, reasoning that since Hans was only a servant, intimidation might be enough to make him comply. He stressed that Count Bragan had arrived as an official representative of the Valhalla Empire, and therefore could not remain waiting forever, then proposed a simple solution. If Hans would just provide a date for the meeting, he would leave without complaint and deliver the message accordingly. Hans fell silent for a brief moment after hearing that and released a deep sigh. Yet in the end, he repeated Roman's instructions word for word, explaining that until the young lord finished dealing with his personal matters, no one would be permitted to enter. The veins in Billy's neck swelled with anger, but he forced out a small laugh and insisted that Hans should stop repeating that it was impossible and at least agree to pass along their request. Despite the pressure, Hans remained calm and replied that while he understood their impatience, forcing a one-sided appointment would be inappropriate. The instant those words left his mouth, Billy's expression changed completely as he raised his hand as though preparing to strike. At that very moment, however, a cold voice echoed from behind him, ordering him to lower his hand. The room fell into immediate silence as Kevin stepped forward with heavy, deliberate footsteps, his overwhelming presence dominating the entire space. When Hans saw him, he showed clear surprise before respectfully acknowledging him, while Billy also turned around with visible tension, muttering Kevin's name in shock as he realized that the man standing there was the infamous demon of Dmitri. Kevin continued advancing step by step as a dark crimson, killing intent spread from him, making the atmosphere unbearably heavy. Billy instinctively retreated a step and quickly tried to explain that there had been a misunderstanding and that he had only come to meet Lord Roman. Kevin, however, had no interest in listening. His blood-red eyes locked firmly onto Billy, while the crimson aura completely enveloped him, and in a cold voice he demanded to know who Billy thought he was to threaten Hans within the territory of Dmitri. Billy frowned at Kevin, clearly confused by the accusation that had just been thrown at him, and questioned whether Kevin was exaggerating by calling it a threat. Kevin's eyes turned colder as the crimson killing intent surrounding him grew thicker, and he reminded Billy that he had already asked him to explain his actions. Billy's temper snapped instantly, and he shouted back with open defiance, insisting that Kevin had no right to speak to him, as though issuing orders, declaring that he did not belong to Dmitri, but served as a knight of the Valhalla Empire. Then, stepping forward with open arrogance, He bluntly admitted that he had indeed threatened the servant and demanded to know what the problem was. Kevin moved closer without hesitation until the two of them stood face to face, the tension between them becoming suffocating. In a chilling voice, he ordered Billy to repeat what he had just said. Billy ground his teeth as his anger surged further, replying with a mocking tone that Kevin certainly had nerve, and asking whether being one of Dmitri's private soldiers had made him think he was something special. His rage kept building as he clenched his fists and shouted that all he had done was frighten a mere servant, demanding to know why Kevin was turning it into such a major issue. His eyes burned with fury as he vented his frustration, claiming that none of this would have escalated if the people of Dmitri had not been looking down on them from the start. At that exact moment, Kevin suddenly struck him, leaving Billy no time to react. The unexpected blow made Billy stagger, and being hit in front of everyone instantly drove him into a frenzy. He yanked a weapon from his belt and roared in anger, demanding to know how Kevin had dared to strike him. Without hesitation, Billy swung the weapon and rushed straight at Kevin, fully intending to attack right there in Dmitri's hall. Yet the instant he lunged forward, Kevin moved swiftly and blocked the strike, and in the next moment Billy was hit again by another powerful blow from Kevin, the mark appearing clearly across his face. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand how he had been overwhelmed so easily. Kevin remained standing firmly in place, lowering his hand after the strike while staring down at his opponent with icy eyes. Without giving Billy even a moment to recover, he launched another attack with lightning speed. The blow landed cleanly, blood spraying from the impact as it connected. Strike after strike followed in rapid succession, and under that relentless barrage, Billy finally reached his limit. Unable to endure any longer, he collapsed on his knees on the floor, gasping for breath in a dazed and battered state. Standing over him, Kevin gazed down with a cold, unwavering expression and stated firmly that Hans was not simply a servant of their lord, but also their benefactor, the man who had cared for their families. Fixing Billy with a stare while dark red killing intent swirled around him, Kevin clenched his teeth and warned that Hans was not someone a person like Billy could treat carelessly. Kneeling on the ground with his face swollen from the beating, Billy trembled as he tried to intimidate Kevin with his status, demanding to know whether Kevin was prepared to bear the consequences of what he had done while reminding him that he was a knight of the Valhalla Empire. Yet even from his knees, Billy refused to stay quiet, continuing to protest as he insisted that someone like him was not a person a mere Dmitri soldier had the right to challenge. Hearing those words, Kevin simply curled his lips into a faint smile and asked Billy if he wanted to hear something amusing. The moment shifted into a memory from the past, when Kevin had once attended a party hosted by House Barco while accompanying his lord, and he remembered clearly how his lord had beaten the men who insulted Dmitri until they were nothing but a bloody pulp. Afterward, Kevin recalled the lesson his lord gave him, teaching him that a man must know exactly who he could provoke and who he absolutely could not. The memory faded as the present returned, and Kevin looked down at Billy with the same cold gaze before calmly stating that he had now made his judgment. A chilling smile spread across his face as the killing intent surrounding him surged violently, and he declared his conclusion. Billy was someone he could deal with, after which the heavy atmosphere thickened as Kevin quickly handled the obstacle before him. Later, Billy stood silently with a bruised face and a bandage across his cheek while reporting to Count Bragan about how everything had turned out that way. Count Bragan slammed both hands onto the table, his face turning red with fury as he loudly cursed the people of Dmitri. However, once the burst of anger passed, he began to analyze the situation calmly, suggesting that the actions of Hans and Kevin were most likely carried out under Roman Dmitri's orders, an attempt meant to provoke them into anger. A calculating smile slowly appeared on Count Bragan's face as he reached his conclusion, remarking that Roman Dmitri seemed to possess a childish side and deciding that he would allow the matter to pass for now. Leaning back comfortably against the luxurious sofa, he smiled with quiet confidence while thinking to himself that revenge always began with patience, and he wondered whether Roman would still be able to keep that same attitude when the two of them finally met face to face. At that same moment, Roman Dmitri was holding a conference with the kings of the southern kingdoms of Kronos through a magic communication device. During the meeting, Roman remained composed while the discussion unfolded, and in the end it was agreed that the refugee crisis in Odelia would be resolved through the joint efforts of the three kingdoms together with Dmitri. Once the conference concluded, Roman turned his head toward the butler, standing quietly behind him, and calmly stated that it was time to meet Count Bragan. Hans immediately lowered his head in a respectful bow and answered that he understood. A faint smile formed on Roman's lips as he thought that the moment Count Bragan had been waiting for had finally arrived. Inside the room, Count Bragan looked at Roman with a mocking smile and sarcastically commented that Roman appeared to have been very busy lately, while inwardly complaining with irritation that he had been forced to wait for an entire week. Roman sat down calmly in the chair across from him, holding a teacup in one hand, and replied in a casual tone that he truly had been occupied, adding that next time Bragan should contact him in advance. Hearing that response, Count Bragan reluctantly accepted it, though in his mind he judged Roman as nothing more than a young man still in his late 20s, convincing himself that his own greater experience would allow him to control the direction of the conversation. Before moving to the real topic, Count Bragan mentioned Billy's incident and asked how Roman planned to deal with it. His expression hardened as he directly questioned whether Roman's actions had not trampled upon the honor of a knight from Valhalla. Roman kept his relaxed posture and answered calmly that he had heard the knight had first threatened Hans. Count Bragan quickly responded that he already knew that fact, but he frowned as his gaze grew sharp, arguing that the status of a servant and that of a knight were clearly different. Hearing those words, the warmth in Roman's eyes slowly disappeared, replaced by a cold calm as he stated that Hans was not an ordinary servant. Roman explained that he had once recognized Hans's achievements and even intended to grant him a title, but Hans had declined, saying he was satisfied remaining a servant. Roman then added that Hans was like family to him. Count Bragan frowned again at that statement and objected unwillingly, insisting that it still changed nothing. Roman remained seated calmly while Count Bragan stood across from him and continued arguing that, considering Roman's relationship with Valhalla, his subordinate should never have laid a hand on Billy. Roman quietly set the teacup back down onto the table and then asked in a cold voice why they had to avoid touching the people of Valhalla. The question struck Count Bragan instantly, causing him to freeze where he stood as his eyes widened in disbelief and his thoughts fell in a sudden confusion. Roman remained completely composed and corrected Count Bragan's assumption, stating coldly that he was gravely mistaken, then recalling without hesitation that Valhalla had once attempted to kill him under the excuse of a festival, and that after he defeated Barbassa, Valhalla's emperor had deliberately arranged the circumstances so that Kronos would move against him. As a faint purple energy slowly spread around his body, Roman calmly concluded that he had already shown Count Bragan more than enough courtesy. Count Bragan's expression tightened as the situation abruptly turned against him. Yet Roman continued to press him without pause and demanded an answer. He questioned that if he were expected to take responsibility simply because one knight had been struck, then what kind of response he should give in return. While the purple killing intent around him thickened, Roman warned Count Bragan to do his very best to persuade him and clearly explain why he should be allowed to walk out alive. Under that overwhelming pressure, Count Bragan's face turned pale, sweat sliding down his skin as panic filled his mind. Realizing just how serious the situation had become, and that Roman truly was as extreme as the rumors claimed, he hurriedly tried to calm the atmosphere, nervously saying that yesterday's enemy did not necessarily have to remain today's enemy. When Roman gave no response, Count Bragan quickly continued speaking in an attempt to convince him, urging Roman not to be ruled by emotion, but to think in terms of politics instead, desperately offering a deal in exchange for his life. He proposed that if Dmitri promised not to interfere in Valhalla's internal civil conflict, then Valhalla would likewise refrain from interfering in the war between Kronos and Dmitri, even offering that they could provide assistance if it became necessary. Roman's gaze sharpened as he listened, and he coldly concluded that if that was everything Count Bragan intended to say, then there was no reason for him to be spared. Count Bragan froze in shock, unable to understand what mistake he had made, stammering in confusion as he desperately sought forgiveness. At that exact moment, Kevin suddenly appeared behind Count Bragan, his presence blazing with crimson, killing intent. The scene then shifted to Marquis Belfort's office, where several people stood gathered around a large table covered with maps while discussing their matters. A subordinate suddenly rushed into the room carrying a wooden box and urgently reported to Marquis Belfort that a special delivery had arrived from Count Bragan. Slightly turning his head, Belfort frowned with surprise at the mention of that name and murmured in confusion. As he picked up the box, a hopeful thought crossed his mind that perhaps Bragan had succeeded in persuading Dmitri. Smiling with satisfaction at that possibility, he remarked that at last some good news had arrived as he prepared to open it. However, the moment the box was opened, there was neither a gift nor a letter waiting inside. Instead, resting neatly within the container was Count Bragan's severed head, soaked in blood, his pale face placed carefully inside the box. Marquis Belfort froze the instant he saw it, his eyes widening in horror as a surge of explosive fury erupted from within him, and with intense killing intent bursting out, he roared Roman Dmitri's name. At the Valhalla Imperial residence, Marquis Belfort hurried into the Grand Hall carrying a wooden box and presented it directly to the Emperor, urging him to look inside while explaining that Roman Dmitri had severed the head of Count Bragan. The man sent as Valhalla's representative and delivered it to him. Yet the Emperor displayed no sign of surprise, simply resting his chin on his hand with detached indifference. One of the men present calmly remarked that he had already anticipated such a result, adding that Roman had never been the kind of person capable of compromise. He then suggested that they should first mobilize their forces and eliminate Duke Vieto's rebel army, before later joining hands with Kronos to launch an attack on Dmitri, a proposal that caused the court to erupt in anger and heated voices. Count Gomez of the Conservative Party stepped forward to intervene, asking whether they might consider a different approach. And when the emperor asked if he had any worthwhile ideas, Gomez pointed out that Roman's meeting with Sanchez had already proven his support for the rebels. Gomez then proposed a psychological strategy, explaining that they could exploit Valhalla's ideology of pure blood and the pride of its warriors so that public opinion would turn against the rebels if an outsider like Roman appeared to dominate their liberation movement. Lowering himself respectfully to his knees, he requested permission to contact Roman directly and lure him into providing recorded evidence of interference that could later be used to influence public sentiment. Marquis Belfer voiced his support for the suggestion as well. The emperor rose from his seat and began walking away, dismissing the matter with a brief remark that they could proceed however they saw fit. As he departed, Count Belfer glanced back toward Gomez, who answered with a predatory smile and quietly stated that they would carry out the plan as intended. Later, within a dark chamber, Gomez activated a communication crystal, causing Roman's holographic image to appear before him. Gomez remarked that he had received the gift, and questioned whether this was truly Dmitri's way of handling such matters, adding that with that single act Roman had created an irreversible rift between Valhalla and Dmitri. Roman found the remark amusing and reminded him that Valhalla had attempted assassination first, which made any compromise impossible from the beginning. Gomez responded with a smirk and asked whether Roman already felt as though the world belonged to him, adding that he genuinely found such a situation regrettable. He acknowledged that Roman might have originated from Cairo, but had risen to become the leader of the Alliance of Kingdoms, and therefore deserved recognition. Continuing calmly, Gomez suggested that there should still be limits to how far Roman could go in overstepping boundaries, while subtly signaling to the subordinates standing behind him and secretly activating a hidden recorder in an attempt to trap Roman. Gomez sneered at Roman and mocked his choice, declaring that standing with Duke Vieto was nothing less than a fatal miscalculation, then continued by saying Roman could not seriously believe that merely aiding the rebels would be enough to topple the mighty Valhalla Empire. Meanwhile, in his own mind, Gomez reflected that once they secured solid evidence proving Roman had colluded with Duke Vieto, the entire situation would end in Valhalla's favor. Roman, however, responded without the slightest agitation, calmly asking what Duke Vieto's actions had to do with him at all, a reply that instantly caught Gomez off guard because it was completely different from what he had expected to hear. Roman went on, reminding him that he had already made his stance clear long ago, and that from the moment the Valhalla Empire had openly attempted to assassinate him, any possibility of compromise between them had already disappeared. Hearing this, Count Gomez could not hide his surprise. Roman then continued, brushing aside Valhalla's internal civil war as something irrelevant to him, before stating that the real problem was the Empire's arrogance itself. At those words, Gomez ground his teeth in obvious frustration, realizing that the recording device had captured nothing useful. Only Roman's personal contempt for Valhalla, rather than any confirmation of political cooperation, making the entire conversation worthless as propaganda material. Roman then presented what he called the only path toward repairing the situation, declaring in a firm and unwavering tone that the Valhalla Emperor must come in person and ask for forgiveness. The moment those words were spoken, Count Gomez exploded with anger, condemning the demand as outrageous and coldly asking whether Roman truly intended to push matters all the way to the end. Roman paid no attention to his outrage and instead delivered a final, chilling statement. If the emperor refused to come, then from that moment forward the Dmitri family would officially recognize the Valhalla Empire as an enemy nation. With that declaration, the communication abruptly ended, leaving Count Gomez staring at the device in disbelief as a single thought crossed his mind. Had Roman Dmitri truly just declared war on the Valhalla Empire? A moment later, Marquis Belfer entered the room and calmly stated that Roman had spoken with complete sincerity, adding that Roman was precisely the sort of man who would carry through with such a declaration without hesitation. Turning toward him, Count Gomez admitted that they had walked directly into Roman's trap, acknowledging that Roman's cunning extended far beyond ordinary schemes, and he pointed out that the next step was obvious. Roman would begin mobilizing his forces, and that movement itself would serve as a declaration of war. Count Belfer responded without delay, firmly stating that the kingdom of Hector was an ally of Dmitri, which meant Dmitri would most likely open a path through the northern border connected to Valhalla, and he immediately ordered the military to deploy troops to the northern front. With a grave expression, he warned that even the slightest delay could lead to an uncontrollable disaster once the rebel forces and Dmitri's army began acting together. Just then, a messenger rushed into the room carrying urgent news and reported that Duke Vieto's army had already begun its assault on Hernan City. Meanwhile, at Hernan City itself, chaos had erupted. Towering flames consumed everything in sight as the fortress walls finally collapsed. The Imperial Guards roared command across the battlefield, ordering their soldiers to strike down Duke Vieto without hesitation. Yet Duke Vieto himself surged forward at the front of the charge, swinging his massive axe with overwhelming force as the blade tore through the Imperial Guards as though their defenses meant nothing. Even while the clash raged around him, Duke Vieto raised his voice and shouted to the opposing soldiers, declaring that they were warriors of Valhalla, just like his own men, and that if they chose to surrender now, their lives would be spared. He then called out to all the people of Valhalla, urging them to listen carefully as he proclaimed that he would restore the lost glory of Valhalla's warriors. The commander placed in charge of suppressing the rebellion was Count Gomez. Inside the headquarters overseeing the rebel suppression campaign, Count Gomez stood before a spread of tactical maps, visibly shaken by how quickly Hernand had fallen. As a subordinate reported that Duke Vieto had already taken control of Hernand, Gomez narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought while studying the situation. Without delay, he ordered that all of Valhalla's strongest warriors be summoned, with the sole exception of Caesar, explaining that the enemy possessed only one true powerhouse, Valderas, and that regardless of whatever preparations the rebels might have made, once Valhalla deployed its top-ranked warriors, the enemy would have no way to stop them. Before those orders could even be carried out, however, a knight suddenly rushed into the room bearing alarming news, urgently reporting that the top-ranked warriors had already been summoned to participate in a duel of decision. The color drained from Gomez's face as he immediately understood the gravity of those words. A duel of decision was not a term that should ever arise in such circumstances. It was an ancient Valhalla tradition suited to a nation of warriors, a ritual battle in which only the highest-ranked fighters were permitted to participate. Worse still, it was a challenge that could never be refused because the authority behind it was absolute. Once declared, the duel demanded that both participants stake their lives upon the outcome. Fury erupted from Gomez as he demanded to know who had committed such a reckless and senseless act. The knight, clearly uneasy, answered that it had been rank 3 Ares who issued the duel of decision, challenging rank 2 Alvarez. Gomez could only stare in stunned disbelief as he muttered Ares' name under his breath, realizing with dread that Valhalla's 2 greatest assets were now destined to fight each other in a battle to the death. An imperial summons had been issued, drawing Valhalla's top-ranked warriors back to the capital. Alvarez, the warrior ranked 2nd in the empire, scanned the gathered figures with clear irritation and remarked that this truly was everyone, silently reflecting that the scene bore no resemblance to the strength Valhalla had once possessed. Schneider, who held the 9th rank, commented that the reason for this decline was Roman Dmitri, explaining that because of him warriors such as Morales, Barbosa, and Rodriguez had already crossed into the afterlife. Nearby, Tron, ranked 5th in Valhalla, calmly continued eating his food while casually mentioning that Ares, the warrior ranked 3rd, had already abandoned Valhalla after declaring that he intended to follow Dmitri. Hearing this, Alvarez reflected bitterly that a single anomaly named Roman Dmitri had managed to overturn the entire situation, and he let out a long sigh as he remarked on how absurd everything had become. Just then, the door slowly opened, and Ares stepped into the room. His demeanor was completely composed as he casually greeted those present, yet that relaxed attitude only tightened the tension hanging in the air. Alvarez's irritation immediately deepened, unable to understand how someone they now viewed as a traitor could walk in with such unshakable confidence. Ares responded with a faint smirk, pointing out that as far as he knew he had not been expelled for Valhalla and still officially held the rank of 3rd. Without wasting another moment, he openly challenged Alvarez to a duel of decision. The declaration stunned Alvarez, who immediately cursed him in disbelief, while Schneider stepped forward in protest, arguing that someone who had abandoned Valhalla had no right to invoke a duel of decision and insisting that such a challenge could not possibly be allowed. Ares slowly approached Schneider and stated firmly that the right to call for a duel of decision was inherent. As he placed his hand on Schneider's shoulder, he pressed down with force, causing Schneider to grit his teeth as pain shot through him. Then, releasing his aura, Ares coldly declared that no one ranked beneath him possessed the authority to interfere. After a brief silence, Alvarez finally accepted the challenge. The scene then shifted to the Valhalla temple, where the duel was set to begin. As the 2 warriors climbed the long staircase toward the arena, Alvarez spoke with calm confidence, remarking that history had a tendency to repeat itself. He glanced back with a sharp look and reminded Ares that he had already lost 3 unofficial matches, questioning where such confidence could possibly come from now. Ares, however, showed no reaction at all and simply smiled. Once they reached the arena prepared for the duel, the match was formally declared. Standing opposite one another, the 2 warriors launched forward almost instantly, their movements bursting with violent energy. Alvarez initiated the clash with a sharp and calculated strike, yet Ares avoided the attack with ease, and the ferocity of their opening exchange left the watching spectators stunned. Watching the clash unfold, Schneider could not help thinking to himself how astonishing the exchange of techniques was, while nearby Tron calmly concluded that, in the end, Alvarez would be the one to seize control of the duel. As the battle intensified, the 2 warriors' swords collided again and again, each impact sending violent shockwaves rippling through the temple and shaking the surroundings with the force of their power. Amid the relentless exchanges, Alvarez acknowledged that Ares' swordsmanship was undeniably impressive, yet he insisted that the gap between their auras was something Ares could never overcome. To demonstrate this claim, he unleashed a devastating strike that erupted into a massive explosion. For a brief moment, as the smoke drifted and visibility returned, it looked as though Alvarez's blade had pierced straight through Ares. But the figure he struck dissolved into nothing. It was only an afterimage formed from aura. Alvarez scoffed at the sight and mocked Ares for still depending on such tricks, but Ares reappeared without the slightest concern and casually commented that the attack had not been bad. Observing his opponent carefully, Alvarez realized that Ares was behaving far too calmly for someone fighting a life-or-death duel. Recognizing that continuing to hold back would be pointless, Alvarez resolved to finish the fight with a single decisive blow. Crossing his swords, he poured aura into the blades until it erupted violently outward, the overwhelming pressure spreading through the entire arena and forcing Ares to step back. Then, activating his secret technique, Explosion Smash, he released the attack with full force. Ares remained composed even as the explosion consumed the battlefield, and seeing the strike land squarely, Alvarez allowed himself a confident smirk, convinced that the duel had finally ended in his favor. Yet in the very next instant, a figure stepped out from the drifting smoke completely unharmed. Alvarez's eyes widened in shock as Ares emerged without a single injury, and before he could even process what had happened, Ares moved. His counterattack arrived instantly, swift, precise, and lethal, as his blade flashed through the air and severed both of Alvarez's arms in one clean motion, sending blood spraying across the arena floor. Standing firmly above the fallen warrior, Ares reflected that before deciding to leave Valhalla and head to Dmitri, he had been trapped in stagnation. Pressing the edge of his sword against Alvarez, he coldly explained that this was exactly the reason he had chosen to depart and follow Dmitri instead. Alvarez stared at him in stunned disbelief as realization slowly settled in. The aura surrounding Ares surged and twisted violently, and in that moment Alvarez understood the truth. Ares had reached an entirely new level. The power radiating from him was unmistakable. Ares possessed a 6-star aura. Fear flooded Alvarez as the realization struck him, and with a trembling voice he admitted that Ares had been concealing his real strength from the very beginning of the duel. In that instant, he fully recognized it. Among everyone in Valhalla, Ares possessed the greatest talent of them all. Ares did not pause. Continuing his assault without mercy, he pressed forward relentlessly, leaving Alvarez absolutely no chance to recover. Around the arena, the spectators could only stare in shock, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Schneider wondered in disbelief what had possibly happened to Dmitri to cause such a dramatic transformation in Ares. Meanwhile, Count Gomez clenched his teeth in frustration, realizing that they had been completely outmaneuvered. In his mind, he continued analyzing the situation, noting that when Dmitri's forces had been sent toward the northern front, the Emperor's forces had initially been scattered. In that moment, Gomez understood the full implication of what had just happened. By sending Ares here, Roman had effectively eliminated Alvarez, the warrior ranked second in all of Valhalla. The realization made him question whether this had been Roman Dmitri's true method of aiding the rebel forces, and the more he considered it, the more certain he became that every step had been calculated from the very beginning. Panic slowly crept into his thoughts as he recognized that if events continued along this path, they would be completely overwhelmed by Roman's carefully arranged plans. With no alternatives left, Gomez resolved to abandon the very principles Valhalla prided itself on and act without hesitation. Raising his voice, he immediately issued an order for Ares to be arrested on the spot. But to his astonishment, not a single person moved. Seeing the warriors remain frozen in place, Count Gomez erupted in anger and shouted at them to stop standing there in confusion, furiously demanding that they carry out his command at once and arrest the traitor Ares. Ares recalled the warning his lord had given before he departed for Valhalla, explaining that Valhalla had already abandoned the pride that once defined a true warrior, and cautioning that even if Ares were to win the duel of decision, they would disregard the victor's rightful claim and still try to take his life, which was why his lord had urged him to prepare himself carefully for exactly that outcome. Back on the battlefield, Ares paused briefly, then declared with certainty that everything unfolding matched precisely what his lord had predicted, and that everyone here had become utterly rotten. As he lifted his hand high into the air, several figures dressed in black cloaks suddenly appeared inside the arena, while holding magical communication devices. The sight startled Count Gomez, who wondered who these people were, and, as he continued watching them closely, he noticed the devices they carried were magical communication tools. It soon became clear that the individuals were members of the house sect, and Count Gomez was visibly taken aback when a voice from one of the magical communication devices announced that Ares had won the match while also remarking that Ares had now reached the second rank. The voice then questioned what this result truly meant, and many listeners expressed admiration because someone so young had already managed to climb to the second rank. Count Gomez looked completely confused, unable to understand what was happening, until Ares calmly explained that the duel of decision had been broadcast throughout all of Valhalla. The moment he heard that, Count Gomez exploded with anger and cursed Ares for doing such a thing. But Ares responded by saying that there had once been a time when Valhalla had not lost its romantic spirit, and he declared firmly that he intended to restore that former Valhalla again. Then, exercising the authority granted to him as the second rank of Valhalla, Ares openly issued a challenge to Caesar, the top-ranked warrior, and the moment those words were spoken, everyone present was left completely stunned. The announcer turned his gaze toward the emperor seated upon the throne, waiting for an official order, yet the emperor simply stated that they would act according to their own judgment. Marquis Belfer then turned to Count Gomez and asked for his opinion on who would win if Caesar and Ares were to clash, and the sudden question left Gomez flustered. After hesitating briefly, he admitted that he did not know who would ultimately come out victorious. Castro, known across the continent as the strongest swordsman, and Caesar, the only person capable of standing against Castro, had both long been regarded as the mightiest swordsmen of Valhalla, and while Gomez admitted that it would normally seem obvious that Caesar would win, he also pointed out that Ares had followed Roman and had now reached the realm of the six-star aura. Hearing this development, Marquis Belfer remarked that the situation had suddenly become quite interesting and questioned whether Caesar could still be considered the certain victor, then coldly added that under the present circumstances there was no possible way to challenge the authority held by the second rank. Glancing back, he continued that because of this, they believed Hernard needed to be captured as quickly as possible. Count Gomez responded firmly that he understood. At that moment, a man rushed in with urgent news, reporting that trouble had already begun because Dmitri had started attacking the northern front line, and after hearing this report, Gomez realized that events were unfolding sooner than he had expected. At Valhalla's northern border, Roman stood alongside his men while Chris reported that nearly 100,000 troops had gathered at Valhalla's foremost defensive position, which suggested that the enemy had judged suppressing the rebel forces to be more important than preserving strength along the northern front. Roman concluded that the situation was proceeding exactly as anticipated, yet he also acknowledged that the current circumstances favored the Valhalla imperial family. Because of that, he insisted the imperial family must not be allowed even a single moment to recover, explaining that if the rebel forces wanted to achieve meaningful results against them, they would have to maintain constant pressure. Roman then turned to Felix and asked how long it would take to bring down the walls of Valhalla, and as Felix's aura surged within him, he answered with confidence that 1 hour would be enough. Meanwhile, at the enemy border, Commander Marquis Killian questioned his subordinates about the current status of the opposing forces, and one of them reported that the Allied army was estimated to number around 100,000 troops, while noting that the greatest threat among the enemy ranks was Felix of the Phoenix Magic Tower. Marquis Killian then asked Henner whether proper countermeasures had already been prepared, and Henner, the master of the Mountain Magic Tower, replied with calm confidence that there was nothing to fear, explaining that the Mountain Magic Tower specialized in defensive magic specifically designed for fortified structures. He assured them that their mountain defensive magic would be more than capable of blocking both flare attacks and magical assaults, adding that 100 mages from the tower had been brought for this very purpose. He further stated that the Imperial Army would likely require around 10 days to occupy Hernard, meaning they might need to hold their defensive position for an even longer time. Not long after, a lookout suddenly shouted an alarm, announcing that the Dmitri forces were approaching and that flare mages along with Phoenix mages were also among their ranks. The plan was clear. Begin by bombarding the walls with long-range attacks, then advance the troops to engage in close combat. Felix immediately issued orders for all forces to move into formation, then commanded the flare mages to prepare their launch. The defenders tried to resist by raising a stone shield, yet a single flare attack shattered the shield completely. Henner was stunned, wondering if the enemy had used Dispel magic. Dispel was known as a spell capable of canceling an opponent's magic, and its effectiveness depended entirely on the gap in ability between the two sides. Though the incantation itself seemed simple, if the enemy's power was overwhelmingly greater, casting Dispel successfully could become more difficult than any other form of magic. From that perspective, Dmitri's response looked like a blatant act of contempt toward his opponents. Felix continued casting spell after spell without pause, while Henner tried to counter with magic of his own, but gradually began losing the advantage. Frustration overtook him, and he angrily demanded how the enemy dared attempt to dominate the Mountain Magic Tower through Dispel magic. He immediately ordered his mages to prepare Dispel spells of their own, instructing them to neutralize the enemy's Dispel and prove the dignity and strength of the Mountain Magic Tower. However, his subordinates reported that Felix was casting too quickly and that they could not stop the enemy's Dispel. Henner's anger intensified when he realized that the Dispel cast by 50 enemy mages was faster than the 100 mages under his command. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he muttered that such a thing was impossible, while the commander questioned him about what he was doing, forcing Henner to offer an apology. Soon afterward, another figure stepped forward and unleashed a flame cannon skill directly at the defensive barrier, and a visible crack immediately spread across the magical shield. Watching this, Felix remarked that the caster had reached such a level of magical mastery in only a few months, and that within 5 more years, he would likely become an archmage capable of astonishing the entire Salamander continent. The man responsible was Edwin Hector, who calmly replied that he still had a long road ahead before reaching that level. Then, without hesitation, Edwin activated a wide-area multi-dispatch attack, multiple mana circles forming overhead as he released the skill. Felix instantly ordered the Phoenix mages to support Edwin in tearing apart the enemy's dispel, and Edwin, locking his focus on the enemy's magical foundation, continuously unleashed dispel after dispel to destabilize their formations. Following his lead, the Phoenix mages moved in perfect coordination, repeatedly casting dispel to suppress Valhalla's magic until the enemy formation began to fracture, leaving Henner watching in mounting frustration and shock at how things had unraveled. Edwin then reported that the enemy's dispel had been successfully broken, and without delay Felix activated both flame cannon and fire cannon at the same time, sending the combined assault crashing into the enemy's mana barrier, where visible cracks spread as its strength faltered. At the same moment, Henner urgently ordered the mages to repair the barrier immediately, pressing them into action. But before they could respond, another barrage of destructive spells descended, explosions rippling across the battlefield as the entire area shook, and at last the wall gave way. Roman seized the moment and commanded a full advance the instant the fortress wall collapsed, and the allied army surged forward without hesitation, pouring through the breach with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, at the Valhalla temple, Count Gomez stepped forward with rising urgency, clearly shaken by news that the northern front was under attack, as Roman Dmitri's actions had proven far more aggressive than he had anticipated. Even with 100,000 troops stationed there, and the backing of Valhalla's elite mages, he had expected the defense to hold for at least 2 weeks. He reflected further that the true issue lay in the duel between Ares and Caesar, clenching his teeth in frustration at the thought that if Ares were to win, the situation would become far more complicated. Reaching the balcony, he turned his gaze toward Ares, who stood with unwavering confidence as the surrounding spectators discussed the outcome, most convinced that Caesar would emerge victorious, while others argued Ares might win, especially after Alvarez had been overwhelmingly defeated earlier in a way no one had foreseen, and that uncertainty only intensified the tension. Count Gomez silently concluded that this was a duel Caesar could not afford to lose, and the crowd's excitement swelled as Caesar finally appeared, the top ranker of Valhalla, and its greatest swordsman stepping forward to answer Ares' challenge with a stern, cold expression, while Ares faced him calmly, a faint smile lingering as they stood opposite each other. Caesar spoke in a firm tone, recalling how Ares had once sought his guidance yet now dared to challenge him, and Ares answered with sarcasm, remarking that it was quite a lengthy way to welcome him. Caesar's aura flared as he declared it regrettable that Ares had not become his disciple, stating that he would have inherited everything he possessed. Then, adjusting his armor, he dismissed Ares' decision as foolish and ordered him to kneel, beg forgiveness for his poor judgment, and swear loyalty to the emperor from that moment onward, his eyes narrowing as he coldly added that if Ares complied, he would spare his life for the sake of Valhalla's future. Ares let out a scoff and recalled receiving Caesar's teachings 10 years ago, reflecting on how, as both a swordsman and a warrior, he had sought instruction from anyone without bias, so long as it helped him grow, yet always reached the same conclusion that he could surpass them, whether it took hours or days. And once he judged that he had fully transcended his opponent, he would leave without hesitation. With a self-assured smile, Ares raised his hand and pointed straight at Caesar, stating that Caesar was no different from the others, and that there was nothing left he could learn from him, as the only thing he had ever lacked was time. Now, after settling in Dmitri and spending several months away from Valhalla, he made it clear he had no intention of leaving Dmitri behind. Those words ignited Caesar's anger, and he snapped back, demanding to know if Ares truly understood the weight of what he was saying. 1 week after returning from Arcady, Ares had already begun preparing for the looming conflict, having been assigned the task of defeating 2 key figures, Alvarez and Caesar, standing alone on the training grounds. He reflected that although he had learned how to use his energy core, he still questioned whether he could actually overcome them. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence as Roman arrived, and, without hesitation, sternly ordered him to draw his sword, declaring that from that moment forward he himself would serve as Ares' opponent. As Roman tightened his grip on his blades, Ares immediately recognized the dual-wielding style, and when Roman stepped in with an overwhelming aura, Ares realized it closely mirrored Alvarez's approach. Even so, he was swiftly knocked to the ground, unable to keep pace, and after being left sprawled there for more than half a day, he admitted to himself that he could not think of a single way to defeat him. Roman then shifted tactics, stating that imitating Alvarez was enough, and as he reached for a different weapon, He declared he would now raise the difficulty and face Ares using Caesar's style. Despite being completely exhausted, Ares could only laugh at what followed, as that day pushed him far beyond anything he had previously endured. Now, standing before the real Caesar on the battlefield, that experience had already reshaped him entirely. As the priest of Valhalla formally announced the start of the decisive duel, Caesar moved in the very next instant, his aura erupting as he closed the gap in a single explosive step, embodying his overwhelming and relentless combat style. He unleashed a sharp, precise strike that nearly overpowered Ares, who barely managed to avoid it. Grinding his teeth in anger, Caesar pressed forward with a barrage of continuous attacks. And as Ares faced the onslaught, his thoughts briefly returned to his training with Roman Dmitri, where Roman had explained that Caesar was called a barbarian warrior because he constantly forced his opponents backward, and that even one properly placed strike could decide the outcome. Back in the present, their blades continued to collide, but Ares remained composed, reading each movement with care and responding with controlled blocks until, in a fleeting gap between attacks, he slipped in a single counterstrike. Caesar narrowly evaded it, his frustration evident as the duel grew more intense. Ares reflected that his decision had been the right one, since training against an opponent far more brutal had made Caesar's attacks feel less threatening, allowing his confidence to rise. Driven into a rage, Caesar hurled a curse and declared that Ares should die, gathering all his power at once before unleashing his secret technique, Crimson Lightning Slash. Crimson energy surged violently, coiling around his blade like a bolt of lightning as the devastating strike descended. Ares lifted his gaze calmly and, in that instant, recalled his time in Dmitri, seeing a world overflowing with destructive force. And from deep within his mind, he drew upon a memory engraved with absolute clarity, invoking the heavenly demon sword art. First technique, as he moved to counter Caesar's attack. Ares found himself recalling the heavenly demon sword art without conscious intent, and the realization left him stunned, because despite being hailed as a prodigy in swordsmanship, he had never once dared to attempt it before. Dark energy surged and coiled around his blade as he brought it down in a crushing overhead strike, and although it did not come close to even a fraction of the true heavenly demon sword art, it was still more than enough to confront Caesar, whose eyes widened with unmistakable alarm. The strike landed with absolute precision, slicing cleanly through, and in a single motion it severed Caesar's head. After delivering the blow, Ares steadied his breathing and reflected wearily that what he had achieved was still only imitation. Yet he accepted it with quiet satisfaction, recognizing that it meant he still had room to grow stronger. Caesar's body crumpled to the ground as blood scattered across the battlefield, marking the end of the duel, and his severed head rolled to a stop at the priest's feet, leaving the priest trembling as he looked down before hesitantly announcing that Ares had defeated Caesar and risen as Valhalla's top ranker. The crowd below exploded into deafening cheers, while the Emperor of Valhalla showed no reaction, simply rising from his seat and leaving in silence. Ares turned away, his body still heavy with exhaustion, then abruptly lifted his sword to command attention and called out for the people of the Valhalla Empire to listen. Standing before the entire arena, he declared that from that moment forward he would renounce his status as a ranker of Valhalla. And as the audience froze in disbelief, he reminded them that 10 years earlier Caesar had been a swordsman unmatched by any other. Yet in this duel he had not changed at all. Ares explained that Caesar's desire to reach a higher realm had been buried beneath politics and authority, and that once a man leaned on power, his pride faded, while a sword devoid of pride could only decline. With a cold tone, Ares stated that Caesar's swordsmanship had already decayed, and that Valhalla itself had stagnated alongside him. He acknowledged that they might brand him a traitor, then pressed his clenched fist against his chest and declared that he had been born a warrior and would die as one, asserting that only in Dmitri had he ever truly felt alive. He went on to proclaim that Valhalla and its people must remember their origins as descendants of warriors. As the citizens watched through the projected image, one man stared upward in shock, unable to understand when Valhalla had changed into this, and it was reflected that the nation had once taken immense pride in being a land of warriors, with the ranking system born from that very spirit. Yet now the very warrior who symbolized Valhalla, Caesar, had become obsolete, a contradiction too glaring to ignore. Among the crowd, a man draped in a cloak stepped forward and called out, declaring that even if Ares had not remained loyal to the imperial family, he was still the pride of Valhalla. Removing his cloak, he revealed himself as Lucas, the leader of the house sect, and angrily condemned the reality that such a man had now abandoned Valhalla, pointing out that the moment Ares had stepped beyond its borders, he defeated Caesar and proved his decision was the right one. Uneasy murmurs spread through the crowd as people began to agree, noting that it had not even been long since Ares had shifted his allegiance to Dmitri, and questioning whether Valhalla itself had already become obsolete. Lucas moved forward and stood above them, criticizing that those unfit to properly wield a sword had risen to positions of power, and demanding to know if this was truly the Valhalla they once knew. From within the crowd, one man spoke with resentment, arguing that even if an incompetent 14th son, incapable of achieving anything on his own, had gained the backing of the powerful, he should never have taken control of Valhalla's authority. The mixture of shock and denial among the people gradually hardened into anger directed at the imperial family, and a thought they could no longer suppress finally spilled out. Soon, a group stepped forward with resolute expressions, and one of them declared that they had a rise, that they could no longer ignore the truth of Valhalla's current state, and that now that Duke Vieto had raised his voice, it was their turn to act, even if it meant facing death. Another man shouted with fervor that they should all be willing to risk their lives for Valhalla, making it clear that Ares' words had ignited something deep within the people. Meanwhile, inside Marquis Belfer's office, he leaned back against his desk and remarked that Roman Dmitri was someone he had long anticipated would one day stand in Valhalla's way. A warm map lay spread before him, marked with golden pieces already advancing toward the center, as he stated firmly to Count Gomez that the situation had escalated into an all-out war, warning that whichever side chose to retreat first would face destruction. Count Gomez, visibly shaken by the certainty in his words, asked in disbelief whether this meant they intended to abandon the north, to which Marquis Belfer replied that he was only partially correct. Maintaining a calm tone, he broke down Dmitri's strategy, explaining that Roman had acted with consistency by using Ares to remove Valhalla's top rankers while simultaneously launching an assault on the northern front, ensuring they could not concentrate their forces on the rebel threat. He assessed that the opposing alliance's 100,000 troops were insufficient to bring down Valhalla, concluding that the entire situation had been nothing more than a calculated display meant to divert their attention, before coldly stating that the true objective lay in supporting the rebel forces in Hernard. Count Gomez, unable to hide his unease, raised the concern that Roman might break through the north and continue advancing even further. But Marquis Belfer answered with a faint, sinister smile, explaining that if it came to that, they would simply turn the situation of the continent to their advantage. He added that while Kronos was unable to intervene directly due to the armistice, there was nothing preventing them from deploying troops along the Cairo border. Hearing this, Count Gomez felt a sense of relief, inwardly praising the Marquis for identifying what he believed to be the optimal path for Valhalla. Convinced it was a flawless strategy, yet at that very moment the door burst open and a subordinate rushed in, urgency clear in his voice as he reported that a message from the northern front had just arrived. Both Count Gomez and Marquis Belfer turned at the same time, their expressions tightening as the subordinate urged them to see it for themselves. Inside the grand hall, a magical projection formed, revealing Marquis Killian, who began with an apology as he reported that the northern front had fallen to Roman, but before he could finish, his body suddenly gave out and collapsed. In the next instant, Roman's voice cut in, laced with mockery as he addressed Marquis Belfer with clear disappointment. Staring directly through the projection with an unervingly calm expression, Roman coldly remarked that he had sent Count Bragan's head as a gift, only to be greeted in such a manner. Marquis Belfer and Count Gomez stood frozen in shock as the reality set in that the northern front had already been lost, and Roman, without hesitation, declared that he had no intention of ending the war, spreading his arms slightly with confidence as he mockingly suggested that if they immediately brought the Emperor of Valhalla before him and forced him to kneel, then he might consider stopping. Enraged, Marquis Belfer shouted at him, "Stop his nonsense," furiously asserting that Kronos' forces were already assembling at the Cairo border and that whatever Roman intended would ultimately be meaningless. He went on to declare that he would dispatch troops at once to wipe out the rebel forces in Hernard before proceeding to erase Dmitri from the continent entirely. Roman answered in a cold, unwavering tone that he would show them what it truly meant to stand against both Kronos and Valhalla, adding that he had heard their intentions clearly. Standing within a hall littered with the bodies of fallen soldiers, he mockingly commented that believing such measures would resolve anything was nothing but naive, then declared that he would keep advancing until the war itself was completely brought to an end, telling them to hold on to that same resolve until the very last moment. As Marquis Belfer's face drained of color, Roman's lips curved into a chilling smile, his killing intent spreading through the space as he concluded with certainty that, in the end, they would have no choice but to face him directly.